At the career awakening ceremony, that spoiled brat not only mocked me but also insulted the principal who had raised me. Furious, I slapped him right then and there. The brat threatened me, saying I was finished. But when it was my turn to enter the awakening array, black smoke first filled the air, the temperature plummeted, and then an eerie blood-red light erupted. Everyone was stunned, wondering what profession I would awaken and how I would deal with that spoiled brat-esque provocation next. In the Career Awakening Hall of Dragonhua Nation's #1 high school in Donghai City, 1,000 senior year students gathered, awaiting the moment that would change their fates. This was a world where reality and gaming seamlessly merged, and the Career Awakening ceremony at age 18 would determine each person's future path. Professions were divided into 3 categories: combat, support, and lifestyle. Awakening a combat profession was everyone's dream, yet the success rate was only 50%, with the chance of a combat profession being less than 10%. After Principal Su Chiu gave us words of encouragement, the awakening ceremony officially began. Students entered the array one by one. Zhou Ming, awakening failed. Wang Qian, awakening failed. Most of those who succeeded awakened lifestyle or support professions like chefs or teachers. Sun Xiao, who awakened as a teacher, laughed triumphantly and boasted. This year's success rate was alarmingly low, and Principal Su Chiu worried about next year's school funding. Then, the school beauty Lu Shuhan stepped onto the stage. She came from a magical lineage, and rumor had it her family had already arranged for an expert to assess her. She was destined to awaken a combat profession. Sure enough, a violet light rose from the array, and she successfully awakened the rare profession of frost mage. Su Chiu was overjoyed. This meant next year's funding was secured. Lu Shuhan's success gave everyone a morale boost. As I moved forward with the crowd, I pondered my future profession. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang in my ear. "Oh, isn't this our class's top student? What, are you worried you won't awaken a combat profession?" The speaker was Luo Kun, the school's notorious spoiled brat. His family was one of Donghai City's 3 major financial conglomerates, and he spent his days idling around, despising hardworking people like me. I ignored him, but he persisted. "What's the point of studying? Awakening is all about luck." I retorted, "People who love studying tend to have good luck." He sneered, "That's just poor people's talk. For us rich folks, it's all about money power. I've already had a master check. I'm guaranteed at least a rare profession. Unlike you, worrying whether you'll even succeed." Then, he leaned in and hissed, "Once you fail, you'll be stuck in the ordinary world. Once you're out of school, let us see how that old hag Su Chiu protects you." Hearing him insult the principal, my expression darkened instantly. Principal Su Chiu had raised me an orphan with immense kindness. Slap! I couldn't hold back and struck Luo Kun across the face. Everyone was stunned, and Luo Kun, never expecting me to dare hit him, was about to retaliate when the staff called out, "Next, Luo Kun. Luo Kun, are you coming up or not? If you don't, you'll forfeit your awakening eligibility." Luo Kun glared at me hatefully, shoved me aside, and strode proudly into the awakening array. Unexpectedly, violet light rose once more. Violet, another violet. Heavens, our school actually has 2 rare professions this year. Luo Kun successfully awakened as a berserker, a rare profession. Su Chiu grinned from ear to ear. The school now had a shot at being ranked among Dragonhua Nation's top 100 high schools. As Luo Kun stepped out of the array, he flashed me a thumbs down and mouthed, "You're finished. Not even Su Chiu can save you now." Finally, it was my turn. I took a deep breath, stepped out from the crowd, and walked toward the array. Whispers surrounded me. "I wonder what profession Lin Chuan will awaken. He is the school's famous top student." Top student that was already a relic of the past. Could it compare to the allure of a rare profession? I had no mind for such distractions, as all my focus was fixed on the imminent profession awakening. The magic circle activated, emitting a faint glow. Time passed slowly, yet the circle showed no signs of stopping. Teacher Su Chiu grew concerned and turned to Master Liang Wen, who was presiding over the ritual, asking, "Master Liang, is this normal for the circle?" Master Liang Wen cast an impatient glance at Teacher Su Chiu and replied indifferently, "Perfectly normal. The duration of awakening varies for each person. Some take longer, some shorter. Just wait." In truth, I later learned that Master Liang Wen was also puzzled deep down, as the strength of an awakened profession was closely tied to the duration of the awakening. The longer it took, the higher the likelihood of awakening a high-tier profession, and my duration was clearly abnormal. Suddenly, thick black smoke billowed from the magic circle, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Despite it being June, the cold was so intense it sent shivers down everyone's spines. The students panicked. "The circle is smoking. What's going on? Does this happen during profession awakenings? Is the circle malfunctioning? That black smoke is terrifying. It's spreading toward us." Everyone scrambled to avoid it. At the same time, an eerie blood-red light erupted from the circle, searing itself into the depths of everyone's souls. The previously indifferent Master Liang Wen suddenly became excited. An omen, an omen. Red light, someone has awakened a mythic tier profession. Teacher Su Chiu stared at the circle in astonishment. Red light, a mythic tier profession? As the red glow gradually faded and the black smoke receded, Master Liang Wen solemnly announced, "Awakening successful. Profession, Necromancer Summoner." Necromancer Summoner? That sounds incredibly powerful. Does this mean not only is it a mythic tier profession, but also a hidden one? The students' speculations were correct, this was indeed a hidden profession. With the awakening complete, a flood of inherited knowledge surged into my mind, granting me a basic understanding of my profession. I realized it was similar to a summoner, relying primarily on summon creatures for combat, except I summoned powerful undead beings from other dimensions. Not only were they formidable, but they could also level up and evolve. When I saw my attributes and skills, my breath quickened with excitement. Talent, Death Domain, increased summon creatures' attributes by 10x. Paired with Soul Reaping Arrow, a skill that dealt 10x mental damage, it was practically godlike. At that moment, Master Liang Wen called out to me, "Young man, let me see your summon creature." Not daring to delay, I focused my mind and activated the Summon Death Servant skill. The instant the skill was cast, it drained all 10 points of my mental energy. A summoning circle lit up behind me, and thick black mist surged forth. Then, a chilling black scythe appeared, followed by an undead creature shrouded in tattered black robes. The robes fluttered unnaturally, exuding an oppressive aura of death. The terrifying presence of my death servant made the surrounding students instinctively step back. What kind of horrifying thing is that? It looks terrifying. That's definitely something from the underworld. How could such a bizarre creature exist? Stay away from me. Whispers spread among the crowd. Master Liang Wen immediately used an inspection skill to examine the death servant's attributes and remarked, "All attributes at 10 points balanced, stronger than most professions. But, with stats like these, it shouldn't qualify as a mythic tier profession." He then turned to me and said, "Perhaps this profession's true strength lies in its late game potential. You must work hard in the future, don't grow complacent just because you awakened a mythic tier profession." I was startled. The death servant's attributes should have been 100. Why did Master Liang Wen say they were only 10? Soon, I understood, the 10x boost from Death Domain was only visible to me. To others, the creature's stats appeared unchanged. This suited me perfectly. Now I could play the fool while secretly dominating. I secretly rejoiced in my heart but kept my face expressionless, bowing respectfully to Master Liang Wen. "I will heed your teachings and diligently grind dungeons to level up." Master Liang Wen nodded approvingly, thinking to himself, to remain so composed after awakening a mythic tier class, this young man has remarkable temperament. He then instructed me to dismiss my summoned creatures. Just as I was about to reverse summon to dismiss the death servant, I realized I could directly store it in the necrotic space. With a thought, a dark vortex appeared before me, and the death servant vanished into it. The count in the necrotic space changed from 010 to 110. This discovery thrilled me. Not only could the death servant be summoned and stored at will, but it also didn't consume additional mental energy. Even if silenced, I could still use it. As I stepped down from the platform and rejoined the crowd, a second wave of inheritance knowledge flooded my mind. Dual classes? A bold idea surfaced. But this world had no precedent for dual classes. Checking my class information, I saw the second class was hidden. I speculated that this hidden class might be related to the 6 ancient class families. At that moment, Luo Kun clenched his fists and sneered, "This is the last time you'll have the chance to gloat. Once we step out of here, I'll show you the power of money." The class awakening ceremony continued. Teacher Su Qiu remarked that this year's students were of lower quality overall, but at least there were me, Lu Shuhan, and Luo Kun. Out of the 1,000 participants, most had disappointing awakenings. Without the three of us, the school's college entrance exam results would have been dismal. At the end, Teacher Su Qiu announced, "Students, today's class awakening ceremony has concluded. First, congratulations to those who awaken combat or support classes in 1 week, you'll take the class holder college entrance exam. This beginner dungeon is a pre-exam benefit, so take it seriously, especially the 3 students with rare classes, handle it with caution." Luo Kun immediately shouted, "Tomorrow, I'll show you who is setting the dungeon record." Lu Shuhan's eyes gleamed with ambition, filled with wariness and hostility toward me and Luo Kun. Meanwhile, all I could think about was what to eat for dinner. The next day, after restoring my mental energy, I summoned a death servant and stored it in the necrotic space as backup. Arriving at the school gate, I boarded the bus with my classmates and headed to the beginner dungeon site. The place was packed with students there for the trial. After the registration teacher verified our credentials, we were allowed in. Teacher Su Qiu gave a briefing at the front. Thanks to my exceptional talent, I wasn't forced into a team and entered the dungeon alone. The moment I stepped inside, I summoned 2 death servants. A rustling sound came from ahead as a sawtooth rat lunged at me. With a wave of my hand, I commanded, "Go, show me what you've got." The 2 death servants charged forward, their scythes flashing. The rat was instantly sliced into 4 pieces. Chapter 003 Summoned Beast from Hell. It was impossible to see the figure underneath the black robe, only the face wore a skeleton mask that looked creepy. Death Servant. Level 1. Power 100. Physical fitness 100. Agility 100. Mental strength 100. In the game, a balanced plus playstyle is what we generally call waste. But with Lin Chuan's 10 times attributes, this Death Servant was now terrifyingly strong. Even a level 7 or 8 professional might not be able to beat this Death God Servant with the use of skills. The aura of the Death God Servant was a bit too terrifying, and the students couldn't help but take a step back. What kind of horrible thing is this? It looks so scary. This looks like something from the netherworld, right? How could there be such a strange creature? Don't lean over. Liang Wan, on the other hand, immediately used his scrying skill to check the attributes of the Death Servant. 10 points in full attributes, balanced attributes, quite a bit stronger than the average profession. But with this kind of attribute, it shouldn't be enough for a mythic level occupation. Perhaps this profession's point of strength is in the later stages. You need to work hard in the future, don't slack off just because you've awakened a mythic rank profession. Lin Chuan was shocked in his heart. This Death Servant's attributes were clearly 100 only. Why was it only 10 points from Liang Wen's mouth? Soon, he understood. The tenfold attribute effect of the Death Domain could only be seen by himself, while others could only see the original attributes. This was just what Lin Chuan wanted. In this way, he would be able to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Lin Chuan was delighted in his heart, but his face was ancient, and he bowed to Liang Wan. I'll listen to Master's teachings, I'll make sure to brush up my copies and upgrade properly. Liang Wan nodded approvingly, thinking in his heart, to be so calm after awakening a mythic rank profession, the son has a good heart. You disperse the summons. Lin Chuan was just about to reverse the summoning to dismiss the Death Servant when he realized that there was another method. With a thought, a pitch-black vortex appeared in front of him, and the Death God Servant entered the vortex and disappeared. At the same time, Lin Chuan realized that the quantity information in the necromancy space had changed. From the original 010, it had changed to 110. The Death Servant can be directly stowed away in the necrotic space, and can be directly released when you want to use it, and it doesn't need to consume any additional spiritual energy. It was even so much so that this release wasn't even counted as a skill and could be used even if it was silenced. Lin Chuan stepped down from the stage. Right at that moment when he walked back into the crowd, the second inheritance message surged into his mind. Dual profession? A bold idea surged forth. However, according to the rules of this world, there was no precedent for dual professions. Sure enough, Lin Chuan checked the career information and the second career was hidden. Name, Lin Chuan. Hidden profession, inactivated. Since this profession also appears to have an inherited memory, perhaps it will be related to the ancient 6 major profession families. The ancient 6 major occupation families were the 6 basic occupations of warrior, magician, assassin, healer, knight, and archer. All the professions that humans can awaken today are branches of these 6 basic professions. It is said that the ancestors of these 6 major occupation clans used to be big brothers who reached level 100 and left behind inheritance memories for all the descendant clans. Lin Chuan's hidden profession might be related to one of the 6 great profession families in the distant past. Looking at Lin Chuan awakening to a mythic level occupation, Luo Kun clenched his fists. Lin Chuan, this is your last chance to be complacent. Walk out of this door, I'm going to show you the power of banknote abilities. Whether a professional was powerful or not, the quality of the profession was one aspect, while equipment and props played an equally decisive role. It was not uncommon in this world for rare professions with poor economic conditions to be crushed by dirt-cheap ordinary professions. As for Luo Kun, not only was he rich, he was also a rare profession. The occupation awakening ceremony continues. The quality of the students in this class was obviously low. According to Sucho's mantra, you are the worst class I have ever taught. However, the good thing is that this year, not only did 2 rare professions appear, but there was also Lin Chuan, a genius who had awakened a mythic level profession. Just thinking about this, the anger in Sucho's heart smoothed out. The number of people who participated in the occupational awakening this year totaled 1,000 people, 95 people awakened to combat class occupations, and 171 people awakened to auxiliary class occupations. The rest were all those who awakened to life class professions and those who failed to awaken. This ratio is really the lowest since the founding of the school. If not for Lin Chuan, Lu Shuhan and Luo Kun, these 3 people on top, this year the first senior high school entrance examination in Donghai City really want to pull a big pile. Students, today's career awakening ceremony is all over. First of all, congratulations to the students who have awakened their combat class and auxiliary class professions. The door to the new world will be open to you. Students who have failed to awaken should not be discouraged. You can't participate in the professional college entrance examination. You can still participate in the general college entrance examination, still able to shine for the continuation of mankind. All of you have a bright future. Lastly, I'll emphasize that starting tomorrow, the East Sea City novice copy will be opened. A week later, you guys will be taking the professionals college entrance examination. This replica is a benefit before your college entrance exam, so I hope that you will pay serious attention to it and play well then. Especially the 3 students who have awakened rare professions, be sure to treat them with caution. It's certainly best if we can set a record and come back. If we can't, don't let other schools steal our school's thunder. Is that clear? Yes. About the professional's higher education examination, the only way to enter an institution of higher learning. Lin Xuan had only one goal in mind, the number 1 ranked university in Longhua country, Qinglong Academy. In his speech just now, although Su Qiu didn't say it explicitly, smart people could hear that his words were meant for Lin Xuan to hear. To break the record, who else could be more hopeful than Lin Xuan, a mythic rank profession? The so-called novice copy, as the name implied, was a novice benefit specially prepared for students like Lin Xuan who had just awakened their professions. The danger level of this copy was extremely low, just right for students to practice and familiarize themselves with their respective professions and fighting styles. Lin Xuan, tomorrow, let this copy record be swiped for you by Little Master. Luo Kun had a great idea for the novice copy record, and with the financial support of his family, he was determined to win this record. Lu Shuhan's eyes radiated with longing. Both Lin Xuan and Luo Kun were full of vigilance and hostility. It seemed that she also wanted to get involved in this copy record. Only Lin Xuan is now full of thoughts, what to eat at night. The next day. After a night's rest, Lin Xuan's mental strength finally recovered as before. Without saying a word, he directly summoned a death god servant and subsequently stowed it away in the necromancy space for backup. Lin Xuan now had 10 spots in the necromancy space, and he always felt uneasy if he didn't fill them up. Spiritual power recovery is slow in the early stages. It's always good to prepare more summoned creatures. Arriving at the school's entrance, he boarded the prepared bus. Lin Xuan came along with his classmates to the location of the novice copy. When Lin Xuan and the others arrived, the entrance to the novice copy was already overcrowded. In addition to Lin Xuan and their school, students from other high schools in Donghai City would also come here to participate in the novice copy trial. We're from the first senior high school of Donghai City, and we're bringing our students to participate in the novice copy today. The teacher in charge of checking in glanced at the information and immediately released them. Aside from the 3 students I mentioned yesterday, the other students hurry to form a team and enter the replica in an orderly manner, with each combat class occupation bringing along a support class occupation. High-ranked copies of auxiliary class occupations are crucial. Everyone better get it right from the start. You have to know that if you treat auxiliary class professions with love and disregard today, you won't be able to climb up to auxiliary class professions tomorrow. Ludong, what are you doing? Take Zhang Zhuang with you, this auxiliary goes well with you. Chen Shang, you team up with Zhang Wei. Su Qiu was at the front giving her classmates guidance on their copies, striding to maximize each student's level. Generally, schools would cultivate a sense of teamwork in their students from a young age, but Lin Xuan's status was special, and he belonged to the category of the super talented. Su Qiu didn't let him force a team, and Lin Xuan was happy to go solo. After all, the experience of a solo copy was quite a bit higher than a team. So one person walked to the entrance of the copy and directly entered it. The entry level of the novice copy was level 1-8, and there was only one difficulty, novice difficulty. Enter the copy. Into the eyes is a pale grass. The grass is more than half a meter high, which hides many dangers. The monsters of the novice copy were hidden in it. As soon as Lin Xuan entered the copy, the first thing he did was release 2 death servants. The death god minions appeared, and the black mist on their bodies quickly colored the grass at their feet black. Lin Xuan led the 2 death god minions to search the grass for monsters. There was movement from the front, the grass made rustling noises, and a half-meter-tall rat suddenly pounced towards Lin Xuan. Sawtooth rat. Level 2. Power 13. Physical fitness 11. Agility 9. Mental strength 10. Go on, show me your strength. Lin Xuan waved his hand, and the 2 death servants swung their death scythes and rushed up. Only a flash of cold light was seen, and the sawtooth rat was instantly split into 4 pieces, and it didn't even manage to get out of the hands of the death servants for a single move. Chapter 004, Evolution. Bronze level summoning beast. With the sawtooth rat's current attributes, it might pose a threat to the average professional. But Lin Xuan was not an average person. Possessing 2 death servants with attributes as high as 100 points, there wasn't much difference between this kind of low-level monster and a turnip. Kill sawtooth rat, experience plus 6. A small monster that increased Lin Xuan's experience value by 6%. Lin Xuan also suddenly realized that he was in possession of 2 pervert-level summons, and there was no need to be so cautious when brushing this kind of low-level copy. So he felt relieved and bold, and waved his hand. Go, find your own monsters to kill. The 2 death servants each separated and searched for prey in the grass. Kill sawtooth rat, experience plus 6. Experience plus 6 if you kill a rat. Sawtooth rats are not strong, but they are good in numbers. In just 5 minutes, Lin Xuan's experience had already come to over 90%. This efficiency, it was really high. Immediately after a golden light appeared from underneath his feet, Lin Xuan smoothly rose to level 2. After upgrading, the statuses were all restored. Name, Lin Chuan. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 21.75%. Power, 20. Physical fitness, 20. Agility, 20. Mental strength, 20. Necrospace, 220. Equipment, none. After leveling up to level 2, Lin Chuan's mental power limit had also increased to 20 points. It was now possible to summon 2 death servants. Lin Chuan was a mythic level profession, all attributes were of the highest growth, there were no freely allocated attribute points, even so, the single attribute growth was higher than other professions. A proper full attribute crush. Lin Chuan directly summoned without saying a word. 2 summoning spells appeared, and death god servants covered in black aura walked out. Lin Chuan's number of summoned beasts was raised to 4. At the same time, Lin Chuan also realized. After the upgrade, the upper limit of the necrotic space had also become larger, from the original 10 to 20. It looks like this necromantic servant will have to replenish its numbers like crazy from now on. Speaking of the death god servant, the one Lin Chuan summoned this time was obviously a few points larger than before. I wonder if there's any increase in attributes after the upgrade. Lin Chuan checked the death servant information. Death servant. Level, 2. Power, 200. Physique, 200. Agility, 200. Mental strength, 200. After rising to level 2, the attributes of the death servant did change along with it. It was directly raised from the original 100 to 200, directly doubling its attributes. Now this kind of attribute was already comparable to the level 10 combat power of many professions, which was quite terrifying. Brushing a novice copy was simply a handful. Keep going. Now that he had 4 death servants, Lin Chuan's monster killing speed increased once again. After another 5 minutes, the golden light appeared again. Lin Chuan was level 3. All attribute points increased by 10 points again. Accordingly, the attributes of the death servants were also increased to 300 points, while their number was increased to 7. After the sweep just now, there weren't many monsters left in the low-level area, and it would take an hour to refresh, so Lin Chuan didn't want to wait. Lin Chuan doesn't want to wait. The momentum of upgrading is strong right now, and time is experience. Continue forward to the advanced area. The recommended practicing level for the low-level zone was level 1-3, and the high-level zone was level 4-6. The level of monsters here is also quite a bit higher than in the low-level zone. While everyone else was traveling to this place in a group after rising to level 3, Lin Chuan was alone. It doesn't matter. Lin Chuan is horribly strong now. With 7 death servants with attributes as high as 300, any monster that shows its head is seconds. Grey Wolf. Level 5. Seconds. Power Bear. Level 6. Seconds. Gale Leopard. Level 7. Seconds. Lin Chuan went all the way up in seconds, his experience value rubbing up like a rocket. In a short while, Lin Chuan's level had successfully risen to level 4. By now, his army of death servants had increased to 11. The army of summons attacked ferociously, leaving no grass untouched wherever they went. Half an hour later, another golden light appeared. Lin Chuan was level 5. Summon. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers and 5 summoning spells appeared at the same time, and 5 more death god servants walked out. Ha! Lin Chuan noticed something unusual. The death god servants were now a few points larger than before, and the colors on their bodies had also changed significantly. Before, these death god servants were pitch black, but now a layer of bronze armor had grown on their entire bodies. Lin Chuan once again checked the information of the death god servants, and sure enough, he found something. Death servant bronze level. Level 5. Power 500. Physical fitness 500. Agility 500. Mental strength 500. Bronze realm power, defense plus 10%, damage plus 10%. With the power of the Bronze Realm, the defense and damage of the Death Servant each increased by 10%. Don't underestimate this 10%, converted into an attribute bonus. This was a huge increase of 50 attribute points, which was already equivalent to the attributes of other professions that had risen another 2 or 3 levels. With the display of the Death Servant's information, a huge piece of information flooded into Lin Chuan's mind. It turned out that this Death God Servant Summoner also had a class. The Death Servant Lin Chuan summoned in the beginning was in its initial form, which could also be called the Black Iron grade, and now after upgrading it became the Bronze grade. Further on there was the Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, and King levels. Each level not only brings huge attribute boosts, but also unlocks different skills and equipment, as well as comes with a variety of different types of effect damage. Cultivated to a later stage, Lin Chuan a primary summon can cross the level to fight and kill. If I can use up my necromancy space, won't that take off? After the necromantic servant had evolved, Lin Chuan commanded the necromantic servant to kill the enemy around as if it had been pumped with chicken blood. Chopping and slicing his way through the newbie copies. Kill Grey Wolf, experience plus 18. Killing a bear, experience plus 21. Kill Wind Leopard, experience plus 24. A few minutes later, the monsters in the advanced zone were also swept clean by Lin Chuan. The next step was to wait for the monster refresh time again. This phenomenon is by no means unique. In other professions, the monsters were often refreshed before the battle was over. It was simply impossible to kill all the monsters and have to wait like Lin Chuan did. After a fierce battle, Lin Chuan had another 86% experience and was only one step away from leveling up. After level 5, the experience needed to upgrade increases dramatically. It's too slow to upgrade here. Lin Chuan muttered. Luckily, there was no one next to him right now, or else he would have to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Lin Chuan entered the novice copy only less than an hour ago, and had already almost risen to level 6. This kind of upgrading speed, not to say that he was on a rocket, but at least he was on an airplane. Knowing that most of the students were still struggling around level 3, Lin Chuan's current upgrade speed had long been way ahead. Go to the core area and take your chances. Lin Chuan aimed his gaze into the distance, where the grass clearly took on an abnormal color. The core area of the novice copy was also the key to brushing records. The core area is divided into 4 zones: jackal, wolf, tiger and leopard, each with its own boss. The setting is close enough to a normal copy. Even if it's a newbie copy, the boss is still very powerful, and there's a probability of bursting out equipment after killing it. The quality of the equipment is randomized, and if a purple rare equipment can be popped out, it will be of great help to the career entrance exam a week later. Lin Chuan's ambition was to enter the number 1 Green Dragon Academy in Manhwa country, so naturally the more precious props and equipment the better. Making up his mind, Lin Chuan came to the entrance of the core area. The challenge information was registered and the timer started. Chapter 005 Going to the core area of the replica. The minimum level to participate in the occupier's higher level examination was level 8, and as long as you could successfully graduate from the novice copy you would be qualified for the examination. The vast majority of people can do this easily. Just keep brushing up on the small monsters on the outskirts of the newbie copy to get to level 8, without even entering the core area. But it's not so easy to get into the key academy. Only with a grade of 12 do you have a chance of being admitted to one of the better universities in the country, and the grade for admission to key institutions is even more stringent. As the Green Dragon Academy was the premier institution of higher learning in Manhwa country, the admission level naturally had to be even higher. According to the data from previous years, the lowest admission level reached level 15. Last year it was raised to 16. So if Lin Chuan wanted to successfully enter the Green Dragon Academy, his level would have to rise to at least level 17 to be safe enough, and he would also need some equipment support. 7 days to level up to 17, which seemed difficult, was actually no problem at all for Lin Chuan. Because mythic level professions had the highest level experience bonus, the experience gained from brushing the same copy was naturally much higher than other professions. Upgrading is also naturally faster. After registering the challenge information, the copies started timing individually. The tutorial for newbie copies had already been taught in the instruction, and Lin Chuan had long since memorized the map route. As soon as he entered the copy, he immediately charged forward with his bronze-level death servant. Just after running 100 meters away, he saw several black shadows emerge from the grass. Roar roar. It was a jackal orc, a pack monster. Hissing sounds echoed through the grasslands as countless jackal dog orcs emerged from the grass. Jackal orcs. Level 8. Blood 366. Eager to come and die, I'll fulfill you. Go on, kill them all. Lin Chuan shouted, and the 11 death god servants around him stepped forward, wielding their scythes and started harvesting the dogs' heads. The original setting of the jackal dog zone was to use numbers to suppress the challengers. But Lin Chuan was too strong, ridiculously strong. The original jackal swarm attack that had made the professionals scared to death had been hardened into a lawn mowing game by him. That's right, literally, a lawn mowing game. With each swing of the death servant's scythe, a flash of cold light was seen and the jackal orc was sliced in half. The surrounding grass also suffered, and the originally dense grass hardened and became bare under the death servant's leveling. Kill jackal orc, experience plus 40. Kill a jackal orc, plus 40 experience. More monsters is cool, it's much faster than aimlessly looking for monsters in the grass to upgrade. Upgrade golden light appeared and Lin Chuan smoothly rose to level 6. The status was restored and the mental strength was raised by 10 points again, coming to 60 points. With 60 points of mental strength, that was 6 death servants, equaling a 30% increase in upgrade speed. Lin Chuan waved his hand and another 6 bronze-level death god servants appeared. Go, expand the battle line. The 22 bronze-ranked death servants lined up and swept forward along the advance route. Once the jackal orcs lurking in the grass showed their heads, what greeted them was the scythe of death. Lin Chuan made his way forward. After a short while, the number of jackal orcs suddenly plummeted. He knew that he had basically killed all the monsters here. It's almost time for the second stage, right? Not far ahead, a huge wooden stake appeared. Above the stake was a platform, and on the platform stood the jackal bowman. Behind them was a camp. Jackal bowman. Level 9. Blood 403. Before they even got close, the jackal bowman had already spotted Lin Chuan. The crossbow arrows that were more than a meter long were hitched up in their hands and shot towards Lin Xuan. Shoo shoo shoo. Countless air-breaking sounds came from the air, allowing Lin Xuan to see what was called a rain of arrows. There were a few death slaves that were still tangling with the jackal beastmen and were accidentally hit by crossbow arrows. Attacked by jackal crossbowman, Reaper minion bronze level blood 103. The blood bar is reduced by less than 1/10. Defense is really high. Lin Xuan was secretly stumped. In previous battles, the Death Servant had slashed everyone they saw in seconds, and had never been hit. Now being accidentally hit by a crossbow bolt gave Lin Xuan a true understanding of the Death God Servant's defense and blood quantity. Strong, really strong. I haven't made a move on you yet, but you hit me first? Are you going to chase me outside the copy tomorrow? Charge! Lin Xuan made a big move, and 22 2-meter-tall Death Servants charged towards the jackal bowman in front of them. It was black and looked spectacular. How many steps does it take out a jackal bowman? A. 2 steps. The first step is to slash the pillars and platforms at the feet of the jackal archers. In the second step, slash the jackal archer in two. There were only 50 or 60 jackal archers here in total. In Lin Xuan's flowing movements, in just 2 rounds, all the monsters were all dead. Kill jackal bowman, experience plus 50. Kill jackal bowman, experience plus 50. After breaking through the blockade of jackal archers, only the boss level remains next. This was the first boss Lin Xuan had faced since his professional awakening, and his mind would inevitably be a little nervous. It was only natural to be cautious. Search me, see if there are any remnants of the party, and if you find them, kill them on sight. Lin Xuan commanded the Death Servants to search the nearby grass, clearing out all hidden dangers. Ha! There are additional discoveries. Lin Xuan found a treasure chest in a bush. There should be quite a few goodies inside. Opening the treasure chest, a system prompt appeared. Congratulations on obtaining a wooden magic staff. Congratulations on the acquisition of an animal skin robe. Congratulations on the bone ring. 3 pieces of white normal equipment. In this world, equipment was something incomparably rare, and the quality of equipment was divided in the same way as professions. They were white ordinary, green advanced, blue refined, purple rare, orange legendary, and red mythical. Wooden magic staff ordinary. Level 5. Attribute, mental power plus 5, strength plus 1. Animal skin magic robe ordinary. Level 5. Attribute, physical fitness plus 3. Animal bone ring ordinary. Level 5. Attribute, mental power plus 5. The attributes of the low-level white equipment were very poor, but Lin Xuan didn't mind and was a little excited in his heart. Not for any other reason, just because the weapon plus ring could increase mental strength by a total of 10 points. With 10 points of spiritual power, another Death Servant could be summoned. Moreover, each time he upgraded, he could recover 10 more points of spiritual energy, and with a few more levels, the number of Death God minions would click upwards. Lin Xuan put on his equipment and his spiritual power increased. Without hesitation, he chose to summon. At this point, Lin Xuan already had 23 Death God minions with a full attribute of 600. This kind of combat power was already equivalent to a team with a perfect mix of occupations at more than 10 levels. Lin Xuan directly chose to open the monster. A 2-meter-tall jackal orc jumped out of the camp. Jackal Leader Boss. Level 11. Power 131. Physical Fitness 115. Agility 123. Mental Strength 98. The Jackal Leader has high attributes. Whether it was a monster or a human, every 10 levels was a hurdle. Above 10 levels, the attributes would be greatly improved. A level 9 Jackal Bowman had a blood level of just over 400, but a level 11 Jackal Chieftain had a surprisingly high blood level of 1150. The difference of 2 levels was more than the accumulation of the previous 9 levels. If anyone else saw this attribute, they would probably turn their heads and run. But it just so happened that the person he ran into today was Lin Xuan. Give it to me. 23 Death God servants swarmed up. Jackal Leader's blood 700. Jackal Leader's blood 700. Only cold light rose up in all directions, and within moments, the Jackal Leader had already been chopped off his horse. Moreover, Lin Xuan's damage was clearly overflowing. Kill Jackal Leader, experience plus 200. Golden light appeared and Lin Xuan rose to level 7. Chapter 006 Breaking Records in a Row. At the same time that Lin Xuan's upgraded golden light appeared, a purple light flashed across the corpse of the Jackal Leader. Purple, burst rare. I don't know if it's a material or equipment. Lin Xuan went up to check, it was equipment. Rare Priest Scepter rare. Level 5. Attribute, mental strength plus 10. Effects, can release an additional skill when using a skill. The additional skill inherits 50% of the original skill's effect. Being able to release a skill one additional time, I wonder if it's useful for summoning type skills. Lin Xuan couldn't wait to put it on his body. Summon. 2 summoning spells lit up at the same time, and 2 death servants clad in bronze armor walked out. Death Servant Bronze Level. Level 7. Power 700. Physique 700. Agility 700. Mental Strength 700. Bronze Realm Power, Defense plus 10%, Damage plus 10%. The attributes of the two Death Servants were exactly the same. This means the double skill effect of the Priest's Scepter not only works on summoning skills, but it does not reduce the attributes of the summoned object. This was simply a bug-level existence. The Death Servant was perverse in its own right with the tenfold attribute bonus of the Death Domain, and the more of these powerful summons, the better, of course. Upgraded to level 7, the necrotic space could now hold 70 summons. Lin Xuan directly consumed all of his spiritual energy to replenish the number of necromantic servants to 37, and the combat power of the army of summoners soared once again. After doing so, a subtitle floated across the sky. Congratulations to Lin Xuan for clearing the novice copy of the Jackal's camp area in 23 minutes and 17 seconds, setting a new record and ranking number 1. It's a new record, easy peasy. This matter was long expected by Lin Xuan, but his goal wasn't to just set a record for one region. He wanted to brush the records of all the core areas of the novice copy. Lin Xuan returned the same way and headed towards the Fire Wolf area. Outside the rookie copy, the rest area of the first senior high school in Donghai City. Principal Su Qiu is playing chess with Liang Wen. Why is Grandmaster Liang in the mood to observe our school's students' novice copy participation this time? Hee, you old boy, you knowingly asked. Aren't you interested in that little guy who awakened a mythic rank profession? Liang Wen was in charge of the awakening ceremony in East Sea City all year round, and Su Qiu was considered to have a more familiar relationship. I didn't realize that this little guy Lin Xuan had even caught your attention. I heard that your school aimed for the novice copy record this year? It's not easy to break this record. The novice copy record is common throughout the country. If you want to break the record, you have to at least beat a genius from another city first. Just try your best. Su Qiu said this on her lips, but the anticipation in her heart did not diminish at all. While the two were talking, a stretch limousine drove straight over from the intersection. The person in charge of the security check didn't stop it at all, letting the car drive into the rest area. Liang Wen was furious. What's the name of this person who came here? Even the security check didn't stop him. The car stopped outside the rest area of the first senior high school of Donghai City, and a middle-aged man with a big belly and fingers full of gold rings walked out of the car. Liang Wen didn't live in Donghai City, and he didn't recognize this man. But Su Qiu had been teaching here for many years and saw the identity of the visitor at a glance. Getting up, he greeted them with a smile. If it isn't President Luo Xiong of the Luo Chamber of Commerce? Did you also come over today to see your son challenge the novice copy? Su Qiu said as she greeted the others and moved the bench. Luo Xiong didn't pay attention to Su Qiu, and there were already people under his command moving a luxurious sofa. Luo Xiong obediently made a trip onto it. That's natural, today is my Koaner's debut, of course I'm here to see for myself. Let's see how he breaks the national novice copy record. Su Qiu and Liang Wen both looked at each other and immediately understood in their hearts. This was most likely Luo Kun's boast. After all, a rare profession paired with superpowers did have a fighting chance against the records of novice copies. It seems like Chairman Luo has spent a lot on your son this time? Together with the fact that your son has awakened the rare profession, I think he must be determined to win this novice copy. A full set of rare equipment is just a small amount of money in the area. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't find legendary quality for low-level equipment, I would have gotten a set of high and low. This is... Liang Wen's compliments made Luo Xiong very flattered. He only had one son like Luo Kun. The more outstanding his son was, the more honorable his face was. But Luo Xiong's words made Liang Wen's heart jump. A set of rare equipment in the district, only? After so many years of development, rare equipment was not uncommon. But low-level rare equipment is really rare. After all, the only copy that can produce level 1 equipment is the novice copy, or open for a limited time. The equipment accumulation is naturally a lot less. Compared to other levels of equipment, level 1 equipment seems incredibly precious. This Luo Xiong not only got a set for Luo Kun, but he also wanted to get legendary equipment. The life of the rich is so boring and tedious. This is Formation Master Liang Wen, Master Liang. It was Master Liang who helped Luo Kun with the occupational awakening ceremony yesterday. Master Liang, long time no see. Luo Xiong did not get up and only said a polite remark. You know, even Su Qiu was very respectful when he saw Liang Wen. But in the face of Luo Xiong's rudeness, instead of getting angry, Liang Wen even smiled. The Luo family's power was evident. The Luo Chamber of Commerce was not only one of the top 3 plutocrats in Donghai City, but even in the entire Longhua country, it also had a certain amount of influence. After waiting for a while, Luo Xiong became impatient. Headmaster Su, why isn't this novice copy's record refreshed? President Luo doesn't know. Normally after a novice professional enters a novice copy, they will first level up to level 8 before challenging the 4 core areas. This process takes about 4 hours or so. Less than 2 hours have passed since the student entered the copy, they're still waiting. So what does that caption mean? Su Qiu followed the direction of Luo Xiong's finger, and a subtitle appeared on the crystal next to the entrance of the novice copy. Congratulations to Lin Xuan for clearing the novice copy Jackal's camp, taking 23 minutes and 17 seconds, setting a new record and ranking first. Someone had already set a new copy record. And it only took 23 minutes. Su Qiu even began to suspect that her eyes were blurry. The current fastest record for a novice copy was 54 minutes, and the new record was surprisingly twice as fast. Lin Xuan, could it be Lin Xuan from your school? Lianwen looked at Su Qiu with a surprised expression. He had a vague feeling that Lin Xuan would set a newbie copy record. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. Su Qiu's heart was also filled with shock. The average person was still frantically brushing levels at this time. This Lin Xuan had even finished brushing records. It's probably just the same name. There are so many demonic geniuses in the country, it can't be such a coincidence that it's our school's Lin Xuan. That's right, my corner didn't even make the list. That Lin Xuan, a penniless kid, how could he break the record? Principal Su, I've heard that your school has awakened a mythic rank profession? That's a big event that hasn't occurred in many years. There is indeed such a thing, but Master Liang has appraised that his career power-up is in the later stages, and the early stages might not be too good. Haha, it's normal for every career to have different characteristics. Hearing Su Qiu's words, Luo Xiong was comfortable. Since Lin Xuan was a late-stage profession, he was definitely not Luo Kun's opponent now. Even though Luo Kun hadn't been able to grab the first kill in the Jackal camping area, there were still 3 left in the core area, so there was a good chance. Once a record appeared in one of the zones, then it also meant that it wouldn't be long before records appeared in the other zones as well. It didn't take long for the second subtitle to appear. Congratulations to Lin Xuan for clearing the novice copy of the Firewolf Mountain Ridge area in 18 minutes and 46 seconds, setting a new record and ranking number 1. Chapter 007, Evolving Again. Silver Level. Lin Xuan, it's this Lin Xuan again. And this time it only took 18 minutes, it's even faster than just now. The difficulty of the 4 core areas of the novice copy was about the same, but Lin Xuan was able to shorten the time again. It showed that he was gradually becoming stronger in battle. And it was powerful to the naked eye. Before Su Qiu could get excited, the other schools cheered first. This Lin Xuan, he even doubled his speed. Which big family's demon is he? With this kind of strength, all the professional universities in the country are at his disposal. Single brush, he's single brush. Someone finally realized the key. When the system was broadcasting, Lin Xuan's name didn't have the word team after it. This meant that he had been brushing alone. In terms of the speed of brushing copies, solo brushing and grouping were 2 completely different concepts. There is a world of difference in brushing speed between the 2. You know, today's novice copy record, which is not a good team of fine-tuned serious raid down. But today, it was actually broken by Lin Xuan alone in a single swipe. This kind of terrifying speed was no longer enough to be described by the word demon. Master Liang, do you think it's possible that any high-level student snuck into the copy to set the record? Su Qiu couldn't help but ask. He hoped from the bottom of his heart that this Lin Xuan was this Lin Xuan from their school, but this kind of horrible record didn't feel too real to him. Impossible, this is definitely a newcomer who just awakened his profession. Only those who have just participated in the awakening ceremony and still have the scent of the awakening phalanx lingering on their bodies can enter the novice copy. If it's someone who has long been awakened, it's absolutely impossible to enter. Lianwen dismissed Su Qiu's speculation. So the question is, who is this Lin Xuan? Is it Lin Xuan from the first senior high school in Donghai City? Or is it someone else? Just as everyone outside the copy was in shock, Lin Xuan had already met the boss of the 3rd area. 2-headed tiger eagle boss. Level 11. Power 163. Physique 165. Agility 154. Mental strength 122. This area was the most difficult of all of them. There were very few monsters, but their attributes were super high, making them very troublesome to deal with. Of course, no matter how powerful these monsters were, in front of Lin Xuan's bronze-level death servant, it was just a matter of a single slash. If one slash wasn't enough, then another. The only thing that bothered Lin Xuan was that with fewer monsters and less experience, upgrading was slow. Also, this boss could fly. Lin Xuan's death servant was very powerful, but was a melee fighter and had no means of countering the air. As such, the 2-headed tiger eagle in the guise of the noble flight department, for a time, surprisingly held Lin Xuan's advance. This 2-headed tiger eagle was a rare 3-attribute monster. The eagle's body possessed the wind attribute and 2 tiger heads, one with the water attribute and one with the fire attribute. The boss flew in the air, constantly charging Lin Xuan and firing elemental attacks such as wind blades, fireballs, water bombs, and so on, fighting to the death. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, was tired of dealing with it. The summoning department was at least a branch under the magician, but it was a failure to not have a means of long-range attack. I declare that summoners are a disgrace to magicians. Lin Xuan could only be defeated? Of course not. Who says Lin Chuan doesn't have a long-range offense? He just can't afford to give it up. However, at this point in time, it was obvious that the two-headed tiger eagle would not be taken down so easily, so he could only use his last resort. Soul Snatching Vector launches a soul attack on the target, inflicting spiritual power 1000% damage and a 1-second stun. Consumption 50 spiritual power. This skill required a full 50 points of spiritual energy to be consumed, and with the double summoning of the Priest Scepter, it was enough to summon 10 Death Servants. It wasn't that Lin Chuan didn't have a means of offense, he just couldn't spare it. Before the challenge, Lin Chuan had anticipated that he would encounter the current situation and had left enough mental energy to unleash the Soul Snatching Vector skill. Seeking a break, Lin Chuan unleashed the skill. Soul Snatching Vector. Lin Chuan stretched out his fingers and a pitch-black arrow coalesced into shape. The pitch-black arrow was incomparably sharp, and an aura of death surrounded it. Go! Only with a swoosh sound, the arrow turned into a black line and chased after the two-headed tiger eagle. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of us. Not only was this arrow incredibly fast, but it was also unafraid of any means of defense. Even though the two-headed tiger eagle protected its feathers in front of its body, it still couldn't stop the black arrow from hitting its brain. Two-headed tiger eagle's blood 1050. Two-headed tiger eagle breath 525. An additional skill was added under the effect of the Priest's Scepter. The two attacks dealt 1575 points of direct damage. The two-headed tiger eagle only had a sliver of blood skin left. The stun effect of the Soul Snatching Vector was activated, and the two-headed tiger eagle lost control of its body and fell down from the air. Although it was only a brief second, it put the two-headed tiger eagle in a situation of no return. The Death Servants seized the opportunity. With a flash of the blade, the two heads of the two-headed tiger eagle said goodbye to their necks forever. Killed two-headed tiger eagle, experience plus 260. With a flash of blue light, a blue equipment duly appeared in the storage space. Lin Chuan had also successfully risen to level 10 in this attack. Level 10 was a bump in the road. Lin Chuan felt that his strength had become even stronger than it was originally, as if something had vaguely broken through. He hurriedly checked his information. Name, Lin Chuan. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 10 0.33%. Power, 151. Physical fitness, 151. Agility, 154. Mental strength, 165. Necrospace, 66 100. Skills, Death Servant? Soul Snatching Vector? After reading the attributes, Lin Chuan was astonished. It turned out that upgrading only increased the attributes by 10 points, but after ascending to level 10, it directly increased by 50 points. And still, all 4 attributes increased by 50 points. This kind of boost was not just a half a star. Powerful bosses in the duplicates usually had considerably higher attributes than humans. Even so, the level 11 attributes were only about 130. And Lin Chuan's level 10 attributes were as high as 150. Even if he was given a sword now and allowed to physically fight with a warrior, he would probably be able to the boss to death. Since my attributes have been boosted, what about the attributes of the summons? As soon as he thought of this, Lin Chuan's breathing became rapid. Death Servant's Silver Grade. Level 10. Power 1500. Physique 1500. Agility 1500. Mental Strength 1500. Silver Realm Power, Defense plus 20%, Damage plus 20%. 1500. Not only did the Death Servant grow from bronze to silver, its defense and damage were increased to 20%. The attributes were even higher at 1500 points. Even fully equipped level 19 other professions wouldn't be able to reach such a high attribute, right? The point was that this kind of summon with super strong attributes, Lin Chuan now had 66 of them. Once the 66 silver grade Death God servants were out, who would compete with them? Chapter 008 Poor Luo Kun. In addition to the increase in attributes, Lin Chuan also discovered an unusual spot. There was actually an extra question mark in the skill list. Question mark? What is this? Lin Chuan subconsciously felt that this feeling of his breakthrough being unbroken was inevitably related to this question mark. Tap on the question mark and continue to view the details. New skills can be learned. Use the beginner's skill learning scroll to start learning. It turns out that the new skill learning privilege has been unlocked. New skill, what type is it? A new attack skill? Or a new summoned beast? Lin Chuan was very curious. In this world, one new skill could be learned every 10 levels. To learn a new skill you need to use a prop called a skill learning scroll. Levels 120 use the beginner's skill learning scroll. Levels 30-50 require the use of intermediate skill learning scrolls. Levels 50-80 require advanced. Further up, levels 80-100 require top-level skill learning scrolls. Skill learning scrolls, a very expensive prop. Even a beginner skill learning scroll was as high as 200,000 gold coins in the trading house. Intermediate's current market price was as high as $1 million. Advanced skill learning scrolls, on the other hand, would cost tens of millions. As for the top skill learning scrolls, they were priceless and could no longer be measured in terms of money, and were often exchanged for goods. To learn a new skill, Lin Chuan needed a primary skill learning scroll. This was undoubtedly an astronomical amount for a clean orphan like Lin Chuan. But it didn't matter, he had now awakened a mythic rank profession. The level would be there, the equipment would be there, and the skill learning scrolls would be there. Lin Chuan's heart leapt for joy, bent on quickly obtaining a primary skill learning scroll to unlock new skills. Hurry up and finish brushing the copies and go to the wilderness area. Making up his mind, Lin Chuan ran towards the last piece of the novice copy without looking back. Behind him was a huge swathe of silver-ranked death god servants. A rookie copy is a rookie copy after all, and in the eyes of an old-fashioned professional, this is all a small fight. Only after entering the wilderness area could one be considered a qualified professional. The wilderness zone not only had wild monsters, but also more powerful copies in secret areas. There are endless encounters and challenges there. You can also obtain a variety of precious props, rare treasures, and powerful equipment. Just thinking about this, Lin Chuan couldn't wait. Congratulations to Lin Chuan for clearing the novice copy of the Twin Tiger Forest area in 25 minutes and 6 seconds, setting a new record and ranking first. Outside the novice copy, the record refresh subtitles appeared again. It's this Lin Chuan again, this is already the third record he's refreshed, too strong. Luo Kun, who had been outside the replica trying to cheer his son on, now had an ugly look on his face. From thinking that Luo Kun could sit firmly at the top of the leaderboards, to now he only wanted this Lin Chuan to slow down. Even if it was just for a moment, letting Luo Kun brush up on his record would be fine. Well, at least it would be considered to have accomplished the matter of breaking the record. He's slowing down. Liangwen noticed that the time it took Lin Chuan to clear the third area, compared to when he cleared the second area, not only did it not speed up, but it also slowed down. Leveling up but slowing down, probably encountering monsters he's not good at. Su Chou guessed. The boss of the Twin Tiger Forest area is of the flying system, and it's normal for novice professionals in general to lack the means to take on the air. Let's just see how well he does in this last slice. The last slice, the Rift Abyss, all the monsters are wind attributed, and the terrain of this level is difficult to navigate, so I'm afraid we'll have to wait. The current leaderboard record for Rift Abyss was 57 minutes and 23 seconds, even if Lin Chuan's speed was faster, it would take at least half an hour or more. This was the guess of both Su Chou and Liangwen. Right at this moment, a fluctuation appeared in the space in front of the novice copy, and a figure appeared in the crowd's gaze. It was Luo Kun. Heavily armed. He was only seen running to Su Chou with an excited face. "Headmaster, I've risen to level 8. Su Chou glanced at him and said perfunctorily, "Aha, very good, very good." Then she turned her gaze back to the faraway place at the novice copy. "Headmaster, I'm level 8, level 8. Fine, I got it. Su Chou's unconcerned attitude left Luo Kun confused. He had risen to level 8. And he hadn't seen Lin Chuan or Lu Shuhan. The upgrade speed of an average person in a novice copy who wanted to level up to level 8 was commonly in the range of 4-8 hours. He, Luo Kun, on the other hand, had already risen to level 8 after only 3 hours. This kind of talent and upgrade speed had set a record for upgrade speed in East Sea City. Even looking at the province and even the country, Luo Kun felt that he could rank himself. Even the school flower, Lu Shuhan, wouldn't have a speed like his own. But why did Su Chou not even look at himself? What was he expecting? Luo Kun was curious. "Koan, come here." Luo Kun was called over by Luo Xiong. "Dad, you're here too? I got promoted too." Seeing Luo Xiong's dark face, Luo Kun realized that things were not good and immediately swallowed back the words on his lips. "That is to say, you haven't started challenging the core area until now? And coming out early and wasting today's opportunity to get into a copy? Dad, don't worry, with my upgrade speed, I'll catch up in half a day." Luo Kun patted his chest in assurance. "Rubbish, get the hell out of here and stand to the side." Luo Xiong's lungs were now about to explode with anger. Originally he had thought that Luo Kun would be able to set a new record in the novice copy to give himself a long face. I didn't expect this guy to brush half of his own run out. What a disgrace. At this time, the novice copy entrance once again appeared with subtitles. There's movement. Not only on Su Chou's side, the other schools also held their breath instantly. Is it Lin Chuan? Everyone was curious. Impossible, 10 minutes to pass a zone, absolutely impossible. The probability is still that other students have rated this slice. There is no challenge order for the 4 slices, counting the time, it's time for the students' power-ups. However, the subtitles are revealed. Congratulations to Lin Chuan for clearing the novice copy of the Rift Abyss area in 9 minutes and 35 seconds, setting a new record and ranking first. When the subtitles came out, the entire room was in an uproar. Outside the novice copies were not only teachers from various schools, but also many weakly talented students, as well as people who had exited the copies to rest. Hiss. Surprisingly knocking the record within 10 minutes, is this Lin Chuan still a human being? 10 minutes the recess was only 10 minutes, right? I just went to the restroom, and this person speed past the novice copy core area? God, quickly let me see what this guy really looks like, it's too devastating. Longhua Country, Starfield Battlefield. An old man was sitting on top of the Great Wall of Defense made of energy masonry, facing the extraterrestrial demons that kept on coming under the wall, showing a breezy expression. This person was none other than the strongest combatant of Longhua Kingdom, Li Chungyuan. Not only did he possess the title of Evil Demon Sanctuary, but his level was as high as level 97, and he held the 3 immortal artifacts in his hands. However, it was such an old man who was not surprised by changes. However, his eyes snapped open, revealing a look of disbelief. I didn't expect that the 10-minute record that even I, the creator, couldn't set was broken by a small child. After saying that, Li Sungyan smiled faintly with a relaxed expression and closed his eyes again. Muttering under his breath, he said, "A boy with good talent, Lu Zio, go on a trip to East Sea City." Behind the old man stood several imposing professionals, all of which were not low in rank. However, these people showed immense respect to Li Chungyuan. One of them stepped out from the crowd. "It's master, should we guide him directly to the Starfield battlefield?" "No, if this little guy's talent is really good, just keep an eye on him. Other matters will be discussed after he graduates from the Green Dragon Academy." Chapter 009, Completing the Novice Copy, Heading to the Wilderness Area. The novice copy space fluctuation continued. In the midst of the crowd's burning gazes, Lin Chuan walked out with a calm face. It's really him. Su Qiu's heart was about to jump out of her throat. The name was right, the time was right, and the person who broke the record was most likely Lin Chuan himself. Not waiting for the crowd to react, Su Qiu took an arrow step forward and instantly rushed to Lin Chuan. "Lin Chuan, tell me, was it you who broke the records of the 4 core areas in a row?" Lin Chuan looked at the 4 subtitles above the entrance and nodded his head silently. "Yeah, isn't it written above?" Guessing was one thing, confirming it was another. Su Qiu rounded her eyes. He had fantasized countless times that he would be able to teach an amazing student and make a name for himself in the education world. But he didn't expect Lin Chuan to be so heaven-defying as to set 4 records in a row in one breath. There was even a record that only took 9 minutes. 9 minutes. There was once a legendary powerhouse who said that if he could brush the record for a novice copy into 10 minutes, he would take that person as his disciple. Well, I really didn't look away. Liang Wen said 3 good words in a row. He was very satisfied with Lin Chuan's performance. "Since you awakened the mythic rank profession from my hands, I'll count you as half a teacher. This set of novice equipment is for you, and I hope you shine at the occupier's higher level examination in a week's time. If you can get into the Green Dragon Academy, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me." Liang Wen casually gave Lin Chuan a set of equipment. The shock in his heart right now was no less than Su Qiu's. If he climbs into a relationship with Lin Chuan at this time, maybe when Lin Chuan makes a splash in the world of professionals later on, he can also follow the fire. "Thank you, Master Liang, for the equipment. I'll definitely step up my efforts to upgrade and try to get into the Green Dragon Academy," Lin Chuan said respectfully. "Well, very good, very good." Liang Wen was very satisfied with Lin Chuan's reaction, stroking his beard, an old face bursting into smiles. Master Liang Wen's profession is a formation master, which is extremely rare even amongst auxiliary professions, and is currently working as a formation professor at the Green Dragon Academy, with very high formation attainments and status. If you can follow Grandmaster Liang to learn some formation knowledge, it will also be very beneficial to you in the future. Su Qiu interjected. Lin Chuan had always felt that this Liang Wen wasn't simple, and he didn't expect that he would be a formation professor at Qinglong Academy. Once again, he bowed to Liang Wen before Lin Chuan said to Su Qiu, "Headmaster, I'm now level 11 and would like to apply to go to the wilderness area." Level 11? That fast? Liang Wen had always thought that Lin Chuan had crossed the line by challenging the 4 core areas so early, but he hadn't realized that he had come through it steadily, step by step. In his heart, he couldn't help but look favorably on him for a few more points. If nothing goes wrong, this little guy can basically reserve a freshman spot in the Green Dragon Academy. Hearing Liang Wen's praise, Su Qiu's heart was also smiling. Green Dragon Academy had an extremely small number of admissions each year, and only 1 or 2 people from the first senior high school of Donghai City were able to get into Green Dragon Academy each year. This year, the most promising candidates to enter the Green Dragon Academy are Lin Chuan, Lu Shuhan, and Luo Kun. Haha, borrowing Master Liang's good advice. Level 11, you can indeed go to the wilderness area, go to the faculty office for a pass. Master Liang, Principal Su, you guys stay here, I'm going to apply for the pass. It was said to be processing, but in fact, the school had long ago processed the procedures for each student in advance, so they only needed to receive them directly. Get the pass, Lin Chuan non-stop, directly on the bus to the outskirts of Donghai City, immediately into the intense upgrade cultivation. Looking at Lin Chuan's departing back, Liang Wen and Su Qiu couldn't help but nod their heads. Strong talent, down to earth, motivated, and a good heart, this kid will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Only Luo Xiong had a dark face, staring fiercely at the unproductive son next to him. Seeing Lin Chuan's springy appearance, Luo Kun's heart was harder than eating. His heart was furious, his fists clenched together so tightly that his fingers pierced his skin. Lin Chuan, you wait for me. Why are you still standing here? Still not humiliated enough? Go back with me and get you some props. If you still can't beat that Lin Chuan, when the college entrance exams are over, let's see how I'll clean you up. Luo Xiong grabbed Luo Kun and threw him in the car and left. Today, although he had been led by Lin Chuan by quite a bit, but it didn't matter. With the strength of Luo Kun's family, he was still able to make up for it by using all sorts of precious props. The world of professionals wasn't as simple as it seemed. Talent, financial strength, and connections, you can't have one without the other. And all of these, Luo Kun has. After another hour, Lu Shuhan also rose to level 8 and retreated from the novice copy. Also a rare profession, her upgrade speed was quite a bit slower than Luo Kun's. Headmaster, am I number 1? The first thing Lu Shuhan did after coming out was to ask Su Qiu if he was the fastest of the three. She was the school flower, but not a vase, and having awakened a rare profession, she naturally had thoughts about this first place. Su Qiu shook her head, unfortunately. Who's ahead of me, is it Lin Chuan or Luo Kun? Both. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuhan realized that she had been thrown out by two people a long way. Lin Chuan left it at that, and Lu Shuhan didn't mind. But Luo Kun, before career awakening, was a dude. Lu Shuhan bit her lip, her heart filled with a defiant expression. Lin Chuan is already level 11 and has set a new record for all 4 core areas of the novice copy. Su Qiu added another sentence. Hearing this, the expression on Lu Shuhan's face became even more determined. Then she turned around and entered the novice copy once again in full view of everyone. What about him? Liang Wen was filled with doubt. This world could only enter a copy once a day, this was an unchanging rule, but Lu Shuhan had entered a novice copy for the second time. Lu Shuhan's family is a mysterious magical family that has befriended many strange people. They should have used some kind of prop that increases the number of times they enter a copy. I see. Lin Chuan didn't know anything about the battle between the two of them, Luo Kun and Lu Shuhan, and himself right now. Because at this time, he was already on a bus heading to the outskirts of Donghai City. After an hour of driving, the bus had left the city center and came to the edge of the city. Due to the long battle with the demons, the cities in this world took on a very unique state. In order to supply the professionals, it had developed its own commercial and living system during the long battle with the demons. Various stores were situated on both sides of the road. Weapon stores, equipment stores, potion stores, consumable stores, and other precious props for sale were all available. Not only can you buy powerful equipment and increase the speed of killing monsters, you can also buy recovery potions to add a layer of security to your little life at critical moments. Here, the aura of professionals was thicker and more active. Many professionals could be seen coming and going, turning it into an independent city. In addition, there are mercenary unions, trading houses, and so on. You can get super valuable rewards by taking quests, and you can also exchange the materials you get in the field into gold coins to buy the equipment or materials you need. Chapter 010, Sleeping in the Wilderness at Night. Lin Chuan didn't stay here, his current priority was to level up as quickly as possible. As for some other things, they could be moved back. Crossing the streets, Lin Chuan arrived straight at the city gates. Stop, it's forbidden to leave the city without formalities, those who trespass will be taken down. 2 soldiers on duty at the entrance blocked Lin Chuan's way. I have a pass. Lin Chuan hurriedly proved his innocence. The soldier checked the pass and confirmed its authenticity. Donghai City No. 1 Senior High School, Senior Class 1? Isn't it a candidate who's going to take the professional's higher education examination this year? The notice was just given yesterday. After being reminded by a soldier next to him, the man also remembered. Wait. The man suddenly realized the key issue. The pass, also called the pass, would only be issued to the candidate by the school if the grade had reached level 8. The man's eyes widened. You're already level 8? So fast. Our East Sea City's newbie copy for this year only opened this morning, right, and it's only been a few hours? Entering the wilderness area so quickly, I don't know if the foundation has been firmly laid. Will it be dangerous? I'm already level 11, it's fine. Level 11, that's indeed fine. The soldier returned the pass to Lin Chuan and released him. Wait, he said he's level 11? It wasn't until Lin Chuan walked away that the soldier reacted. That's what he said. Level 11, can someone really upgrade that fast? No one could give him an answer, but judging from the current situation, yes. Moreover, this rightful owner, who had a perverse upgrade speed in their mouths, still resented the fact that he was upgrading as slow as a tortoise. The wilderness area was filled with dangers, and there were all sorts of magical creatures living in it. The wilderness copies are not all located near the city, and you need to cross a long distance to reach the entrance of the copy. For example, the copy that Lin Chuan was going to now had to cross a primitive mountain range. The mountain range hid countless demonic creatures that could attack him at any time. There was a large road leading to the entrance of the replica that had been walked out by the professionals, which was relatively safe. Just in case, Lin Chuan still summoned a death servant to follow him, lest he accidentally get spiked. Lin Chuan's destination for this trip was a copy of a place on the northeast of Donghai City called the Goblin Lair. Goblins, a very disgusting creature. Not only are they short in stature, but they also reproduce extremely quickly, and once their numbers exceed the upper limit of what the population can carry, they will expand outward and start a war. The nearby city of Donghai will naturally be the first to bear the brunt. Years of war had led to the sacrifice of many professionals, and there wasn't a single citizen of Donghai City who didn't abhor goblins. But on the flip side, a high number meant more experience, which was an unrivaled good place for candidates who were eager to upgrade. That's why the Goblin Lair was also perennially on the list of the top 10 most popular copies in Longhua country. Hey, what kind of summon is that? It looks so disgusting. That's right, so big and holding a big scythe. Huh, his bones are showing. So scary. Hey, be careful walking, don't rub the scythe against me. Ah, don't you know how to clean your weapon after killing a monster? The blood is dripping on me. Lin Chuan's death servant's look was so terrifying that it drew a lot of side glances. Unfortunately, the publicity wasn't good, and quite a few people were scared out of their wits. Lin Chuan wasn't too used to being in the spotlight, so in order to avoid too many people joining in on the discussion, he had to leave the avenue and turn to the side streets. Compared to the big road where people come and go, the small road is obviously much more dangerous. At any time there may be hidden goblins popping up to sneak attack. Leaving the crowd, it instantly became quiet. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Lin Chuan immediately put on the set of equipment Liang Wen had gifted him. New hand staff advanced. Level 10. Attribute, mental power plus 20, strength plus 5. Novice wizard's robe premium. Level 10. Attribute, physical strength plus 15, mental strength plus 10. Novice magic boots advanced. Level 10. Attribute, agility plus 10, mental strength plus 10. Beginner's magic ring advanced. Level 10. Attribute, mental strength plus 20. Newbie magic necklace advanced. Level 10. Effect, magic recovery speed plus 50%. The magician profession can wear a total of 5 pieces of equipment. They are weapons, clothes, shoes, rings and necklaces. Other than the weapons, Lin Chuan put on all the other equipment. With the new equipment, Lin Chuan was now bird dogging. Not only had his attributes increased, the number of death servant armies was even closer to 100. Name, Lin Chuan. Profession, necromancer. Level, 1152.79%. Power, 205. Physique, 215. Agility, 210. Mental strength, 250. Necrospace, 86-110. Swoosh. Just as Lin Chuan was still checking his attributes, air-breaking sounds rang out one after another. There was no need to think that someone had launched a sneak attack on him. A sharp stone fell on his body, smashing him raw. Attacked by a low-level goblin warrior, blood 44. Attacked by a low-level goblin warrior, Reaper Servant silver level 36 blood. Lin Chuan originally thought he was careful enough, but it turned out that it wasn't enough. He was still hit by the goblin's sneak attack. It was fortunate that the one he encountered today was a goblin. If it had been any other higher-level demonic creature, wouldn't he have to collect his box lunch? Since one wasn't enough to protect himself, let's start with 20. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers, and 20 silver-ranked death servants instantly appeared in the middle of the forest. All the people who sneaked up on me. With a command, all 20 death servants merged into the darkness of the forest. Within a few moments, a succession of miserable screams came from the forest. Kill low-level goblin warrior, experience plus 33. Kill a low-level goblin warrior, experience plus 33. Acquired inferior axe. Low-level goblin warrior, level 8 glitch. The monsters outside of the copy provide little experience, and the only good thing about them is that they can pop out materials. It was due to this that many low-level professionals were given away to support their families, and mercenary unions often released quests that demanded materials. Goblins were not strong or experienced, but they were numerous. In this wave just now, Lin Chuan looked like he had stabbed out a gnome's nest, and surprisingly, he had taken out a full 50 to 60 gnome mini-monsters. It was only a few minutes from the start to the end of the battle, and he was able to gain 2,000 experience points. It was also a considerable gain. Having gotten a taste of it, Lin Chuan repeated his technique and had the death servants lined up, sweeping along the direction of advance. Any goblin monsters that showed their heads, seconds. After a period of killing monsters, Lin Chuan realized. There were many monsters in the wilderness area, but only relatively speaking. No matter how many monsters there are in the wilderness, you can't afford to have a big map. More than 2 hours had passed since entering the deep forest. Counting the initial wave of goblin dens, Lin Chuan had only discovered a total of 2. The experience hadn't even risen to 5%. This upgrading efficiency wasn't even half a star worse than the novice copy. It seems like upgrading still depends on brushing copies. After Lin Chuan swept through the forest for a few more waves, the sky gradually darkened. It was time to find a place to spend the night. Generally speaking, it is not recommended for professionals to spend the night alone in the wilderness area. If the situation calls for it, try to choose a group or a crowded area within the campground. The main reason for this is to guard against being sneak attacked by wild demons. However, Lin Chuan didn't have this kind of trouble. With this silver-level death god servant standing guard, no demonic creature dared to approach. Chapter 011 Mysterious Assassin Girl. Let's spend the night here today. Before it got completely dark, Lin Chuan found a relatively flat place and lit a campfire. The wilderness area wasn't like the city, there was no guarantee of life here, and everyone would bring enough dry food in their carry-on storage space. It was well known that things like dry food belonged to emergency food, which Lin Chuan didn't like to eat. Luckily, there were quite a few wild beasts in the wilderness area, in addition to magical creatures. Lin Chuan shot a few rabbits and set them up on the fire to roast them. In a short while, the rabbits were roasted with a moist and fragrant aroma. Seeing that the rabbit was cooked, Lin Chuan picked up a rabbit leg and ate it. It smells so good. Suddenly, a crisp young girl's voice came from the forest. Who is it? Lin Chuan was immediately alert. In the wild, humans were more dangerous than demons. After all, demons will just mindlessly take your life, but humans, they also want your money. The forest did not answer Lin Chuan's inquiry, only rustling sounds came from it. Did you bake this? It smells so good. Suddenly, the voice came from behind Lin Chuan, scaring him to the point of sweating. Only to see a pretty-looking young girl appear behind him, the dagger in her hand against Lin Chuan's waist. But you have a strange odor that makes me feel uncomfortable. Lin Chuan felt a terrifying killing intent from the young girl's body, and it was the kind of killing intent that completely disregarded life, as if Lin Chuan wasn't a human being, and was a dead man himself. Luckily, a cold light flashed in the darkness, and the silver-ranked death servant attacked from the darkness. The young girl looked a little surprised as she was forced back. Weak creatures, yet they give me a strong feeling. Obviously you're already weak yourself, and you have to bring along this kind of dragged-down summoned beast. You're really a good person. But that's not how the good guy card works. Lin Chuan had a black line. The young girl was about to attack again. Only to hear a swoosh sound, an arrow flew in the darkness, forcing the girl back. At the same time, not far away from the branches of the tree appeared a person, behind the back of the bow and arrow. Obviously, occupation is an archer. The attack just now was sent by him. The man whistled, "Boss, found her." Not long after, 4 more people rushed out of the forest. At the head was a warrior. The warrior glanced at Lin Chuan. Surprisingly, he even found a helper. However, when he saw that Lin Chuan was wearing a school uniform, his alertness relaxed. I didn't expect you to find a rookie who just awakened his profession. It seems like you've really been pushed to the brink. Stinking, robbing our treasures, why don't you hurry up and give it back? The others followed suit and clamored. It seemed that there was a considerable conflict between these two groups of people. Lin Chuan habitually stayed away from these two groups of people. He didn't want to get into any trouble right now. Bah! What's your treasures? This is what this young lady grabbed first. It naturally belongs to this young lady. On the contrary, it's you 5 little thieves who have been chasing after it for 3 days without sleep. What do you mean? The young girl took out a scroll from her storage space, and the other few people looked at it with glowing eyes. Lin Chuan was no exception. Elementary skill learning scroll, a precious prop worth $200,000. They were fighting over this. This is something our brothers swiped from a public copy. Hurry up and give it back. Heh, you also know that it's something you fought out in the public copy. Since you chose to brush the public copy, you have to be prepared to be picked up. Public copies only allowed single or group entry, and the proceeds from the copy all belong to the person brushing the copy. But public copies are different. Everyone is free to enter and exit. Essentially belonging to the wilderness area, the treasures dropped were not attributed and could be freely picked up by anyone. So if you swipe treasure in a public copy, it also means that you accept being picked up by others by default. So public copies of the treasure must be very, very careful. Once met with people with bad intentions, maybe even people in money. From the dialogue of these people, this elementary skill learning scroll should be the treasure they fought out, but unfortunately it was robbed by this young girl. These people are all level 19, I'll lure them away later. You take the opportunity to escape from the other direction. Sorry for involving you in this. Without waiting for Lin Chuan to reply, the young girl shook the elementary skill learning scroll in her hand. This matter has nothing to do with the little brother over here. If you want this scroll, just come and get it. Shadow Raid. Shadow Raid, the signature skill of the assassin lineage profession. Only to see the young girl turn into a black shadow, and in the blink of an eye, she had already rushed to the vicinity of the leader's warrior. Bypassing the front, she launched a sneak attack from behind. A cold light flashed in the darkness, and the dagger in the young girl's hand stabbed at the back of the warrior's neck like a viper. Ding! The warrior stood still, but the sword in his hand blocked behind him, defusing the young girl's attack. After chasing you for 3 days and 3 nights, you don't think I haven't figured out your attack pattern, do you? So what? You won't be able to catch this lady in this lifetime. The young girl did not continue her attack, kicking her feet on the warrior's weapon and rushing into the forest propelled by the reaction force, then disappearing into the darkness. Quickly breaking through several people, she fled towards the distance. Catch up if you have the ability? The young girl's voice faded away. Catch up. The warrior bellowed, leading his teammates towards the young girl in pursuit. On his way out, he winked at the archer in the tree, who immediately understood. Not long after, the other several people all chased into the forest. Only the archer standing on the tree branch was left, staring at Lin Xuan intently. Something wrong? Lin Xuan asked coldly. Since the other party didn't leave, they naturally took Lin Xuan as their target. After all, in the wild, people were more dangerous than demons. Ha, do you think we're really that stupid? Trying to lure us all away with just a few words from that little girl. Who knows if she's tricking us with a fake scroll? As for this real scroll. He. The archer let out an oozing smile and pulled the bow and arrow in his hand to aim at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's heart sank. This person was clearly not going to let himself go. Moreover, in the eyes of the other party, the difference in strength between the two sides was very obvious. The archer was already level 19, while Lin Xuan was still a level 11 munchkin. There's no need to say nice words. In the wilderness, the rules of killing people, I understand. Since you know that, then immediately hand over the valuable materials on your body, and maybe I can even consider letting you off the hook. Let me off the hook? Lin Xuan snorted coldly. You're just afraid that I have something on me to save my life, right? It wouldn't be good to hurt yourself at that time, would it? Lin Xuan knew in his heart that the other party would never let himself go since he had moved to kill. If he robbed someone else's treasure and let them live, then he would be greeted with a wanted man from the manhwa kingdom. But did Lin Xuan have anything on him to save his life? No. It didn't matter. Lin Xuan wasn't an ordinary level 11 rookie, but a genius who had awakened a mythic profession. He snapped his fingers. A black vortex appeared, and the silver-level death servant appeared in front of him. The good stuff is on me, come and get it if you can. Chapter 012 Beginner Skill Learning Scroll. Good boy, so wild. Today, I'll show you how big the gap is between a professional and a professional. Storm Arrow Rain. Storm Arrow Rain, an advanced skill that comes with a wind attribute attack. The arrows can split into several when attacking. The archer had clearly shot only one arrow, yet Lin Xuan saw a dozen arrows flying towards him. It was indeed like a rain of arrows. Ding 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 ding. The arrow shot at the death servant with a clanking sound. Attacked by a storm of arrows, she 167. Attacked by storm arrows, blood 167. Each of the archer's arrows dealt over 100 damage, and his total damage from this skill was already over 2k. Normally, a level 11 professional wearing a full set of equipment would only have a blood level of just over 2000. In the archer's judgment, this move would be able to directly take away Lin Xuan. But the death servant blocked all the attacks. Lin Xuan was not only fine, he was unharmed. You dare to call it a rain of arrows after only a few arrows? Then what should I call this one? The archer suddenly felt his body being entangled in an unusual black mist. Looking back, more than 20 pairs of scarlet eyes were staring at him in the middle of the forest. It was the death servants that Lin Xuan had used to sweep the area during the day. He didn't even take back the necromancy space, but dispersed into the forest on guard. Lin Xuan hadn't wanted to lay his hands on this person, but this archer was too greedy and dared to hit him. Since this was the case, there was no need for Lin Xuan to stay his hand. The archer's entire body stood up and sweat like a frightened kitten. No, let me go. As long as you let me go, I'll give you everything I have on me. Lin Xuan froze. He didn't expect the other party to say that. Confused. If I kill you, your stuff is mine as usual. Do it. The death servant received the command and closed in towards the archer. Lin Xuan attacked with ferocity and vigor. This archer was worthy of being a veteran who had practiced in public copies, and was still able to act quickly in the face of such great pressure. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability. Swift Wind. Swift Wind can increase one's movement speed by 40%. The scythe of the silver-ranked death servant minion fell, but he actually dodged it. However, there wasn't just one death god servant. Just as he was about to flee in another direction, the other death god servants had already surrounded him. The archer had been cornered. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't escape Lin Xuan. Only a flash of blade light was seen, and the archer's head and body were separated. Clatter! The archer was dead, and the items in the storage space were scattered all over the place. After a professional died, the storage space disappeared and the items inside would fall out. Killing for treasure, that's why the incidence of humans killing each other in the wild are so high. Lin Xuan collected the loot and put it into his storage space with a brain. Get rid of the corpse, I don't want to see him. After saying that, the death servant walked into the middle of the woods carrying the archer's body. After doing so, Lin Chuan sat back down again and took out another rabbit from his storage space and roasted it. The uninvited guest from earlier had interrupted his dinner. 40 minutes later, the roasted rabbit once again gave off a tantalizing aroma. Lin Chuan broke off a rabbit leg and could finally enjoy it slowly. It smells so good. The young girl's voice came from the side as she came back around after resolving her enemies. Didn't I just tell you to hurry up and run away? Why are you still eating? The young girl sat down next to Lin Chuan. That archer tried to kill me, had a fight, and got hungry. Lin Chuan replied without raising his eyelids. This time, the killing intent on the young girl disappeared. After all, one was drawn into the strife because of the appearance of this young girl. How are those people doing? Lin Chuan asked. All solved, the forest is the assassin's home turf. After entering the forest, I lured them away and killed them one by one. The young girl spoke lightly, and Lin Chuan's face didn't have the slightest expression. He didn't want to distinguish who was right and who was wrong on both sides, but just from the matter of that archer trying to make a move on himself just now. These people hadn't done a lot of killing. For the sake of a small amount of money, they treat human life like a piece of grass, and it is also deserved to be killed by this young girl today. It's time. Immediately afterward, Lin Chuan asked, "What, you don't want to kill me now?" The young girl patted Lin Chuan's shoulder and said with a big grin, misunderstanding, I took you as our family's enemy, I apologize. Just in time, I'm also hungry, thanks for the roasted rabbit. The young girl reached out for the roasted rabbit, and Lin Chuan used the stick to open her hand. He clearly saw the stick hit the young girl, but there was no solid feeling coming from his hand. In the blink of an eye, the roasted rabbit was already in the maiden's hands. The young girl revealed a smug expression, "Don't worry, I won't eat you for nothing, here." Only to see her hand lift and throw Lin Chuan a scroll. This is? A beginner skill learning scroll? This thing that the young girl threw over was the very same elementary skill learning scroll that a few people wanted to grab just now. You went to all the trouble of grabbing something from a few of them, and you're just going to give it to me so easily? Lin Chuan couldn't understand this person more and more. It's just a beginner skill learning scroll, it's not worth a few dollars. I grabbed their stuff because it was popped out of a public copy, picking up treasure is fun. Now I'm giving you the stuff because you invited me to eat the roasted rabbit, this is a return gift, in addition, it's also compensation for earlier. Lin Chuan was dumbfounded, this young girl was also clear in some aspects. He was currently short of an elementary skill learning scroll, so he didn't push back and directly put it into his storage space. He then took out 2 more rabbits and roasted them. This primary skill learning scroll is too precious, I won't take advantage of you for nothing. I priced this roasted rabbit at 60,000 apiece, roast 2 more for you and we'll be clear. Lin Chuan was like lying to a child. He didn't expect the young girl to not mind. As soon as she saw Lin Chuan start roasting rabbits again, the young girl's eyes were glowing. This is a deal? Deluding ignorant little girls, I really Lin Chuan gave himself a slap in his heart. Immediately after, Lin Chuan gave himself a second slap, I'm really How can I feel guilty for whoring out a primary skill learning scroll for nothing? Thus, Lin Chuan became at peace again. His handiwork was really good, and he had already captured the young girl's heart. To rabbits, of course. I owe you a favor, if there's anything good in the future, I'll be the first to sell it to you. In Lin Chuan's eyes, this young girl was as if she was involved in the world. But this was normal, there were many big ladies from big families in this world who were usually pampered and out of touch. But once they awakened their profession, they would cross paths with people like Lin Chuan. This kind of person all had one common trait, and that was a lack of common sense in life. In Lin Chuan's mind, he had already decided that this young girl was the first lady of some big family. Haven't asked yet, what's your name? My name is Lin Chuan, level 11, Necro Summoner. Lin Chuan took the initiative to report his name and identity, which was very solemn etiquette in this world. Xia Yuqing, level 27 Phantom Assassin. Lin Chuan's movements visibly froze for a moment. This harmless-looking young girl was already as high as level 27. And by the looks of it, it had already completed the transfer. No wonder he was able to single-handedly kill 4 level 19 professionals by himself. Don't worry, I think you're a good person, I favor you and won't lay a hand on you. Inexplicably, Lin Chuan received another good guy card. Then I really thank you. Chapter 013 The Ring of the Outer Path Inheritance. After eating, the two could finally rest for a while. Xia Yuqing looked petite, but her appetite was surprisingly large. There were 3 roasted rabbits in total, and Lin Chuan ate 1 rabbit leg, the rest were all swept up in her belly. Few satisfied. Xia Yuqing's face was overflowing with satisfaction, she had never eaten so comfortably before. After eating and drinking their fill, the two of them began to chat idly. Looking at your outfit, you're a student from a nearby school, right? The school uniform Lin Chuan was wearing was seen like a rookie at a glance. He graciously admitted, well, preparing for the professional's higher education examination in 6 days. You're preparing to go brush the Goblin Lair copy now, right? I've heard that this copy upgrades quickly. I've heard that it's a lot of fun there, and we just happen to be on our way. Are you trying to enroll in Green Dragon Academy? I've heard that a lot of professionals' first volunteers are this school. What level is your profession, and is it fast to upgrade? Is there any certainty in solo brushing? Do you want me to lead you? Don't worry, I don't charge much, as long as you roast me a rabbit to eat. Like a curious baby, Xia Yuqing directly threw out a bunch of questions, causing Lin Xuan to not know where to start answering. You can't go anywhere. As they were embarrassed, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly came from the forest, startling the two. As a precautionary measure, Lin Xuan had long ago had his death god servants scattered throughout the forest on guard. But they hadn't noticed anyone approaching at all. Then there was only one possibility: this person's strength far exceeded Lin Xuan's. Miss, you've been out for a long time. The matriarch is very worried about your safety and has sent the old slave to take Miss home. I hope Miss won't make things difficult for the old slave. Lin Xuan blinked, and an old man with a hand on a crutch, nearly 60 years old, appeared in front of the two. Uncle Chen, what brings you here? If the old slave hadn't come, I'm afraid that these people would have lost Mississippi. At some point, behind Chen Bo, there was another row of black-clothed men, their figures hidden in the darkness of the night. These people were kneeling on one knee, acting very respectfully towards Uncle Chen and Xia Yuqing. Xia Yuqing spat out her tongue at Uncle Chen. That's because they weren't strong enough on their own to recognize my misty trace technique. Mrs. Strength has improved again. The old slave is doubly happy, but this time, I have been out for a slightly long time, so it's time to go home. The Green Dragon Academy side has sent more than one letter to Miss for you to return to the school, and not only did the master go through a lot of trouble for this, but he also made the family break the bank. Miss, don't make it difficult for us now. If I don't return, what can you do with me? Xia Yuqing crossed her arms with a look of utter fear. Miss is joking, the old slave naturally doesn't dare to do anything to you. But the old slave still sincerely hopes that Miss can make the family head worry less. The expression on Chen Bo's face did not change at all, and there was an additional token in his hand. On the contrary, Xia Yuqing's face changed drastically when she saw the token. A clan leader token? The old man actually handed this over to you. The patriarch was also worried about the young lady, fearing that there would be a change in the middle of the journey, so since you've seen the patriarch's token, then, please. Uncle Chan made way for Xia Yuqing. What's the point of panicking? It's not like I'm not going with you guys, I'm saying goodbye to my friend. Xia Yuqing walked to Lin Xuan with an embarrassed face. I'm sorry, I can't go to the goblin lair with you. Seeing the clan leader's token is like seeing the clan leader himself. I can't disobey the clan's orders. However, I'm sure we'll meet again in the future. I'll wait for you at the Green Dragon Academy. Saying that, Xia Yuqing took out a ring and put it on Lin Xuan's hand, then gave Lin Xuan a hug. Whispering in his ear, she said, "This is the Outer Way inheritance ring. It can save your life at a critical time. Make sure not to take it off. When you rise to level 30, its efficacy will gradually reveal itself. If you encounter difficulties that you can't solve in the future, you can also come to the Salt City Xia family, and we'll give you as much help as we can." As soon as this ring appeared, the black-clothed man behind Chen Bo clearly felt in a state of stupidity. Chen Bo snorted coldly, "Humph, look at that little bit of talent of yours." His voice revealed a shocking pressure, and the restlessness within everyone instantly became quiet. Even though Chen Bo was very calm on the surface, waves of shock were rising in his heart. Not my clan to bring on the ring of the inheritance of the Outer Way must be subject to backlash. This kid even did not react. Could it be that his identity is? A bold idea appeared in Chen Bo's mind, secretly thinking, this matter is too significant. This kid's identity must be reported to the clan chief as soon as possible. Please ask the clan to discuss and decide. Lin Xuan was oblivious to Uncle Chen's thoughts as he nodded solemnly to Xia Yuqing. Don't worry, I will definitely get into the Green Dragon Academy. Xia Yuqing looked at Lin Xuan's hand that did not react to the ring of the Outer Dao inheritance, and suddenly remembered one of the family's most secretive clan mottos. Whoever is recognized by the inheritance, the assassin clan will be submissive for generations. Could it be that his identity is? No wonder he gave me such a familiar feeling just now. As soon as she thought of this, Xia Yuqing's face blushed scarlet. If it's him, it might be quite good. I'll be waiting for you then. Xia Yuqing smiled happily and tiptoed her small steps towards Uncle Chen. Suddenly, her figure disappeared. A pair of big beautiful eyes appeared in front of Lin Xuan's eyes. Before he could react, he only felt a gentle touch on his lips that mesmerized him. Before he could enjoy it, the touch suddenly disappeared again. A low voice came from his ears, "This ring will allow you to awaken your assassin skills, keep it safe." Immediately following, Xia Yuqing, Chen Bo and those men in black disappeared together. In a short moment of effort, only Lin Xuan was left alone in this forest. Cough. After a long time, Lin Xuan came back to his senses and let out a helpless light laugh. What am I, being molested? Lin Xuan had always felt that he didn't have much luck with women, but that was mainly during his school days. He was an orphan, so naturally he would be less popular with his female classmates. But then again, Lin Xuan was good looking, had a good head, and now that he had awakened a mythic level occupation, he was popular amongst the girls. It's definitely a world of difference from before. Green Dragon Academy? Looks like there's one more reason to get in. Lin Xuan had already made up his mind that he must get into the Green Dragon Academy. At the same time, a bold idea appeared in Lin Xuan's mind: awakening assassin department skills? Maybe it's related to my second profession? If this ring is really as magical as Xie Yuqing said, perhaps I'll be able to awaken my second profession. Dual profession fusion. Lin Xuan would become the first dual professional ever in this world. Afterwards, Lin Xuan looked at the ring that Xie Yuqing had given him and checked the attributes. Ring of Outer Path Inheritance Assassin. Rank? Attributes? Effect? Skills? The equipment information can't actually be displayed? There are generally two situations in which this phenomenon occurs. One was that the props themselves were of too high a level, and with Lin Xuan's current strength he was unable to view their properties. The second scenario was that the prop had been planted with a forbidden restriction and needed to reach a certain condition in order to unlock it. It seems like wanting to awaken a dual profession isn't as simple as imagined. However, Lin Xuan was quickly relieved. After all, dual professions were also the first time in human history, so it was only natural that it would be a bit difficult. If it wasn't a little challenging, it would be too meaningless. It seems like we can only do what Xie Yuqing said and level up to level 31st. Too many things had happened tonight, and Lin Xuan was now unable to sleep. So he decided to take advantage of the night to rush ahead to the duplicate campsite near the goblin lair. While rushing, Lin Xuan didn't forget to have the death servant sweep the field for goblins. Sure enough, he found 2 more goblin gatherings, all of which he purged without leaving a single trace of trouble, which was a small contribution to the fight against goblins in Donghai City. Finally, when the sky appeared fish belly white, Lin Xuan saw the lights of the replica camp in the distance. Although this place was a wilderness, the humans had laid down an electrical system here. This has led to the fact that life here is not as poor as one might think. The duplicates could produce a lot of materials and equipment, and around these proceeds, quite a few older low-level professionals had formed mercenary unions here. Every day, they made a living by entering the duplicates to brush materials, and occasionally hoped that some rare props would be popped out. Where there is popularity, a small circle of life will naturally form. So around the replica, small towns and business districts were established here, all functioning no differently than the urban border districts of Donghai City. Only that every time a beast wave was initiated, these temporary towns would be destroyed. So the scale and architectural refinement wasn't as high as the cities. According to the professionals, it works. It was satisfying to have the kind of place that now provided them with a place to rest in trade. At this time, the sky was still not yet bright, and there were already professional mercenaries in the replica camp who had begun to move around, preparing for their daily replica quests. In order to avoid causing too much commotion, Lin Xuan retrieved his death servants back into the necrotic space, leaving one to protect himself. However, Lin Xuan still underestimated the influence of the death god servant. As soon as he appeared in the middle of the duplicate camp, he immediately drew the attention of the mercenaries. Hey, what do you guys see there? A skeleton with a scythe. It's scary. Can skeletons use such strange weapons now? That skeleton's eyes are red, like blood. The moment I see him I break out in a cold sweat. It was fine for the school students to be scared of seeing a death god servant. What Lin Xuan didn't expect was that even professionals who had experienced the baptism of a replica would make such a big fuss about it. It seemed that this undead creatures and skeletons would really instill fear in humans innately. Lin Xuan didn't want to stay here any longer. He was so focused on quickly entering the copy to upgrade that he walked straight towards the entrance of the copy. Shoo! Suddenly, the sound of breaking air came from behind him. The death servant struck just in time, cutting the thing in half with a single slash. It was an apple. Hey, young man, we're preparing to raid a hell-level difficulty copy, and we're still short one person. I see that your skeleton has good strength. Do you want to team up with us? A mercenary with a huge sword behind his back said to Lin Xuan in a condescending manner. Chapter 014 New Skill, Soul Hooker. Lin Xuan turned back, glancing at the apple on the ground and then at the man. That's not the attitude to look for someone to team up with. Saying that, Lin Xuan had the death servant close in on his opponent. The other party just smiled contemptuously and drew the huge sword behind them, both sides swords drawn. Excuse me, this guy in our team is too rude, I apologize. Just as both sides were about to make a move, a young lady ran out. Without stopping, she apologized to Lin Xuan. Huang Kai, come over here. Apologize. Saying that, she also pressed down the head of the person who had just provoked him. Seeing this appearance, Lin Xuan's anger subsided quite a bit. Although this person was rude, what he threw over was an apple with no killing power, so it really wasn't considered an offense. Let's just forget about this matter. Thanks. My name is Hu Xiaoi, these are my teammates, we are mercenaries from this neighborhood. Mercenaries, to put it bluntly, were professions that exchanged labor for payment, and were basically the lowest level of professionals. Lin Xuan saw that they were around 20 years old and had joined the ranks of mercenaries at a young age. Only now they were still mingling around the low-level copies, and their talent was thought to be very average. But they were also considered lucky. At least the awakened combat class professions. Though it's not very rewarding to swipe a copy when you're low level in the early stages. But as long as slowly and steadily, continue to accumulate experience and level. When level 20 after the transfer, may also be able to unlock a brand new skill, by then it is not impossible to soar to the sky. Only this probability is very low is. By the looks of you, you should be a student of East Ocean City High School, right? Lin Chuan nodded. Lin Chuan. I really envy you guys, you still have the chance to take the college entrance exam, unlike US. It turned out that Hu Xiaoyi and the others were all considered to be failed students in the college entrance exams, because their talent was too poor to be admitted into any of the universities. In the end, they could only be reduced to the lowest level of mercenaries and mingle here. After 2 years of hard work, they had finally leveled up to level 18 and would soon be heading to a higher level map. In order to mark their career as professionals, they were ready to challenge a hell difficulty copy. Now looking for teammates. That giant swordsman has a sense-type skill that can roughly distinguish the strength and weakness of his target. Because he sensed an unusual aura from Lin Chuan, that's how he found him. Only, they had found the wrong person. I'd love to help you guys, but you should also know that I'm preparing for the entrance exams and need to level up in a hurry. Hu Xiaoyi understood this. She herself had participated in the Professionist Advanced Examination 2 years ago, and the sense of urgency that this period gave her was still fresh in her mind. After understanding just now, Lin Chuan learned that these people didn't have bad intentions and were quite popular in this copy camp. They were considered to be good old men. Never did anything bad, and was even keen on taking newcomers to level up. This made Lin Chuan couldn't help but raise his goodwill towards them. If my upgrades go well, I might consider teaming up with you guys for a copy on the last day. Are you guys 4=1? Actually, there are only 3 of us. Then you guys need to find another strong teammate. Aha, leave this matter to us. In 5 days, we should be able to find a suitable teammate. Hu Xiaoyi nodded heavily, her expression very solemn. Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. It seems like they take this matter very seriously. Let's hope that my upgrade goes smoothly. Let's try to help if we can. Saying goodbye to a few people, Lin Chuan arrived at the entrance of the Goblin Lair copy. His main task right now was still upgrading, otherwise everything would be empty talk. Goblin Lair, access level, 818. Except for the newbie copy, which is special and only has the difficulty of newbie, the other copies are divided into 5 levels. Difficulty from low to high is normal, difficult, elite, nightmare, hell. The higher the difficulty of the copy, the higher the level of the monsters and the more experience you get. And the drop rate of items will also increase as the difficulty rises, with no certain drops for the first 3 levels. Nightmare difficulty is bound to produce a blue fine equipment, while at the highest difficulty level, hell, there is a probability of dropping purple rare equipment. Now that Lin Chuan's level had reached level 11, his silver level Death Servant had already reached 2,000 points under the 10-fold increase of the Death Domain's attributes. This kind of strength could only be described as terrifying. Many professions at level 20 with full equipment weren't necessarily stronger than a Death Servant. Moreover, Lin Chuan still had dozens of such Death God servants. It's not too much to simply brush a Nightmare level, right? Lin Chuan had a rough judgment of his own strength and directly chose the Nightmare difficulty copy. A black vortex appeared and Lin Chuan was sucked into the copy. Entering the replica, the surroundings changed. It looks like the edge of a forest swamp, with very dim sightlines and a dark green color filling the surroundings. It was very uncomfortable to look at. Before his professional awakening, Lin Chuan had done his homework long ago, and he had memorized the copy guide. But before raiding the copy, he had more important things to do. Elementary Skill Learning Scroll. This thing was an unrivaled treasure amongst low-level professionals. It was important to realize that a low-level professional might only have a few hundred gold coins a day by painting copies. As for the primary skill learning scrolls, the price in the auction house was worth 200,000 gold coins for just one. It was something that low-level professionals would want to obtain even if they grabbed their heads. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, Lin Chuan had held back until now before daring to use it. He was the only one in the copy, and it was undoubtedly the safest place to be. As the scroll entered his hand, a surging energy fluctuation came from it. Lin Chuan tore open the scroll, and the energy contained within it turned into a purple light that drilled into Lin Chuan's body. Afterward, a message about the new skill appeared in his mind. Use the primary skill learning scroll to obtain the new skill Soul Hooker. Soul Hooker, summon a Soul Hooker. Consumption, 100 points of spiritual energy. Just as Lin Chuan had expected, a new type of summoned beast was added to the skills learned at level 10. The new summoned beast required 100 points of mental energy to be consumed, and there was indeed some pressure on Lin Chuan's current amount of blue. But it doesn't matter. Lin Chuan still had the Priest Scepter, a divine artifact, in his hands now. The double casting of the Priest Scepter was not only effective on Lin Chuan's summoning skills, but the attributes of the summoned beasts were also not discounted. Let me see what's so unusual about this soul summoner. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers. 2 summoning spells appeared in front of him. Unlike the spells when summoning the death god's servants, this time there were also red and blue colors flowing in the spells. Please choose the type of summon soul summoner, A. Soul summoner horseface, B. Soul summoner ox head. Surprisingly, there are still two types of summoned beasts. Lin Xuan guessed that these two types of summoned beasts should have different functional biases. He now had enough spiritual power to summon it twice, both times. So first, he summoned the hooked soul horseface. The spell began to flow, and the red glow blended into the spell. Clatter! Clatter! After the spell, the sound of chains rubbing against the ground came out, like some kind of sealed creature breaking free. Boom, boom, boom. As the heavy footsteps got closer and closer, a creature with a dark red body stepped out from the spell. Chapter 015 Great Display of Divine Might. What came out from the summoning spell formation was a 3-meter-tall humanoid summoned beast, but with the features of a horse. Above the huge horse's head, the two copper bell eyes were frightening to look at. The limbs of the horse's face were bound with pitch-black iron chains, which emitted black smoke and were clearly not mortal. Lin Xuan checked the new summoned beast information. Hooked horseface. Level 11. Power 3000. Physical fitness 750. Agility 2000. Mental strength 2000. Soul hooking strike active, used actively, attack deals 200% damage, consumption 1000 mental energy, cooldown 1 day. 3000. The power of hooked horseface was surprisingly high at 3000, and even a flat A could deal a decent amount of damage. And there was also a bludgeoning skill that could deal 6000 points of damage in a single hit. In this period of low level and low blood, most monsters didn't have specific skills yet, and 6000 points of damage was just a crunchy mess to kill. Worthy of being a soul hooker. One hit to hook the soul. Even though hooker horseface physique was relatively low, the attacks of these low-level monsters weren't much higher. If they couldn't kill the hooked soul horseface in seconds, they would be killed by the hooked soul horseface in seconds. The best defense is offense. Even worse, didn't he still have a silver-ranked death god servant with a physique of up to 2000? Letting the silver-ranked death god servant take the front, horseface of the soul hooked soul lewdly got up at the back and searched for an opportunity to attack while he had the chance. Lin Xuan had instantly planned out the strategy for using hooked soul horseface. Right, there's another summoned beast. Lin Xuan used the soul summoner skill again and two summoning spells appeared. This time, Lin Xuan chose another soul summoner, the soul summoning ox head. Blue light flowed through the spell formation, and a summoned beast with a dark blue color all over its body walked out of the spell formation. Like horseface, the soul hooking ox head was also humanoid, but with features more in line with the appearance of an ox. His whole body appeared more porcelain, and he held a fan in his hand that was comparable to the size of a shield. Soul hooking bullhead. Level 11. Power 750. Physical fitness 3000. Agility 2000. Mental strength 2000. Psionic shield active, used actively, temporarily increases the target's constitution by 1000 points for 30 minutes. Consumption 1000 spiritual power. Cooldown 1 day. Another 3000. The complete opposite of hooked on horseface though. Hooked soul ox head strength was only 750, but his physique was 3000. In other words, it's a meat shield. Lin Xuan had just planned the use of the hooked horseface, and now there was a meat shield. It was simply too sweet. And the hooked ox head can also give teammates a shield. The two hooked messengers of the ox head and horseface are simply a perfect match. Imagine, hook bullhead to horseface set a shield, 1750 physique of horseface is now almost equal to invincible. Can't stand it at all. Lin Xuan wanted to try out the power of the new summoned beast now. He walked towards the front. A few meters away, the scenery ahead changed radically. One could only see that the originally dense forest had turned into a barren desert, and the ground had been plowed with large and small pits. Lin Xuan knew that this was the true copy of the Goblin Lair. Every copy had a backstory behind it, and the Goblin Lair copy was no exception. Years ago, humans and goblins waged a great war, with many dead and wounded on the human side, and finally alerted a certain great power. He sealed the goblins into the sub-dimensional plane, where the map and the copy is located. However, due to the strong reproduction and greedy nature of creatures like goblins, they destroyed all the flora and fauna in the vicinity, resulting in the current scene. "Little guys, Daddy is here, don't come out to lead the death," Lin Xuan shouted, his voice spreading out into the distance and the desert. Not long after, only dust and smoke could be seen, and a dark green wave was rushing towards Lin Xuan in the distance. It was a bewildering number of goblin warriors, conservatively estimated to be at least 1000. Intermediate goblin fighters. Level 13. Power 133. Physique 179. Agility 104. Mental strength 87. It's only level 13 in the district, ants are still ants. Lin Xuan released all the summons in the necromancy space in one breath, and nearly 100 tall death god servants appeared in the desert. It was a stark contrast to the obscenely built goblins. "Go on, show me what you're made of." Lin Xuan waved his hand, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle on the hillside. Although the intermediate goblin warrior's level was 2 levels higher than Lin Xuan was a mythic rank profession, and with his equipment on, his attributes had already been crushed against the intermediate goblin warrior. Moreover, the power attribute of the silver-level death servant had already reached 2000, which was simply a dimensional blow to these monsters with only 1800 blood. Every slash could take away one, no, it was taking away a piece of mid-level goblin warriors. This 3 to 4 meter scythe was not for show, the killing power was comparable to a small ranged skill. Kill intermediate goblin warrior, experience plus 50. Kill an intermediate goblin warrior, experience plus 50. Acquired goblin's ear. More monsters, more experience. With the summoned beasts fighting to kill the enemies, Lin Xuan's experience was also rising. Occasionally, he was able to get some materials that were of little use, which could be thrown into the trading house and exchanged for gold coins. 10 minutes later, the upgrade gold light flashed, and Lin Xuan smoothly rose to level 12. At this rate of brushing, I should be able to reach level 17 before the college entrance exam. The power of a mythic rank profession was not only reflected in the strength of the combat power that far exceeded that of other professions, but there was also an extra bonus for brushing experience on a regular basis. The same as to brush the rookie copy, the average professional brushes just 8 levels, while the high-grade professional can rise to level 9 or 10. Only Lin Xuan, after brushing, rose to an unprecedented level 11. Now after brushing this wave of monsters, Lin Xuan's level had not only risen to level 12, but he also had more than 10% more experience. 1,000 monsters can raise 30% experience, something's up. The battle was nearing its end, and the number of mid-level goblin warriors was running low. Kill high-level goblin general elite, experience plus 165. Obtained a first-order crystal core. Lin Xuan noticed a message. There was even a high-level general hidden in this group of mid-level goblin warriors, which was an elite monster, considered a mini-boss in general. However, in front of Lin Fan's superb combat power, this high-level goblin general was slashed to death without even showing his face. Ha! Out of crystal cores? Crystalline core, an extremely rare energy crystal that popped out of a copy, contained a large amount of energy. In this game law world, the crystal core was the basic material for providing energy, making various magic props, and maintaining social activities. The value of crystal cores was extremely high, and just a first-order crystal core could be sold for thousands of gold coins. However, the drop rate of this kind of thing was extremely low, so it seemed very precious. It was worth mentioning that the archer that Lin Xuan had killed last night had 2 first-order crystal cores amongst his loot. If it was put inside the trading house, it would also be a considerable amount of income. After dealing with the monsters, Lin Xuan continued to move forward. After climbing over a hill, a huge cave entrance appeared ahead. In front of the cave entrance stood 2 goblin wolf cavalry. The goblin wolf cavalry were very alert, and as soon as they saw Lin Xuan appear, they immediately blew their whistles. Then the sound of animal roars could be heard coming from the caves, and a single goblin wolf cavalryman poured out of the caves. Ow! Ow! Chapter 016 Hidden Boss. The goblin wolf cavalry didn't rush to attack, but waited for the number of their companions to increase. After so many years of fighting humans, goblins were also considered a fighting race. They clearly knew their weaknesses and strengths, their single attribute was low, but their numbers held a great advantage. Lin Xuan wouldn't give them the chance to increase their numbers and immediately ordered the summons to charge forward. Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Level 14. Power 188. Physique 267. Agility 193. Mental strength 113. Naturally, this attribute was not comparable to Lin Xuan's death god servants, but the significant increase in physique had allowed them to break through 2,600 blood points. This resulted in the death god servant not being able to directly kill them in seconds with a single slash, but only inflicting heavy injuries. Although it was merely a matter of adding another slash, this greatly reduced Lin Xuan's speed of clearing the monsters. This time it took more than 20 whole minutes for Lin Xuan to settle the goblin wolf cavalry guarding the cave entrance. But there was also good news. Goblin wolf riders have twice the experience of other minions. This was normal, after all. A goblin wolf cavalryman was a combination of a goblin warrior and a mounted wolf beast, which was considered 2 monsters. After clearing the wolf cavalry outside, but the goblin wolf cavalry in the cavern was still pouring out. What Lin Xuan had to do next was to guard the entrance of the cave, but whenever a wolf cavalryman ventured out, it would be greeted with a life-sapping scythe. This process lasted for close to 10 more minutes before Lin Xuan finally couldn't see any more wolf cavalry charging out. According to the copy guide that he had learned in school, the next thing to do was to enter the cave and kill the goblin giant king in the lair, and then the copy would be considered cleared. The cavern was 3 meters high and overall narrow, with torches lighting the sides, so there was no need to worry about vision. But this terrain was a huge challenge for Lin Xuan. He didn't know how many other gnomes were hidden in this cave, and was very worried about that. If the terrain was flat, he wouldn't be worried at all, but the problem was the cave. Once inside, it could only hold up to 2 summons in the front and back, with a severe lack of combat and defense power. In the event of a sneak attack by goblins, the consequences would be very serious. At such a time, the value of the hooked bull's head was fully realized. Soul Power Shield. It could temporarily increase Lin Xuan's constitution by 1,000 points, and with an extra 10,000 points of extra blood out of thin air, it could definitely guarantee safety. The Soul Power Shield could last for half an hour, which was enough for him to kill through the copy. Lin Xuan had the soul-striking bullhead put shields on himself and a soul-striking horseface. With the hooked soul horseface in the front and the silver-level death servant in the back, Lin Xuan entered the cave. As expected, it was just as Lin Xuan had feared. He had just walked more than 10 meters into the cave when he spotted a goblin assassin lurking up. This goblin assassin attacked from the shadows of the firelight and slashed at Lin Xuan. Attacked by a low-level goblin assassin, 0 blood. With the hooked bull's head soul shield, damage taken is prioritized by deducting the shield value. 230 points of damage doesn't hurt. The goblin assassin showed its head, and hooked horseface grabbed it and pressed it directly on top of the cave's wall, slapping it into a crumpled mess. Kill low-level goblin assassin, experience plus 65. I don't know how many more goblin assassins are lurking in this cave, we have to be cautious back there. Lin Xuan realized that the torches in the cave were placed with care. There were always corners where the firelight couldn't shine. And in those corners, there were ambushes by goblin assassins. Discovering this pattern, Lin Xuan followed the rules and really solved quite a few goblin assassins along the way. After another 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Xuan smoothly arrived at the exit of the cave. In front of that was a huge cavity, and inside was the final boss, the Goblin Giant King. When he was nearing the exit, Lin Xuan stopped. He sensed something a little unusual. Right on the cave wall not far from the exit, he noticed that the color of the wall there wasn't quite the same as the rest of the place. It was obviously sealed up later. The color difference in the walls was not noticeable, especially with the dancing firelight. If Lin Xuan hadn't sensed the secret of this torch hiding the goblin assassins, he probably wouldn't have found it either. Since the firelight can hide the goblin assassin, it can also hide something else. There's something behind this. Lin Xuan immediately remembered that there was a legend about goblin lairs on the internet. The rumor was that there was a hidden boss in this copy of the goblin lair that had a chance of popping out legendary grade props. Legendary level props are rare treasures that are worth millions or even tens of millions of dollars. However, regarding this hidden boss, it has not been discovered so far, so the heat of this legend gradually cooled down, and people gradually stopped looking for the location of the hidden boss. Lin Xuan guessed that he had most likely discovered the location of the hidden boss. Since it hadn't been discovered before, everything behind this wall was unknown. What traps were in there, how strong the monsters were, no one knew. Everything could only be felt out by Lin Xuan himself. The unknown is always dangerous. But Lin Xuan didn't believe in evil. Break it! Clatter! Boom! Lin Xuan barked out a command and Horseface made an attack, the hooked soul chain smashing the wall. Sure enough, behind the wall, a passageway appeared. Go! Lin Xuan led the summoned beast into it. Unlike outside, there was no danger of sneak attacks in this passage, and the journey was unhindered. At the end of the passage was an even more enormous cave. There was no light source in the cave, and through the faint light of the fire, Lin Xuan could see that there were many creatures inside, and a smell of animals mixed with the smell of beasts' feces and urine hit his face. Just then, countless pairs of scarlet eyes lit up in unison in the cave. Lin Xuan had been discovered. Ow! Ow! For a moment, the howling of wolves rose up, and the light in the cave became brighter for a moment. It's the Silver Moon Wolves. Silver Moon Wolf. Level 13. Power, 156. Physical fitness, 188. Agility, 173. Mental strength, 50. A wolf magical beast that inhabits the darkness, the wolf hair on its entire body can emit bright moonlight. The level of this beast was not high, which was why it was captured by the goblins and used as a mount. From the performance of these silver moon wolves, it was obvious that they had been completely domesticated. Come out, give it to me. At this moment, Lin Xuan had already walked into the cave and snapped his fingers. Countless death god servants were instantly summoned out. There was enough space in the cave for Lin Xuan to summon more summon creatures. As long as Lin Xuan was given the space to play, then in front of the death servant's super high attributes, the number of silver moon wolves would be no matter how many. It wouldn't be enough. Both sides instantly started fighting. Lin Xuan's summoned beasts were like nobody's business, and between the swords, there were bound to be silver moon wolves that were killed. As time passed, the silver moon wolves were all harvested by Lin Xuan. There are about 300 monsters here. The experience is pretty good. This place was worthy of being a hidden area, and there was an extra experience bonus. It was simply an unrivaled treasure for people like Lin Xuan who were eager to upgrade. However, he also found something wrong at the same time. Strange, the silver moon wolves have already been killed by me. How come the light here is still so bright? Chapter 017 First Kill, Legendary Props. Soon enough, Lin Xuan got his answer. In the middle of the stone wall on the other side of the cave, there was a piece of iron fence that was more than 5 meters high. Unsurprisingly, there must be some powerful creature sealed inside. You go. Ever since unlocking the new summoned beast, Lin Chuan had unnecessarily allowed the Death Servant to risk his life. The Death Servant was now his main source of output, and when it came to scouting, he had better options. The hooked bullhead stepped out from the group of summoned beasts. With a whopping 3,000 body mass, it could handle any threat from its level. As the bull's head approached the iron bars, the monster inside finally showed itself. Silver Moon Wolf King hidden. Level 17. Power 445. Physical fitness 397. Agility 401. Mental strength 363. King of Silver Moon, summon 20 Silver Moon Wolves to help in battle. Surprisingly, it was the Silver Moon Wolf King that was ranked as high as level 17, and it was also a hidden boss. Elite monsters were different from ordinary small monsters in that they could possess an additional skill, and their strength was naturally incomparable. It's just that the attributes. In Lin Chuan's eyes, there is no difference between it and a small monster. Go! Lin Chuan gave an order, and a bewildering number of silver-ranked Death God servants ran towards the Silver Moon Wolf King. In a flash of cold light, the Silver Moon Wolf King's blood level had disappeared by nearly half. The body was pulled open by the slash with a huge wound, and blood was spilled all over the ground. This slash galvanized the beast instincts of the Silver Moon Wolf King, and it keenly sensed that these Death God servants in front of it were a huge threat to its life. In a panic, it dodged towards the back, surprisingly avoiding the attack of another Death God servant. At the same time, it made a split-second decision and immediately used the King of Silver Moon skill. Ow ow. The sound of wolves howling echoed through the cave. I don't know where a bunch of Silver Moon wolves suddenly drilled out from, running towards Lin Chuan. The Silver Moon Wolf King saw through Lin Chuan at a glance that he was the most dangerous being. As long as he was resolved, the current predicament would not be broken. However, imagination was beautiful and reality was always cruel. With 20 Silver Moon Wolves, there might still be some threat to the others. But to Lin Chuan, it was a bit ridiculous. Trying to rely on this skill to kill Lin Chuan was not as likely as letting a fart crumble him to death. Not to mention that these summoned Silver Moon Wolves weren't strong enough, even their numbers weren't comparable to Lin Chuan's silver-level Death Servants. These Silver Moon Wolves couldn't even get close to Lin Chuan before they died miserably under the death scythe. With the Silver Moon Wolves already dead, the Wolf King was no longer able to struggle and could only end up going along with its little brother. Kill Silver Moon Wolf King hidden, experience plus 300. Obtained a First Order Magic Core 1. The Silver Moon Wolf King collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, providing 300 experience points from just this one monster. Lin Chuan's experience bar went straight up by a small amount, and he also gained a First Order Magic Core. A small profit. Meanwhile, another message popped up. Congratulations to Lin Chuan for completing the first kill of the Silver Moon Wolf King, rewarding him with a Silver Moon Wolf King essence. First kill reward. Lin Chuan, as the first person to find and kill the Silver Moon Wolf King, naturally had a unique reward. An orange-colored light appeared and flew directly into Lin Chuan's hand. Surprisingly, it really is a legendary grade prop. Lin Chuan also did not expect ordinary brush a copy, surprisingly gave him burst-out legendary props. Happiness came too suddenly. It is important to realize that things like props are different from equipment in that they have a variety of different functional effects. For example, reinforcement buffs, benefit-reducing debuffs, as well as powerful forbidden spell props, life preservation props, as well as enchantment effects and so on. If equipment is a professional's basic disc, then props effects is to create infinite possibilities for professionals. That's why in the trading house, a powerful prop was worth an unknown number of times more than legendary equipment. Silver Moon Wolf King Essence Legendary. Props. Effects can be set on the weapon, increase 40% skill damage. It is enchantment material. And it's also an enchantment material that increases skill damage. Lin Chuan couldn't help but become short of breath. 40% skill damage, an equivalent type of enchanting material in the trading house was worth around 8 million. It's a fortune. Sure enough, you can't honestly swipe a copy. Only touching gold is the fun of the game. Otherwise, like those mercenaries in the replica camps, who rely on brushing materials to move bricks every day, I don't know when they will be able to move out in 8 million. Speaking of the replica camp, the mercenaries here were now starting to stir. Every single one of them was staring intently at the subtitles at the entrance of the replica camp, and one of them was frozen in place, eyes filled with shock. It's the hidden boss, someone found the hidden boss. So this copy really has a hidden, if I had known I would have gone to touch gold, first kill reward. It hasn't appeared for a long time. I just don't know what level of reward this Silver Moon Wolf King essence is. If it's worth $1 million, then this one called Lin Chuan will be rich. Envious, I'm sour. Everyone guessed how much this Silver Moon Wolf King essence could be worth. Some said 1 million, some said 2 million. Others said it was only worth a few $100,000, and there were even those who said that it would be best if it was only worth a few hundred gold coins. But no one guessed that this Silver Moon Wolf King essence alone was worth 8 million gold coins. The eyesight of a low-level professional would not be too high. After a short period of surprise, there were already quite a few mercenary squads running towards the entrance of the replica. According to past experience, the rewards of newly emerged copies and bosses were often the best. And as the number of people brushing them grows, the rewards at the back will pull the crotch more and more. These were the very people who were ready to enter the copy to find the hidden boss and eat the bonuses from killing the hidden boss in the first few waves. Coyote mercenary guilds, you guys are too chicken and thieves to not inform us, wanting to take it all by your lonesome? Inform you guys? Is this your first day as a mercenary? You don't even know about this kind of thing, the rewards are first come first served. More people then reacted and ran towards the copies, fearing that the good rewards would be snatched up first. For a time, all the professionals in the copy camp poured into the copy, leaving only a few people here. Lin Xuan, this name is so familiar. Hu Xiaoyi frowned, always feeling that this name in the subtitle broadcast was familiar. Finally, she remembered. It's him? It can't be such a coincidence? Huang Kai had an unbelievable look on his face. He had never dreamed that the level 11 rookie that he couldn't look at just now had pouted the hidden boss in the copy in the twinkling of an eye, and it was still the first kill. To know, he had been brushing here for 2 whole years. The Goblin Lair, a copy he had brushed over 700 times without finding the hidden boss, had been so easily discovered by Lin Xuan. There is no heavenly reason. Sister Xiaoyi, aren't we going to enter the copy? Enter, what the hell? Do you know the location of the hidden boss? What do we do then? All of you, go squat at the entrance of the copy and wait for Lin Xuan to come out. Eyes all set sharp for me. Also, after seeing people, speak respectfully, don't give the whole thing some moths. That's a valuable person, can let him reveal the location of the hidden boss, all depends on him, do you understand? Huang Kai and another team member nodded their heads like sieves, the previous contempt and defiance no longer present in their hearts. They came to the entrance of the copy and quietly waited for Lin Xuan to finish brushing the copy and come out. Chapter 018 Passing the Goblin Lair Copy. Lin Xuan put the Silver Moon Wolf King essence into his storage space and exited through the hidden passage. Next, it's your turn. Turning a corner, Lin Xuan entered the main lair. Here, waiting for him was the final boss of the copy, the Goblin Giant King. The cavern was very wide, and it had just turned into the appearance of a palace. Opposite Lin Xuan was a gnome dressed in the attire of a human king. Not only was there a crown on his head, but there was also a scepter made of pure gold in his hand. So pompous? Lin Xuan was furious. Think about yourself, a poor boy who relied on the principal's relief before his professional awakening. Every day, he had to suffer from malnutrition because he couldn't eat well or wear warm clothes. But this one tiny gnome, living so extravagantly? It's tolerable, uncle can't tolerate it. Get on me and snatch its golden scepter. Lin Xuan gave the order, and the silver-level death god servants swept forward. Goblin Giant King Boss. Level, 18. Power, 501. Physical fitness, 433. Agility, 397. Mental strength, 522. Greed, each attack will steal 50 gold coins from the target. King, nearby goblin properties increase damage by 20%. Getting hit and dropping money, there's such a shameless skill. By the time the silver-ranked death servant rushed closer, the monsters on top of the goblin castle popped their heads up. At a cursory glance there were at least 400 of them. And there were different troop types to go with them, goblin wolf cavalry, goblin archers, goblin wizards, and goblin warriors, all in one place. Also these monsters were particularly nasty. Ignoring the death servants in the front row, they directly attacked towards Lin Xuan. Hundreds of bows and arrows and magic fireballs flew towards Lin Xuan. At times like this, the role of a meat shield manifested itself. Lin Xuan protected the 2 soul-hooking bull heads in front of him, and his huge body helped him block all the attacks. However, in the midst of the intensive attacks, there was still an arrow that accidentally hit Lin Xuan. Attacked by intermediate goblin archer, 0 blood, 50 gold. Lin Xuan was so angry that he cursed. This greed skill is even still an aura effect, kill them all for me. Although Lin Xuan had just obtained a Silver Moon Wolf King essence worth $8 million, he was told to spit out the money he had gotten his hands on. It was worse than making him eat. The silver-ranked death god servant killed close to the front, and the 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle. Although the number of goblin monsters was high, their attributes were not high, and their blood count had not yet reached 2,000 points. It couldn't even carry a single slash in the attack of a silver-level death servant. One by one, they were cut in 2 like training scarecrows. Kill intermediate goblin wolf cavalry, experience plus 70. Kill a mid-level goblin archer, experience plus 70. Kill an intermediate goblin warrior, experience plus 70. Kill a low-level goblin wizard, plus 70 experience. The battle only lasted for a few minutes before the goblins could no longer resist such a fierce attack from Lin Xuan. One after another, they fell to the ground and turned into experience. Next, it's your turn. Now there was only one boss left in the field, the Goblin Giant King. Kill it and the copy would be considered cleared. The silver level Death Servant stepped forward and the Death Scythe fell. Death Servant attacks Goblin Giant King boss, dealing 2,520 damage. The Goblin Giant King's blood level disappeared by almost half. Then, as the Death Servant prepared to launch its second attack, the Goblin Giant King suddenly jumped to the top of the cave with a roll. Only a faint white glow was seen emanating from its body, as it was brewing some big move. It's entering the second stage. This was the mechanism of the duplicate boss. When the boss blood level dropped to a certain level, it would enter the next stage. Each stage boosts attributes by 20% and unlocks new powerful skills. The number of stages varies depending on the boss's ability value, but each stage emits a special color that represents the stage. The first stage is normal and does not glow. From the second stage upwards, it will glow white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and black in order. The one with the highest number of known stages is the Starfield Battlefield boss, which can go up to stage 8. And it's easy to think that the more stages that are unlocked, the more powerful the boss's skills become. Now there was another dilemma in front of Lin Xuan. The Goblin Giant King had jumped to the top of the cave, but Lin Xuan's summoned beasts didn't have air-to-air abilities at the moment. I can only use this move, Soul Snatching Vector. Lin Xuan probed forward with both of his fingers and a pitch-black arrow appeared above his fingertips. Shoo! Shoo! Under the effect of the Priest Scepter, Lin Xuan could fire 2 soul-snatching vectors, and the power of the second attack was 50% of the original. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 soul-snatching vectors had pierced through the Goblin Giant King's body. 2,753. 1,101. The 2 attacks combined were close to 4,000 blood, higher than a silver-level Death Servant, and directly spiked the Goblin Giant King. However, a surprising scene occurred. Although the Goblin Giant King was dead, its skill had been sent out without incident, and the skill would not be cancelled due to the Goblin Giant King's death. Only to see the entire cavern begin to shake and countless stone cones began to fall from the top. Attack by Goblin Giant King, blood 0, gold 50. At this time, the shield on Lin Xuan's body had not disappeared, so he wasn't losing blood, but he was angry. Because these attacks hit his body, what he lost wasn't blood, it was gold coins. You know, these gold coins on his body were the tuition fees and living expenses he had saved for college, which totaled only a few thousand gold coins. If he smashed it twice more, his small treasury would be gone. Lin Xuan cracked. Rushing forward against the headlong attacks, he quickly opened the passing treasure chest and then cursed as he exited the copy. Lin Xuan was not only smashed by skill attacks on his way out of the copy at the end, but also ended up opening the treasure chest and only opened 1 piece of blue fine equipment and 2 pieces of white normal equipment. There wasn't even a single piece of purple rare equipment. But this was the norm. If rare equipment was so good, this world would have long since lost so many low-level professionals. Ugh, that's it, white and blue equipment can be sold for money anyway. Lin Xuan sighed and comforted himself. Anyway, in this world, as long as you work hard, you won't starve to death. After brushing the copies, even after getting smashed by the bosses in any way, the rewards gained are always more than the losses. Lin. Classmate, you came out? As soon as Lin Xuan appeared at the entrance of the copy, he heard someone call out to him. Are you? Hu Xiaoyi, the one we chatted with just now, looking for you to team up with to brush hell difficulty. After Hu Xiaoyi reminded him of this, Lin Xuan decisively remembered. Oh, is there anything else? I ran out of copies today, so I can't accompany you to brush copies. Hu Xiaoyi's face showed some slight embarrassment as she squirmed. Actually, we didn't come here this time because of this matter. She pulled Lin Xuan aside, then asked in a low voice, Classmate, did you find the hidden boss of the Goblin Lair copy? Can you tell us the location of the hidden boss? Hu Xiaoyi was embarrassed because this hidden boss was the first time it was discovered, which meant that it could produce a large number of precious props in the short term. Just this one piece of news about the location of the hidden boss alone could be sold for tens of thousands of gold coins outside, to say the least. It was almost equivalent to a year's income of an ordinary professional. Oh, this matter Lin Xuan didn't care about this matter. The hidden boss burst rate was indeed high the first few times. But in addition to the first kill is not bound to explode good things, there is no need to hide. Moreover, Lin Xuan believed that after the news of the hidden boss being killed by himself appeared, there would definitely be people digging up the copy. It was only a matter of time before the location of the hidden boss was discovered. So he directly told Hu Xiaoyi the location. Thanks. I won't spread this news out. Hu Xiaoyi got the news, bowed to Lin Xuan, and led her teammates into the replica in a fiery hurry. Chapter 019 Challenging the Copy Record. As the news of the Goblin Lair copy's hidden boss being discovered spread, this copy became hot once again. Throughout the night, the entrance to the copy was full of people coming and going to brush the copy, only to compete for the high explosive rate of the first few rewards of the hidden boss. Let's level up to level 13 today. Let's see if we can rush level 14 tomorrow. After brushing the copies yesterday, Lin Xuan's experience had come to 94% of level 12. The experience of this copy of the Goblin Lair was still quite high. Counting today, by the time the entrance exams started, he would still be able to brush the copy 5 more times, and he would be able to rise to level 17 at the bottom. It was more than enough to impact the Green Dragon Academy. But who would be too high in rank? Come to the entrance of the copy. What difficulty are we going to brush up on this time? After the day yesterday, Lin Chuan had already understood the copy mechanism, and brushing the nightmare difficulty again would be too conservative. Just brush hell difficulty directly. Hu Xiaoyi and the others wanted to invite themselves to form a team to brush the hell difficulty copy yesterday, bringing a perfect end to their mercenary career here. But Lin Chuan was now prepared to go solo alone. The black vortex appeared and Lin Chuan was sucked into the copy. The copy scene was the same as yesterday, only the difficulty was different. Let's set a record by the way. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers and an army of summoned beasts all appeared, close to 100 summons rapidly advancing forward. Dust and smoke rose in the distance as a bewildering number of goblins emerged. High Goblin Warrior. Level 15. Power 265. Physique 246. Agility 273. Mental strength 169. The intermediate Goblin Warrior of the first wave of monsters in the Inferno difficulty copy turned into a high-level Goblin Warrior. The level was raised from level 13 to level 15, and with the 2 level increases, the attributes were almost doubled. No wonder Hu Xiaoyi's guys didn't dare to challenge the hell difficulty even to this day. The difficulty of the small monsters has doubled, and I'm afraid that the difficulty of the final boss has increased to an unimaginable level. Unfortunately, mercenaries are mercenaries. Lin Chuan is Lin Chuan. After Lin Chuan had risen to level 12 yesterday, the attributes of the silver level Death Servant had also increased. It was now up to 2,500 points, and there was also the addition of silver power, which boosted damage and defense by 10%. These high-level Goblin Warriors were not their match at all, and rushing up one after another was nothing more than rushing to come and die. In just 5 minutes, Lin Chuan had already resolved all of the more than 1,000 high-level Goblin Warriors. The level had naturally and smoothly risen to level 13. Well, the experience of hell rank difficulty is really high. Lin Chuan's level had increased, and the amount of experience he needed had also become higher. But after killing this first wave of monsters, the experience gained was even more than yesterday. Yesterday, the first wave of brushes had boosted his experience by 30%, but today, it had boosted it by a full 35%. Lin Chuan sighed as he led his army of summoned beasts to the next location of the replica. He wasn't here on vacation. There's an old saying, come what may. Since we're already going to brush the hell difficulty copy, of course we should break a record along the way. Lin Chuan had carefully studied the entire copy's fighting style and found that the second wave of monsters dragged the most time. To wait for all of the Goblin Wolf cavalry to come out of the cave, it would take at least 30 to 40 minutes. That was why the records on the racing leaderboards were all over 40 minutes right now. But Lin Chuan wasn't going to use an unusual playing style. He was going to charge straight into the cave and go straight for the boss lair. Instead of waiting for the small monsters to be brushed out one by one, it would be better to rush straight in and take them all in one pot. Anyway, with the strength of today's silver-level Death God servants, there wasn't much difference between these small monsters and ants. Going over the hill, he came to the entrance of the cave. Lin Chuan directly had the Death Servant resolve the high-level Goblin Wolf cavalry guarding the cave entrance. Afterwards, he had the silver-level Death God servants take the front and charge into the cave. The layout of the cave was the same as before, except that after charging in early, Lin Chuan not only needed to eliminate the high-level Goblin Wolf cavalry in front of him. At the same time, he also had to guard against the assassination of the high-level Goblin assassins crouching in the shadows. But these were all small problems in Lin Chuan's eyes. He directly summoned a soul-hooking bullhead behind him, and then put a soul power shield on himself. Out of thin air, he added an extra 10,000 points of blood to himself. Carrying 1 or 20 attacks hard was still a pretty easy thing to do. Along the way, the cave was full of high-level Goblin Wolf cavalry, a bit of a traffic jam. However, in front of the silver-level Death Servants, they all turned into Lin Chuan's upgrade experience. Passing through the cave only took a few minutes, but the number of high-level Goblin Wolf cavalry encountered on the way was much less than waiting outside the cave entrance. The original hundreds of wolf cavalry had only killed 30 to 40 of them. Within a short time, Lin Chuan had arrived in front of the Goblin Giant King's lair. A corner was then turned, and the Death God servant broke the stone wall next to him, arriving at the Silver Moon Wolf's lair. The small monsters are handled with ease. After rising to level 13, Lin Chuan used his skills to grow his army of summoned beasts again. With the Priest Scepter, he was able to summon 2 summons at a time. This time, he mainly supplemented the Soul Summoner's Ox Head and Horse Face to make his troop mix more reasonable. The Soul Summoner's Ox Head could shield Lin Chuan and safeguard his survivability. And Horseface, the hooked soul, was even more useful. For example, right now, the Silver Moon Wolves were wiped out clean by the silver-ranked Death Servants, and the Silver Moon Wolf King stepped out from behind the bars. Go on, the time to prove yourself has come. Lin Chuan pointed forward and a hooked soul horse face galloped and rushed towards the Silver Moon Wolf King. The last time he resolved the Silver Moon Wolf King was with a group fight. This time Lin Chuan was going to let the hooked soul horse face go for a single fight. Seeing that there was only one summoned beast rushing over, the Silver Moon Wolf King could not help but feel some contempt in his heart, and he straightened up and bit towards Horseface's neck. Soul hooking strike, explode for me. Lin Chuan didn't hesitate and directly used the blast skill of hooked soul Horseface. Only to see the chains in Horseface's hands turn red. Clatter. The chains shook and threw out a semicircular arc hitting the Silver Moon Wolf King's head. Wolf-shaped magical beasts were known to have copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists. Not only was the head not the Silver Moon Wolf King's weak point, instead it could be considered a relatively hard place in his body. The Silver Moon Wolf King was confident that this strike by Hook Soul Horseface would only return without success. Surprisingly, he didn't dodge or avoid it, and directly took this blow. Pa! Hooked Horseface's Silver Moon Wolf King hidden and uses Hooked Strike, dealing 8,966 damage. Seeing only a flash of blood red light, the Silver Moon Wolf King was actually hardened by this strike from Hook Soul Horseface and slapped into mush. Even the bone dregs were not left. After rising to level 13, Hooked Horseface's power value had reached 4,500 points. With the bludgeoning effect of Hook Soul Strike, the damage of this strike was close to 9,000. The Silver Moon Wolf King's blood quantity was only about 7,000, and this strike directly sent him to his death. It didn't even give it a chance to summon its minions. Kill Silver Moon Wolf King hidden, experience plus 550. After collecting the Silver Moon Wolf King, Lin Chuan returned the same way. Next, there was only the Hell-ranked difficulty boss Goblin Giant King left. Chapter 0:22nd Kill. A new record. Lin Chuan had just retreated back into the passageway when he saw a high-level Goblin Wolf Cavalry in front of him blocking the way. The Wolf Cavalry that didn't finish killing is even blocking the way to a place like this? Get the hell out of my way. The silver-ranked Death God servant continued to open up the road in front of them, and the high-level Goblin Wolf Cavalry were powerless to resist this god of murder in front of them. Killing all the way to the Goblin Lair, the boss appeared in front of Lin Chuan. Goblin Giant King Boss. Level, 19. Power, 856. Physical Fitness, 823. Agility, 799. Mental Strength, 875. Hell Difficulty Bonus. Greed, each attack will steal 50 gold coins from the target. King, nearby goblin properties increase damage by 20%. The boss is still the same boss, only the level has increased further. The mini-monsters in the Hell difficulty copy are 2 levels higher than the Nightmare difficulty, but the boss has only risen 1 level, so it should be stuck at a level. Otherwise, when the level reaches level 20, that attribute boost would be too terrifying. However, accordingly, the Goblin Giant King had unlocked the Hell difficulty bonus phrase, and the attribute increase was obviously more than 1 level. However, the Goblin Giant King has unlocked Hell difficulty bonus. As long as the physique didn't exceed 900 in front of Lin Chuan, it was all a false boost. You guys settle the small monsters. After the small monsters are cleared, it's up to you to perform. Lin Chuan left behind a hooked soul horseface while the other summoned beasts went to clear the small monsters in the lair. Compared to yesterday, there were hundreds more high-level goblin wolf cavalry in the lair, and these were the monsters that should have been eliminated at the entrance of the cave. Due to Lin Chuan's sudden intrusion, the last monsters that hadn't been brushed were concentrated in the boss lair. Before this, no team had dared to challenge it like this. The huge disparity in numbers gave the human team a great sense of oppression, and coupled with the mobility of the high-level goblin wolf cavalry, it could easily result in the extermination of the team. Unfortunately, the one they encountered today was Lin Chuan, not an ordinary person. A level 13 summon with thousands of attributes. Isn't it easy to take a small monster? Summons hit these small monsters like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, and with each slash, it was Lin Chuan's upgrading experience. The battle didn't last too long, and the small monsters were all turned into souls under the knife. With a flash of golden light, Lin Chuan smoothly rose to level 14. Hell difficulty experience is just high, upgrading is simply not too pleasurable. After getting all the experience from the little monsters, it was time to deal with the Goblin Giant King. Claptrap. The chains dragged across the floor with an uncomfortable scraping sound. Hooked Horseface rushed towards the Goblin Giant King and delivered a crucial blow. Explode for me. The chain turned red in the air and landed on top of the Goblin Giant King's head, directly smashing it to pieces. Killed Goblin Giant King Boss, experience plus 720. Obtained First Order Magic Core 1. Success. The difficulty of the boss was high, mainly because there were so many stages that would constantly unlock new skills and boost attributes for the boss. So Lin Chuan's idea was simple. As long as it was 1 slash in a second, he could skip the pitfall stage. No matter how strong you are, just lay on the ground and don't get up for me. Judging from the situation so far, it was clear that Lin Chuan's attempt was successful. Congratulations to Lin Xuan for clearing the Goblin Lair copy hell difficulty in 27 minutes and 33 seconds, setting a new record and ranking first. At the entrance of the copy, a string of subtitles appeared, attracting the attention of all the professionals. Look, someone has set a new record for the Goblin Lair copy. It's still hell difficulty. Geez, 27 minutes, less than half an hour. Second place was 48 minutes, nearly half the time less. Is this still human? Which touch of gold guild is this Lin Xuan from? For a while, people were discussing this professional named Lin Xuan, wanting to catch a glimpse of this person's true face. Only at this time, Hu Xiaoi and the others were still battling the demons in the copy and didn't see this hint. If they saw it, they probably wouldn't want to invite Lin Xuan to brush the hell level difficulty copy with them anymore. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the novice copy, Su Qiu was still playing chess with Liang Wen. Suddenly a message entered Su Qiu's mind, the movements of his hand stopped, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Congratulations to Lin Xuan for clearing the Goblin Lair copy hell difficulty in 27 minutes and 33 seconds, setting a new record and ranking number 1. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? No, absolutely not. It's definitely not the same person. Su Qiu muttered. The face of Liang Wen on the opposite side of the room also gradually became wonderful. Master Liang has also swiped a copy of the Goblin Lair? Su Qiu asked tentatively. That's right, both of them were the top 1,000 record holders of Goblin Lair copies. Whenever a new copy record was refreshed, the holders after the new record ranking would receive a message alert. The Goblin Lair is a popular copy for newbies in the Dragon China Kingdom. How could I not have brushed it? It's just that I'm not talented, and the record I set only went to go outside of the 200th place. Principal Su is also. Su Qiu hastily waved his hand. Harm, it's not worth mentioning, it's also a fluke to brush within 100 places. Liang Wen continued, the same professional with a record. I'm sure Principal Su has also received the news, right? It's Lin Xuan again, directly brushing the record in within 30 minutes. This student's talent is nothing short of terrifying. I think it's a renaming. Lin Xuan has only awakened his profession for 3 days and is only about 12 or 3 levels full. How could he possibly challenge the hell difficulty? You said the same thing the day before yesterday when this little guy swiped his rookie copy, but what's the result? The facts are in front of us. Su Qiu shook his head. No, I have to personally go and confirm. If it's really this kid, I'm afraid that there will be people with bad intentions who will secretly lay their hands on him. Saying that, Su Qiu had already gotten up and left. You old boy, you still believe in your heart that this guy is Lin Xuan. Wait for me, I'll also join you. I've internalized this student. When Su Qiu and Liang Wen arrived, Lin Xuan was resting in the copy camp. After a day of fermentation yesterday, the hidden boss thing had made the Goblin Lair copy even hotter. The number of professions that came here today in admiration was double that of yesterday. Principal, what brings you here? Seeing Su Qiu, Lin Xuan couldn't help but feel much better. The days of upgrading were undoubtedly painful, especially in this unfamiliar wilderness. Suddenly seeing a loved one, Lin Xuan was also very happy. Then, he saw Liang Wen again. Professor Liang, hello? Liang Wen nodded at Lin Xuan, revealing a pleased smile. Lin Xuan, let me ask you, was it you who broke the record for the replica hell difficulty this morning? Lin Xuan nodded. There was nothing to hide about this matter in the first place. However, seeing Lin Xuan express his certainty, the two people, Su Qiu and Liang Wen, who had seen a lot of things, could not remain calm. They simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. Pervert, too pervert. Apart from this word, they could not think of any other more powerful language. Su Qiu quickly calmed down and lowered his voice. Strength improvement is good, but you can't be too flashy. Breaking records with a huge gap like you did is likely to be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Principal, what are you talking about? Lin Xuan picked his head and couldn't figure out the meaning of Su Qiu's words. He was just concentrating on upgrading. How was he flaunting himself? And he would be targeted by people with ulterior motives. What did that mean? There are a lot of mercenaries in the neighborhood, you know that, right? Lin Xuan nodded his head. Although many students from the school had started to appear one after another today, the ones who swiped the replicas were still mainly mercenaries. Most of these mercenaries are people with mediocre strength and very average cultivation talents. Moreover, in order to make a living, inhabiting this wilderness for a long time, their mentality will inevitably be a bit distorted. Some mercenaries can't stand to see those with good talent, especially newcomers like you, and will inevitably become hostile to them and secretly lay hands on you. Chapter 021 Gift from Liang Wen, Spatial Instant Return Talisman. Over the past few years, the number of attacks on high school students has been increasing year after year, and all of them are very talented young people. Lightly, they break their arms and legs, and heavily, they die on the spot. Although the talent of these mercenaries may not be as good as yours, but having fought with magical creatures for years, their combat experience is far superior to yours. It's fine if you face each other head-on, but I'm afraid that these people will engage in small maneuvers behind their backs. It's easy to hide from open fire but hard to guard against secret arrows. So if you act in the future, you must be cautious. The college entrance exam is approaching, do not make any mistakes. Su Chou's words woke up Lin Xuan. Indeed, he was now able to solo the Goblin Lair copy hell difficulty. Looking at the entire copy camp, there was almost no one below level 20 who was his opponent. But no one said that others had to fight you head on. No one says they have to fight you one-on-one. And even if Lin Xuan could neutralize all the trouble, he couldn't carry it himself with the constant harassment of others. There were people in this world who were jealous of talent, and there were also people who cleared the way for their family's power. Where Lin Xuan couldn't see, he might have already been treated as a thorn in someone's side. Donghai City wasn't big, but there were by no means a handful of people who could crush Lin Xuan with one hand. I know, Principal, thank you for the reminder. Despite what he said, how do you do it? This time to refresh the record, and not his own initiative to notify the world, are the system automatically generated news he also cannot handle. And even if he doesn't upgrade back to Donghai City to hide now, what about the college entrance exam? Lin Xuan was instantly caught in a dilemma. Since you're already considered half a student of the Green Dragon Academy, don't forget about old man as a teacher. Liang Wen interjected at the right time. Professor Liang, you have a solution? The old man high and low also has a small expertise in the art of formations, this kind of small matter can still be handled. Saying that, Liang Wen took out a prop from his storage space. This item is called the Spatial Instant Return Talisman, and it is inscribed with a subtle spell formation. When you encounter danger, you only need to slightly stimulate it, and it will allow you to return to the marked location I set in advance in a split second, and the preset location for this talisman is your school. This item will be gifted to you. Being able to instantly escape from danger, this effect was too heaven-defying. Holding this talisman in one's hand, as long as one wasn't directly killed in seconds by a sneak attack, it meant that one was absolutely safe. Moreover, Lin Xuan also had the shield effect of the soul-hooking bullhead, which could add 10,000 points of blood to him. Under the double protection, it was difficult for Lin Xuan to die nowadays. Many thanks to Professor Liang. Lin Xuan was filled with joy as he received the Spatial Instant Return Talisman and directly placed it in the most convenient place. With this thing, it would be very helpful for his future challenges in the secret realm. It would be great if this kind of thing could be mass-produced, Lin Xuan thought secretly in his mind. Unfortunately, to produce this kind of prop, not only did one need to be quite accomplished in the art of formations, but the requirements for materials were also very stringent. Even with Liang Wen's current strength, he had only produced a total of 5 of these Spatial Instant Return Talismans. To be able to give one to Lin Xuan, in his heart, he already thought highly of Lin Xuan's potential. Today was the 3rd day after the professional awakening, and there were still quite a few students still fighting against the novice copies. Su Chou still had to rush back to Donghai City to sit in on the novice copies, and Liang Wen also said that he wanted to accompany him. After all, there wasn't much use for him to stay here alone. Before leaving, Liang Wen was very curious about what level of strength Lin Xuan had reached now. So he used the scrying skill. However, just by glancing at Lin Xuan's attributes, Liang Wen's mouth couldn't close in surprise. You, already level 14? Ah, just level 14. Lin Xuan said with embarrassment. In the past 2 days, he had started researching some of the materials in the trading house after brushing the copies, and hadn't gone all out to upgrade in the wild. In his heart, he was quite embarrassed, afraid that Su Chou and Liang Wen would think that he was lazy in not upgrading. But where did these two have such thoughts? What they were surprised about was why Lin Xuan's upgrade speed was so fast. Wild copies were different from newbie copies. Without the newbie benefit plus, the actual upgrade speed was many times slower than before level 10. It's not as if there weren't diligent people who went to the field to clear the monsters after brushing their copies, however, the experience gained was also minimal. According to Liang Wen and Su Chou's estimation, Lin Xuan, with the mythic rank professions bonus, could rise to level 13 today was already a very fast speed. But he never expected that he would be level 14 already. Is the experience bonus effect of a mythic rank profession so obvious? It's only a dozen levels, but there's a gap of close to 1 level? Liang Wen didn't know, after all, he himself wasn't a mythic rank profession. Looking at your upgrading speed like this, I'm sure that getting into Qinglong Academy is already on the cards. If you work harder, you might be able to hit the top few spots in the college entrance exam. The top few places in the college entrance exams have a notable reward, which will help you a lot in the future after you enter the Green Dragon Academy. Liang Wen didn't go into detail about the specifics, but in Lin Xuan's heart, he had already set a high goal for himself. That is, this year's National College Entrance Examination top achiever. By the 4th day, the number of copies had been refreshed. After refreshing today, I should be able to level up to 15. The silver level Death Servant should evolve into a gold level. The Soul Hooker is also going to break through to bronze rank. Every time 5 levels passed, the summoned beasts would break through a quality. Not only does its appearance change, but it also unlocks the power of the corresponding quality, and its strength is dramatically increased. The atmosphere at the entrance of today's replica was different from usual, with a strong smell of gunpowder permeating the air. In front of the entrance, 2 groups of people were standing. I was passing by your precious place, and I heard that a new hidden boss has been discovered in this copy. From today onwards, this place will be my Ouyang clan's exclusive copy. When we have brushed enough of the new hidden boss rewards, all of you can come back again. A person dressed very gorgeously said in a condescending manner. This statement immediately drew the ire of a group of people on the opposite side of the room, and they began to protest in a chorus of voices. Letting you brush alone? With so many of us here, are we going to drink the northwest wind? Arrogant, there are so many guilds here. Did you ask our major guilds for their opinions before speaking? Too much. By what right do you say what you want? Copies are public resources. When is it your turn for this bull Ouyang family to? Pa! A loud slapping sound rang out, only to see the arrogant and bossy one suddenly dodging and slapping one of the people in the crowd. This person's hand obviously did not have mercy. The force is extremely large, even directly to this person slapped into the air to a 720-degree rotation. Finally fell to the ground into a coma. Seeing this sight, everyone present was stunned. A big fight at the drop of a hat, too arrogant. First of all, my Ouyang family is a famous family in Xia City. You can protest, but you cannot speak out against the Ouyang family. I just gave him a lesson just now. If anyone dares to speak out against the Ouyang family again, I will never show any mercy. And then, the man revealed a look of contempt, staring at the men with a trashy expression. You bunch of dirt dog guilds, what do I care where you go to brush your copies? Off. Me. Fart. It's none of your business. Finally, I'll emphasize once more. This copy now belongs to my Ouyang family, is that clear? If you hear me, get lost and don't get in the way of my old man's copy. Afterwards, the man directly lit up his rank. Name, Ouyang Hai. Level, 26. Profession, Blast Fighter. Surprisingly, it was a blast fighter with a rank of up to level 26. Chapter 022 The Overbearing Ouyang Family. It was important to know that in this world, everyone's occupation and rank belonged to a kind of confidential information. There would inevitably be some friction and hatred between professionals, and it was a big taboo to freely publicize one's strength. And this person was still in a situation where he had offended so many people in the replica camp. Although the number of people on the scene was large, they all dared to be angry. The entry level of the Goblin Lair copy was level 818. You can no longer access this replica beyond level 18. This also meant that the level of the professionals who mingled here were all below level 18. After leveling up to 20, the attribute boosts per upgrade were even more tremendous. This person's level was already as high as level 26, and his strength had long since been beyond the reach of these level 10 or so mercenaries. Moreover, there was already an insurmountable chasm between level 19 and level 20 transferring. Huang Kai, are you alright? Hu Xiaoyi rushed forward to check the injury of the man who was sent flying by Ouyang Hai. Lin Chuan fixed his eyes on him and it turned out to be an acquaintance. It was Huang Kai who had had several encounters in the past few days, and Hu Xiaoyi was on the same team. Huang Kai had already been beaten unconscious at this point, so how could he respond to Hu Xiaoyi's words? Fortunately, there was no lack of enthusiastic healers in the crowd, and after applying a few healing skills to Huang Kai, his state gradually stabilized and his injuries were slowly recovering. Hey, you guys are too much, right? Is it a big deal if you're from the capital? At this moment, another person stood out from the crowd, still a female professional. The capital city, or Summer City as that boxer called it, was the capital of the Longhua Kingdom. Surprisingly, it's her? Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows. This girl who stood out was also an old acquaintance. It was none other than his own classmate, the schoolgirl of the first senior high school of Donghai City, Lu Shuhan. Only to see Lu Shuhan pointing at that person's as an output. Seeing that someone had stood up, the other mercenaries responded, and both sides once again became sword fighting. A situation where they could strike at any time. Lin Chuan shook his head. He really wasn't interested in this kind of thing. Who cares if it's the Ouyang family or the Yuma family, as long as it doesn't get in the way of your own replica upgrades, you guys can make as much noise as you want. Passing through the crowd, Lin Chuan swaggered towards the entrance of the copy. Lin Chuan, are you here to help too? Lu Shuhan saw Lin Chuan at a glance and immediately called out to him. No. Lin Chuan directly refused. But before the words of rejection could be said, Lu Shuhan continued. It's them, taking the copy for themselves and not letting us brush it, failing to get into a key high school. Can you bear it? Today this matter endure, tomorrow he rode on our head to also have to endure? The words that popped out of Lu Shuhan's mouth also had a humongous look. No, I think it's a person who is too nervous to in front of so many people. Lin Chuan refuted Lu Shuhan's words. He didn't want to get involved in a pointless fight. However, when these words were said and heard in Ouyang Hai's ears, they had another meaning. The taunting effect was directly pulled full. Asshole kid, you seek death. Ouyang Hai's face flushed red, and he even directly attacked Lin Chuan. Watch out. Lu Shuhan had wanted to pull Lin Chuan over to help, but he didn't want to make a mistake now, and the other party directly made a move against them without regard for their faces. She wanted to pull Lin Chuan away, but before that, Lin Chuan reacted first. Only a red figure rushed out from the side, meeting Yang Hai's fist straight on. It was Hook's soul horse face. Boom! The fists collided with each other, emitting a heavy muffled grunt, which was evident of the amount of power that both sides had exerted. Yang Hai's heart was shocked. He originally thought that the other party were all teenage minions, he could easily take them down with just a slight move. However, when his fist and the Hook's soul horse face touched together, a powerful forceful chi gushed out from the opponent's fist. He himself had unexpectedly fallen behind. Then, an even greater force came, and Yang Hai, who had been unbeatable just a moment ago, was sent flying out in the crowd's shocked gazes. Yang Hai landed in a sorry state, his feet stomping out several deep pits on the ground. Even though he had tried his best to dislodge the strength, there was still a lot of force that had not been dissolved, and the excess force surged into his body. Yang Hai finally couldn't help himself, and a mouthful of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. I didn't realize that there were such experts hidden here. Yang Hai was secretly shocked in his heart, and the previous arrogance on his face had long since vanished. Under the Summer City Ouyang family Yang Hai, I don't know that seniors are here, earlier there were many offenses, please seniors do not take it to heart. Yang Hai shouted across the air in the direction of the replica camp. He didn't think that the Hook Soul Horseface was Lin Chuan's summoned beast, it was impossible for a level 10 summoner to have such a powerful summoned beast. So he subconsciously felt that there must be some kind of expert secretly lurking in this copy camp. This world is like this, strength is the honor. Earlier, he could be high and mighty in front of others, but now that he had killed a mysterious senior midway, he could only do so with his tail between his legs. Unfortunately, there weren't any seniors here, there was one summoner instead. That would be Lin Chuan. Senior? That's something I can't afford, there's only one asshole kid here who's looking for death. Lin Chuan walked over to Hook Soul Horseface's side and stared at Yang Hai with interest. It's you? Yang Hai's eyes were filled with shock. No, I should say fear. Lin Chuan was still wearing the uniform of the first senior high school of Donghai City, and at a glance, he could tell that he was a rookie who had just completed his professional awakening. But it was this kind of rookie summoning beast that had forced himself back with a single punch. How could Yang Hai believe such foolishness? However, one thing was certain, that this high person was determined to protect Lin Chuan. Yang Hai had been in the world of professionals for many years, so how could he not understand the truth that those who know what's good for them are good at what they do? So he hurriedly compensated with a smile. Ah ha ha ha, little junior brother is joking, just now I was just having a little joke with the big guys. This copy belongs to public resources, what virtue and ability do I have, this kind of unconscionable thing, how dare I forcefully occupy nah. Then, I want to brush the copy now, what can you do? Ah, little brother, your treat, your treat. Yang Hai hurriedly made way for Lin Chuan with a nodding and haughty look. That's more like it. Right in front of the stunned eyes of the crowd, Lin Chuan walked directly to the entrance of the replica and entered it in a dignified manner. Seeing Lin Chuan enter the copy, the others were also eager to try. One by one, they headed towards the entrance of the replica. After the scene just now where the Hook Soul Horseface shockingly forced back Yang Hai, the people of the Ouyang clan just silently watched as the order of the replica returned to normal, and did not act out of character again. It's only been a few days since I've seen him, this guy has already become so powerful. Lu Shuhan clenched her fists, her face full of defiance. She didn't need to think about it to know that that soul-hooking horse face was very netherworldly at first glance, and this kind of summoned beast was only available to Lin Chuan. Ever since she was struck by Lin Chuan's terrifying upgrade speed during the novice copy, she had been brushing her experience to upgrade every day without stopping for a moment. It was not easy to level up to level 13, but she never expected it. Lin Chuan was now able to compete evenly with level 20 or higher professionals, and even had the momentum to gain the upper hand. This made Lu Shuhan feel stifled in her heart. He himself was at least a rare profession, and he was also in existence whose strength was comparable to that of a legendary profession, and he was from a certain powerful magic family. After working so hard to upgrade, I originally thought that I had surpassed Lin Chuan, but now it seems she had been left even further behind by Lin Chuan. No, I can't give up, isn't it just an upgrade? Am I still afraid of you? Saying this, Lu Shuhan plunged headlong into the copy. As the incident gradually subsided, the crowd dispersed. Yang Hai held a hint of a sinister gaze as he gazed at the entrance to the replica. I admit that you're strong, and with your talent I'm afraid that no one will be able to match you in the last 100 years. Unfortunately, you are too ostentatious. Our Ouyang family's young master is also going to take the entrance exam this year. If you continue to live, our young master will have one more strong opponent. Since that's the case, let me help the young master clear the obstacles. Protection from a high-ranking person? How much background can a student from a trash city have? Is my Summer City Ouyang family still afraid of you? Ouyang Chen, take my token and go ask the assassin master to take action and issue an assassination order. Yang Hai took out a special identity token from his storage space and handed it over to his men at the side. Since level 20 can't do anything to you, how will you deal with a level 30 professional assassin? Just as Lin Xuan was brushing his copy, the wind had risen outside, and hidden dangers were closing in on him. Chapter 023, Lu Shuhan who ignores the limit on the number of copies. Lin Xuan entered the copy and immediately summoned an army of summoned beasts and pushed forward all the way. 10 minutes later, the upgrade golden light appeared, and Lin Xuan smoothly rose to level 15. Level 15. Level 15 signified that Lin Xuan was already able to enter all types of key colleges and universities across the country, as well as reaching the minimum admission threshold of the Green Dragon Academy. But yesterday, through his conversation with Liang Wen, he had changed his goal. Getting into Qinglong Academy could only be considered as a guarantee. What he wanted was to be this year's National College Entrance Examination top student. So, grade 15 was just the beginning. By the way, at level 15, the summoned beasts should evolve. Lin Xuan checked the Death Servant attribute panel. Death Servant Gold level. Level 15. Power 4000. Physical fitness 4000. Agility 4000. Mental strength 4000. Power of the Golden Realm, defense plus 30%, damage plus 30%. As expected, the silver-ranked Death Servant had undergone an evolution, breaking through from silver to the Gold Realm. Under the power of the Golden Realm, the defense and damage had increased by 10% again, and had now come to 30%. It was also worth mentioning that the attributes of the Gold-level Death Servant had unexpectedly reached as high as 4,000 points. This kind of attribute was a super-invincible existence wherever it was placed. Most importantly, this kind of summoned beast, Lin Xuan now had dozens of them. After reading the information on the evolved Death Servant, next up was the Soul Hooker. First up was Horseface. Lin Xuan noticed something unusual. Hooked Horseface Bronze level. Level 15. Power 6000. Physique 1750. Agility 4000. Mental strength 4000. Soul Hooking Strike active, used actively, attack deals 200% damage, consumption 1000 mental energy, cooldown 1 day. Bronze Realm Power, defense plus 15%, damage plus 15%, skill effect plus 15%. Hooked Horseface Bronze Realm Power has increased his attribute bonus by 15%. It was important to realize that the Death Servant's Bronze Realm Power was only boosted by 10%. It was the same Bronze Realm Power, and it was obvious that the Summoned Beast skill learned at level 10 was superior. Don't look at the fact that it only boosted the effect by 5%, but if both sides evolved to the highest level of King, that was a full 30% difference. Moreover, Hooked Horseface also had a bonus to skill effects, counting the boost after the power of the Bronze Realm. The bludgeoning effect of using Hook Strike now deals 230% damage. A full 13,800 points of damage. Is this a human being? Which duplicate boss wouldn't call it daddy when it sees it? Next is the Hooked Bullhead. Hooked Bullhead Bronze. Level 15. Power 1750. Physical fitness 6000. Agility 4000. Mental strength 4000. Psionic Shield active, used actively, temporarily increases the target's constitution by 1000 points for 30 minutes. Consumption 1000 spiritual power. Cooldown 1 day. Bronze Realm Power, plus 15% defense, plus 15% damage, plus 15% skill effect. Hooked Ox Head and Hooked Horseface belong to two extremes. Horseface is a main attacker with a high strength thief and a very low constitution. Ox Head is the opposite, with a high constitution and very low strength. However, with Lin Xuan's 10 times attribute addition, even if the Hooked Ox Head was a meat shield, his strength was already as high as 1750, which was a few times higher than many strength-type professionals. There is no way, 10 times the attributes, is so much. Bronze-level Soul Hooking Ox Head is much the same as Horseface, with a 15% increase in skill effect. It could inflict 1150 points of physique on Lin Xuan, and its duration had been increased to 35 minutes accordingly. Now, Lin Xuan was even meatier. After reading the attributes of the evolved summoned beasts, he was already looking forward to how powerful these summoned beasts would be at level 20. The next battle needed no elaboration. The scenario is exactly the same as yesterday, except that the damage dealt is higher and the speed of passing the copy is faster. 10 minutes later. With a flash of fire from a blast from Hooked Horseface, the Goblin Giant King answered to the bottom. Opening the passing treasure chest, 5 pieces of white equipment popped out directly. Surprisingly, not even a piece of blue and green equipment popped out, stingy. Lin Xuan exited the copy with disinterest. It only took 30 minutes to brush the entire copy, before and after. If he wanted to enter the copy again, he would need to wait until tomorrow. Just thinking about this matter, Lin Xuan felt an emptiness in his heart. Bored, he could only sit in front of the replica and look at the mercenaries coming and going, discussing how menacing today's replica was, what materials had popped out today, and what surprises he had harvested. Under the mercenaries' additive descriptions, a plain and simple copy turned into a colorful world. Lin Xuan was listening intently when he suddenly saw Lu Shuhan retreat from the copy. He was about to greet him when he suddenly saw Lu Shuhan's figure disappear into the entrance of the copy again. She went into the copy again. How did she do that? Lin Xuan saw clearly, just now Lu Shuhan did come out of the copy, but she re-entered it again. Her speed was fast, but unfortunately this couldn't escape Lin Xuan's eyes. Then 2 hours later, Lu Shuhan once again appeared at the entrance of the copy. Just like last time, she disappeared once again and entered the copy. Then a third time, and a fourth. Each time her figure flickered, the only difference being that each time she appeared, her body became a few shades dirtier. It was obvious that it had been through a fierce battle. Until the fifth. By now it was getting late. Lin Xuan had raised a bonfire nearby and was roasting his rabbit. Lu Shuhan didn't continue to enter the copy, but dragged her tired body towards Lin Xuan's side. Obviously, she had already seen Lin Xuan. When Lu Shuhan walked to Lin Xuan's side, she directly collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, looking very tired. In order to catch up with Lin Xuan's leveling progress, Lu Shuhan had swiped 5 copies in one breath today. And in order to maximize her experience, she directly chose to single brush. There were tens of thousands of small monsters in the 5 copies alone, and their laboriousness could be imagined. But the effort always pays off. After a day of brushing today, his level had successfully broken through to level 14, and with more than half of his experience, he would soon be able to rise to level 15. Although she had brushed a lot, after all, she didn't have such a perverted strength as Lin Xuan. She could only single brush the difficulty, and her experience was naturally not that high. You brushed more than 1 copy today? Lin Xuan asked curiously. Brushing it 5 times, I'm exhausted. Lu Shuhan sniffed her nose. The rabbit you roasted smells so good. Do you want to eat it? Thanks. Lu Shuhan nodded her head repeatedly, unable to take her eyes off the delicious food when she saw it. Don't eat immediately after strenuous exercise. Lin Xuan reminded. That's advice for ordinary people, we're professionals. Oh, that too. Lin Xuan tore off a rabbit leg and handed it to Lu Shuhan. Unlike Xia Yuqing's wolfish eating style, Lu Shuhan ate very elegantly. She carefully tore off a small piece of meat and then put it into her mouth to chew. After only a few bites, she was already full. I've been watching you here all day today, and I can't figure out why you have unlimited access to copies. Is it an occupational trait? Lin Xuan raised the doubt in his mind. Lu Shuhan guffawed. So, there are still things in this world that you, a schoolteacher, don't know? Chapter 024 Team Upgrade. Lin Xuan shrugged, not commenting. The world is a big place, and there's only a limited amount of knowledge that can be learned in textbooks, so I've never felt like a learner. All along, Lin Xuan had been shrouded by the aura of a school bully. Moreover, he had later awakened the mythic rank profession. Lu Shuhan had always felt that this kind of person must have that kind of high-eyed, untamed attitude. But from today's contact, it was not at all. Lin Xuan is not only humble and studious, but also never denies his shortcomings. This made Lu Shuhan couldn't help but feel more favorable towards Lin Xuan. It's because of this. Lu Shuhan took out a crystal from her storage space. This prop is called Copy Reset Crystal. After using it, you can break through the limit of the number of times a copy can only be entered once a day. There's even such a magical prop? Lin Xuan was secretly astonished. Sure enough, the knowledge in textbooks was all too basic. Lin Xuan now only felt that this world was so big and there were more unknown and interesting things waiting to be explored. Is it convenient for me to take a look? Aha! Lu Shuhan placed the Copy Reset Crystal into Lin Xuan's hand, and Lin Xuan immediately felt a rich energy gushing out from it. Copy Reset Crystal Level 120 Ordinary. Props. Effects. After using it, you can enter an extra copy, only valid for level 120 copies. Remaining times, 1220. Lin Xuan was in love with this thing in his heart. Where did you buy this thing from? How much does it cost? This is not something that can be bought with money. It is said that this thing was passed down from our family's ancestors, and although the family gradually declined later, this thing was preserved. Lin Xuan returned the Copy Reset Crystal to Lu Shuhan. This Copy Reset Crystal of mine has a relatively low level and can only enter copies below level 20. But it's enough, I'm already satisfied that it can get me to level 16 before the entrance exam. Level 16? What a waste! After using this kind of cheating artifact, Lu Shuhan's goal was even just to rise to a mere level 16? What's the difference between this and being a salted fish? If this copy of the reset crystals were given to Lin Xuan to use, he would be able to level up to at least 18. Why not level 20? Because the maximum entry level for this copy of the Goblin Lair can only be level 18. I have a suggestion. I'll take you to upgrade and you take me into the copy. Lin Xuan suddenly proposed. Lu Shuhan seemed to smile. Don't forget, we can be considered rivals now. What makes you convince me to take you into a copy? I thank you for treating me as a competitor. However, what I want to say is that since you come from a magical family, your eyesight must be quite a bit higher than mine, and if you just can treat someone like me as a competitor, then I will absolutely despise you. In addition, with your current level, you can at most solo brush the difficulty with very low experience, while I can take you to brush the hell level, and although there is an experience decay for grouping up, it's definitely more than if you were to solo brush it alone. By teaming up with me, you'll be able to rise to level 17 and have a better chance of impacting the Green Dragon Academy. Group up for me, the whole time you don't need to do anything, just sit back and wait to collect the experience. How about it, do these points I mentioned convince you? After these few days of intense copy brushing, Luo Kun had actually long had the idea of finding someone to take him to brush his own copy, only that he himself had pride and was not good at opening his mouth. So actually, no matter how Lin Chuan answered, he would agree to take him along. After all, we all came from the same school, and she was also interested in Lin Chuan's strength as a mythic rank profession. However, she couldn't have imagined it in any way. You're already able to solo a copy of Hell Difficulty? A Hell Difficulty copy, the monsters in that were straight up level 20. Lin Chuan had actually threatened that he could take himself flying, and he didn't even need to make a move himself. How was this possible? I'll show you tomorrow when I take you to try it. Well then, it's a deal. The two of them agreed to meet at the entrance of the replica the next day after each of them had finished brushing the replica once. Then challenged the Hell Difficulty copy. Lin Chuan was naturally stress-free, spending only 20 minutes or so to finish the copy, and bringing the copy's recorded time up again. Unfortunately, after reaching level 15, the experience needed to upgrade became more, and Lin Chuan didn't make it to level 16. It was only after waiting for an hour and a half that Luo Kun finally came out of the copy. My god, how did you brush the map faster than a traditional magician like me? Is the summoning profession so strong now? Seeing that Lin Chuan seemed to have waited for a long time, Luo Kun couldn't help but let out a question. It's probably because I'm too strong. Are you ready? Can we team up now? Come on. Luo Kun pulled up the team, then used the copy reset stone to enter the copy. Goblin Lair, Hell level difficulty, straight up. Since two people entered the copy this time, the copy reset stone also consumed 2 points of energy straight away. Enter the copy and open the monster. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers and summoned his army of summoned beasts. With the double summoning effect of the priest scepter, Lin Chuan had now replenished his necrotic space. A full 150 summoned creatures instantly appeared in the copy. A vast number of summoned creatures marched towards the front. Seeing this sight in front of her, Luo Kun covered her mouth. He repeatedly confirmed Lin Chuan's attributes, and although they were slightly higher than the other professions, they were still not as good as himself in terms of specialized attribute points. But why could he summon so many summoned creatures in one breath? Even a level 40 or 50 summoner couldn't summon low-level summoned creatures and have 150 of them appear at once. Exaggerated, too exaggerated. Could it be that he wants to win with numbers? Luo Kun checked these summoned beast attributes again. However, in her perspective, these summoned beasts had no other highlights other than the fact that their level was level 15. Even their attributes were only a measly 400 points, barely a drop higher than the small monsters. But this copy was a full 3,000 monsters, far less in number than the other side. Luo Kun really couldn't figure out how in the world Lin Chuan had the confidence to say that he was going to take himself flying. Men's mouths, lying ghosts. You still have to rely on yourself to brush copies. In Luo Kun's eyes, Lin Chuan was simply unable to carry himself away, so he resolutely joined the battle. So he began to cast his magic skills. However, just then, something unexpected happened. Lin Chuan's summoned beast and the High Goblin Warrior made short work of each other. The gold-level Death Servant went down with a slash and directly came with a triple jump in experience. Killed high-level Goblin Warrior, experience plus 75. Slay a high-level Goblin Warrior, experience plus 75. Slay a high-level Goblin Warrior, experience plus 75. Before Luo Kun could react to what was happening, immediately after that, system prompts appeared in front of his eyes one after the other. In only a few short minutes, the first wave of monsters, thousands of high-level Goblin Warriors, were all cleaned up. Lin Chuan smacked his lips. The experience of two people brushing the map is really a lot less than solo brushing. However, since there was free experience to take, naturally, he wouldn't ask for too much. There were a total of 12 points of energy left in the copy reset crystals, for a total of 6 additional copy chances. Lin Chuan believed that he would still be able to rise to level 18 before the college entrance exam. What are you gawking at? Hurry up! Luo Kun was still immersed in shock when Lin Chuan suddenly pulled up her hand and ran towards the next copy location. Chapter 025 shocked Luo Kun. The second wave was the same as before. Lin Chuan ordered the summoned beasts to take care of the high-level Goblin Wolf cavalry at the entrance before pulling Luo Kun and rushing into the cavern. Ha! Can this wave of monsters charge straight inside? Don't worry, I know this road well. In order to ensure Luo Kun's safety, Lin Chuan took advantage of the gap to summon the hooked soul bullhead and put a shield on her. This was the Golden Master. Lin Chuan couldn't let anything happen to her. This is a shield? Your summoned beast still has this kind of skill? Brush with me, the pack won't die. Lu Shuhan curiously checked her attributes, and looking at the shield that was 3 or 4 times longer than her blood bar, she was once again speechless. Lin Chuan's summoned beast skill could actually add such a high shield to himself. With this shield, it would be hard to die. Geez. Why don't I have this skill? If I were to have this shield, would I have to be whisked around by monsters? I could have just gone hard. It was truly a case of people being more angry than people. It's too much of a blow. How could there be such a buggy person in this world? How could he get everything good all by himself? Just as Lu Shuhan was wandering, the two of them had already arrived at the entrance of the boss lair. Lin Chuan suddenly pulled Lu Shuhan around a corner and drilled into the hidden boss Silver Moon Wolf King's lair. This path hadn't been traveled by Lu Shuhan, but she wasn't stupid. In an instant, she guessed that the Silver Moon Wolf King in front of her was the duplicate hidden boss. The hidden boss is actually here? How did you know? I'm the one who discovered this place, and I even took the first kill. You're the one who discovered the hidden boss? Gosh, how much experience did I miss out on? Lu Shuhan was really envious and jealous this time. Not only was Lin Chuan strong, but even his luck was so unbelievable. In the past few days, the news that the hidden boss had been found had been circulating in the duplicate camp. However, the exact location had not been circulated. At first, Lu Shuhan searched for it a few times, and then he really didn't find it, so he naturally gave up. In fact, not only Lu Shuhan, even the other mercenaries, also hardly found any. Regarding the exact location of the hidden boss, it simply hadn't been publicized out in a big way. It suddenly occurred to Lin Chuan that this was probably because Hu Xiaoyi and the others had strictly kept this secret. In his heart, he thought highly of these people for a few more points. Let's take them to fly a handful of hellish difficulties on the last day. Lin Chuan had already decided that when the last day rolled around, he absolutely had to take them on a hell difficulty copy. Although he didn't mind keeping the hidden boss location a secret, he did admire the contractual spirit of these people. If it were any other mercenary, they might have already taken this information and sold it for money. But these were all afterthoughts. Right now it was still important to upgrade first. In front of absolute strength, numerical superiority was just a joke. Although the Silver Moon Wolves were numerous, they were ultimately nothing more than a bunch of small monsters. Lin Chuan quickly cleaned them up, and the Silver Moon Wolf King that appeared afterward was also quickly eliminated by his fire set. Immediately afterward, he came to the boss room. Familiar recipe, familiar fight. Clear out the small monsters to get full experience, followed by using the hooked horseface's blast skill to kill the Goblin Giant King in one fell swoop. When the red light appeared, Lin Chuan was already waiting at the refresh location of the passing treasure chest. When the boss died and the treasure chest appeared, Lin Chuan opened it at the first opportunity and then exited the copy. There was no delay in the middle at all. Lu Shuhan only saw a red light appear in front of his eyes, and the next second he was teleported out of the copy. Before she could even figure out what had happened, she wasn't even given time to be surprised. The copy is finished, continue? Ha? You're done? It's a little bit slower than if I were to brush it by myself, but at this rate, it should be okay. More than okay. It's simply too good. It was important to realize that Lin Chuan was not more than half an hour before and after brushing hell difficulty right now. Currently the second place on the racing leaderboard takes more than 50 minutes, and teaming up with Lin Chuan, Lu Shuhan inexplicably made it onto the leaderboard. If this speed isn't good enough, then who else can do it? Lu Shuhan took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Pervert, too pervert. But not convinced. Originally, she still thought that she was relying on the cheating effect of the copy reset crystals to close the level gap and wanted to break bread with Lin Chuan. But from the current situation, it was obvious that she had overthought it. This time, the experience of the copy was slightly less than the single brush, but it still allowed Lin Chuan to level up to level 16. And Lu Shuhan had also successfully leveled up to 15. Hell difficulty experience bonus, coupled with the experience of the hidden boss, the experience Lu Shuhan gained from brushing the copy this time was too much more than before when he soloed by himself. If I had known that teaming up with you would be so enjoyable, why did I work so hard to solo brush the hard difficulty before? Lu Shuhan was now very regretful. If only she had followed Lin Chuan earlier. Do you still brush? Lin Chuan asked tentatively. After all, Lu Shuhan had to consume a little extra energy from the copy reset crystals to bring himself into the copy. Brush, of course. Straight through. Without saying a word, Lu Shuhan directly consumed energy and entered the copy. For the rest of the time, the two of them had been indulging in the fast upgrading experience of brushing copies. The two's levels rubbed up like a rocket. After 2 days of tireless effort, the energy of the copy reset crystals was used up. Lu Shuhan's level was successfully raised to level 16, accomplishing her set goal. Lin Chuan's level, on the other hand, had reached level 18 under the Mythic Profession experience bonus. Lin Chuan, congratulations, having risen to level 18, it shouldn't be a problem to get into the Green Dragon Academy. Thank you, you're also level 16, almost 17 in experience. Tomorrow after brushing the last day's copy opportunity, you should be able to rise to level 17. As long as you play normally, it won't be much of a problem to get into Green Dragon Academy. Thanks to your blessing, I'm satisfied with this kind of achievement. Lu Shuhan thanked Lin Xuan from the bottom of her heart. It was completely without having to do anything on his own to rise to this kind of level, it just took some more energy from the copy reset crystals. This copy reset crystal wouldn't be of much use until after the entrance exam, so this deal was super valuable any way you look at it. Shuhan, there's still one last chance for a copy left today, so I'd like to bring a few friends along to brush up. Do you mind? In the past few days, Lin Xuan and Lu Shuhan had gotten very familiar, and the name calling started to become intimate. As long as you don't leave me behind, I don't care. Lu Shuhan's leveling goal had been reached, no matter how many people teamed up, anyway, he could rise to level 17 today, it didn't matter if the experience was more or less. More importantly, she gradually developed a sense of dependence on Lin Xuan, falling in love with the thrill of not having to personally do anything herself to brush copies and fight monsters. This feeling fascinated her. Well then, I'll go get them now. Not long after, Lin Xuan returned with Hu Xiaoyi and Huang Kai. There were only two people. Hu Xiaoyi's face reddened with shame. Student Lin Xuan, I'm sorry, we're sorry for you. Chapter 026 Meet Suit Berserker. Hu Xiaoyi's words clouded Lin Xuan's mind. What did you guys do behind my back to apologize to me? Lin Xuan and Hu Xiaoyi didn't know each other well, what could she have done to wrong herself? It was a joke, but I didn't expect Hu Xiaoyi to be even more embarrassed. A few days ago you told us the location of the hidden boss. Originally, we were 3 people who had agreed to keep this secret, but another teammate realized that the location of the hidden boss could be sold for money, and then behind our backs, sold this information to a mercenary guild. Lin Xuan came to a realization. Harm, I thought it was something? Turns out it's this little thing. It's just a hidden boss location, sooner or later it'll be discovered, so sell it. No way. You don't mind about this matter, but we can't be so untrustworthy, or else how else can we gain a foothold in this world? Hu Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xuan with firm eyes. We've already dismissed that team member and will never form a team again. Lin Xuan was also intimidated by Hu Xiaoyi's aura, not realizing that this girl with an extremely average talent would have such great vigor. He smiled faintly, fine, just do as you say. It's just that we're now 1 person short, and I'm worried that we'll roll over if we brush the copy with 4 people. Hu Xiaoyi continued. Lu Shuhan walked out at this time, patting her chest and packing her bags. There's no need to worry about this kind of thing, there are thighs in the team, when the time comes, you guys will just follow behind and run the map. Hu Xiaoyi was still skeptical. Lin Xuan and Lu Shuhan's upgrading speed was fast, that was also one level 16 and one level 18, and their strength was similar to their own at most. With this lineup into the copy, more than 90% to turn over, after all, in her eyes, the hell level difficulty copy is not so good to brush. Why don't we just look for a meat shield or healer while we're at it? Hu Xiaoyi suggested uneasily. Speaking of meat shields, Lin Xuan really did see a suitable candidate. He only saw a person not far away wearing heavy armor all over his body walking towards the entrance of the replica. Luo Kun. This person was none other than the other rare profession of the first senior high school of Donghai City, Luo Kun. Luo Kun saw the two of them, Lin Xuan and Lu Shuhan. It's you guys? After not seeing him for a few days, Luo Kun's had gone through a lot. Compared to before, the eyes have become much clearer, less of the kind of cynicism of the playboy. Only there was still a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes when he looked at Lin Xuan. Luo Kun, how did you become like this? This equipment of yours, it looks like it's worth a lot. Lu Shuhan complimented. Above Luo Kun's equipment, a faint purple glow surrounded it. This was a magical phenomenon that would only appear if certain set effects were activated. Lu Shuhan was the school flower, Luo Kun had always been quite fond of her and knew everything. Oh, this is the upgrade equipment that my family prepared for me, super show you guys the attributes. This set of equipment was purchased by his family with a heavy amount of money, and it was said to have cost a full 20 million gold coins, it was a rare good thing. Luo Kun couldn't help but show off in front of Lin Xuan. Titan's Heavy Shield Sword Rare. Level, 10. Attribute, Strength plus 10, Physique plus 40. Titan's Heavy Armor Rare. Attribute, Physique plus 40. Titan's Heavy Boots Rare. Attribute, Agility plus 10, Physique plus 40. Titan's Heavy Ring Rare. Attribute, Physique plus 40. Titan's Heavy Ring Rare. Effect, Life Recovery Speed plus 100%. Titan's Heavy Set. Set effect, Physique plus 200, Defense plus 50%. Lin Xuan was secretly staggered in his heart, worthy of being the son of a landowner's family, he had directly made a whole set of rare suits. Only. This is an outfit that dogs shake their heads at when they look at it. What a stupid person with a lot of money. Put. Lu Shuhan didn't hold back and laughed outright. Luo Kun, isn't your profession berserker? Why are you still stacking meat? Think your damage is too high? Ha ha ha, laughing me to death. Ha? Can't a berserker stack meat? I even specifically asked my dad to pick this outfit for me, stacking meat for survivability. Lin Chuan rolled his eyes. I told you to study but not to read. You sleep in class every day, stupid, right? Berserker's professional characteristic is that the less blood you have, the more damage you do. How can you do damage if you pile up such a high amount of blood? So that's how it is. I said, why can't I hack the monsters? In the past few days, in order to maximize his experience, Luo Kun naturally chose to single brush copies just like Lu Shuhan, so no one reminded him of this. However, every day he had to spend more than 10 hours to finish brushing his copy, and the process was simply painful. Fortunately, with the experience bonus of the rare profession, he was barely able to rise to level 14. It's really hard for you. Lin Chuan looked at Luo Kun with a look of an idiot. Thinking about this, Lin Chuan's previously accumulated anger instantly disappeared quite a bit. People just can't put this kind of little cutie in their eyes, or else they would be pulling down their own class too much. Thanks to Luo Kun, career awakening is still so high and mighty, an attitude of wanting to get himself killed. In just 1 week, now he's not as mixed up as some high-level professions. It's true that the world has been created to be a mess. Luo Kun, we are preparing to challenge the Hell difficulty copy, short of a meat shield. Do you want to join us? Lin Chuan certainly wasn't short on meat shields. His summoned creatures had never been a second monster. Seeing Lin Chuan's expression of a bad smile, Lu Shuhan instantly figured out his intentions and couldn't help but poke him in the nest of his waist. Whispering, she said, so you're so bad-hearted. You guys are so quick to brush Hell difficulty? I've heard that this copy of Hell difficulty isn't easy, and that you'll roll over if you're not careful. It's because we're not sure, that's why we're looking for a strong teammate, and this is where we found you? Lin Chuan gave a horse's ass, patting Luo Kun in the clouds. Ha, that's right, with Little Master's body now, although the damage isn't seen to be much, it's not that easy to kill me. It's too late to change the output suit today, so Little Master, I'll be a meat shield for you guys. Lin Chuan, I can say this in advance. I believe in Lu Shuhan's strength, but if you drag your feet, don't blame me for getting you. Luo Kun raised his fist and warned Lin Chuan. In his eyes, Lu Shuhan naturally didn't have to worry. Coming from a magical family, there was definitely no shortage of equipment and props, and he was a rare profession extreme ice mage. The other two, at a glance, were nearby mercenaries. Their equipment might not be as good as his own and Lu Shuhan, but they should also be on the passing line, and they also had rich combat experience. The only thing left was Lin Chuan. A poor boy, it was questionable whether he could put together a set of level 10 equipment by now. Even if it was a mythic level profession, without equipment additions, it would still be Battle 5 dregs. Just put 120 mines on this. If I drag my feet, I'll be your ass stool for a month. Then what if I take you to fly? Are you also going to show it? Lu Shuhan covered her mouth at the side and laughed straight away. This guy Lin Chuan, too bad. If you can take me flying, I'll be your ass stool for a month too. Come on, team up. Chapter 027, Flying a Hell difficulty copy. Lin Chuan pulled up the team. With Luo Kun joining them, they had finally put together a 5-man squad. Hu Xiaoyi now felt a big headache and whispered to Huang Kai at the side. When we enter the copy, the two of us will do more damage, be careful of flipping. In her eyes, only herself and Huang Kai were the only ones who had come to brush the copy properly. The other three were still rookies who had just professionally awakened for a week. Lin Chuan, he was relieved to have seen him force back Ouyang Hai, who was ranked as high as level 26, in the first place. As for the other two, well, one didn't intend to make a move from the start. The other played the berserker as a meat shield. This one swiped a copy. Difficult. Harder. Lin Chuan didn't think so much about it, and had already gathered enough people to directly open the copy. Goblin Lair Hell level, enter. Enter inside the copy. Lin Chuan released his army of summoned creatures in one breath. After level 18, Lin Chuan's necrotic space could hold a full 180 summoned creatures. The appearance of a vast number of summoned creatures caused everyone's movements in their hands to stall. Hey, Lin Chuan, what are you up to? What's the point of summoning so much trash out? It's in my way. The two of them, Hu Xiaoyi and Huang Kai, stopped the skills in their hands because there were too many summoned beasts blocking their attack route. The only one who didn't complain to Lin Chuan was Lu Shuhan. She had already experienced this kind of shocking scene more than once and was now completely immune. At this point, she even thoughtfully disguised herself as a narrator, reminding everyone of what was going to happen next. Calm down. You guys just run the map, leave the rest to Lin Chuan. Leave it to Lin Chuan alone? He's going to brush it alone? Don't worry, he can handle it. All you guys need to do is run up and watch your feet. Watch your step? The three of them were puzzled. Why should they pay attention to their feet? There are no traps in this copy, so what? And you're worried that we'll fall if we walk? Attention, it's coming. Before a single person could react, hundreds of monster-killing prompts immediately started popping up in front of their eyes. One piled on top of the other, filling the eyes. The number of these hints was just too much, almost filling up a large portion of the field of vision in front of them. It was impossible to see the road ahead. Only then did the three of them figure out what Lu Shuhan meant when he told them to pay attention to their feet. Surprisingly, they were being swept away by experience. This Lin Xuan, what's going on? How come he's killing monsters so fast? Luo Kun was stunned. At this moment, he had begun to question himself. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He's only been painting hard levels for the past few days, and he's been fighting for over half a minute to kill a small monster. This guy Lin Xuan just stood still and didn't even have to move his hands to have such a fast monster clearing speed. Are summoners perverts? Brother Kun, are you satisfied with my performance? Seeing Luo Kun's surprised expression, Lin Xuan couldn't help but tease. Luo Kun's throat felt like a fishbone was stuck in it. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make a sound. Lin Xuan had indeed given him a huge shock. But for him to admit that Lin Xuan was stronger than himself, it would be better to kill him. Lin Xuan didn't pay any attention, and after clearing the monsters, he rushed to the next place right after. Upgraded, level 17, gorgeous. Lu Shuhan was in a great mood now. Today was the last day before the college entrance exam, and this was also the last time to brush up on copies before the college entrance exam. A full level higher than the previously expected level 16, Lu Shuhan was very satisfied with her upgrade speed. Of course, this was thanks to having Lin Xuan as his thigh. Not only is the upgrade speed fast, but you don't have to do it yourself. Let's hurry up and follow. If we fall out of the experience zone, the copy will be in vain. At this point, Lin Xuan had already walked away, and Lu Shuhan began to urge. When he came to the entrance of the cave, there were no more monsters outside. Why are there no monsters? Where's Lin Xuan? Hu Xiaoyi let out a question. He's already gone into the cave. A copy can still be painted like this? Hu Xiaoyi had at least brushed this copy of the Goblin Lair a few hundred times, and had never thought of this wave of monsters rushing into the cave. And had never heard of anyone else daring to do so. Am I alone in this? The group followed Lin Xuan into the cave, and immediately came to the hidden boss. This time, it opened Luo Kun's eyes again. Hidden boss, it's hidden boss. Bulldog thief, eat my spear. The location of the hidden boss didn't even tell me. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes. Did you look for me to ask? Really, just too busy painting copies. Just your playstyle of brushing the full 10 hours a day? If I let you brush a hidden boss again, will your little body be able to carry it? Luo Kun had a black line on his face. Don't poke people short. How about my speed? Did I drag you down? As he spoke, the Silver Moon Wolf mini-monsters had all fallen to the ground, and the Silver Moon Wolf King tried to rush out from behind the bars. Lin Xuan directly used the Soul Hook Vector to remotely collect it. Surprisingly, it was also a skill second. Your INGs are indeed powerful. Luo Kun wanted to swear, but a golden light suddenly rose under his feet, and he upgraded. He immediately changed his words and patted Lin Xuan on the back. Luo Kun, you'd even pat others on the back. Is this still any dude I know? Laughing to death. Lu Shuhan felt funny when he saw Luo Kun clenching his teeth and praising Lin Xuan. What's so funny? What's the point of staying here when it's all brushed up? Still not going? Luo Kun realized that he had lost face in front of School Flower and cursed and walked away. This guy, so petty. We're all classmates, we might even get into the same school in the future. Don't strain your face all day long. It's up to you. Just after upgrading, Luo Kun smoothly rose to level 15. Although there was no chance of trying to get into Green Dragon Academy, he had at least locked in a key college. He had missed out on too much experience in the early stages, and now that he was able to reach the threshold to get into a key college, it was already a good result. Coming to the final boss room. The last wave of monsters are huddled together with the high-level Goblin Wolf Riders that haven't finished refreshing. According to Luo Kun's previous character, he definitely had to spit on Lin Xuan again. However, after experiencing the first few waves of monsters, Luo Kun was already not surprised by this. Brushing into the boss room in more than 20 minutes was something Luo Kun had never thought of. This kind of thing could be done. It was just a few more small monsters. Lin Xuan could definitely handle it. It's coming. Everyone hold your jaws. Lu Shuhan suddenly opened her mouth to remind. The three of them immediately widened their eyes, curious as to what other surprises Lin Xuan would bring them. After clearing out the small monsters, next up was the boss, the Goblin Giant King. Go for it. Lin Xuan waved his hand, and Hook's Soul Horseface rushed forward dragging his chains. Hook's Soul Strike. The chains turned red the instant they attacked, striking at the Goblin Giant King's body at an extremely fast speed. The moment the chains came into contact with the Goblin Giant King, they immediately slapped it into a bloody mist. It was directly killed in seconds. The sight in front of you can be deceiving, but the kill prompts won't. Looking at the prompts that popped up in front of them, everyone immediately held their chins in their hands. Otherwise they would really fall. It's too strong. Chapter 028 Returning. Hu Xiaoyi never dreamed of it. She wanted to draw a perfect conclusion to her career in the Goblin Lair copy, which was why she invited to team up with Lin Xuan to raid the Hell level difficulty copy. It would end up this way. He himself hadn't contributed at all from beginning to end. The whole time he was just following Lin Xuan and listening to Lu Shuhan's explanation. It's okay to be led to fly copies, but in the end, when you pass the level, you also accidentally refresh the copy record. Congratulations to Lin Xuan, Lu Shuhan, Hu Xiaoyi, Huang Kai, Luo Kun's team for clearing the Goblin Lair copy held difficulty in 25 minutes and 47 seconds, setting a new record and ranking number 1. This Lin Xuan, what kind of person is he? No, Hu Xiaoyi wasn't even sure if Lin Xuan was still a person now. He was a demon. Could it be that he's a genius from some hidden family? Hu Xiaoyi was already certain of her thoughts in her heart, and she couldn't help but feel a little more awe for Lin Xuan in her heart. Sister Xiaoyi, I'll leave it to you to open the passing treasure chest. Lin Xuan proposed. It was only when she heard the voice that Hu Xiaoyi snapped out of her shock. Well, thank you. Opening the passing treasure chest with your own hands is what gives you the real feeling of passing a hell difficulty copy. Lin Xuan also thought of this, so he gave the opportunity to open the treasure chest to Hu Xiaoyi. As for himself, he had opened it too many times, and he was already tired of it. Just as Hu Xiaoyi was opening the treasure chest, Lin Xuan suddenly realized a joke and couldn't help but laugh. I'll go, are you crazy? Why are you laughing so loud, scaring me? Luo Kun was really startled by Lin Xuan's laughter. Lin Xuan didn't bother with him and said to Lu Shuhan, I suddenly thought of a joke. Look, the name of this copy's boss is called Goblin Giant King. Haha, Goblin Giant King. Obviously so small, how dare you call it Giant King? Lin Xuan laughed loudly. The atmosphere at the scene was awkward. X4. 4 puzzled voices in quick succession. Even the two people, Hu Xiaoyi and Huang Kai, who had gone ahead to open the treasure chest, couldn't help but turn back. All of them stared at Lin Xuan with the look of a freak. Lin Xuan was made uncomfortable by the look. What's wrong? Isn't this funny? Don't you know? The third stage of the Goblin Giant King is giganticization, turning into a 5-meter tall giant. It's because of this trait that it's called the Giant King. There's still this? Lin Xuan really didn't know he had let the Goblin Giant King enter the second stage except for the first time he swiped a copy. The rest of the time, it was a one-trick pony, so he didn't even know that this boss had a third stage. Much less that its third stage was to turn into a giant. Not a big problem, no impact, no effect. Lin Xuan hurriedly waved his hand and sidetracked the topic. At this moment, Hu Xiaoyi opened the passing treasure chest and suddenly there was a flash of purple light. The purple suit has exploded. Goblin's secret necklace rare. Level 15. Attribute, strength plus 15, mental strength plus 35. Effect, gigantization. Doubles in size, shifts attack type to close range physical, and gains a bonus to mental power damage. After use, all attributes plus 500, lasts for 5 minutes, every minute all attributes decrease by 100. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Lin Xuan took a glance at this necklace. What he wanted most was the effect of giganticization. Putting aside the additional mental power bonus for the general attack, with the effect of doubling his size alone, there was no man who could resist this temptation. Directly can be transformed into a tyrannical fierce man. Think of all the excitement. This purple suit, how do we distribute it? Although it was only a low-grade purple suit, it came with a skill effect. This kind of equipment that came with skills could be sold for as low as 50,000 gold coins on the trading houses. It was a considerable amount of income for an ordinary professional. It's just a purple suit, I can't use it, you guys split it amongst yourselves. Luo Kun's family had money, so naturally he couldn't see this one purple suit. In fact, more importantly, he did not contribute to this copy, simply embarrassed to ask. The effect of this equipment doesn't match my temperament, I'm quitting. The reason given by Lu Shuhan was reasonable. After all, she was still the school flower. Suddenly turning into King Kong Barbie was indeed not very appropriate. In the end, Hu Xiaoyi and Huang Kai remained. They were mercenaries, and this equipment meant a great deal to them. Since my two classmates are giving up, I will also. Classmate Lin Xuan, this equipment will be yours. Before Lin Xuan could finish, Hu Xiaoyi interrupted him. The two of us, Huang Kai and I, didn't contribute to this copy. This equipment can be said to have been blown up by you alone. He should belong to you. Without waiting for Lin Xuan to excuse himself, Hu Xiaoyi had already shoved the necklace into his hands. Also, thank you for taking us to brush copies. Lin Xuan, just take it. We know we're not talented, and this equipment won't help us very much if we keep it here. Besides, aren't you going to take the college entrance exam soon? One more piece of equipment is naturally one more strength. Huang Kai persuaded at the same time. When it came to the college entrance exam, Lin Xuan really didn't have any more reasons to refuse. Thanks then. One's goal was to be the top student in the college entrance exam, and those who achieve great things do not take care of small things. Lin Xuan decided that when he had the chance, he must give Hu Xiaoyi and Huang Kai some help. Of course, all of this would have to be put into the future. Lin Xuan's primary goal right now was the college entrance exam tomorrow. After brushing the copies, Lin Xuan and the others had no reason to remain here. They had to quickly return to Donghai City and prepare for the college entrance exam with all their might. Lin Xuan, I'm going to go home and buy equipment and props. Do you want to join me? As long as the equipment isn't very expensive, I can help you buy it. Consider it an investment. Lu Shuhan blushed in shame. She was clearly trying to pull Lin Xuan in. As for what purpose, it was already obvious. I'm going home to inherit my dad's fully insured semi. If you two are free, go help me see if the lights are broken. Luo Kun snorted coldly and walked away in a conspiratorial manner. He couldn't wait to chuang this pair of dogs now. The two of them, Lin Xuan and Lu Shuhan, had gotten to know each other very well over the past few days and were on good terms. Unfortunately, the pride that belonged uniquely to men did not allow him to agree. What's the point of relying on women? Sooner or later, I, Lin Xuan, will grow up on my own. Shuhan, thank you for your kind words, but I'm going to take the college entrance exam on my own. I want to see how far I can go just by myself. Don't worry, I fought a lot of materials in the past few days. I should be able to exchange a lot of gold coins. Matching a set of equipment won't be a problem. Hearing Lin Xuan say that, Lu Shuhan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in her heart, but she couldn't continue to advise. Alright then. I'm sure you have a way to get the equipment. See you tomorrow. Well, see you tomorrow. Lu Shuhan and Luo Kun were two tycoons, and the family drove the car directly to the replica campground. This kind of car is equipped with fully automatic magic guide equipment and is not afraid of the attacks of the magic creatures in the field. Of course, the cost of this kind of vehicle was astronomical for Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan didn't have anyone to pick him up, so he could only walk back to Donghai City on foot. Just as he was leaving the duplicate camp, there were several pairs of eyes staring at him from a dark corner. Ouyang Hai stared at the direction Lin Xuan had disappeared in with a gloomy face. Elder Zhao Guang, I still ask you three to spare no effort and help us solve this little thing. Chapter 029 Assassination by a Level 30 Assassin. Beside Ouyang Hai stood three mysterious people whose entire bodies were hidden under blue robes. These people never showed their true identities. Even when using the scrying skill, it was impossible to see their true information. The only thing that highlighted their identity was the blue robes they were wearing. According to the Assassin's Guild's leveling system, the color blue was an assassin master who had reached level 30. None of them were the elite of assassins. The reward I promised will be given with both hands. Zhao Guang, standing at the first of the three assassins, his strength was even as high as level 34, the strongest of the three. This person is ferocious, in his hands died in the hands of no less than 50 professionals, and even level up to level 37 professionals cannot escape his pursuit of death. Good to say. I don't quite understand. This kid's level definitely doesn't exceed level 20. Has your Ouyang family declined to the point where you can't even handle this kind of person alone? High-level assassins were very sensitive to the perception of strength and weakness. Zhao Guang easily perceived Lin Xuan's strength class. Less than level 20, very unimpressive. Ouyang Hai laughed awkwardly twice. He didn't dare to say anything about the mysterious expert. If he aroused their vigilance, he would definitely not help himself out. So thought of a different reason. A few days ago, our Ouyang family had some conflicts here, and I'm afraid that if it was up to us to make a move, it would cause some unnecessary trouble. Zhao Guang nodded non-committally. Assassins didn't need to know their employer's reasons for assassinating their target, and as long as their employer didn't deliberately conceal their target's strength, they naturally wouldn't ask about it. In that case, you can wait here for a moment, we will return immediately after taking this son's head. Ouyang Hai was about to thank him, but the three of them still turned into a green smoke and disappeared here. Little, today is the day of your death. Even if you have a mysterious expert to help you, so what, three blue-robed assassins, I'll see how you can escape. When he thought of the terrified expression on Lin Xuan's face before he was about to die, Ouyang Hai couldn't help but reveal a quick, sardonic smile. Lin Xuan entered the forest and immediately summoned his death servant to clear the demonic creatures blocking the road and quickly ran towards Donghai City. It's a pity that I've already leveled up to 19 today, if only I could upgrade one more level. Lin Xuan sighed in his heart. Level 20, the first hurdle in a professional's career. Not only did the upgrade attributes increase considerably compared to a dozen levels, but it also triggered another mechanism that could make a radical change in strength. Transformation. Transferring a job not only allows the professional's skills to be greatly improved, but also unlocks new powerful skills, and even has a chance of awakening a natural skill. It could be said that after transferring and before transferring were two completely different professions. Although Lin Xuan's strength now exceeded more than 90% of his peers, he had an almost perverse desire for strength. In this world of crisis, only strength was king. Suddenly, Lin Xuan felt three strong auras rapidly approaching towards him. This aura was not emanating from a strong strength, but an aura that was close to death. Whether it was Lin Xuan's profession or his summoned beasts, all of them were related to death, so he was very sensitive to this aura of death. It's no coincidence that the three people whose entire bodies emanate an aura of death are in the same direction as himself. Those who could emit such a strong aura must have a lot of human blood on their hands. Lin Chuan silently summoned the soul-hooking bullhead and put a shield on himself. Then he scattered dozens of gold-level death god servants to hide into the forest. He found a flat place and sat down to rest as if nothing had happened. Lin Chuan once again summoned a hooked bullhead to protect his side, ready to put another shield on himself for unexpected situations. Swoosh! 3 silhouettes appeared in front of Lin Chuan. Kid, to wait here so openly, you seem to have already known that today is the day of your death. Lin Chuan's heart flinched. Sure enough, these 3 guys are rushing towards themselves. What is the meaning of seniors? I am just a student, I don't know what has pissed off the 3 seniors. If there is, I am willing to apologize. A very polite junior. If it were usual, perhaps I would have praised you a few times, but unfortunately, someone wants to take your life. If you want to blame it on the fact that you messed with someone you shouldn't have. Lin Chuan's eyes went cold, so he was being rewarded. Cut the crap and take your life. Suddenly, an icy voice came from behind. I don't know when, one of the 3 people standing in front of me was missing. With the sudden onslaught of danger, Lin Chuan's hairs stood up in sweat. This group is not simple, their strength is at least level 30. What a big deal. Backstab. One of the signature skills of the assassin lineage. Instantly move behind the target to launch a surprise attack, and depending on the part of the attack, there is a high probability of causing a bludgeoning effect. Depending on the strength of the subdivided profession, the name and form of the skill are not the same, but in general it is not very different. Go to hell. In the nick of time, Lin Chuan could only desperately move his body to avoid the vitals. This person's original attack on the back of Lin Chuan's neck only hit his shoulders. Only heard a boom, Lin Chuan's body was sent flying out. Attacked by unknown opponent, blood 0, shield value 8976. The skill attack of a level 30 assassin was surprisingly strong to this extent. The shield Lin Chuan had placed over his body was almost ready to shatter directly. Stop him. Flying backwards, Lin Chuan hurriedly ordered, causing the soul-hooking bullhead to slam into the assassin who had initiated the sneak attack, interrupting his pursuit. At the same time, the gold-level death god servants hidden in the forest quickly emerged, charging towards each of the 3 assassins. After Lin Chuan landed on the ground, he immediately disappeared farther towards the forest. Surprisingly, you laid out the summoning beasts in advance. This kind of heart and composure is rare. It's a pity that I took on the commission before this, or else I would have had to recommend you. Lin Chuan didn't run a few steps before the aura of death came from behind him once again. The death servant hadn't held the assassin back. We're the blue-robed assassins of the Assassin's Guild. You don't think you can hold us back with the number of summoned beasts, do you? Naive. As he spoke, the assassin's attack came towards himself. Summon. At the moment of crisis, Lin Chuan summoned 4 hooked bullheads in one breath, protecting his back in all directions. Attacked by an unknown opponent, Soul Snatcher's bullhead bronze level blood 9132. Apparently the opponent had used a more advanced skill and dealt much more damage. There are still summoned beasts? To be able to summon so many in one breath and resist my attacks without dying, as a summoner of less than level 20, you are indeed very strong. That assassin eventually couldn't help but praise Lin Chuan again. However, when he saw the blood level of the hooked bullhead, an unbelievable expression appeared on his face. His own attributes were correct, Lin Chuan's level was correct, and the blood level tip from the skill hit was also correct. But the blood level of the hooked bullhead, why had it only dropped by 10%? Could it be that he was blind? This assassin's eyes certainly weren't blurry. For what he saw was the truth. After leveling up to level 19, Lin Chuan's soul-hooking bullhead, the physique attribute was already as high as 9,000 points. This assassin had knocked out over 9,000 blood, which was exactly 10%. You too, why are you being so abrasive? Haven't you finished that kid yet? Zhao Guang suddenly shouted anxiously. Originally, he had attracted the gold-level death god servant all by himself in order to get his companions a chance to strike. When he saw Lin Chuan summoning so many summoned beasts in one breath, he thought it was just a pile of quantity trash. However, after a short contact, he realized that he was wrong. And wrong by a wide margin. Not only could his own attacks not hit these summoned creatures, but he had just accidentally towed the line and was attacked by a gold-ranked death god servant. The blood bar even instantly disappeared by a third, scaring him to the point of goosebumps. Chapter 030, Counter Kill. The momentary change caused Zhao Guang to be disorganized, reinforcing the idea of killing Lin Chuan as soon as possible. If he let Lin Chuan escape today, it would not only degrade his identity as a blue-robed assassin. What worried him even more was that with the talent Lin Chuan had shown so far, it was highly likely that there was a big power behind him. But if word got out, they would suffer a catastrophe. This Ouyang Hai, how dare you swindle me? When I return, I will definitely make you pay. By this point, Zhao Guang had already thought of the reason why Ouyang Hai didn't strike out on his own. Most likely, he had already guessed the power behind this Lin Chuan. This kid is odd, don't keep your hand, fight quickly. Zhao Guang shouted and immediately used his skill to change his body into three, rushing out of the surroundings of the death servants and rushing towards Lin Xuan from three different directions. Shadow Split, a more popular talent skill in the assassin line of professions. Every 10 levels, you can manifest a doppelganger that inherits 70% of the body's combat power. Zhao Guang's attack came extremely fast. Lin Xuan didn't have time to protect his entire body, the attack had already reached his body. Attacked by unknown opponent, blood 54-53, shield 25-24. At this point, all of Lin Xuan's shields dissipated. He started to lose blood. Lin Xuan spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. Lin Xuan's total blood volume was now only about 7,000, and this strike just now had almost killed him. Flying Rat Triple Strike. Seeing that the attack worked, Zhao Guang gained momentum and directly unleashed his combo skill, as the three doppelgangers kept attacking Lin Xuan. Only countless phantoms appeared on Lin Xuan. Unfortunately, these attacks didn't work. At the critical moment, a hooked bull head suddenly appeared on Lin Xuan's side, and another shield was placed over his body. Although he was hit by the attack and looked in a sorry state, he was actually not in any serious trouble. It was just that the shield was almost broken once again. Dodging the fatal blow, Lin Xuan sought a break and escaped from the gap between Zhao Guang's attacks. Zhao Guang tried to chase after him again, but realized that he had been surrounded by gold-level Death God servants. When Zhao Guang was shocked. With his combat experience of up to level 30, this student who was only a teenager was able to summon so many summoned creatures without him being able to notice them at all. Lin Xuan's summoned creatures were simply too many. And the attributes of every single summoned creature were ridiculously high. Most of the assassin professions didn't have group attack skills before level 40, and after being surrounded, they could only carry out single attacks to break them down one by one. However, they were unable to kill even one of these gold-level Death God minions in a short period of time. After this chase, the battlefield had been split into three pieces, with the three assassins surrounded by Lin Xuan in three separate places. Lin Xuan wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with vengeful fury. Just now, he had been beaten up by these people, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had a large number of soul-hooking bullheads, I'm afraid that I really have to get boxed up. Next, it's your turn to fight back. Lin Xuan circled back to the first battlefield, which was the same assassin who had first attacked earlier. It was also the first person to make contact with the Death Servant. Now, in the siege of the gold-level Death God servants, they gradually showed defeat. Why are these summoned creatures so meaty? It's simply impossible to kill them. Quickly come over and help. Although this person was in a sorry state, after all, he was ranked as high as level 30, and he was an assassin profession with the swiftest movements. It would take a lot of effort for a gold-level Death God servant to wear him down. However, at this time, Lin Xuan had already folded back into the vicinity and summoned 5 bronze-level soul-hooking horse faces in one breath. Explode them for me. Taking advantage of the gap where his line of sight was blocked, Lin Xuan had the 5 horse faces attack at the same time. He directly used the hooking strike blitz skill. 5 chains glowing with red light directly slashed down. It's you? At the last moment of the attack, the assassin saw Lin Xuan and revealed a stunned expression. You asked for it. The chains fell. Hooked Horseface Bronze level uses the Hooked Strike skill, dealing 20,700 points of damage. Soul Snatcher Bronze level uses Soul Snatcher skill, inflicting 20,700,000 damage. 5 blasts of damage. Too bad this assassin doesn't take the full amount. Only by the second attack, it had died a horrible death on the spot. Damage overflowed. Unfortunately, it's a waste of 3 blast skills. Lin Xuan smacked his lips, dissatisfied with the assassin's performance, that he hadn't taken the full damage. The Hooked Horseface Blast skill required a day's cooldown when used once. If he used it too much, it would still have an impact on Lin Xuan's next college entrance exam. The assassin was dead, and the items in the storage space exploded all over the place. Lin Xuan did not have time to take a closer look and directly brainstormed the legacy that the other party had exploded into the storage space. He then rushed to the next battlefield. The second assassin, Lin Xuan, repeated the same technique, letting the Death Servant increase the intensity of his attacks, forcing the opponent to be overwhelmed. After forcing out the opponent's cracks, Soul-Seducing Horseface's Soul-Seducing chains finally arrived above his head. It smoothly collected his life. The difference was that this time Lin Xuan had only used 2 hooking strikes. The excellent character of hard work and thrift was fully utilized. Of course, the legacy popped out by the second assassin was naturally pocketed by Lin Xuan. Next, he focused all of his summoned creatures and targeted the strongest of the 3 assassins, Zhao Guang. After a short contact, Zhao Guang had gradually figured out the attack pattern of the Death Servant. He was about to look for an opportunity to break out of the encirclement to help his companions. Suddenly felt a steep increase in pressure. When he came back to his senses, he realized that the number of summoned creatures surrounding him had almost doubled. The immense pressure of defense instantly pulled him back to reality. Can't hear them moving. Was it you who killed them? Zhao Guang suddenly realized that other than his own spot, he could no longer hear the sounds of the fight anywhere else. Even Zhao Guang himself was taken aback when he said this. This student in front of him, who was only in the teens, had actually killed 2 level 30 blue-robed assassins. Since you guys came to kill me, you must have already prepared yourselves to be killed by me. Receiving an affirmative answer, Zhao Guang's heart sank to the bottom. Little brother, a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We only acted according to our employer's wishes, and we don't have any personal grudges with you. Look, 2 of my companions have already been killed by you, we paid the price. There's nothing wrong with you either, so why don't we leave this matter at that? If you let me go, I will never pursue the death of my companions. Zhao Guang couldn't care less at this moment and hurriedly begged Lin Xuan for forgiveness. Lin Xuan snorted coldly, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? If I let you go peacefully today, I will be the one who exposes my body to the wilderness in the future. There is no point in talking more, let's fight. The assassin who accepted the commission was originally living a life of licking blood from the mouth of a knife. Both sides had now reached an irreconcilable point, so how could Lin Xuan easily let him go? Blame it on Zhao Guang's own lack of strength. Soul hooking vector. Shoo! Shoo! In the midst of the chaos, Lin Xuan seized the break and launched an attack towards Zhao Guang. The pitch-black arrow cut through the air. This Zhao Guang was worthy of being the strongest of the 3, he was clearly pushed to the brink, yet he still dodged Lin Xuan's attack. Kid, wanting to sneak attack old me, you're still a million years too early. Zhao Guang wanted to taunt, however, the pain coming from his thighs gave him a bad feeling. Only to see that a pitch-black soul hooking vector had suddenly appeared on his thigh. The damage of the soul hook vector wasn't high, but let's not forget that it came with a 1-second stun effect. Zhao Guang only felt like his brain was down, as if he was in a sea of death. He was seized by death. Chapter 031, The Spoils of War. Zhao Guangming clearly remembered that he had dodged Lin Xuan's attack, but why did the soul hooking vector hit his thigh? That's right. Because of the priest's scepter. You can use an additional skill with a damage value of 50%. 2 skills, not so good to dodge. Zhao Guang hadn't even guarded against the fact that Lin Xuan still had this hand. Soul hooking strike. Lin Xuan naturally couldn't let go of such a good opportunity. The hook soul horse face chain glowed with red light and struck towards Zhao Guang's face. The assassin who had lost his mobility was like a tiger with its teeth pulled out, no longer any threat. Boom! After a loud bang, a large pit appeared on the ground. Zhao Guang was lying in the pit in a sorry state, his entire body had become tattered and dying. Tell me, who hired you to kill me? Lin Xuan stood at a distance, the 2 hooked bullheads protecting themselves and not coming any closer. Zhao Guang laughed miserably, I didn't expect that in front of such a great advantage, you still wouldn't risk your life. Cautious, too cautious. Your Excellency is a high-ranked assassin, I don't want to be taken by your dying counterattack. Say, who hired you to kill me? As you said, we have no enmity in the first place, so maybe I'll let you go. Let me go? Are you coaxing a 3-year-old child? I'm not going to. Get information from my employer. Then go to hell. Lin Xuan said coldly, directly ordering Hook Soul Horse Face to attack. Since the other party refused to open up, there was no use in dragging it out any further, no need to waste time. Moreover, he had long had a suspicion about the person behind the curtain. The Ouyang family of Summer City, I will personally pay a visit. Zhao Guang didn't expect Lin Xuan to be so decisive as a person, then Lin Xuan coldly came out with a sentence about the Ouyang family. Even though Zhao Guang's life experience was rich, the expression on his face still involuntarily changed. It was this change that made Lin Xuan certain that the person behind the buying of the murderer was none other than the Ouyang family. Kid, you don't think that everything will be fine if you kill me, do you? The Assassin's Guild's people aren't that easy to kill. Zhao Guang shouted hysterically. Secret method, soul engraving. Zhao Guang's entire body suddenly emitted a bizarre aura and his body shook uncontrollably. A gray soul energy suddenly left his body, as if it had drained Zhao Guang's soul. As soon as this soul appeared, it even automatically recognized where Lin Xuan was hiding and shot towards him at a terrifying speed. Boom! Hook Soul Horseface's attack fell, and Zhao Guang's body was smashed to pieces, killing him on the spot. At the same time, Lin Xuan was also hit by gray energy. The gray energy was ingested into Lin Xuan's brain, but nothing peculiar arose. Lin Xuan checked his body, and there were no major problems. Only on his status bar, an additional status message was displayed. Secret method, soul engraving inactivated. Effect, a message left behind by the person who cast the spell is stored in it, and can be interpreted by those who are proficient in this spell. Surprisingly, it's been planted with a mark. Thinking with his but, Lin Xuan knew that this mark said one thing. Telling the others that he was Zhao Guang's murderer. What if we let this mark hang on us? In the future, if you encounter someone from the Assassin's Guild, once you are discovered, won't you be subjected to the entire guild's wanted list? Lin Xuan tried to erase the soul engraving, but he was told that his level was insufficient. He took another look at the level of this status and it was as high as level 34. It seems that I can only erase this mark after my level exceeds 34. Lin Chuan secretly shook his head in his mind. He must be more careful in his own actions in the future, or at least not let anyone easily see this soul-engraved mark. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Let's go back to Donghai City first. Lin Chuan collected the items that Zhao Guang had exploded and immediately returned to East Sea City with a quick whip. With him rushing non-stop for a moment, he finally entered the city at noon. Having arrived here, Lin Chuan was finally safe for the time being. After mingling in the goblin lair for a week, he had received the legacy of 3 more level 30 assassins. Lin Chuan was now considered a small asset, so naturally he didn't have to be as stingy as before. So he directly called a cab to send himself back to his place by car. The city gates of Donghai City were a 50-minute drive from Lin Chuan's residence, and he now had enough time to inventory the loot from this battle. After spending 10 minutes, Lin Chuan categorized the things. It had to be said that the things in the storage space of a level 30 Big Brother were just extraordinary, and were many times stronger than the level 19 archer who had attacked himself in the forest before. It was not a great at all. These 3 people's worth added up to a whopping 17 pieces of level 20 or 30 rare equipment alone. There were also various potions and precious props. Together with the materials and gold coins, it was already upwards of $1 million. Lin Chuan had sort of fattened himself up with this wave of assassinations. However, Lin Chuan's situation this time was also very critical. Not only had he summoned all 190 summoned creatures, but he had also used the majority of his active skills. Even many of the summoned creatures were bloodied. If these few people had learned ranged type skills, Lin Chuan was afraid that this time he would really be in for a rough ride. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. These berserking scrolls are not bad, keep them for now. There's also these purple suits, I might need them later. Lin Chuan left behind some equipment and consumables, the other things he was going to exchange all of them for gold coins and use them to buy the things he needed. Although professionals were powerful, they were also a cash cow when they were cultivated, and there were just too many places to spend money. Just then, Lin Chuan realized that among these things, there was a golden scroll. At a glance, it was not a mortal item. Check out the info. Upgrade scroll level 130. Effect, upgrade 1 level after use. The effect is simple and crude. Lin Chuan sucked in a mouthful of cool air and his breathing became rapid. There are still such amazing things in this world. With this prop, Lin Chuan would now be able to level up to level 20. Admittedly, this prop had the most benefit when used at level 29 or 30. After all, the experience required for upgrading increases exponentially with each level. But Lin Chuan was now facing the first major turning point in his life, the college entrance exam. And again, stuck in this slot where he can transfer at level 20, using this prop now is definitely not a loss. I'll do it as soon as I say it. Lin Chuan injected his spiritual energy into the upgrade scroll and used it directly. A golden light surged into Lin Chuan's body, and he realized that his breath had skyrocketed, and an unprecedented feeling of relief came from his body. Immediately afterward, escalating golden light appeared. Lin Chuan had upgraded. It's level 20, you can transfer. Lin Chuan was secretly happy in his heart, and the haze of being planted with a soul engraving by Zhao Guang was dispelled quite a bit. Master, turn around and go to the transformation shrine. Chapter 032 Transmigration Divine Hall. The Transformation Shrine, the place where occupiers went when they transferred. Any profession wishing to transfer must rely on the power of the transfer shrine in order to do so. If trading houses were the economic lifelines in this world, then the Transmutation Shrine definitely held the mid-range power of the professions. This was because the Transmutation Shrine and the organization responsible for career awakening were under the same institution. Compared to career awakening, the Conversion Shrine was even more important, as conversion could make a qualitative leap for an otherwise ordinary careerist. Hosting a career awakening is as simple as reaching level 30. If you want to host a transfer, you need to reach at least level 40. The difference in strength between level 30 and level 40 was by no means comparable. The only difference was that since there were no commercial properties here, the area in which it was located was not prosperous, and the number of professionals coming and going was not numerous. There were only a few sporadic people who came here to perform the transfer ceremony in the large transfer shrine. The Transmutation Shrine was a very grand building that looked exaggerated from the outside. The shrine only had 1 floor, but the height of the building was more than 50 meters. It was said that in this divine hall, a plant called the World Tree grew. This World Tree plant was condensed from the essence blood of the goddess of life, and could stimulate the power in human bodies. It was because of this that humans were able to complete their transmigration. Entering the middle of the temple, Lin Chuan made his intentions known. Hello, I would like to apply for a transfer ceremony. The staff raised their eyes to look at Lin Chuan and realized that it was still a child. Kid, you can only apply for a transfer at level 20. If you want to transfer, hurry up and upgrade. Looking forward to the day you can transfer. Seeing Lin Chuan's childish face and wearing the uniform of the first senior high school of Donghai City on his body, the staff quickly guessed that Lin Chuan had just awakened out of his profession not long ago. Throughout the history of the entire transmutation shrine, there was naturally no lack of heavenly talents among them, but no one had been able to reach the level 20 transmutation threshold in just a week. I'm already level 20. Lin Chuan showed his level information to the staff. Kid, if you keep joking around, I'm going to call security to kick you out. What? You're really level 20? The staff member was suddenly startled. He thought Lin Chuan had come to joke and deliberately teased him. However, when he saw Lin Chuan's rank clearly, he immediately became excited. To rise to level 20 in a week, what kind of terrifying talent was this? It hadn't appeared in the entire history of the transmutation shrine either. He was about to witness history. If he personally helped Lin Chuan complete the transfer ceremony, wouldn't he be able to say that he was a participant in history? Ah, student Lin Chuan, I'm sorry about earlier, I'll help you register your career information now. Lin Chuan. Age, 17? Occupation. Necromancer. Huh, this occupation is not in the database, are you still new to the occupation? It should be. The probability of a mythic rank profession appearing was not high, and almost every mythic rank profession that appeared was a new profession and was still the only profession. Oh, it's fine, I'll just record it for you. Since knowing Lin Chuan's rank, the staff's attitude had undergone a 180-degree shift. It became incomparably attentive. After completing the formalities, Lin Chuan paid the 500,000 transfer fee before being brought to the place where the transfer would take place. The 500,000 transfer fee was undoubtedly an astronomical figure for the vast majority of novice professionals. However, Lin Chuan was different. He had previously killed 3 blue-robed assassins and had harvested more than 1 million gold coins from their inheritance. 500,000 in cash was still within his reach. The transfer ceremony was held in a huge room. This room was also incomparably huge, just like a palace. In front of Lin Chuan, there was a huge tree. The tree's branches and leaves were incomparably tall, and it had grown to the top of the temple. This is the Tree of Life. Right away one can transfer. Lin Chuan never thought that the reason why the transformation shrine was so tall was to match the height of the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life can stimulate the energy contained within your body, and depending on the strength of the life energy, the time it takes to transfer varies. A fast one will spend half a minute to complete the transfer, while a slow one may take several hours. Then what is the current longest time for a transfer? Lin Chuan asked curiously. The one who currently has the longest time to transfer is Mighty Li Changyuan, whose original profession was mythic level, and it took him a total of 10 hours. 10 hours. The longer it takes to transfer, the stronger the profession. The current average transfer time is about 30 minutes. And since Li Changyuan had spent 10 hours just transferring, Lin Chuan really wanted to think about how strong he was. You stand in front of the Tree of Life now, I'll activate the spell. Lin Chuan complied and stood on top of the platform. As the staff injected spiritual energy into the spell, a stream of pure energy hovered and rose from the spell, traveling upwards along the Tree of Life. Immediately afterward, the Tree of Life emitted a rich aura of life, and a white energy descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Chuan's body in it. The transfer ceremony had officially begun. Lin Chuan only felt that he had entered a marvelous state in which his body and soul were one with the world. Perception of the surroundings became ethereal. For such a young transmuter to be necessary to fully energize the energy in his body, it would take at least 4 hours. When the transmutation ceremony was performed, it required the presiding officer to continuously inject spiritual energy into it. And as time passes, the amount of spiritual energy required for the ceremony will continue to increase. Back then, when Li Changyuan transferred, it was the transfer shrine that sent out more than a dozen staff members, and among them, there was no shortage of high-level professions that were more than 50 levels. 4 hours was already the limit for this staff. However, half an hour passed and Lin Chuan didn't move a muscle. 2 hours passed, Lin Chuan was as calm as water. 4 hours passed, Lin Chuan was still standing in the same place. At this point, the staff was already sweating like a pig, their spiritual power output was already maxed out, and they were about to be unable to hold on. Looking at this kid's situation, I'm afraid that he won't be able to complete his career awakening for a while. No, I can't hold on much longer, shake the person. The staff made a snap decision and immediately shook in 3 or 4 colleagues on duty. This is the lad who came to transfer today? Looks pretty average. The staff member who had rushed here took a look at Lin Chuan, who was in the middle of the ceremony, and realized that he was simply too young to be looked upon favorably. In his heart, he was just amazed that such a young lad had taken slightly too long to awaken. However, he didn't know that this young man with seemingly average talent in his mouth would be the beginning of his nightmare. I'll do it, you rest first. With the added support, the staff member at the very beginning could finally rest a little. The first 4 hours were undoubtedly the easiest, and after 4 hours, the more spiritual energy was needed. The next person, at most, could only last 30 minutes before they had to be replaced. In the blink of an eye, a number of staff members had already gone up and been replaced, and the people who came to help were replaced in waves. For a time, the entire East Sea City Transfer Shrine suddenly became busy. Chapter 033 Transfer Success, Underworld Summoner. This guy, holding out for 9.5 hours, he's about to break the 10-hour record set by senior Lee Sun-yun? When people hadn't reacted yet, the time had already come to 10 hours. Lin Chuan remained motionless as he stood beneath the Tree of Life. Another 2 hours had passed, a full half day. The number of staff members who had come to provide support had reached a high of more than 20. Word is spreading quickly. This time, the entire Transmigration Shrine was nonplussed. Hey, have you heard? An extraordinary person has come to our shrine, and the transfer ceremony actually lasted for 12 hours. My god, he's a god, right? How can someone have a transfer ceremony that lasts 12 hours? I remember the highest record now is 10 hours, right? I heard that more than a dozen staff members were deployed that time, and all of them were exhausted in the end. It's said that so far, this person has exhausted more than 20 people, and several level 50 seniors couldn't even top it. Now it's already shaking people all over the world, looking for level 60 and even level 70 seniors to help. Terrifying, too terrifying. Surprisingly, there is someone who possesses such a perverse talent. I'm afraid that Longhua country will soon give birth to another genius who is comparable to the great Li Changyuan. Time came to the 15th hour, and the transfer ceremony site had become a mess. Countless professionals were sitting crookedly on the ground, all of them having their spiritual power drained. At the late stage of the transfer ceremony, the Tree of Life even began to automatically extract the staff's spiritual energy, and the entire transfer shrine was vaguely overwhelmed. Lin Chuan, who was in the center of the transfer spell, still had no intention of completing the transfer. Still haven't found a senior to make a move? The one who was presiding over the transfer ceremony at the moment was the transfer temple master, with a level as high as level 59, the strongest person in the temple at the moment. His face was filled with worry. The Tree of Life was actively extracting the spiritual energy of the professions, and if there were no more big brothers to come and reinforce them, not only would Lin Chuan's life be in danger, but even the entire transmutation shrine would be destroyed. As the temple master, he was self-conscious that he could no longer hold on for too long. Reporting to the hall master, there is a senior who was willing to help out. At this moment, a staff member ran in hot and bothered. Behind him stood a man whose entire body exuded a solemn aura. The man wore a mask on his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance. At a glance, he saw Lin Chuan, who was in the middle of a transfer. Is this the genius that Master Teacher has his eye on? There really is some strength. Unfortunately, it's a summoner. The middle-aged man muttered, and with a flash, he had arrived before the transfer spell. What a fast speed! When did such a powerful person appear in East Sea City? I'm afraid this person's level is at least level 70. The hall master was secretly shocked. However, with the middle-aged man presiding over the ceremony, the pressure on him plummeted, and he couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. Don't be careless, grab some time to recover your strength. I don't know if I can hold on until the transfer is complete. The middle-aged man said in a low voice. This man's name was Lu Zio, his level was as high as 76, and he was a very precious legendary profession. Lu Zio's teacher from the Dragon China's first master Li Changyuan, this time to come to the East Sea City, is ordered to investigate a few days ago to break the record of novice copy of the person. Unexpectedly, he just happened to bump into Lin Chuan's transfer, and even caused such a big commotion. The sun and moon alternated, and time rotated. Without realizing it, the time had come to the next day. It's been 20 hours, double the record set by senior Lee Sun-yun. By this point, Lin Chuan and the transfer ceremony had finally stirred, and the transfer ceremony was nearing its end. Only the white light descending from the Tree of Life gradually dimmed, and the breath of life on it became extremely thin. Lu Zio's face was exhausted at this point, and he was clearly off his feet. In order to host this transfer ceremony, he had even consumed most of the precious potions on his body. Even so, he was still in a sorry state. The last time I experienced this feeling, it was already more than 10 years ago, right? Look guys, the Tree of Life is starting to wither. With a cry of alarm, people realized that the leaves of the originally vigorously growing Tree of Life had already withered most of the way. Although this Tree of Life in Donghai City was not the body, the energy contained within it was not something that ordinary professionals could shake. But today, he actually began to wither. It could be seen that this time, this transfer had consumed the Tree of Life just as much. This Lin Chuan, just what kind of god is he? He was oblivious to what was happening in the outside world, and only felt as if he had been faking sleep for a while. Then the transfer ceremony was over. Congratulations on the successful transfer, you can now use the primary skill learning scroll to learn brand new skills. The transfer was successful? Lin Chuan was secretly happy in his heart. Hurrying to check the attributes. Name, Lin Chuan. Profession, Underworld Summoner. Level, 2013.17%. Power, 820. Physical fitness, 815. Agility, 810. Mental strength, 895. Necrospace, 190-200. Equipment, omitted. Talent, Field of Death, Breath of the Dead. Field of Death, summoned creatures' attributes are increased by 20 times. Breath of the Dead, senses the breath of all creatures within 100 meters, cannot be hidden. Skills, Servant of the Dead, Hooker of Souls, Underworld Soul Corpse Explosion. Soul Hook Vector, launch a soul attack on the target, dealing spiritual power 2000% damage and 1 second stun. Consumption, 100 spirit power. Underworld Soul Corpse Explosion, applies poison status to the target when attacking, inflicts 200% of the target's life value damage to the surrounding area when the target dies. Consumption, 200 mental energy. Transferring a job really improves it a lot. After the transfer, the summoned beast's attribute boost had unexpectedly reached a full 20 times. There was also the damage factor of the Hooked Souls Vector, which had also increased dramatically. Not only that, Lin Chuan also had a new talent and a new skill. Breath of the Dead, which could sense the scent of all living things within 100 meters. In this way, when he encountered assassinations in the future, he wouldn't be as passive as before. Underworld Soul Corpse Explosion, half a ranged skill, making up for another shortcoming of Lin Chuan's, and the target that was killed by Underworld Corpse Explosion could still trigger this effect. It belonged to a chain of skills. To say that the only bad thing after the transfer, maybe the blue consumption increased a lot. Now it's hundreds of points of mental energy consumption without moving. But well, in front of the absolute strength increase, such a tiny side effect wasn't unacceptable. Use the primary skill learning scroll to see what other powerful skills can be unlocked. In Lin Chuan's storage space, there were 2 more elementary skill learning scrolls, which were also the loot from yesterday's battle. He was about to use them when he suddenly saw the monster information appear in front of him. Tree of Life Rare Species. Level 100. Power, Physique, Agility, Mental Strength. Life Immortality, possesses ageless and immortal life energy. Life Stimulation, stimulate the target's life energy to gain more power. Life Sucking, sucks in the power of the world as sustenance. Lin Chuan looked up, and he realized with horror. The source of this monster's message was none other than this Tree of Life. Chapter 034, Missing the Occupier's High School Exam. The Tree of Life is actually a demonic creature. Lin Chuan exclaimed in his heart. He never expected that this Tree of Life that could inspire human potential and help humans to transform their lives was actually a demonic creature. One must know that the relationship between humans and demons had reached an absolutely irreconcilable point. It was only after thousands of years of living and breathing that humanity had built up its current society and civilization from the massacre of the demons. If the identity of the Tree of Life demon was allowed to be exposed, then it would surely cause turmoil in the entire world. The faith of mankind might collapse with it. No, this secret must never be told. Lin Chuan made up his mind that he must not let this secret leak out. Unfortunately, this was just his wishful thinking. Lin Chuan was able to see the information from the Tree of Life solely because of the effect of the Breath of the Dead. And this skill appeared in order for Lin Chuan to avoid enemies. So, Lin Chuan suddenly felt an agitation within his body. Immediately afterward, the summoned creatures in the necrotic space sensed the aura of the powerful creature and actually ran out of their own accord without listening to the call. The summoned creatures had red eyes and were staring at the Tree of Life, with a look as if they were on the verge of attacking the Tree of Life, and could launch an attack on the Tree of Life at any time. In this world, as long as an attack was launched against a demonic creature, the target would show blood. Once the Tree of Life manifested blood, then its true identity was completely exposed to everyone. Stop! Back off! Lin Chuan shouted. His clothes were windless and a kingly pressure spread out from his body. At this incomparably majestic and furious voice, the summoned creatures then settled down, their originally scarlet eyes going cold. The summoned creatures returned to control, and Lin Chuan retook them back into the necrotic space. Phew! Taking a long breath, he stopped a world crisis when people didn't know it. Glancing at the Tree of Life once more, the monster message was still there. Making sure it wasn't his eyesight. Young man, congratulations, you've made history in the transfer shrine. The Transmutation Divine Hallmaster cheerfully ran to Lin Chuan and congratulated him with a smile on his face. May I ask, who are you? Oh, haven't introduced myself, I'm Yu Changchun, the Temple Master of the Transmutation Shrine in East Ocean City. Temple Master Yu. Lin Chuan arched his hand in greeting. Do you know how long it took you to transfer this time? A full 20 hours, setting the longest record in the history of the entire Transmutation Temple. Our entire branch temple staff was all led over by you. Alas, when I spread this news back to the main temple, our East Sea City branch temple's status will definitely soar. Yu Changchun was overjoyed. As soon as he thought of his branch temple unearthing a genius like Lin Chuan that would not be encountered in 1,000 years, he was so happy that he couldn't help himself. Then congratulations to Hall Master. Lin Chuan smiled awkwardly. He had just wondered why there were so many people lying here. It turned out that all of them had gotten into this state in order to help him transfer. Also, many thanks to Hall Master Yu and all the seniors for their help. In fact, you should be most thankful to this senior. If it wasn't for this senior's intervention, I'm afraid that this time your transfer would be up in the air. Only then did Lin Chuan notice Lu Zio beside Yu Changchun. Although he was also full of fatigue, he exuded an aura that could not be challenged. He was filled with a solemn aura, yet blended perfectly with his surroundings. This person is someone who has experienced life and death on the battlefield. Lin Chuan's first reaction told him that this person was definitely not simple, and he also felt a familiar aura of death on Lu Zio. Unlike the three assassins who had assassinated him, the death aura on Lu Zio's body did not have any hostility towards Lin Chuan. It was an attitude that defied all life. Senior Lin Chuan has met Senior, thank you for your help. There's no harm in it, we're all fellow disciples, there's no need to be polite. Lu Zio returned blandly. Lin Chuan was confused by these words. What's a fellow disciple? Lu Zio looked Lin Chuan up and down. You're good, your talent is good, your heart is calm enough, and most importantly, there are a few lives in your hands. Assassin's Guild, interesting. Hearing those words, Lin Chuan's entire body's sweaty hairs stood up. This Lu Zio, to think that he could assert that he had killed someone just by looking at himself twice. Could it be that he's from the Assassins Association? I've been exposed? Senior brother need not be surprised, I have been fighting in the battlefield for many years, I can tell whether or not I have killed someone with a single glance. And you don't need to worry, as long as your enemy doesn't put a bounty on you, the Longhua Kingdom won't ask about the grudges between professionals. Hearing Lu Zio's explanation, Lin Chuan was relieved. Come to think of it, killing people in public copies happened all the time, and if the Longhua state wanted to regulate it, it wouldn't be able to regulate it at all. You're in the summoning department? Back to Senior, exactly. Well, Lu Zio nodded. It is naturally a good thing for a summoning lineage profession to be able to summon a large number of summons, but summon creatures are more valuable in terms of refinement than in terms of abundance. The most famous summoning profession in history only had 20 summoned creatures at level 80. However, just these 20 summoned creatures are already enough to compare to a powerful army. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Lin Chuan knew that Lu Zio was trying to get himself to develop a unique combat system around his summoned beasts. It was true that having a large number of summoned beasts was a benefit, but the more summoned beasts you controlled, the more it consumed you. Focusing on cultivating very few summoned beasts is indeed a growth route worth considering. Lu Zio nodded with satisfaction, just awakening your profession a week after completing the transfer, achieving such amazing results and still being so composed, it's indeed good. Lin Chuan suddenly thought of a very serious problem. Hall Master Yu, did you just say that it took 20 hours for me to transfer? That's right, a whole 20 hours. 20 hours. The high school exam. Lin Chuan's sweaty body exploded. He felt that only a few minutes had passed during the transfer, but he didn't realize that 20 hours had passed in the real world. What time is it now? Lin Chuan saw the clock on the wall. 9:50 a.m. The professional's high school exam is scheduled for 10 a.m. today, with just 10 minutes left before it begins. It's over. I won't be able to make it to the entrance exam. Lin Chuan's purpose of grabbing yesterday's transfer was originally for the college entrance exam, and originally thought that he would be able to complete the transfer in a few hours. As a result, he didn't think that there would be an accident in the middle of the process, and it took him a day to miss the college entrance exam. If you miss the college entrance exam, you won't be able to get into the Green Dragon Academy, and if you don't get into the Green Dragon Academy, you won't be able to get into the Senior Guild. If you can't get into the Senior Guild, you won't have any rare resources, and without resources, there's no hope of upgrading. It's over. It's all over. Lin Chuan wanted to die. There's no harm in it, you can all enter within half an hour of the start of the entrance exam. I'll have someone send you over there, and for the sake of the transmutation shrine, they should still be able to grace you for a few minutes. Temple Master Yu, I'm troubling you. In the future, if there's anything I can do to help the Transmigration Divine Hall, I will never excuse myself. Lin Chuan hurriedly gave a thank you and then ran towards the college entrance examination center in a hurry under the leadership of the staff of the Transmigration Divine Hall. Chapter 035, People Who Don't Keep Time or Wastes. Professionals High School Entrance Exam, Examination Center. Candidates had already entered the examination center half an hour ago, and the only people left outside the field were the teachers and parents of the various schools escorting the candidates. Su Qiu paced back and forth, her face filled with anxiety. This Lin Chuan, he's usually reliable, why did he drop the ball at a critical time? Zhou Qing, have you found anyone yet? Not yet, I've mobilized all the teachers in the school to search all the places Lin Chuan usually moves around, still no sign of anyone. This brat, it can't be that something has happened. Su Qiu had heard that the neighborhood of the Goblin Lair copy wasn't very safe lately, and from time to time, there were incidents of professionals and mercenaries being killed. Headmaster, don't worry, with Lin Chuan's current strength, self-preservation shouldn't be a problem. I think he might have been delayed by something midway. Lu Shuhan didn't enter the examination room, but instead spontaneously stayed outside the room, and at this time spoke out to comfort Su Qiu. Something is delayed, at least give me a peace report, right? Alas, forget it, Shuhan, the exam is about to start, you go into the exam room first. Principal, don't worry too much, I'm sure Lin Chuan will make it. After all, Lin Chuan's biggest dream is to get into Green Dragon Academy. There were only a few minutes left until the exam, so Lu Shuhan couldn't conveniently wait longer and could only enter the exam room first. Arriving at the examination hall, it was already crowded. Today, all of the newly awakened professionals from all of East Sea City were concentrated here. Shuhan, has Lin Chuan not arrived yet? He, I knew it, this kid is afraid of my true strength. Luo Kun caught a glimpse of Lu Shuhan in the crowd and ran his ass over. After the last time wearing a meat suit was taunted by her and Lin Chuan, Luo Kun went home yesterday and immediately spent a lot of money to buy a set of output equipment. Level 15 rare equipment with set effects, and even the weapon was a legendary orange. Lu Shuhan replied icily, "Is Shuhan what you call yourself? Am I familiar with you? Are you happy that Lin Chuan can't take the college entrance exam? Just you? You've only just gotten to level 15 and you want to touch Lin Chuan? You want to eat?" Lu Shuhan gave an output at Luo Kun. When Luo Kun said one sentence, she was able to say 10 back. She didn't know why she was so fired up, now she only felt upset. As soon as she saw Luo Kun's gloating appearance, she was furious and desperately wanted to defend Lin Chuan. By the end of her words, Lu Shuhan had turned red. It was indistinguishable whether it was anger or because of shyness. Luo Kun hurriedly waved his hand. "I'm not just joking, I'm actually worried about Lin Chuan. Your joke is very low class." Lu Shuhan replied decisively, causing Luo Kun to be very embarrassed. He didn't expect that this schoolgirl would be so defensive of Lin Chuan now. Just as the two were arguing, a magnetic voice came from the front. The examiner made his appearance. "Ahem, attention everyone, I am the examiner in charge of the East Sea City Examination Center this time. My name is Meng Xing. I now announce that the 233rd occupant examination of the Manhwa Kingdom will now officially begin, and the following will begin to explain the precautions." With Meng Xing's instructions, the professionals' advanced examination officially opened. The professionals' advanced examination was divided into a total of 3 exams. Each program is limited to 1 hour. The exam will award points based on each candidate's completion, 50,000 points per program for a total of 150,000 for the 3 programs. Additional bonus points will be awarded at the discretion of individual examiners if the candidate performs well. Next, I will teleport you into an independent space, so please prepare for the exam carefully. Meng Xing led a group of examiners, only to see their hand gestures change, and a single teleportation spell formation was activated by them in the entrance exam hall. A faint spatial fluctuation appeared under the examinees' feet, and immediately afterward, they were transported into an independent examination space. Half a minute later, all the candidates were teleported. Meng Xing looked at the time and casually asked, "Are there any more candidates who haven't checked in?" The staff member took out the list of reported candidates. There is still one candidate who has not entered the examination room. Hearing this, Meng Xing's face sank slightly, his heart filled with displeasure. As a professional, he can be late for such an important occasion. Cross out his name, tag him as absent, and disqualify him from the exam. But director, this isn't quite in line with the rules, which allow candidates to be half an hour late. Anyone who doesn't keep time is a waste, even if they're a professional. As soon as Meng Xing snatched the list from the staff's hands, he used his own authority and directly labeled Lin Chuan's name as missing the exam. "It's almost time, you guys can go proctor the exam." Meng Xing was originally attached to a certain maneuvering unit of the Manhwa Kingdom, and during an operation, a mistake by a member of the team delayed the timing, resulting in heavy casualties to the unit during that mission. So Meng Xing was extremely disgusted by people who didn't keep time. The 233rd Professionals College Entrance Examination of Manhwa Country was held silently in a calm. In addition to Lin Chuan. Half an hour later, at 10:26. Led by the staff of the Transmigration Shrine, Lin Chuan arrived at the examination center in a privileged release vehicle. "That kid, is that Lin Chuan?" Su Qiu saw the rushing Lin Chuan at a glance and rushed up with an arrow step. At this time, he couldn't blame Lin Chuan for being late, and only pulled him towards the examination center to rush. There's still 3 minutes left in the admission cutoff. Hurry up! However, the security personnel blocked Lin Chuan's way. The important place of the college entrance exam, idle people are forbidden to enter. Su Qiu hurriedly explained, "This student came to take the college entrance exam and was a little late, this is his pass." Lin Chuan handed over the pass. The 2 security officers looked at each other. Half an hour ago, they had received notification that all the candidates for this year's college entrance exams had already entered, telling them to close off the entrance so that no one would be allowed to enter. Obviously, as a qualified security officer, he would not listen to Su Qiu's explanation. An order has been given from above that everyone is not allowed to enter. If it is really a late candidate, we will be notified. But big brother, he really is a candidate, this is his pass, look at it. Su Qiu still wanted to explain, but the security officer gave him a hard stare. "I don't care what kind of people you are, the orders have been given from above, do you dare to break in? If you keep messing around, don't blame us for being impolite." The two of them exuded their own auras, and they were surprisingly level 40 professionals. With such a high-leveled professional as security personnel, the rehearsal for this college entrance exam was truly extraordinary. Why can't you guys distinguish between right and wrong? This candidate obviously hasn't missed the final entrance time, why don't you let him in? At this time, the teachers of the first higher secondary school of Donghai City gathered around, clamoring for Lin Xuan. Jokingly, this year, their Donghai City first senior high school can only have these 3 super talented seedlings. How can they let the other side cancel Lin Xuan's qualification for the examination? Moreover, it's not past the final entrance time, so they are justified. The commotion outside drew the attention of the examiner, and Meng Xing walked out with a 6-footed stride. I'm the chief examiner in charge of the East Sea City entrance exam. I'm the one who cancelled his entrance qualification. Do you guys have any comments? Those who don't keep time shouldn't come to the professionals' college entrance examination. Chapter 036, Hidden Dragon Guard. Meng Xing glanced at everyone present without the slightest fear. Because within this examination center, the examiner had great power. Director Meng, look, it hasn't even been half an hour yet, why? He's late. People who don't keep time are losers, that's all. Just because of such a simple sentence, Lin Xuan was disqualified from the exam. What kind of bull reasoning is this? Su Qiu had grown up watching Lin Xuan from a young age, and as the principal, he had his own duty to hold his tongue no matter how angry he was in his heart. But he was still half a father to Lin Xuan. For the sake of his own child, he couldn't stand by and watch Lin Xuan's future be destroyed. Director Meng, don't give an inch. If you don't follow the rules and privately disqualify my student's exam, then I'll have to discuss the reasoning behind it with you. Su Qiu's aura skyrocketed, his entire body radiating a strong aura. Surprisingly, he's a level 73 professional. Meng Xing was secretly shocked in his heart. He himself was only level 65, and this remote city principal was so high level. However, his aura couldn't be weak, and he held on hard to keep himself from showing his cowardice. What if I agree with his decision as well? At that moment, a cool voice came from not far away, only to see a silhouette quickly stand beside Meng Xing. And what are you going to do? It's the inspector. Greetings, Inspector Song. Seeing this person appear, Meng Xing's attitude instantly became respectful. The name of the person who came was Songwon, and he was the inspector of the higher education examination in Donghai City. The inspector's duty was to supervise everything in the examination, and could be said to be the person with the highest authority in it. And as long as this person gave the word, then Lin Xuan being disqualified from the exam was the nail in the coffin. Inspector Song, this. Even if Su Qiu's rank was higher, as long as he offended Songwon, Lin Xuan's future was ruined. Su Qiu had originally thought that the inspector would act impartially, yet it turned out not to be the case. As Director Meng said, people who don't keep time are trash. I, as a person, hate the most in my life, people who don't keep time. All those who don't keep time deserve to die. Hearing these words, Su Qiu's heart cooled halfway. Even if he could report this matter to the Longhua state, he would definitely win the case. But by then, the time for the college entrance exam would have long passed, and Lin Xuan would have no way to enter the Green Dragon Academy in his life. Even bringing down Meng Xing and Songwon would not help. No matter how it ended up, Lin Xuan would still miss the college entrance exam. Alas! Su Qiu sighed heavily, he was powerless to do anything about it. Headmaster, don't be like this, the East doesn't shine. Maybe if I go and become a mercenary now, I can do well in the future. Lin Xuan opened his mouth and persuaded. Su Qiu had done her best in today's matter. If it wasn't for a small accident that happened during his own transfer, today would have been more than that. Lin Xuan let out a secret sigh in his heart, having gradually accepted this fact. This is not a place to stay, the big deal is to become a mercenary. From the experience of this week, being a mercenary seems to be not bad. Not only is the work easy, but the harvest of touching gold is also quite a lot. A small life wouldn't be worse than going to college. Looks like I came along for the ride. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan turned around and saw a familiar middle-aged man, none other than Lu Zio. Shoo! Lu Zio's arm vibrated slightly, and a black shadow shot towards Songwon. Sneak attack? A trivial skill. The speed of that object was not fast, and Songwon took it down with just a light catch. But that which flew towards Songwon wasn't some hidden weapon, it was a simple and ancient token. There were dragon patterns carved on it, and there was dragon breath flowing between the jade, vaguely emitting a gurgling dragon's roar. Songwon's eyes widened to the size of eggs as he took a good look at the object. This is Dragon Jade? Dragon Mark Jade. It was rumored to be the identity token of a certain hidden troop of the Longhua Kingdom, a troop that belonged directly to the emperor. Every member of the troop possessed a piece of dragon marked jade that symbolized their identity, and they possessed the extraordinary right to see the dragon marked jade as if they were seeing the emperor in person. And the name of this hidden troop is Hidden Dragon Guards. All the information about the Hidden Dragon Guards is the top secret of the Longhua Kingdom, including their number, rank, and appearance. Songwon had never dreamed that he would encounter members of the Hidden Dragon Guards in this remote place. Greetings. Before Songwon finished speaking, he only heard Lu Zio's voice transmission into his mind. I have a special identity, so it's inconvenient to draw unnecessary attention to myself. Yes, subordinate knows. My subordinate has eyes that do not recognize him to tie, and has unintentionally bumped into your excellency. It is just that you showed up this time. Lu Zio didn't say anything, glanced at Lin Xuan, then gave Songwon a look, telling him to experience it on his own. Songwon was also a person who had lived for half his life. If he didn't have this kind of insight, then how could he have gotten to his current position? So he hurriedly changed his words. Director Meng, this candidate rushed to the examination center according to the regulations. Why did you stop him? As a supervisory envoy, I'm very dissatisfied with your ability to handle things. Why don't you still quickly lead this candidate to the college entrance exam? Songwon suddenly said in a cold voice to Meng Xing. In a few words, he brushed off his responsibility. Yes, it was my work that was derelict. Please forgive me, Supervisor Song. Meng Xing was also a human savant. Songwon's attitude had suddenly shifted 180 degrees, and although he didn't recognize the dragon jade, he could clearly sense that the identity of the person in front of him was not ordinary. Lin Xuan has someone behind him to cover. Lin Xuan, you know this senior? Su Qiu pulled Lin Xuan aside and inquired in a low voice. Until now, Lin Xuan hadn't been able to figure out what this Lu Zio's identity was. Nor did he know why he wanted to help himself. Just nodded slightly. There has been a meeting, probably because senior cherishes talent. Su Qiu still wanted to ask more, but Lin Xuan had already followed Meng Xing into the examination room. On the other side, Songwon respectfully handed the dragon jade back to Lu Zio. Your Excellency is here in person, so please ask my youngest to entertain him personally. Lu Zio also followed Songwon. The scene only left Su Qiu and a group of teachers looking at each other in disbelief, completely unaware of what had happened. Entering the exam room, Meng Xing began to explain the rules of the exam to Lin Xuan. Due to the delay at the entrance just now, there are now 10 minutes left until the end of the first exam. For this reason, we can only give you an examination according to the special examination method. But this method of examination has a certain threshold. Are you sure you want to take it? Is there an option for this? Lin Xuan didn't have a choice. If he didn't participate, he wouldn't even have the points for the first exam program. I'm sure. Get ready, I'm teleporting you into the exam space now. Meng Xing's hand gestures changed, and a spell formation glow lit up under Lin Xuan's feet before he was teleported into the examination space. After teleporting Lin Xuan away, Meng Xing's face revealed a sinister expression. Your name is Lin Xuan, right? It doesn't matter how hard backstage you have, but as long as you want to take the college entrance exam, I have 100 ways to screw you. Chapter 037, Secretly Making Things Difficult. This was a void space, and the surrounding scenery was like a sticker map pasted on it. This is the exam space? What a magical place. In front of Lin Xuan's eyes was a sword-wielding puppet, and the exam began. Test Puppet Level 1. Level 1. Power 15. Physical Fitness 15. Agility 15. Mental Strength 15. Growth, reborn after raising 10 levels each time you are defeated. The first exam item tests the candidate's personal combat ability. Candidates need to defeat one simulated target after another. The level as well as the attributes of the target will increase with the number of refreshes until the candidate is unable to defeat the target, which means the test is over. The growth effect of the test puppet for normal people is 1 level, and it only improves by 1 level per death. But Lin Xuan now has only 10 minutes left in the test. In order to ensure progress, Meng Xing directly modified the growth effect to 10 times. After death, it directly raises 10 levels. This seemed reasonable, but it was actually a hole that Meng Xing had dug for Lin Xuan. According to the rules of the college entrance exam, each kill of a level of test puppet adds a corresponding number of points to the candidate. Note that it says every kill here. The test puppet Lin Xuan was currently facing would grow 10 levels at a time. In other words, Lin Xuan only had points for killing level 1, level 11, and level 21 test puppets. The points for the other levels weren't going to be given to him, directly missing out on 9 levels of points. According to Meng Xing's speculation, even if Lin Xuan was strong enough to kill test puppets that were leveled over 20, his total points would only add up to 8,600 points at most, less than 10,000. Definitely the existence of the bottom amongst the many candidates. Pile driving test? Attributes are indeed much higher than the average professional. Considering the damage of a professional's skills, the test puppet's attributes were much higher than many professionals. The level 1 attribute was as high as 15 points, which was even more perverse than the attributes of Lin Xuan, a mythic level professional. It was important to know that Lin Xuan's own 4-dimensional attributes at level 1 were only 10 points. Unfortunately, the thing Lin Xuan was most unafraid of right now was staked output. He snapped his fingers and summoned a new summoned beast. Only to see a summoning spell appear in front of Lin Xuan, and a death servant stepped out of the spell. Death servant platinum level? Level 20. Power 16,000. Physical fitness 16,000. Agility, 16,000. Mental strength, 16,000. Platinum realm power, defense plus 40%, damage plus 40%. Lin Xuan leveled up to level 20 and completed another transfer. The gold level Death Servant naturally evolved into a platinum level Death Servant. When he saw the attributes of the platinum grade Death God Servant, Lin Xuan himself was taken aback. A full 16,000 points of full attributes. After the transfer, Lin Xuan's summoned beasts now gained a 20x attribute bonus. Such an exaggerated attribute alone was enough to crush level 30 plus professionals. The Death Servant had changed, and the hooker was naturally no exception. It's just that Lin Xuan doesn't have any extra time to check it out right now. The most important thing for him right now is to finish the exam. The platinum level Death Servant turned into a black shadow and rushed forward, only to see a flash of blade light, and the test puppet was cut into 2 pieces. Kill test puppet level 1, congratulations, points plus 100. Only 100 points, Lin Xuan bristled. The highest score for the first test program is 50,000 points, how long is this going to take to kill? Lin Xuan was dissatisfied with this. Moreover, the test puppet still had 1 minute of resurrection time, leaving Lin Xuan even less time to brush up on his points. After 1 minute, the test puppet was resurrected. Test puppet level 11. Level 11. Power 300. Physical strength 300. Agility 300. Mental strength 300. Growth, reborn after raising 10 levels each time you are defeated. Test puppet level plus 10, attribute comes directly to 300 points. Exterminate him, this point of attributes dare to pull out and humiliate people. The platinum level Death Servant slashed again, and the level 11 test puppet was similarly unable to resist. Kill test puppet level 11, congratulations, points plus 2,200. Ha, adding over 2,000 points to the second monster, that's too big of a span, isn't it? Lin Xuan raised his eyebrows as he saw hope. At this rate, wouldn't it be easy to brush 50,000 points? Another 1 minute later. The test puppet leveled up to 21 and reached 1,500 attributes. In front of the platinum level Death Servant's 16,000 attribute points, it was also a one-slice solution. Killed test puppet level 21, congratulations, points plus 6,300. Then level 31. By this point, the test puppet's attributes were already as high as 6,900 points. The Death Servant could no longer second monsters. If one wasn't enough, then 10 more. With 10 platinum level Death Servants coming out in unison, each with a slash, even if a boss came, it wouldn't be able to carry it. Kill test puppet level 31, congratulations, points plus 12,400. The points were added 12,000 directly. Adding this wave, Lin Xuan's total points had reached 21,000 points. Lin Xuan couldn't help but be staggered, such a high-level monster and only 20,000 plus points in the end. The difficulty of this gauntlet really isn't covered. Just he did not dream that he brushed the points so difficult, and not the difficulty of the professional college entrance exam is so, but all because by Meng Xing tripped. Otherwise, with Lin Xuan's strength, brushing 50,000 points would be easy. After Meng Xing sent Lin Xuan into the exam space, he slowly and leisurely came to the invigilation room. The invigilation room had real-time images of each exam space. He was in a very comfortable mood now. Despite not stopping Lin Xuan from taking the college entrance exam, he coaxed him into agreeing to his unreasonable demands. The original special examination method would gain all the points from the previous interval when killing the next level of test puppets. However, Meng Xing had privately changed the rules of the assessment again, so that Lin Xuan would only receive points for killing monsters at his current level. Who made him the examiner? He had that right. I guess that kid won't be able to survive a few waves, right? Dropping points on the first examination item, it'll be hard to catch up later. Meng Xing estimated that Lin Xuan wouldn't even be able to beat a level 21 test puppet. While he was secretly happy in his heart, he saw an examiner running over in a hurry. "Director, we found something strange, please come over and take a look." Differences? Others don't know, but Meng Xing has presided over several high school exams. In order to ensure that the college entrance exams went smoothly, Longhua country had directly utilized a certain artifact-level equipment. And the place where the candidates were conducting the examination was precisely inside the divine artifact. What could be different in a divine artifact? Then Meng Xing realized that it wasn't the artifact that was different, but Lin Xuan. The examiner zoomed in on the surveillance video where Lin Xuan was, only to see several death servants clad in platinum armor besieging a test puppet. The test puppet only struggled against it twice before dying a horrible death at the hands of these summoned creatures. As the test puppet fell, Meng Xing saw the puppet's message. Level 31? He killed a level 31 test puppet? And it looked so easy. For a moment, Meng Xing felt like his worldview had collapsed. Wasn't this the professional's higher education examination? That low-level test for rookies whose level doesn't exceed 20? And the test monsters in here had especially high attribute growth, so basically very few people could beat a level 20 test puppet. Not to mention that the test puppet that was now dead in front of Meng Xing's eyes was already as high as level 31. It was no longer a challenge that could be taken on by a level 20 or lower professional. There's no reason for it. Chapter 038 End of the first round of examinations. Judging from the data of the previous college entrance exams, when people generally brushed up to the 15th or 16th level, they would end the exam due to a lack of strength or running out of time for the exam. Some talented students were able to defeat test puppets at the 18th or even 19th level. The current record set by the exams was that of mighty Lee Sun-yoon, with a final score of defeating a level 21 test puppet. It would have been possible for him to defeat a level 22 test puppet and get a full score of 50,000 points. Unfortunately, the battle came to an end, and there wasn't enough time for the test, so he could only tearfully take more than 40,000 points. However, now Lin Xuan had actually defeated a level 31 test puppet hard. Was this something that could be done? Even a level 30 professional with full equipment wouldn't be able to do it so easily, right? Right now, Lin Xuan had reached 20,000 points just by defeating 4 test puppets. As long as there were no surprises in his play later on, he still had a chance to get into a major university. No. This is not the time to research this. The focus should be that the talent Lin Xuan was displaying right now was definitely at the demonic level. This kind of person would definitely attract the attention of the top echelons of the Longhua Kingdom. If one suppression of Lin Xuan was exposed, one would absolutely die without a burial place. Just thinking about this made Meng Xing break out in a cold sweat. Luckily, I've done it in a subtle way, so as long as there are no accidents in the middle of the process, I shouldn't be discovered. By this point, Meng Xing had already made up his mind that he must befriend Lin Xuan. At the very least, he couldn't let him become hostile towards himself. He absolutely couldn't take a shot at the high school candidates, and since he couldn't get rid of them, he would become a friend. Even if he lost a little face. The next wave of test puppets is refreshed. Just as Meng Xing was rambling, the level 41 test puppets had already refreshed. He looked at the big screen with a concerned face, and his heart vaguely expected Lin Xuan. Level 41 test puppet, can you successfully kill it? In Meng Xing's heart, he actually began to feel that this youth, who was less than 18 years old, was able to create a miracle in the history of the professional's higher education examination. Killing a level 41 test puppet was exciting to think about. If Lin Xuan was able to successfully kill it, it would create another piece of history. Unfortunately, the excitement belonged to Meng Xing, and Lin Xuan only felt pressurized right now. Test puppet level 41. Level 41. Power 35,100. Physical fitness 35,100. Agility 35,100. Mental strength 35,100. Growth reborn after raising 10 levels each time you are defeated. A level 41 test puppet with attributes as high as 35,000, higher than a platinum level death servant. Fortunately, Lin Xuan still had the advantage of numbers, so killing this test puppet wouldn't be too difficult. Lin Xuan originally thought the same thing, but the reality was a slap in the face. 10 platinum level death god minions attacked together, and as a result, they hit 3 times in 10 attacks. It managed to knock out a tenth of the opponent's blood. Level 41 test puppet not only had its blood quantity increased dramatically, but its attack power, movement speed and attack speed had all increased exponentially. Even with a tenfold numerical advantage, it would be difficult to hit the test puppet with the attributes of a platinum level death servant. Lin Xuan was in a bitter battle. There's no way out, I can only show my hand in advance. Lin Xuan had originally wanted to retain some of his strength and was unwilling to let the hooked soul horse face make an early appearance, but now it seemed that it would not work. The summoning spell formation reappeared, and Lin Xuan summoned 4 soul horse faces in turn. Soul horse face silver grade. Level 20. Power 24,000. Physique 6,000. Agility 16,000. Mental strength 16,000. Soul hooking strike active, used actively, attack deals 200% damage, consumption 1000 mental energy, cooldown 1 day. Power of Silver Realm, defense plus 30%, damage plus 30%, skill effect plus 30%. Go on, flip it over. With the addition of the new summoned beast, Lin Xuan pulled back in the battle. With 14 summoned beasts attacking in turn, the level 41 test puppet was forced to make more breaks. More attacks were able to hit the test puppet successfully. At the same time, in such a dense attack, the test puppet was unable to launch an effective counterattack, and the situation began to tilt towards Lin Xuan's side. Just as Lin Xuan was winning, a new prompt appeared before his eyes. There is still 1 last minute left until the end of the exam, so please hurry up. Only 1 minute left, increase the attack. Lin Xuan concentrated, completely controlling each summoned creature. Under his powerful control, the summoned creatures worked more closely together. Finally, Lin Xuan forced out a break in the test puppet. It's now, explode for me. The test puppet was cornered. At this point, it was no longer capable of dodging. Lin Xuan directly ordered it, letting the hooked horseface unleash its blast skill. 4 fiery red chains fell from the sky. Hooked Horseface Silver level uses the Hooked Strike skill, dealing 62,400 points of damage to Test Puppet level 41. 4 prompts popped up together. Lin Xuan had inflicted over 200,000 damage in an instant. The Test Puppet's blood level was directly emptied. Kill Test Puppet level 41, congratulations points plus 25,500. Unexpectedly, the number of points added this time was more than the total number of points Lin Xuan had gained before. Counting these 20,000 plus points, Lin Xuan now had over 40,000 points. A proper Super Tier 1 score. Phew, that was a close one, hooray for settling the fight before the end of the exam. Only then did Lin Xuan let out a sigh of relief. Brushing up to level 41 is only 40,000 plus points. I really don't know how strong you need to be to get a full score. It seems like you're still not strong enough. Lin Xuan was secretly saddened. This college entrance exam was indeed difficult. If Lin Xuan's thoughts were known by Meng Xing, he would be devastated. Where was this hard? This is a completely impossible exam. Going through the normal exam process, the Test Puppet leveled up to level 22 as full points. But Lin Xuan, this guy, even directly dry over the 41 level puppet. What kind of concept was this? Even if it was based on attributes alone, the combined strength of this puppet already exceeded that of many level 30 professionals. But Lin Xuan's combat strength was even stronger than the puppet. Meng Xing's mouth was wide open, his throat stammered, and he couldn't speak for half a day. Director, do you see? This point, should we enter the extra point link? In this test, the examiner will give extra points based on the candidate's performance, which is considered a kind of compensation for not being able to get full points. But now they were in trouble. With Lin Xuan's current performance, there was simply no previous experience to refer to. How to give points? Meng Xing took a deep breath. Everyone will first announce their scores according to their actual points. The second exam will be suspended first, and I'll have to discuss the matter of extra points with the supervisory envoy. Interrupting the occupant exam was a big deal. Because the results are updated in real time in all the examination centers in the country, once the examination center in Donghai City is suspended, other examination centers will follow the delay. Songwon invited Lu Zio to the VIP room, and before the two benches were even warmed up, a staff member immediately came in and whispered a few words in his ear. Songwon's face was shocked when he heard it. My lord, some unexpected circumstances arose on the way to the exam, so I'll excuse myself for a moment. Fine, go ahead. Afterward, Songwon followed the staff and hurried to the invigilation room in a hurry. The examiner played the surveillance footage from Lin Xuan's exam for the first time. When Songwon saw with his own eyes that Lin Xuan had defeated the level 41 test puppet, his entire body was struck by lightning, and he stood frozen in place as his breathing began to become disorganized. We can't make a decision on this matter. I'm going to report it to the Professionals Higher Education Examination Committee for study and judgment. Also, don't think I can't see that you've tampered with the exam. In the future, think less about it. This person's backstage is not something you or I can afford to offend. Songwon warned Meng Xing, then winded up reporting the matter to the committee. While watching the video, the small thoughts in Meng Xing's heart Songwon had seen at a glance, and he was now fearful in his heart. Fortunately, Lin Xuan hadn't gotten into trouble now, or else they would have been greeted by the thunderous fury of the Longhua state. Chapter 039 Examination suspended. After Lin Xuan defeated the level 41 test puppet, the exam time came to an end, and he successfully completed the first examination of the professionist Gaokao. A dazzling light rose beneath his feet, and he was transported to an empty hall. Where is this place? The location Lin Xuan was in wasn't the real-world examination center, but another rest space opened up by a divine artifact. It was structured like some sort of hall, and in the front of the hall, there was a huge electronic screen that displayed the results of each candidate. It was only now that the candidates' point scores were still being tallied and were not displayed. At this point in time, the space was already full of people. The vast majority of people were teleported out because their strength was not equal to the test puppets, and very few people persisted until the end like Lin Xuan. They seemed to have been teleported out for a while, and quite a few of them had already started discussing their results. Hey, I'm playing too much of a crotch this time. I've only reached the 14th level, 15,000 points. My dad will break my legs if he finds out. Just be content. I'm in the meat shield profession. Do you know what the test is about? Resisting punching. You guys ing brushed a dozen or so monsters. I was beaten up by a dozen or so monsters for half an hour. Damn it. This student had a lot of grievances right now and was very dissatisfied with the exam program. The Professionals Higher Education exam would target the exam items according to the characteristics of each profession. After all, it was obviously unreasonable to let professions like meat shields and milkmaids to fight output. But unfortunately, the meat shield profession's examination content was resistance to beatings. Heartache, I'm a high explosive occupation. My results this time are not bad. I've hit level 16 and have more than 20,000 points. If I play normally at the back, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to get into a key university. The one who spoke was a girl. Everyone cast envious gazes at her. Hey, it's really you. Lin Xuan. Just as Lin Chuan was probing the others' test scores, suddenly a startled voice came from not far away. Looking up, who is it if not Luo Kun? Lu Shuhan, I found Lin Chuan. I knew there was no way this kid would miss the exam. We can still go home and inherit the family business if we miss the exam, but Lin Chuan, this kid abandoning the exam can only go and become a mercenary to carry bricks. Hearing Luo Kun call her, Lu Shuhan rushed over from the other side. If you don't know how to nag, don't nag. Hard, Lu Shuhan was speechless at Luo Kun. Lin Chuan, did you make it to the exam? She asked with concern. Isn't it obvious? If he didn't make it in time for the exams, why would he show up here? Luo Kun couldn't help but interject. Women in order to express their concern, they don't even have the basic ability to associate facts. Well, just in time. How did you guys play today? Haha, I have to say, the schoolboy's advice was really useful. I went home and changed into an output outfit and hacked up the monsters like a mad dog, directly hacking past level 18, almost 30,000 points. As soon as he said this, Luo Kun was filled with excitement. Before the exam he predicted that he would be awesome if he could brush up to level 15 or 16. But he didn't expect that after wearing the output suit, he directly overplayed and gained more points than expected. And all of this, in the final analysis, also count Lin Chuan a credit. By now, Luo Kun was no longer as hostile to Lin Chuan as before. He had even begun to supplement his knowledge of a wide variety of professionals to lay the foundation for his future growth. He had eventually turned into the appearance he hated. Shuhan, what about you? Lin Chuan turned to ask Lu Shuhan. Lu Shuhan's level was already 17, 2 levels higher than Luo Kun, so he thought that his results would be better. I'm a bit higher leveled than Luo Kun, I barely passed level 19. The attributes of the level 20 test puppets are strengthened too much, my damage isn't enough. Lin Chuan nodded after hearing this. Indeed, the test puppets' attributes were too much higher than the average professional, and the level 20 test puppets' attributes had gotten another leap, so it was normal to be unable to beat them. Luo Kun and Lu Shuhan's play was already very good. After all, not everyone is like Lin Chuan, wanting to cross the level to brush the test puppets is almost impossible. Lin Chuan, what about you? How many levels have you brushed to? Don't tell me you brushed to level 22 to get the full 50,000 points? Lu Shuhan said half-jokingly. Although her mouth didn't want Lin Chuan to get 50,000 points, her heart was actually full of anticipation. No, I only brushed the level 21 test puppets, none of the level 22 ones have been refreshed. Lin Chuan thought for a moment and said so. He was also right, the level 22 test puppets really didn't refresh, as they jumped directly to level 31. Level 21. Geez, that's pretty strong too, I heard that big brother Lee Sung-yoon's achievement back then was also level 21. Lu Shuhan covered her small mouth, her face full of surprise. Alright, you kid, I'll let you pretend to get it again today. Luo Kun heavily slapped Lin Chuan's shoulder. Although there was only a 3-level difference between level 18 and level 21, there was a difference of over 10,000 points. Small problem, it's just that the first test is more suitable for me, so I'm temporarily ahead. Summoners bully the few with the many. There are still 2 tests behind, maybe you guys will easily overtake me? Count on you to talk. Lu Shuhan puffed up her face, looking very cute. At this time, some time had passed since the end of the first examination, but there was still no movement on the large screen in front of them. It's been so long, why aren't there any results yet? I'm all ready to make a splash in the next examination. Lu Shuhan was displeased in her heart. The next examination was about comparing the ability to clear monsters, which happened to fit perfectly with her profession as a magician. Hey, you guys don't know yet, right? Luo Kun smiled mysteriously. I've heard that this exam, there are a lot of unseen clans that have also come to participate. Right now, it is estimated that the performance of these people is being graded, and looking at this current situation, there is still waiting. Unseen families? This was the first time Lin Chuan had heard this kind of appellation, so he couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Nerd, right? As a professional, what should be emphasized is the human condition, and this kind of bigwigs and social relations should still be understood more. Luo Kun began to explain. The usual professionals are for ordinary people like us, who enter the school through official channels to study, then awaken their professions and take the college entrance exams. But the world of professionals has already appeared for thousands of years, and has long formed a certain volume, appearing quite a few ancient families that have been passed down for hundreds or thousands of years, and each of these family people can obtain a portion of the power of inheritance, and they have their own way of growing up, and don't need to enter the school to study like we do. Just like Lu Shuhan, if their family hadn't fallen, they probably wouldn't have crossed paths with us. It is precisely because their power inherited a portion of the power of the distant past, which has been upgraded and grown in constant iterations, so they are also exceptionally powerful, and their occupational strength is much stronger than those of us. I guess it is precisely because these people came to participate in the entrance examination that the examiner needed time to rate and add points to their performance. Luo Kun was only half right, the delay in announcing the results was indeed to rate the performance of certain people. Only it wasn't these disciples of unearthly families, but Lin Chuan. But I don't understand, since these far-flung clans have their own unique upgrading system, why do they still need to send people to take the entrance exam? Lin Chuan expressed his disbelief. That's what you don't understand, right? As I said just now, professionals, it's all about a person. It's because these ancient families are too powerful that the Longhua kingdom needs to control them. The far-flung families are also aware of this, that's why they let the up-and-coming disciples and their families come to take the entrance exams to enter among the universities. On one hand, it's to reassure the top, and on the other hand, these disciples can also obtain cultivation resources from the university, which can save the family a lot of money. In the end, they can also accumulate some connections, belonging to a triple win. So there is this kind of argument. Hearing Luo Kun's explanation, Lin Chuan then realized. As the three of them were talking, the large screen in the distance suddenly lit up. Chapter 040. The second round of examinations opens. An old man in ancient clothes appeared on the large screen. Hello all candidates, I am the chairman of the Longhua Country's College Entrance Examination Committee, Su Bufan. Due to the emergence of a number of outstanding candidates in the exam, our points tally has been slightly delayed, and I apologize for giving you all a bad experience. Su Bufan's voice was filled with amiability, yet gave off an irresistible feeling. After the intensive counting, the points authorization work has been completed, and we will now start announcing the points scores of the top 5. Finally, it was about to begin, and there were already quite a few people in the crowd who raised their heads in a confident manner. I think these people should be the people from the ancient family Luo Kun spoke of, they really do give off an extraordinary aura. Lin Chuan pondered in his heart, noting down the appearance of each and every one of them. It was very likely that very competitive opponents would appear amongst these people. 5th place, Luo Mo, 39,800 points. Ch. Luo Mo let out a not-so-pleased sound. He came from a certain heavy sword family with a strong attack, but unfortunately, he didn't add hit in the early stages, which led to too many misses in the back, and he only ended up brushing through level 19. According to the performance, an extra 1,000 points were added to him. When we get to the next level, the first place will definitely be mine. 4th place, Lu Shuhan, 40,500 points. Ha! Lu Shuhan was suddenly called by name, and was surprisingly a bit disbelieving. It was the same brush to level 19, and her performance score was even higher than Lu Mo's. 3rd place, Wang Miao Miao, 41,000 points. It was also a girl, from a certain orc-based professional family. 2nd place, Tang Yu, 42,000 points. 3 people in a row were all sisters, and this Tang Yu had awakened a legendary profession, Tianji Master. 1st place. Finally, it's time to reveal the name of the winner of the first stage. Luo Kun clenched his fists, looking incredibly nervous. You guys, this first place, will it be Lin Chuan? I guess it's possible. Compared to the two of them, Lin Chuan was conversely the most relaxed, but he was also looking at the big screen with a suspicious face. Why are these people's points so low? Lin Chuan thought that those ancient families that Luo Kun said were so powerful, but as a result, he had just taken the exam and swiped the monsters, and the system hinted that he had gained more than 40,000 points, and these people plus the performance points were just like that. But the conscience of heaven and earth, the original intention of setting 50,000 points for the first level of the examination was not to give people a full score from the beginning. In addition, since the second place Tang Yu only has 42,000 points, then the first place will definitely be Lin Chuan. 1st place, Lin Chuan, 80,000 points. The scene suddenly became silent. Immediately afterward, the students looked at each other in disbelief, and the hall became tumultuous. Su Bufan's voice was like a heavy bomb that destroyed the Dao hearts of everyone present. 80,000? He said 80,000? Mistake, right? This has already surpassed the full 50,000 points. Shady, there's definitely shady. Luo Mo and the others also couldn't believe their eyes. How could someone gain 80,000 points on the first level? These points were too unbelievable. Everyone settle down, this is the candidate's true score. We evaluated the candidate based on his performance in the first round of the examination and ended up giving a bonus of 30,000 points. As for everyone's queries, we have preserved the supporting evidence and accepted it for inspection by our superiors. Su Bufan dared to say that he would accept the inspection, which meant that there was no backroom maneuvering involved. Lin Chuan's strength was worth this 80,000 point achievement. When this statement was made, everyone immediately quieted down. Even the few geniuses from the Far Glory clan began to change the ultimate goal of this college entrance examination in their hearts. Before the exam started, their goal was of course the municipal top scholar of the East Sea City Professionals College Entrance Examination. Now, however, they had changed their goal to 2nd place, and it was already good enough to be a second. After all, the first place was just too perverse. Even if they overplayed in the next 2 levels, this huge gap of 40,000 points could not be caught up no matter what. Moreover, if Lin Chuan could have such a dazzling performance in the first level, he could naturally perform even better in the back. It seems that this time the first prize winner has been locked up by someone. I reckon that the family behind this person must be very powerful. Tang Yu looked on the bright side, her skills were inferior to others, as long as she tested her best. Second place is naturally mine. My career advantage is the boss battle in the third level. If you guys can't close the points gap in the next level, there's no need to think about things like second place. Although Luo was only in 5th place at this point, he showed a look of confidence. Then I'll cheer for the 2 older siblings. Wang Miaomio looked harmless, but she actually had a lot of thoughts about the second place. Overscored. Lin Chuan was confused, he didn't know why he was able to overscore and by so much. It was almost twice as much as the second place Tang Yu. Next, for the second element of the test, please enter. Intense white light rose beneath the feet of all the candidates, and all of them were instantly summoned within their examination space. The second examination officially began. This level examined the candidates' ability to clear monsters and sustain combat. In a space that is 1 kilometer both horizontally and vertically, 100 monsters will be dropped every minute. Regardless of whether the candidate has cleared the last wave of monsters or not, when the time is up, it will be forced to refresh. As with the previous level, each time the monsters are refreshed, the level goes up by 1 level. Again, the time limit is 1 hour. Lin Chuan had just finished familiarizing himself with the rules when the exam started, and the first batch of monsters brushed in front of him. Rock Armor Beast Level 1. Level 1. Power 20. Physical Fitness 20. Agility 10. Mental Strength 10. Rock Armor 1% to damage. A completely neat shield-type trial monster. Not only does it have a horribly high physique, but it also has a damage immunity effect. 100 monsters, then I'll try with 100 summon creatures as well. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers, and 100 platinum-grade Death God minions were summoned. Both sides had equal numbers, and the platinum-grade Death God servants also held an absolute attribute advantage. Taking the second level of the test was naturally no big deal. Of course, this was only for Lin Chuan alone. In the other exam rooms, from the 10th minute onwards, there were already candidates who couldn't clear the monsters fast enough to catch up with the refresh rate, and ended up being killed by the rock-armored behemoths, forcing them to terminate the exam. From the 15th minute onwards, the speed of candidates exiting the examination room came to a peak, and in just 2 minutes, more than 60% of the candidates were defeated by the rock-armored giant beasts. In the 16th minute, Luo Kun was summoned back to the hall. Originally, his berserker profession wasn't suitable for clearing monsters, but that legendary grade weapon of his came with a ranged attack effect, which allowed him to hold on until now. Lu Shuhan lasted a minute longer than Luo Kun and was teleported out at the 17th minute. Where's Lin Chuan? As soon as Lu Shuhan returned to the hall, she searched for Lin Chuan's figure. He hasn't come out yet. The next few moments were counted in almost seconds, and the later it got, the more monsters would accumulate. At this point, there were only a handful of people left who were still in the examination room. Half a minute later, Luo was teleported out. As a heavy swordmaster, it was already quite a powerful player to have lasted until now. Luo glanced at the surrounding crowd and revealed a snort. Nothing more than that. Just by looking at it, he could tell that he was definitely the group that had lasted the longest. Then Wang Miaomio, Tang Yu, almost in a back-and-forth relationship, the candidates who had excellent results in the first round were all teleported out. Looks like I still lasted slightly more than you by that 1 or 2 seconds. Tang Yu said to Wang Miaomio. It doesn't matter, it's just a second or two, don't see the result as better than mine. Wang Miaomio said so on his mouth, in his heart more or less dissatisfied with the results of the last round. He has never been the pride of the family, did not expect to come out to find that there are still people who are stronger than him. This inspired the desire to win in his heart. This time, I must surpass you. Even the top few from the previous round couldn't last 20 minutes, this round of examination is so difficult. That's right, I was just that much slower in clearing the monsters, and in the blink of an eye, I was swamped by the rock-armored giants. It's the same for everyone. I think that after this round of examination is over, everyone's points shouldn't be able to pull too far apart. By now, the hall was packed with people, and almost all of the candidates had completed the examination. Why isn't anyone announcing the end of the exam? Are there still people in there? The time came to the 20th minute, and there was still a delay in the examiner announcing the end of the second round of examination. That meant that there were still candidates who hadn't finished the examination. It's Lin Chuan. Luo Kun and Lu Shuhan shouted out a name in unison. Chapter 041 Third Round of Examination, Life and Death? In the supervisory room, the examiners stared at the monitor image on the screen, each shocked to the point of no return. It had been 25 minutes since the second level of the examination had begun, and the trial monsters in the examination had risen to level 25. The level 25 rock-armored behemoth already possessed a fairly high blood quantity and also had a 25% damage immunity effect. This kid, I'm afraid he won't be able to resist. For him to last until now, his talent is already demonic. Normally, the second round of examinations would not last more than 20 minutes. The level 25 rock armor behemoth came with a 25% damage immunity effect, and its blood volume was already as high as 30,000, bringing a lot of pressure to Lin Chuan. Platinum-level death servants were no longer able to kill these trial creatures in one hit. Let's try this move, I haven't used the skill after the transfer. Lin Chuan stretched out both fingers and aimed at a half-crippled blood rock armor beast in the distance, soul-snatching vector poised to fire. Then, another skill was applied. Underworld Soul Corpse Explosion. A light green fluorescence glowed on the pitch-black soul-snatching vector. Launch! Only to see the soul-snatching vector turn into a black shadow, directly hitting the rock-armored giant beast. Lin Chuan's spiritual power had now broken through 900, and the damage factor of the soul-snatching vector was able to directly inflict nearly 20,000 damage. Even though the rock-armored beast had a high damage reduction, it was a pity that it was just a bloodless beast that couldn't resist Lin Chuan's strike. One blow will kill. Kill rock-armored behemoth level 25, get points +0. The rock-armored behemoth fell to the ground with a loud crash, however, its corpse did not simply disappear. Instead, it rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye it had risen several times in size. Then only heard a bang sound. The body of the rock-armored beast exploded into countless green arrows that shot towards the companions around it. The green arrows were extremely powerful, and regardless of how much blood was left in the rock-armored behemoth around them, they directly killed them in seconds. And then an even weirder scene happened. Only to see that the corpses of those rock-armored giants that were killed by the green arrows also instantly swelled up. A series of chain reactions occurred immediately afterward. The sound of exploding corpses was heard over and over again. 100 rock-armored beasts were instantly blown to smithereens. The power of this skill is surprisingly so strong. Lin Chuan himself was a bit shocked. He knew that there was a huge gap between the strength of the transferred and untransferred professions, but he didn't expect it to be this big. A divine skill, simply a divine skill. Compared to the excitement in Lin Chuan's heart, the examiners in the supervision room once again lost their collective voice. Is this still a person? Surprisingly, a single skill killed the rock armor behemoth swarm that had 25% damage immunity? Inspector, you say, this kid won't be able to kill another 40 plus levels, right? The gold content of breaking into level 40 on the second level was much higher than the gold content of breaking into level 40 on the first level. The last level Lin Chuan had already shocked the college entrance exam committee, so what about this time? Would it directly cause the emperor to tremble? But luckily, Lin Chuan didn't intend to continue. He took a deep breath and recalled all the summoned creatures. Let's end it here. Afterward, he was only seen giving up on breaking through the barrier and actively teleporting out of the examination space. The second level was different from the first. After the monsters were refreshed to level 23 in this level, Lin Chuan no longer gained points no matter how much he killed the monsters. Now that he had tested his skills after the transfer, he really didn't have the need to continue breaking through the level. Luckily this kid gave up. Songwon breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly having a feeling of relief. If Lin Chuan set another record to the point where it had to be reported, then I'm afraid that this college entrance exam would be forced to be cancelled today. Lin Chuan returned to the hall and everyone looked towards him in unison. Someone came out. He lasted 25 minutes. Holy, is he a human? There are 100 level 25 trial monsters in the second level, they won't all be killed by him, right? Nonetheless, holding on for a long time doesn't mean strength, maybe he's just better at escaping? It's been hiding until now. Ha, it's not impossible. Various speculations were heard among the candidates. Some people speculated that Lin Chuan's strength was explosive, while others expressed disbelief. Only Luo Kun and Lu Shuhan knew that Lin Chuan was bound to set another new record. You kid, you're addicted to pretending, aren't you? Everyone was beaten out in 10 minutes, you actually lasted 10 minutes longer than us. Luo Kun saw Lin Chuan come out and took the initiative to come forward. Just a bit of luck. Lin Chuan casually found a reason to muddle through. If he let Luo Kun know that he had teleported out of his own accord, he would probably make it known again. Lu Shuhan saw Lin Chuan's intentions and asked in his ear in a low voice. Lin Chuan, 25 minutes, did you get all the points? Lin Chuan nodded without a trace, recognizing Lu Shuhan's guess. Lu Shuhan covered her mouth in disbelief. Lu Shuhan, what did you two just say, and behind my back, have you ever thought of me as a friend? Lin Chuan's sentence pointed straight to the point, you're a friend, but you talk too much. You. Line, dog man, and woman. Seeing color and forgetting friends thing. Luo Kun cursed. Not far from the trio, several candidates from distant clans gathered together. This person is Lin Chuan? It looks mediocre. Seeing Lin Chuan surrounded by schoolgirl-level beauties, Lumo's tone had a sour flavor to it. In addition to Lin Chuan, those two people don't seem to be weak, that girl. Seems to be the fourth place Lu Shuhan. Hey, Luo, others are stronger than you. Stronger than me dear, I'm not too adapted to the first level kind of mode, have the balls to compare the total score. Immediately, Luo got his wish. This time Su Bufan didn't come out to calm the candidates again, and only one line of subtitles popped out on the big screen in front of him. The second level of the examination is over, and the results are now announced. The results of the candidates then appeared in the large screen. First place, Lin Chuan. Points, 130,000. Second place, Wang Miao Miao. Points, 69,600. Third place, Tang Yu. Points, 68900. Fourth place, He Chenxi. Points, 68,000. Fifth place, Zheng Yuan. Points, 67,700. 27th place, Lu Shuhan. Points, 63,100. 331st place, Luo Kun. Points, 50200. As expected, Lin Chuan completed the second level of the examination with a full score of 50,000 points. Together with the 80,000 points from the previous level, the total points were a full 130,000 points. It was a pity that the second level didn't have a performance score, otherwise with Lin Chuan's performance and the extra bonus points, the total score would have reached an even more terrifying point. However, surprisingly, originally Lu Shuhan was more suitable for this level, but she fell to 27th place. It seemed that apart from those distant clans, the strength of the disciples of some of the smaller clans was also quite strong. Lu Shuhan's extreme ice mage was comparable to a legendary profession, but unfortunately, it wasn't a true legendary profession after all. Even in a small city like Eastsea City, there were still crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Luo Kun, who was not very suitable for group attacks, had unexpectedly rushed to the top 500 in this level, and with more than 50,000 points, his performance was also eye-catching. The legendary level weapon that came with the effect of group damage, the superpower, was indeed very strong. After a short break, Meng Xing appeared right in front of the people. Candidates. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you for passing the first 2 levels of the test. Then the next thing that will greet you will be the final test of the Longhua Kingdom's occupant examination. I believe that in the first 2 levels of the test, you all already have a certain understanding of your strength. Before the final trial opens, I need you all to do one thing. A playful smile appeared on Meng Xing's face. Immediately afterward, he said in an eerie voice, I want you to sign a life and death contract. Chapter 042 Star Realm Alien Lord. Signed the certificate of life and death. As Meng Xing's voice fell, everyone's faces were confused. Signing a life and death contract? Many candidates questioned. They had never heard of the need to do such a thing at the last level of the college entrance examination. Wasn't the point of the college entrance examination to select competent professionals while ensuring absolute safety? Signing the certificate of life and death also meant that the next final test harbored great danger. It could even be life-threatening. Meng Xing didn't pay any attention to the candidate's reaction and continued on his own. All of you here are professionals, and I'm sure you've long been prepared for death. But what I want to tell you all is that there is no need to worry about your lives if you stay young. There is plenty of room for you to grow in the future, and there is no need to waste your lives because of a rash decision. The content of the exam that can be revealed to you all at the moment is that according to the Occupant Higher Education Examination Committee's assessment of the content of the trial, the passing rate of this trial will not exceed 20%. 20%, what a concept. Even if the mortality rate is only 50%, professionals will not take the risk. After all, as long as they were still alive, they could keep upgrading, and one day they would be able to gain the strength to challenge the dangers. But if one died, then there would really be nothing left. Now you have 2 choices, either sign the life and death certificate and the test will continue. Either choose to withdraw. If you all choose to withdraw, we will keep the current points for you. Of course, if you all choose to take a risk and try, I won't stop you. In order to avoid the surrounding emotions from affecting your choices, from now on all candidates are forbidden to speak, violators will be immediately disqualified from the test and all their scores will be nullified. You all have 10 minutes to think about it, the clock starts. Originally, this kind of choice could be completed in a very short period of time, but they gave such a long period of time as 10 minutes, and prohibited communication, which undoubtedly brought great psychological pressure to the candidates. I have a question. One of the candidates raised his hand. Okay, you have been disqualified from the examination, all your grades are invalid, please ask the examiner to clear the unrelated people out of the examination room. This candidate was confused, he had only said that there was a problem, and as a result, his results were directly cancelled. If you guys dare to cancel my grades, I'll sue you for abuse of power. Doesn't matter, do you want me to tell you how to file a complaint as well? I've already stated the precautions just now, and talking is grounds for disqualification. Before Meng Xing could finish speaking, that candidate had already been teleported out of the examination room. This person came for real. Luo Kun covered his mouth, desperately trying not to make a sound. He was almost ready to whisper about Lin Chuan and Lu Shuhan's intentions just now, and if he hadn't come to his realization in time, I'm afraid he would have been disqualified from the exam as well. This was a nullification of grades. Once you open your mouth, all this hard work will be for nothing. Luo Kun glanced at Lin Chuan and Lu Shuhan, only to see that these two were exchanging glances and were making eye contact. And they were talking and laughing, nodding their heads back and forth. Dog boy and girl. Luo Kun cursed the two in his heart, looking at their expressions they should be ready to continue, so Luo Kun also made up his mind in his heart that he must participate in the final test. The big deal was that if he encountered danger, he would hug Lin Xuan's thighs tightly. The long 10 minutes finally passed, and the tense atmosphere in the hall came to an extreme point. Now, all the candidates can make their choices. Candidates who choose to continue, please go to the left, and those who choose to give up, stand to the right. The candidates automatically split into two groups. As expected, the unadventurous candidates took up the majority, as many as 70%. And the group of people who were unwilling to give up were naturally the candidates who wanted to push for higher grades. Looking at the huge gap in numbers between the two sides, Meng Xing nodded in satisfaction. It was naturally true that professionals wanted to preserve themselves, but only those who dared to take risks could become stronger. Abandoner teleporting out. The examiner teleported the students who had abandoned the exam out of the exam space, leaving behind those who continued to undergo the final test. Luo Kun was already so nervous that his palms were sweating, not knowing what kind of difficult trial awaited him next. Next, Meng Xing began to explain the rules of the test. The Starfield battlefield is the main battlefield of the Manhwa kingdom to defend against the invasion of alien races. Ever since humans discovered the alien race opening a spatial passage to invade the Manhwa kingdom here 1,000 years ago, they immediately built up fortifications and engaged in a fierce confrontation with the alien creatures. It can be said that the Starfield battlefield is the most dangerous and cruel place, and it is also the place where you must train after you grow up in the future. That's why for this time's final examination, we have set the place of trial at the Starfield battlefield, and next, the time to prove your own strength has arrived. Let's go, candidates of the Manhwa kingdom. Starfield battlefield? That was a place known as a meat grinder for professionals, with a true survival rate of less than 1 in 10. Even for professionals with ranks as high as 70 to 80, falling in this kind of place was a common occurrence. For them, little Karami whose ranks didn't exceed level 20 to go to this kind of place to try out, not to mention that the pass rate wasn't more than 20%. It was simply 10 deaths without a chance of survival. Unfortunately, there was no chance for them to give up anymore. The light of teleportation lit up, and all of them were teleported to the Starfield battlefield with terrified expressions. At the last moment, Luo Kun finally managed to let out a final cry. "Oh mom, I want to abandon the exam, I want to go home." At this point, no matter how much he screamed, it didn't help. After sending the candidates away, Meng Xing returned to the examination room with a group of examiners. On the screen in the invigilation room, the real-time images of the candidates were displayed. As the entrance exam of the Manhwa kingdom to screen-gifted professionals, how could Meng Xing and the others really send these candidates into the middle of the Starfield battlefield? The location that Lin Xuan and the others were transported to was a Starfield battlefield simulated in the space artifact. Although powerful alien demons had been placed inside, with the protection of the spatial artifact, safety could basically be guaranteed. I hope they can take this examination seriously. One can only stimulate the potential in their body when they are pushed to the brink of extinction on all fronts, both mentally and physically. Let's hope that this year's batch of candidates won't let us down. Just as the final trial was underway, the Starfield battlefield was 10,000 miles away. Somewhere in a hidden cave, a considerable level of human combat power was being deployed to alert the surrounding situation. Within the cave, there was a huge spell formation with an old man sitting in the center. In the old man's hands, a small red tower was emitting bright and dim light, and a suffocating and oppressive aura emanated from it. It was none other than the only space artifact of the Manhwa kingdom, the Star God Pagoda. And the owner controlling this Star God Tower was one of the top 10 experts of the Dragon China Kingdom, the legendary Big Brother known as the God of Starfield War, Long Wanli. The level was even as high as level 89. The person behind the current Manhwa country's holding of the occupier's higher level examination was none other than Long Wanli. The professionals' college entrance examination has reached its final critical moment. Everyone strengthen your vigilance and don't let the foreign creatures disturb Lord Long. After thousands of years of confrontation, the alien demonic creatures had undergone constant evolution, and now there were already demons that could sneak into the territory of Manhwa country disguised as humans. In recent years, the professional Gaoshua has been wreaking havoc behind the scenes from time to time, and it is becoming more and more licentious. Long Wanli's choice of holding the venue at the Starfield battlefield this time around, on the other hand, played out a kind of surprise effect. No foreign devils could have imagined that Long Wanli would risk so much to hold the most important selection ceremony for the young generation of the Manhwa kingdom in the enemy's territory. However, there was also a certain amount of risk involved in this move. Once the foreign devils discovered it and Long Wanli suffered an attack that interrupted the spatial projection of the Star God Tower, then the high school candidates would be trapped in the space of the Star God Tower forever. In a sense, the danger of the final examination was indeed high. Just as the humans were putting up a tight defense, a void black shadow appeared above the cave. It let out a standard villainous laugh. "Jia, I didn't think you guys would dare to hold the professionals' higher education examination here. I don't know if I should praise you for your guts or say that you're not afraid of death. If it wasn't for the mole I planted in the humans getting information, I really wouldn't have been able to discover you guys. It seems that I came at the right time, and now the remaining ones are all candidates with extraordinary talent. Since I'm here, I'll take their lives. Space began to solidify, and the black shadow appeared in its true form, attacking towards Long Wanli in the middle of the cave. It's the Star Realm Alien Lord. Chapter 043, Third Round of Examination. Lin Chuan and the others were teleported into the middle of the Starfield battlefield. The surroundings were a void. Is this the Starfield battlefield? Lin Chuan looked around and realized that the candidates around him were still the ones in the hall. Maybe the candidates from different cities were teleported to different areas. Lin Chuan guessed in his mind. The final examination for the professionals' higher education examination begins. Mission: kill the spirit-eating alien bugs. The system rewards points based on the damage caused by the candidate. Originally, the crowd was still worried because the examination center was in the Starfield battlefield, but when they saw that the professionals' higher education examination system was still in place, their hearts felt much more at ease. Not long after, a faint point of light appeared in the distance. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the crowd. Spirit-devouring alien bugs, alien demons. Level 25. Power 5301. Physique 5269. Agility 5036. Mental strength 5187. Scorched Earth: when in an alien battlefield, life recovery speed is increased by 300%. Resistance enhancement: all control type skill effects are halved. Spirit Devouring Shock triggers a tidal wave of spiritual energy, inflicting spiritual power 30% damage per second on enemies within a range of 200, and restoring actual damage inflicted 10% of life value. Evolution: when recovering more than 100,000 life value, it can evolve into Spirit Devouring Magic Butterfly. Although the spirit-devouring demonic butterfly was a worm-shaped demonic creature, it was frighteningly large in size. His height was a full 10 meters, and his body length was even closer to 20 meters. Just standing in front of him gave a huge sense of oppression. What's more, this alien demon not only had strangely high attributes, but it also had 4 skill boosts. On the contrary, on the side of the candidates, not only were they weak, but each of them only had 3 skills at most, and the only thing in their favor was their numerical advantage. Brothers, don't be afraid, there's only one demonic creature and we have hundreds of people. As long as we follow what we learned in school and maintain a good formation, we will definitely be able to defeat it. Just when everyone was about to be in disarray, someone in the crowd shouted out. Yes, there are so many of us, what are we afraid of him for? It's just a mere demonic creature, brothers, let's charge. Meat shield on top, magician back row output, nurse ready to step in and heal, auxiliary profession, hurry up and buff. After a short period of confusion, the candidates began to become organized into battle. Everyone found their position and began to attack the spirit-devouring xenomorphs. For a while, the battlefield was flying with flames of war, and the light of the skills changed non-stop. Lin Chuan, what do we do? Lu Shuhan had become very dependent on Lin Chuan and sought his advice directly. Join the battle first. I always feel that this final examination isn't as simple as imagined. Be careful. To prepare means to save your life, don't take any chances. Lin Chuan's last words were directed at Luo Kun. Lu Shuhan was a magician and naturally stood in the last row. And Lin Chuan was in the summoning department, which belonged to the branch of magicians, and also stood in the last row. Of the 3, only Luo Kun was a warrior lineage profession, or a berserker who relied on bloodline pressure to deal damage. The level of danger could be imagined. You guys? Luo Kun only wanted to cry now. Why did he awaken the berserker profession? Even if it was a rare profession, it seems so insignificant in front of his life. Even if he awakened a normal level fire magician? At this time, the situation was still unclear. Lin Chuan didn't want to show his true strength so quickly, so he only summoned out a bronze level soul hooking ox head to go up and explore the reality. After Lin Chuan's transformation, the bonus of the death domain increased from the original 10x attributes to 20x. Nowadays, the hooked bullhead's physique was already as high as 24,000 points, while its strength was also 9,000 points. The pure meat shield bullhead could also deal decent damage. The candidates quickly drew up a battle line, however, the spirit-devouring xenomorphs were too powerful. It directly unleashed its spirit-devouring impact skill, causing an omnidirectional indiscriminate attack that directly covered all the candidates, even the magicians in the back row. With 5,000 spirit power, even if it only dealt 30% damage, it was still 1,500 points of damage per second. Even though most of the candidates left behind now were elites, their life value was just over 10,000 even with full equipment. Unless they were meat shield professions, they simply couldn't survive the attack of the spirit-devouring insects for more than 10 seconds. However, it was good that there were many healing professions among them, and their recovery ability was guaranteed, so there wouldn't be too much of a problem for the time being. Brothers, increase the output. In order to avoid a long night, the many candidates increased their attacks. For a time, multicolored spiritual energy exploded in space, and the spiritual energy stirred up like a giant firework in bloom. The strength of these people is really not bad, the damage is indeed very high. Lin Chuan watched as the spirit-devouring alien bug's blood bar decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the current rate, it wouldn't take long for the spirit-devouring alien bugs to be wiped out by the candidates. A breath of time passed when the last wave of skills was dumped on the spirit-devouring alien bug. Its blood level finally bottomed out and it let out a dying wail, eventually dissipating into nothingness. Congratulations to the candidates for destroying the spirit-devouring alien insect. The damage has been recorded and will be released after the points assessment. Now start the second wave of attack. Before the candidates had a chance to cheer, they saw the system prompt ring out. Such a powerful spirit-devouring alien insect was only the first wave of attack. Right in front of them, there were 3 spirit-devouring insects rushing towards them. Healer, quickly restore blood. The healer was the first to react. In the battle just now, many of them had already been knocked out of a lot of blood, and the situation was not optimistic, especially for the mage back row. Many of the professions with low blood quantities already had only half of their blood left. Just as the crowd's hands were scrambling to prepare for the next wave of attacks, Lin Chuan pulled Lu Shuhan and silently retreated 200 meters away, leaving the attack range of the spirit-devouring alien insects. Don't we need to go up and help? Lu Shuhan asked. Lin Chuan shook his head. I always feel that this examination isn't quite right, let's wait and see for a while. Ever since the transfer, Lin Chuan not only perceived the aura of death more keenly, he was also able to sense the impending death in the future. His heart is beating so hard right now that he always feels like something big is going to happen soon. It was at the same time that Lin Chuan retreated. The Star Realm Exotic Lord directly penetrated the mountain and entered the cave, then immediately rushed towards the Star God Pagoda in Long Wanli's hands. It's the Star Realm Alien Lord. The human defenders had discovered the Starfield Fey Lord, but unfortunately, they were no longer able to rescue him. The figure of the Starfield Fey Lord burrowed into the Star God Tower, and after a short period of void space, he saw hundreds of separate spaces in front of him. Is this the space of the human professional's entrance exam? Surprisingly, it's only a mock exam. How can one grow into a powerful professional without experiencing the true baptism of blood and death? Human cubs are too well protected. This honored one is in a good mood today, so let this honored one teach you what a true professional is like. Saying that, a black energy fluctuation spread out from the body of the Star Realm Fey Lord, directly surging into the simulation space of the Longhua country's Professionist Advanced Exam. The black energy fluctuation instantly broke down the energy barrier of the simulation space, and the space of the exam crashed into an unknown place. Chapter 040 for the real Starfield battlefield. Lin Chuan was intently observing the battle in the distance, and he couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart, always feeling that there was a danger approaching. Suddenly, the candidate's attack made a mistake. Originally, there was a spirit-devouring xenomorph that could be collected by the last move. However, after one strike, the spirit-devouring xenomorph was still left with the last trace of blood skin. It was due to this mistake that the spirit-devouring xenomorph suddenly erupted into a frenzy of rage, launching a death-defying counterattack and directly taking away the closest warrior profession. Mage, whoever's skill is ready, quick, target number 3, make up a cut. The back row mage got the order, and a small skill shot hit the target, taking it right away. Alas, it's a pity, if this blunder hadn't happened, that candidate wouldn't have died and the other 2 fronts would have been stabilized. Lin Chuan, aren't we going to help yet? Lu Shuhan expressed her concern for the candidate's safety, but she saw Lin Chuan's serious face. No, that wasn't a mistake, it was a sudden decrease in damage. Lin Chuan had been observing the movements of the candidates and knew a little bit about their damage. According to the way they fought just now, that candidate would definitely be able to kill the spirit-devouring alien bug. Suddenly lower? Lu Shuhan was puzzled. But immediately afterward, her doubts were answered. A message alert appeared in her field of vision. Affected by red blood scorched earth, inflicts 10% damage, takes plus 10% damage, sustains burning effect. Red blood scorched earth? This was an environmental effect unique to the Starfield battlefield. When this effect appeared, it meant that Lin Chuan and the others had teleported from the original simulation space to the real Starfield battlefield. Lin Chuan looked around, the original void environment had completely disappeared, his eyes were filled with a blood-red color, and the air was filled with berserk factor. Directly in front of them, a dozen strange points of light were approaching them. It's spirit-devouring fey insects, close to 20 of them. All the candidates were confused, 3 spirit-devouring alien bugs had crushed their defenses, and now close to 20 of them appeared all at once. This was absolute strength suppression. In front of such a huge strength gap, the human candidates did not have the slightest chance of winning. With a momentary imbalance in their mindset, the candidates made mistakes in their coordination, and were instantly caught by the spirit-devouring xenomorphs in their counterattacks. In just a few moments, several candidates had already died tragically. Shuhan, the situation has changed, prepare to strike. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers and 200 summoned beasts were instantly summoned. A level 25 alien creature is this strong, but what about facing 10 times the number of summoned beasts? Although the attributes of the spirit-devouring alien bug were as high as 5,000, its blood quantity was only 50,000, and a single blast from Lin Chuan's hooked horseface could deal a high damage of 55,000, killing it in a single blow. And the exam is going on now. Lin Chuan yesterday used the blitz skills just cooled down, and now he has enough blitz skills to use. A dozen red rays of light lit up. Blast me! The soul-hooking strike bloomed in front of his eyes almost simultaneously, the red light dissipated, and the spirit-devouring alien insects had long since been reduced to pieces in Lin Chuan's attack. The spirit-devouring xenomorphs that had originally made it difficult for the candidates to cope with were just as unbeatable as a level 1 monster in front of Lin Chuan's summoned beasts. Seeing this kind of appearance, who could stand this? What was that just now? What was so strong? It killed the spirit-devouring alien bug in one hit, and it seems to have used a general attack? Who is it? Who's pretending to be a good ex? I recognize this summoned beast. It's Lin Chuan, the one at the top of the points ranking. It's this Lin Chuan again. He's too strong. Couldn't it be that some big shot came over in disguise to abuse the candidates? By now, the candidates had begun to have doubts about Lin Chuan's identity. How else could he be so strong? It was too unscientific. The Donghai City Examination Center had limited casualties because of the presence of the monster Lin Chuan. But the other examination centers were not so lucky on their part. Facing the onslaught of nearly 20 spirit-devouring xenomorphs, the candidates fell under their iron hooves. For a time, wailing was everywhere, and countless candidates were killed or injured. The Star God Tower has been invaded. Long Wanli was originally fully focused on casting spells to preside over the professional's higher education examination. Suddenly noticing the movement that appeared in the Star God Tower, he violently opened his eyes. It's the Star Realm Alien Lord. It actually found its way to a place like this. Long Wanli's divine sense swept through the Star God Pagoda, already knowing the current situation, and instantly made a response. I will now teleport the candidates out of the Star God Tower and notify the examiners at each test center to prepare to receive them. Long Wanli's mind moved, his consciousness completely fused with the Star God Pagoda, and a powerful force surged out like a tidal wave, immediately establishing a connection with the spaces scattered in the Starfield battlefield. Immediately afterward, one by one, the candidates began to be teleported out. While Long Wanli was acting, the Star Realm Alien Lord was equally aware. Reacting so quickly? It's a pity. I've already found the person with the strongest talent amongst you humans. As long as I kill him, the humans will still be devastated for hundreds of years. The Black Shadow's eyes were fixed on the examination space in East Ocean City, and at the end of his gaze was a young man who had summoned other summoned creatures to kill the spirit-devouring alien insects in a single move. After saying that, the Black Shadow fiercely flew towards the examination space of East Sea City. Still want to enter? Return my student's life. The Star Realm Alien Lord had teleported the exam simulation space to the real Star Realm battlefield, which had already caused the candidates to lose a lot of money. How could Long Wanli let him continue to be unrestrained now? He gained insight into the attempts of the Star Realm Alien Lord and immediately made a strain, raising a defensive light shield over the East Sea City examination space. Only a golden light slowly wrapped around the examination space. If you want to stop me, then let's see if you have the ability. I'll take the lives of these tens of thousands of examinees. The Star Realm Alien Lord snorted coldly and instantly fired hundreds of pitch-black arrows into all spaces. He wanted to wipe out all the human candidates in all spaces. You are unbridled. Long Wanli was pinched and could only rescue. Hundreds of energy shields appeared above the space, blocking the attack of the Starfield Fey Lord. However, the Starfield Fey Lord was also taking this opportunity to burrow into the examination space where Lin Chuan was. Star God Tower Guard, help me! Long Wanli shouted, and the guards surrounding him immediately changed formation. An external formation was formed around Long Wanli, and with the injection of energy, the red light emitted from the Star God Tower flourished. A golden barrier then covered the heads of Lin Chuan and the others, blocking the attack of the Star Realm Alien Lord. What's going on? Looking at the shield that suddenly appeared above their heads, the candidates were somewhat confused about the current situation. Smarty pants, let's see how long you can last? The black smoke on the body of the Star Realm Alien Lord swelled and turned into countless black dots falling from the sky. After the black dots left their bodies, they immediately turned into countless Star Realm devils attacking towards the light shield. What's going on? How did so many Starfield demonic creatures suddenly appear? OMG, I'm not going to die, am I? What they say about mortality shouldn't be true, right? If I had known, I wouldn't have participated in the final examination. Quickly send me out. In just a split second's time, the candidates were already surrounded by the Starfield demons. Although there was a golden light defense laid down by Long Wanli, the mentality of these children, who were only 17 or 18 years old, instantly collapsed. Is this part of the exam? Luo Kun and Lu Shuhan gathered around Lin Chuan, tacitly treating him as a lapdog. Lin Chuan shook his head. It doesn't look like it to me. If my guess is good, there should be something wrong with the exam. You guys look at that. Lin Chuan pointed towards the sky, and sure enough, a cloud of black smoke was seen there. Although this black smoke did not take a concrete form, it gave off a terrifying pressure. There was only one thought in everyone's mind: I'm going to die today. Chapter 045 New Skill, Black and White. The thought of death loomed over everyone at the scene. Just then, an old voice rang out in everyone's mind. Candidates, I'm Long Wanli from the Starfield Battlefield Command of the Manhwa Kingdom, and there's some unexpected circumstances occurring in the examination space you're in right now. Once Long Wanli said this, the candidates' hearts became even more uneasy. Don't worry everyone, we are now trying to find a way to carry out a rescue. Right now, the defense shield I created for you guys can last for 5 minutes time. Before it dissipates, you guys are absolutely safe. Long Wanli's words gave the candidates a shot in the arm. However, he then turned his words around. I'm currently casting my main body into the space here, but the space has been tampered with by the Starfield alien force, and it will take us at least 10 minutes to get there. So, in the time after the shield dissipates, you will have to survive on your own. Long Wanli's voice revealed helplessness and regret, and in his heart, he was clear about the difference in strength between the two sides. A group of rookies whose level was less than 20, 5 minutes was enough time to kill all the candidates 100 times. Everyone, don't worry, the Star Realm alien lord that lurked in is just a doppelganger. After the wave of consumption by the old man just now, at this time, there is not much energy left, and its strength is only 40 levels left. Even if it's level 40, we're no match. Finally, someone among the candidates couldn't carry the mental pressure and shouted out. Long Wanli fell silent. There was nothing he could do. After a long time, he spoke, I know. But it is not uncommon for professionals to encounter danger. If you guys can carry through this time, then it will definitely benefit your growth in the future, so I hope you guys will stick with it. Old me still has to focus on breaking the seal of the Star Realm alien lord, so I hope you guys will still be alive when we meet again. After saying that, Long Wanli's voice disappeared, and no matter how much the candidate called out, there was no response anymore. The Star Realm demons began to attack the shield, and a ripple of energy rose up on the shield. The shield could block the attacks of the Starfield demons, but it could not block the psychological pressure that the Starfield demons brought to the candidates. An atmosphere of terror enveloped every candidate's heart. Lin Chuan, what do we do now? Are we going to sit and wait for death? Lin Chuan said indifferently, a big brother who can control a space artifact can't do anything about it. What else can we do? We can only follow what he said and wait for the shield to end and try to survive until support arrives. You guys don't just stand around either, quickly sit down and recover your status. Lin Chuan's calmness infected everyone present. Luo Kun, as the current male professional with the highest points other than Lin Chuan, gave full play to his role. Bah, I'm from an ancient swordsman family, I'm not afraid even if it's a Star Realm alien lord standing in front of me, a mere detachment wants to kill me, you want a fart eat. Saying that, Luo Kun sat down cross-legged and started to recover his state. That's right, not to mention the doppelganger, even if the main body comes, so what? Wang Miaomio and Tang Yu were also not willing to show weakness, and took out medicines and threw them into their mouths, then began to recover their status. Seeing the strongest few do so, the others followed suit. At this point, there were still 4 minutes left before the shield dissipated, and both sides were preparing for the final showdown. Just as everyone was settling in, Lin Chuan took out an elementary skill learning scroll from his storage space. Injecting spiritual energy into it with both hands, he directly inspired its use. Lin Chuan hadn't had time to learn new skills since his awakening, and this was his last chance. Now that he was trapped in the spatial artifact, under the power of the spatial artifact, the spatial instant return talisman gifted by Liang Wen couldn't work, so he could only fight head-on with the Starfield alien lord next. One more skill, one more chance to survive. Use the primary skill learning scroll to acquire a new skill, Uncommon Messenger. Please select the type of the impermanent messenger you wish to summon, A black impermanence, B a white impermanence. 2 more summoned creatures. Let's just see how strong the new summoned creatures are. Lin Chuan directly summoned without saying a word. To do so, he also switched to the Priest's Scepter, which allowed him to summon 2 summoned creatures at a time. The summoning spell appeared and a strong pressure was revealed from it. Just as Lin Chuan was filled with anticipation. Insufficient necromantic space capacity detected, summoning failed. Lin Chuan then realized that his 200 dead space capacity had long been stuffed. Having reached the summoning limit, it was naturally impossible to summon new summoned creatures. With no other choice, Lin Chuan could only release 4 bloodied platinum-level death god minions from the necrotic space, using reverse summoning to disarm them. What's he doing? Why did he reverse summon the summoned beasts? Giving up? Chchh, just now he was talking in a righteous manner, but he gave up so quickly. What about being number 1 in the standings, Lin Chuan? I despise you. There were endless murmurs from the candidates. Lin Chuan didn't bother with them and reused his summoning skill. For summoning spell formations lit up behind him, black and white colors intertwined, and an even more terrifying and dense aura than before spilled out from the spell formations. 2 black and white giants as tall as 5 meters then walked out from the spell formations. The giants wore heavy robes and a tall hat on their heads, and in their hands they carried two claw blades that were over 2 meters long and stuck straight into the ground. The two-colored giants couldn't see any other difference other than the color of their robes being black and white. Black Impermanence. Level 20. Power 16,000. Physical Fitness 16,000. Agility 24,000. Mental Strength 9,000. Assassination. Instantly move behind the target and launch a surprise attack, inflicting agility 300% damage, cooldown 1 day. Discipline. Attach discipline status when attacking the target, damage dealt to the target is increased by 30%. Judging from the attribute values, this was an assassin-type summon. And surprisingly, it was able to inflict 3 times the damage of agility, with a skill hit that dealt a whopping 70,000 damage. At the same time, it can also inflict a vulnerable effect on the target, 30% damage bonus. This value is not low. Next was White Impermanence's attributes. White Impermanence. Level 20. Power 16,000. Physical Fitness 16,000. Agility 9,000. Mental Strength 24,000. Dark Spirit. Consume 100 points of spiritual energy per second. Restore blood to friendly units within 100 meters in diameter. Restore blood as consumed spiritual energy 20. Evil Spell. Within 100 meters in diameter, all enemy creatures deal 30% less damage. The assassin was surprisingly a nurse after that. Nurse, in this world, was an existence that was more sought after than the main damage professions. Lin Xuan's new skill, White Impermanence, could completely fill the role of a nurse, not only adding blood, but also having a ranged damage reduction effect. In other words, Lin Xuan could be completely self-sufficient even outside of the limitations of his career match. Since then, looking at the summon creatures Lin Xuan had acquired, he had assembled 5 types of professions, namely, Normal Warrior Death Servant, Meat Shield Soul Hooking Ox Head, High Explosive Physical Soul Hooking Horseface, Assassin Black Impermanence, and Milkmaid White Impermanence, respectively. Together with the single attack and group attack magic skills that Lin Xuan had learned respectively after his career awakening and transformation, Lin Xuan could now stand up to dozens of well-matched teams of professionals by himself. Chapter 046. The Plan to Kill the Star Realm Alien Lords. Afterwards, Lin Xuan unsummoned a few more Death God servants. Consuming all of his mental energy to summon the black and white irregulars, he paired his summoned creatures into the most reasonable state possible. Afterwards, Lin Xuan drank a few bottles of mental power recovery potions to ensure that he had enough mental power to unleash his skills in the next battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not right, it's too wrong. Lu Shuhan counted the types of Lin Xuan's summoned beasts, and surprisingly, there were as many as 5. She knew that certain special professions could learn 2 skills per 10 levels, but never more than 3. So a 10-something level summoning profession could only have a maximum of 3 different types of summoned beasts. But Lin Xuan had 5 types. And Lin Xuan had just learned the skills temporarily, so that means, Lin Xuan, you've leveled up at 20 and changed jobs? Lu Shuhan's mind flashed, her eyes widened, and she shrieked out in shock. Ah! Just finished transferring in the morning, almost late. When these words came out, everyone stared at Lin Xuan as if they were looking at a monster. In just 1 week, rising to level 20 to complete the transfer, was this still a human being? But by this point, the surprise in their hearts turned into celebration. Level 20 Transmutation Professional. With Lin Xuan present, it might really be possible to delay for 5 minutes until Long Wanli arrived. Lin Xuan, you're the strongest amongst us, what's the next plan? I'll follow you. Right, whatever plan you have, we'll listen to you. The others immediately responded and chimed in. Now that the situation was urgent, Lin Xuan didn't push back. Observing the surroundings, they were already surrounded by Starfield demons and the situation was urgent. After pondering for a moment, he slowly spoke. After the light shield breaks later, I will use the summoned beasts to take the front. But I need you guys to do 2 things for me. First, gather the monsters together, not more than 100 meters away, and don't kill them. Second, shoot down that guy up there. Lin Xuan said as he pointed at the Star Realm Alien Lord detachment floating in the air. The Star Realm Alien Lord was the culprit today, only by killing it could the candidates be saved. Not only did Lin Xuan want to stall for time, he also wanted to take care of the Star Realm Alien Lord's doppelganger. Alright, I'll listen to you. I have remote control, I'll be in charge of knocking that guy down. Lu Shuhan strongly supported Lin Xuan. I also have remote control, count me in. Tang Yu also joined in. Then I'll be in charge of hooking monsters. Count me in. Lu Amo and Wang Miao Miao then joined the battle on the ground. The others found a good division of labor according to their occupational characteristics, and at this time, the golden light cover was already covered with cracks. The 5 minutes had come and gone, and the shield was about to rupture. Human cubs, die. The Star Realm Alien Lord suddenly condensed a jet of black gas, transforming into a sharp sword that chopped down from the sky. The sword pierced through the light shield, and in just an instant, the light shield was chopped into nothingness. The shield shattered, and the Starfield demons that surrounded the light shield quickly surged towards the crowd. Luckily, Lin Chuan and the others had already thought of a means to save themselves. Stick to the plan. Lin Chuan bellowed, then summoned his 200 summoned beasts, using their powerful attributes to top the front, buying the candidates room to play. Without the fear of their lives, these candidates were able to flex their muscles. The Starfield fiends were of different types, possessing different skills and attributes, and their levels were extremely high as level 30, making them a great threat to the candidates. Luckily, Lin Chuan had learned a new skill, and with the addition of White Impermanence's halo effect, the damage dealt by the alien creatures was reduced by 30%. Moreover, Lin Chuan had White Impermanence output at full power, constantly restoring the candidate's blood. 2000 blood per second, keeping the candidate's blood level above the safe bloodline every moment. Just as the summoned beasts were fighting the Star Realm demons, Lin Chuan targeted the Star Realm alien lord in the sky. Assassinate! Lin Chuan waved his hand, and Black Impermanence instantly moved behind the Star Realm alien lord, directly launching an attack. Sculptor's little skill. With a tremor of the Starfield Fey Lord's figure, Black Impermanence was shaken out, his blood level directly reduced by half. Black Impermanence was attacked by the Star Realm alien lord doppelganger, blood 88,000. What high damage! With just a brief contact, a super high damage of 88,000 was dealt. You have to know, Black Impermanence is not the kind of brittle skin that hooks the soul of the ox head, but this is a tank assassin with a solid constitution of 16,000. Even with such a high blood quantity, he couldn't carry 2 attacks from the Star Realm alien lord's doppelganger. A fight broke out between the two sides, and the Star Realm alien lord showed blood. Astral Alien Masters Bilocation. Level 45. Power? Physique? Agility? Mental strength? The information could not be displayed completely due to the large difference in levels between the two sides. However, judging from the attack of the Star Realm alien lord just now, it was feared that its attributes had already exceeded 50,000 long ago. More importantly, it was level 45, which meant that it possessed 5 skills. However, whenever it made any movement that pointed at the other candidates, it would definitely be doomed for everyone. It must be resolved before it makes a move. Shu Han, do it! Lin Chuan bellowed, signaling the control group to make their move. Lu Shuhan had long been prepared, and the moment Lin Chuan's order was given, he immediately unleashed his skills. Ice Sealing Cold Chi. An icy blue color instantly covered the body of the Star Realm alien lord, who was controlled and began to fall towards the ground. It's done! Originally, there was no way to hit the Star Realm alien lord by Lu Shuhan's attack alone, but Black Impermanence's attack just now attracted its attention, which allowed Lu Shuhan to score. However, before Lu Shuhan could be happy, he only saw that the ice seal on the Star Domain alien lord had already been lifted. Lu Shuhan's skill could have been controlled for 2 seconds, but it only lasted half a second when it landed on the Starfield alien lord. It's a control resistance effect, everyone else, hurry up and pick it up. Control resistance, which could drastically reduce the duration of control effects, could not be considered a good thing for Lin Chuan and the others. Fortunately, the ones who stayed here were experts from all the big clans and the school's elites, and their combat reactions were very quick. The Star Realm alien lord had just lifted his control, and someone immediately took over the control. Half a second, 0.1 seconds, 0.3 seconds. Everyone's control duration was very short, but in the end, they couldn't carry enough control, and under the crowd's rounds of efforts, they still knocked the Starfield alien lord down from the sky. A district mole cricket also dare to strike at this honored one? Although this honored one doesn't know what kind of calculations you're playing, this honored one tells you that a mantis is a stopgap. One could only see the black smoke on the Star Realm Fey Lord's body become even thicker, and his figure immediately skyrocketed after he broke away from control. It wasn't hard to guess that the Starfield Fey Lord was about to launch an attack on the candidates. Once the attack was successfully launched, it would be a fatal blow to the candidates. You guys go help the others, leave this place to me. Lin Chuan bellowed, ordering the 4 silver-ranked soul-hooking bullheads to rush forward. Just now, the crowd had already knocked the Star Realm alien lord off the ground, and as long as it was on the ground, it was Lin Chuan's attack range. The bull's head had a shield over it, blocking the angle of attack of the Star Realm alien lord. The Star Realm alien lord's attack was sent out, and in Lin Chuan's stunned gaze, the hooked ox head's blood level instantly disappeared. Even with the protection of the shield, the 4 hooked soul bullheads were collectively seconded, and none of them were spared. The Soul Snatcher's physique attribute was now as high as 240,000, as well as the defense bonus of the power of Platinum Realm and White Impermanence's ranged damage reduction effect, but it still couldn't last more than a single move. The damage of this skill of the Star Realm alien lord just now had already exceeded 300,000 damage. Luckily, the Starfield alien lord's attack was blocked by the hooked bullhead with his body, not allowing it to spread out. So strong. Lin Chuan's strongest meat shield couldn't even carry a single attack from the Star Realm alien lord. You're the strongest of these people, go to hell. Naturally, the Star Realm alien lord would not let Lin Chuan go unattacked again. Although Lin Chuan wasn't sure what the Starfield Fey Lord wanted to do, he clearly felt that a deathly aura had locked onto him. Chapter 047 Desperate Counterattack. Human brat, suffer death. It's your honor to die at the hands of this father. The Star Realm alien lord couldn't wait. After so many years of fighting with humans, his greatest pleasure was to brutally kill talented young people in the human race and cut off the human inheritance. And today, he would once again strangle a talented young human in the cradle. The Star Realm alien lord transformed into a human form, and the black smoke behind him condensed into countless sharp swords ready to strike. Seeing the sight, Lin Chuan suddenly revealed a smile of scheming success. Kid, what are you laughing at? Laughing at you, of course, not realizing that you have a short life ahead of you. Lin Chuan revealed his finger, and above his finger, a pitch-black soul-snatching vector had already coalesced into shape. Look around you. The Star Realm exotic lord sniffed and was surprised to find that the Star Realm demons he had summoned had already been forced back to his side under the attack of Lin Chuan's summoned beasts. A mere summoned creature, when I kill you, it will break without attack. Is it? The Star Realm exotic lord thought that Lin Chuan was trying to show off the power of his summoned beasts, however, it wasn't. Lin Chuan smiled confidently as the soul-snatching vector emanated from his hand and shot at a bloodied starfield demon with incredible speed. The soul-snatching vector instantly pierced through its head. Afterwards, only the body of the starfield demon was seen rapidly expanding as the spectral corpse explosion skill was unleashed. The body of the Star Realm demon exploded, turning into green blood arrows that shot towards the surrounding Star Realm demons. Those Star Realm demons were unable to resist these blood arrows and died when they were dipped. Afterwards, its own body swelled up and exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The corpse explosions were like a chain reaction, exploding one after another in front of them, creating a storm of exploding energy. The storm raged through the air, tearing apart the surroundings. For a time, the ground shook and rocks shattered. And at the center of this storm was none other than the Starfield exotic lord. The change came really too fast. The Star Domain foreign lord completely did not react to have been surrounded by the storm. Lin Chuan's attack soul-snatching vector attack might not be strong, but the damage of the underworld corpse explosion was related to the original life value of the dead creature. Don't look at these Star Realm demons as small monsters that had been summoned, but the level was also solidly over level 30, a dozen or so of them instantly exploded, and that damage wasn't something that the Star Realm alien lord could withstand. However, the smoke dispersed, and the black smoke on the Star Realm alien lord drifted away, its color much lighter than before, yet it still stood there. It locked blood. Lin Chuan's scalp tingled. Originally, he thought that his ploy could kill the other party, but he didn't realize that the Star Realm alien lord had kept such a hand. Bloodlock, a special combat state that would be forced to be triggered on the verge of death. No more damage will be taken for a short period of time, which is almost the equivalent of an exemption from death. Run! The locking of blood meant that the Star Realm exotic lord still had the power to fight again. At this point, Lin Chuan's only means of killing his opponent in seconds with a high burst had been exhausted. At this point, he can only let the crowd scatter and run for their lives, waiting for help to arrive. With 300,000 blood damage in an instantaneous second from the Star Realm alien lord, no one could carry it. You, very good, to have pushed my father into such a situation. The Star Realm exotic lord laughed in anger. The effect of locking the blood was very powerful, but the aftereffects were equally not small. This move was originally a backhand reserved to facilitate its escape from Long Wanli, but it didn't want to be forced out by a few human brats of a mere dozen levels. Today, everyone must die. Star Realm boundless. The Star Realm exotic lord shouted, and the candidates who were originally fleeing for their lives suddenly felt a huge impact coming from the top of their heads. At the same time, a feeling of levitation came from under their feet. Under the combined effect of both sides, the spiritual energy in his body was stirred, his chi and blood surged, and he nearly fainted. It was hard to carry off this wave of attacks, and when the people wanted to escape again, they suddenly realized that they had entered a weakened state, and all of their attributes had turned to one point. The candidates were alarmed and hurriedly took out potions from their storage space to take them. The potions were poured into their mouths like no money at this point, and they knew that an extra bit of strength now would give them an extra chance to escape. You guys, go! The Star Realm exotic lord's figure shook as he once again summoned the Star Realm demons to unleash a massacre on the candidates. The number of Star Realm demons summoned this time was not large, but it was enough to deal with the candidates who had entered a weakened state. Those who were attacked by the Star Realm Boundless were already in a strangely poor state. Even the attacks of a level 1 monster could kill them, let alone these powerful Star Realm demons. For a while, the air was filled with the scent of blood, and the situation went sideways. The other candidates were left to the Star Realm demons to deal with, while Lin Chuan, the Star Realm Fey Lord, was left to himself. He would personally kill this tiny human who dared to disobey him. Today this honored one will torture you until your life is worse than death. Lin Chuan stuffed a pill into his mouth and snorted coldly, in your current state, it's just delusional to think of killing me. Assassination. The state of the Star Realm alien lord today was no better than Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan directly ordered Black Impermanence to unleash his assassination skill. Black Impermanence instantly moved behind the Starfield exotic lord, its 2-meter-long claw blade aiming at its neck. Once it was hit by Black Impermanence's attack, it would surely die. Starfield Gladiator Arena. The Starfield Alien Lord was, after all, the most powerful creature in the Starfield battlefield, and even as a level 40 doppelganger, his combat experience was too much stronger than Lin Chuan. At the critical moment, he directly launched his skill, and Lin Chuan only felt an invisible energy chain connecting himself and the Starfield Alien Lord. Immediately after, another energy spread out, and all the creatures within a 50-meter radius were squeezed out, including the black impermanence that had just launched an attack. Your profession is the summoning department, right? There is a forbidden magic effect in this Honored One Starfield Gladiator Arena, so you can't perform any skills and can only use physical attacks to inflict damage on this Honored One. Unfortunately, the summoning department is a branch of magicians. The summoning department was a branch of magicians that dealt all magic damage. The Star Realm Exotic Lord looked like he had a plan. In such a desperate situation, Lin Chuan would definitely die. However, Lin Chuan stared at the Starfield Foreign Lord and said without any hesitation, "If you could win, you would have killed me directly long ago. If I guessed correctly, that group weakening effect you had just now was also useful for yourself, right?" Hearing Lin Chuan's words, the Star Realm Alien Lord was visibly stunned, and immediately afterward, he put on a snobbish demeanor. "So what if you've seen it? Even if our starting points are the same, with your recovery speed, how can you possibly compare to my father?" No. You're wrong, I'm human." Lin Chuan took a step towards the Starfield Fey Lord, his neck lit up, only to see his figure rapidly double in size. "You?" The Star Realm Exotic Lord was dumbfounded. The Star Realm Boundless skill suppressed everyone's mental power to an extremely low level. At a time like this, Lin Chuan shouldn't have used the skill. But reality was right in front of his eyes. Yes, it was true that professionals did consume mental energy to use their skills. However, it is not the case that only consuming mental energy can be used to use skills. What Lin Chuan was using was none other than the equipment he had obtained in the Goblin's Lair, the Goblin's Secret Treasure Necklace. When used, it could make the body gigantic, while also increasing the full attributes by a full 500 points, and attacks also gained a spiritual damage bonus, inflicting powerless damage instead. The only side effect is that you can only attack in melee. But nowadays, this is nothing at all. Now, let's see who dies in the end. Lin Chuan took a big step forward and grabbed the Starfield Fey Lord. The originally arrogant and incomparable Star Realm Exotic Lord was now carried in Lin Chuan's hands like a chicken. Chapter 048 Safe Return. The Starfield Exotic Lord had wanted to flee. But he was too weak to resist. It could only let Lin Chuan's hand grab its body. Immediately afterward, Lin Chuan punched the Star Realm Alien Lord. Simple and rough. Punch after punch went straight for the face of the Star Realm Alien Lord. At this moment, Lin Chuan had already gone killing mad. His rippling muscles filled him with a sense of power. Facing this opponent who almost got himself killed, where would he show any mercy? In the blink of an eye, he blasted out hundreds of punches. His attacks punched to the flesh, and his moves were deadly. The black smoke on the Starfield Exotic Lord's body collapsed as he punched him, and he was powerless to fight. The other candidates were still fleeing for their lives when they suddenly realized that the Star Realm demon beings chasing them behind them had suddenly dissipated. What's going on? The Star Realm demonic objects have disappeared? When they came back to their senses, they only saw Lin Chuan, whose figure had skyrocketed, pressing down on the Star Realm Exotic Lord and giving him a whack. And on the ground, the Star Realm Exotic Lord had long since become unrecognizable, and the black smoke on his body had long since dissipated, revealing his original body. They could only hear the sounds of boom and click, as Lin Chuan broke the bones of the Star Realm Exotic Lord with every punch. When they looked at the Star Realm Exotic Lord, he had no breath of resistance left, and had long since died. Boy, Lin Chuan is so fierce, hand-tearing the Star Realm Alien Lord. The crowd dropped their jaws in shock. Moreover, Lin Chuan's body had now doubled in size and looked even more terrifying. Isn't he a summoning department? How did he turn into a muscle buster? Is the summoning department so abstract? Maybe, it's a personal preference. The candidates couldn't help but gulp. After seeing Lin Chuan's true strength, all of them had only one thought in their hearts: if they couldn't be friends with Lin Chuan in the future, then they should never be enemies with him. Even the few descendants of the ancient families who wanted to fight with Lin Chuan for the first place before the exam, all of them had laid down their arms at this moment and no longer held such unrealistic thoughts. Drawing up a 40-plus level Star Realm Alien Lord detachment with his bare hands, this kind of strength was too terrifying. Luo Kun was the only one running back and forth through the crowd, screaming over and over again as he ran. Everyone see this? This person, Lin Chuan, is my Luo Kun's good brother. In the future, we'll all be professionals. Come on, let's add a contact, and in the future, if there's anything, you can always come and find me. Luo Kun trumpeted Lin Chuan's great achievements, transforming himself into Lin Chuan's good brother shamelessly, completely forgetting the harsh words he had put down at the professional awakening ceremony a week ago. Lin Chuan's attack lasted for a full 5 minutes until the giganticization effect completely disappeared. Only at that point did Long Wanli arrive late. Long Wanli had just landed and immediately executed his skill as an invisible spatial hand grabbed towards the bottom. However, when he looked clearly, he realized that all the candidates were standing on the ground unharmed, and the Star Realm Alien Lord detachment had long since disappeared. So he hurriedly dispersed his attack and went up to inquire about the situation. All of you survived. Where is the Star Realm Alien Lord? The candidates collectively pointed at Lin Xuan not far away, who was stepping on the corpse of the Star Domain Fey Lord under his feet. After realizing what had happened, even though Long Wanli possessed nearly 100 years of life experience, he was too surprised to close his mouth. His throat was unable to utter a single word in half a day. Originally, he thought that all the candidates here today were going to be wiped out, but he never expected it. Not only were there not a single one of these people, but they had even counter-killed the Star Realm Alien Lord detachment. What is this situation? Long Wanli had lived in the Starfield battlefield for decades. What big scenes had he not seen before? But today's situation was indeed the first time he had seen it. There might be other dangers here. Let me send you back to the examination center first. The Star Realm Alien Lord's detachment had already been ambushed, and Long Wanli was afraid that other situations might occur on the way, so he sent the candidates back to their respective examination centers. The dazzling light of the teleportation array appeared under the feet of everyone, and one by one, the candidates were teleported away. When it was Lin Xuan's turn, after a short teleportation, Lin Xuan realized that he was in a separate space. This isn't the examination center. Did the teleportation malfunction? Lin Xuan was wondering when Long Wanli appeared in front of him. My little friend has misunderstood, it's just that I have a few words to say to you. This is the space within the Star God Tower. Even the Star Realm Alien Lords can invade this place. Our conversation won't be known by a third person. Lin Xuan was alert in his heart, so discreet. I wonder what this old man wants to ask me? Long Wanli looked at Lin Xuan's reaction and nodded with a smile. To be able to kill a Star Realm Alien Lord's detachment, your own strength is good. And without arrogance, his heart is also superior. Very good, very good. Long Wanli's praise had embarrassed Lin Xuan. Elder Long is flattering. There are still a lot of things for the late generation to learn. Hee, you deserve this compliment. Let me ask you, have you completed your transfer and awakened your natural skills? Lin Xuan nodded his head. Indeed, I completed the transfer ceremony today and also awakened my natural skill. Completing the transfer ceremony a week after professional awakening is unparalleled even in the history of professionals in Longhua country. I dare conclude that in the next 100 years, you will definitely be the strongest force leading the professionals. Elder Long is overstating things. It's just that you need to pay more attention to your safety in the future. Long Wanli suddenly changed his words. You were too careless today. You shouldn't have killed the Star Realm Alien Lord's detachment, alas. Senior, why is that? The Star Realm Alien Lord's detachment has a death skill that leaves a mark of vengeance on the Slayer after being killed. As long as there is this mark of vengeance, your position is exposed to the eyes of the Starfield Alien Lord at all times. In the past, many gifted people were killed by the Star Realm Fey Lords because their positions were exposed and they found the cracks and ended up sneak attacking and killing them. Nowadays, there are already Star Realm demons infiltrating within the Longhua country. Even hiding in the back can't completely guarantee your safety. Lin Xuan hurriedly checked his status. Sure enough, when he hadn't been paying attention, a vengeance mark had been planted on his body by the Starfield Fey Lord. Lin Xuan laughed bitterly. Yesterday's Assassin's Guild's soul engraving hadn't been resolved yet, and today there was another Star Realm Fey Lord's vengeance seal. In the future, I'm afraid that I'm going to be hunted down all day long. Moreover, listening to what Long Wanli said, it was the first time that Lin Xuan knew that the Starfield demons had infiltrated into the interior of Longhua country. Even if one hid in the safety of a large city, one could not guarantee 100% safety. You don't need to worry too much. As long as you reach a certain level, even if you have the seal of vengeance, the Star Realm Alien Lords won't dare to do anything to you. Including me, almost every one of the top 10 experts of the Longhua Kingdom carries this mark. Lin Xuan was speechless. The top 10 masters of the Dragon China country, those were all big shots with levels over 85. If he wanted to reach this realm, he didn't know how long it would take. Senior, I have a question. Lin Xuan suddenly said. You say. After killing the Star Realm Alien Lord's detachment, won't things explode? Not even experience. Just now, Lin Xuan had killed the Star Realm Alien Lord's bilocation and was delayed in seeing the kill prompt. Clearly there was still one when he killed the Star Realm demon. At first he thought that he had missed it, but then he checked his storage space and realized that nothing had indeed popped out. There wasn't even any increase in experience. It was so hard to cross the level and kill the big level 40 plus monsters, but it turned out to be nothing. This result was something Lin Xuan could not accept. At those words, Long Wanli frowned. It shouldn't be. Star Realm exotic lords are incredibly powerful creatures even on the Star Realm battlefield, and are bound to drop items. My guess is that it might be influenced by the Star God Tower space, and that's what caused the anomaly. You shouldn't take it to heart. With your talent, as long as you intensify your cultivation, you'll be able to obtain 100 times 1,000 times more rewards in the future. Long Wanli patted Lin Xuan's shoulder. It's almost time. I'll send you out. I look forward to the day you set foot on the Starfield battlefield. With that, teleportation rays appeared under Lin Chuan's feet. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chuan was already in the middle of the examination hall of the East Sea City Professionals College Entrance Examination. Chapter 049 Second Bilocation. Lin Chuan, you've come out. We've been waiting for you for ages. As soon as Lin Chuan appeared, Lu Shuhan ran over with cheers. Ah, maybe everyone teleports at different times. How long have you guys been out? Lin Chuan was not in a position to tell Lu Shuhan about his conversation with Long Wanli, so he had to casually lie and change the subject. How come everything goes wrong on you? Are you a troubled teenager? Luo Kun rolled his eyes. Lin Chuan ignored him. Where are the others? Why are they missing? There weren't many candidates in the examination hall at this time. Because there was an accident in the final test of this professional exam, the results were not announced. The examiner told us to go home first and wait for the notification, and the exam results will be announced on a later date. I see. Here's your pass, you'll be notified when the results are announced. The examiners seem to be in a particular hurry and have returned early. Lin Chuan's heart was clear. The professionals' college entrance examination had been stirred up so much by the Star Realm alien lords that not only was how the grades were assessed a problem. Moreover, there were quite a few candidates who lost their lives in the hands of the Star Realm alien lords during the exam, and there were many of them who were sons of some big powers or families, so Longhua country definitely had to give them an explanation this time. It was estimated that after this incident, the internal part of Longhua Kingdom would inevitably be shaken for a while. Lin Chuan, what are your plans next? Relax for a while before the results come out. It's been too tense for a while. Tension and relaxation is the best way to cultivate. Lin Chuan had already planned it out. He was currently level 20 and had completed his transfer. He was considered to have passed the novice period. The next upgrade speed will be much slower. He decided to change the materials and equipment that exploded during this time into gold coins, and then give himself a good outfit. If he had spare money, he would get a little medicine and consumable items. The goblin's secret treasure necklace played a crucial role in this attack, so it would be nice to get a few more pieces of such equipment or props. Lin Chuan believed that in the future, even if he encountered the pursuit of a starfield demon, he would be able to handle it with ease. After all, although his summoned beasts were strong, he could not resist the assassination of others. So strengthening oneself was imperative. Speaking of bad luck, originally Lin Chuan wanted to buy a piece of equipment when he returned to Donghai City from the copy camp, but it was delayed by the transfer. The good thing was that he didn't have much to arrange next, so he could feel free to upgrade himself a bit. Lin Chuan said goodbye to Lu Shuhan Luo Kun and the three of them left separately. However, just as Lin Chuan left the examination room, not far behind him, a professional hidden in the corner watched Lin Chuan with a shadowy gaze. Soul engraving, I didn't realize that you even murdered a core member of the Assassin Guild. Lin Chuan, isn't it? No matter who you are, the Assassin's Guild will definitely make you pay the price in blood. Leaving the examination center, Lin Chuan returned to his residence. After experiencing several great battles one after another, Lin Chuan was now physically exhausted to the limit. However, he knew that he couldn't fall down. Fighting was the best way to improve his strength. If he slept at this time, he would lose an opportunity to comprehend the strength of fighting. Many professionals awakened their natural skills through meditation after a big battle. Although Lin Chuan already had 2 natural skills now, that didn't stop him from wanting to further improve his strength. Lin Chuan recalled the previous battle in his mind, pondering over the gains and losses, and continuously optimizing his combat skills. From being attacked by the Assassin's Guild to later encountering the Star Realm Alien Lords detachment, Lin Chuan had narrowly escaped death on several occasions. And the root of all of this was because of his own lack of strength. His own attributes were simply too low, and even with the shield of the soul hooking ox head in place, the means of preservation and cards were still too few. Alas, it seems that in the future, one can only pile up meat and let the summoned beasts deal damage. Lin Chuan suddenly thought of a very odd growth route. But this line of thought is really not wrong when examined carefully. Only if Lin Chuan lives, the summoned beasts will have output. It's just that in that case, in the future, he would only be able to stand in the front row and take a beating, with a lot less thrill in participating in the battle. Being beaten, how suffocating. No matter how unwilling Lin Chuan was, this was the most reasonable option at the moment. The big deal is that I'll switch to an output outfit later when I'm higher level. Lin Chuan made up his mind and retreated from his meditation. It was also at this moment that a system prompt appeared. Kill Star Realm Alien Lord Bilocation, experience plus 15,000. Acquired props, Cloak of Demonic Shadow Divergence. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. Coming. It turned out that due to the influence of the Star God's Tower, the reward for killing the Star Realm's foreign lord didn't disappear, but rather there was a delay. Check the prop information. Devil's Shadow Divergent Cloak Artifact. Props. Effects, creates a doppelganger, which has the exact same characteristics as the main body and can be upgraded by gaining experience. You can switch between the main body and the doppelganger at will. When the main body dies, the doppelganger dissipates on its own, and when the doppelganger dies, it switches back to the main body on its own. Briefly checking the properties of the prop, Lin Chuan almost lost his breath. divine artifact level props. Moreover, this prop was able to create a doppelganger that was exactly like himself, and the death of the doppelganger didn't have any effect on the main body. Then as long as one ensures that he doesn't die, the doppelganger can wave however he wants. Suddenly Lin Xuan had a bold idea. Since the doppelganger isn't afraid to die, why don't we let the main body pile on the meat and build an output suit for the doppelganger? Wouldn't that be survival meat shield in one hand? Saying that, Lin Xuan directly used the magic shadow split cloak to duplicate himself. Only to see in front of his own eyes, a person who looked exactly like Lin Xuan stood there. Even Lin Xuan himself couldn't tell the difference. Lin Xuan slashed his palm and dripped a drop of blood onto it, smoothly establishing a connection with the demonic shadow split. Subsequently, a brand new stream of information entered his mind. It took a long time for Lin Xuan to digest the information. Name, Demon Shadow Divergent. Occupation, Unawakened. Level, 10.00%. Power, 7. Stamina, 7. Agility, 7. Mental Strength, 7. Necrospace, 200. Equipment, none. Lin Xuan checked the attributes of the Demon Shadow Divergent. It's actually possible to reawaken a profession? This is truly frighteningly strong. Even though Lin Xuan had long been prepared for this, when he knew about this, his heart was still shaken. A brand new profession meant brand new possibilities. No longer limited to the current summoning profession, you can experience a whole new range of profession effects. Moreover, the most outrageous point was that the demonic shadow divergence could also directly summon creatures from Lin Xuan's necromancy space. Even if the demon shadow split was only level 1 right now, it could still control level 20 plus summon creatures. This ability was simply outrageous. However, the reality wasn't as rosy as Lin Xuan had imagined. The demon shadow divergence had additional characteristic effects in addition to the character's regular information. Lin Xuan viewed the demon shadow doppelganger characterization effect. Attribute inheritance. The demon shadow doppelganger can provide additional attribute bonuses to the main body, with an effect of current attributes 10%. Can be upgraded by killing Starfield Demon's Lord level. Locked status. Demon shadow bilocation can only wear equipment of the specified profession. The doppelganger is unable to use skills. Natural skills do not take effect. This status can be lifted by using the astral magic seed. Potential granting grants skills, talents, and professions from the demon shadow bilocation to the main body. Absolute obedience. Between the shadow doppelganger and the main body, the one with the lower level always gets the experience. There were a total of 4 traits, and after Lin Xuan read them, his mood seemed to be like a roller coaster. When he saw the other 3 characteristics, Lin Xuan exclaimed. Attribute skills, which needed no explanation, increased extra attributes and could also be upgraded in a certain way, and the percentage of extra attributes could be even higher. Absolute obedience, can't choose which one to prioritize. Training, upgrade becomes slower. But on the flip side, he and the magic shadow doppelganger shared the number of copies. Anyway, it can only be brushed once a day, so in the future, let the demonic shadow doppelganger go to the copy to automatically hang on, and you don't have to worry too much about upgrading. Then there's the potential grant. It's what allows Lin Xuan to have dual career skills at the same time. This trait is simply a god. Only this closed state turns the demon shadow splitter into a high-level infantryman. Of course, that's true for any other profession. But in Lin Xuan's case, it doesn't matter. Magic shadow split can be connected to necrospace, and releasing summon creatures from necrospace is not a skill. It has no effect at all. Moreover, the lockout status could be lifted through the astral domain magic seed. When that time came, Lin Xuan would be able to obtain a complete dual career effect. This astral domain demon seed should be related to the astral domain demons. With my strength nowadays, I'm not strong enough to travel there. It's imperative that I help the demonic shadow split awaken its profession first. Then look for an equipment that can camouflage and prevent probing for the demonic shadow split. Otherwise, in the future, if myself and the split act separately, and the 2 Lin Xuan's matter is discovered, then it would be too appalling. Chapter 050 Extra Equipment Phoenix Feather. Lin Xuan planned his next move, and with a thought, he took the demon shadow divergence into his own body. Normally, Lin Xuan controlled the doppelganger in the same way as a summoned beast, and could return to his body when not in use. If Lin Xuan's main body switched to the doppelganger, the control of the main body was the same. Now that the demon shadow split was still level 1, Lin Xuan naturally didn't need to risk his split to stay outside. Lin Xuan put the split body away, and then prepared to go to bed after sorting out the materials and equipment he was going to use tomorrow. At this time, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Lin Xuan, are you asleep? It was Principal Su Qiu's voice. Principal, you're here? Lin Xuan hurriedly opened the door to let Su Qiu in. Su Qiu was considered his half-father, single-handedly brought himself up and helped himself a lot. Lin Xuan had a special feeling for him. Su Qiu walked into the house with a smile on her face. I heard that little girl Lu Shuhan say that you performed very well in the occupant exam today? Lin Xuan scratched his head. Not bad, didn't live up to the principal's cultivation. Good, very good. Su Cho patted Lin Xuan's shoulder and suddenly had tears welling up in her eyes. It's not in vain that I'd been expecting you for a while. In Lin Xuan's impression, Su Cho was a very serious person, and this was the first time he had ever seen Su Cho show such an expression. Principal, what's wrong with you? It's not because you're getting old, is it? Suddenly sentimental? Lin Xuan joked. Screw you, brat. Su Cho laughed and scolded, I'm in my prime, I don't need to retire for another 50 years. Afterwards, Su Cho took a deep breath, his face became serious and handed Lin Xuan a letter. Starting tomorrow, I'll be leaving Donghai City on a mission again, so I won't be able to see the announcement of your results with my own eyes. Aren't you curious about your birth? In this letter, there is everything I want to say to you. But you shouldn't be too happy too soon, this letter has been put under a prohibition by me, so you can't open it yet with your strength. When you wait until you reach the Green Dragon Academy, you have to seize the time to cultivate, and when your strength reaches a certain level, it will naturally guide you to the person who can help you lift the prohibition. Lin Xuan was an orphan, raised by Su Cho single-handedly. Although in his heart, he already considered Su Cho as his real father, he was always curious about his own birth. Dead old man, still showing off. What, are you afraid that you won't live to see the day I grow up? Lin Xuan received the letter and put it in his storage space. Su Cho would go on missions abroad every year during the summer and winter vacations, which Lin Xuan knew. As for what kind of mission and which organization it served, Su Cho never mentioned it. Lin Xuan guessed that Su Cho must have an unknown identity other than being the principal of the first senior high school in Donghai City. Su Cho just smiled, he knew that Lin Xuan was concerned about himself. I'm mainly afraid that you'll grow too fast, what if you make a breakthrough in 2 months and can't find my people? This one you take as well. Saying that, Su Cho took out another object. This is, the Phoenix's Feather? Phoenix Feather Rare. Extra equipment. Effects, gain the ability to fly after use, and ground speed is increased by 2 times, lasts for 1 hour, cooldown, 1 day. Hey, dead old man, are you really dying? This is explaining the aftermath? The legacy is all ready? One must know that Su Cho's teachings to Lin Xuan had never been not to rely on external objects to enhance his strength. Even on important occasions like the college entrance exam, he had never given Lin Xuan any equipment to help him. Now it was suddenly gifting him a piece of equipment, and it was also the rarest and most precious extra equipment among the equipment. Extra equipment was special equipment that went beyond the 5 regular pieces of equipment, had no level limitations, and had a very outstanding effect. Brat, how did your mouth become so poisonous now? I'm not looking at the fact that you're about to leave for a long trip, so I'm giving you some gifts. If you don't want it, I won't be happy to give it to you. Lin Xuan heard Su Cho say this and hurriedly snatched the phoenix feather. He, it's a stupid X if you don't take it. Alright, it's getting late. You've worked hard to upgrade these past few days, so relax for a few days, and it's time for me to go back and pack up for departure. Alright, be careful on the road. Lin Xuan and Su Cho said goodbye. The next day, Lin Xuan woke up early, he was going to go awaken his profession for the demonic shadow split today. Lin Xuan first released the demonic shadow split, then switched control, and then took his main body into the split. After doing all this, Lin Xuan went out the door. In this world, in addition to the ordinary career awakenings given to civilians in schools, there were also many ways to prepare career awakenings for special groups such as distant clans and plutocrat sons. Such a place is the Career Awakening Shrine, and by spending a certain amount of gold coins, one can perform the Career Awakening ceremony at this place. Since the occupation examination had already ended, the Awakening Shrine was deserted, and there were barely a few people to be seen coming to awaken their occupations. Little brother, here to awaken your profession? The staff at the doorway greeted Lin Xuan lazily. Hello, I've come to awaken my profession. Name and age. Lin Chen, age 17. Lin Xuan casually made up a fake name, lest the renaming lead to unnecessary trouble when the time came. 17 years old? The staff's movement stopped. Little friend, it's not a good idea to awaken your profession now. I suggest you wait until a week before the professional's higher education examination next year, just so you can still catch up with the opening of the novice copy and the professional's higher education examination. The professional college entrance examination has extremely high requirements for the talent of professionals. All those who enroll for the college entrance examination can only awaken their professions within a week before the entrance examination, or else they will be banned from participating in the college entrance examination. It's fine, I'm not going to participate in the professionist Gaokao. Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Joking aside, if he were to take the careerist advanced examination once more, wouldn't he be exposed? As for upgrading, the Demon Shadow Split could use the necrotic space, there were summoned beasts to take themselves upgrading, and there was not much of a problem with whether or not there were benefits of a novice copy. Alright then, here's the registration form, fill it out and turn left when you enter. Hearing Lin Xuan's reply, the staff thought that it was another son of some big family, so they readily handed him a registration form. The career awakening ceremony formalities were simple. Lin Xuan filled out the form and paid the money, and naturally someone led him through the career awakening. Familiar spells, familiar processes. Lin Chuan stood in the center of the spell formation, and as a bright light rose, the occupational awakening ceremony officially opened. What occupation will be awakened this time? I hope it's a warrior profession with the best striking touch. Lin Chuan thought freely about his profession in his mind. Just then, a white light rose from a stone pillar on the side. The staff member presiding over the occupation awakening glanced at it and immediately revealed an expression of disappointment. The color white represented the life class occupation. Chapter 051 Second Profession, Sword Shadow Assassin. I originally thought that I would be able to awaken at least a rare profession, but I didn't expect it to be just ordinary white. In this staff member's eyes, he had already characterized Lin Chuan as some rich family's stupid big boy. Congratulations on completing your occupation awakening. Your occupation is the white life class occupation swordcasting. Lin Chuan, who was standing in the center of the spell formation, received a system prompt. Only this time was a little different from the last time. The prompt suddenly malfunctioned halfway through the display and didn't display in full. White life class occupation? Such bad luck? I remember that inside the life class, the only one that starts with the word sword is the swordcaster, a blacksmith, and the key to this is that you can't equip the summoner. Lin Chuan was a bit speechless. He didn't expect his luck to be this bad this time. Not even a combat profession. Even though the demon shadow split could still use the necrotic space, it always felt so much worse with the main profession missing. Life class professions can't be upgraded, only skill levels in specific jobs. Then this magic shadow split is basically useless. By common sense, the career awakening ceremony should have ended by now, but the light enveloping Lin Chuan's body did not dissipate. What's going on? Lin Chuan suddenly felt a throbbing coming from the ring on his hand, followed by a hot current spreading out from it. This is the ring of the outer Dao inheritance? This ring was the outer Dao inheritance ring that Xie Yuqing had given to Lin Chuan, and it was said to be able to save his life, but now something abnormal had happened. Could it have reacted with the occupation awakening? Lin Chuan guessed correctly. A stream of pure energy surged out from the ring of outer Dao inheritance, followed by drilling into Lin Chuan's demonic shadow split. Outside the spell formation, the staff was surprised to find that the originally white light pillar changed color lightning-like. Green, blue, and purple flashed by in an instant, eventually turning into the orange color that represented the legendary level. How is this possible? How can an awakened profession even change? He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the sight before him. After 10 years of presiding over ceremonies at the Occupational Awakening Shrine, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, the color of the light pillar eventually settled at orange, and the spell formation of Career Awakening slowly dissipated its light. This meant that the Occupational Awakening was officially complete. Legendary level, really legendary level. Congratulations on completing your Career Awakening. Your career is the Legacy Career Sword Shadow Assassin. I didn't realize that this ring could change my profession. Lin Chuan clearly saw just now that there was a clear mention in the system prompts that his occupation class was a white life class occupation. However, later on, it turned into an inheritance profession. While shocked, Lin Chuan was also grateful to Xie Yuqing from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for this outer Dao inheritance ring, I'm afraid that this demon shadow split could only serve as cannon fodder. The inheritance profession was a special profession whose true profession strength was comparable to legendary and even mythic level professions. Lin Chuan firmly believed that this ring that Xie Yuqing had given him was definitely more than just changing professions. This was because, when the demonic shadow split awakened its occupation, Lin Chuan realized that his second occupation information was replaced by the occupation information of the demonic shadow split. In other words, not only had Lin Chuan awakened his second profession, he also had an additional bilocation that he could manipulate. Lin Chuan couldn't wait to check his attributes. Name, Demon Shadow Divergent. Profession, Sword and Shadow Assassin Inheritance. Level, 10.00%. Power, 7. Physical fitness, 7. Agility, 7. Mental strength, 7. Necrospace, 200. Equipment, none. Talent, Rings of Inheritance unlocked. Skill, Rings of Legacy unlocked. In addition to the change in profession, talents and skills begin to show up, though they need to be unlocked using the power of the Ring of Inheritance. Lin Chuan injected energy into the Ring of Inheritance of the outer path and immediately activated the inheritance effect. A learnable talent and skill has been detected. Please ask if you want to learn it? Sure. Lin Chuan studied directly. Congratulations on acquiring the talent, Sword Shadow Matchless. Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Shadow Attack. Sword Shadow Matchless, inflict damage 10 times when using skills. Shadow Attack, instantly move to a designated location. Next attack deals agility 200% damage. Consumption, 20 mental energy. The skill effect of Shadow Attack is put aside for now. The effect of this talent skill, Sword Shadow Unparalleled, was simply heaven-defying. What kind of effect is this? 10 times the damage. Another 10x damage. What's the difference between this and the 10x attribute of a mythic level profession? Properly supermodeled career strength. Lin Xuan had wanted to try out the effect of Sword Shadow Peerless right now, but unfortunately, the Demon Shadow split was in a closed state, so he could only utilize his main body's dual profession to use it. Now that there were outsiders around, it was inconvenient to switch to the main body, so he had to give up. Let's try again when we're practicing. Lin Xuan wasn't in a hurry, since he had awakened the combat class profession. It was natural that he would have to level up. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there was no rush. Lin Xuan walked out of the spell and met the staff, who were breathing heavily, staring at him with a strange gaze. Little brother, did you know? You've just awakened a legendary profession. 50 years, it's been 50 years since we've had a legendary rank occupation in East Sea City. Oh, I see the hint. Lin Xuan replied coldly. His first career was a mythic level career, and his second career was a legacy career, although he didn't know why the staff mistook it for a legendary level career. However, that's about it. Hearing Lin Xuan's reply, the staff member was stunned for a moment, suddenly awakening from his excitement. Little brother is so calm. If it were someone else, I'm afraid I would be too excited to speak at this moment. You have such calm thoughts. I'm sure you'll become a great man in the future. The staff didn't know that Lin Xuan was already undergoing professional awakening for the second time, and mistook Lin Xuan's reaction for his firmness of heart. Many thanks for the compliment, senior. Lin Xuan took out 10,000 gold coins from his storage space and stuffed them into the staff's hands. Thank you, senior, for helping me awaken my profession. A small gift is no honor. The staff looked at Lin Xuan with a hefty smile and smoothly collected it. Little brother knows how to be human. Lin Xuan laughed. Senior, I'm coming out for a career awakening behind my family's back this time. I don't want to get too much attention, please, senior. The staff member understood. Naturally, only you know and I know about this matter. There will not be a third person who knows about it. This person had not served in the Awakening Divine Hall for a short period of time, and was naturally well informed. It was very common for rebellious young masters like this to run out and fool around. He himself was not willing to publicize it around, lest he cause unnecessary trouble for himself in the future. Thanks a lot. Expressing his gratitude once again, Lin Xuan left the Occupational Awakening Shrine and headed to his next target location for the day, the trading house. As the largest organization in this world, the trading house's level of prosperity was not comparable to the Career Awakening God's Temple. Every day, it was packed with people, and uncountable numbers of professionals were conducting trade transactions here. Previously, there was a field trading house branch in the Goblin Lair's replica camp. But that was, after all, deep into the demonic hinterland, and was a temporary establishment that only retained the most basic trading functions. One could exchange materials for gold coins, buy some regular potions, and so on. And to experience the true wonders of the trading house, you need to go to a hub like a larger city to get a feel for it. Walking into the trading house, Lin Xuan first activated his trading account and emptied it of all the materials and equipment he had sold. This included the Silver Moon Wolf King essence he had obtained at first. After selling everything, Lin Xuan gained a total of 10 million gold coins, becoming rich overnight. With money, it was natural to spend it. Lin Xuan opened the equipment list and searched for the equipment he wanted. First, he got a level 20 blood-propping rare set for the body. Barbarian Bear Heavy Armor Set. Effects: Physique plus 20%, damage 20%. Set effect has a high amount of blood bonus and damage reduction, and each single piece also has a separate equipment effect, can increase their constitution and defense ability. These 3 pieces of equipment alone cost Lin Xuan 1 million gold coins. The main body had the equipment, so it was the turn of the bilocation next. Chapter 052: Upgrading Second Profession. Although the Demon Shadow Split was currently in the state of a high-level infantryman, it was still necessary to pile up the attributes in the early stages of upgrading. Otherwise, suddenly an accidental sudden death is also a very painful thing. According to the information in the Ring of Inheritance, the Sword Shadow Assassin belonged to a physical-type profession where damage was tied to agility. So Lin Xuan was now looking for equipment that increased his agility attribute. Of course, equipment that reduces skill CDs should also be considered. After all, the Sword and Shadow Assassin is different from the Spectral Summoner's type of fighting style that relies on summons to flat-out push and requires frequent use of skills. If the skill cooldowns couldn't keep up, the assassin was likely to be besieged instead of being able to assassinate. What's the difference between not being able to utilize the characteristics of your profession and being assaulted, fish? In the early stage, it's better to hold up some physique. There are summons to help upgrade. It's not too necessary to do it yourself. The main thing is to save your life, as long as you don't get killed by monsters in seconds. The key output equipment, or from level 20 to match, if you can inherit the equipment skill effect, is good. Soon, Lin Xuan discovered the problem. In this trading house, there were too few equipments suitable for the assassin lineage. Ridiculously few. While 100 pieces of equipment from other professions could be found, not even 10 pieces of assassin's department equipment could be found. Lin Xuan found the staff. Hello, I'd like to buy some assassin department equipment, but I realized that the amount of equipment in the trading house is pitifully small compared to other professions. What's going on? The staff member was a young lady who saw Lin Xuan's age and smiled gently at him. You're a newly minted professional, aren't you? You don't know, most of the equipment of the assassin line of professions is in the hands of the Assassin Guild. If you want to buy it, you can go to the Assassin Guild's own trading house. However, I've heard that if you want to buy equipment from the Assassin's Guild, you still need to reach a certain assassin rating in order to purchase equipment of the corresponding level. Lin Xuan was furious in his heart after hearing this. He already had a beef with the Assassin's Guild, so naturally, it was impossible for him to join their guild. Isn't this a monopoly? Isn't there anyone to protest? Lin Xuan was indignant. I'm sorry to say, no. They bought it from us for a large price, and it doesn't violate the Longhua Country Trading Treaty. If you don't want to go over there, you can taobao yourself within the trading house, or I can post a commission for you to acquire the equipment, and as long as the bid is higher than the Assassin's Guild, I'm sure there will be someone to sell it. Commission? It's in the back. The staff member pointed behind him, on which various commissions for acquiring equipment were posted, with prices generally a bit higher than in the trading house. This was a special way of acquiring equipment. After all, not everyone could easily buy the right equipment, and no one spent their days taunting inside the vast amount of equipment in the trading house. Spending a small amount of money to issue a commission is definitely cost-effective. The commissions released by ordinary people would be a little bit higher than the trading houses. However, when it came to the assassin department's equipment side, their commission rewards were surprisingly double the market price. Heartless. The commission purchase price for just a level 20 rare weapon with an equipment effect was as high as 1.1 million gold coins, more expensive than Lin Xuan's full set of meat suits. Luckily, Lin Xuan's assassin profession was rather special, and the one he used wasn't an assassin's conventional weapon, but rather a heavy sword, which had already been bought in the trading house. For the ring part, he had the Ring of Outer Dao Inheritance, which was already bound to the demon shadow split. This could not be replaced. So now there were still 3 parts missing: clothes, shoes, and necklace. Not a huge rush to say the least. As long as you're a bit obscene, you can muddle through the early stages with level 0 gear. Whatever, let's hang the commission first. Lin Xuan wasn't sure if the speed of acquiring equipment would keep up with his own upgrading speed, so he gritted his teeth and released the commission anyway. Bounty for level 20 rare assassin lineage equipment with skills, 600,000 gold coins per piece. If it comes with a set effect, the whole set of equipment is packaged at 4 million gold coins. Alright, we'll let you know if anyone over here accepts the bounty. According to the rules, Lin Xuan needed to pay the gold coins in advance. Before the equipment even arrived, his assets had already shrunk by half. After taking care of the equipment, Lin Xuan procured some other props. Although he had the Ring of Inheritance, he was afraid that he would still use the primary skill learning scrolls when learning skills, so he bought 2 more just in case. If he can't use it, the big deal is to sell it later. In short, it's not a loss. Then he also purchased some Blitz potion for backup. After all, assassin this kind of profession can never throw away the attribute of Blitz. The 2 things alone cost him another million gold coins. Then it was time to procure some regular blood and blue restoring potions. As for the props for concealing identity information, there really wasn't any in the trading house. An hour later, Lin Xuan walked out of the trading house and couldn't help but have a bitter smile on his face. No wonder it was said that professionals were the vaults. He had thought that the $10 million was quite a lot, but he didn't expect to spend a large portion of it in the blink of an eye. This was still the case when he was at a low level and the trading house in East Sea City wasn't that big and didn't have more rare props. If he waited for him to rise to level 30 or even 40, then the price of the equipment would be more than the current price, and at that time, it was estimated that he would still be required to worry about the money to buy the equipment. Forget it, don't want to think about it so much, go and test the waters by leveling up the demonic shadow split first. Lin Xuan couldn't wait now, and hurriedly took a car to the outskirts of Donghai City. Since it was already past the opening time of the novice copy, Lin Xuan could only upgrade by brushing monsters in the wild. After the end of the careerist exam, Lin Xuan got his own careerist certificate. After checking his identity, Lin Xuan smoothly left the city, then summoned 20 platinum-grade death servants and drilled headfirst into the wilderness forest. After Lin Xuan's summoner profession was changed, the summoned beast attribute bonus had been increased to 20 times. The attributes of a platinum-level death god servant had long exceeded 10,000, which was nothing short of a disaster for the demons in the wilderness area. All demonic creatures died when they showed their heads. Lin Xuan had just become a god of killing, and he was slaughtering the goblins like crazy. There is no way, the goblin lair copy needs to be level 8 to enter, he can only rise to level 8 by brushing the field. As we all know, the experience of brushing monsters in the wild is pitifully low, so Lin Xuan could only expand his battle circle and sweep away all the demons in the outskirts of Donghai City. In the next few days, a mysterious legend circulated in the outskirts of Donghai City. It was rumored that a certain goblin had angered a big brother, causing this big brother to unleash a massacre on the goblin race, and for several days in a row, nearly killing all the goblins on the outskirts of Donghai City. Lin Chuan turned a deaf ear to these rumors and devoted himself to his copy. Right at the same time that Lin Chuan was fully upgrading his demonic shadow split. Assassin's Guild, Donghai City Chapter, Council Chamber. A group of elite assassins had gathered here. You're sure that what you saw was our Assassin Guild's soul engraving? There was no misreading? An older assassin asked. Opposite him was a very young-looking young man. I would never be wrong. But this soul engraving seal would not normally be visible if it is not stimulated by a secret method. How did you think of checking the soul engraving seal? At that time, I heard about the accident at the professionals' high school examination, so I went in to check out the situation. When Lin Chuan came out, a spatial fluctuation happened to be created, exposing the soul engraving. At that time, I also thought it was a blur, but after I activated my secret technique, I was sure that it was the Assassin's Guild's secret soul engraving. The older assassin mused, it's just that did you get the identity information of this person wrong? No, according to the candidates who took the exam in the guild, this person's performance on the professional's high exam was arrogant. I don't know the results of the third round of the examination, but the first two rounds both received perfect scores. Hiss. There was a low intake of breath in the air. Full scores in the first two rounds of the occupational college entrance examination. This dazzling talent, I'm afraid that it has already been noticed by other forces. I'm afraid that it's not good to make a move at such a critical point in time. The atmosphere in the air dropped to freezing point. Although the Assassin's Guild, as one of the 8 major professionals guilds, was naturally immensely powerful, if they were to make a move against such geniuses with impunity, they would also be bound to suffer the wrath of the Longhua Kingdom. Although the Longhua Kingdom might not do anything to the Assassin's Guild because of Lin Chuan, it was always a very big risk. This matter has a great impact, so everyone should not make any noise to the public and wait for me to report to the headquarters before making a decision. The branch president said. The crowd nodded in agreement. This was the best way for now. Yet there were voices of opposition from afar. When did my Assassin's Guild become such a wimp? It seems that you, the branch president, are to blame. At the entrance of the council chamber, a yellow-haired teenager was standing. Daring to trespass during the deliberations of the guild's key members and being so arrogant, this person's status was definitely not low. The branch president frowned. Young Master Huang, this is where we deliberate. Don't try to dictate the affairs of the guild based on your status as the grandson of Grand Elder Huang of the headquarters. Huang Mao's name was Huang Yu. He was the grandson of the Assassin Guild's headquarters Grand Elder Huang Shufeng, and his strength had reached level 43. Huang Yu was unmoved. His demeanor was extremely arrogant, and he didn't put the branch president in his eyes in the slightest. Assassin's Guild Code Article 13. Anyone with a soul engraving is a sworn enemy of my guild, and will be attacked and killed. Huang Yu's sentence silenced everyone present. Like I said, this matter involves too much. President Zhou. Huang Yu interrupted the other party. Since you find this matter difficult, then I will step in. I don't believe that Longhua Kingdom will still overthrow my Assassin's Guild because of a rookie who just awakened his profession not long ago. According to the latest tip, 5 days ago, this kid called Lin Chuan left the city. Now is the perfect opportunity to strike. Since you guys are afraid to take the blame, then the Assassin Guild's face will be maintained by me. After saying that, Huang Yu left with a murderous aura. President Zhou shook his head helplessly. This Huang Yu is the grandson of the Grand Elder of the guild headquarters. How dare he let Huang Yu act alone? So he pointed to the two people next to him. You two, follow young Master Huang, others he's in danger. If anything goes wrong, take you. Understood. 3 hours later, 3 high-level assassins headed from the Assassin's Guild towards the copy of the Goblin's Lair on the outskirts of Donghai City. Chapter 053 Purple-Robed Assassin's Assassination. On the 6th day after the end of the professionals' college entrance examination, Lin Chuan suddenly received a message from the school. It asked him to make a trip back to Donghai City. This is the results of the professionals' high school examination? Lin Chuan was overjoyed. After a long time of waiting, it was finally the moment to reveal the results. The Sword Shadow Assassin belonged to the legacy profession, but the experience bonus factor wasn't much worse than the mythic rank profession. And with the assistance of a platinum-level death servant, on the 2nd day after Lin Chuan left the city, he had already leveled up his detachment to level 8, and had the qualifications to enter a copy of the Goblin's Lair. Moreover, the Demon Shadow Doppelganger had one more characteristic: it didn't know how to get tired. Lin Chuan let his doppelganger go sweep the field every day after brushing the copies, and his upgrade speed went up by leaps and bounds. By today, the level of the Demon Shadow Doppelganger had successfully risen to level 15, and at the same time, with the help of the Ring of the Outer Path's inheritance, he had also unlocked a new skill of the Assassin Department at level 10, the Instantaneous Shadow Triple Slash. This skill could launch 3 attacks on the target within a short period of time, dealing a total of agility 270% damage to the target. Combined with the 10x damage bonus of Sword Shadow Peerless, the final bonus reached 27x, and the damage had reached a terrifying point. Through these few days of grinding, Lin Chuan had already gained a not-so-shallow understanding of the new professions, and his combat experience had also accumulated. It could be said that Lin Chuan had completely mastered the second profession of sword shadow assassin. Since the results of the college entrance exam are going to be announced, let's go back first. The Goblin Lair copy could only go up to a maximum of level 18, and even if Lin Chuan continued to spend time here, he wouldn't be as lucky as the main body that he could go up to level 20. Going back earlier would not affect him much. Lin Chuan took the Demon Shadow Divergence back into his body and set off on his journey back to the city. Unlike the last time when he was rushing around in a hurry to upgrade for the occupier's higher education examination, this time Lin Chuan was extraordinarily laid back. Without the pressure of going to higher education, brushing copies and upgrading was also a good adventure experience. So he chose to follow the main road back to East Sea City. The Goblin Lair was, after all, one of the top 10 most popular copies in Manhwa country, and there was an endless stream of professionals who came to brush up on their copies, and the number of professionals who left from their copies every day was also high. Lin Chuan followed the crowd, silently listening to the people around him talk about their novel encounters with the copies. Isn't that brother Lin Chuan? As he walked, Lin Chuan suddenly heard someone calling him. Lin Chuan turned around, but it was an acquaintance. Sister Xiaoyi? Why are you here? Haven't you already risen to level 19 and headed to the new copy? Hu Xiaoyi was the first acquaintance Lin Chuan met when he first came to the Goblin Lair copy. At first, Hu Xiaoyi had even stood up against Ouyang Hai's misbehavior of monopolizing the copies, and was a very righteous person. Yeah, Huang Kai and I are now brushing higher level copies. The new copies are a bit difficult. We're upgrading while selling materials on the side. The price of the copy camps over here is cheap, so I came over to acquire a little bit. I see. Lin Chuan nodded his head. The temporary trading houses in the duplicate camps tended to have some newly released rare materials, and many people were trying to get out as soon as possible, so the prices tended to be quite a bit lower than the trading houses. It's a good place to pick up the pieces. On the contrary, didn't you go to the professionals' high school examination? How were the grades? How come you didn't report to the university? You won't have failed the exam, right? Hu Xiaoyi asked with concern. There were some minor accidents in the previous professionals' higher education examination, and the results were postponed, so I'm out here to make up the grade again. Lin Chuan replied. Oh, that's right, with your strength, you can definitely get into a major university, and maybe even enter the Green Dragon Academy. Hu Xiaoyi had seen those terrifying summon creatures of Lin Chuan, and she was very confident in Lin Chuan's strength. It was just that her own talent was very poor, and she didn't have much of a concept of the professionals' higher level examination. I should be able to pass the exam, by your good fortune. The two had a chat. Suddenly, Lin Chuan realized that all the other professionals around them had disappeared, and there were only the two of them on this road. Lin Chuan had a bad feeling in his heart. It shouldn't be. With the hotness of the Goblin Lair copies, it's impossible that there are only so few people on this road. However, Breath of the Dead did not perceive any danger. Just to be on the safe side, Lin Chuan still summoned 20 platinum-grade death servants in one breath. Oh? Very alert, huh? No wonder you were able to kill my assassin guild's blue-robed assassin. Lin Chuan looked up again and realized that at the end of the avenue, 3 people clad in purple robes were standing. These 3 were precisely the assassins that Huang Yu had led and had come to assassinate Lin Chuan, and their strength had even reached the level of a purple-robed assassin. Purple-robed assassin need to level up to at least 40, but also to meet the Assassin's Guild's harsh promotion conditions. Therefore, the gold content of a purple-robed assassin was far greater than that of a level 40 assassin. It's an illusion. When was it struck? Lin Chuan looked at Hu Xiaoyi alertly. Fortunately, Hu Xiaoyi was the original. Who are you people? What are going to do to us? Hu Xiaoyi asked uneasily. Do what? Huang Yu laughed. He didn't expect Hu Xiaoyi to ask such a naive question. I see that you're also in your 20s, but you haven't even leveled up to 20 yet. Although I didn't come here to look for you today, but I'm sorry, since you're involved with this kid, go to hell too. Huang Yu's face became hideous as he suddenly stormed out, and in the twinkling of an eye, he had already arrived behind Hu Xiaoyi. Watch out! Lin Chuan was the first to react. A death servant suddenly appeared behind Hu Xiaoyi, helping him block Huang Yu's attack. Attack by Huang Yu, death servant platinum grade 56,000 blood. Good boy, pretty fast reaction. Huang Yu was not only shocked at Lin Chuan's reaction speed, he was also surprised at the death servant's blood level. He knew that his own attacks could deal 60,000 to 70,000 damage in one move, yet this summoned beast had high damage reduction, and the damage from that skill just now was surprisingly just under 60,000 damage. Most importantly, the death servant had only dropped a third of its blood. Level 43 versus a level 20 summoned beast, and it couldn't be killed in seconds? What the hell is this summoned beast? Is it something a level 20 summoner can summon? Huang Yu couldn't help but spit in his heart. The surprise in Lin Chuan's heart wasn't any less than Huang Yu's. That strike alone just now was the second most powerful attack Lin Chuan had ever seen so far. The first was the Star Realm Alien Lord detachment that he had encountered in the professional's higher education examination. I'm afraid there's going to be no shortage of vicious battles today. However, Lin Chuan himself had awakened the assassin profession, and nowadays his understanding of assassins was quite deep, and he almost guessed what was going to happen next. Directly, he had another death servant protect behind himself. As expected, the other two assassins unleashed their surprise attack skills on themselves. Go, stop them. Although the assassins had high damage and were godlike, Lin Chuan had the advantage of numbers, and Lin Chuan began to summon. First, two hooked bullheads appeared, putting shields on Hu Xiaoyi and himself. With the shields, Lin Chuan was much more at ease. Subsequently, the three hooked souls horseface appeared with a flashing red light and directly launched a hooked soul strike, forcing the three back. Then it was white impermanence that appeared in the middle of the battlefield, applying group healing to the summoned creatures, instantly pulling up the blood level of the death god servant that had just acted as a shield. As for the three assassins, the moment they saw the chains in the hands of Horseface of the Soul Seducer light up with red light, they felt unprecedented pressure in their hearts, and they retreated to the back. One of the resident talents of the assassin profession, perception. It could make the professional's perception of danger more sensitive, and in their eyes, the attack of the hooked Horseface was already quite threatening. Huang Yu didn't know why this seemingly level 20 rookie in front of him was causing such a strong oppressive force, but the perception skill told him that this person must not be simple. Hard, forget about the girl, combine your efforts to kill the target first. Huang Yu made a snap decision and immediately joined the other two to attack Lin Chuan. Between the exchanges between a few people, Lin Chuan also started to counterattack. The death god servant had already pressed up. Huang Yu and the others realized that this death god minion's blood level was ridiculously high, and it almost required three of them to focus their fire at the same time in order to kill one in seconds. After a fierce battle, the number of death god minions still didn't see a decrease, while Huang Yu and the others' mental energy was consumed by most of the battle. Chapter 054 The Power of Dual Profession. Although the assassin profession's burst was high, their body plate and endurance was on the low side. If they couldn't kill them in one blow, being surrounded by Lin Chuan's army of summoned beasts would be a very big trouble for them. Huang Yu and the others needed to end the battle quickly in order to do so. Use ranged skills and clear the small monsters first. Huang Yu bellowed, taking the lead and rushing up. Ghost Shadow. Seeing this, the other two each used their ranged damage skills. Lin Chuan's heart sank. The thing he was most worried about had still happened. From the time of his professional awakening until now, Lin Chuan had been able to crush all the way through, and apart from his own summoned beast's attributes being too strong, there was another most important reason. That was the fact that there were almost no people who used ranged damage skills among the people they encountered. This gave Lin Chuan's summoned beasts a great deal of room to play. But the situation was different now. After the battle just now, Lin Chuan already had a rough idea of the strength of these three people. Once they were allowed to use their ranged skills at the same time, they would definitely cause irreversible damage to the summoned creatures. Not only would the summoned creatures be wiped out, it would also threaten Lin Chuan's life. Never let all three of them use their skills out at the same time. Interrupt him. Lin Chuan lifted his arm, his gaze fixed dead center on Huang Yu, only to see several black shadows suddenly appear, attacking Huang Yu. Its black impermanence, assassination skill, activate. A black impermanence reached behind Huang Yu in the twinkling of an eye, the claw blade in his hand radiating a pitch black light. Huang Yu suddenly realized the dangerous aura coming from behind him, and could only give up the skill that was about to be taken off his hands in an emergency, turning into a defensive stance. Ding! Huang Yu blocked black impermanence's attack, but it was also because he gave up his attack that Lin Chuan's summoned creature dodged a bullet. At this moment, Lin Chuan had the feeling of having survived a robbery. It had to be said that the strength of the so-called purple-robed assassin who had come to attack this time was indeed a world of difference compared to the blue-robed assassin from last time. Even though only two of them had launched an attack, the hooked soul's horseface that Lin Chuan had been attacked by was still collectively killed in battle. In the face of an instantaneous high burst, white impermanence's damage reduction and blood recovery skills also paled in comparison. In just 1 second, Lin Chuan had already suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, he summons creatures galore. After Horseface the Hook was killed, Lin Chuan directly pulled new summon creatures from the necrotic space to fill in, and for a while those two assassins couldn't even tell if the skills they had just used had worked or not. Want to mess with me, right? Then let me see if you guys have the skills or not. The opponent's attack galvanized the ferocity within Lin Chuan. Before Huang Yu could react from Black Impermanence's attack, Lin Chuan unleashed another Black Impermanence to charge forward. Ding! Huang Yu was worthy of being a purple-robed assassin with a level as high as 43, his reaction speed was even stronger than that of the Star Realm Alien Lord's doppelganger, and he blocked this attack once again. It's just that it took impact damage continuously, and this time it dropped even more blood. Followed by a third, fourth. Lin Chuan capitalized on his victory and continuously summoned the Black Impermanence to launch attacks on Huang Yu. With such a high frequency of flash attacks, Huang Yu almost relied on instinctive reactions to fend off Lin Chuan's attacks. After a few attacks, Huang Yu gradually familiarized himself with Black Impermanence's attack pattern. Such a single attack, is your brain filled with gnomes? Huang Yu grabbed Black Impermanence's break and blocked the attack unharmed. He was going to prepare a counterattack. However, a low voice suddenly came from behind his head. Oh? Yes? At this moment, Huang Yu felt an unprecedented crisis, only to see Lin Xuan appearing behind him at an unknown time. And behind Lin Xuan, a pair of wings was emitting a faint stream of light. This was the Phoenix Feather, an additional equipment gifted to him by Su Qiu, and after using it, he could gain the ability to fly and double his ground speed. It was utilized in this battle and played an unexpected effect. How is it possible? He couldn't figure out how Lin Xuan had gotten close to him. How could he, a brittle skin of the summoning department, have dared to break away from the summoned beast and rush behind him? Lin Xuan immediately told him the answer. He swung the heavy sword in his hand and smashed it on Huang Yu. A summoning faculty's pooch attack? Are you kidding? Soon, Huang Yu realized that something was wrong. A heavy sword? This guy was using a heavy sword? Shadow attack. Boom! An ear-piercing crash resounded in the forest as Lin Xuan's heavy sword landed accurately on Huang Yu, directly smashing out a large crater in the ground. Use shadow attack to hit the target, dealing 10,000 damage. Huang Yu was stunned, more in shock than in physical pain. In the Black Impermanence fight earlier, he had already been depleted of quite a bit of blood. Now that Lin Xuan's skill had been used, he had actually knocked out 10,000 of his blood. What the hell is wrong with this guy? How come the damage is so high? If he takes one more move, I'm afraid he'll have to drink his own blood here. Assassin line professions were supposed to be brittle, and there were very few that piled up defense and blood. Huang Yu was now suddenly struck by Lin Xuan into a decimated bloodline. Huang Yu was at least the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Assassin's Guild, and it was fine to be arrogant and domineering on weekdays, but once it came to a life and death situation, he would never joke with his life. Little brother, misunderstanding. We just see that your strength is not bad, and want to come up and spar. In that case, anyway, you and I did not suffer any casualties, why don't we just disperse? If you are willing to agree, my Assassin Guild will be grateful. Misunderstanding? Do you think I'll believe this kind of bull? If it wasn't for my quick reflexes just now, I'm afraid I would have already lost my life under the three of you. It's useless to say more, take your life. Lin Xuan arrowed forward and attacked Huang Yu once again. At this time, he had managed to seriously injure Huang Yu. How could he give up such a good opportunity? On the contrary, Huang Yu, who had been seriously injured, was now surrounded by Lin Xuan's summoned beasts, and had lost all means of counteraction. Lin Xuan, how dare you? My grandfather is the Grand Elder of the Assassin's Guild General Association. If you dare to kill me, my grandfather will definitely make you pay back 100 times 1,000 times. Lin Xuan's face sank. Not only did Huang Yu's intimidation not scare Lin Xuan off, instead it strengthened his determination to kill Huang Yu. This person called out my name as soon as he opened his mouth. I think my whereabouts have been leaked. I must not stay. Instantaneous shadow triple strike. The huge sword in Lin Xuan's hand erupted with a violent light and unleashed a storm of attacks on Huang Yu. Instantaneous Shadow Triple Strike, a new skill that Lin Xuan's demonic shadow split had acquired after level 10. It can launch 3 attacks in a short period of time, each attack dealing agility 100% damage. Although Lin Xuan didn't stack attributes, the Spectral Summoner was an all-attribute warrior, plus the 10% attribute bonus of the demonic shadow divergence. With the 10x damage effect, the damage was still not to be underestimated. Little child, how dare you? Stop! The other two assassins suddenly rioted, surprisingly using their bodies to harden the attacks of the Death God servants and rushed directly towards Lin Xuan. The two of them were ordered to come to protect Huang Yu. If Huang Yu died, there was no way for them to return. And Huang Yu's identity is extremely sensitive. In the Assassin's Guild, the current power of the biggest is Huang Yu's grandfather, almost can be said to cover the sky. If you let Huang Shufeng know that the two of you did not protect Huang Yu, absolutely inevitable death. But Lin Xuan, who cares about that? Since you want my little life, how can I let you go? The heavy sword slashed 3 times in succession, and Huang Yu's blood level directly bottomed out. The moment before death, Huang Yu's eyes violently glared round and his mouth was full of blood. Kill me and you don't want to live either. After saying that, Huang Yu's body suddenly collapsed and turned into an invisible energy drilling into Lin Xuan's body. Lin Xuan knew that he must have been planted with a soul imprint again. So young to be so ruthless. The other two assassins, seeing that Lin Xuan had killed Huang Yu without hesitation, were also furious with their veins, their claws clawing at Lin Xuan like eagles. Since they couldn't protect Huang Yu, they had to at least kill Lin Xuan, the murderer. Old thing, what's a dog barking at? You guys dared to come and kill me. What makes you think I deserve to be killed by you? Stuff. Lin Xuan didn't care about that much. He directly collected the inheritance that Huang Yu had dropped, then his body flew back. Just playing with you guys, how dare you take it seriously? Lin Xuan saw that the two vowed not to stop, so he summoned twice as many summoned beasts to surround the two. The increase in numbers exhausted the two, and Lin Xuan gained a chance to catch his breath. The skills of these two were standard assassin-type skills, with the 5 skills being instantaneous movement, single attack, ranged attack, gain effects, and control. Originally, it was a very suitable skill set, but now it couldn't work in front of Lin Chuan's army of summoned beasts. However, these two were really high level, and even with the army of summoned beasts suppressing them, they couldn't do anything about them in a short period of time. Dogs, I'm here, come over and kill me. Suddenly, Lin Chuan revealed a break, allowing the two to lock onto himself. Surprise attack! The two unleashed their instant transmission skill and rushed out from the surroundings of the summoned beasts. Chapter 055 Desperate Escape. Two black shadows flashed and suddenly appeared behind Lin Chuan. When the two assassins were about to launch their attacks, they realized that there was already a hooked bull head in the way. Their attacks could only land on the bull's head. The hooked bullhead's body was worthy of being the hardest of Lin Chuan's summoned beasts, and with two attacks, they had only lost half of their blood. One had to know that the other party was an assassin with a level of upwards of 40. Go! Lin Chuan had hooked these two out. Naturally, it wasn't for nothing, he was going to start fighting back. The hooked bullhead hardened his attack and suddenly launched himself, toppling one of the assassins out of the way. At the same time, black impermanence appeared behind the remaining assassin. This trick won't work on me. The assassin simply sidestepped and blocked black impermanence's attack. Obviously, he was quite confident and satisfied with his reaction. Old thing, are your eyes blurred? The one who just killed your dog master was little master me. Whose attack are you hiding from? The creepy voice rang in his ears. Lin Chuan had already appeared beside him. The man did not have time to make any reaction, only to see a flash of blade light. Lin Chuan's heavy sword had already stabbed into his body. You? How? You're not a summoner, you're an assassin? The man stared in horror. Only then did he realize that Lin Chuan's profession was clearly an assassin like himself. Attack hits the target, triggers a bludgeon, inflicts damage, 15,600,000. In order to ensure a one-hit kill, Lin Chuan wasted no time in using a bottle of blast potion. The effect was very obvious, causing double damage, and the opponent directly led the box. Kid, kill my companion, take your life. Old thing, worry about yourself first. My old man's black impermanence, too, will claim his life. Behind that assassin, 5 black impermanents suddenly appeared, directly attacking towards him. Even if the man's hands were strong, he would not be able to dodge the instant attack of the 5 black impermanents. Before this person even hit the ground, he was already dead on the spot. If he hadn't been so adventurous and chose to go on full alert, Lin Chuan really wouldn't have been able to get his hands on him. It was just a pity that Huang Yu's death had caused him to be disorganized, which was why Lin Chuan had caught the break and killed him in one fell swoop. At the same moment that the two died, 2 more invisible energies drilled into Lin Chuan's body. Lin Chuan shook his head helplessly. No need to think, he had been marked again. This really isn't ending. Lin Chuan accepted the inheritance from the two. Anyway, he was in debt, and since this was already the case, he could only choose to fight the Assassin's Guild hard to the end. It's just that I don't know what the mechanism is for them to read this soul engraving. If you can see it in the blink of an eye, wouldn't you be too much of a show-off yourself? Moreover, this group of people are obviously coming directly at themselves, indicating that they still have a rich intelligence network. The equipment for concealing information should be gotten in a hurry. Lin Chuan hadn't searched for the hidden information equipment the last time he went to the trading house, so he had to hurry up and search for it now. After dealing with the assassin, Lin Chuan was safe for the time being. But he wasn't sure if there was still support from the other side nearby. After all, since the other side had discovered him, sooner or later someone else would find him. Lin Chuan found Hu Xiaoyi. Hu Xiaoyi was lying in a corner of the forest. She had been stunned by the level 40 aura of the opposite side during the initial attack. After all, she was only level 19, and facing a level 40 plus assassin, that kind of psychological pressure was by no means something a young woman could resist. Lin Chuan woke up Hu Xiaoyi. Sister Xiaoyi, it's dawn, time to get up. Hu Xiaoyi woke up from her dream. Where's the assassin? Am I dead? Where is this place? Heaven or hell? Those 3 assassins are gone, a misunderstanding. Oh, that's so, but they were too scary, casually striking, scared me to death. Hu Xiaoyi patted her chest, her eyes flashing with a wise light. In the world of professionals, it's never the strongest who are honored, go for it. Lin Chuan said these words to Hu Xiaoyi, and more to himself. Only when one's own strength becomes strong. What assassin's assassination, what bull assassin's guild, all give me a break. Through today's battle, Lin Chuan had a more sober perception of his own strength. The sword shadow assassin profession of the demon shadow doppelganger coupled with the spectral summoner profession of his main body allowed Lin Chuan to utilize 200% of his combat power. Not only could the summoned creatures help cover for themselves, but they could also mislead the opponent about their own true profession, playing a surprise effect. This was good news for him, reinforcing the cultivation path of dual career development. Just as Hu Xiaoyi was about to get up, her eyes suddenly turned a pitch-black color and her body was taken away from her control. Only a pitch-black arrow shot out of Hu Xiaoyi's eyes and shot straight towards Lin Chuan's head. This happened too suddenly. Lin Chuan didn't even guard against this hand, he couldn't avoid it. It's over. He never dreamed that Huang Yu had planted a trap on Hu Xiaoyi at the first contact. At this point, Lin Chuan had lost all his strength. Alas, even though I was so cautious I was still careless, it's true that I still don't have enough means to save my life. Life preservation means? He has the means to save his life. Lin Chuan violently opened his eyes. In the smoothest place in his storage space, there was an excellent means of saving his life, the spatial instant return talisman. This was the means of preserving his life that Liangwen had given him when he first upgraded. Lin Chuan directly stimulated the spatial instant return talisman, and a wave of spatial energy wrapped around his body, isolating Huang Yu's attack. Immediately afterward, this energy opened up a passageway in space that led to East Sea City. Lin Chuan drilled into the passageway carried by the spatial force and disappeared into the spatial passageway. After a short period of dizziness, Lin Chuan was already in the playground of the first senior high school of Donghai City. Due to the fact that the professionals' college entrance examination had already ended, the only people who were currently attending classes in the school were the first and second year senior high school students. Looking at Lin Chuan, who had suddenly appeared in front of them, all of them looked dumbfounded and whispered underneath. That person just now, how did he come over? It looks like spatial teleportation, such a high-end skill at such a young age? I think I recognize this person, it's Lin Chuan from the senior class. There were other teachers on the playground who saw Lin Chuan at a glance and went up to ask. Lin Chuan, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly appear in the school playground? Lin Chuan came back to his senses. Oh, Mr. Li, it's nothing, I just came back to take a look, I'm not disturbing your classes, right? I can't say I'm disturbing, but you've already graduated from the school prohibits outsiders from trespassing, it's better for you to leave quickly. Oh, okay, I'll leave now, goodbye Mr. Li. The teleportation just now gave him a great shock, so it turned out that a high level could actually master such a magical ability, causing him to have a great longing for the future. Returning home, Lin Chuan restored himself to his best state and then entered a meditative cultivation state. Having just gone through a great battle and personally experienced spatial teleportation, this was the perfect opportunity to meditate. Meditation after a battle was one of the ways to enhance one's strength, allowing one to gain richer battle experience, which was of great benefit to professionals. After a long time, Lin Chuan let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. There was a glint in his eyes, and it was clear that Lin Chuan's fighting ability had refined again. The increased strength made Lin Chuan feel happy, only that there were 3 more marks on his body. Lin Chuan checked his body. Soul engraving, seal of blood. Mark of blood? The soul engraving seal. Lin Chuan was familiar with it, he had been hit by it before when he was chased by the blue-robed assassin. But this seal of blood was the first time he had seen it. So he hurriedly checked the information. Mark of blood level 43. A curse that gathers the blood of the entire body. After 3 years, if the level of the victim does not exceed the level of the caster by 10 levels, the mark will explode and the victim will die in a blood explosion. Surprisingly, it's a curse that directly kills people. However, the method of lifting it was also very simple. All that was needed was for Lin Chuan's level to reach level 53 within 3 years, and the seal of blood would naturally be lifted. The only difficulty was that the time was controlled within 3 years. 3 years for an ordinary professional to rise to level 53 was already no easy task. Moreover, Lin Chuan's current level was still suppressed by the demonic shadow doppelganger, and he needed to raise both to level 53 before he could do so. Its difficulty was by no means as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Even if it's the Assassin's Guild's secret method, I don't believe that no one can solve it. If not, then I'll level up to level 53 for 3 years, only 33 levels left, what's the big deal? After understanding the physical condition, the next step was to count the loot. Level 40 could already be considered an expert amongst professionals, and these 3 assassins of Lin Chuan were also purple-robed assassins from the Assassin's Guild. Their hands had already been stained with a lot of blood, and they had indeed accumulated a lot of goodies under their scavenging. Just the level 40 equipment alone had come up with as many as 10 sets. Potions, props and materials were in abundance, and all of them were exceptionally precious. At a conservative estimate, the items in everyone's storage space were worth at least 30 million gold coins. And the props and equipment in them covered a very wide range, with all kinds of professions. These guys, I don't know how many people died in your hands. Lin Chuan cursed hatefully. Assassins were not judges, they were just killers who got paid to do their job and never served justice. Most of the things in these people's storage space are ill-gotten gains from assassinating others. But for now, these things will be used for me, as a way to help you guys gain some virtue. Lin Chuan put together a set of level 40 assassin and summoning department loose equipment respectively, and the rest were ready to be put into the trading house to be exchanged for gold coins. However, it was a pity that several people's equipment was rather fragmented, and there were no sets with effects. As he was cleaning up, Lin Chuan suddenly realized that he didn't need to deliberately buy equipment at all. As long as he waited for the Assassin Guild's assassins to come to his door, he could obtain quite a bit of equipment by killing them back. The Assassin's Guild's people naturally had less equipment. After inventorying his equipment, Lin Chuan began to organize his props, and he suddenly stared with wide eyes. Is this? Chapter 056 A Good Harvest. Lin Chuan pulled out 5 golden colored scrolls from his storage space. Level 40 Upgrade Scrolls. Upgrade Scroll Level 40-50. Effect, upgrade 1 level after use. Level 40 to 50 upgrade scrolls could exist for $10 million apiece in the trading houses. And there were as many as 5 of them here. This must have exploded from that person named Huang Yu. It's probably because Grandpa loves his grandson and prepared 5 upgrade scrolls for him. And this Huang Yu is estimated to want to wait for level 45 and then helicopter to level 50. Unfortunately, it's cheap for me now. You're just more than one scourge if you use it anyway, so why don't you just let me help you transcend? Lin Chuan rightfully put away the upgrade scroll. This was something he couldn't use right now, but he believed that it wouldn't take long for these upgrade scrolls to fulfill their role. Putting away the upgrade scrolls, Lin Chuan continued rummaging. But next, there was nothing else to look forward to. There's no reason the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Assassin's Guild headquarters is only this much of a family fortune? Other than that, the things that Huang Yu exploded out were indeed too ordinary. Other than these 5 upgrade scrolls, there wasn't even a single piece of extra equipment, let alone forbidden spell scrolls, or other life-preserving props. The Assassin's Guild made a living out of assassination, and definitely had a lot of precious props on hand, so there was no reason for the Grand Elder to be so stingy with his grandson. Lin Chuan did not die. Finally, in the crevices of a pile of materials, Lin Chuan found a black and gold colored card. Black and gold card of the Royal Trading House of the Manhwa Kingdom. Royal Trading House, just by hearing the name, one could tell that it was a more advanced existence than ordinary trading houses. All of the trading goods in it were extremely precious, treasures that ordinary people could not access. In addition, the Royal Trading House also provided a bank account and the ability to store items. Here, not only could forbidden spell scrolls be bought as cabbages, but even complete sets of artifact equipment had appeared. It was only that if one wanted to register in the Royal Trading House, one needed a certain amount of background strength, as this place was not open to individuals. And there was also a strict leveling system here, and only when the level reached a certain level could one unlock even rarer things. This black gold card of Huang Yu's was not a low level at first glance. Lin Chuan read the information in it and a delighted look appeared on his face. Black gold card of the Royal Trading House of Manhwa Kingdom unlocked. Props. Unlock level stage 135. Description: after level 35, you can unlock the first stage account and open the hosting warehouse. Surprisingly, I left the props in the trading house warehouse, so wouldn't I have inherited all the legacy? Lin Chuan's breathing became rapid. The Royal Trading House had a peculiar rule that in order to prevent dead accounts from causing a waste of precious equipment and props, all accounts were in bearer form. That is, recognize the card does not recognize the person. Anyone can take this card to take out what is stored in the Royal Exchange. And judging from the state of the card, it seemed that Huang Yu hadn't bothered to unlock it yet. For this, Lin Chuan couldn't figure it out. But how could he know that there was a lot of competitive pressure in the Assassin's Guild, and Huang Shufeng had sent Huang Yu down to the Donghai City chapter when he was level 30 in order to let him practice? Huang Yu usually looks arrogant and bossy, his own talent is still quite horrible, all the way up to level 43, and become a purple robe assassin. His original plan was to wait until he was level 45 and helicopter to level 50 after using the upgrade scroll. At that point, it would also mean the end of his adventures, and he was prepared to take out the items in his account after returning to the headquarters. However, he didn't expect to be defeated here in Lin Chuan, causing him to perish. This black gold card fell into Lin Chuan's hands, but instead, it was cheaper for Lin Chuan. Having harvested a black gold card, Lin Chuan was satisfied, and with Huang Yu's legacy underpinning it, it wasn't in vain for him to be hunted down for a while. The next day, Lin Chuan came to the examination center. Today was the day that the results of the professionals' high school examination would be announced. At this time, the hall was already crowded with students who had taken this college entrance exam. Lin Chuan, over here. From afar, Lin Chuan saw Luo Kun waving at him. And as soon as he turned around, Lin Chuan ran into Lu Shuhan again. Lin Chuan. The results will be announced soon. Lu Shuhan's face was slightly red, and there was a hint of shyness in her words. Yeah, after waiting for so many days, it's finally going to be announced. For the results of the college entrance examination, Lin Chuan had long been impatient. He had encountered the assassination of 2 purple-robed assassins yesterday, which meant that today's Donghai City was no longer safe, and he had to hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing. You too, really, dog and boy. Lin Chuan, I greeted you from so far away, and you can't even move your steps when you see Lu Shuhan. Luo Kun saw that Lin Chuan didn't walk over and ran his ass over. Lin Chuan looked Luo Kun up and down. Am I familiar with you? Luo Kun was momentarily speechless. It was true that their relationship was not great half a month ago, and Luo Kun made a fool of himself. I say, you too, have you thought about which school you want to go to in the future? I heard my dad say that because there was an accident in the final assessment of this year's professionals high school examination, this year's grading standards are very different from previous years. Almost all of the university's admission standards have changed, and instead of using points as a criterion for determination, candidates are instead scored based on their performance in the exam. So dopey? Lin Xuan was very surprised. He had gotten a score of 130,000 points in the first 2 rounds of the professional's higher education examination, only to be told now that the test scores were null and void, and that he would have to recalculate them in a different way. Who could accept this? I think with your performance, even if the scoring method changed, the others still wouldn't be able to match you by a single star. Lu Shuhan persuaded. After all, Lin Xuan was a strange man who had dryly defeated the Star Realm Alien Lord's detachment all by himself. When it came to performance, no one would be stronger than Lin Xuan. That's right, besides, it's just gossip that my dad asked around, so maybe it's not allowed. Lin Xuan thought, that's right, even if the points were cancelled, he himself wouldn't be any worse off. Just as the 3 of them were talking, a middle-aged man dressed very flamboyantly walked up to the podium. Classmates, quiet down. I am the vice president of the East Sea City Professionals Association, Zhu Kai. First of all, congratulations on successfully completing the Professionist Advanced Examination. You are now a qualified professionist. Due to some accidents in the college entrance exam, the announcement of the results has been delayed somewhat. According to the latest regulations, the organizing committee of the college entrance exam has recalculated the results of all candidates and recalculated your points. Don't worry, all candidates, this is just a change in the accounting mechanism, and it won't affect your final grades or which university you can get into. I hope that all the professionals present will continue to cultivate seriously after entering the university, and work hard to level up in pursuit of the supreme pinnacle of a professional. Without further ado, the results will now be announced. As Zhu Kai's words fell, the large screen behind him lit up, and on it appeared the names of the candidates densely packed, as well as the schools that had admitted them. The overall quality of the students of the first senior high school of Donghai City this year is really not good. The number of people who can get into a college or a university is not much. Most of them are admitted by the second and third colleges and universities. Luo Kun, although there was a period of time to go astray, but later in the guidance of Lin Xuan timely adjusted, and ultimately was admitted to a key institution. Lu Shuhan played very steadily, worthy of being an extreme ice mage comparable to the legendary profession, and rose to level 17 with Lin Xuan's help, and was eventually admitted to the preferred Qinglong College. As for Lin Xuan, his name, however, did not appear on the big screen. Old Lin why don't I see your name? You wouldn't have fallen off the list, would you? Luo Kuan's eyes had been staring at the big screen, but he had looked at the names on the screen from beginning to end one by one, and hadn't found Lin Xuan's name. Chapter 057 Lin Xuan's Achievements. It shouldn't be. Lu Shuhan frowned. Like Luo Kun, she didn't see Lin Xuan's name either. It can't be true that we've fallen off the list, right? Lin Xuan himself didn't find it. No, we have to find someone to ask. Such a fact Lin Xuan was unwilling to accept no matter what. His own hallowed mythic rank profession. In just 1 week he had risen to level 20 and completed the transfer. Taking the profession's higher education examination had failed the examination? How humiliating is this to say out loud? Lin Xuan raised his hand. Teacher, why isn't there my name? Is there a list of names yet to be announced? The moment these words came out, everyone around looked at Lin Xuan with an expression like they were looking at a fool. How could such a serious occasion as the professional's college entrance examination possibly result in such a low-level mistake? Obviously your own strength is not good, and you still blame the college entrance exam. Listen to my brother's advice, go home and refuel and upgrade. If you're a vegetable, practice more. Really, the world is going down. There are still people touching the occupational college entrance examination. There is this time you might as well go brush a goblin lair. Oh no, maybe you can't even brush the goblin lair. Ha ha ha. Facing the cynicism of others, Lu Shuhan quit. Keep your mouths clean, you guys didn't even know where you were when Lin Xuan brushed the goblin lair. That's right, my buddy is the one who's going to take the Green Dragon Academy. Luo Kun followed suit. Green Dragon Academy? I think it's the Green Bug Academy. Ha ha ha. Their retort, however, drew a burst of ridicule from the people around them. On the podium, Zhu Kai began to speak again. I believe that some students have already noticed that their names were not found in the results announced this time. This is because a portion of you have entered the list of the top 100 of this year's occupant higher education examination, and the results will be announced later. As soon as Zhu Kai's words fell, the list on the big screen changed. The original list of results disappeared and was replaced by a new list that appeared one by one from bottom to top. In the blink of an eye, most of these lists were already displayed. Old Lin, I haven't seen your name after so long. I'm afraid your position as number 1 is secure. Luo Kuan's words were once again met with blank stares from the surrounding students. Nowadays everyone wants to be number 1. Do you think getting the top spot on the top 100 list is such a simple thing? Just wait and see. Luo Kun didn't want to argue with this person. Lin Xuan's performance in the professional's college entrance exam was there for all to see. If someone like him couldn't get first place, then there was definitely something shady about the grading standards of this professional's college entrance exam. And Lin Xuan, who was the person in question, was just silent. Finally, the results were announced to the final stage. Who the hell is in first place? The top 100 list was a list of national nature, and the first place was this year's top student of the Longhua Country Professionals College Entrance Examination, and the candidates held their breath for fear of missing this important moment. First place, Lin Xuan, Xinglong Academy. First place is Lin Xuan. I told you? What else do you guys have to say now? Luo Kun looked like he had raised his eyebrows, and those who didn't know thought that he had taken the top prize. Lin Xuan, he is Lin Xuan, the one who ranked first in points on the day of the exam. Finally, someone remembered the name. That's true, Lin Xuan is my good buddy. Buddy, friend me or not. You can find me if you encounter any difficulties in the future. I'll help match you guys up. Luo Kun was once again active in various locations in the hall, and in no time at all, he had already added quite a few people's friends, greatly enriching his own human resources. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, looked for the staff to receive a certificate of achievement the moment the results were announced, and then quietly slipped away. He didn't want to be too noticeable. Now that he had the 4 marks of the Assassin's Guild hanging on his body, it was guaranteed that he would be discovered again, so it was better to bolt before it was too late. Only when he returned to his residence did Lin Xuan let out a sigh of relief. It's not a good idea to go on like this. It's still necessary to find a piece of equipment that hides information as soon as possible. With this thought in his heart, Lin Xuan's mind suddenly flashed. Right. Lu Ziyo. When he had just completed his transfer, Lu Ziyo had seen through his kills of the Assassin's Guild at a glance. Since he could spot the problem, he must be able to fix it as well. Moreover, at that time, Lu Ziyo also called himself a senior brother, and at that time, when he was in a hurry, he didn't have time to ask more questions, but now that he thought about it, it was very likely that he had been chosen as a disciple by a certain bigwig when he didn't know about it. With this relationship, maybe he will really help out. Lin Xuan remembered that he had exchanged contact information with Lu Ziyo that day and hurriedly sent a message over to explain his intentions. 10 minutes later, Lu Ziyo appeared in front of Lin Xuan's house. Senior. You can just call me senior from now on. Late generation don't know what to mean, with my status, how? Lu Ziyo smiled faintly and handed Lin Xuan a token. This token was none other than the dragon mark jade, exactly the same as the one Lu Ziyo was carrying, a symbol of the identity of the hidden dragon guards. We were in too much of a hurry last time we met, and I forgot to give you this token. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties that you can't solve within the Longhua Kingdom, just flash this token. If it's a danger caused by a demonic creature, you can crush it, and the other senior brothers in the vicinity will come as soon as possible to give you help when they receive the news. As for the other things, I'm not at liberty to inform you of them now. After you successfully graduate from the Green Dragon Academy, you will naturally learn of the origin. For now, you only need to do as your senior brother says. Then, many thanks, senior brother. Lin Xuan wasn't going to dwell on this matter. Those who accomplish great things don't stick to small details. Receiving the Dragon Jade, a majestic soul power instantly drilled into his mind, and Lin Xuan's consciousness instantly established a connection with the Dragon Jade. Feeling the energy coming from the Dragon Mark Jade, Lin Xuan felt much more at ease. Although this Dragon Mark Jade couldn't help Lin Xuan level up or give him attribute bonuses, it was undoubtedly equivalent to having a chance to get help from a level 70 big brother. Lin Xuan's future cultivation is a bottom card. Moreover, listening to Lu Ziyo, this token would also allow him to gain great power. I'm probably aware of your current situation. If you want me to step in and help you out, this is indeed difficult. But if it's just a piece of equipment that conceals information, I happen to have one here. Lying God Chain Legend. Extra equipment. Effects: wearer can freely edit personal information, isolated from the probing skills of professionals below level 60. Lu Ziyo casually pulled out a legendary grade extra equipment, the value of which could no longer be measured in terms of money. This, senior brother, this equipment is too precious, I can't accept it. Since you call me senior brother, then no matter how precious this equipment is, can it be more precious than my senior brother's life? Lu Ziyo stated a reason that Lin Xuan could not refuse. Then, thank you senior brother, if senior brother has any use for me in the future, I will never say anything. It's getting late, I still have important matters that my master has explained, so I'll say goodbye for now, and we'll have a good drink the day you come to the Starfield battlefield. I will be moving around Summer City in the near future, so if you have anything, you can contact me directly. Definitely. Lin Xuan clasped his fists, although up until now he still wasn't sure why Lu Ziyo and himself were referring to each other as senior brothers. But he was grateful from the bottom of his heart for the help Lu Ziyo had given him over the past few days. And the fact that Lu Ziyo would still be in the vicinity of Xia City next, and the Green Dragon Academy happened to be in Xia City, made Lin Xuan's heart feel much more at ease. Chapter 058 Arriving at Green Dragon Academy. Lu Ziyo came and went in a hurry, with a mysterious air about him. After sending Lu Ziyo away, Lin Xuan once again switched to the doppelganger and then began to set up the false information in the Lying God chain. I didn't realize that modifying information would require so much mental energy. An hour later, Lin Chuan consumed all of his mental energy before he finished the work at hand. Looking at his brand new information, Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Name, Lin Chuan. Profession, Summoner. Level, 2069.33%. Power, 625. Physique, 608. Agility, 550. Mental strength, 737. Equipment, elementary staff, goblin's orc skin tights, refined steel boots, elementary wizard's ring, assassination necklace. Mediocre profession, mediocre attributes. A piece of equipment is even more chaotic without any rules. The main thing is a what to wear what. In addition to the level of 20, is completely a backdoor into the Qinglong College dude. Even if Lin Chuan were to walk down the street right now, he probably wouldn't even attract anyone's attention. However, Lin Chuan himself was quite satisfied with this, because after bringing on the Lying God's chain, the mark that the Assassin's Guild had imposed on him was completely concealed, and this was the effect that he wanted. Just at this moment, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Is this the home of Mr. Lin Chuan? Lin Chuan was immediately alerted. It was already nighttime, there shouldn't be anyone visiting. And listening to the words, this person was obviously not familiar with himself. Could it be the Assassin's Guild again? Lin Chuan was alert in his heart and casually summoned a hooked bullhead to put a shield on himself. Then letting the bullhead block in front of himself, one bull and one person walked to the door. The door opened, and outside stood an old man with a gray beard. Are you student Lin Chuan? Looking quite chic. When Lin Chuan opened the door, the hooked Solok's head was standing in front of him. At a glance, Zhong Ziqing saw a bull-headed blue muscular monster standing in front of him. Lin Chuan, what are you up to? Hurry up and put away your summoned beast. There was another person next to Zhong Ziqing, and it was Yan Jun, the vice principal of the first senior high school of Donghai City. Don't be angry, Professor Zhong, this child was mostly scared during the college entrance exams and had a bit of a stress reaction. Seeing Yan Jun, Lin Chuan then felt relieved and took the soul hooking ox head back into the necromancy space. Principal Yan, Professor Zhong. Professor Zhong, this kid is usually quite reliable, don't be offended. When Zhong Ziqing saw Lin Chuan's behavior, not only did he not get angry, he instead nodded with satisfaction. It's good to remain cautious, talent aside, at least you already have the mindset you should have as a professional, you fit my taste, I'm optimistic about you. I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Zhong Ziqing, the director of the teaching department of the Green Dragon Academy in the Longhua Kingdom, and also your homeroom teacher at the Green Dragon Academy. Lin Chuan didn't expect this person to be his class teacher in college. And it could make the head of the Qinglong Academy's academic affairs office come personally at night. Could it be that there was something big going on? Good day, Mr. Zhong. You came to visit in the middle of the night, I don't know what it is? Lin Chuan hurriedly invited the two inside. I'm sure you already have some expectations of your performance points in the professional's higher level examination, right? Zhong Ziqing asked. It was impossible to have no expectations. Lin Chuan had at least gotten almost perfect scores in the first two examinations. It was only later that the scoring criteria were changed, and this year's college entrance exam results were announced surprisingly only in terms of rankings, which made him feel very unhappy. You don't need to care. Although this year's assessment standards were temporarily changed and no specific points results were announced, your points this year are only more or less. Your points will be released to you later when you return to the Green Dragon Academy with me. To the Green Dragon Academy? Now. Good. I know you're surprised, but this is the result of a discussion between the entire school leadership, so I hope you understand. Originally, Lin Chuan didn't think there was anything to it, he had wanted to study at the Green Dragon Academy earlier. But after Zhong Ziqing explained it like this, he couldn't understand it even more. Just for the sake of his early enrollment, the leaders of the entire Qinglong Academy had even held a meeting to discuss this. Why is this? Zhong Ziqing smiled faintly. In fact, Senior Long Wanli was the past principal of our Green Dragon Academy, and he sent back some information about you to the school. Lin Chuan suddenly realized. It was probably because Long Wanli had told them about the fact that he had been planted with a vengeance mark by the Star Realm Alien Lord's detachment. According to Long Wanli, the Star Domain demons had infiltrated human society, and the Green Dragon Academy was protecting itself with this move. Although the Green Dragon Academy was entrusted by Senior Long Wanli to provide you with a place of refuge, I have a word first. Only strength is the hard truth to survive in this world. If you are not strong enough, in the future, even with the shelter of Senior Long Wanli, I will definitely expel you from the school. Don't worry, Teacher Zhong, I will definitely not fail you in Senior Long Wanli. Putting the good words aside, you have to prove yourself first before you can do so. I have another purpose for this visit. It just so happens that your senior sister is going on a mission recently, so you should follow along and perform well then. Zhong Ziqing then added to Yan Jun. Principal Yan, you have produced a nice and good seedling, I hope that you will continue to work hard and produce more talents. Since I've already received someone, then I won't bother you anymore. We'll return to Qinglong Academy now. Xia City, where the Green Dragon Academy was located, was more than 20,000 kilometers away from East Sea City. In the wilderness where magical creatures were rampant nowadays, it would take at least a week to arrive, even if one were to take the battle train express. Obviously, Zhong Ziqing did not intend to use this conventional method. Only a blinding light emerged from beneath his feet, and as the light spread, a magic formation appeared beneath his feet, instantly enveloping both him and Lin Xuan. This is a teleportation spell formation. I've already established a passageway between me and the Green Dragon Academy. It will only take half an hour to get there. Only needing half an hour, this kind of speed was really exaggerated. It's going to be a little bumpy when the spell starts. Now hold your breath and let's go. A dazzling light enveloped Lin Xuan and the two of them, and in the next moment, they disappeared into the room. Half an hour later, the two of them, Lin Xuan and Zhong Ziqing, walked out of the Green Dragon Academy's teleportation array. It was already dark, but the Green Dragon Academy was bustling with activity, and the front of the teleportation array was surrounded by students. Green Dragon Academy's combat teaching is focused on missions. These are the students who are preparing to set off on a mission. Zhong Ziqing introduced. Lin Xuan expressed his approval of this teaching method. Although copies were a good choice, only fighting in a place with a lot of uncertainty like a wilderness area could greatly improve one's strength. Rock, you come over here. This is the student who just enrolled today. You take your schoolmate to go through the enrollment procedures. Zhong Ziqing casually pointed his hand, and a chubby senior ran his ass over. Director Zhong, I am preparing to go out on a mission here. Can you see if you can change someone else? Cut the crap, 200 points. Okay, schoolmate, this way please, I'll take you to do the formalities. As soon as he heard Zhong Ziqing's words, this fat senior immediately changed like a person, immediately became attentive, pulling Lin Xuan straight to the registration office. This senior looked like he was familiar with the program and quickly helped Lin Xuan with the enrollment procedures and then took him to the dormitory. While walking, the fat senior introduced Lin Xuan to the basic situation of Qinglong Academy. Chapter 059 Seeing Xia Yuqing again. During the conversation, Lin Xuan learned that the fat senior's name was LV Dapeng, his occupation was Golden Rock Warrior, an orange legendary occupation, and now his level was already as high as 39, 2 terms higher than Lin Xuan. I don't know if it's because of the characteristics of his profession, but so far, his professional performance isn't very powerful. Leave your information card with me for now, I'll go rent a dormitory for you. Thanks Senior Rock. By the way, Senior, what did Mr. Zhong mean when he said points just now? I can see that your attitude has changed quite a bit before and after. Lin Xuan asked curiously. What Elder Zhong meant was that if I take you through the enrollment procedures, I'll get a reward of 200 points. Points, Zhong Ziqing did make a point of emphasizing this thing just now. Then what is the use of this points? Points, that's the most useful thing in the National Professionals University, equivalent to an independent currency. I can put it to you this way, in Green Dragon Academy, as long as you live, breathing consumes points. Is that so exaggerated? That's not true. Let's say this life, a single-room dormitory requires 100 points a day, a meal 20 points, a drink 10 points, go out and get high with your classmates, at least 200 to 300 points. Do you think it's horrible? It's good that you're a freshman, you gained a lot of points when you took the professional entrance exam, that's the easiest way to get points. But I still suggest you save some money and rent a 4-bedroom in the dormitory, it's only 20 points a day. No, I'll rent a single room, I'm used to being alone. Lin Xuan had too many secrets on his body nowadays, so naturally he couldn't be in the same room with someone, it was best to be alone. That's fine, just change your own dormitory when you run out of points later. Lu Dapeng did not dwell too much on this matter. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had arrived at the dormitory area, and Lu Dapeng began to teach Lin Xuan how to handle the rental procedures. There are different room types in this self-service check-in machine. Any room that shows vacant on it can be rented. Swipe your information card after you've chosen a room type. Here it will show your points balance, individual, 10, 100, 1000, 20,000, 21,000, that's your current balance. Strange, how come the Green Dragon Academy admission points are so low this year, only 20,000 points to get in? In previous years, it would take at least 70,000 upwards to be admitted. Lu Dapeng muttered, feeling very strange. Senior, you counted off a zero, Lin Xuan came up. Oh, there's one less, so you're. Well, 210,000. Holy, how could you have 210,000 points? How could you have 210,000 points? Lu Dapeng suddenly exploded, he repeatedly confirmed Lin Xuan's points, it was indeed 210,000 correct. 210,000, is that a lot? A lot? More than a lot, this is simply impossible. There are a total of 3 levels of assessment in the professional higher education examination, the total points for each level of assessment is 50,000, and the total points are only 150,000. Lu Dapeng couldn't figure out even if he thought about it, why would someone overscore? According to the difficulty design of the professional's higher education examination, to get 50,000 points was already quite remarkable. It's probably because I have a higher bonus point for the first level. Bull, there are strict rules on extra points in the professional's high school exam, and the maximum number of extra points for each level won't exceed 10,000 points. And the second level doesn't allow extra points, at most 170,000 points at most. Lin Chuan scratched his head. I'm not sure about that. It's true that people are more angry than people. I only had 80,000 points when I came in back then. You're almost more than 3 times as many points as me. LV Dupeng cursed and finished helping Lin Chuan with the formalities, then left in a huff. Lin Chuan moved into the new dormitory and felt at ease as he lay on the bed in the dormitory. The security system of Qinglong Academy was very strong. This dormitory could not be entered by anyone other than himself, and once someone tried to break into it, the school's law enforcement team would be the first to arrive. I wonder what exactly is the mission that teacher Zhong is talking about. Early the next morning, Lin Chuan's dormitory door was knocked on, and the one who came was a senior. You're Lin Chuan? My name is Yang Chong. Someone asked me to find you. There was impatience in the man's tone. Looking for me? Do we know each other? It's an assignment from Director Chung, please cooperate. Speaking of Director Zhong, Lin Chuan knew. Oh, okay, this is coming. Lin Chuan followed Yang Chong out the door and headed to the mission location. The place where they agreed to meet was at the Green Dragon Academy cafeteria. And it's not even the hall. After Yang Chong entered the cafeteria, he pensively brought Lin Chuan to the back kitchen. Senior Yang Chong, are we in the wrong place? Lin Chuan was puzzled. This place didn't look like a place for a mission. Of course not. This will be our secret base from now on. Yang Chong didn't reply, but Lin Chuan heard a mischievous voice ringing out in front of him. Directly in front of Lin Chuan, a young girl was propping her hands on the table, blinking her eyes and staring at Lin Chuan. It's you? Xia Yuqing? This young girl was none other than the Xia Yuqing that Lin Chuan had met in the outskirts of Donghai City and had gifted him the ring of the Outer Dao inheritance. Lin Chuan, we meet again. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be so soon. From the last time they met until now, it was a long story, but in fact, only half a month had passed. Only, the secret base you said. Is? It's here, the back kitchen of the Green Dragon Academy cafeteria. It's a place I bought especially for you, and from now on it's all yours. Xia Yuqing brought out a large pot of slaughtered rabbits from under the table, roughly estimating that there were at least 40 to 50 of them. This. Ugh, after the last time I ate the rabbit you roasted, I couldn't get it out of my head for a long time. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this bite? A full half month. Lin Chuan had a head full of black lines, so she just had a craving. Alright, hurry up and drill, everyone has been waiting for a long time. Xia Yuqing pulled Lin Chuan to the stove. Only then did Lin Chuan realize that there were other people standing in the back kitchen. So this is the Prince Charming that made Big Sister's heart skip a beat? Hello, my name is Wang Yuan. Screw you, I was thinking about the roasted rabbit he made. Xia Yuqing cursed with a red face. I heard that there's a genius candidate who got into the Green Dragon Academy this year. It wouldn't be you, brother, would it? My name is Hong Xiaochen. I don't think so. There are too many geniuses in the Dragon China country this year. It took me a lot of effort to get in. Lin Chuan said modestly. Little brother, you can't fool me. Being able to enroll early, ordinary people don't get this kind of treatment. Hong Xiaochen's voice was crispy and tickled Lin Chuan's heart. Her fingertips traced over Lin Chuan's face, teasingly. Xiaochen, do you still want your hand? Suddenly, Xia Yuqing's icy voice rang out, and Hong Xiaochen couldn't help but fight back, resentfully backing away from Lin Chuan. Misunderstanding, Sister Yuqing, I just want to try out the strength of the new members. I named the person I want, and I still need you to verify his strength? Xia Yuqing's voice suddenly became louder, frightening Hong Xiaochen into coyness. After drinking back Hong Xiaochen, Xia Yuqing then slowly explained. Lin Chuan, let me introduce you. Qinglong Academy uses execution missions as the basis for practical learning, and execution missions are divided into two forms, single and multi-person. Our group's codename is Dark Moon Tidal Wave, and it's a multi-person group. From now on, the 5 of us will be the members of this group. Multiplayer missions need to be accepted under the codename, but this does not affect your personal experience. You can still perform other missions under your personal name, but you must return when the group is in need. Next I will reintroduce the members of the group. I, Xia Yuqing, Captain of Dark Moon Tide, Profession Division Assassin, Legacy Level, Assassin Department, Level 27. This is Wang Yuan, Profession Running Thunder Swordsman, Legacy Grade, Warrior Department, Level 33. Hong Xiaochen, Profession Phantom Demon Spirit, Legendary Rank, Control Lineage, Level 31. You should recognize this one, Yang Chong, Profession Giant Spirit Rex, Legendary Rank, Warrior Lineage, Level 36. Lin Chuan felt incomparably shocked. These people in front of him casually took out one of them to be over 30 levels, and they were all legendary rank professions. Qinglong Academy was really a hidden tiger and a dragon. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that these level 30 plus people had completely recognized level 27 Xia Yuqing as the captain. So Xia Yuqing's true strength was still above the others? Chapter 060 Conflict. Lin Xuan, introduce yourself as well. Xia Yuqing said to Lin Xuan. Hello seniors and sisters, my name is Lin Xuan, profession spectral summoner, mythic level, sort of summoning department, level 20. Lin Xuan was in the Green Dragon Academy, so naturally he didn't need to hide his information too much, and directly reported his native information. Mythic level profession? You really are the rumored genius of this year. And you're actually level 20? As a freshman, your upgrade speed is too exaggerated. Everyone was very surprised to hear that Lin Xuan's profession was mythic level. Although there was only a difference of one level between legendary rank and mythic rank, there was a world of difference in strength. Moreover, in the entire Longhua country, there hadn't been a mythic rank occupation for over 100 years. Compared to senior sister, I'm still far behind. We, Dark Moon Tides, honor strength. As long as your strength is up to standard, even if it's not, there's still your sister to cover you, everything else is trivial. Hong Xiaochen said lightly. On the contrary, Yang Chong, who stood on the sidelines without saying anything, at this moment, his hands were clenched into fists with veins exposed on them. What's all trivial? What our group lacks right now is powerful mages that can inflict wide-range kills. What's the point of summoning a summoning department in? And it's still only level 20, how strong can a level like this be, waiting to drag us down? Yang Chong suddenly exploded, drawing surprised gazes from the people around him. Alright Yang Chong, cut the crap. Behave, don't argue here, I'm doing this for your own good. Wang Yuan and Hong Xiaochen stepped forward to dissuade Yang Chong. Yang Chong was in a fit of anger and couldn't listen to the words of the two at all. You guys stop pretending to be good guys there, don't you have any doubts in your hearts? We all came to the Green Dragon Academy for better cultivation. I don't want to be dragged back and cause the regiment to die out. If we have to let this guy into the Dark Moon Tide, then I choose to quit. Me and him, only one can stay. Since someone doesn't welcome me, I don't have to join the team. Lin Xuan felt irritated. He didn't care about whether or not he joined the Dark Moon Tide, but Yang Chang's tone made him feel irritated. Am I the captain or are you the captain? Do I need your approval on who I recruit in? Looks like you want to be the master of the house? Xia Yuqing said to Yang Chong, his tone carrying killing intent as if he could take his life at any time. If you don't want to stay here, go to old monster Zhong yourself and mention your application to leave the team. Yang Chang's intention was to obstruct Lin Xuan from entering the team, but he didn't want Xia Yuqing to defend Lin Xuan so much that he didn't hesitate to directly dismiss himself. Fine, Xia Yuqing, you're using your personal power in such a messy way, sooner or later Dark Moon Tidal Wave will be killed by you. Just quit the team, I won't serve anymore. Yang Chong hatefully slammed the table and left. Big sister, Yang Chong was talking in a moment of anger, I'll go persuade him. I'll go too. The two of them, Wang Yuan and Hong Xiaochen, saw the situation and slipped away. Yuqing, you don't have to make things so hard with your teammates for me. Lin Xuan began to persuade Xia Yuqing. Xia Yuqing suddenly revealed a smile. Do you think he's really going to quit the team? He's just messing with me. Fooling around? Lin Xuan expressed his disbelief. Don't just chat, you roast the rabbit first. You glutton. Lin Xuan doted on Xia Yuqing and then started roasting the rabbit. The fire here is too big, and without the scent of the wood, the flavor might be a bit worse. That's okay, as long as you baked it, I love it. Lin Xuan rolled up his sleeves and started working. I see that Yang Chong seems to be very hostile to me. You just came to school, it's normal that you're not quite sure. Xia Yuqing began to explain. In fact, as Yang Chong said, what our squad lacks the most right now is a high burst from a magic lineage profession. Before you joined the squad, Elder Zhang was already prepared to slip me another teammate, a magician, a level 38 extreme fire magician. And this person is Yang Chang's cousin. I see. Lin Xuan then realized why Yang Chong had a look of displeasure at himself from the very beginning. He didn't realize that it was because his appearance had ruined his cousin's entry into the team. Fire magicians all have extremely high explosive power, so it's indeed very suitable for this group. But why did you pick me? Because I think you're stronger than fire magicians. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. You think so highly of me, aren't you afraid that I'll screw you over when the time comes? That won't be the case, even if you're a pit. As long as I'm the captain for a day, I'll definitely be able to protect you. Xia Yuqing patted her chest to guarantee it. The two of them talked for a while. The rabbit was already roasted, and Xia Yuqing began to feast on it. But then again, how are you going to handle this matter in the end? If Yang Chong really quits, isn't our group still missing one person? Don't worry, I've dealt with this matter a long time ago and won't let Yang Chong leave the group. Moreover, I've applied to old monster Zhong for a reserve team member slot, so you and Yang Chong, his cousin, will be considered team members when the time comes. Only to take care of Yang Chong, I still need you to step in. You tell me, what do you want me to do? Lin Xuan agreed in one gulp. Xia Yuqing was so defensive of himself, it was only natural that Lin Xuan would have to contribute as well. Although his intention was not to cause conflict, this matter was after all due to himself. Alright then, I'll ask him out. Xia Yuqing sent a message to Yang Chong and agreed to meet at the ring field in the afternoon. After dealing with Yang Chong, Xia Yuqing dragged Lin Xuan to visit the Green Dragon Academy. Green Dragon Academy was worthy of being the #1 ranked university in Longhua country, covering a very huge area and with all kinds of facilities. Even the trading house and the transformation shrine have branches on campus, so you don't have to go outside to buy anything in the future. The two of them wandered around the school for a long time, and after having lunch, it was time for the appointment. In addition to the regular training playground, Green Dragon Academy also had a facility called the Ring Field. The Ring Arena, also known as the PK Arena, was originally established to allow students to engage in actual combat sparring here, thus enhancing their combat experience with human professionals. The PK Arena has developed to the present day, and has formed a set of unique and distinctive systems. Every month, the system would rank the participating students based on their performance and determine the top 100 young masters. This was not only an honor, but also an opportunity. At the end of every month, the top 100 students of this ranking had the opportunity to participate in the Green Dragon Academy's auction meeting. The lots that appeared inside were all treasures that could not be seen in the usual market, and there were even rare equipment and props that had been passed down from the Starfield battlefield. Those could be the most practical and rare treasures. There was even a certain auction where artifact-level equipment appeared. The PK field covered hundreds of acres, one of the several popular areas of the Green Dragon Academy, and inside it was divided into several zones based on the ring level of the participants. The lowest level was the ordinary zone, and on the way up were the bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and king zones. Students can earn points by participating in ring battles, and reaching a certain number of points will upgrade the PK segment. Of all the segments, only the king segment does not have a fixed point limit, but instead chooses 100 students to advance in order of points from most to least. These are the regular segments. There was also a special area in the Green Dragon Academy PK Arena called the Melee Zone. Players of any segment could participate, and both segments would be hidden when they battled each other. That's why there are often high-level students coming to the mosh pit to fry fish. Chapter 061, Battling a Level 36 Legendary Profession. Today was Lin Chuan's first time in the PK Arena, so he could only register for the lowest common segment. Lin Chuan took his student card and handed it to the staff behind the counter. "Hello, I'm here to register my information." Lin Chuan's perception was sharp. He realized that the staff member standing behind the counter in front of him was not simple. His level had reached at least level 40. He didn't realize that in the Green Dragon Academy, even the ordinary staff members had such a high rank. The man received the card with a polite smile. "Classmate, this is your first time registering, right? Then I can only put you in the general segment. Alright, this is your student card. In the future, you only need to swipe your card to log in your information for future matches, and when your points reach the standard in the future, you can come here to find me to upgrade your segment." The staff handed the card back to Lin Chuan. Not long after, Yang Chong also arrived at the PK Arena, and next to him stood a young girl in a long fiery red dress. It was thought to be Yang Chang's cousin. "Captain, I don't think it's a fair fight for you to put me against this kind of rookie. Moreover, I don't accept additional conditions that limit my strength, and I will definitely go all out in this fight." Yang Chang's words carried the flavor of gunpowder, clearly not putting Lin Chuan in his eyes. Even though Lin Chuan was a mythic rank profession, he was only level 20. Whereas Yang Chang's level was already as high as level 36, there was a world of difference in between that could not be made up for by a mythic rank profession. "Yang Chong, don't be like this." "Hello Captain Xia, my name is Hu Jing, please don't be offended if Yang Chong has caused you trouble." Hu Jing's character was gentle, completely different from Yang Chang's fiery temper. "This is the new team member, right? Congratulations, Dark Moon Tidal Wave is a group that ranks high in the entire Green Dragon Academy. My name is Lin Chuan, hello." Lin Chuan smiled back. He had a good impression of Yang Chang's cousin. "Alright, enough with the nonsense. Team Xia, I only have one request. If I win this matchup, I request that Hu Jing be allowed to replace Lin Chuan on the team." Xia Yuqing nodded, "Of course. However, I also have one request. If you lose this competition, for the next year, you have to obey Lin Chuan." "Okay, no problem." Yang Chong agreed in one gulp. He naturally did not wimp out on the conditions that Xia Yuqing put forth. According to Lin Chuan's self-reported information, he was only level 20 right now and was still in the summoning department. Yang Chong was now leveled up to level 36, the highest leveled person in the group. If level 36 still lost to level 20 Lin Chuan, that would be a big joke. Lin Chuan shook his head helplessly. "You girl." It was obvious that Xia Yuqing was intentionally pulling a junior for Lin Chuan when she made this offer. "Level 36 Looks like he has to get real this time," Lin Chuan said in his heart. Even though he already had several battle experiences of facing level 30 and even level 40 professionals, he still felt a lot of pressure towards Yang Chong. How strong would a level 36 of a legendary profession actually be? "Since you're all fine with it, let's register to enter." The two handed their student cards to the staff, registered their information and headed to the ring area. Xia Yuqing, on the other hand, and Hu Jing both headed to the audience to watch the battle. "Captain Xia, thank you for helping me secure a spot as a reserve player. This time, Yang Chong was indeed reckless, so please don't let him leave the team so easily. Yang Chong is a smart person, he will think clearly on his own, the door of Dark Moon Tide Ringing is always open to him. It's just that he's young and vigorous right now, I'm trying to thwart him this time. You mean, let this new team member named Lin Chuan do it? Xia Yuqing nodded, have you ever thought about it? Why I'd rather recruit him in, but not the magicians we're desperately short of right now. This. Hu Jing was momentarily speechless, of course she had thought about it. No, it should be everyone who thought so, this Lin Chuan's relationship with Xia Yuqing must be extraordinary. They all say that I use my power for personal gain? Do I look like that kind of person? I chose Lin Chuan because he is stronger than all of you. Perhaps, in some ways, it's possible that he's even stronger than me. Hu Jing's breath stuttered, she didn't expect Xia Yuqing to say such words. The reason why Xia Yuqing was able to lead Dark Moon Tidal Wave was entirely because of her superior strength, and now she was actually openly admitting that she was no match for Lin Chuan. This Lin Chuan, however, was a freshman who was only level 20, and his profession was still the summoning department. How could he be stronger than Xia Yuqing? The summoning department, strong in summoned beasts, never had an advantage in battles between professionals. Hurry up, the match will start soon. Luckily, I caught up. Hey, Captain, you're all here? At this moment, Wang Yuan and Hong Xiaochen suddenly rushed up to the audience from the direction of the entrance. They naturally wouldn't miss out on the intra-team battle between these two, Yang Chong and Lin Chuan. The two of them walked over to Xia Yuqing and sat down, and the match in the ring started right away. Next, let us welcome the next group of contestants. The host's voice rang out from the ring as Lin Chuan and Yang Chong walked onto the ring. Starting today, our Green Dragon Academy PK Arena welcomes a new student, please invite the opposing sides to enter. Freshman Lin Chuan, the opponent is Yang Chong. On the large screen above the ring, the personal information of both appeared. Wang Yuan's eyes were so scared that they were about to fall off. Big sister, this Lin Chuan, he's really only level 20. The information reported verbally could be faked, but the PK field came with a perception effect. The information of the students scanned by the PK field would never lie. Yeah, he said it himself. Xia Yuqing replied indifferently. I remember that Yang Chong PK field has already reached the platinum segment, and with a few more wins, he'll be able to advance to diamond, with a battle of such disparate strength. Big sister, should we interrupt the match? Hong Xiaochen expressed deep concern for Lin Chuan. On the contrary, Xia Yuqing remained calm and revealed confidence. Watch carefully, this is also an important lesson for you, strength is not all determined by rank. Yang Chong, who was in the ring, naturally saw Lin Chuan's message. Only level 20, it's a waste of time to fight such a low-level opponent. Moreover, what Yang Chong saw was still Lin Chuan's information after using the Lion God Chain to edit it, and the attributes weren't too bright. The moment he saw Lin Chuan's information, Yang Chong already knew that he was bound to win this one. You're a summoner, so you start summoning, lest it be said that I'm bullying you. Yang Chong could see Lin Chuan's information, and Lin Chuan could naturally see Yang Chang's information. Name, Yang Chong. Profession, Giant Spirit Rex. Level, 36. Power, 8,575. Physique, 8,300. Agility, 6,210. Mental strength, 7,170. Attributes close to 10 times Lin Chuan's. It's bound to be a tough battle today. Oh, well then, you're still weirdly nice. Since Yang Chong wanted to let go of the water, Lin Chuan certainly wouldn't push back. Usually summoning faculties took time to summon, but Lin Chuan wasn't an ordinary summoning faculty, he was a mythic rank profession summoner with an independent necromancy space. Just by snapping his fingers, 20 summoned beasts suddenly appeared above the ring. Good fellow, I underestimated you. Surprisingly, you can summon 20 summoned beasts at once. The number of instantaneous summons was one of the most important means of judging the strength of a summoning profession. In that case, let's begin. Wind Spirit Strength. Facing 20 summoned beasts, Yang Chong didn't dare to be careless, and directly used his status skill as a green-colored energy surrounded him. Both players are ready, the match will now begin. With the referee's order, both sides began to move. Yang Chong was very fast, turning into a green-colored residual shadow as he rushed towards Lin Chuan. Wind Spirit Strength applies a wind element buff to himself, increasing his movement speed by 30% and causing attacks to carry additional wind element damage. Stop him. Lin Chuan gave an order, and the silver-level soul-hooking bullheads closed in towards Yang Chong, blocking his angle of attack. The platinum-level Death God minions then began to attack him. Countless slashes flashed by, and the Death God servants' attacks were like a huge net that enveloped Yang Reorganization personally. With the Wind Spirit Strength, Yang Chang's speed reached an unbelievable level. Facing the siege of the Death God servants, he was even able to dodge through the gaps in the attacks. Good boy, underestimated you. Break for me. Yang Chong originally wanted to rely on the Wind Spirit Strength's bonus to quickly resolve the battle, but he didn't want Lin Chuan's summoned beasts to turn out to be so numerous that he could only make a breakthrough head-on. With the advantage of speed, Yang Chong sought a breakthrough and struck the Death Servant with all his might. This punch gathered all of his strength and anger, bound to kill Lin Chuan's summoned beast in one blow. However, Death Servant Platinum level attack by Yang Chong, blood 23,300,000. Yang Chang's attack only knocked out less than 20% of the Death God Servant's blood. Chapter 062 Not weakly down. And even more outrageous. Not far away, White Impermanence started casting spells, and this Death Servant's blood level recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't take a moment for it to become full-blooded again. What a strong summoned beast! Yang Chong was secretly shocked in his heart. With the power of his punch, even if he was facing a level 30 opponent, he would still be able to injure the opponent. However, facing this summoned creature that Lin Chuan had summoned, he was unexpectedly defeated. Could it be that this guy can overlevel summons? Super rank summoning was a powerful summoning skill where the summoned beast possessed a higher rank than the summoner himself, and was naturally more powerful. Even if your summoned beast is strong, the weakness is the main body. Earth-splitting impact. Seeing that the breakthrough was hopeless, Yang Chong turned to other tactics. Preparing to decapitate Lin Chuan directly from a distance, he unleashed his long-range attack skill. Only to see Yang Chang's double fists pounding on the ground, huge amounts of energy erupted from his fists, transforming into a shock that sped towards Lin Chuan. Wherever the energy passed, the ground collapsed, and the entire marble ring was actually whacked out into a gully about 3 meters wide. I didn't expect Yang Chong to use his second skill so quickly. This Lin Chuan little brother is really extraordinary. Hu Jing complimented. For this cousin of hers, Hu Jing was well aware of how strong he was, having already reached the platinum segment in the PK field at a young age. As long as the momentum is maintained, it is certain that this year will be able to rise to the diamond level, and then there is still hope to impact the highest segment of the king. However, what Hu Jing did not expect was to face Lin Chuan, who was only level 20, but surrendered his second skill so quickly. Perhaps, Team Xia was right, this Lin Chuan is really stronger than Yang Chong? No. Hu Jing quickly dismissed her thoughts. She really couldn't imagine how exactly Lin Chuan would be able to win against Yang Chong in the face of a level 16 grade difference. It was almost impossible. The split earth impact was extremely fast and came with such force that it was accompanied by the vibration of the ground, causing Lin Chuan to nearly lose his center of gravity. A level 36 legendary profession, its strength is really not bad. Phoenix Feather, Kai. Yang Chang's attack was fierce, but Lin Chuan's reaction wasn't bad either. At the critical moment, Lin Chuan directly released the Phoenix Feather, and a pair of fiery red feathers suddenly appeared behind his back. As the Phoenix Feather flapped its wings, Lin Chuan brought out a series of residual shadows in the air, dodging Yang Chang's attack with incredible speed. If you're hit head-on, you'll definitely be seriously injured, right? The destructive power of the earth-splitting impact was so great that it spread all the way to the edge of the ring. Looking at the gullies on the ground, Lin Chuan's heart palpitated. However, it's my turn now. Black Impermanence, Assassination. Lin Chuan's voice was cold as he renewed his attack command to the summoned beast. With a flash of black shadows, a black impermanence instantly appeared behind Yang Chong, the 2-meter-long clawed thorn in its hand aiming at his neck. Yang Chong had just sent out an attack at this moment, and his entire body was revealing flaws. The sudden change in the situation also caused a shock in Yang Chang's heart. A summoned creature with skills, good boy, hiding so deeply. But a level 36 professional isn't that easy to deal with. Wind Spirit Power, Shock Strike. Just as Black Impermanence's attack was about to hit, Yang Chang's body suddenly blazed with green light. Immediately afterward, an energy visible to the naked eye erupted from his body, directly forcing Black Impermanence back. This is the second stage of my Wind Spirit Strength, which can completely explode my full power and cause small damage to the surrounding area. However, after this move, my Wind Spirit Strength will also be ineffective. You're good, forcing me to use this move in such a short time. I recognize your strength. Yang Chong carefully explained the effect of his skill to Lin Chuan, and it could be seen that he regarded Lin Chuan as a worthy opponent. But immediately after that, Yang Chang's words changed. I still don't approve of the decision to let you join the team. If you want to join Dark Moontide, you'll have to defeat me first. Take this move from me, Giant Spirit Skyfall. A milky white light descended from the sky and landed on Yang Chong, emitting a faint fluorescent light. This light seemed to have a nourishing effect, and Yang Chang's body quickly swelled up, and in the blink of an eye it had become more than 4 meters tall. The size was even more exaggerated than Lin Chuan's summoned beast. With the increase of the Giant Spirit Skyfall, my attributes have been increased by 100%, and on top of that, the skill coefficient can be increased by another 50%, so I'll see how you'll take it. The attributes were directly doubled. Yang Chang's attributes were already close to 15,000, and was already on par with a platinum-level Death God servant. Yang Chong Arrow stepped forward and swung his fist at one of the platinum-grade Death God servants. Boom! The fist collided with the Death Servant's diamond armor, and a violent rumbling sound suddenly erupted. With just a brief contact, the platinum-level Death God servant was already defeated, turning into a cannonball that flew out backwards. Attack by Yang Chong, Reaper Servant Platinum grade 69,800,000 airblood. Yang Chang's punch directly knocked out close to half of the Death God Servant's blood. It was important to realize that yesterday, Huang Yu had used a skill to knock out so much blood from Lin Xuan's summoned beast, whereas Yang Chong was now using a normal attack. What a terrifying power! Nowadays, the Death Servant's attributes were already 16,000, and his blood quantity had reached a terrifying 160,000, and there was also a 40% damage reduction for the Platinum Realm power. Even so, the Platinum level Death God Servant could not carry Yang Chang's 3 attacks. However, Lin Xuan was not the only one who was surprised. Yang Chang's heart was equally shocked. He knew the power of Giant Spirit Heavenly Descent, which was a legendary level career effect bonus, and there was also a damage deepening effect. Even if he encountered a rare level 40 expert, he would not be a match for him. Originally, he had envisioned directly seconding Lin Xuan's summoned beast, but the end result turned out to be only half of his blood being knocked out. Just how many levels is this guy's summoned beast? Why is it so hard? You had a good fight just now it's my turn. Together! Lin Xuan bellowed, commanding the summoned beasts to swarm him. Although Yang Chong now had an increase, however, facing the siege of many summoned beasts, he was still under a lot of pressure. Clatter! The sound of chains came from the ring as Hooked Horseface ran towards Yang Chong dragging the fiery red chains. Hook Soul Horseface, Hook Soul Strike. A fiery red chain suddenly descended from the sky, taking the opportunity created by the Death God Servant and the Soul Hooking Ox head to accurately hit on Yang Chong. Hook Soul Horseface Silver level uses Hook Soul Strike, dealing 71,300,000 damage. Hook Soul Horseface's bludgeoning skill was truly terrifying, surprisingly dealing even more damage than Yang Chong. Even though Yang Chong tried his best to defend himself, he was still hit to the point that his breath withered and he almost couldn't maintain the state of Giant Spirit Heavenly Descent. Yang Chang's body was trembling. He really couldn't figure out why a summoner whose level was only 20 could be so terrifyingly strong. Lowering your influence, crashing. Lin Xuan didn't give Yang Chong any chance to catch his breath. Seeing that Yang Chong was injured, he was going to beat up the fallen dog, and hurriedly let the Death Servant step forward to make up for it. Blade light flashed as the Death God Servant attacked again. At the critical moment, Yang Chang's fighting instinct was aroused, and he quickly judged the current situation, and hardened himself to carry the attack of the Death God Servant to break through from the encirclement of the summoned beasts. After escaping, Yang Chong looked around for Lin Xuan's figure. It was only at this point that he realized that he was completely no match for these summoned beasts, and that if he wanted to win this match, he had to find Lin Xuan as a breakthrough. However, Lin Xuan didn't give him this chance. Black Impermanence, assassinate. Another command was issued, and Black Impermanence instantly moved behind Yang Chong, ready to launch a fatal strike. However, this Yang Chang's strength was indeed good. Even if he was heavily injured, Lin Xuan could not easily win. At this point, Yang Chong could no longer maintain his state. Shocking Heavenly Palm. He only heard him shouting. His body's aura skyrocketed at a terrifying speed, and the energy was so terrifying that it directly formed a half-meter thick energy shield around Yang Chang's body. Black Impermanence's attack was unexpectedly unable to pierce it. Instead, Yang Chong caught the break and sent Black Impermanence flying out with a punch. Chapter 063 Victory. It's going to end. In the audience, Xia Yuqing raised her eyebrows and suddenly opened her mouth. It's the Shocking Palm. This is Yang Chang's strongest killing move. He even used it. Quickly stop him, don't let him use it. This move in the Giant Spirit Skyfall state would seriously injure even a level 45 professional when hit. Hu Jing went against her earlier calmness and suddenly became nervous. Captain Xia quickly asked the referee to terminate the match. Xia Yuqing had a calm face and sat there indifferently. No need, if we can't defeat Yang Chong at his strongest state, he won't be convinced after all. You guys wait and see. In the ring, although Yang Chong had forced back Black Impermanence who had come to attack, he could never find Lin Xuan's figure. This made him a little anxious. At this moment, Lin Xuan had long since hidden himself among the army of summoned beasts. From the very beginning when Yang Chong bypassed the summoned beasts and attacked him, he knew that his opponent had the ability to directly attack himself, so how could he easily risk his head? Lin Xuan, is this your fighting style? Are you prepared to be a shrunken head turtle for the rest of your life? Yang Chong saw that he couldn't find Lin Xuan and instead, he sneered. Lin Xuan didn't reply, he just kept switching positions in the army of summoned beasts, looking for a suitable opportunity to attack. He knew that this was Yang Chong using agitation, and once he opened his mouth, his position would be exposed. As time passed, the energy shield on Yang Chang's body gradually weakened and was about to disappear. The surprising Heavenly Palm possessed tremendous destructive power and was Yang Chang's greatest killing move. However, it also had a serious backlash effect. Once it was maintained for too long, it would cause irreversible damage to Yang Chong. Facing the army of summoned beasts that kept attacking, Yang Chong could no longer hold on and could only make an attack in the face of the incoming summoned beasts. The strong power of the Heavenly Palm was finally released, the attack was sent out, and the vicinity of Yang Chang's palm was instantly pumped into a vacuum. His move was tricky, choosing Black Impermanence, who was the greatest threat to him. As the attack fell, Black Impermanence's body directly vaporized. Black Impermanence is attacked by Yang Chong, blood 160,000. Yang Chong had actually killed Lin Xuan's summoned beast in one hit. Here's your chance. Seeing Yang Chong unleash his strongest strike, Lin Xuan's chance to counterattack arrived, Shadow Attack. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xuan used his Sword Shadow Assassin's first skill, Shadow Attack, and instantly moved behind Yang Chong. You gave your attack to the summoned beast, so what are you going to do with me? How? On the audience stage, Hu Jing and the others swished to their feet, unable to believe what their eyes were seeing. Isn't he a summoner? How come he has an assassin lineage skill? That's impossible. Even if he's a mythic rank profession, without attribute bonuses, instantly moving behind Yang Chong is still a dead end. Of course Lin Xuan had attribute bonuses, and it was Yang Chong who was at death's door. Only then did Lin Xuan take out his heavy sword weapon and ruthlessly smashed it against Yang Chang's back. Under the addition of 10 times the damage of Sword Shadow unmatched, Yang Chong, who was already at the end of his strength, finally couldn't carry this last blow from Lin Xuan, and his body was directly smashed out of the ring. Yang Chong was, after all, a member of Dark Moon Tidal Wave, and Lin Xuan hadn't aimed this strike at his vitals. But being hit like this, it was unavoidable that he would have to lie in bed for a while. Winner, Lin Xuan. Only with the referee announcing the name of the winner did this ring match finally come to an end. Cheers came from the audience stage. Too wonderful, I didn't expect the summoning profession to be this strong. What's the origin of this new student? Did you guys see it just now? That one called Lin Xuan actually relied on the power of the summoner principle to defeat Yang Chong. Yang Chong, I remember, it's a platinum segment, right? This segment came to the melee zone to fry fish and got counter-killed, against all odds. Wait, did you guys forget that this Lin Xuan is level 20? Level 20? The crowd couldn't help but gulp. Level 20 was so ridiculously strong. After he leveled up, wouldn't that be a proper monster? This match was Lin Xuan's first battle. Obviously, his fighting prowess brought an unprecedented shock to all the spectators present. From today onwards, Lin Xuan's name became the topic of everyone's daily discussion. Yang Chong is in the hands of you guys, take good care of him, ask the best healing professions in Qinglong Academy to take care of him, and the cost of the treatment will come from within the group's funds. Several people agreed and acted individually. Just as the entire arena was cheering, Xia Yuqing rushed to Lin Xuan's side before pulling him to quickly leave the PK arena. The two of them kept running far away and only stopped when they reached a corner of the campus that was off the beaten path. You hit him really hard, Yang Chong was knocked down by you. He won't be able to participate in tomorrow's mission. As compensation, you have to perform well. Xia Yuqing didn't complain about Lin Xuan, instead she said somewhat mischievously. It can't be helped, he's too high level, I'm afraid that if I stay my hand I'll be counter-killed by him. You don't blame me? Why would I blame you? In a ring match, there are naturally dangers and injuries are inevitable. And you shouldn't take it to heart. Qinglong Academy has the best healing department in Longhua country. Yang Chong will be able to recover after lying down for a while. Xia Yuqing said. Suddenly her face became serious. But Lin Xuan, let me ask you, have you activated the Ring of Outer Dao Inheritance that I gave you? Lin Xuan nodded. Well, I didn't expect this thing you gave me to be so precious, Yuqing, thank you. What else is there to say thanks between us? Xia Yuqing blushed slightly and waved her hand repeatedly. From the way you acted just now, it seems like you still have a deep understanding of the assassin profession, unlike certain oddball assassins who choose to fight hard with people. Only. The unlocking condition of the Ring of Outer Way Inheritance is to reach level 35, you're only at level 20 now, how can that be, and you also know the summoning department skill? I don't know, I was just then. Lin Xuan then told the story of how he had acquired the doppelganger and how it had triggered the Ring of the Outer Path Inheritance during the career awakening. So there's still a doppelganger. I didn't expect you to have acquired something so powerful. I guess it should be that a certain energy activated the Ring of Outer Dao Inheritance during the career awakening and forced a change in your career. The Ring of Outer Dao Inheritance originally allowed you to learn an additional assassin department skill, a sort of life-saving skill that I gave you, but I didn't expect you to be able to fully energize it. Your luck is simply heaven-defying. Lin Xuan rubbed his nose, not knowing whether Xia Yuqing's words were a compliment or a put-down. It's just that this Ring of Outer Dao Inheritance can only support you to level 50. If you want to make a breakthrough, you still need to come back to the clan with me. The thought of convincing those old things gives me a headache. Xia Yuqing looked very embarrassed. What is the meaning of this? Why can I only ascend to level 50? Lin Xuan was puzzled. Xia Yuqing began to explain. The complete Ring of Inheritance is divided into the Ring of Outer Dao Inheritance and the Ring of Origin Soul Inheritance, and only by obtaining both rings can you obtain the complete inheritance. Only, these two rings are never passed out. Originally, me giving you the Ring of the Outer Dao Inheritance had already caused the elders of the clan to become dissatisfied with me, and if I were to find them to give you the Ring of the Yuan Soul Inheritance, I'm afraid that even I would be expelled from the clan. From the attitude of the group of black-robed men towards Xie Yuqing last time, Lin Chuan already knew that Xie Yuqing's status within the clan was not low. I didn't expect that with her status and position, she would still be expelled from the family, so it seemed that this ring of inheritance was an unrivaled treasure for her family. I'm afraid it's not that simple to obtain this complete inheritance. Unless, Xie Yuqing suddenly spoke again. Only her face turned scarlet as she wanted to speak. Chapter 064 Green Dragon Academy. Higher-ups shocked. Unless what? Lin Chuan asked after him. Nothing, there's no way for now. Xie Yuqing suddenly refused to answer. But you're only level 20 now, there's still a long way to go to level 50, we'll slowly think of a way later. Lin Chuan could see that Xie Yuqing was in a difficult situation, so he couldn't be bothered to press on. And also, he needed to upgrade 2 professions now, and the upgrade speed was going to be even slower. Take your time, can't make things difficult for you. Tell us about tomorrow's quest. Yes, Yang Chong was injured by you, the matter of the mission has to be replanned, I still have to butt heads with the receiver, I'll let you know when the time is set. Xie Yuqing had to deal with the matter of tomorrow's mission next, so she left first. Lin Chuan originally wanted to go back to meditating to improve his strength, however, in his mind, he was thinking about today's number of copies that he hadn't used, so he sent a message to LV Dapeng asking if there were any copies near the school that he could practice on. Now that Lin Chuan's main body and his doppelganger both needed to upgrade, the opportunity to enter a copy once a day should never be wasted. Before long, Lu Dapeng replied with a message. There are no copies within 200 kilometers around Summer City. If you want to upgrade, you can go to the school playground and brush the scarecrows. Scarecrows? What's that? A scarecrow is a replica. There's a replica over by the playground that specializes in brushing experience for students. You can go over there if you're very short on experience. I wouldn't really recommend it anyway. I'm out on a mission right now, so I'll go offline for now and talk to you when I get back. After saying that, Lu Dapeng cut off the communication, thinking that he was currently on some dangerous mission. Lin Chuan followed LV Dapeng's instructions to the playground, which was more than twice as big as the playground of the first senior high school of Donghai City. Yet there were even more students here than there were in high school. In one corner of the playground, there was a replica entrance. That should be the scarecrow replica that Senior Rock is talking about. Lin Chuan walked towards the entrance of the replica. In front of the entrance, there was a senior on duty. When that person saw Lin Chuan heading straight for the entrance to the duplicate, his fingers tapped on the table forcefully. Classmate, pay the fee first for swiping a copy. Lin Chuan stopped. Sorry, I'm a new student. The man was obviously a bit surprised. Freshman? Are new students enrolling so early this year? My name is Guo Yao, you can just call me senior. You're new here, do you know the do's and don'ts of this copy? Lin Chuan shook his head. Guo Yao was somewhat speechless and began to patiently explain. This copy is called Scarecrow's Tomb, access level 1545, and is the only way to level up in Green Dragon Academy. Although it's not a popular copy, you can only brush this copy to upgrade in Green Dragon Academy. After all, there are no other copies in the area 200 kilometers outside of this summer city. This replica isn't just for anyone to enter either. Each time you enter the replica you have to pay 1,000 points as a fee. No wonder Lu Dapeng didn't recommend coming to brush this copy. There was even a fee, and the fee wasn't low, it was catching up with Lin Chuan's 10 days of rent. This is also too pitiful. Unfortunately, Lin Chuan now needed to level up as quickly as possible, so he had to pay the fee. Guo Yao accepted the fee and continued to talk to Lin Chuan about the do's and don'ts of the copy. This replica is magically altered from a level 30 replica, and the demons in it are all level 30 at the minimum, so it's quite difficult. At the same time, in order to train students to deal with battles in various environments, the creators of the copy also added a lot of special mechanisms into it, and it takes almost 8 hours for a freshman to brush this copy with a set of copying processes. However, if you can find a high-ranking student to take you, it's usually not a big problem to get through. Your level is level 20? Why are you only level 20? Guo Yao was in the middle of giving Lin Chuan a copy explanation when Lin Chuan's information suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. He fixed his eyes on it again, and it turned out that Lin Chuan had already stood at the entrance to the replica. Classmate, are you going to brush your copy alone? This copy. Stop it. You can't voluntarily quit. This copy. Guo Yao shouted at Lin Chuan, however it was already too late. Scarecrow's Tomb, Elite Difficulty, copy activated. A black vortex appeared and Lin Chuan was sucked into the copy. Fine. Elite level. Single brush? Lin Chuan originally wanted to brush the nightmare level difficulty, but then considering the large level span of this copy, he chose elite level for insurance purposes. However, what he thought was insurance was not insurance at all in Guo Yao's eyes. There's going to be a death. This matter has to be notified to the school quickly. Life-threatening brat, it doesn't matter if you die, but don't harm my old man. The reason why Green Dragon Academy had set up a supervisory post in front of the Scarecrow's Tomb replica was to scrutinize the strength qualifications of the new students and prevent rookies like Lin Chuan from mistakenly entering. After all, those who could enter the Green Dragon Academy were all heavenly talents, and they didn't want a generation of geniuses to die prematurely because of this little thing. But now, Gui Yao cursed as he rushed into the office of the Director of Academic Affairs of Qinglong College. Director Zhong, something big has happened. Zhong Ziqing wasn't the only one in his office. At this moment, he was reporting to the vice principal about this year's teaching program. Gui Yao's sudden intrusion annoyed him. Out what out? Out your head, have no manners, come in and knock no, fine you 500 points. The vice principal, however, didn't mind. What happened? You speak first. Vice principal, you're here too? Something big has happened. Just now, there was a level 20 freshman who broke into the Scarecrow's tomb copy by himself, and he's still an elite level. Zhong Ziqing and the vice principal looked at each other with shock in their eyes. A freshman broke into the Scarecrow's tomb copy? You're talking about a new student? Is his name Lin Chuan? Yes, it's Lin Chuan. Director, how did you know? You. Zhong Ziqing was trembling with anger. I told you to stand guard properly. What are you doing? I'm telling you, if anything goes wrong with this student, you get the hell out of here too. Ha? Gui Yao froze. It wasn't like this hadn't happened before, and at most a few thousand points would be deducted. He didn't expect that this time Zhong Ziqing would give himself such a heavy chastisement. What exactly is this Lin Chuan's origin? Gui Yao wondered in his mind, and he looked at the vice principal's complexion as being out of place. Qinglong Academy Vice Principal Su Lan, who didn't know that he was the most amiable and kind person in the school, didn't expect that he would show this kind of expression. Ziqing, quickly gather the teachers at school and gather at the playground. We're forcibly interrupting the copies. After Su Lan finished speaking, his person had already disappeared. Stand here and don't move, wait for me to come back and see how I'll punish you. Zhong Ziqing dropped a vicious sentence and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 065 Vice Book, Scarecrow's Tomb. Forcibly interrupting a copy was a special rescue method set up by the Green Dragon Academy to prevent students from getting into trouble. This behavior was against the rules of the world and was extremely draining on the caster. Even if Green Dragon Academy had the help of a spell formation, it would still require at least 10 level 65 professionals to barely make it. And every time they forcibly interrupted their copies, they would need to rest for at least 10 days and half a month to recover their energy. In just 10 minutes' time, the playground had already gathered 40 teachers who had come to help, and each of these teachers had a level of over 65, with the vast majority of them being close to level 70 professionals. At the same time, Qinglong Academy had mobilized the strongest lineup of medical teams, ready to aid Lin Chuan at any time. At one time, the playground was filled with teams of teachers. This kind of formation was simply unheard of. The abnormality on the playground attracted the attention of bystanders. Hey guys, look, why are so many teachers appearing over there at the replica? I'm afraid that all the teachers on duty have gathered here, right? I heard that it's a freshman who broke into an elite level replica all by himself, and this is preparation for a rescue. TSK, then even if this kid is rescued, he's going to lose half his life, right? This rescue can cost a lot of points. This is afraid that a year will be wasted. Who says otherwise? But have you guys noticed, this time the rescue battle is especially big. I don't know what this new student is really from. Even the vice principal came. Vice Principal Su Lan also came? Go take a look. Not long after, the matter of the rescue of the Scarecrow's tomb replica spread throughout the entire Green Dragon Academy, and some of the students came here as well. The playground was soon crowded with onlookers. The preparations are almost complete. Teachers, now help me abort the copies to save the students of our school. The spells had been set up and everything was ready. Su Lan stood in the eye of the formation. 10 teachers stood on top of the foot of the formation, and the remaining teachers were ready to provide support. The spell formation began to light up, a circle of energy fluctuations surging outwards like a tidal wave. However, right at this critical moment, Su Lan suddenly received a message. It was from the principal. Headmaster. The principal of the Green Dragon Academy, Jiang Tianlei, a candidate for the top 10 strongest candidates of the Longhua Kingdom, with a level as high as 83, his strength was unfathomable. In order to break through these last few levels to promote 90-level absolute powerhouse, traveling outside all year round, do not want to pass back the news today. Sister Erisher, I've heard about the new student. In my perception, I can indeed clearly sense that there is a student without a copy record in the copy, and his life is not in danger for the time being. This student's identity is very special. I hope that you will press on and not implement a rescue for the time being. I will keep a watchful eye on this student's condition at all times, and I will notify you as soon as the situation is not favorable. Jiang Tianlei was not only the principal of the Green Dragon Academy, but also one of the creators of the Scarecrow's tomb replica, and was able to create a subtle connection with the replica and sense what was happening in it. Old Jiang, where have you been? I haven't contacted you for such a long time. Are you still the principal? No way, step aside and let me have it. Jiang Tianlei smiled faintly. Oh, I am now an old friend here. You don't have to worry, after a while I will come back. This time back will not go dry to retirement. Speaking as if who can't wait for you to come back, why don't you just die outside? Zhang Tianlei had been traveling outside for years, all the pressure relied on Su Lan to carry it alone, saying that there was no resentment in his heart was impossible. Alright, no more, my old friend is rushing me, wait for me to go back and catch up. After saying that, Zhang Tianlei cut the connection. This dead old man, you won't die from waves outside. Su Lan finally couldn't help but curse darkly. Immediately afterward, she said to the others, everyone, rescue operations are suspended, stay put and be ready to strike at any time. A copy of the Scarecrow's Tomb, elite level difficulty. Lin Chuan looked around, this was a world shrouded in haze, the light around him was dim, and there were white ghost-like things floating in front of his eyes. The atmosphere of horror was pulled straight through. Beneath his feet was a piece of hard metal that looked like some sort of factory workshop, except that this one existed in the open air. Attacked by Breath of Grievance, Blood 310. A white ghost passed through Lin Chuan's body and he received a blood drop prompt. Originally, according to the rules of this world, both sides had triggered the combat state, yet Lin Chuan realized that the ghost didn't show any blood. Surprisingly, it's an unselectable state, this copy is a bit of a thing. Since I'm here, it's impossible to just quit. Come on, let me see just how hard this copy is. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers and 200 summoned beasts poured out. First, he had the soul-hooking bullhead put a shield on himself to avoid being attacked by the Breath of Grievance again. Lin Chuan then led a group of summoned beasts to the first workshop. Just stepped into the workshop. Brush up. Only to see countless dead twig-like scarecrows crawling out from the corners of the workshop, swarming towards Lin Chuan in a strange walking posture. Ironwood Scarecrow. Level 30. Power 2734. Physique 2890. Agility 460. Mental strength 3358. Lin Chuan was a bit speechless, the access level for this copy of Scarecrow's Tomb was level 1545. Originally, he thought that the monster level would be around level 25 no matter how high it was, and it would be a breeze to brush it up by himself. He didn't expect to come up to level 30, but he was off the charts. Compared to level 30 and level 29, there was a qualitative leap in monster strength. However, Lin Chuan didn't mind. Level 30 monsters and level 20 monsters were nothing more than adding a little bit of battle time to him. The summoned beasts that Lin Chuan had summoned enjoyed a 20x attribute bonus. From the attributes alone, it was definitely not weaker than these level 30 monsters. Give it to me. Lin Chuan barked in order. The laboring platinum level death servant charged forward to meet the Ironwood Scarecrow head on. Ta 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 ta. Before they could even get close, the Ironwood Scarecrows were the first to attack, countless bullets cast in ironwood firing out from their bodies in a flurry of shots at Lin Chuan's summoned beasts. Surprisingly, they could still shoot from a distance? Attacked by Ironwood Scarecrow, Reaper's Servant Platinum level Blood 270, 10. Attacked by Ironwood Scarecrow, Necromantic Servant Platinum 270, 10. The Ironwood Scarecrow's fires bullets extremely fast, causing over a dozen attacks in almost a second. Even though the single damage wasn't high, with the super high number, it could deal horrific damage over time. There were thousands of Ironwood Scarecrows on the scene, and the blood level of the Platinum level Death God Servant was dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. White Impermanence. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers again and summoned 5 white impermanents. The Dark Spirit skill was activated, and the 5 white impermanents, together, were able to restore 10,000 points of blood per second, instantly pulling up the blood that had been beaten down. Soon, the two sides fought short-handedly. Nowadays, the attributes of the Platinum level Death Servant were already as high as 16,000, and it even had the bonus of the power of the Platinum realm. With just 2 slashes, it could take away an Ironwood Scarecrow. Interspersed with attacks from Soul Hook Horseface and Black Impermanence, the Ironwood Scarecrow's attack defense began to crumble in almost the blink of an eye. Chapter 066 Scarecrow Boss. Kill the Ironwood Scarecrow, gain plus 650 experience. Kill Ironwood Scarecrow, gain experience plus 650. Obtained item, Ironwood Trunk. Lin Chuan's experience dawdled, and in just the blink of an eye, it had grown by 20%. Level 30 monsters really do have a lot of experience. 10 monsters can rise 1% experience. After this wave of monsters is cleared, the Demon Shadow Split can directly upgrade. The more Lin Chuan killed, the more energized he became, taking the summoned beasts and crushing them along the way. After 50 minutes, Lin Chuan managed to harvest all 1,000 monsters. With a flash of golden light, the level of the Demon Shadow Split also successfully increased to level 16. Affected by the characteristics of the Demon Shadow Split, Lin Chuan's main body level was now higher than the split, so the experience gained was all counted towards the split. When the last Ironwood Scarecrow fell to the ground, the surroundings changed once again. The originally grey fog suddenly began to riot, eventually gathering in front of Lin Chuan's eyes, and an evil ghost-like creature appeared in front of Lin Chuan's eyes. Scarecrow Spell Spirit Elite. Level 33. Power 3,360. Physique 3,589. Damn, that scared the out of daddy. Give it to me, jerk him off. The environment of this copy was already very scary, and suddenly an evil spirit appeared out of the cold. Anyone else would have to be scared out of their wits. After reacting, Lin Chuan was very angry and directly ordered the soul hooking ox head to swarm up. Fiery red chains flashed by, and the Scarecrow spell spirit, an elite monster, instantly collapsed before it even had time to load out its attributes. Killed Scarecrow spell spirit elite, experience plus 3,500. The first round of monsters had been eliminated, and Lin Chuan headed to the next location. Arriving at the second workshop, the surroundings hadn't changed, even the layout of the workshop was exactly the same. Walking into the workshop, he began to brush the monsters, only to see the ground beneath his feet begin to vibrate, and a huge energy shock suddenly rose up from underneath his feet, coming straight at Lin Chuan and his summoned beasts. This energy was not just one, but spread throughout the entire ground, like a huge attack net that enveloped Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was like prey walking into a trap. However, Lin Chuan will not be caught like this. The advantage of the assassin profession is speed. Lin Chuan fully utilized his strengths, dodging back and forth in the attack, dodging the majority of the attacks. Attacked by evil Scarecrow boss, 1066 blood. The opponent's attack was high, and just by being slightly grazed, Lin Chuan lost nearly 30% of his blood. Out comes the boss. Lin Chuan was not only surprised by the strength of this monster, but also by the length of this copy. This had only just finished the first wave of monsters, and it was surprising that he was directly brushing the boss. It was good that this wave of attacks didn't last long. The target finally showed itself. A branch half a meter thick in diameter broke through the ground and intertwined in the middle of the workshop after launching an attack on Lin Chuan. It eventually turned into a humanoid tentacle monster that was 15 meters tall. Evil Scarecrow boss? Level 36. Power 4,705. Physique 4,621. Agility 0. Mental strength 5,230. Evil thoughts, manipulate nearby spirits to attack the target, inflicting spiritual power 200% damage and 2 seconds of stun. Death split, upon death, can split into 2 secondary bodies, which inherit all the skills of the primary body, but with half the original attributes. This skill can be triggered twice. What the hell kind of monster, you call this thing a scarecrow? Looking at the huge and incomparable monster in front of him, the super high-level attributes and outrageous skill effects made Lin Chuan's scalp numb. This boss monster that came with 2 skills. It's not that strong. But the thing is, bosses can get into stages. The secondary body inherits all the skills of the boss and can enter the stage as well. If this boss has a high number of stages, it will be very troublesome to deal with. Lin Chuan could tell at a glance that the difficulty of this copy was that it had to be killed in seconds with a high amount of damage. If you could skip stages, this copy wasn't really difficult. If you can't, it's a pain in the ass to get through. At the same time, the small monsters were brushed out, and countless small scarecrows crawled out from the gaps in the ground and walls, densely piled together. Evil Scythe Scarecrow. Level 31. Power 2,551. Physical fitness 1,757. Agility 3,460. Mental strength 100. The Evil Scythe Scarecrow was clearly of the agility lineage, moving very swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was already close to Lin Chuan. Blame. The blade flashed. The platinum-level Death Servant rushed at the front, and the Death Scythe fell, directly taking a Scarecrow away. Their blood level was significantly lower than the Ironwood Scarecrow in the previous workshop, and the platinum-level Death God Servant could take it away with a single slash. Kill Evil Scythe Scarecrow, experience plus 710. Kill Scarecrow with Scythe, experience plus 710. The difficulty of this copy was more than half a star harder than the Goblin Lair, and Lin Chuan, even with an army of 200 summoned beasts, was still suppressed in the outer periphery of the workshop and didn't dare venture in. If other professionals came over, I'm afraid that these scarecrows would catch a break and kill him in a wave. However, the difficulty of the replica had increased, and the corresponding experience was also much higher. For Lin Chuan, it was simply an upgrade mecha. In just a few minutes of engagement, the Demon Shadow Split's experience bar increased by another 20%. Seeing the Evil Scythe Scarecrows fall to Lin Chuan's summoned beasts one by one, the Evil Scarecrow finally couldn't stand idly by any longer. Branches half a meter in diameter suddenly shot out in lightning, coming at Lin Chuan at a tricky angle. The Evil Scarecrow's attack came extremely fast, attacking all the way through the gaps in the army of summoned beasts. Even if Lin Chuan hid behind the summoned beasts, it didn't help, the branches hit Lin Chuan straight on. Attack by Evil Scarecrow boss, blood 0, shield 0.56k. But let's not forget that Lin Chuan still had the hooked Scarecrow's shield of up to 1000 body mass on his body. The Evil Scarecrow's attacks simply couldn't penetrate the shield to deal damage to Lin Chuan, and even so, his attacks sent Lin Chuan flying out. Lin Chuan glanced at the shield, half of it had disappeared, and if he was hit with a skill, it was likely to cause life-threatening damage. However, Lin Chuan backhanded another hooked Minotaur to reapply the shield to himself. He had a lot of hooked soul bullheads. This copy isn't that hard, speed up and jack it up for me. Lin Chuan was ready for a quick battle. The only thing that could currently pose a threat to Lin Chuan was the one boss monster in front of him, so how could he let him continue to live? The assassination skill was unleashed. 3 black impermanents suddenly appeared behind the evil scarecrow, and their 2-meter-long claw spikes opened countless slits in its body. In the next second, the evil scarecrow directly collapsed to the ground. Nowadays, black impermanence was already at the bronze level, and his main attribute had long exceeded 20,000. According to black impermanence's damage, it originally only needed 1 black impermanence attack to kill in seconds, but Lin Chuan had deployed 3. Because evil scarecrow's second skill, split. The moment the evil scarecrow died, it immediately split into 2 secondary bodies. The other 2 black impermanents directly and seamlessly connected to the attack, and the 2 secondary bodies died instantly and miserably. Immediately afterward, the secondary body split. When it came down to it, the evil scarecrow seemed to have realized how powerful Lin Chuan was, and after the second split, the 4 secondary bodies directly unleashed their evil thoughts on Lin Chuan. Chapter 067, Breaking the Record Again. Attacked by evil scarecrow boss, blood 0, shield 11k. Evil Nimbus accurately hits Lin Chuan, hard control for 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, Lin Chuan was unharmed. Hei Longjiang crashes. 4 blades lit up as the platinum-level death servants rushed closer, dry humping the 4 subspecies. The evil scarecrow, which had split twice, was unable to split again, and the 4 subspecies quickly shriveled up. As the last secondary body fell, this boss finally died completely. Kill evil scarecrow boss, experience plus 3,500. Obtained item, evil eyeball. With a sudden flash of purple light, a huge eyeball flew into Lin Chuan's storage space. It's a rare prop. Lin Chuan was delighted in his heart. Props were different from equipment in that they could not provide character attributes, but they had many different types of effects. Whether it is in the pre-professional, mid-professional, or late professional, it can play a huge role. At the same time, the strength of the prop's effect has a lot to do with whether it matches the profession or not, so much so that the prop's value can't be measured by its usual quality. That's why the price of rare items is often higher than the price of mythic items. Every time you get a prop, it's a challenge of luck. I wonder what effect this evil eyeball has. Lin Chuan immediately checked the prop information. Evil eye. Props. Effects. This prop can be set on the weapon. When attacking or using skills to hit the target, it will cause 0.01 seconds of stun. Lin Chuan couldn't help but burst out. This prop looks like a waste, but it's actually a strong one, and it goes well with Lin Chuan's sword shadow assassin profession. When you hit someone, it causes a 0.01 second stun, which doesn't seem like a long time, but the value of this effect isn't reflected in the stun time. What is the prey of the assassin profession? Of course, it's brittle skins like the law profession. Law professions needed to chant a spell when releasing a powerful skill, and that 0.01 seconds was just enough to force an interruption of the spell casting. In this world, skills that are interrupted also go on cooldown. Imagine some magician was casting forbidden level magic and suddenly had his skills broken by you with a shadow attack plus flat slash. How disgusting that scene would be. Even if you only knocked out 1 drop of the opponent's blood, I'm afraid the opponent would want to fight you. And the effect of the evil eye orb can also be triggered by normal attacks, which means that as long as Lin Chuan's attack speed is fast enough, it's possible to break several, or even dozens of forbidden spells in a row. What could be more exciting than this? Lin Chuan put away the evil eyeballs. Inlaying props required a specialized casting master to complete, and he would have to wait until after he got out of the copy before he could inlay the evil eye bead on his weapon. Moreover, such a good prop should at least be inlaid on a level 30 or above equipment in order not to lose out. The battle had progressed to the point where Lin Chuan could finally not need to keep his hands off. Soul Snatching Vector. A pitch-black arrow appeared at Lin Chuan's fingertips. Immediately afterward, Spectral Corpse Explosion. The Soul Snatching Vector turned dark green. Shoo! The Soul Snatching Vector sliced through space, accurately hitting an evil scythe scarecrow and smoothly eliminating it in seconds. Afterwards, the evil scythe scarecrow's body rapidly expanded before suddenly exploding. The fallout from the explosion killed other nearby scarecrows, which were then detonated as well. The chain explosion of the Spectral Corpse Explosion killed all the demons in the copy in an instant. Lin Chuan didn't use this skill at first because he was afraid that the explosion damage wouldn't be enough to kill the boss in seconds, allowing the boss to enter the stage. Now that the boss was dead, there was naturally no need to hold back. Clearing out all the small monsters, the experience of the demon shadow split once again reached 100%. Upgrading golden light appeared, and the demon shadow bilocation rose to level 17, only the last 3 levels away from catching up with the main body. All the small monsters died, and the copy ended. The passing treasure chest appeared, and Lin Chuan stepped forward to collect the rewards. This copy isn't much better. In addition to the monster level being a little higher and taking a little longer, it doesn't seem to be as difficult as others have said. It's a pity that I don't have Lu Shuhan's copy reset crystals anymore, or else I would have been able to live her to level 20 today. Lin Chuan suddenly missed Lu Shuhan. Last time, with her help, he brushed several more copies, which allowed him to rise to level 20 before the professional exam. If he allowed himself to experience it once more, the Demon Shadow Split should be able to rise to level 20 today as well. At level 20, one could change jobs. At that time, he or she would be a dual transfer profession and would be many times stronger than now. Unfortunately, Lu Shuhan was not in the Green Dragon Academy at this time, and did not have a copy of the reset crystals. In one copy, Lin Chuan had brushed 1.5 levels of experience, and was overall satisfied. Collecting the rewards, Lin Chuan exited the copy. Congratulations to Lin Chuan for clearing Scarecrow's tomb elite level in 2 hours and 56 minutes, setting a new record and ranking first. Outside the copy, Su Lan and a group of teachers were waiting anxiously. This old man Jiang, he hasn't sent a message over until now. Has he observed the situation in the replica properly? Not getting news for a long time made Su Lan's mood extra grumpy. Master Liang, back then it was you who went to East Sea City High School to preside over the occupational awakening ceremony, and you're considered to be acquainted with this Lin Chuan. Why do I see that you don't look worried at all? After the matter of the college entrance exam, Lin Chuan was considered to have made a name for himself in the circle of teachers at Qinglong Academy. As soon as Liang Wen heard that Lin Chuan had mistakenly entered a copy, he also followed over to check the situation. There's no harm in it, this kid is very strong, even more than we could have imagined. You people, one by one, you really don't let people worry. Su Lan hated the iron. Lin Chuan was now in deep danger, but these people weren't even worried at all? Right at this moment, a subtitle suddenly appeared above the Scarecrow's tomb copy. Look, the copy is responding. A teacher shouted. Someone set a new copy record. 2 hours and 56 minutes? That's too fast, isn't it? It's Lin Chuan, the freshman who mistakenly entered the replica. He cleared the replica and broke the record? Lin Chuan? Su Lan couldn't believe her eyes. Wasn't this the same freshman who had nearly caused a bunch of his own school teachers to interrupt their copy rescue? He passed his copy? And set a record in the process. Even with Jiang Tianlei's reminder, Su Lan didn't believe that a level 20 freshman would be able to walk out of a copy of the Scarecrow's tomb in one piece, and at most find a corner to hide in for a few hours. But the truth now was, Lin Chuan was not only alive, but he had also set a new record for an elite level difficulty copy. Are kids nowadays already so heaven-defying? Zhong Ziqing couldn't help but spit out. He was Lin Chuan's homeroom teacher, and even though Lin Chuan was a student in his class, he was still too surprised to help himself. It wasn't until now that he was clear on why Long Wanli thought so highly of Lin Chuan. This wasn't some new student, this was clearly treating Lin Chuan as if he was the next principal of the Green Dragon Academy being cultivated. Lin Chuan exited the copy and appeared above the playground. He was startled to see the teachers standing in front of him in great numbers. Lin Chuan, are you alright? Medical team. Su Lan walked forward and asked with concern. Without needing to say much, the medical team had already understood, and 4 different colored rays of light landed on Lin Chuan, applying the heal, curse dispel, poison dispel, and bleeding dispel effects to him respectively. However, when the medical team was halfway through the treatment, the other 3 people, except for the one applying the treatment, suddenly froze and stopped their hands. With an incredulous expression, they looked at Lin Chuan. His throat felt like it was stuck with fish spines, and he grunted for half a day before squeezing out a sentence. You didn't get hit by the Scarecrow's curse? Chapter 068, The Inquisitorial Man Program. Scarecrow's Curse? What is that? Lin Chuan puzzled. From the time he entered the copy until he finished brushing the boss, he had pushed his way through flat out, and he really hadn't seen any monsters that could use curse skills. Lin Chuan's innocent look didn't look like he was faking it, which in turn rendered the teachers present speechless. The Scarecrow's tomb is a very copy, in which the settings are very perverse. Whether it's the grounds, the bosses or the elite monsters, all of them can inflict different types of abnormal statuses on the challengers. The most lethal ones to human professionals were the curse, poison, and bleeding statuses. Moreover, these 3 statuses would be taken out of the copy, and it had happened in the past that after clearing the copy, they were poisoned to death in the school. But right now, Lin Chuan didn't have any of the abnormal statuses on him. This was unscientific. Could it be that you boss jump stages? Su Lan discovered the crux of the problem. Boss skipping stage was the purpose of inflicting a high amount of damage on the boss in one go, thus skipping the boss to force it into the next stage. If you can make the boss skip stages, you can reduce most of the difficult mechanics and greatly reduce the difficulty of the copy challenge. I think so. Lin Chuan didn't dare to say that he had killed the final boss in seconds and directly skipped all the stages. I see. That would be good to understand, except that you do have high damage, and you can skip stages even when soloing a level 30 plus boss. Thanks a lot, teacher. I will continue to work hard. Lin Chuan was fine, so Su Lan was finally relieved. Alright, since you're not seriously hurt, go back and rest first. I heard that you have to go on a mission tomorrow. Take this time to recover your condition. Right, mission. I wonder if Rainey has made a plan yet. Lin Chuan had originally entered the replica in the afternoon, and the entire replica had taken almost 3 hours to brush, and it was already dark at this point. Lin Chuan once again thanked Su Lan and the teachers present, then returned to his dormitory. Looking at Lin Chuan's back, Su Lan revealed a satisfied smile and silently sent a message to Zhang Tianlei. To be able to solo a copy of the Scarecrow's Tomb at level 20, it looks like the one we've been waiting for 100 years is finally going to show up, and the Judgment Man program can begin. Starfield Battlefield, Longhua Fortress. Zhang Tianlei was currently sitting in front of a plain table, drinking with two quaint old men. These two were none other than the second of the top 10 experts of the Longhua Kingdom, Li Changyuan and Long Wanli. Zhang Tianlei suddenly received Su Lan's message, and his hand raising his wineglass suddenly stopped in the air. After a long time, it suddenly revealed an easy smile. Old headmaster, I'm sure you've received the news that the replica was broken by someone's record, right? Although Long Wanli had a look of shock on his face, he was a bit more bland than Zhang Tianlei. He just nodded his head lightly. Not bad. This Lin Chuan's talent is indeed terrifying. Sister Lan said that the trialist program can begin. Hearing these words, Li Sungyun's movements visibly stalled, and it was clear that shocking waves had been set off within him. However, he recovered quickly and still drank the cup of wine in one go. The Judgmental Man program. This matter is something I have to personally meet with Emperor Longhua. It seems like I'm finally going to leave this place where I've been living for more than 10 years as well. I hope that this time, there won't be any more accidents. Li Changyuan's eyes were full of vicissitudes, and his life was full of secrets unknown to the onlookers. The Judgment Man program was the ultimate plan developed by the Longhua Kingdom for the Starfield battlefield. The content of the plan was to cultivate a super powerhouse with a rank of 100, subvert the entire Starfield battlefield in one fell swoop, and lead humanity to break through the siege of demons. And the talent that Lin Chuan displayed nowadays was completely in line with the conditions for becoming a judge. Let's hope so. Long Wanli and Zhang Tianlei let out a long sigh. Whether or not we can break through the Starfield battlefield is here to stay. But before that, the matter on our old friend's side has to be settled. Li Changyuan leaned back in his chair, his sharp eyes gazing into the distance, and at the end of his gaze was the place where the Kanglan Empire was located. The Kanglan Empire was a superpower like the Longhua Kingdom. The Longhua Kingdom and the Kanglan Empire were in a confrontational position, and within their sphere of influence were interspersed with numerous other small countries, which together could not match 1/10 of the power of these two giants. The Longhua country is introverted, and is good at cultivating itself and helping other countries at the same time. The Kanglan Empire, on the other hand, like its name, acts ostentatiously and likes to provoke wars, revealing its imperial stance. All along, the Kanglan Empire has regarded the Longhua Kingdom as a thorn in its side, and has always wanted to annex the huge piece of fat meat of the Longhua Kingdom. In recent years, when Longhua was tired of dealing with the demons in the Starfield battlefield, the Pale Blue Empire took the opportunity to annex a lot of Longhua's resources. Moreover, in the past 100 years, it has become more and more aggressive, sending a large number of spies to wreak havoc in the territory of Longhua Kingdom and the Starfield battlefield, causing Longhua Kingdom to suffer heavy losses. Nowadays, the relationship between the two sides has reached an irreconcilable point. In order for the Inquisitorial Man program to go forward smoothly, the Kanglan Empire must be eliminated as a huge hidden danger. Returning to his dormitory, Lin Chuan immediately entered a meditative state. When he first came to Qinglong Academy today, Lin Chuan had successively dry-humped level 36 legendary profession Yang Chong, as well as level 30 magic alteration copy of Scarecrow's Tomb. The two big battles had refined Lin Chuan's combat experience quite a bit more, and he was just in time to take advantage of the fact that the feeling of combat hadn't dissipated yet, and hurriedly enter a meditative state to consolidate today's gains. An hour later, Lin Chuan took a long breath and came to his senses from his meditative state. Although meditation wouldn't allow Lin Chuan to gain a single ounce of experience and his level wouldn't increase, Lin Chuan's strength had grown immensely. Meditation on combat could improve one's ability to find their opponent's breaks, and this was a hidden attribute that had yet to be discovered insight. By finding the opponent's breaks and thus attacking the weaknesses, one could ignore evasion and defense on the one hand, and on the other hand, it could also increase the actual damage dealt. If I were to brush through the Scarecrow's Tomb replica again right now, I'm confident that I can boost the clearance time by another 20 minutes. Lin Chuan was very confident about this. Just as he was thinking about this, a ring came from Lin Chuan's communicator. It was a message from Xia Yuqing about tomorrow's mission. Lin Chuan, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, gather at the Green Dragon Academy's teleportation array, don't be late. 9 o'clock in the morning? It's finally going to start. Lin Chuan leapt to his feet. This was his first mission in the Green Dragon Academy, and it was also his debut in his career as a professional. Lin Chuan checked the items in his storage space and determined the number of medicines. There was no healer in the Dark Moon Tidal Wave squad, and this operation would rely on him to use medicines to replenish his status, so checking the props was necessary. Confirming everything, Lin Chuan released his demonic shadow doppelganger again, ordering his doppelganger to enter the Scarecrow's tomb on a daily basis to brush up his experience and upgrade. Although the bilocation, the one has to go out on a mission, the upgrades can't stop. Only after doing this did Lin Chuan feel much more at ease. The next morning, Lin Chuan arrived at the Green Dragon Academy teleportation array on time. At this time, the other team members were already waiting here. Little brother, you don't look nervous at all, you even stepped over here. Hong Xiaochen greeted Lin Chuan. Yesterday Lin Chuan's performance really surprised her. With Lin Chuan's strength, I'm sure we'll have another easy time on this mission. Wang Yuan also had a deep fear of Lin Chuan. Defeating Yang Chong head-on was something only Xie Yuqing could do in their squad. Hello? The one who spoke was Hu Jing. Yesterday, Yang Chong was injured by Lin Chuan, and today, Hu Jing came to the mission in his place. Good day, senior sister. Lin Chuan returned the smile. Alright, since everyone's here, let's head out now, I'll tell you the details of the mission on the way. After saying that, Xie Yuqing then whispered in Lin Chuan's ear, from today onwards, you're the new captain of the Dark Moon Tidal Wave Squad, and the approval for the change of command that I submitted has already been passed. Ah? This isn't good, is it? Lin Chuan was a little surprised. This Xie Yuqing fellow's behavioral dealings were too jumpy. Surprisingly, he directly handed over the captain to himself. I believe in your strength, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come and ask me. Alright then, I'll try. Looking at Xie Yuqing's serious look, Lin Chuan agreed in one breath. Becoming a leader was something that one had to go through on the way to being strong, and since he had this opportunity now, Lin Chuan was thinking of giving it a try. Chapter 069 Beheading Mission. Xie Yuqing submitted the formalities to the teacher in charge of the teleportation array to obtain the qualification to use it. A group of 5 people walked into the teleportation array, and as a dazzling light lit up, the teleportation array activated and the few people flew towards the mission destination. Half an hour later, a few people appeared in a teleportation array on the other side. Lin Chuan opened his eyes and the surrounding scenery came into view. This was a military fortress somewhere in the northwestern region of the Longhua Kingdom, filled with the atmosphere of a rough wilderness, and around the teleportation array stood armed and on-guard professionals. The light of the teleportation array gradually dissipated, and the space became solid. A person who appeared to have a low status came forward and gave Xie Yuqing a standard greeting salute. This person was filled with the aura of killing and looked like a veteran who had been in the battlefield for a long time. I'm Yang Xinwu, the commander of the 3rd Special Operation Team of the Northwest Region Strategic Fortress. You're the students from Qinglong Academy who came over to provide support, right? Xie Yuqing stepped forward. The Dark Moon Tidal Wave Squad of Qinglong Academy, come to report. Yang Xinwu quickly sized up Xie Yuqing and Lin Chuan and the others, nodding with satisfaction. Well, the average level is over 30. To have such strength at such a young age, the students of Qinglong Academy are really not simple. However, when he saw Lin Chuan, he still unconsciously frowned. It's just that. This student's level is only 20, I'm afraid this mission will be dangerous. Xie Yuqing instantly understood Yang Xinwu's concern and opened her mouth to explain. Captain Yang doesn't need to worry, his strength has already been recognized by the Green Dragon Academy and is sufficient for this mission. All accidents during the mission will be borne by ourselves. Also, I'd like to make a solemn introduction. Lin Chuan, the new captain of Dark Moon Tidal Wave, the strongest person in our team. This girl. Yang Xinwu was surprised. He didn't expect that this teenager who was only level 20 would be the strongest captain, stronger than those level 30 plus team members. On the contrary, Wang Yuan and Hong Xiaochen did not have the slightest expression on their faces, as if they both recognized the matter. It seems that this Dark Moon Tidal Wave is honored by strength. It seems that it won't be easy for me to keep this captain's position. Lin Chuan thought in his heart. At this point, Lin Chuan naturally couldn't show weakness. He stepped forward. Hello Captain Yang, my name is Lin Chuan, the current captain of the Dark Moon Tidal Wave. Hello, Captain Lin, since the people are already in place, all of you please follow me. Yang Xinwu was not a stubborn person. Since the other party recognized Lin Chuan's strength, he naturally wouldn't have a problem with it, so he led Lin Chuan and the others out of the fortress. There was a city connected to the outside of the fortress, and the layout of the place was generally the same as the vast majority of cities in the Longhua Kingdom. It was just that the air was more turbid, and it was always gray before his eyes. There were particles of yellow sand floating in the air, and without taking more than a few steps, the people already felt their throats itch and couldn't help coughing. Sorry, fellow students, Huaxin City didn't used to be like this. But half a month ago, the west side of the city suddenly refreshed the wild boss Wild Sand Lord, which in turn triggered a demonic riot, severely damaging the ecological environment around Huaxin City, which turned it into what it is now. Has the boss been resolved? Lin Chuan couldn't help but ask. Yang Xinwu shook his head, not yet. The Berserk Sand Lord's rank is as high as level 75, it's difficult for us to take down the other party for a while. However, the support from the Northwest Garrison has arrived, and Army Commander Fu has already made his move. That's a rank 77 professional, a ranked expert in the entire Longhua country. Then what do we need to do? Originally, with Army Commander Fu's hand, along with the support of the Northwest Garrison, we would have been able to capture the Wild Sand Lords long ago. But an accident happened halfway through. Starfield demons? Xia Yuqing hit the nail on the head, having clearly mentioned this day in the mission report of the Green Dragon Academy. Not bad, it's precisely the Starfield demonic creature. The Star Domain Fiends and the Mad Sand Lords have joined forces, and we can't do anything about each other in a short period of time. Although we're not in danger for the time being, the longer this situation drags on, the more damage it will do to Huaxin City. Nowadays, Huaxin City was filled with half-meter deep yellow sand, and the citizens had long since closed their doors. If this situation continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before the entire Huaxin City will be submerged under the yellow sand. I need you guys to help me with the Starfield demons, Yang Xinwu said decisively. Just a few of us? Lin Chuan couldn't help but worry. In the professional's advanced examination, he had come into head-on contact with Starfield demons, and the power of that kind of demon was far from being comparable to that of the demons in the wilderness area. With only a few people like Dark Moon Tidal Wave, he was afraid that they wouldn't even be enough cannon fodder. A week ago, we had our 5th encounter with the other side. In this encounter, both sides suffered damage. The Starfield demon was also hit by Army Commander Fu's curse and fell into a state of serious injury, and now its strength has been greatly reduced to a level 39 strength. Now that both sides have entered into a standoff, the movements of level 40 and above professionals are being strictly monitored by the other side. If we make a move, I'm afraid we'll be met with a desperate counterattack from the other side, so this operation can only be accomplished by you guys. But don't worry, although our level 40 or above professionals are unable to move, the other party's level 40 or above demons are also under our control, and will not hinder your actions. Only after hearing Yang Xinwu explain this did all of them feel relieved, otherwise relying on a few of them to independently kill the Star Realm demons would be a task that could never be accomplished. In order to help you complete the mission, we have prepared some equipment and props. Yang Xinwu waved his big hand, and each person had an extra piece of equipment and a prop in their hands. This is Huaxin City's specialty equipment and a spatial instant return talisman. The equipment stores a 3rd order magic, which can help you guys better destroy the Starfield demons. Lin Chuan got the equipment and felt that it contained a huge amount of energy, which was wrapped in an invisible force that seemed extraordinarily docile at the moment. Check the equipment information. Magic storage gloves fine. Props. Effects: store a magic spell of up to the 3rd order, inspire it to release it without consuming additional mental energy. Feasible. 3rd order magic refers to magic learned at level 30. The higher the level of the magic, the stronger the effect. When Lin Chuan got this equipment, the excitement in his heart was self-evident. This equipment was strong, and in Lin Chuan's hands it was even stronger. Level 30 magic may be considered average by many, but this equipment is superior in surprise and stealth. And let's not forget that the 2 magic spells Lin Chuan was currently learning, Soul Snatching Vector and Spectral Corpse Explosion, had ridiculously high damage. If one could still store an identical skill, how powerful it would be. Imagine, when the opponent dodged Lin Chuan's first skill, full of joy and ready to counterattack. Lin Chuan suddenly threw out another identical skill, who could not avoid. If you guys can successfully complete the mission, this equipment will be taken as an extra reward gifted to you by the Northwest Garrison. Extra reward? So generous. Lin Chuan didn't care about the other quest rewards, but this touch glove, he had to get his hands on it. I've synchronized the coordinates of the Starfield demon to your communicators. Remember, you only have a maximum of 3 days to kill the target. After 3 days, the curse that Army Commander Fu has imposed on the Starfield demon will dissipate, and by then its strength will gradually return to its peak state. Captain Yang, is it convenient to ask about the Star Domain demon's original rank? Level 69. Level 69? Lin Chuan's breath stuttered. Level 69, by no means an opponent they could handle. Moreover, he wasn't sure if they would have a chance to use the spatial instant return talisman in front of a level 69 opponent. However, on the contrary, the others were breathing heavily and flushed. Lin Chuan expressed his disbelief. Xia Yuqing came over to Lin Chuan's ear and explained in a whisper, if it was just to snipe a severely injured Starfield demon, the military could definitely put together a squad of tens of thousands of people of level 40 or below, and yet they didn't go far enough to entrust it to us. Why is that? Because of the Longhua Kingdom's air cultivation program. All the rewards obtained by Green Dragon Academy students from going out on commissions and killing magical creatures are all harvested by the students themselves. Only when he said this did Lin Chuan finally understand, so that's it. No wonder Wang Yuan and the others reacted so strongly. The rewards for killing demons belong to the students, and the higher the level of the demon, the better the rewards. The rewards that were popped out by the level 69 Star Realm Devils, even the head of the Northwest Garrison had to be red in the face, but now they were looking for an opportunity to give it to Lin Chuan and the others. Previously, in the Professional's Advanced Examination, Lin Chuan had killed the Star Realm Alien Lord's doppelganger and obtained a magical prop like the Devil's Shadow Cloak, which allowed him to awaken his second profession. This time, the Star Domain Demon was ranked as high as level 69, and the rewards that were popped out, even if they weren't comparable to a mythic props like the Cloak of Mordor, they were at least legendary level. The time for this operation is only 3 days. You must kill the target within the specified time. If you exceed the time, please return to the fortress as soon as possible. You are all the future of the Manhwa Kingdom. Preserving your lives is the most crucial. Then, good luck to you all. Yang Xinwu and the soldiers behind him gave a standard military salute to the crowd. In the time it took them to talk, the crowd had arrived at the edge of Huaxin City. Further out, it was the territory of the Mad Sand Lords. Chapter 070 Division of Tasks. Thanks a lot. We'll do our best to complete the mission. With that, the few people left the city. Leaving Huaxin City, the wind and sand outside became even more raging, and every breath felt like a raging energy was scratching their lungs. Captain, according to the map, we'll have to pass through a few strongholds with a high density of demons on our way. Shall we break through head-on or go around? Wang Yuan looked at the map and asked. The map provided by Yang Xinwu was very detailed. Not only did it record the detailed features of the landforms, even the distribution of the demonic creatures was labeled. Go around and avoid unnecessary battles. Lin Chuan said. The primary purpose of their trip was to kill the severely injured Star Realm demon, and with time being of the essence, they had to try to avoid any complications. Suddenly, Lin Chuan felt his heart tighten as a huge aura seemed to lock onto them. Ever since the transfer, Lin Chuan's perception had also become stronger and stronger, immediately determining the location of the other party. Lin Chuan turned around, only to see a pair of scarlet eyes staring at him from above the distant sky, behind the roiling yellow sand. Underneath the eyes was a huge black shadow, conservatively estimated to be 100 meters tall in size. With just one look, Lin Chuan felt a little breathless. But fortunately, the Lord of the Wild Sands only looked this way and shifted his gaze to another place without giving it too much attention. In his eyes, Lin Chuan and the others were just a bunch of insignificant human ants. Is this the level 75 Wild Sand Lord? Sure is tough. Xia Yuqing noticed Lin Chuan's difference and came up, asking in a low voice, did you find it too? Lin Chuan nodded. Our every move is under the watchful eye of the Mad Sand Lord, but it didn't react. Perhaps it's because we're low level. Even if we had some plans, we wouldn't be able to make any big waves and we're underestimated. Don't worry, one day you will become stronger than it. I believe in you. Xia Yuqing looked at Lin Chuan with firm eyes. She had no doubt about it. What about you? It looks like it's only level 27, but Yang Chong is very convinced of you. I guess you didn't beat that guy up much back then? With your strength, an ordinary level 40 professional shouldn't be your opponent anymore. Xia Yuqing smiled shyly. You can't say that. In a short period of time I can take out the opponent in seconds, but I'm afraid I can't do it in a long fight. Lin Chuan was dumbfounded. Xia Yuqing, this girl, she doesn't know enough when she can kill level 40 opponents in seconds. Huaxin City was more than 30,000 kilometers away from Xia City, yet with the help of the teleportation array Lin Chuan and the others only used more than half an hour. According to the map Yang Xinwu had given them, they were only 300 kilometers away from their target location, but it would take more than 10 hours to walk by human power. The environment of the wilderness area was very complicated, the terrain was not flat all the way, and during the period, they would encounter attacks from magical creatures, which reduced the speed of traveling even more. They had been walking for 6 or 7 hours before they had traveled about half of the distance. Take a break here. Lin Chuan proposed. Professionals were also human beings, their physical qualities were quite a bit stronger than the average person, but when faced with the crisis-ridden wilderness area, everyone had to be cautious. Finding a relatively safe location, several people began to replenish food and water, and seized the time to recover their condition. Taking advantage of the time for rest and recuperation, Lin Chuan began to set up a division of labor for the task. This time, Yang Chong didn't participate in the mission due to his injury, so we have one less powerful front row, and I'll take his place. Although my bonding time with you all is relatively short, I believe I can handle this position, and I ask you all to trust me as well. The team members nodded their heads. Harm, how could we not believe in the captain's strength when he was able to seriously injure Yang Chong? Captain, don't worry about being on top in the front, I'm in the back row, I'll give control in critical moments. Wang Yuan and Hong Xiaochen's rainbow farts were flying. Lin Chuan ignored them and looked at Hu Jing. Like me, Hu Jing is also cooperating with everyone for the first time. Although everyone's fighting style is slightly different, the professional fighting system won't change, so we'll just cooperate and fight according to our professional specialties. Here's a clear division of labor. After the battle starts, Wang Yuan and I will stand in the front row. I will be responsible for resisting damage and you will be responsible for output. Wang Yuan nodded, okay. Magic output bit Hu Jing, prioritize the densest places of the magical creatures to reduce our pressure. No problem. Hong Xiaochen is the control bit. After the fight, the task of finding the Starfield demon will be given to you. Since it's severely injured, it definitely won't show itself so easily. Okay, leave it to me. Also, you'll be responsible for observing the situation and giving control appropriately. When it's time to fight, I'll also help give signals. The most important decapitation task will be given to Xia Yuqing. It must be a one-strike kill, never give the Starfield demon a chance to escape. You can rest assured of my strength. Xia Yuqing patted her chest and assured. This battle was not without hope for them, although there were quite a few ways for a Class 69 Star Realm demon to preserve its life. But according to Yang Xinwu's intelligence, the Starfield demon had been hit by a curse and had itself lost the ability to enter the stage. As long as it was unable to enter the stage, Lin Chuan and the others had a high hope of killing the other party. Has everyone rested yet? Let's set off. Just as the crowd was about to continue their journey, they suddenly heard the sounds of battle from the distance. Go over and take a look. Just in case, Lin Chuan and the others cautiously approached towards the target location. Walking closer, the few people hid behind a huge rock. In front of them, several human professionals were fighting the demons in the wilderness area. It's the human mercenaries from Huaxin City. Mercenaries, a group of profit-seeking professionals, were also the group at the bottom of the professional pyramid. It's time to destroy the city, but still thinking about the petty profits of being a mercenary, now I'm afraid I'll lose my life. Wang Yuan scoffed at the behavior of these people. These mercenaries weren't very strong, and judging from the battle, they were already in a state of suppression. Let's hurry up and leave, there's no need to waste time for some dead people. Hong Xiaochen opened his mouth to urge. Both she and Wang Yuan were from families with strong backgrounds and would not empathize with these mercenaries. Only Lin Chuan did not speak. Lin Chuan, you. Alas. Lin Chuan sighed, let's go. Just as Wang Yuan had said, mercenaries were a bunch of people who licked blood from the edge of their swords, and now that they were besieged by demons, they were to blame and did not deserve any sympathy. However, Lin Chuan was a bit reminded of Hu Xiaoyi, a very naive and progressive person. Last time I left, I used the spatial instant return talisman and didn't have time to say goodbye. I wonder how she is now? It's quite embarrassing to implicate her in the assassination of the Assassin's Guild as well. Lin Chuan was thinking in his mind when the battle situation not far away changed. At this time, several people had been pushed to the brink of extinction. Boss, let's withdraw. Fighting any longer won't save anything. The brethren can't carry on anymore. Carry on even if you can't. The demons killed my compatriots and destroyed my home. This is a blood feud. If you don't do it and I don't do it, do we want the ordinary people in the city to do it? We don't have the means to resist the mad sand lords, but if we can solve one demonic creature, we can also make the citizens of Huaxin City 1 point less dangerous. Brothers, hold on. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. The level of the people here is only more than 20 levels. Facing the desert hordes of demons in the end is no resistance. A desert lizard opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards the man. Lin Chuan was already preparing to leave. When he heard the words of the mercenaries, Lin Chuan's footsteps suddenly stopped and he disappeared in a flash. Shadow Attack. Chapter 71 Plot of the Star Realm Alien Lord. Desert Gargoyle. Level, 27. Power, 2116. Physical Fitness, 2098. Agility, 1430. Mental Strength, 962. The Desert Gargoyle, a common wilderness demon in the northwest urban wilderness area, is known for its high strength and physique. At the same time, northwest magic creatures have a gifted status in desert terrain. When attacking, it can apply sand poison to the target, making it a very sinister and cunning type of demonic creature. The mercenary fighting against the Desert Gargoyle was also level 27, but unfortunately, the long battle had already caused him to lose his stamina, and once this attack hit, it would directly take away his life. Captain! The others saw this and let out worried cries. Unfortunately, they were already powerless and could only watch as the Desert Gargoyle lizard pounced on the captain. In the nick of time, a thin figure suddenly appeared behind the Desert Gargoyle, and the heavy sword in his hand quickly unfolded towards the Desert Gargoyle's back. Attacked Desert Lizard with Shadow Attack, damage dealt, 17.8k. With a bang, the Desert Lizard was reduced to a mist of blood. Now Lin Chuan's agility attribute has more than 800, in the 10 times the damage bonus, a knife hit more than 10,000 damage, directly killed the Desert Lizard. Killed Desert Lizard, gained plus 330 experience. Lin Chuan landed on the ground and snapped his fingers. 10 platinum level death servants instantly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Go! Kill them all! Lin Chuan gave the order, and the summoned beasts immediately struck out to meet the other desert lizards that were charging up. In front of the attributes of the platinum level death god servants that exceeded 10,000, these desert gargoyles were not a match at all. In just a few minutes, all of them died miserably under the scythe of the god of death. Looking at the teenager who suddenly appeared in front of him and easily solved those desert lizards, that mercenary's face was full of disbelief. Are you? Lin Chuan didn't reply to his question. I received your thoughts. I thank you on behalf of the citizens of Huaxin City. But this is not the place for you to be right now. Go back to the city and hide. The reconstruction work after the war will still depend on you. Don't give up your lives in vain. Let's go too. By now the others had followed. After solving the crisis of a few people, Lin Chuan left without looking back. The mercenary looked at the boyish teenager in front of him, his mind racing with thoughts. Wait, I want to ask, are we preparing to fight back? Lin Chuan waved his hand. Go back and wait for the good news. Hearing Lin Chuan's affirmative answer, the mercenary's face filled with hot tears. All this time everyone in Huaxin City had been living under fear. The city had been completely paralyzed and everyone was waiting for the final counterattack. Thank you, thank you. The mercenary muttered, unable to stop repeating two words in his mouth. Lin Chuan, you were too impulsive just now. Xia Yuqing said to Lin Chuan with some reproach. I know, but they are also comrades in arms and want to do their part for Huaxin City, don't they? These mercenaries were also human professionals, and even if they were not strong enough, even if they usually stooped low to make a living, they wanted to contribute a little more to the city at critical moments. Xia Yuqing shook her head helplessly. She knew that she couldn't convince Lin Chuan. We can't do this next. We only have 3 days left. If we can't carry out a decapitation operation against the Starfield demons within that time, the entire Huaxin City will be destroyed. Lin Chuan nodded solemnly. The pros and cons of this were naturally clear as day in his heart. Everything was focused on the big picture. I see, next everyone hurry up and we'll arrive at the target location as soon as possible. The next time, several people headed straight to the target location, not encountering any other human professionals along the way. On the way, they encountered a few demonic strongholds, which they also chose to bypass. 6 hours later, Lin Chuan and the others arrived at a rift valley. The rift valley was about 100 meters wide and stretched all the way forward. The surroundings of the rift valley were covered with red rocks that gave off a terrifying glow under the moonlight. Blood Split Sand Valley. The site of Huaxin City's founding battle. Legend has it that back in the day, human powerhouses fought a level 86 Lord-class demon here. The battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, shaking the sky and the earth. In the end, the human strongman defeated the demon, and this place was transformed into this appearance. I didn't expect there to be a place like this in the middle of this desert. Wang Yuan lamented. According to the map, the Star Realm demon is hiding in the Rift Valley to heal. You guys go in and don't scare the snakes. Lin Chuan summoned 10 black impermanents and sneaked into the canyon under the cover of night. After Lin Chuan's transformation, his connection to the summoned creatures grew tighter and tighter, allowing him to simply receive the information that the summoned creatures sent back. His control over the summoned creatures now reached a distance of 1 kilometer. In other words, the area within a 1 kilometer radius was Lin Chuan's detection range. 5 minutes later, black impermanents sent back a message. There's no danger nearby, let's go down. Several people leaped into the Rift Valley. Proceed as planned. The two of them, Lin Chuan and Wang Yuan, were in the front, followed by Hong Xiaochen and Hu Jing, while Xia Yuqing used Lin Chuan as a mobile bunker, ready to deal with any sudden danger. After walking for half an hour, apart from the rocks that kept stretching forward, they didn't even see a single living creature. After walking for so long and not even seeing a single hair, is there something wrong with Captain Yang's intelligence? Wang Yuan questioned. It's unlikely. This is the intelligence network of the Longhua Kingdom's military. If this can go wrong, then there's no such thing as credible intelligence. Just as the two of them were talking, above their heads, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared that had been staring at the few people in the Rift Valley. Deep within the Rift Valley, a Star Realm demon was perched, and he opened his weak eyes. There are guests, go entertain them. Devils spit out human words, an ability that only level 60 plus devils had. This demonic creature was precisely the target of Lin Chuan and his group's beheading operation. This demonic creature was named Abyssal Lord, the leader of the Abyssal clan in the Star Realm. The Abyssal clan can only have one lord at a time, and the lord's strength is so strong that it can rise to a maximum of level 79. Each Abyssal Lord can awaken the Abyssal talent, giving them high-ranged damage and the ability to summon Abyssal creatures, which are a great threat to soldiers on the battlefield. At this moment, the Abyssal Lord's breath was shriveled and his injuries were not light, and he was already very tired after just a few simple words. After explaining things, he once again fell into a deep sleep. Beside it stood a wilderness demon. Upon hearing the order, it respectfully bowed to the Abyssal Lord and then hid into the shadows of the rocks. After the wilderness demonic creature disappeared, the space behind the Abyssal Lord suddenly opened, and a creature with black smoke all over its body drilled out from behind the space. It was the Starfield Alien Lord. This Star Realm Alien Lord was also only an alter ego, and its main body was under Li Jinyuan's control at the moment, so it was naturally impossible for it to descend here in person. However, even though it was just a split body, it was enough to command any race in the entire Starfield. The Abyssal Lord sensed the powerful aura behind him and forced his injuries to rise from the ground. Greetings, Lord Fey Lord. The Star Realm Fey Lord split his body to look at the Abyssal Lord. Your injuries haven't recovered yet. The Abyssal Lord apologized slightly. The humans' resistance this time was exceptionally strong, with all of their experts coming out. That person took the opportunity to plant a curse on me, delaying the recovery of my injuries. But don't worry, Lord Fey Lord, I will be able to get rid of the curse within 2 days, and it won't affect the plan. The Star Realm Fey Lord muttered, in order to be able to wipe out the human powerhouses, this seat suppressed your original rank. It seems that the suppression was a bit too harsh. Since the plan has been finalized, this seat will now lift your seal. After saying that, the Star Realm Fey Lord made countless hand seals in front of his body, and every hand seal that fell pulled some sort of power from the Abyssal Lord's body. A spell formation kept lighting up on the Abyssal Lord's body, and then collapsed and disappeared. When the last hand seal fell, it seemed to hear a click. Only to see the Abyssal Lord's aura surging at an astonishing speed, and in a short while, his aura had already swelled several times. His level also broke through the threshold of level 40 in the blink of an eye, entering the realm of level 42 in one fell swoop. This seat has lifted the level seal in your body, but your body is weak now, so it will take some time before you can recover to level 79. Level 79? Level 79. It turned out that this Abyssal Lord's true level was actually not the level 69 provided by Yang Xinwu, but level 79. It had reached the highest level that an Abyssal Lord could reach. It's the complete body. Yang Xinwu's intelligence was wrong. Chapter 72 Blood Spirit Little Demon. Fey Lord, what are you doing? The fact that the Star Realm Fey Lord's doppelganger suddenly appeared, and also lifted the rank suppression seal on himself, made the Abyssal Lord very puzzled. There has been a change in plan. This seat is now restoring your strength in advance. This seat senses that there is a certain human bearing the seal of vengeance that is rushing in this direction. The mark of vengeance was the mark that Lin Xuan had been planted with when he killed the Star Realm Alien Lord's detachment. Mark of vengeance? Right now, the human side's level 40 or higher professionals are all being held back by my demonic army. Even if they have the mark of vengeance on them, their level won't be above level 40. The Abyssal Lord didn't know why there was a seal of vengeance on a level 40 or lower professional, but with his own strength, he didn't put Lin Xuan in his eyes at all. This seat warns you that you must not be careless in this operation. Your next task is to kill the person with the seal of vengeance on their body at all costs. Remember, it's at all costs. Even if it's your own life. The Abyssal Lord had no knowledge of the identity of the person harboring the mark of vengeance, but the Star Realm Fey Lord was able to guess it. This person who was approaching was none other than Lin Xuan, who had killed the Star Domain Fey Lord's doppelganger in the professional's high school examination, and was also the most promising human professional in the current generation of the Longhua Kingdom. A genius who would most likely sway the situation of the entire Starfield battlefield in the future. Not far away, the space began to heal. The time had come. The Starfield Exotic Lord could not stay here for long. This seat is waiting for your good news in the Starfield. If you can kill this person, the Starfield Top 10 battle will have a place for you. After saying that, the Star Realm Alien Lord's detachment turned into a black smoke and drilled into the spatial crack. When the Abyssal Lord heard the words 10 Great Warlords, his eyes were filled with a longing light. The 10 Great War Generals of the Star Realm were the 10 demonic kings that rode the Star Realm, and the 10 strongest demons under the Star Realm's foreign lords, whose ferocious reputation far exceeded even the 10 strongest men of the Longhua Kingdom. The Starfield Top 10 Battle Generals. My name will surely resound throughout the Starfield. The scene shifted to the middle of the Rift Valley. Loud. Xia Yuqing suddenly appeared in the air, the short blade in her hand cutting the demonic creature hiding on the rock in half. Teammate Xia Yuqing kills the Shadow Bat, experience plus 370. I didn't realize that there were hidden outposts of Starfield demons here. Hong Xiaochen exclaimed. I'm afraid the intelligence of this behind-the-scenes demonic creature is already similar to that of a human? Lin Xuan had a deep understanding of this. The last encounter with the Star Realm Alien Lord was fresh in his mind. Not only did it force Long Wanli to be unable to rescue him, but it also took the opportunity to kill and injure a large number of talented candidates in the professional's advanced examination. I once encountered an attack by the Star Realm Alien Lord's bilocations, and their intelligence is indeed not below that of humans. At that time, it was still just the bilocation acting alone that nearly defeated Senior Long Wanli. If I gave it another batch of demons to command, I'm afraid that I would have died there at that time as well. When he thought of the thrilling scene at the entrance exam, Lin Xuan was very emotional. However, his sentiments were met with 4 sounds of surprise. Ha! You fought with a Starfield Alien Lord? That's a Starfield Battlefield Lord. And you even came back alive? Captain, honestly, are you bragging? At that time, with the help of Elder Long Wanli, the level of the Starfield Alien Lord bilocation was suppressed to level 40. Even then, I was bloodied before I killed the Star Realm Alien Lord split. If it was a bit stronger, you guys wouldn't have seen me today. Lin Xuan said indifferently. Once again, the crowd was in the dark. You mean, you killed the Star Realm Alien Lord? Lin Xuan saw the expression of several people who looked like they had seen a ghost and hurriedly explained, no, I said it was a doppelganger, and at that time, I was limited in strength by Elder Long Wanli and was only at level 40. Even if it's a doppelganger, it's still a Starfield Fey Lord. And is a level 40 Starfield Fey Lord an ordinary level 40? I don't know, maybe, it's not the same? I haven't compared. Lin Xuan said uncertainly. My god, if you had said this earlier, I guess Yang Cheng wouldn't have dared to bring up the matter of going one-on-one with you. Hu Jing covered her mouth. She had never expected that this Lin Chuan looked like he was only level 20, yet he had the strength to kill the Star Realm alien Lord's doppelganger. Her own level was obviously already as high as level 38, a full 18 levels higher than Lin Chuan, but in front of him, she looked so pale and powerless. Just as several people marveled at Lin Chuan's experience, a strong wind mixed with the smell of blood came from afar. Unsurprisingly, the demonic creature showed up. Comrades, it's time to fight. At the end of the Rift Valley, a bewildering number of demonic creatures appeared, radiating a demonic glow under the moonlight. At the head of them was a trident-wielding demonic creature, more than 4 meters tall, emitting a disgusting smell of blood all over its body. Not only was it human blood, it was also covered in the blood of other demonic creatures. Beside it, there were countless blood spirit lesser demons poised to strike. Blood Spirit Demon. Level 35. Blood 67,000. Ignoring the other attributes of the Blood Spirit Lesser Demon, the blood alone was already over 60,000. Even if Lin Chuan had numerous platinum-level death servants with 16,000 attributes, as well as the 40% damage bonus effect of the Platinum Realm power, he would still need at least 3 death servants to set fire to a Blood Spirit Lesser Demon in order to kill it in seconds. And the Blood Spirit Demon is still just a small monster, the number of tens of thousands. It was going to be a fierce battle. The weapon in the devil's hand was raised high, and the army of Blood Spirit Lesser Demons beside him heard the call and rushed towards Lin Chuan and the others with great vigor. Let's go to war. The crowd pulled out their weapons and the head-to-head battle began. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers and 200 summoned beasts appeared instantly. Oh my god. Hu Jing covered her mouth. Hong Xiaochen also couldn't help but hum, Captain, you can summon 200 summoned beasts in one breath? No, I must tell Yang Chong about such a spectacular scene. I can't be blinded by a blinding dog's eye alone. Lin Chuan ignored the surprise of several people and commanded the summoned beasts to start fighting. The Death Servant met the charging Blood Spirit Lesser Demon head-on, and the Soul-hooking Bullhead put a shield of up to 1,400 body mass on each of them to ensure the safety of their teammates before charging at the very front to act as a shield. White Impermanence, on the other hand, found their respective positions, allowing the aura effect to cover their friends in all directions. Even without using healing, the 30% damage reduction aura provided by White Impermanence still helped Lin Chuan and the others greatly. Zila. A golden lightning bolt raced past Lin Chuan's side, and Wang Yuan had already rushed into the local camp to kill a round trip. Running Thunder swordsmen were known for their high burst damage, but their own range was poor. In the past, when he was paired up with Yang Chong, for the sake of the team's consideration, Wang Yuan gave up his own distinctive fighting style. This time, with Lin Chuan's summoned beasts at the front, he was finally able to kill. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yuan had already unleashed all 4 of his skills, and patches of Blood Spirit Lesser Demons died under his sword. Cool. It's too cool. I declare that from today onwards, Lin Chuan is my good brother. Whoever goes against him is going against me, Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan was considered to have killed a good time today, and he felt very happy to be able to fight with Lin Chuan on his team. At the same time, Hu Jing at the back had already prepared her powerful fire magic. Lin Chuan only felt a gust of high temperature coming from behind him, and the air was filled with unstable berserkers rapidly converging towards Hu Jing's hands. 3rd rank magic, Demoness Demon Flame. Hu Jing flicked her palm forward, and an intense red and black flame erupted from her hand, forming a 10-meter wide pillar of fire. The pillar of fire bypassed Lin Chuan's summoned beasts and ravaged through the Rift Valley, taking away the vitality of the Blood Spirit Lesser Demons like a witch, and all the demonic creatures that were touched by the flames immediately shriveled up in their breath. Roughly estimated, Hu Jing had affected at least hundreds of Blood Spirit Lesser Demons in this instant. The only unfortunate thing was that this was a mega range skill after all, and the damage wasn't enough to kill these demons in seconds. However, a bizarre scene occurred. Those demonic creatures that weren't supposed to die suddenly fell down one by one. It was Xie Yuqing. Diving into the battlefield under the cover of darkness, she collected these remnants of blood in passing as she moved quickly. Seeing his teammates gradually powering up, Lin Chuan didn't dare to be idle and hurriedly had the Death Servant increase its attacks. After this round of skills on his side, what would come next would be a long white-knuckle battle. Chapter 73 Elite Monster, Blood-Devouring Snake Demon. With just a single glance from both sides, Lin Chuan's few people had harvested nearly 1/10 of the number of Blood Spirit Lesser Demons. The demons in the distance were enraged. These could be its clansmen, so it could not just stand by and watch. This demonic creature was worthy of being at the alpha level and quickly discovered Xie Yuqing's whereabouts. The weapon in its hand suddenly emitted a demonic blood-red color before drilling into the ground. Almost at the same time, the ground underneath Xie Yuqing's feet suddenly burst open, and countless small red and black snakes burrowed out of the ground, unleashing a furious storm of attacks on her. Dark Shadow Steps. Don't look at Xie Yuqing's level of only 27, but she was the one who made all these level 30+ legendary professions of Wang Yuan admire her. The moment she sensed the danger, she had already used her Assassin Tier displacement skill to leave her original position. However, she did not choose to retreat, but instead flashed directly in front of her opponent and instantly launched a counterattack while her target was sending out an attack. Xie Yuqing's raid skill was different from other assassins in that she didn't need to choose a target to release it, and she was free to choose where to land. This allowed her to be more deus ex machina and could easily deal with all sorts of unexpected situations. Sister Xiao Chen, control follow. Lin Xuan and Xie Yuqing simply had a heart-to-heart. When Xie Yuqing unleashed her skills, he already knew what she wanted to do, and hurriedly told Hong Xiaochen to follow up with her control skills. Meteor piercing. In the blink of an eye, Xie Yuqing had transformed into a residual shadow and charged straight at the demonic creature. Ding! The strength of this demonic creature was extraordinary, and it unexpectedly blocked Xie Yuqing's attack. But unfortunately, under the huge impact, its body was knocked back several meters away. The meteor piercing skill wasn't simple. Even if the attack was blocked, it could still deal 40% piercing damage. Teammate Xie Yuqing launches an attack on the target, triggering the piercing effect, dealing damage, 11.2k. Xie Yuqing dealt damage, the demonic creature showed blood, and it was only then that Lin Xuan and the others got a good look at the opponent's information. Blood-devouring snake demon elite. Level, 39. Power, 9,877. Physical fitness, 9,563. Agility, 9,520. Mental strength, 8,933. Blood eating, when attacking, inflicts strength 30% damage to the target. This damage cannot be mitigated, while restoring one's own equal amount of blood. Magic resistance, 30% of magical damage and magical effects received. Devouring of 10,000 snakes, summons a swarm of demonic snakes to attack the target, inflicting spiritual power 300% damage. Level 39, just stuck below level 40 to avoid being watched by human powerhouses. The attack came with 3,000 points of damage that couldn't be mitigated, along with blood absorption and magic resistance, which was a nightmare for brittle mages. Nearly 10,000 attributes, this is too much, isn't it? Now that Wang Yuan and these people had level 30, counting the equipment bonus, their attributes reached 8,000. Even though the attributes of both sides were similar, don't forget that elite level and above demons were probable to be able to enter the stage. Each time it enters a stage, its attributes will increase by 20% and it will also gain new skills. Now that the Abyssal Lord was seriously injured, there was no way he would send a stray fish to protect himself. This blood-devouring snake demon wouldn't enter the stage. Lin Xuan couldn't believe it to death. After being repelled by Xie Yuqing, the blood-devouring snake demon stabilized its position and immediately launched a counterattack, swinging the trident in its hand to attack again. Xie Yuqing's speed was fast, but in the end, she was only level 27. She blocked the blood-devouring serpent demon's attack, but did not completely defend against it. Resisting blood-devouring snake demon's attack, subject to level suppression effect, shield 1185. Blood-eating effect, blood 2963. Even though Xie Yuqing had defended against the blood-devouring snake demon's frontal attack, there was a level difference between the two sides, and being affected by the level suppression effect, blood was still deducted. At the same time, he also had to withstand the blood-devouring damage that ignored defense, which could not be mitigated, and the shield did not take effect. After the attack, an even more dangerous situation occurred. The nearby blood spirit lesser demons discovered Xie Yuqing and had closed in to surround her. The blood-devouring snake demon was about to chase after her when Hong Xiaochen's control skill arrived. Demon Charm. A pink-colored attack landed on the blood-devouring snake demon, and it suddenly fell into a state of madness, turning to launch an attack towards the companion next to it, resolving Xie Yuqing's crisis. Punch through an opening, let's go up and help. Seeing Xie Yuqing fall into danger, Lin Xuan's heart raced. Ordering the summoned beasts to tear a gap in the middle of the blood spirit lesser demons, he protected the crowd and rushed forward. In the time it took for a few people to come to their rescue, Xie Yuqing had already fought the blood-devouring snake demon back and forth, with each side suffering damage. However, the other party could not only ignore the shield to deal damage to Xie Yuqing, but also recover blood. Even though Xie Yuqing's strength was not bad, she still fell into a disadvantage. Assassins were not good at prolonged frontal battles by nature. Suddenly, the trident in the blood-devouring serpent demon's hand once again glowed. Lin Xuan had a bad premonition, not expecting the blood-devouring serpent demon's big move to cool down so quickly. Phoenix Feather. At the critical moment, Lin Xuan turned on the phoenix feather, and wings suddenly sprouted from his back as he flew up into the sky, breaking through the blood spirit little demon's encirclement. Shadow Attack. Just at the moment when the blood-devouring serpent demon's skill was about to be unleashed, Lin Xuan suddenly appeared behind it in a godly manner. Like to use skills, huh? I'll interrupt your skills today. The heavy sword in Lin Xuan's hand slashed directly at the back of the blood-devouring snake demon's neck. His appearance was timed just right, hitting accurately. Using Shadow Attack skill, triggering the Blitz effect, triggering the Breaking Inside effect, dealing damage to the blood-devouring snake demon, 28,300. Simultaneously triggers the Blitz and Broken Inside effects. Lin Xuan directly dealt 28,300 super high damage with this strike. Even Wang Yuan and the others were dumbfounded. Was this the kind of damage that a level 20 summoner could insta-hit? I'm afraid that the average level 30 professional wasn't necessarily guaranteed to be able to deal this kind of damage every time, right? When Lin Chuan and Yang Chong fought against each other, even with the wind spirit strength, Yang Chong was only able to deal out 23,000 damage, and this strike of his was even higher than Yang Chang's damage. Terrifying, too terrifying. Lin Chuan's strike directly sent the blood-devouring snake demon flying out, tumbling on the ground for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. Dare to touch my woman, looking for death. Lin Chuan looked at the blood-devouring snake demon with killing intent in his eyes. Assassination, go. Lin Chuan gave an order and unleashed Black Impermanence's assassination skill. The 5 black impermanents that were originally in the battlefield suddenly disappeared and then appeared behind the blood-devouring serpent demon, their sharp stabbing blades fiercely chopping towards the blood-devouring serpent demon. This blood-devouring serpent demon was even more powerful than the final boss of the Scarecrow's tomb, and Lin Chuan had directly utilized 5 black impermanents, and had also collectively launched an attack. The best-case scenario was naturally to be able to kill the blood-devouring serpent demon in seconds, and even if you couldn't, you still had to depress the opponent's blood level as much as possible. However, ding! Of the 5 black impermanents, only one managed to inflict damage on the blood-devouring snake demon, while the other black impermanence's attacks landed on it and were directly ineffective. Only to see that the blood-devouring snake demon's body was hacked out several wounds by the black impermanence, but at this moment, its entire body was emitting a white light, and its aura was rapidly climbing. It had entered the stage. Chapter 74 Trophies, Pet Eggs. Into the stage. That's right, in the battle just now, the blood-devouring serpent demon's blood level fell below 50% and entered the second stage. Blood-devouring serpent demon elite stage 2. Level 39. Power 11,852. Physique 11,475. Spear of boiling blood. Throw a spear and attack the target, inflicting strength 400% damage with a blood-consuming effect. You need to be holding a spear to use this skill. The new skill coefficient power 400%, and the single damage is surprisingly high at 45k. And it comes with a blood-devouring effect, adding an additional 15,000 unmitigated damage. The total damage is directly as high as 60,000. Once hit, it would also restore a high amount of life value to the blood-devouring snake demon. After entering the second stage, the blood-devouring snake demon's strength had changed drastically. The short invincibility time of the second stage ended, and the trident in the blood-devouring serpent demon's hand was building up its strength. It naturally had only one target, and that was Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's attack just now had made it very difficult, and it must make this human pay a painful price. Lin Chuan, be careful! Xia Yuqing shouted excitedly. Lin Chuan, who was the person in question, was unmoved and instead had a confident smile on his face. Entering the second stage with half-blood means that you don't have a third stage, so I can safely launch my attack. Black Impermanence, Assassinate. Lin Chuan once again unleashed the Black Impermanence's assassination skill, and the other 5 Black Impermanents instantly appeared behind the blood-devouring snake demon. The 5 claw blades chopped through the blood-devouring serpent demon's body in unison, slicing its body into dozens of segments. Without the invincibility it had when it entered the stage, the blood-devouring snake demon was directly beheaded by Lin Chuan. Kill blood-devouring snake demon elite, experience plus 4,200. Obtained blood snake demon's egg. It's true that demons are difficult to deal with when they enter the stage, but that's only as difficult as it gets. Without unlocking a perverted new skill, in Lin Chuan's eyes, it was just another attack. Success? Just a moment ago, the moment Lin Chuan was skill-locked, she had already prepared to cast the Assassin Clan's forbidden technique to rescue her, but she hadn't expected that Lin Chuan would instantly kill her opponent back. How is this summoned beast so strong? Xia Yuqing realized that Lin Chuan's fighting style was very different from the usual assassins. The assassin tier skills only increased his mobility and flexibility, and more often than not, he still relied on summoning creatures to deal damage. These summoned creatures were ridiculously strong. Not only are they numerous, but they also do high damage. The key was that there were also skills, and this Black Impermanence was actually able to unleash an assassin-type skill to swoop over and set fire to kill the demonic creature in seconds. If Lin Chuan had taken out this kind of combat power when he fought Yang Chong yesterday, I'm afraid that 100 Yang Changs wouldn't be enough to kill. The elite monsters were solved by Lin Chuan, and the next battle was without suspense. Even if there were thousands of monsters, they were powerless in front of Lin Chuan's army of summoned beasts. The battle entered the harvesting session, and Lin Chuan's experience dawdled. It had to be said that there was an advantage to having a low level, and that was that the experience was really high in comparison. Half an hour later, the Demon Shadow Split upgraded again. Level 18 now. 3 levels in 2 days, this upgrade speed is truly terrifying. Since Lin Chuan came to Green Dragon Academy yesterday, the level of the Demon Shadow Split had directly increased by 3 levels. At this rate, it wouldn't take much time for the bilocations level to reach level 20 as well. It was true that enrolling in an institution of higher learning was of great help to a professional. And since he had to face the Starfield demons next, if he could still brush up his experience so happily, Lin Chuan felt like he would be able to level up to 20 today. Level 20, you can change jobs. As the battle gradually drew to a close, Xia Yuqing frowned. It's strange, according to the activity habits of demons in the wild, they will collapse after the population drops to a certain level, yet they have persisted until now. As the number of blood spirit little demons decreased, they had already passed the edge of collapsing, but they continued to charge towards Lin Chuan and the others regardless, as if they were influenced by a mysterious power, until they were killed to the point that not a single one was left. It was as if they were stalling for time? Lin Chuan didn't care about this, he only felt that his body was incredibly refreshed. This wave of demonic creatures killing him was simply too good to be true. Not only had the level of the doppelganger risen to level 18, the experience bar had even grown by nearly 60% again. I didn't realize that brushing the field and upgrading could be this fast. The experience from leveling up over a challenge is really fierce. After cleaning up the battlefield, the crowd was harvesting loot. Lin Chuan released his summoned beasts to keep watch around the area, then told everyone to hurry up and recover their status. The battle just now had lasted for quite a long time. The crowd's status had been severely lacking, and clearing up 10,000 monsters had taken them quite a bit of time, almost emptying their mental energy and blood. White Impermanence, Dark Spirit. Lin Chuan summoned White Impermanence, and the Dark Spirit skill was directly activated, restoring 2,000 blood points per second, quickly replenishing everyone's status. Now everyone just needed to recover their spirit power. Wowza, Captain, you're too reliable. Wang Yuan exclaimed in excitement, with your summoned creatures, we don't have to hide and return to our status like before. And your blood level is still manageable, we only need to recover our spirit power. I didn't realize that not only is your combat ability so strong, but your milk level is also so strong. It's too outrageous? Hong Xiaochen was also surprised. Even Hu Jing, Lin Chuan had injured Yang Chong, she should have been hostile to Lin Chuan, but at this moment, she was admiring him. Comprehensive, too comprehensive. Lin Chuan alone could top a perfectly configured squad. If he was given a little more control, it was estimated that there would be nothing for anyone else here today. Everyone's occupational positioning is different. This one of mine can only be used when I'm barely scraping by. In terms of the strength of their respective occupations, these summoned creatures of mine aren't even close. Lin Chuan was right, although his summoned creatures could temporarily play different occupational identities, the individual skills were ultimately too singular. In terms of true combat power alone, it was still no match for the orthodox specialty professions. But the question is, Lin Chuan had a large number of summoned beasts. And it was still only him. This was already completely incomparable to other professions. After resting for close to 2 hours, the crowd was able to get their status back up. It couldn't be helped that the speed of restoring status in this world was too slow, and even with the replenishment of medicines, it took them quite a bit of time. Taking advantage of the rest time, Lin Chuan checked the loot from earlier, the blood-devouring snake demon's egg. Check the information. Eggs of the bloodthirsty serpent demon. Pets. After hatching, you can obtain the blood-devouring snake demon pet. Skills, Sand Poison, Snake Devouring. Sand Poison, when attacking to deal damage, reduce target's movement speed by 10% and deal spirit power 1% damage per second. Viper's Bite, attacks the target with poisonous fangs, inflicting mental energy 300% damage. Surprisingly, it's a pet egg. Pets, a very special existence in this world, somewhat similar to Lin Chuan's summoned beasts, but everyone could keep them. I wonder if this pet can inherit the 20x attribute effect of the death domain. If it could, Lin Chuan would have one more super high burst damage skill. Rumble. Suddenly, a continuous muffled sound came from the sky, causing everyone to become alert. What sound? Enemy attack? It seems to be coming from a distance. Hu Jing replied. The crowd looked towards the distant sky, which was bursting with brilliance, and an unprecedented battle was going on at the end of that sky. It seems like it's in the direction of Huaxin City. The battle over there has started again. This group of damn. Hold on tight, we're leaving now. Those whose statuses are still unsatisfactory, take advantage of the rush to make up for it. Now that Huaxin City was at stake, several people had no objections and instantly set off on their way. The great sense of oppression coming from the battle at the back left them breathless. Only by resolving the abyssal demons at the end of the Rift Valley as soon as possible could the crisis in Huaxin City be resolved. Several people maintained their formation and advanced deeper into the Blood Rift Sand Valley, and at this point, there was only an hour's journey left before they reached the Abyssal Lord's hideout. Chapter 75, Abyssal Lord. Meanwhile, Green Dragon Academy. Lu Zio drilled into the teleportation formation with the dragon-marked jade in hand. On the other end, before the soldiers guarding the teleportation array in Huaxin City could react, he had already transformed into a stream of light and sped towards the blood-split Sand Valley where Lin Chuan was. Just now, Lu Zio had received 2 extraordinary messages. One was from Li Jianyuan, telling him to activate the trialist program and to protect Lin Chuan closely. However, when Lu Zio rushed to Qinglong Academy, he was told that Lin Chuan was on a mission in Huaxin City, and the target of their operation this time. It was the severely injured Starfield demon, whose actual level was as high as level 69. The second message was about this Starfield demon. According to the Hidden Dragon Guard's surveillance of high-level Starfield demons, there was currently only one demon in Huaxin City. Rank 79 Abyssal Lord. These guys, letting students accept quests without even investigating the level of the Abyssal Lords, they're taking it too lightly. Lu Zio's entire body was now radiating a terrifying pressure, and it was evident that he was in a state of extreme anger. His figure quickly swept through the streets, the strong wind pressure blowing the yellow sand on the ground, leaving behind a deep gully. Senior brother, you mustn't be alright. Lu Zio further increased his speed, itching to reach his destination in the blink of an eye. Lin Chuan and the others advanced for an hour through the blood-split sand valley before finally arriving at the location of their mission for this trip. Observe the situation first. In front of them was a huge overhead cavern, and Lin Chuan told several people to duck behind the rocks and hide. He then summoned a few black impermanents and used the darkness to scout forward. The next Abyssal Demon was the key to this battle, and the difficulty of the entire quest was not the level of the Abyssal Demon. Now that the Abyssal Demon was cursed, its level was limited to 39. With the demon storage gloves provided by Yang Xinwu, Lin Chuan's probability of them defeating the Abyssal Demon was almost 100%. However, how to ensure a complete kill and not let the other party find a chance to escape was the key to the mission. Once the other party found a chance to escape, their action this time would be wasted. Strange, no trace of the Abyssal Demon was found. Black impermanents searched around the cave and did not find the slightest trace of the Abyssal Demon. Could it be that the battle just now had startled it and withdrew early? This probability was very possible. Right now the relationship between the demons and the human side was stuck on a very delicate balance, and in order to preserve the battle, the Abyssal Demons had most likely shifted their location. This was troublesome. However, are you looking for this seat? A hoarse voice suddenly resounded above the Rift Valley, only to see a four-handed, four-legged humanoid demonic creature standing on a rock. The demonic creature was 10 meters tall, holding two curved blades, and its entire body exuded an abyssal aura. This seat is an Abyssal Lord. How dare a small human attempt to behead this seat? Let this seat see your strength, Abyssal Fire Rain. The light of a magic formation suddenly lit up above Lin Chuan and the others' heads, and countless flame meteorites emitting green light smashed down from the sky. It's an Abyssal Demon, dodge. The crowd each exerted their own means to escape from the attack range of the Abyssal Fire Rain. It was just that the Abyssal Fire Rain seemed to come with its own sole enemy effect, catching up with Lin Chuan at an extremely fast speed, as if it were a maggot attached to his bones. No matter how Lin Chuan dodged, that Fire Rain always managed to quickly launch an attack on him. Seeing this scene in front of him, the Abyssal Lord's eyes lit up, so the seal of vengeance that Lord Fei Lord said was on you. Hearing the Abyssal Lord's voice, Lin Chuan fiercely looked towards it, his eyes filled with killing intent. Being stared at by Lin Chuan like this, the Abyss Lord involuntarily shivered. This human brat actually makes me feel a trace of fear. The fear only lasted for a moment before the Abyss Lord suppressed it. Grudge Cage. One of its hands fiercely pointed at Lin Chuan, an invisible energy accurately hitting on Lin Chuan's body. Lin Chuan's body suddenly stopped in the air, and around him, tired white bones suddenly appeared, forming a cage to enclose him. Movement was restricted, and the rain of fire on his head then smashed down. Lin Chuan. Seeing this, the crowd then launched a rescue. Among them, Lin Chuan was the one with the lowest rank. His summoned beasts might be strong, but the summoner himself was a brittle skin. Thunder Flash. Ring of Fire. Charm. Just as the crowd cast their respective skills, Lin Chuan also unleashed his own Shadow Attack. In the next instant, Lin Chuan suddenly got out of control and appeared behind the Abyssal Lord. Lin Chuan waved the heavy sword in his hand, and the chopping effect attached to Shadow Attack attacked the back of the Abyssal Lord's neck. One person dares to come and answer the battle, even if you're some bull Abyssal Lord, too arrogant. Seeing Lin Chuan appear, the Abyss Lord was not surprised. Clatter. The moment before the attack hit the Abyssal Lord, a white bone suddenly appeared behind it, blocking Lin Chuan's attack. And that white bone was obviously not simple. Now Lin Chuan's shadow attack skill had been able to deal 15,000 damage under the 10 times damage bonus, but this white bone was not destroyed on the spot. This seat is an Abyssal Lord with 1,000,000 Abyssal armies behind me. 10,000 bone Abyssal spirits. Only to see that beneath the ground, countless white bones broke through the rocks and crawled out from the ground, frantically launching attacks towards the crowd. If one were to look down from the sky at this moment, one would realize that the entire Rift Valley had been occupied by the white bone abyssal spirits, and all that was before them was an eerie white color. Boy, why are there so many summoned creatures? Is this the number of level 39 demonic creatures that can be summoned? Cut the crap and prepare for battle. Demon Fox Phantom. Whirling Thunder Formation. Although the number of white bone abyssal spirits was large, their strength was nothing in front of a 30-plus level legendary profession. Just as several people were dealing with the white bone abyssal spirits, Xia Yuqing suddenly dove into the darkness and disappeared. Subterranean shadow. 3 skills, it's released 3 skills since it appeared. It's running out of means. Lin Chuan silently calculated the skills released by the abyssal lord in his mind. At the same level, a human professional had 1 more skill than a demonic creature. A level 30 professional has 4 skills, but a level 39 magical creature will only have a maximum of 3 skills. Now that the Abyssal Lord had unleashed all of its skills, it was just a high-level infantryman until the skills cooled down. Now it was Lin Chuan's turn to counterattack. He injected his power into the demon storage gloves and activated the skill stored in them, Holy Light Strike. A golden pillar of light erupted from the demon storage glove. Holy Light Strike, just the right attribute to restrain the Abyssal Lords. Grudge Mirror Counter Shield. A pitch-black barrier suddenly appeared on the Abyssal Lord's body, which was as polished as a mirror, emitting a bright golden glow under the holy light. When the holy light strikes landed on the spiteful spirit mirror counter shield, the holy light strikes were actually all ejected away. 4th skill. Having 4 skills indicated that the Abyssal Lord's strength was already level 40. This matter wasn't considered good news for other people, but it wasn't like Lin Chuan hadn't had the experience of fighting a level 40 or higher demonic creature before. The Star Realm alien Lord Doppelganger was level 40, the Assassin Guild's purple-robed assassins were also level 40, and Lin Chuan had even been able to kill 3 purple-robed assassins in one breath. It's only level 40, it's not like I haven't killed level 40 demons before, my lord. Lin Chuan was full of wariness. At this time, Xia Yuqing had already sneaked near the Abyssal Lord, taking advantage of the moment when the spiteful mirror counter shield disappeared to send out the skills in the demon storage gloves. Holy Light Strike. Holy Light Strike accurately hit the Abyssal Lord, smoothly causing the opponent to take damage and the Abyssal Lord to show blood. However, the moment Lin Chuan saw the Abyssal Lord's message, a bone-chilling sense of fear spread out from his heart, instantly wrapping around his body and oppressing him to the point where he couldn't breathe. Chapter 76 Forbidden Technique, Divine Valkyrie. A teammate releases the storage glove skill Holy Light Strike to hit the Abyssal Lord, triggering the attribute Restraint effect, dealing damage, 75,000. 75,000 damage was already the limit of damage dealt by professionals below level 40. However, the Abyssal Lord's blood bar did not change significantly. Abyssal Lord Cursed Weakness. Level 57. Power 171,000. Physique 209,000. Agility 143,000. Mental Strength 196,000. Abyssal Rain of Fire summons a rain of fire for a ranged attack, causing a total of 20 waves of attacks, each wave dealing spiritual power 20% damage. Grievance Cage creates a cage of white bones around the target, restricting movement for 5 seconds, dealing spirit power 500% damage when control ends. 10,000 Bone Abyssal Spirits summons up to 1 million White Bone Abyssal Spirits. White Bone Abyssal Spirits attributes are 1% of the Abyssal Lord's attributes, and can only be used when there is a dead body in the vicinity. Spirit of Grudge Mirror use Spirit of Grudge to form a shield that defends against all damage for 2 seconds. Evil Thoughts Chop inflicts 5 quick attacks, each attack applies Evil Thoughts status, each layer of Evil Thoughts status increases damage by 10%. Level 57. 5 skills. The average attribute is even closer to 200k. The single attribute was even higher than Lin Chuan's and their blood levels, so as long as they were attacked once, even if it wasn't a vital point, they were bound to die. Can't win, absolutely can't win. Everyone saw the Abyssal Lord's message clearly, and it wasn't until then that they realized the gap between the two sides' strengths. Human, you've injured the seat. Before the Holy Light Strike dissipated, the Abyssal Lord rushed in front of Xia Yuqing against the damage of the attack, his strength truly terrifying. Die. The scimitar in the Abyssal Lord's hand slashed down towards Xia Yuqing without mercy. Even though Xia Yuqing's strength was not bad, her level was only 27, and there was twice the level difference between her and the Abyssal Lord. In such a flash of lightning, it was simply too late to react. At the critical moment, Lin Chuan stepped forward. Assassinate! Instead of attacking the Abyssal Lord, the 3 black impermanents instantly appeared behind Xia Yuqing. Bypassing Xia Yuqing, they met the Abyssal Lord's curved blade head-on. When the two sides first met, Black Impermanence immediately showed its fatigue, the claw blade in its hand was directly cut off, and the Abyssal Lord's attack directly blasted half of its body to smithereens. Immediately after the second attack almost at the same time attacked over, this time the power of the attack full explosion, the second Black Impermanence's body is also directly vaporized. The 2 Black Impermanents were instantly killed in seconds. Lin Chuan certainly didn't think that he could withstand the Abyssal Lord's attack with just 3 Black Impermanents. His purpose from the start was not to fight, but to rescue. In the time it took for the 2 Black Impermanents to block the blade, the 3rd Black Impermanence grabbed Xia Yuqing's body and threw her towards the distance, out of the Abyssal Lord's attack range. Quickly escape. Yang Xinwu's intelligence is wrong, the Abyssal Lord is already level 57, it's not something we can fight against, use the Spatial Instant Return Talisman. Lin Chuan shouted towards the crowd. These people hadn't been professionals for more than a day or two, or they couldn't distinguish the situation in front of them. Directly activating the spatial instant return talisman in their storage space, their bodies were sucked into the spatial channel, instantly returning to Huaxin City. Lin Xuan saw that his teammates had all made a move, so he didn't dare to hesitate and activated the spatial instant return talisman as well. However, no reaction. No spatial channel was created, and he didn't return to Huaxin City. No reaction? You have the mark of vengeance on you, and you're the one that Lord Fei Lord has named to be killed. They can run, but you can't. Who do you think this seat is? Level over 70, able to develop some understanding of space. This space has been blocked by this seat, you can't escape. By the time Lin Xuan came back to his senses, the Abyssal Lord had already appeared in front of him. At such a close distance, its 10-meter height alone caused Lin Xuan a considerable amount of pressure. Thank me, this seat will let you die under my strongest attack right now. Evil fought chop. The Abyssal Lord raised his arm holding the scimitar, a green luminescence lingered on it, only to see his hands dance out a residual shadow, the attack coming towards Lin Xuan like a tidal wave. Lin Xuan! Hysterical shouts came from afar. It was Xie Yuqing. She had originally planned to activate the spatial instant return talisman to return to Huaxin City, but when she saw that Lin Xuan was in danger, she directly chose to give up and then activated the shadow steps to block in front of Lin Xuan's body. Yuqing, hurry up! Lin Xuan wondered why Xie Yuqing had suddenly appeared in front of him. He was now only worried about Xie Yuqing's safety and wanted him to leave quickly. But Xie Yuqing was already determined to save Lin Xuan and couldn't care less about these dangers. Forbidden technique, Sifu Valkyrie. Xie Yuqing snapped, unleashing the forbidden art. Her figure suddenly skyrocketed, directly turning into a 3-meter-tall female giant. Her entire body was covered with a sense of power underneath her purple gold armor, and the aura on her body jumped to the level 47 realm. This was the strongest secret technique of the assassin clan, and it was also Xie Yuqing's strongest reliance. Although this secret art was strong, its backlash effect was also extremely powerful. Surprisingly, it's a secret technique that forcefully raises level 20, but unfortunately, it's not enough. Is it? Try it then. Ding 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 ding. Both sides launched dazzling attacks, and in just an instant, the two had already engaged in several back and forth battles. Although level 47 still had a 10-level gap with the level 57 Abyssal Lord, the reason why Xie Yuqing's secret technique was called a forbidden technique naturally had its unusual features. Surprisingly, she was able to defuse 4 of the Abyssal Lord's attacks with her own strength, only getting hit once. Having been hit once, 1/3 of Xie Yuqing's blood directly disappeared. She was injured. When had Lin Xuan ever been so angry? Xie Yuqing was trying to protect herself at the expense of her own injuries, so how could he stand idly by? So he directly ordered Black Impermanence to launch his assassination skill, and in an instant, all 30 Black Impermanence appeared directly behind the Abyssal Lord. With Xie Yuqing dragging down the Abyssal Lord head-on, Lin Xuan only cared about dealing damage. Black Impermanence launches his assassination skill, dealing damage to the Abyssal Lord, 62,400,000, 30. In just an instant, Lin Xuan knocked out over 1.8 million blood of the Abyssal Lord. The Abyssal Lord's blood quantity was originally as high as 2.1 million, but now that Lin Xuan had caught a break and hit him, he was directly black-blooded. What kind of freak is this? The instantaneous disappearance of blood caused the Abyssal Lord's entire body to tingle, and it was now covered in scars, its entire body wet with dark green blood. Damn it, you guys, die for me! Natural skill, Abyssal Berserk. The Abyssal Lord suddenly unleashed his natural skill, and his strength attribute directly doubled. Its body drew a circular arc in the air, and 30 Black Impermanents were directly killed in seconds. Chapter 77: The Mysterious Power Within Lin Xuan's Body. Lin Xuan had originally thought to have Black Impermanence launch a pursuit attack to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the Abyssal Lord in one fell swoop, but he hadn't realized that it had such a high blood count. At the same time, Lin Xuan hurriedly switched the weapon in his hand to a priest staff and re-summoned Black Impermanence. The priest staff was a weapon that Lin Xuan had obtained at a low level with the effect double summon. Although its attributes were not high, it could summon 2 summoned beasts at once. As long as he could find another break, he would be able to take down the Abyssal Lord without any problems. Unfortunately, the Abyssal Lord would not easily give him a chance. After the Abyssal Lord neutralized Black Impermanence's attack, he immediately flew back, while allowing the Whitebone Abyssal Spirit to surge up to block Xie Yuqing's pursuit. The Abyss Lord was bitter in his heart. He had been hit by a curse during the earlier battle, causing him to be unable to enter the stage now. Otherwise, with his strength of a total of 5 stages, Lin Xuan's wave just now would only have knocked off at most 20% of his blood. Where would he be in such a sorry state as he was now? The Abyssal Lord glanced at his information. After the battle just now, his level had recovered to the point where he was at level 59. Just a few more minutes and I'll be able to return to level 60. Not only will I unlock my recovery skills, but I will also be able to re-enter the stage, and at that time, it will be the time of your death. Damn it, where did it hide in such a large size? Xia Yuqing was only blocked for a split second before she completely lost her target. A level 47 Sifu Valkyrie, surrounded by millions of demons, would be difficult to break through in a short period of time. What now? My forbidden technique can only last for 3 minutes. The nearby space is locked up by the Abyssal Lord. If we don't kill it now, when it recovers, we will surely die. Lin Chuan ordered the summoned beasts to increase their attacks, and all of them fired in unison, frantically killing the white bone abyssal spirit. Unfortunately, in the face of millions of white bone abyss spirits, the number of summoned beasts Lin Chuan was proud of was simply not enough. Soul Snatching Vector, Underworld Corpse Explosion. Lin Chuan unleashed the combination skill. A pitch-black arrow shot at the white bone abyssal spirit, smoothly taking it away. However, the expected spectral corpse explosion skill was not activated. The white bone was just a skeleton, and there was no corpse. Damn it! As the battle progressed, not only did the two fail to kill their way out, they were also overwhelmed by the white bone profound spirit. With millions of white bone abyssal spirits, their killing power was no less than that of the abyssal lords. Lin Chuan's breath of undead souls did not sense the presence of the abyssal lord, and it had obviously escaped 100 meters away. Looks like we won't be able to escape today. Xia Yuqing smiled miserably. 3 minutes of time had come and gone, the secret technique was lifted, and Xia Yuqing's fatigue showed, her face terribly pale. No, Yuqing, I must get you out. Lin Chuan's body was shaking. He said this with his mouth, but there was nothing he could do now. What a pair of deadly lovebirds. Today, this seat will let you die together. Don't worry, you won't be alone. When I kill you, this seat will make the citizens of the entire Huaxin city bury you together. The two had already been drowned by the white bone abyssal spirit, and the abyssal lord didn't have to wait until his strength was restored to level 60. For safety's sake, this seat will personally give you a ride. Talent, Death Imprisonment. A skeletal palm suddenly grabbed Lin Chuan and Xia Yuqing's feet and slowly dragged them into the ground. Yuqing! Damn it, move quickly! Explode for me! Lin Chuan kept having the soul-hooking horse launch a soul-hooking strike against the palm that had grabbed Xia Yuqing. However, no matter how many times it was blasted, that palm still remained motionless. The soul-slinging horse-face bludgeons couldn't even leave a single scratch on it. Lin Chuan, give it up, I'm happy to die with you. Half of the two men's bodies had sunk into the ground, and breathing began to become difficult. No, I can't let you die, no, no. Lin Chuan kept repeating the words that came out of his mouth, but unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it now. Seeing that the two were already drowning their heads, the Abyss Lord shook his head helplessly. Earlier, I was actually pushed to the brink of extinction by mole crickets like you. Alas, the feeling of being invincible is so lonely. Lin Chuan and Xia Yuqing's heads were also, little by little, slowly being submerged by the land. A little bit, a little bit. The two men's vitality is also slowly dissipating to nothingness. In the distance, a breaking sound rang out, and a huge flying sword cut through the sky, pointing straight at the abyssal collar. However, he was simply too far away and didn't have enough distance to attack. Senior brother. Lu Ziyou let out a shout. Even if he could kill the abyssal lord in seconds now, Lin Chuan was dead and he was powerless to do anything about it. There are even reinforcements? Those useless things, they even let a level 70 human powerhouse come over. However, since this seat has already accomplished Lord Fei Lord's mission, it's time to retreat. When this seat recovers its strength, 2 days later, it will be the time for you humans to die. Lu Ziyou had already felt that the abyssal lord did not dare to stay here for long, as countless white bones crawled up his body and dragged him into the ground. He unleashed his secret technique in preparation for his escape. Lin Chuan was already dying, his consciousness began to blur, and he felt as if he was in the darkness. Suddenly, he saw a person standing in the darkness. No. What he saw was one of the man's hands, a finger, a knuckle, the tip of. Ha! The man let out a soft laugh. Heir, you seem to be in trouble. The man said. Heir? Is that about me? Lin Chuan didn't know, he only felt that this person's strength was unfathomable and only wanted to beg him to save Xia Yuqing. He wanted to open his mouth, but he couldn't open it, and he couldn't lift a single bit of strength. That's just it, you and I are also destined for each other. Now that you are in trouble, I will grant you a creation. After saying that, Lin Chuan only felt the nearby darkness begin to surge towards his body. These darkness seemed like a strange force that entered Lin Chuan's body, and he only felt an incomparable relief in his body, nearly screaming out. This phenomenon lasted for several minutes, and Lin Chuan felt that his strength had recovered. He opened his eyes and they were all white. The white of the white bone abyss spirit. Lin Chuan remembered that he was being pushed into a corner by the abyssal lords. Sure enough, there are still no miracles in this world? Lin Chuan wanted to give up in despair, but his body moved uncontrollably. Only to see an arm that didn't belong to him sticking out of his body, and with a flick of the wrist, all of the white bone abyssal spirits in the nearby 10 meters were reduced to pieces. To have such a terrifying strength with a hand raised. Not long after, Lin Chuan had already broken free from the bonds of death confinement. The area of tens of meters near him was also cleared of a vacuum area free of white bone profound spirits. Lin Xuan saw Xie Yuqing, and a sound that was not his own came out of his throat. A descendant of the Xie family? After so many years your legacy is still intact? It's really hard for you guys. Since I ran into you today, I'll work hard for you to protect my descendants for a while longer. Lin Xuan then swung his hand, destroying the death imprisonment that bound Xie Yuqing, freeing her from the Abyssal Lord's control. After doing so, Lin Xuan suddenly looked in the direction of the Abyssal Lords. He had found the rightful lord. Chapter 78, Abyssal Demon Seed. Lin Xuan's aura began to skyrocket, frightening yet very introverted, his hands and feet filled with the majesty of a king. The generation after me will not allow the sins to be bullied and humiliated. The majesty of a king. Lin Xuan glared at the Abyssal Lord, and a circle of invisible energy gushed out from Lin Xuan's body, and wherever he passed, all the white bone abyssal spirits in the blood-split sand valley prostrated themselves in unison. The movements of the Abyssal Lord, who was originally in the middle of escaping, suddenly stopped, his skills were interrupted. Immediately afterward, an irresistible force was felt spreading out from within. Tone. Even the mighty Abyssal Lord in the Star Realm unexpectedly knelt down towards Lin Xuan and lowered its noble head. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Even if it was a Star Realm alien lord himself, it's impossible to subdue me with just a look. The might of a king cannot be disobeyed. Lin Xuan's voice came again. With every word that fell, the Abyss Lord felt like it was his own death charm. He wanted to resist, but the power was simply beyond his ability to fight. Click, 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 click. Under the strong pressure, the Abyssal Lord had already prostrated his entire body on the ground, his body began to twist and distort, the bones of his entire body finally could not withstand the force and began to twist and distort. In the end. Boom! It exploded into a cloud of blood mist. That's Lin Xuan? Lu Zio rushed to support him and saw Lin Xuan suddenly storming out and taking down the Abyssal Lord in seconds with just a look. He couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of water. This kind of strength, in the entire Longhua kingdom, there were no two people other than Li Jianyuan. Moreover, Lu Zio himself wasn't sure if his master, Li Jianyuan, could do it as easily as Lin Xuan. The genuine Lin Xuan was in his own body at the moment, watching his body easily kill the Abyssal Lord who had pushed him to the brink of extinction in seconds. His heart was also shocked beyond words. Is this the power hidden in my body? Who exactly is that mysterious person? Can I also have this kind of strength in the future? In addition to shock, Lin Xuan had more of an expectation. My descendant, today you and I are destined to meet, I should have given you some gifts. It's a pity that my hidden treasures in the human world have been lost, so as compensation, I will gift you this power, and I hope that you will cultivate the righteous path soon in the future, and I hope that we will meet again one day. This person did not answer Lin Xuan's question and spoke to himself. As his words fell, the huge silhouette of Lin Xuan's body then disappeared, transforming into bits of starlight that fell on his and Xie Yuqing's bodies. Lin Xuan hurriedly checked the state of his body, and sure enough, he found a difference. Blessing of the Last Dead. Might of the Dead? Imperial Guard? King's Landing? There were a total of 3 effects, which Lin Xuan was unable to peek at with his current strength. What could be confirmed was that the effect wasn't a negative buff like Seal of Vengeance, and Lin Xuan finally let go of his heart. Moreover, an ability that could only be unlocked at a high level would be more powerful. That mysterious man had killed the Abyssal Lord in seconds with just a look. How terrifying should the effect of the blessing he gifted be? The mysterious man's power disappeared and Lin Xuan regained control of his body. This is over? In just half a minute, Lin Xuan felt like he was dreaming. Senior brother? Are you alright? Lu Zio cautiously rushed over and asked tentatively. Just now, Lin Xuan's strength had given him too much of a shock, and it was difficult to accept it for a while. Senior brother Lu? Why are you here? I found out that the Northwest Army's intelligence on the Abyssal Lords was wrong and rushed here to save you, but I didn't expect you to kill the Abyssal Lords in seconds. Lin Xuan panted heavily. At this moment, he was the victor, but he had also paid a great price and nearly lost his life. The Abyssal Lord was in a state of serious injury, it was already at the end of its strength. I drove the secret method and only barely managed to kill it. Serious injury plus secret technique, Lin Xuan thought of an explanation that Lu Zio could accept the most. I see that your secret method is very strong, I'm sure the aftermath isn't weak, it's better to bide your time for the next while. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. The Abyss Lord was dead, his power slowly dissipating, and the Whitebone Abyss spirit lost its source of power, collapsing like dominoes. Kill Abyssal Lord Cursed Weakness, gain plus 91,000 experience. Gained reward, level plus 1. Reward, Abyssal Magic Seed. With a flash of golden light, the level of the Demon Shadow Split rose to level 20. Abyssal Demon Seed, what is this? Lin Xuan didn't have time to check the item information, only to see the Abyssal Demon Seed turn into a stream of light and fly into Lin Xuan's body. He hurriedly checked the status of his body. It can't be something like the Seal of Vengeance again? Fortunately, Lin Xuan didn't find anything unusual. I didn't expect to burst out the Abyssal Demon Seed, senior brother's luck is really good. Lu Zio couldn't help but envy. Abyssal demon seed? Senior brother, do you know what the thing that flew into my body just now was? Luo explained, it's an item that you must get to reach a high level. If you want to break through to level 80, then it must be missing. There's such a thing? Luo went on to say, level 80 is a hurdle for professionals. At this level will trigger a very important mechanism for professionals, you should know that. Second awakening? That's right, every professional will undergo one awakening at level 50, and level 80, the key to the second awakening. Unlike the first awakening is triggered after level 50, while the second awakening is the other way around, and only after completing the second awakening will you be able to ascend to level 80. If one has been unable to complete the second awakening, then one will always be stuck at level 79. What does this have to do with the Abyssal Demon Seed? Lin Chuan asked. If you want to complete the second awakening, there is a very harsh condition in it, gaining attribute attack. Attribute attack is a very powerful attribute amongst professions, and it's especially noticeable at higher levels. Any profession that has attribute attacks is much stronger than ordinary professions. Lin Chuan's heart was clear. For example, Lu Shuhan's extreme ice magician, even though its rank was rare, its strength was comparable to that of a legendary. For example, Wang Yuan's running thunder swordsman was a thunder attribute attack, and Hu Jing was an extreme fire magician, and the strength of the two professions was also legendary grade. Your original profession doesn't come with attribute attacks, so that means that the abyssal magic seed you've obtained now is almost equivalent to obtaining a ticket to becoming a level 80 powerhouse. I see. But you shouldn't be too happy, you still have a long way to go before you reach level 80. Moreover, to fully absorb the abyssal demon seed, you'll still need a long time, so hurry up and cultivate. Then, senior brother, does this attribute have a strengthening effect on itself? Of course it does, there are also strengths and weaknesses in attribute attacks. For example, the attack bonus of the common elemental lineage water, fire, earth, and wind is 1.3. The advanced elemental ice and thunder bonus is 1.4. Rare elemental light and darkness bonus is 1.5. The bonuses of other unique attributes are even higher, varying depending on the attribute. And this abyssal magic seed. I remember that the abyssal attributes bonus is 1.8, which is already quite high. One should know that the attributes bonus factor was directly calculated on the final damage. Taking the Demon Shadow Divergence Shadow Attack skill as an example, a single attack that dealt agility 200% damage, counting the 10x damage bonus of Sword Shadow Unparalleled, would be 2000%. If you count the 1.8x factor of the abyssal attribute bonus, you end up dealing agility 3600% damage. 36x agility. Moreover, the Demon Shadow Split would next have to face the reinforcing boosts of Transmutation and One Awakening, each time boosting the damage coefficient by a not insignificant amount, and there was even the possibility of awakening a new talent skill. When all of this is added up, the damage bonus will reach a terrifying point. No wonder it's said that attribute attacks get stronger the later they get. This is raising all the previous damage bonuses one by one. Lin Chuan thought secretly. Now that the Abyssal Demon Seed should be pretty much fused with your body, I remember that the Abyssal Demon Seed can also attach a skill to you, so take a look at what it is. There was an additional skill? Lin Chuan checked his body's information, and sure enough, he found information about the Abyssal Demon Seed. Directly viewed. Chapter 79, Return, Mission accomplished. Abyssal Demon Seed fused. Power not activated. Effect, attach Abyssal attribute to attacks, increase damage by an additional 80%. Additional skill, Abyssal Soul Surge. For each attack, increases damage by 1% and spreads damage to nearby units. Sure enough, just as Luo had said, the Abyssal attribute attack increased damage by 80%, and it came with an additional skill. Damage diffusion allowed Lin Chuan's demonic shadow split to inherently gain the ability to deal ranged damage. And there was also a skill that relied on swiping combos to boost damage. The key thing is that this effect has no damage cap. It was definitely a super tier 1 skill effect in a long-lasting battle. If he encountered a group of demonic creatures that could trigger Spectral Corpse Explosion, Lin Chuan would be able to stack the damage increasing effect in the blink of an eye. As long as there were enough demons, even stacking it up to 10,000 times wouldn't matter. After looking at the skill effects, Lin Chuan himself kind of couldn't believe his eyes. This effect was too heaven-defying. Only after calming down did Lin Chuan speak. There is a skill, Abyssal Soul Surge. The effect is attack spreading and combo damage increase. Two effects, already very strong, only. It's a bit of a pity. You're a summoning profession, and the effects of the Abyssal Demon Seed are ineffective against summoned beasts. It turned out that Luo had thought that Lin Chuan was only a pure summoning profession and didn't realize that he had awakened a second profession, Sword Shadow Assassin. Lin Chuan didn't explain too much about this. The less people knew about his dual profession, the better. It's getting late, let's go back. Lin Chuan summoned the White Impermanence at the first moment after killing the Abyssal Lord, and started healing Xieyuqing with all his might. At this point, her injuries had basically been cured, except that Xiaoyuqing had just used the assassin clan's forbidden technique, causing her body's qi and blood to be weak, and she was still in a coma. It looks like it will take a long time to recover. Hard work. Lin Chuan carried Xiaoyuqing on his back and returned to Huaxin City with Lu Ziyou. Although this time, due to a mistake in intelligence, it resulted in Lin Chuan nearly losing his life. However, it accidentally activated the mysterious power hidden in Lin Chuan's body, accomplishing a counter-killing in one fell swoop. Not only did his level increase by 1 level, but he also fused the Abyssal Demon Seed, a supreme treasure, paving the way for his future cultivation. The only pity was that the other team members did not obtain the props popped out by the Abyssal Lord due to using the spatial instant return talisman to escape the scene. Lin Chuan felt quite embarrassed. At least for the mission rewards, I'll take less. When Lin Chuan's few people saw the walls of Huaxin City, it was already noon the next day. Last night, the Abyss Lords were dead, and the Wild Sand Lords had lost the power boost from the Star Realm demons, and were being beaten back by the army of human professionals. After being wounded by the Northwest Army, they fled into the wilderness before dawn. Although the humans didn't kill the Wild Sand Lord, the originator of this incident, they did kill quite a few of the festering demons in the pursuit. I'm afraid that it would take quite some time for the demons to gather the numbers they did this time, which bought a lot of time for the reconstruction of Huaxin City. Near the city gates, Xiaoyuqing finally woke up and saw the Huaxin City in front of her, a bit unbelievable. Are we back here? We didn't die? Luckily we didn't die, thanks to senior brother arriving in time. Senior brother? Only then did Xiaoyuqing realize Lu Ziyou on the side. However, she was still puzzled. After returning to Green Dragon Academy from East Sea City last time, she had sent someone to secretly investigate Lin Chuan, and her background was clean. It was an orphan who was raised by the high school principal. When did he have an additional senior brother? Good day, younger siblings. This time it was the Northwest Army's intelligence error that caused you guys to be in danger. Luckily I discovered it in time and personally solved the Abyssal Lord, otherwise you two young lovers would have to bury your bones in the yellow sands. On the way back, Lin Chuan and Lu Ziyou had already discussed that in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, the credit for killing the Abyssal Lord was all counted on Lu Ziyou. For one thing, this matter was really troublesome to explain, and for another, they were afraid that someone would miss Lin Chuan. Even though no one knew that Lin Chuan had obtained the Abyssal Demon Seed, the treasures that the level 79 Abyssal Lord had burst out were enough to make the vast majority of people go crazy. Xiaoyuqing couldn't help but blush when she heard Lu Ziyou call her a younger sibling and say that she and Lin Chuan were a pair of young lovers. Senior brother, don't talk nonsense, we don't have. While a few people were talking, they only saw a few people rushing out from the city, running to Lin Chuan and the others in one breath. Captain, you guys are fine, great? I thought you guys couldn't come back. Wang Yuan was the fastest and came up to give Lin Chuan a big hug. What are you talking nonsense about? Crow's mouth. The new and old captains are blessed with a great life, how could they possibly be sacrificed? Hong Xiaochen scolded. Right, blah, 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 what I said just now doesn't count. Captain, are you guys okay? The therapist will be arriving soon. Hu Jing was still the most considerate, realizing with a glance that Xiaoyuqing's state was not right. Xiaoyuqing shook her head weakly. There are no major problems for now. Xiaoyuqing's current body was being eroded by the abyssal aura, while at the same time having the aftereffects of using forbidden techniques. Although Lin Chuan could help her heal her injuries, he couldn't solve the problems within her body. However, Xiaoyuqing's position in the assassin family was superb and had long been equipped with a professional healer, so there was not much of a problem. Behind Wang Yuan's few people, there was another squad, led by a burly and sturdy man with a perfect blend of a stern and majestic aura. Everyone, I am the commander of the Northwest Garrison, Fu Xuehan. I'm very sorry that we had a problem with our intelligence and got the true level of the Starfield demons wrong, putting you all in deep danger. The first time we learned the news we were ready to go to the rescue, and then we were held back by the mad sandlords. Fortunately, you guys are fine, and I apologize to you once again. Fu Xuehan was the strongest person in the Northwest Garrison. Lin Chuan never expected that such a supreme figure would personally apologize to them. So he hurriedly said, "There's no need to take it to heart, Army Commander Fu. There's more than likely a Star Realm exotic lord involved behind this matter. Even if your intelligence wasn't mistaken, it will still have other ways to trap us." Lin Chuan clearly remembered that during the battle, the Abyssal Lord mentioned that the Star Realm alien lord had named himself to be killed, so it seemed that this had been premeditated. Even if Lin Chuan and the others had known that the Abyssal Lord's level was 79 and had prepared for it, they would certainly have encountered other dangers along the way. It was a good thing that their trip had unintentionally defused the Starfield demons' joint attack on Huaxin City. It's very much appreciated that you can sympathize with our pressure. Even though Lin Chuan's attitude didn't affect Fu Xuehan's position, nevertheless, Lin Chuan's words made him feel comfortable, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a lot of goodwill towards Lin Chuan, and his tone of voice became a bit more amiable. In order to express our apologies, as well as the contributions you have made to Huaxin City, we have prepared a little gift as compensation. Fu Shuihan casually waved his hand and a bunch of purple rays flew into the hands of everyone. Chapter 80 Earth Realm Auction. You guys are now leveled over 30, and based on your professions, we've prepared a whole set of level 40 rare equipment that comes with a set effect. Level 40 rare equipment was not uncommon, but it was difficult to put together a full set of set effects. If the Northwest Army didn't have strong logistics, even Fu Shuihan wouldn't have been able to come up with 5 sets of sets for different professions in such a short period of time. Seeing the sets, everyone's eyes glowed. They were immediately facing the immense pressure of replacing their equipment at level 40, and with these kits, their difficulties were solved. Of course, except for one person, Lin Chuan. He now had a demonic shadow doppelganger that needed to be equipped in addition to his main body. Summoning equipment was easy to get, but assassin equipment was hard to come by. What he lacked the most right now was assassin lineage equipment. When he thought of the Assassins Guild monopolizing the entire assassin department's equipment, he was furious that no one had come out to take care of it. Lin Chuan, my equipment is for you. Just as the crowd was cheering, Xia Yuqing secretly slipped her equipment into Lin Chuan's hands. What are you using then? Xia Yuqing guffawed, I have inherited equipment, a legendary grade set. Yeah, Xia Yuqing was the assassin clan's eldest lady, how could the clan not prepare powerful equipment for her? It's true that assassin family equipment is not easy to buy, so I won't excuse myself. Lin Chuan put the set away in his storage space. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's mind flashed. He took out a prop from his storage space, the blood-devouring snake demon's egg. Yu Qing, this pet egg is for you. Pet egg? This is something 100 times rarer than a legendary props, and this was all blown out by you? Pet eggs didn't have a grade, but they were the hardest thing to pop in this world. Its value was no less than some legendary grade equipment. Lin Chuan, you really want to give me such a precious thing? We two are still divided into who's with who. Just take it well. Xia Yuqing had given Lin Chuan the Ring of Outer Dao inheritance and now she was giving him a 40 assassin lineage set. It was only right for Lin Chuan to give Xia Yuqing the blood-devouring snake demon's egg. Xia Yuqing checked the attributes of the pet egg, and without any further excuses, she put it away in her storage space. This pet skills are just right for me, so I'll be polite, thank you. Fu Shuihan exchanged pleasantries with a few people before entering the city. Although I'm leaving a few of you to stay for a few more moments, but at this time, the demons have not completely retreated, and I don't know when they will come back with a counterattack. Huaxin City is now in a state of disarray again. For the sake of your students' safety, it is better to please return to Qinglong Academy as soon as possible, lest your teacher worry. From today onwards, a few of you are the most expensive friends of this Huaxin City. If you need any help, the doors of Huaxin City are always open to you. Fu Shuihan recruited a few people to escort Lin Chuan and the others to the teleportation array. Lin Chuan and the others were not in a good state, so returning to the Green Dragon Academy was just what they wanted. You guys go back first, I'll exchange pleasantries with my old friend. Lu Zio didn't travel with him, he seemed to know Fu Shuihan very well and stayed in Huaxin City alone. Half an hour later, familiar sights came into view as they returned to Qinglong Academy. You guys are finally back. Zhong Ziqing had long been waiting here with a guilty look on his face. After not seeing him for a day, Lin Chuan realized that Zhong Ziqing had aged a lot. Director Zhong, we're back from our mission. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Zhong Ziqing let out a long sigh. This time it was our mistake, almost made us lose 5 talented students from Qinglong Academy. Zhong Ziqing usually had a majestic appearance, how had the students ever seen him like this? They all froze in place for a while. Fortunately, Xia Yuqing stepped forward to solve the problem. Old man Zhong, are you done crying? Are you trying to drag your feet and not give compensation? Zhong Ziqing was amused by Xia Yuqing and laughed out loud as he adjusted his emotions. It's time to give you guys a reward of 1 point. Based on the reassessment of this mission, each of you will receive the highest level of point reward, 10,000 points per person, as well as 50,000 points for team funds. This is the upper limit of the Green Dragon Academy, it can only be so much. Zhong Ziqing was afraid that Lin Chuan and the others would think that the points were too little, so he didn't forget to explain. At the same time, due to the school's mistake that put you guys in deep danger, I've secured a qualification for you to participate in the Green Dragon Auction Earth Realm. Green Dragon Auction? Earth Realm? Hearing these words, the crowd jumped in excitement. Lin Chuan knew about the Green Dragon Auction, he had heard about it the day before when he was at the PK Arena. It was an event that only students who ranked in the top 100 of the PK Arena and had reached the King segment could participate in, and there were countless treasures in it. The Green Dragon Auction is divided into 3 levels, Heaven and Earth and Human. Heaven Realm Auction is the best, Earth Realm is second, Human Realm is the basic model. But even if it was just the Human Realm Auction, it could still make everyone rush for it, not to mention the higher level Earth Realm. Not only was there a greater probability of encountering a treasure, but perhaps one could also obtain props that would change one's fate against the heavens. It is said that once there was originally a mediocre student in Green Dragon Academy who could only have graduated mediocrely. But instead, he got a spot to participate in the Earth Realm Auction by chance. After that time, the man's strength changed drastically, and in just 1 month, he fought his way from the PK Field Platinum segment to the King segment, ranking among the top 10 experts of the Green Dragon Academy. The students who won the top 100 of the PK Field could only participate in the Human Realm auction, while Zhong Ziqing had secured them the qualification for the Earth Realm auction, a compensation that could not be described as small. But you guys shouldn't be too happy. There's still a year to go before the Earth Realm auction opens. You have to hurry up and level up to level 40 before you can do so, and you also have to save up enough points. The Human Realm auction was held once a month, and the Earth Realm auction was held once a year, on the eve of the end of the school year. This year's auction had already ended, and Lin Xuan and the others would have to wait another year. It's only a year in the district, it'll be over in the blink of an eye. That's right, but it's just a matter of rising to level 40 in a year. With the 10,000 points from this quest, it's enough for a few months of expenses. I'm going to go all out to upgrade before school starts. Then save up points like crazy. The Earth Realm auction, I wonder if I'll be able to make a drastic change like that senior from last time. Alright, you guys don't be too dejected. The Earth Realm auction only gives you the opportunity to become stronger. Whether or not you can obtain a treasure that suits you depends on fate. If you want to become stronger, the main thing is to become stronger yourselves. You guys just came back from the dead, hurry back and rest. The school has prepared a medical team for you. So a few people separated and went back to nurse their wounds. Lin Xuan returned to his dormitory and hurriedly entered a meditative state. This fight with the Abyssal Lord had not only pushed him into a desperate situation, but also nearly killed him. After experiencing such a life and death battle, meditation could effectively boost his strength. Moreover, he had also sensed the powerful might on that mysterious man from a close distance. Perhaps taking this opportunity, he could activate the power that mysterious man had left in his body. 2 hours later, Lin Xuan woke up from his meditative state. It's a pity that power is too ethereal. With my current strength I can't reach it yet. But after this great battle, my insight attribute has improved again. The insight attribute was a hidden attribute and would not have a system prompt, but as his strength increased, Lin Xuan's perception of the insight attribute became clearer and clearer. The next step should be to have the Demon Shadow Divergent go for a transfer. During last night's battle, Lin Xuan's demonic shadow doppelganger had risen to level 20 and was ready for a transfer. Just as Lin Xuan was about to go out, his communicator suddenly rang like crazy. Someone had sent him a message. Chapter 81 Demon Shadow Divergent Transformation. Lin Xuan opened his communicator. It was from Lu Dupeng. Lin Xuan checked the message. Elder brother Lin Xuan, holy, you're still alive? Blah blah blah, my rotten mouth. I really shouldn't have told you about the scarecrow copy in 1,000 ways. It's my fault, I was so busy doing quests that I forgot about it. That copy wasn't meant for freshmen like you to practice. I didn't expect you to actually go there. But I also didn't expect that you, this kid, would have alarmed the vice principal and personally interrupted the copy to save you. You've made a big splash in school. I didn't realize that your family's power is so strong that Green Dragon Academy can't even suppress it. Older brother, when do you have time? Brother will invite you for a meal, as an atonement. A dozen messages in a row, the communicator kept ringing, shaking Lin Xuan's scalp. Lin Xuan mistakenly entered the copy of this matter. Really cannot all blame LV Dupeng. After all, Lin Xuan at that time also just asked so a mouth. He was on a mission, did not expect Lin Xuan so ironhead directly to brush. And the reason for this is that Lin Xuan himself ignored the reminder of the watchman to break into the copy, which led to the alarm of the school leadership. From Lu Dupeng's tone, he shouldn't have known that he had cleared the entire copy, and now thought that he had been rescued by Su Lan and the girls. Lin Xuan was too lazy to explain, and hurriedly sent a message back. If he asked him further, Lin Xuan was afraid that he wouldn't have a clean slate. Senior Rock, I'm fine. This matter is not your fault, don't take it to heart. I have important things to do right now, talk to you later. Alright then, you get busy first, I'll apologize to you when you're free. After that, Lu Dupeng stopped sending messages over. After sending LV Dupeng away, Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. LV Dupeng was not a bad person, he was even a bit kind-hearted. He was the first senior Lin Xuan knew when he came to Qinglong Academy, and Lin Xuan had a good feeling about this person. It was just that Lin Xuan did have more important things to do right now. He was going to go transfer the Demon Shadow Divergence. Lu Dupeng's matter could only be postponed. The priority now is to complete the transfer, and we'll talk about other things later. The Green Dragon Academy was huge, almost equivalent to a small city, which had all the facilities, naturally including institutions like the Transformation Shrine, and was not far from Lin Xuan's dormitory. Lin Xuan switched his body into a demonic shadow split. According to the map instructions, he found the Transformation Shrine located inside the Green Dragon Academy. However, the door to the transitional shrine was closed, and a sign hung above it. Temple closed for holidays, please make an appointment. Above left the contact details of the Transmutation Shrine Temple Master's communicator. Lin Xuan hurriedly sent a message to the other party, informing them that he wanted to carry out the transmutation ceremony. Soon, the other party replied to the message. It doesn't matter if I change jobs a few days later, it doesn't affect me. I'm on vacation right now. What kind of student transfers during summer vacation? I'll go back after my vacation is over, just wait a few more days, be good. Lin Chuan had a black line on his face. Why was this transmigration shrine's hallmaster so uninterested in his work? Waiting for summer vacation to end, this is not just waiting for 2 days? This is clearly waiting for 2 months. This fish-touching temple master could wait. Lin Chuan couldn't wait this long. He decided to go to the transformation shrine outside the school to hold the ceremony. After asking for directions, Lin Chuan went straight out of the school gates and headed straight to the transformation temple. Summer City was worthy of being the capital of the Manhwa kingdom. It wasn't normally big, and there were 4 transmigration shrines alone. Green Dragon Academy was located in the southeast of Summer City, and Lin Chuan looked for the closest transmutation shrine. This transfer shrine was much more popular than the Green Dragon Academies. Summer City was after all very large, and there were not a few people with transfer needs. Hello, I want to transfer. Here's the information sheet, register, and then go over there and pay the fee. Lin Chuan filled out the information and paid the 500,000 gold coins transfer fee, and after a period of waiting, it was finally his turn. Next, which one is Lin Chuan? Here. Lin Chuan stood up and followed the staff into the transfer place. The layout of this place was almost exactly the same as the layout of the transfer shrine in Donghai City, and the place where the transfer ceremony was held was a huge building. In front of him, in front of the transfer spell array grew a tree tens of meters tall, its height already exceeding the one in the East Ocean City transfer shrine, reaching a height of 70 meters. Tree of Life, Rare Species, Level 100. Lin Chuan looked at this Tree of Life and had an indescribably strange feeling in his heart. In the eyes of ordinary people, this Tree of Life dominates the future of mankind, but only Lin Chuan knows that the creature in front of him is not the future of mankind. This is a proper demon. And still rank up to 100 levels of magic. Even the most powerful Starfield exotic lord in the Starfield battlefield was only level 99. Lin Chuan really didn't know that once this Tree of Life attacked humanity, it would be a world-class disaster. It was only that the Tree of Life was still in a state of slumber, or else with his strength of 100 levels, humanity would become unbeatable. 100 levels, the human world hasn't seen a strong person of this level for thousands of years. Moreover, there was more than one such 100-level Tree of Life. Seeing the Tree of Life for the first time, it's spectacular, isn't it? A lot of people look dumbfounded when they first come here. The staff thought Lin Chuan was lamenting the grandeur of the Tree of Life. Don't worry, you only need to stand on the spell later, leave the rest to us. Oh. Lin Chuan responded without saying anything more and stood straight up to the spell under the Tree of Life. The less people knew about the Tree of Life being a demonic creature, the better. Everything was ready, and the transfer ceremony officially began. Let's hope that this time we don't wear out the entire transfiguration shrine like last time, Lin Chuan prayed silently in his heart. As the staff activated the spell, a dazzling light enveloped Lin Chuan. The moment the spell array was activated, the ring of outer Dao inheritance on Lin Chuan's finger immediately reacted, emitting a faint glow at the same time. The 2 streams of light perfectly mingled together and then merged into Lin Chuan's body. In only 10 seconds, the light of the transfer spell began to dissipate. Ha! The staff looked at Lin Chuan with an expression of looking at a monster. It shouldn't be. How did the transfer finish so quickly? Even though the average time for a transfer is only 6 minutes, this is too fast. It simply breaks the record for the shortest time for our temple's transfer ceremony. Lin Chuan opened his eyes and saw the puzzled expression of the staff and couldn't help but ask. What's wrong? Is there a problem with my transfer? The staff member hurriedly shook his head, and the expression on his face turned back to regret. Actually, the length of the transfer time isn't that important. As long as you work hard to upgrade in the future and use your level to crush the demons, you can also stand in the forest of human powerhouses. Cheer up, Junior. Lin Chuan instantly heard something in the staff's words and gave a perfunctory thank you before quickly returning to Green Dragon Academy. He didn't dare to stay for even a moment, nor did he dare to open his mouth to speak, only stifling his head to hurry. Because he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from laughing. Chapter 82 Upgrade, Cultivation. Just as the staff was expressing their regret towards Lin Chuan, the system popped up with the message that the transfer was complete. Congratulations on the successful transfer, you can now learn brand new skills. Lin Chuan's sword shadow assassin profession was different from ordinary professions. Learning skills relied on the inheritance in the Ring of Outer Way inheritance, and did not require the use of primary skill learning scrolls. Therefore, at this moment when he completed his transfer, the skills were also synchronized and learned. Congratulations on acquiring the skill, 10,000 Swords Technique. Congratulations on acquiring the talent, Supreme Sword Chi. The profession of Sword Shadow Assassin was a legacy level, not as strong as the Spectral Summoner mythic level profession. Not only could he not help but gain new skills and new talents, but he could also continue to learn new summon beast skills like Black and White. Even so, it still unlocked new talents and skills. Name, Demon Shadow Splitter. Profession, Sword Assassin Inherited. Level, 2035.13%. Power, 613. Stamina, 584. Agility, 632. Mental strength, 560. Necrospace, 157 210. Equipment, omitted. Talent, Sword Shadow, Supreme Sword Chi. Sword Shadow Matchless, inflicts damage 10 times when using skills. Supreme Sword Chi, coagulate a sword chi around the body, consume the sword chi to pursue the current skill once, every 10,000 points of mental energy consumed can coagulate a sword chi, every 10 levels can increase a sword chi cap. Skills, Shadow Attack, Instant Shadow Triple Strike, 10,000 Swords Technique. Shadow Attack, instantly move to a designated location, next attack deals agility 200% damage. Consumption, 50 mental energy. Instant Shadow Triple Strike, launch 3 attacks in a short period of time, each attack deals agility 100% damage, totaling agility 300% damage. Consumption, 100 mental energy. 10,000 Swords Skill, apply a buff effect to yourself, increasing all damage factors by 50% for half an hour. Adds a sword aura directly after using the skill. Consumption, 200 mental energy. The coefficients of the various skills didn't change too much after the Magic Shadow split turn, but the newly acquired skills and talents elevated the profession of Sword Shadow Assassin. No, after the transfer should be called Sword Sect Assassin. 10,000 Swords is a buffed skill, with a combined enhancement of 50% damage factor at around 30%. None of these enhancements were critical yet, the key was the talent skill Supreme Sword Chi. Consuming Supreme Sword Chi could add one additional skill, which not only doubled the damage, but also increased flexibility. What is the play style of the assassin profession? Playing is divine, playing is the heartbeat. The talent of Supreme Sword Chi directly doubled Lin Chuan's occupational characteristics. Only in front of him, Lin Chuan's level wasn't really high and his skills were few, making the condition of consuming 10,000 mental energy more difficult. But the effect of the 10,000 swords skill again just made up for this, and could directly refresh the Sword Chi. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to save up his Sword Chi before every battle. Returning to his dormitory, Lin Chuan began to plan what was to come next. The members of Dark Moon Tidal Wave each had their own cultivation plans, and after a big battle with the Abyssal Lords, they wouldn't be going out on dangerous missions for a short while. As for Lin Chuan himself, he still had more than 200,000 points on him right now, so he wasn't lacking for the time being. So there was only one thing left for him to do next, upgrade like crazy. Now that Lin Chuan's body, the Spectral Summoner, had risen to level 20, there was no pressure in soloing the Scarecrow's Toon copy. So for the next 2 months, Lin Chuan let his doppelganger enter the copy every day to automatically brush monsters and upgrade. He himself kept going back and forth between the Qinglong Academy library and the trading house, constantly learning some hidden knowledge, and poking around for some equipment and props in the meantime. After 2 months of unremitting efforts, Lin Chuan finally leveled up both of his professions to level 25. The summoned beasts had also each evolved to the next realm level, and in addition to a substantial increase in their attributes, their damage and defense had also been strengthened to varying degrees. The rest of the time, Lin Chuan soaked in the PK arena, sparring with his seniors and siblings on their combat skills. Under his intense battles, in just 2 months, Lin Chuan had jumped from the new means rank to the gold segment, which could be said to be very fast. Please welcome the next group of players, Lin Chuan, Yang Xiao. Lin Chuan stepped into the ring, his opponent was a level 33 magic rare profession. School officially starts tomorrow, this is the last match before school starts. As the referee gave the order, both sides began to move. As usual, Lin Chuan snapped his fingers and 10 death servants appeared above the ring in one breath. Today's death servants were simply a different person from 2 months ago, and after level 25, the platinum grade death servants evolved into diamond grade, with a whole new level of armor on their bodies. Not only were its attributes as high as 36,000, but it also had a 50% damage and defense bonus under the diamond level realm power. Rounding up, the level 30 bracket was approximately equal to invincibility. With the attributes of the Death Servant today, it was already higher than many level 40 normal professionals. The only pity was that the Death God Servant had no skills, and its true combat power was probably quite a bit lower than that of a true professional. However, dealing with level 40 or lower professionals was not a problem at all. Moreover, Lin Chuan had now summoned 10 diamond grade Death Servants. While Lin Chuan was summoning, Yang Xiao also made a move. Just with a wave of his hand, he launched a meteorite towards Lin Chuan. And no matter how Lin Chuan dodged, the meteorite would adjust its direction to follow him. Yang Zhao's profession was peculiar, his damage factor wasn't high, but all of his skills came with a target locking effect, almost eliminating the possibility of his opponent dodging. As long as the attack is sent out, it will definitely hit the target. After dodging for a moment, Yang Xiao casually waved her hand again and condensed a magic arrow towards Lin Chuan. Since I can't dodge it, just block it directly. Lin Chuan had 2 diamond grade Death God minions protect his left and right, blocking Yang Zhao's attack. Death God Servant Diamond Grade attacked, blood 6700. Minion of Death Diamond class attacked, blood 8300. After all, it was only a rare profession, the damage wasn't as exaggerated as Yang Chang's, only hitting less than 10,000 damage. At this point, Lin Chuan didn't pretend anymore, and the death servant pressed on in full force, heading straight for Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao had also seen Lin Chuan fight quite a few times, and was well aware of the fearsome nature of the death god servant. He pulled around the ring while firing magic attacks towards Lin Chuan from the gaps. After a short contact, Lin Chuan had already figured out Yang Xiao's attack pattern. By only summoning a hooked bullhead to help him block off magic, he easily defused Yang Xiao's attack. The hooked soul bullhead had now evolved to gold level as well, possessing a body mass of 54,000 and a 45% damage reduction effect, and Yang Xiao's attack hitting it was no different than scratching an itch. Not long after, under the attack of the death servant, Yang Xiao had been forced to the corner of the ring. Put up a fight. Gravity black hole. Yang Xiao knew that if he continued to fight, he would definitely lose, and he used his strongest skill. A pitch-black black hole suddenly wrapped around Lin Chuan, and under the effect of the magic, even the ring under Lin Chuan's feet was crushed apart. Lin Chuan, admit defeat. My gravity black hole is a third-order magic that lasts for 10 minutes. Even if your summoned beast is strong, it won't help if your main body is controlled. Yang Xiao loudly persuaded to surrender. Chapter 83 Starting School. Are you talking to me? Lin Chuan's voice suddenly sounded behind Yang Xiao. Assassin's skill? As soon as Yang Xiao heard Lin Chuan's voice, he immediately turned around and threw out a fireball, followed by flying back. Nowadays, Lin Chuan was already a freak that everyone was discussing in the PK arena, clearly a summoner profession, but able to use assassin tier skills. So he wasn't surprised anymore. Shadow attack. Lin Chuan directly chose to use Supreme Sword Chi and used the shadow attack skill again in front of Yang Xiao, instantly coming behind him. How come your skills don't have a cooldown? Yang Xiao was stunned. Even the weakest skills had a cooldown time, but Lin Chuan made shadow attacks one after another. This isn't scientific. Lin Chuan didn't care what Yang Xiao thought of himself. He directly unleashed his second skill, 10,000 Swords Technique, which increased the damage factor by 50%. Then, instant shadow triple strike. Yang Xiao had already been cornered by Lin Chuan's summoned beasts, and now he was being blitzed by shadow attacks one after another, and had long been unable to avoid them. The heavy sword in Lin Chuan's hand instantly swung out 3 chopping blows, directly knocking Yang Xiao out of the PK field. Medical team. Lin Chuan hadn't gone easy on him this time in order to test his true fighting prowess, and Yang Xiao was seriously injured after being knocked out of the ring. Qinglong Academy had a powerful medical practitioner system. A holy light healing fell. Yang Xiao's injuries instantly became stable. With this backup support, Lin Chuan didn't have to restrain his hands when he moved. Lin Chuan was satisfied with his current strength. He was now able to smoothly switch between summoner and assassin skills at will. Combat power had naturally increased again. It's a pity that the split's lockout status hasn't been lifted yet, or else having the demonic shadow split to fight in the PK arena would also save time and effort. Ever since he had utilized his doppelganger to level up, Lin Chuan had gradually fallen in love with this feeling. The feeling of being able to level up without having to personally work on it was just too good. Tomorrow was the day that Green Dragon Academy started. Lin Chuan had completely left the matter of leveling up to his doppelganger, and he himself only had to deal with the school's curriculum. Green Dragon Academy, I wonder how different the teaching here is compared to high school. I hope it can bring me some surprises. By the second day, Lin Chuan came to the classroom on time, and there were already quite a few students gathered in the classroom. At this time, the atmosphere was slightly tense, and the students were divided into small and large groups sitting in the classroom, with their faces full of arrogance, looking at each other in the eye. Lin Chuan walked into the classroom, and everyone's gazes swiped towards him. Hey, newbie, reveal your own information and family background. In the last row of the classroom, there sat a hangdog who ordered Lin Chuan in a very arrogant tone. Lei Hong, currently the strongest person in the classroom, and the power under him was also one of the biggest in the classroom. Lin Chuan could tell at a glance that this person was on the same path as Luo Kun, and completely couldn't bring himself to talk to him, finding an empty seat in the first row and sitting down. Hey, our boss is talking to you, are you deaf? Suddenly, a person appeared beside Lin Chuan and kicked the chair underneath him. Oh, there's a good show to watch. The one who spoke was a girl named Yang Qian, the second most powerful group in the classroom besides Lei Hong. Yang Qian propped her head on one hand and looked at Lin Chuan with interest. It's been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant person. I just don't know if his family's background is bigger than Lei Hong's. Do I have to agree when he speaks? Do you go even if he tells you to eat? Lin Chuan said coldly, then changed his seat. How dare you curse me? Lin Chuan not only behaved in a way that made people furious, his words even touched the other party. This person is already full of anger. Directly at Lin Chuan's head to blast a punch. The speed of the speed is impossible to fight. It's Sun Yuan's Sonic Fist. This Sun Yuan's level is already 22, and with a big family behind him, this Lin Chuan is afraid that he'll have to shed a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. Level 22? Lin Chuan scoffed. In a flash of lightning, a pitch-black figure whose entire body emitted a diamond-like glow blocked the middle of the two. Boom! Sun Yuan's fist landed on the body of the diamond-grade Death God servant, erupting in a violent sonic boom. Judging from the loudness of the sound, the attack did not cause too much damage to the Death God servant. Death Servant Diamond level attack by Sun Yuan Sonic Fist, Blood 1350. Ha! Why is the damage so low? Seeing the message prompt in front of him, Lin Chuan suddenly had a bit of an out-of-this-world feeling. The opponents he had faced during this time were all at least 30+ levels, and they didn't move for tens of thousands of damage, and now that he was all of a sudden pulling his damage down to around 1,000 points, he was surprisingly a little less accustomed to it. However, the truth was that this was the level that a normal student should have. Sun Yuan was also confused. Although Sonic Fist wasn't his strongest skill, he could usually deal around 2,000 damage. But now that it hit Lin Chuan's summoned beast, it only knocked out 1,300 points of blood. How did this summoned beast's defense get so high? What scared Sun Yuan even more was that he had clearly lost more than 1,000 points of blood, but the length of the Death Servant's blood bar froze without any change. So what was its total blood count? 20,000, 50,000, or 100,000? You go play with him. Lin Chuan faintly gave the order to the Death Servant. Receiving the order, the Death God servant outrageously put away the scythe in his hand and stretched out his other hand to grab Sun Yuan. Lin Chuan's eyelids jumped. This bastard is actually afraid of beating someone to death? Sun Yuan wanted to escape, but unfortunately, the agility attribute of the diamond-grade Death God servant was already as high as over 40,000, which was many times faster than Sun Yuan's speed. Before he could react, his head had already been grabbed by the Death God servant and picked up like a chicken. Too weak. It was almost an uncontested battle. The Death Servant flung Sun Yuan to the last row of the classroom like a corpse. First of all, the chairs in the classroom didn't mess with you. Secondly, if you look at me and get upset, feel free to do it yourself. Lastly, I don't like to cause trouble, so if you guys want to mess with me, I don't mind accompanying you to the end. Lin Chuan's words echoed in the classroom, reaching everyone's ears. Lei Hong smiled contemptuously, a ruthless man, but unfortunately he has courage but no strategy. He won't live long in the Green Dragon Academy. Interesting, brother, this class of students will have fun. Just as Lei Hong and Yang Qian were silent, the eyes of the others in the classroom looking at Lin Chuan had long been filled with hostility. Lin Chuan's words had made him a public enemy in the classroom. It was only because of the strength of the Death Servant that he did not make a move at this time. Outside the classroom, Zhong Ziqing focused on what was happening inside and couldn't help but shake his head. This class of students doesn't have much bloodlust, they're all like this and still don't fight, thanks to the fact that I've specially applied for classroom maintenance costs with the school. Zhong Ziqing walked into the classroom, his attitude suddenly shifted 180 degrees, and his majestic aura radiated out in an instant. Whose summoned beast is this? Put it away. Who broke the chair? Be responsible for fixing it, in addition to deducting 1,000 points. Now class begins. Chapter 84 Green Dragon Academy's Rules. Sun Yuan climbed up from the ground and looked at Lin Chuan with a resentful face. Lin Chuan didn't have much of a concept of 1,000 points, but Sun Yuan's family wasn't small, and he knew quite a bit about the Green Dragon Academy, and he knew the importance of points all too well. Congratulations to all the rookies for entering the Green Dragon Academy to study. I am your class teacher. My name is Zhong Ziqing. I will be responsible for your cultivation matters in the future. The path of a professional is all about individual effort, so we won't be teaching you guys too much. If you want to grow into qualified cultivators, it's all up to you. If you guys want to obtain more resources, then speak with strength. Next, a few things are announced. First, the teaching assignment for this school year is to level up to 30 or above. Those who do not meet the standard will be expelled. Second, the PK field segment needs to be above gold level for this school year. Silver segment, retention. Below silver, expulsion. Third, obtain at least 6,000 points per semester by performing missions. Those who do not meet the standard, expulsion. 3 expulsions in a row directly shocked all the students present, causing those who originally thought that they would feel that everything would be fine if they were admitted into the Green Dragon Academy to immediately recognize reality. Worthy of being the Green Dragon Academy, the competition is so fierce that it expels at the drop of a hat. Lin Chuan thought in his heart. Even though he had already been in the Green Dragon Academy for 2 months, this was the first time he had heard of these things. The 3 things I said above you may not understand right now, but it doesn't matter, you'll be able to experience them for yourselves soon. Now, everyone proceed to playground number 1. Playground number 1, the largest playground in Green Dragon Academy, was also the location of the Scarecrow's tomb copy. Today's playground was surrounded by people and was bustling with activity. Only they didn't look like they were here to brush up on their copies, instead they looked at Lin Chuan and his group of freshmen, their eyes radiating greed as if they were staring at their prey. I'll introduce you all to the replica. Scarecrow's tomb, access level 1545. The lowest level of the monsters in it is level 30. Hiss. At these words, all the new students collectively sucked in a breath of cool air. Monster level minimum 30, what kind of strange copy was this? The freshmen present were all professionals with an average level of around level 20, with the high-level ones having reached level 23 or 24, while some of the lazy ones hadn't even reached level 20 to switch. Letting them go brush the Scarecrow's tomb copy was undoubtedly asking for death. Oh my god, is this a level 30 copy? How can this be solo brushed? If I had known that this year's teaching task was to rise to level 30, I would have stayed home and brushed the copy a few more times over the summer vacation. I have doubts. A student raised his hand. Go ahead. This copy has a minimum level of 30, we can't brush it at all, isn't this an obvious attempt to fire us? Zhong Ziqing smiled faintly, of course the school knows that you guys can't brush it, so they've gotten you older siblings to provide you with help. Zhong Ziqing's voice trailed off, and Lin Chuan always felt that this old man was a bit unsuspicious. These seniors and sisters, their levels are all over level 30, and there's even a lot of talented students who are close to level 40. In the next year, they will help you clear the Scarecrow's tomb copy. Don't worry, all of you, no matter if you are single or in a team, have been tested by the Green Dragon Academy to be fully capable of clearing the copy. You don't need to worry about safety. However, the older students taking you to upgrade is not free, you have to pay the corresponding points to do so. Depending on the strength of the chosen team, there is a certain difference in the price, so you all can make your own choice. Lin Chuan looked carefully at the price list that each person had marked out, and the prices were generally not too different. Ordinary level copies, 100 points at a time. Difficult level copies, 200 points at a time. Elite level copies, 400 points at a time. Nightmare level copies, 800 points at a time. Hell level copies, no one has made an offer for now. The price wasn't too expensive, even compared to the 1,000 points for the ticket, this was already quite cheap. At this time, the new students had just finished the college entrance exam, and all of them were pinching tens of thousands of points in their hands, so they didn't care about this small amount of money. Just by spending a little bit of points, they could hire high-level fighters, which was cheaper than hiring mercenaries outside. Worthy of being Green Dragon Academy, the price is reasonable and childish. Senior, thank you. Any schoolmates like fresh meat? I'll shout 666 at the back. I've made the rules clear to everyone, so we can begin now. As Zhong Ziqing's words fell, it signaled that everyone could start painting their copies. Senior, take me. The students rushed to the camp of the elder siblings in a swarm, and when they saw that the price was right, they directly swung their hands into the copy. After level 20, the experience required for upgrading increased dramatically. Wanting to rise to level 30 within a year, the pressure was still quite high, they had to cherish every day's copy opportunity to seize the time to upgrade. Lin Chuan wasn't in a hurry, anyway, he was now able to easily solo this copy. It didn't matter when he wanted to upgrade and go solo himself, instead he was very concerned about Zhong Ziqing's attitude and always felt that this bad old man had something he didn't explicitly say. This old man doesn't seem like a serious person. Moreover, as the #1 ranked institution of higher learning in the Longhua Kingdom, there shouldn't be such a simple teaching content as letting the old students lead the new students. Lin Chuan was burying his head in thought when suddenly a person called out to Lin Chuan. Senior, do you want to find us to bring a copy? 2 dregs 3, much safer than those single belts. You guys have enough 3 people together, and an A won't cost you many points. Lin Chuan looked at the other party's information, 2 level 34 professions, rare professions, the price was still lower than other teams, and a nightmare level copy only cost 600 points. 3 people on average only need to spend 200. And those 2 already had 2 people standing in front of them. Classmate, do you want to join us? We happen to be short of someone. These 2 spoke with some timidity. Lin Chuan could see that they belonged to the kind of people who had talent but no background. Probably didn't have a few pieces of good equipment on them, so they didn't have the courage to speak. And next to him, stood an acquaintance of Lin Chuan. Shu Han? You're here too. This person was none other than the school beauty of the first senior high school of Donghai City, Lu Shuhan. Lin Chuan? What a coincidence. Our class is also copy teaching today, and I didn't expect to run into you here. Although both of them had been admitted to the Green Dragon Academy, they were divided into different classes and were not in the same class. Lin Chuan had wanted to find Lu Shuhan after the end of the day, but he hadn't expected the 2 to bump into each other at this place. It was also fate. Classmate, you 2 know each other? That's just right, let's brush copies together. If it's too expensive for you, I can also help you out with points. Lin Chuan didn't understand, since you can help me pay for the points, why don't you pack it alone? One less person to share the experience, you upgrade faster. Because it's a rule between the 2 of us that we have to group a full 5 people to enter the copy. The 2 older students stepped forward and said. Originally, Lin Chuan didn't want to team up with anyone, but hearing this person say so, he became interested. There must be an unknown secret behind the strange regulations. Lin Chuan saw that these 2 were not too strong, perhaps, we can ask something from their mouths. Classmate, have you thought about it? These 2 people have promised to help you out with points, it's a rare opportunity for you. Okay, I'll team up with you guys. Lin Chuan didn't wait for the man to finish and agreed in one bite. I'll come up with the points myself, you only need to pay your portion. Thank you so much. A few people formed a team, paid the 2 veteran students their points, and then paid the fee to enter the copy, and then entered the copy. Scarecrow's Tomb, Nightmare level difficulty, activated. The 2 older students watched the trio enter the copy and smiled at each other, while a treacherous expression was on their faces. Chapter 85, New Hunt Assembly. As soon as they entered the replica, a grudge passed through the crowd and deducted blood. Why is this copy dropping blood when you enter? Level 30 copies are really difficult. Lu Shuhan couldn't help but sigh. Luckily, the school allows older students to help bring brush copies, otherwise don't think you'll be able to rise to level 30 within a year. It wasn't the first time Lin Xuan had brushed the Scarecrow's Tomb. He had been brushing copies for 2 months and he already knew the scenes inside like the back of his hand. Naturally, he wouldn't make a fuss like the other 2 students. After waiting for a few seconds, the 2 older students entered the copy. Senior, we haven't transferred yet nowadays, so we'll have to rely on your hands for this copy, thanks a lot. The new student politely went forward to greet him. However, the 2 older students had their hands spread out with an expression of feigned insanity. Move your hands? Move what hand? Who said anything about helping you guys with your copies? But just now outside, we've already paid you guys points. The classmate argued. Lin Xuan's eyelids lifted. Sure enough, it started. Let me see what's going on. Oh, you mean that? Do you guys see it clearly? What's written on it is the cost of entering the copy, not the cost of taking you guys to paint the copy. You guys are looking for someone to take you guys to brush your copies. You need to look at this price list. The 2 older students pulled out signs with prices written on them from their storage space. Lin Xuan glanced at it, and even he couldn't help but spit out, the prices are outrageous. Only to see that the price list was boldly labeled with a sky-high price on top. Price contract, 2-person with brush copy, price 50,000 points per person. Only responsible for clearing the monsters, blood status is self-care, if there are accidents, not responsible. Not only is the price ridiculously high, but there are no services whatsoever. You even have to keep an eye on your own blood level, so you can't be sure that you'll die inside the copy if you're not careful. You are robbing in the open. If this matter is known to the school, you guys won't be able to eat it. I'll report this matter to the school now. This freshman was very angry. He didn't have much of a background, and the most valuable possessions he had on him were the points he gained from the college entrance exam. And these 2 old students in front of him opened their mouths and asked for almost all of his points. This new student was filled with righteous indignation and wanted to quit the copy. However, he realized that he was locked out. This copy could not be exited. Don't waste your energy, this copy cannot be exited from the inside. If you want to go out you must pass the copy, so it's back to the very beginning, this price, you have to accept it even if you don't. Don't worry, you guys aren't the first batch of students to be screwed over, nor will you be the last. If it wasn't for the school's acquiescence, do you think we would do this? The 2 of us are already being very conscientious with our prices. This is a week's worth of packaged prices. If other seniors came, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to keep a single point on you. Unable to exit the copy, one could only pass the level. The situation was in a deadlock. The new student reddened. Big deal, we'll brush it ourselves. I don't believe it, there are 3 of us. I don't believe we can't brush a normal copy. You guys can try big time. The older students didn't care. Every year, there were defiant freshmen who wanted to pass the Scarecrow's Tomb copy on their own, and reality would educate them. Let's go. The freshmen wanted to call Lin Xuan and Lu Shuhan. The 2 were unmoved. Lin Xuan, these 2 are both over level 30, I'm now level 26, I can hold one off for a short time, can you take care of the other? Lu Shuhan whispered in Lin Xuan's ear. Surprisingly, she didn't hesitate to prepare for a direct counterattack. But this does fit Lu Shuhan's character, acting decisively and not dragging her feet. Lin Xuan likes it. And Lin Xuan hadn't thought that Lu Shuhan had leveled up to level 26 in 2 months by virtue of her rare level profession. It was considered to be the highest leveled group of freshmen. Lin Xuan just smiled faintly. Remember what I said before? Team up with me and just lie down. Lin Xuan's words evoked Lu Shuhan's memories. Indeed, teaming up with Lin Xuan, there was no need for her to do anything yet. Well, then I'll see you do it. Hey, you 2, what are you muttering about? Looking for a fight, aren't you? The 2's little commotion was seen by the older students, who said impatiently. Lin Xuan took a step and stared straight at the 2 old students. If I understand you correctly, according to you guys, if I take you guys to upgrade, in turn, you have to hand over points to us, right? Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the 2 older students couldn't help but move. You kid, what a big mouth, you even want to take us upgrading? This is a level 30 copy, do you want to find death? We didn't want to do it, since you guys won't get on board, I'll beat you up until you hand over the points yourselves. Saying that, the 2 veteran students released the aura on their bodies, and their level 34 auras created a huge sense of oppression for the crowd. Or not, let's forget about it, and break. Seeing that the 2 old students were going to move for real, the new students began to be afraid. Break the bank? Do you really think we are made of mud? Hand over all your points and spare your lives. Eagle Claw. The new students wanted to minimize the matter, but the old students refused and directly attacked towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, however, wasn't the least bit afraid, only to see him snap his fingers, and 2 diamond-grade death servants appeared in front of him, blocking the attacks of the two. Attack by Qin Wei, Death God Servant Diamond Grade 2679 Qi Blood. Attack by Qin Jin, Death Servant Diamond Grade 2770. It's too weak. How is this kind of damage going to take us through the copy? Lin Xuan mouthed the words, but the other party did not refute them. The moment they attacked the Death Servant, they similarly saw a system prompt. The touch coming from their hands even made them feel bad. The two of them flew back. This kid is from the summoning department. The summoning beasts are too strong. Take care of the summoner first. The two were worthy of being veterans of the Green Dragon Academy. They had long since honed their skills and hardened battle, far from the kind of wildcards Lin Xuan had encountered before. In just a split second, the battle plan was reformulated. Unfortunately, they met Lin Xuan today. I'm only afraid you guys won't have this chance. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers again and 2 black impermanents appeared behind Lin Xuan. Assassinate. Black impermanents just appeared and immediately disappeared in the next second, appearing immediately behind the 2 older students. Lin Xuan already had some guesses about the true strength of the 2 men, and didn't dare to let black impermanents lay his hands on them. The 2 summoned beasts did not use their claw blades to attack, but instead would directly use their hands to hold the 2 down on the ground, unable to move. As expected, in front of absolute strength, these 2 old students couldn't turn over the water. They could only allow themselves to be pressed down by black impermanents, struggling uncontrollably. Kid, hurry up and let go of us. Our actions are authorized by the Green Dragon Academy. If you dare to defy the school, beware of Director Zhong expelling you. Even after being restrained, these 2 still looked defiant. Black impermanence directly pressed his claw blade against the 2 men's throats. Say any more nonsense and I'll kill you. Lin Xuan threatened with words, and the 2 immediately dared not make a sound. You. That freshman had been dumbfounded by Lin Xuan's fighting prowess. What was this? Just by snapping his fingers twice, he subdued 2 30-plus level Green Dragon Academy students? And Lu Shuhan had long since seen it all, and was even full of joyful bragging. See? This is the strength of my old classmate. Lin Xuan walked forward and attached himself to the 2. Come on, tell me what you know. Forced by Lin Xuan's death threat, these 2 old students finally couldn't resist the pressure and told what they knew truthfully. It turned out that what Lin Xuan and the others had experienced was the traditional event of the Green Dragon Academy, the new hunting assembly. A hunt that targeted points in the hands of new students. On the surface, it was a way for the older students to bring the new students to brush up their levels, but in reality, most of these older students were people who had been taught a hard lesson in the previous session. Now that the wind and water had turned and it was their turn to be the older students, how could they miss this opportunity? So first open a low price to let the new students and their own team, and then borrow copies cannot quit the characteristics of forcibly force the new students to hand over points. So the reason why this copy can't be quit is here. Lin Xuan had already understood most of it after listening to the 2. This was the school simulating the cruelty of the world of professionals, and the world of professionals wasn't as simple as imagined. However, this Green Dragon Academy still had a conscience. Once the points were plundered, the older students had to take the newer students to brush a copy for a week, as a bit of compensation. Since you already know, why don't you quickly let go of us? This is supposed to be a benefit for us older students. I advise you not to do anything unnecessary. Lin Xuan didn't immediately release the 2, instead a bold idea appeared in his mind. As I said earlier, according to the rules, it seems like there's no prohibition against new students bringing old students to brush up on the map, right? Lin Xuan stared at the 2 with a smirk. Since I'm taking you guys to brush the map, then hand over your points. Chapter 86, Counter Hunting. Not only did Lin Xuan not let the 2 go, he also wanted to plunder their points. Pay first, brush up later. Not caring whether the 2 were willing or not, Lin Xuan directly made his move. Forced by the strength of black impermanence, the 2 did not dare to resist, and could only watch as Lin Xuan scratched away the points from them. Surprisingly, you still left 1,000? Lin Xuan was somewhat dissatisfied. This is the guaranteed points of the Green Dragon Academy. You can't have less than 1,000 points for the month, or else you can't even take on a mission. Lin Xuan thought, that's right, can't push people to the brink. After settling the old students, the next step was to start painting copies. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers and hundreds of summoned beasts were summoned out of the necrotic space, blackening the sky. He actually has this many summoned beasts. Seeing the number that Lin Xuan had summoned, the old student sucked in a breath of cool air. The expression on that new student's face was no less filled with disbelief. Only Lu Shuhan, who had already seen this kind of scene before, was not surprised. What exactly is the identity of this freshman? Suddenly, someone thought. I know. 2 months ago, a freshman mistakenly broke into a copy of the Scarecrow's tomb, alarming dozens of teachers to rush to the rescue, and even Vice Principal Su Lan was there in person. But then that freshman came out by himself by clearing the copy. I heard that that person happened to be from the summoning department as well, and his name was Lin Chuan. Could it be that that person was you? Lin Chuan didn't answer him and went off to brush his own copy. 2 months ago, Lin Chuan's original body, the Spectral Summoner, was only level 20 and was already able to solo brush a copy of the Scarecrow's tomb. Now that he has risen to level 25, the summoning beast has even evolved upwards by 1 realm, so he naturally brushes alone without any pressure, and kills all the small monsters in seconds when they show their heads. Every time the Death Servant's scythe cuts through the small monsters, there's not much difference between cutting fruit. A batch of small monsters fell and were turned into experience for a few people. Lu Shuhan quickly rose another level under Lin Chuan's formidable combat power. Kill evil Scarecrow boss, experience plus 3,500. 2 hours later, the copy boss died tragically under the sharp claws of black impermanence, and the copy was successfully cleared. So strong. Too strong. Strong and invincible. Surprisingly, one move kills the boss in seconds, without even having to fight the stage. Lin Chuan's performance not only subdued the older students, even the new students were impressed. What kind of monster am I being classmates with? At the same time, he began to cringe in his heart again. According to what Lin Chuan had just said, he had been taken by Lin Chuan to brush his copy and should also give Lin Chuan points. But how much? He was in trouble. He had seen Lin Chuan snatch all the points from those 2 old students, and he was afraid that he himself would not be able to keep his points. That, classmate, thank you for taking us to upgrade. I'll pay for the points as they are, please don't rob me of my points. Put. Lu Shuhan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Chuan, look at you scaring the others. Lin Chuan picked at his face, am I that scary? Lu Shuhan explained to the new student, don't worry, he won't rob you of points. Maybe, he'll even let you make a profit. Ha! The freshman was already content to not rob himself of his points. And make a fortune? He didn't even dare to think about it. But next, Lin Chuan began to explain in a serious manner. The 3 of us brought the older students to upgrade and collected a total of 18,000 points, averaged out to 6,000 per person. I'm transferring the points to you now. Lin Chuan took the initiative to give the robbed points to the 2. That new student waved his hand repeatedly, no, classmate, I didn't even contribute, you earned all these points. I can keep the points already thanks to you. One size does not fit all, these points were earned by us freshmen together, and should be shared equally among the 3. What do you guys say, right? Lin Chuan suddenly snapped at the 2 older students. The teeth of the 2 were about to be clenched. This Lin Chuan, not only did he take the points from them, but he even wanted to humiliate them. But well, it's not impossible for me to return the points to you. Lin Chuan suddenly changed his words. Although the 2 of them thought that they couldn't beat Lin Chuan, they were still happy to return the points that had been snatched away from them. It was just that the 2 weren't stupid. Speak up, what are your conditions? Lin Chuan liked talking to smart people and directly opened his mouth to inquire, how much do you know about the old students who participated in the new hunt conference? What do you mean? I mean, do you guys know which older students have the most points? I'm going to do a big job. Not only was the older student speechless, the new students were also silent. He actually tried to grab it from the older student. Accumulation. Points. What kind of person dares to think that? All the other freshmen shunned the older students when they saw them, but this guy did the opposite. But from Lin Chuan's point of view, it was indeed necessary for him to do so. Nowadays, he was no longer the little rookie who had just entered the Green Dragon Academy, and he had a certain understanding of the school's mission system. Basically, performing a difficult mission could earn around 5,000 points, and there was a great deal of danger to be faced. But the new hunting assembly was different. These old students had a lot of points in their hands, and there was no danger in robbing them. If he could rob one with a lot of points, it might directly allow him to not have to worry about points for a year. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that these old students were originally lackluster rotten assholes, and there would be no psychological pressure at all to rob the points from their hands. To put it in a small way, this is robbing points. To put it in a larger way, it's justice. The old student took a deep breath, finally distressed about the points, and eased up. Every year during the freshman period, the school will organize individual students with top strength to participate in this roundup. This year, there are 2 junior seniors participating, and I heard that their levels have already exceeded level 40. I advise you to give up your unrealistic ideas. Level 40 and level 30 are not a concept at all. What are they called? How is the real strength? It wasn't like Lin Chuan hadn't encountered level 40 opponents before. It wasn't the level that mattered, but the true strength. There was absolutely no comparison between the level 40 of an ordinary profession and the level 40 of a mythic rank profession. The level 40 of a full set of legendary effect equipment is also not in the same realm as the level 40 of a loose piece of normal equipment. One of them is named Ouyang Jing, a level 40 elemental magician. The other one is named Zhu Yan, a level 41 10,000 musketeer. I don't know their true strength. After all, they're not in the same class and don't have many chances to fight. But I've heard that both of them have briefly ascended to the PK Arena King segment. King segment, indeed, was a very strong opponent. The Green Dragon Academy school system was different from other ordinary schools, and was not differentiated by the number of years of study, but rather based on the student's rank. Before level 30, they were all freshmen. Levels 30-40, sophomore. Level 40 plus, junior. Level 45, senior year. By your senior year, you can apply for graduation at any time by saving up the 100,000 points required for graduation and meeting certain conditions. And at level 50, if one of the tutors takes their fancy and accepts them as a close disciple, they can stay in the school to further their education. Currently, the strength of these two had already reached level 40 or above, and it was only a matter of time before they graduated from the Green Dragon Academy, so their strength was not to be underestimated. If the Assassin's Guild's level 40 purple-robed assassin was an outlaw who licked blood from the edge of his sword, then the Green Dragon Academy's level 40 junior senior was the pride of the heavens in the limelight. The two were not the same type of powerful at all. Lin Xuan could fight the purple-robed assassin to the death, but he couldn't kill the students of the Green Dragon Academy ruthlessly. Both of these seniors' professions are legendary, not that I'm saying. It wasn't you who said it, so don't say it then. Lin Xuan interrupted and turned to the new student. Classmate, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Chapter 87 New Hunt Conference Goalkeeper. You name it, and I'll never put it off as long as I can. Lin Xuan had first helped the new student defuse the crisis of being robbed of his points, and then he had taken him to brush his copies and distributed his points. He couldn't even thank such a good person enough, so how could he refuse? As I said earlier, I'm going to start my hunt for the older students. In order to prevent word from leaking out, I would like to ask you to help watch over these two for a maximum of 3 days, after which you can exit the copy. As payment, this is 10,000 points, as well as the 6,000 points that I promised to distribute to you just now. Lin Xuan directly allocated 16,000 points to the new students. Let's not talk about the payoffs beforehand. If we hadn't met you today, we would have been pitted against these older students. Head on, I might not be able to beat them, but count me in on this anti-roundup thing. The freshman was righteously indignant. This feeling of being treated like prey made him very unhappy. He also wanted to turn into the role of the hunter in this roundup against the freshmen. Lin Xuan pulled out 2 scrolls from his storage space and directly inspired them. The 2 energies landed on the old student separately, forming a gray cage. This is a magic banning talisman. It can last for 3 days. During these 3 days they can't use any magic or skills, and they can't use the storage space. You guys just need to help me guard them and don't let them exit the copy. Shu Han, to round up this group of old students, I still need you to help me. You only have to say. As long as you want to do it, I will definitely give my full support. Lu Shu Han trusted Lin Xuan 100%. Good, for the next 2 days, I need you to join me and round up the old students. Lin Xuan returned the points he had grabbed from the old students as promised, then took Lu Shu Han to exit the copy. New hunt assembly, I'd like to see who's the one being hunted. Outside the replica, the place was already flooded with new students. The freshman class wasn't just Lin Xuan and their class, a total of 5,000 freshmen had been admitted to Qinglong Academy this year. With so many freshmen piling up together, it's only natural that they didn't get into a copy within a short period of time. At this time, the scene was slightly chaotic, giving Lin Xuan the feeling of being back in the Goblin Lair copy camp. If you want to enter the replica again, you need to wait until tomorrow when the number of replicas is refreshed. Lin Xuan did not leave, he wants to scout the situation here. First, he'll find the 2 juniors and target them in advance. There were so many people on the scene that it was already overcrowded, and the sophomore seniors were so surrounded that they couldn't tell who was who. Senior Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was uncomfortably squeezed by the crowd, just in time to hear someone call out to him. Senior Rock. It was LV Dapeng, who had helped Lin Xuan with enrollment in the first place. Lin Xuan saw the price list in front of LV Dapeng at a glance. Senior Dapeng, you're also here for the new hunt conference? Harm, what new hunting assembly? It's all something those psychopaths came up with, now it's messing up the whole school. At the mention of the new hunting assembly, Lu Dapeng was angry. Originally, the purpose of this event was to simply let the old students bring the new students. The new students can upgrade better, while the old students can earn some points on the side in this way, and the intention was to do a good job of passing on the legacy between the professionals, but I don't know when it started to change its flavor. Lin Xuan glanced at the price list in front of Lu Dapeng, charged 2,000 for bringing a copy of a brush, ticket mutual A. The price was indeed fair. Only this fair price of his was so expensive in front of the other competitors. That's why not many freshmen came to inquire. How do you know the name of the new hunt conference? You shouldn't have been tricked by those people already, right? Lu Dapeng asked worriedly. Lin Xuan laughed and shook his head. Cheat, but no one cheated me, just that I was almost robbed when I entered the replica. Lu Dapeng was furious. These dogs dared to rob my schoolmate. What were those guys' names? I'll help you apply for an off-court duel to get your points back. Off-court duel? Lu Dapeng explained. Off-court dueling is a way provided by the Green Dragon Academy for students to settle their personal grudges. You can find someone to help you, and there is no limit to the number of people or level. And for large-scale events like this one now, the application procedures can still be made up after the fact. You tell me the name of the person who robbed you, and I'll go find trouble with him now. Lin Chuan hurriedly waved his hand and whispered, Senior Rock, don't worry, I'm fine, I taught them a lesson. And I also took them to brush their copies, and by the way, I collected a little bit of money for being a fighter. You? Lu Dapeng was stunned and couldn't speak. This was a case of someone else not being able to rob him, but he robbed someone else instead? Wait, let me run through it. You mean you cleared the copy yourself and then robbed the seniors' points? Senior Rock, this is where I have to correct you. I'm not robbing, I'm earning. It's justice. Also right, haha. Good for you, you've just enrolled in school and you've just knocked over a sophomore, so you don't have to worry about upgrading in the future. What are you going to do next? Freshman 3 tasks, only PK field brush segment left. There's no rush for that, I'm already in the gold segment now. Lu Dapeng felt like he had a fishbone stuck in his throat and was unable to speak for half a day. What kind of people are these? Today is the first day of school at Green Dragon Academy, and this guy Lin Chuan can not only single brush copies, but even the PK field has risen to the gold segment. This guy came in through the back door, right? You should know that Lu Dapeng was a legendary ranked profession and froze until the end of the last semester to level up to 30. Then it took most of the semester to raise the level to gold. It's really a case of people being more angry than people. Senior Rock, are you familiar with these people attending the New Hunt conference? I want to ask you about 2 people. Do you know anyone named Ouyang Jing and Zhu Yan? Lin Chuan pointed at the sophomore seniors who were hanging out. Ouyang Jing and Zhu Yan, how do you know them? These are junior seniors, the main force of this New Hunt conference. Lu Dapeng asked worriedly. Looking for them for something, I'm going to counter-rob a wave. Rob them? You're crazy. Their level has reached above level 40, even I'm not their match, and you still want to rob them? You always have to return the favor, since the school doesn't have a rule that new students can't rob old students, why can't I rob their points? Lin Chuan's tone was filled with determination, he was bound to make these scum who victimized the freshmen pay the price. And naturally, the best way to do that was to plunder the 2 strongest among them. Of course, there was another important reason, and that was that these 2 definitely had the most points on them. Lu Dapeng took a deep breath, you're right, you always have to pay back when you come out. Here, those are the 2 of them, the New Hunt Conference goalkeepers, good to recognize. But you have to be careful yourself, these 2 are not easy to deal with. Lin Chuan looked over in the direction Lu Dapeng pointed. Sure enough, the other seniors were surrounded by people in front of them, only these 2 didn't even have a single figure in front of them. Lin Chuan was very strange, it is logical that the higher the level, the safer and faster you can brush this copy, but now things are different from what Lin Chuan thought. At this time Lin Chuan noticed the price list in front of them, level 40 seniors with a copy, safe and painless, 50,000 points or more to come. Only freshmen with 50,000 points or more, they were waiting for the big fish to take the bait. Chapter 88 10,000 Firearm Soldier, Zhu Yan. All the older students had to take the new students to brush their copies for at least a week after robbing them. So for the old students, every time they took a new student into a copy, it was also a chance to take their chances. And these 2 used the simplest and roughest method to filter out the freshmen with the most points. Suddenly Lin Chuan thought of a problem. Senior, I can't figure it out, after the first day is over, there will definitely be new students being robbed. Then the matter of the New Hunt Assembly will soon be exposed, aren't they afraid of being discovered by the new students? What can they do if they find out? Although the new hunting assembly only lasts for a month, if you want to complete the 3 cultivation goals, you have to take advantage of this to brush up on your copies. Freshmen are forbidden to leave campus for the first semester, and it's impossible for you guys to make up for your experience by brushing copies off campus. The only chance is the winter break, which means that the first half of the year is a window period. Think about it, according to such a perverted cultivation goal of Green Dragon Academy, with an empty window for half a year, who can still accomplish those 3 goals? Back to those 2. According to the school's regulations, other than those 2 junior seniors, no one else can rob a freshman with more than 50,000 points. If they come across them, they can only be charged as normal. After that, the new students will also be marked, and others are prohibited from taking them into the copy again, and can only be slaughtered by Ouyang Jing and Zhu Yan. This rule will only be lifted after the 2 of them have had their fill. I see. Lin Chuan suddenly realized that all the regulations of this Green Dragon Academy were really interlocking. Lin Chuan's chance to enter the replica today had already been used, so he could only wait until tomorrow. He pressed on and secretly memorized the looks of the 2 seniors, then returned to the dormitory with Lu Shuhan separately, waiting for the next day to come. Early the next morning, Lin Chuan came to the playground. Today's pomp and circumstance was even better than yesterday's. The only difference was that the freshmen had been educated by the seniors yesterday, and their faces were filled with anger and sorrow. Why can't you guys take me into the copy? Someone in the crowd argued with the older students. It was Lei Hong. The level is too high to bring. You can either brush alone or go over there and find a high-level senior. The old student pointed in the direction of Ouyang Jing and Zhu Yan. We're high-leveled and you guys say you can't bring us? This kind of reasoning doesn't make sense, oh senior. The one speaking now was Yang Qian, and beside them stood two other freshmen. Lin Xuan swept his gaze across. These two he had an impression of. They were the heads of the other two more powerful groups in the classroom yesterday. The four strongest people in the class had gotten together. They actually formed a team? Lin Xuan just stood in the distance, quietly observing what they were trying to do. So what if I don't want to take you? What's wrong with you? Do you still want to buy and sell by force? If you have a problem with it, go to the school and see if the school will help you. That sophomore senior cursed. Nothing, hurry up and get out of the way, don't bring newcomers in front of me. These four people in front of him all have 50,000 points marked, looking at the living big fish in front of him descend to the door, and he cannot do it. The mood is unusually irritable. What are you looking at? Still not leaving, want to fight? The senior glared hard at Lei Hong and finally drove them away. A few people left over there and saw Lin Xuan. Lei Hong's stature was very tall, a full head taller than Lin Xuan. Walking closer, he said in a very arrogant language, "Your name is Lin Xuan, right? Yesterday you were very arrogant. I hope you can still be arrogant after the new hunt conference is over. Hello, little brother, don't pay attention to this big guy, he's always had such an unclean mouth." Yang Qian stepped forward to round up the situation. This person's speech belonged to the same type as Hong Xiaoqian's, and should also be a charm profession in the control department. Hello. Since we're all in the same class, I still feel the need to remind you. You should have met those seniors yesterday as well, so I'd advise you to better have some plans and find strong teammates to report to, or else you won't be able to keep the points in your hand. But unfortunately, we are full. Those remaining students, perhaps you can join forces. Thanks a lot. Good luck. Lin Xuan thanked Yang Qian. It could be seen that Yang Qian truly regarded Lin Xuan as a comrade on a united front. Although she didn't say so explicitly, Lin Xuan had already guessed their plan. Like himself, to counter-hunt the older students. These guys were all above level 25, and the four of them together could also pose a decent threat to most level 30 seniors. After all, the old students who came to participate in the new hunting conference were originally those who were not strong in the past years, and against the talented new students who joined forces with the four of them, even if they had a level advantage, they might not be able to gain any benefits. Lei Hong and the others had planned to start with the other less powerful old students, but unfortunately, they had already been marked with 50,000 points, and other than Ouyang Jing and Zhu Yan, no one else would take them into the replica. Then, see you later. Several people left and found Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing, level 40 elemental magician. After a brief conversation, the few people entered the copy directly. I don't know if they can defeat Ouyang Jing. They've all started over there, so I can't be idle either. Let's go. Lin Xuan and Lu Shuhan formed a team and walked over to Zhu Yan. Senior, bring a copy? Zhu Yan did not see the 50,000 points mark on Lin Xuan's head and said coldly, only take orders above 50,000 points, go over there with less than 50,000 points. Lin Xuan had counter-killed the two seniors yesterday, so naturally he wasn't marked. I'm sorry senior, I just came here and don't quite understand these rules, here are my points. Since the other party didn't believe him, Lin Xuan took the initiative to show his points. Seeing the points figure, Zhu Yan's eyes lit up. 211,000? Senpai, look at my situation, can I bring it? You have enough points, naturally you can, let's go. Zhu Yan forced himself to be calm and initiated a team application. He didn't want to let this fat meat in his mouth run away. That was 210,000 points. It was even close to catching up with his own spending for the past 2 years. With these points, it was enough to cover all of Zhu Yan's spending during level 45. There are two of you? After forming a team, Zhu Yan realized that there was another person in the team. Lin Xuan explained, I brought a friend, she's too weak. I thought that you're safer here, senior, is that okay? Lu Shuhan was very uptight and immediately put on a timid look. She also nervously grabbed the corner of Lin Xuan's coat and stared at Zhu Yan with a face full of anticipation. Lu Shuhan was born beautiful, and with this look, where could Zhu Yan top it? He also thought that he was already at level 41, and the two new students were still not a handful? Big deal, I'll leave a little more points for this schoolgirl when the time comes. At the thought of gaining 210,000 points, Zhu Yan didn't mind bringing one more person even more. Enter the copy. A black vortex appeared and the three were sucked into the replica. Scarecrow's Tomb level 1545, Nightmare difficulty, activated. Entering the copy, Lu Shuhan immediately flew backward and ducked into the copy. Senior, what are you guys? Zhu Yan asked with a leathery smile. Senior doesn't have to pretend, since we've already been given special care by those sophomores yesterday, we'll still come to you today, of course we're not exchanging feelings. Oh? Since you already knew that you would be robbed and still dared to take the initiative to come to the door, I don't know if I should praise you for your courage or say that you are bold. It's also good to save me the time of wasting words. Cut the crap, I win, hand over all my points and I'll take you to finish brushing the copy. You win, all my points go to you, and I'll still take you to finish your copy. Zhu Yan took out his own weapon and pointed it straight at Lin Xuan. Quite a contractual spirit. Win or lose, I'll take Lin Xuan to finish his copy. Lin Xuan just smiled, snapped his fingers, and 20 summoned beasts of various forms were summoned. Don't bother, senior, after defeating you, I naturally have a way to pass the copy. Chapter 89 Dual Profession is powerful. Good boy, I underestimated you. It's me being nosy, come on. Having seen Lin Xuan's means of instantly summoning 20 summoned beasts, Zhu Yan's face became grave. He shouted, and a blazing flame immediately rose from the weapon in his hand. Today, I'll let you know that a level 40 senior isn't something a freshman like you can challenge. Fire Dragon Roar. Zhu Yan was the first to attack. The flames on his gun coalesced into a fire dragon, pointing straight at Lin Xuan. The fire dragon exuded blazing heat, penetrating all the way through the death servants that were in the way, and Lin Xuan's defensive stance that he had erected was directly ineffective. A skill that comes with magic penetration. The fire dragon whistled and flew, and before it even made contact, Lin Xuan could already feel gusts of heat rushing in, and his skin felt hot and painful. If he was hit by this attack, Lin Xuan was bound to suffer a considerable amount of damage. If Lin Xuan was only a spectral summoner, he would have had to carry this move hard, but unfortunately, he had a second profession, Sword Sect Assassin, in addition to his principal profession. Shadow Attack. Just before the attack penetrated Lin Xuan's body, he directly used the Shadow Attack skill and instantly shifted behind Zhu Yan. Ding! Lin Xuan's heavy sword clashed solidly with Zhu Yan's lance. He had actually returned to defense at the critical moment. The battle instincts of the students of the Green Dragon Academy were really strong. Lin Xuan's move was so powerful that both sides were shocked apart by the punch. Strange, a summoning lineage that uses a heavy sword and also has assassin lineage skills. How did he do it? Are professions already so abstract now? Zhu Yan muttered. Lin Xuan's attack didn't cause substantial damage to him, but his skills gave him quite a shock. When one strike failed, Lin Xuan immediately adjusted his stance and launched a second attack. Phoenix Feather, Kai. Lin Xuan summoned the Phoenix's feather and his speed instantly skyrocketed, and in just a blink of an eye, he had already rushed in front of Zhu Yan. So fast, is this the stance that a level 20 plus summoner can display? Zhu Yan secretly wondered. I'm afraid that the strength Lin Xuan had displayed could at least reach the level of 30 plus. Moreover, he is also a summoner. Your strength is indeed good, a normal sophomore senior might not really be able to take you. It's a pity that I've reached level 41 nowadays, so I'll let you see today that the difference in strength between you and me is like the difference between clouds and mud. Flame Berserk. Zhu Yan shouted, and the flames on the gun immediately turned purple-red, giving off an even stronger feeling. My Flame Berserker skill can raise my level by 2 levels. Good schoolmate, don't die. Enhanced by the purplish-red flames, Zhu Yan attacked head-on against Lin Xuan. The later the period, the higher the attributes improved with each level. Based on a normal legendary level profession, counting the equipment bonus, Zhu Yan's current attributes were infinitely close to 30,000. While Lin Xuan was only level 28 now, even with the extra attribute bonus of the Demon Shadow Divergence, he was still barely breaking through 2,000. There is a 15-fold difference in attributes between the two sides, so a head-on confrontation will never be an opponent. Can't be hit head-on. Zhu Yan's attack came lightning fast, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged several moves. Subject to Zhu Yan's level suppression effect, inflicting shock penetration damage, 2,920 blood. Due to the level difference between the two sides being too large, Lin Xuan was shocked by Zhu Yan's force with every encounter. In just a few seconds, his tiger's mouth was already numb and his blood level had been knocked down to less than half blood. A level 40 professional, really powerful. Lin Xuan sought an opportunity to break away from Zhu Yan's attack. In the previous few battles, Lin Xuan never touched hard with high-level opponents, and most of the time, he was dodging. It was only after fighting head-on a few times today that he realized how difficult it was to fight at a higher level. Senior, I admit that you are strong, but admit defeat. Zhu Yan had gained a huge advantage. Where would he let go of such a good opportunity and immediately launched a pursuit? His speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed in front of Lin Xuan. It's over. Zhu Yan's lance came straight for Lin Xuan's head, looking to crush him. But he forgot Lin Xuan's occupation. Senior, have you forgotten? I'm a summoner. Zhu Yan was suddenly alerted. What? Even the summoned beasts haven't made a breakthrough. How can it be that good to kill the summoner's original body head-on? Black impermanence, assassinate. Zhu Yan suddenly noticed 2 black impermanents appearing behind him. Summoned beasts with skills attached? Black impermanence's appearance disrupted Zhu Yan's offensive rhythm as he tried his best to return to the defense, then retreated while looking for an opportunity to attack. Ding ding ding. Lin Xuan's black impermanence was simply too many in number, constantly launching surprise attacks on Zhu Yan, sparks with lightning along the way, beating Zhu Yan back. Suddenly, Zhu Yan felt as if he had hit something behind him. Lin Xuan's icy voice came from behind. Senior, look at you, you forgot again. I'm the one who knows assassin system skills. Lin Xuan unleashed the skill reset effect of Supreme Sword Chi and appeared behind Zhu Yan in a mysterious manner. Bear. Using the shadow attack skill to attack Zhu Yan, dealing damage 54,000. The heavy sword in Lin Xuan's hand sliced through the air and smashed heavily into Zhu Yan's shoulder. This attack did not directly seriously injure Zhu Yan, but it broke the balance between the two sides. Black Impermanence instantly launched an intensive attack, hitting him with no way to fight, and ultimately could only be defeated. He was pressed to the ground by the soul hooking ox head, unable to move. Demon Banning Talisman. Lin Xuan took out the demon prohibiting talisman from his storage space, and a grey cage trapped Zhu Yan firmly within it. Senior, you lost. Lin Xuan stood in front of Zhu Yan in a victorious position. Indeed, you won. Zhu Yan weakly got up from the ground, willing to gamble. Here are the points you want. He actually took the initiative to allocate the points to Lin Xuan. The points arrived. The Class 41 junior seniors really did have more points than the sophomore seniors, and alone, they had as much as 60,000 points on them. Lin Xuan's points had now reached 270,000 points. Thank you for your generosity, senior. You shouldn't be complacent too early either. Zhu Yan said unconvincingly. I'm sure you've long been preparing to make a move against the other one of us, and I'd like to remind you that even though my rank is one level higher than Ouyang Jing's, in terms of strength, I'm not a match for him at all. If you want to make a move against him, your strength is far from enough. Ouyang Jing's elemental magician can manipulate 6 elements, and although it is a legendary rank profession, its strength is already infinitely close to mythic rank. There were 2 paths in front of Lin Xuan now. The first is to stop there and live his godly life with the points. Anyway, he was already able to solo a copy and didn't need to risk finding someone to team up with. Secondly, to confront Ouyang Jing head-on and find a way back for the freshman. If he chose this, he was about to take a huge risk. Lin Xuan's heart had already made a choice. Chapter 90, Doing a Big Job. Infinitely close to a mythic rank profession? That could still be stronger than yourself, a true mythic rank profession? If Lin Xuan chose to retreat here today, it would inevitably have an impact on his cultivation mindset in the future, and perhaps his path to becoming an expert would be cut short. So he only had one way to go. Dry. Senpai is giving me advice? I can't wait for you to be beaten by Ouyang Jing. After saying that, Zhu Yan stopped talking and began to slowly recover from his injuries. Lin Xuan didn't expect to be able to extract any useful information from him, and directly signaled Lu Shuhan to come out. The senior has already been confined by me, so I'm going to trouble you to guard this place for a bit, and you can exit the copy tomorrow when I've resolved the other junior senior. I've worked hard for you these 2 days. Lu Shuhan suddenly blocked Lin Xuan's mouth. If you keep being so polite to me, I'll ignore you. After you make such a mess, I guess in the future the older students won't take the freshmen to brush their copies. If you have a conscience, take me to upgrade every day. That's for sure. Speaking of which, Lin Xuan remembered something. Shuhan, do you still have copy reset crystals? As long as I can reset the copies, I'll take you to level 40 in a day. You think so? Do you think copy reset crystals are street goods? You can get them just anywhere? Even if my family is a magic family, it's only that one crystal below level 20. Then there's no way. Lin Xuan scratched his head, his plan of trying to upgrade quickly was dashed. After that, Lin Xuan finished explaining the follow-up matters and once again summoned 200 summoned beasts from the necrotic space to start raiding the copy. What exactly is this guy's profession? It's too outrageous. Instantly summoning 200 summoned beasts, this kind of strength, it's something you can only have with at least one awakening. Perhaps, this guy really has a way to break this vicious cycle of the new hunt assembly. Damn kid, it would have been better if you were born 2 years earlier. Otherwise I wouldn't have been abused so badly back then. Lin Xuan brushed the map very quickly. After level 28 the attributes of all the summoned beasts had increased dramatically, and the copy of the Scarecrow's tomb could no longer pose any obstacles to him. 2 hours later, Lin Xuan successfully cleared the copy. At the same time, the upgrade golden light appeared and Lin Xuan's body rose to level 29. I wonder how Lei Hong and the others are doing. The 4 of them, Lei Hong, had almost formed the most luxurious lineup among the freshmen. Moreover, they all came from large clans of different powers, so their strength must not be weak. It was just that he didn't know if he could have a chance of winning against the level 40 Ouyang Jing. Lin Xuan had just exited from his copy when he saw Lei Hong and the others sitting on the ground with their heads hanging down, all of them suffering from different degrees of injuries. Immediately afterward, Ouyang Jing walked out of the copy with a breezy look. Thanks a few schoolmates, there are still 6 more opportunities to bring brush copies behind. If there is a need you guys can always come to me. But not in these few days, the new hunting conference has not yet ended. Ouyang Jing saw Lin Xuan, and the 2 of them looked at each other with hostility in their eyes. The 2 who sympathized with each other already understood each other's meaning without the need for words. A great battle was inevitable. The number of copies for today had been used up, so Ouyang Jing no longer stayed long and left straight away. Only after Ouyang Jing left did Lin Chuan walk up. Did you come to see us laugh? Now you're satisfied. Lei Hong's tone was filled with resentment and anger. Having just been robbed of all his points by Ouyang Jing, he was very sensitive now. Lin Chuan didn't care about Lei Hong's attitude. I'm here to talk about cooperation. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Yang Qian asked. I have a plan. It's not convenient to talk here, let's change places. Lin Chuan's proposal aroused the interest of a few people, and they found a closed classroom to continue talking about what they had just talked about. You mean you're going to help all the new students snatch the points back from the old students? As Lin Chuan finished his plan, Lei Hong was shocked beyond words. He never dreamed that the cooperation Lin Chuan spoke of was to help all the freshmen take back the points. Because even he himself, his very first intention was only to keep his points. As for the points of the other freshmen, what did it matter to him? You crazy person. Yang Qian couldn't help but say. Lin Chuan smiled faintly, maybe. Let me just ask, are you willing to cooperate? Reclaiming the points. It was a thing that had 100 benefits and no harm. These people had just had tens of thousands of points snatched from them by Ouyang Jing and were worried about what they should do next to alleviate the pressure of the lack of points. Now that someone had come forward to help them out, they naturally wouldn't refuse. Of course. What do you want us to do? I need information about Ouyang Jing's fight, and also, I want you to gather all the freshmen and prepare for a big counterattack tomorrow. At that moment, Lin Chuan informed all of his plans. He planned to split his troops into two. Within the copy, Lin Chuan himself would fight Ouyang Jing, which was the first battlefield. While the second battlefield was outside the replica, Lin Chuan was going to have all the robbed freshmen gather and initiate an off-site duel against the older students. Off-field duels were a way of settling personal grudges in Qinglong Academy, which was something he had heard from Lu Dapeng yesterday. Off-court duels needed to be applied for from the school, but now that the situation was special, they could be made up afterward. The offer of an off-court duel cannot be refused by the opponent, and if victorious, the opponent will have to return all the points taken away. Lei Hong pondered for a moment and slowly spoke, I have a question. According to you, since we can propose an off-court duel, they can use the same method to snatch the points back afterwards, right? Lin Chuan had naturally considered this situation a long time ago, and directly asked back, that's something the older students should consider. You only need to consider now, to hold your tongue after being robbed, or to fight back with all your might? Which one do you choose? Even if all of our points are robbed in the end, at least, I want to let those old students know that we freshmen are not good bullies. After saying that, Lin Chuan stopped talking and left the time to the four of them. The four looked at each other with hesitation in their eyes. Lin Chuan was alone and naturally had nothing to fear, but they all had not insignificant forces behind them. Growing up in this kind of environment, it was natural to consider more. From their point of view, Lin Chuan's approach would undoubtedly result in a feud with the other party and even worse days in the future. But if they didn't do it, they would be treated like cowards. Among them, the most bloodthirsty one was instead Yang Qian, the female classmate, who stood out. Okay, my old lady is done with you. Isn't it just about offending some people? They didn't even think about offending us, and I'm still helping them worry about this and that? Just do it and be done with it. Yang Qian made the first move, and the others also made up their minds and responded. That's right, him, big deal, I'll find someone to hold the group, I'm still afraid of him? That's right, the struggle between our juniors can't involve the family level yet, goad him. Lin Chuan, what do you say, what are the specific arrangements? Lin Chuan nodded his head in satisfaction. This was the bloodthirsty nature that young people should have. He was looking forward to tomorrow. Chapter 91 The Sound of the Voice. Tomorrow I will face Ouyang Jing alone. I need you to unite the freshmen you can connect with, not just our class, but other classes as well, the more the merrier. Tomorrow, you guys shouldn't create a conflict with them head on for now. I will enter the copy with Ouyang Jing first, and you guys can choose whether to act or not after we have the result of our battle. If I fail, this anti-hunting plan will also be declared a failure. No one will be able to defeat Ouyang Jing. If I win, that's when we counterattack. There's always a debt for the wrongdoers, don't let any of them go when the time comes. Lin Chuan's tone was filled with viciousness. Alright, I'll listen to you. Leave the matters outside to us, you focus on solving Ouyang Jing. The crowd informed Lin Chuan of the details of today's confrontation with Ouyang Jing knowingly. In their fight, Ouyang Jing's damage output was extremely high. Not only did he have a high magic burst and magic penetration, but he also had a forbidden magic field. It could silence all targets within its range for 2 seconds every 10 seconds, greatly affecting the battle rhythm of several people. So that's it, no wonder the four of you joined forces and lost. Against Ouyang Jing, how many % are you sure of winning? Lei Hong asked. Until now, Lei Hong was still afraid of the strength Ouyang Jing had displayed. Even if he had the support of the equipment provided by his family, he was still completely no match for Ouyang Jing. As for Lin Chuan, an unknown kid, Lei Hong was worried about whether he could really defeat Ouyang Jing. If Lin Chuan couldn't defeat Ouyang Jing, then all of the new students they had gathered with great effort would be in vain. From your descriptions just now, I'm at least 50% sure. 50% certainty? That's not a low probability. 50-50 is more than enough for them to gamble on. Fighting at a higher level isn't a monopoly of you dirt-poor family descendants. Lin Chuan added. Receiving an affirmative answer, several people began to gather the new students and arrange the specific details for tomorrow, plotting until late in the evening before leaving. That night, almost all of the freshmen received a top-secret message. After reading the contents of the message, all of them fought and pumped their fists. Those who recovered their status, those who shook people, those who formed teams, and all the freshman dormitories were lit up with the fervor of youth. Today is destined to be a sleepless night. Lin Chuan returned to his dormitory and began to prepare for tomorrow's battle. From Lei Hongs and their intelligence, Ouyang Jing's fighting style was mainly based on banning demons to interrupt the rhythm of the battle. The demon banning domain would prohibit the release of skills, and in order to defeat Ouyang Jing, one had to have a variety of countermeasures that wouldn't be silenced. Lin Chuan would not be interrupted when he released his summoned beasts from the necrotic space, so he was an innate restrainer of Ouyang Jing. Just in case, Lin Chuan took out an equipment from his storage space, the demon storage gloves. This was a bonus item from the time he went on a mission to Huaxin City, and it could store a third-order magic. At that time, he had used up the magic Holy Light Strike stored in it when he faced the Abyssal Lords, and now he needed to recharge it. For magic below the 3rd rank, you can only use this. The skills of a sword sect assassin did not fall into the category of magic, so one can only consider the magical skills of the native spectral summoner. This time it was a one-on-one battle, group skills were naturally inappropriate, and the spectral corpse explosion was unable to utilize its true effect. Then there was only one magic left that could be used. Basic magic, Soul Snatcher's Vector. This skill was a skill that came with the summoner profession that Lin Chuan had awakened at level 0. It could only be considered ordinary magic, not even 1st rank. However, this is just the leveling of ordinary magic. Lin Chuan's Soul Snatching Vector could deal spirit power 2000% damage. If one were to classify the level according to the damage, Lin Chuan's current Soul Snatching Vector skill would be at least equivalent to the power of a 4th ranked magic. Magic storage complete. Next, prepare Supreme Sword Chi. Supreme Sword Chi could reset Lin Chuan's skills on cooldown. Lin Chuan's summoned beast's combat power was indeed not bad, but when facing a level 40 opponent, Lin Chuan was likely to be killed in seconds if he wasn't careful. And it was still a magician with a large range of magic damage. He had to make sure that he had more than enough means of dodging the opponent's skills. Afterwards, Lin Chuan checked his equipment and medicines, preparing everything properly to ensure that tomorrow's battle would be foolproof. Name, Lin Chuan. Profession, Underworld Summoner. Level, 280.04%. Power, 2763 plus 171. Stamina, 2534 plus 154. Agility, 2556 plus 180. Mental strength, 3060 plus 165. Necrospace, 270-280. Equipment, omitted. Talent Underworld Summoner, Field of Death, Breath of the Dead. Talent Sword Assassin, Sword Shadow, Supreme Sword Chi. Skills Underworld Summoner, Death Servant, Soul Hooker, Uncanny Messenger, Soul Hooking Vector, Underworld Corpse Explosion. Skills Sword Sect Assassin, Shadow Attack, Instant Shadow Triple Strike, 10,000 Swords Technique. Extra Equipment, Phoenix Feather, Ring of Inheritance of the Outer Path, Demon Gloves. Lin Chuan had the extra attribute bonus from the Demonic Shadow Divergence, and his average attribute was already over 3,000. Dual career traits with 4 talents and 5 immediate skills. Also has 5 different summons with 20x attributes and 3 extra equipment. With such a powerful strength, he might not be without a chance of victory even if he faced a level 40 mythic ranked profession. Ouyang Jing, let me see who will die in tomorrow's battle. By the second day, thousands of freshmen assembled on top of the playground waiting in anticipation. The great noise even alarmed the school, sending several teachers to come, ready to deal with emergencies. This year's freshmen are more bloodthirsty than previous years. Isn't that right, Mr. Chen? A teacher said to the person beside him. The teacher Chen in this person's mouth was named Chen Chen, and he was one of the main people in charge of this session's new hunt assembly. His duty was to ensure that this new hunt assembly went smoothly. At this moment, Chen Chen's face was blue. As the person in charge, what he wished to see was that the older students had successfully taught the new students a lesson and subdued the arrogance in their hearts. Instead, it would be like what was happening now, with all the freshmen uniting to rebel against the rules set by the school. A group of rookies who haven't even used their vocational skills to understand, how dare they want to defy the rules set by the school, they really don't know how high the sky is. Even if they have a numerical advantage, they are by no means a match for this group of sophomores. What's more, for this session of the New Hunt Conference, I've also sent out 2 level 40 goalkeepers. Let these freshmen toss and turn as much as they want, they won't be able to make much of a wave. Another teacher interjected at the right time, but I've heard that one of the level 41 students has been missing since yesterday. Is this matter known to Mr. Chen Chen? The corner of Chun Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. As the person in charge, how could he not know about such a big event? These few teachers were obviously mentioning this on purpose. Which pot is not boiling, which pot to mention? A little accident that doesn't affect the big picture. The other level 40 student isn't that easy to deal with. The other teachers thought deeply about this. They all knew the student's background, and they couldn't help but look at the new student with more than a hint of pity in their eyes. Yang Jing, he would really kill someone at the drop of a hat. Chapter 92 Starfield Demon Spy. Weaving through the crowd, Lin Chuan couldn't help but sigh. So many people. It seems like these new students have long been displeased with the behavior of the older students. Lin Chuan was walking when he was suddenly tapped on the head. Lin Chuan, you caused such a big mess. A familiar voice came from beside him. Yu Qing? Are you healed? It was Xia Yuqing, who hadn't seen him for 2 months. Ever since the last time they came back from Huaxin City, the school had suspended all mission operations for Dark Moontide, allowing the crowd to focus on recuperating from their injuries. After a few people were dismissed, Xia Yuqing began to heal her injuries behind closed doors. When fighting the Abyssal Lord, Xia Yuqing had activated a secret method to forcefully raise her level, and the damage to her body was really not small. Even with the medical level of the Green Dragon Academy, it was surprising that she still convalesced for a full 2 months, and only showed up today. Minor problem, I'll be cured after recuperating for a while longer. On the contrary, it's you, this school year hasn't even started for 3 days yet, and you've made such a big commotion. Xia Yuqing scolded. It can't be helped, these old students are bullying people too much. They don't go out to perform missions properly to earn points themselves. Instead, they hit me on the head, daring to rob us of our points. Right, Yu Qing, are you level 27? That's a freshman student too, right? You come and help too. It occurred to Lin Chuan that according to the rules of the Green Dragon Academy, Xia Yuqing was less than level 30 and should be a freshman repeater. With Xia Yuqing joining him, the battlefield outside could definitely be ensured to be foolproof. Ah, my situation is different from you guys. I'm a sophomore sister, I should be on the same side as the opposite side. Lin Chuan was speechless. How could there be such a thing? I'm a specially authorized student, not restricted by the regular school system. Due to the nature of our family's profession, my upgrade speed is twice as slow as a normal profession, but on the contrary, the attributes I gain every time I upgrade are 5 times as much as the original. 5 times the attributes, then Xia Yuqing's strength was almost invincible at the same level, even higher than some level 30 professions. No wonder Xia Yuqing's level 27 could make the level 36 young chom so admired. As they spoke, the personnel on the playground had already assembled, and the new students and old students were at swords drawn, and the battle was about to start. Lei Hong nodded at Lin Chuan, signaling that everything was ready. Lin Chuan stepped out from the crowd and came in front of Yang Jing. The heads of the two sides were about to face off. So you made all this up? Yang Jing asked. Lin Chuan didn't answer positively. Seeing the battle of the seniors, did they already know that we freshmen were going to make a move against you older students? Yesterday, Zhu Yan disappeared after entering the copy. I don't think this is a normal thing. Seeing you guys in this formation again today, if I still can't figure out what you're going to do, wouldn't I be just like a pig? School Brother is able to unite these people in such a short period of time, so it seems that his strength is quite impressive as well. So many high-minded geniuses are actually at your command. Lin Chuan smiled. That was not forced by you guys. The situation today is irreconcilable, so cut the crap and let's see the real thing under your hands. Lin Chuan waved his hand and sent out a group request. You have to think clearly, the strength of the older students is not something you untrained rookies can match. Yang Jing passed the application in seconds. Cut the crap, come and fight. Lin Chuan didn't bother with words and directly activated his copy. Scarecrow's Tomb, Nightmare level, activated. Entering the copy, Lin Chuan immediately fired on all cylinders. Level 40 Elemental Magician is not like Zhu Yan, a physical profession. Magical skills cannot be resisted. Once contaminated by the attack, either death or injury. As soon as Lin Chuan landed, he wanted to pull away. However, Yang Jing's reaction speed was even faster than Lin Chuan's, and just as Lin Chuan's body moved, he immediately felt a piercing coldness coming from the front. Yang Jing had already launched a magic attack. Instantaneous attack without chanting? In front of Lin Chuan's eyes was an omnidirectional, deathless ice cone attack, the attack coming in the blink of an eye, not giving Lin Chuan a chance to escape at all. Shadow attack. Lin Chuan didn't dare to be careless and directly handed over his displacement skill, instantly appearing behind Yang Jing and launching an attack with his heavy sword. Before the attack could be launched, a mysterious force stopped his movements. It was the Field of Silence. Lin Chuan was silenced. The high damage attack attached to Shadow attack could not be activated. Lin Chuan realized what the problem was and immediately switched his response, flying directly backward while starting to summon. More than 200 summoned beasts appeared in the copy in unison, black and pressurized, creating an unprecedented sense of oppression on Yang Jing. Ouyang Jing's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. It wasn't because of fear, but excitement. It's you? What a prey delivered to my door. When I kill you, I will definitely receive a heavy reward from Lord Fei Lord. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Jing began to laugh maniacally. Just as Lin Xuan released the summoned beast, there was a tremor in space, activating the seal of vengeance on Lin Xuan's body. This phenomenon only appeared for half a second, but it was still accurately captured by Ouyang Jing. Alien Lord? A Star Realm foreign lord? Did he? You're a Starfield demon spy? Lin Xuan questioned. Ha ha ha, I can't believe you guessed it. Not bad, I'm the spy that Lord Starfield Fei Lord has planted in your human society. It's just that I didn't expect that the human genius that Lord Fei Lord wanted to hunt down was actually a rookie with a rank of less than level 30. Heaven help me. The Starfield demons have actually infiltrated the Green Dragon Academy. This Ouyang Jing didn't know how long he had been lurking in the Green Dragon Academy, but he had even found the opportunity to become the gatekeeper of the new hunting assembly. With this kind of important position being guarded by him, there was a high chance that he would kill talented freshmen midway through. If this person was not gotten rid of, it would definitely be a major hidden danger to the freshmen of the entire Green Dragon Academy. One must know that the students who were able to enter the Green Dragon Academy were all not the pride of the heavens amongst the human professionals. Fortunately, the one who challenged Ouyang Jing today was himself. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid that he would really have to go without a return. Never let it go. Lin Xuan made up his mind that no matter how much he paid today, he must not let the spy of the Star Realm demons escape. Give me on. Leave one mouth for me to interrogate, and dismantle all the other parts. Lin Xuan gave the order, and all the summoned beasts swarmed up to Ouyang Jing, launching an overwhelming attack on him. Now that Lin Xuan's body, the spectral summoner, was level 29, the attributes of the base summoned beast, the death servant, were already as high as 52,000, which was even higher than Ouyang Jing's attributes. Not to mention the single attribute extreme damage summoned creatures like the hooked soul horseface and black impermanence, whose attributes were even more terrifying at 78k. And it should be emphasized that Lin Xuan's total number of summoned beasts was 270. Rounded down, that equaled about 270 Ouyang Jing. What Ouyang Jing was going to face now was an army of super summoned beasts whose strength was comparable to that of a level 40 professional. The army of summoned beasts pressed on, instantly engulfing Ouyang Jing. Even though Ouyang Jing's strength far exceeded that of his opponents of the same level, Lin Xuan's summoned beasts were simply too many, beating Ouyang Jing's hands and feet. Forbidden Demon Domain, Chaotic Space, All Elemental Magic Bullet. Ouyang Jing's magic was out in full force, but he still couldn't resist Lin Xuan's bewildering number of summoned beasts, and was fully suppressed, unable to move. Damn it, how is this human so strong? Ouyang Jing was instantly confused by Lin Xuan. What should have been an evenly matched battle turned out to be a one-sided situation. At this time, Ouyang Jing suddenly came back to his senses. He should have focused on attacking Lin Xuan. But now that Lin Xuan was hiding behind the summons, Ouyang Jing was unable to target him at all. Instead, Lin Xuan's summoned beast was getting more and more energized the more he killed. So crashingly, exploding. The summoned beasts attacked one after another, directly knocking half of Ouyang Jing's blood level down. Then, Black Impermanence launches an attack on Ouyang Jing. Target is invincible, attack is ineffective, damage dealt, 0. Only to see Ouyang Jing's entire body emitting an intense white light, entering a short-lived invincible state. Entering the second stage. Lin Xuan noticed that Ouyang Jing still had half of his blood left. In other words, he only had 2 stages. Even with the attribute enhancement of 20%, even with the unlocking of new skills, facing Lin Xuan's summoned beast, the only thing that awaited him was death. Victory was in sight. Lin Xuan could see Ouyang Jing's state, and Ouyang Jing, as the person in question, was naturally more aware of his situation. Once the invincibility time passed, he would no longer have the possibility to fight back. There was only one chance. Magic Tracker. Before the invincibility time had passed, Ouyang Jing's blood level suddenly decreased by another 30% on its own. This was the cost of unleashing the magic tracking skill, locking onto the traces of all targets within range by consuming his own life energy. Lin Xuan's position at this moment was completely exposed to Ouyang Jing's field of vision. Found you, go to hell. Abyssal Claw. Ouyang Jing launched a Jedi counterattack towards Lin Xuan. Chapter 93 Killing the Spy. Lin Xuan hid behind the summoned beast and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't know exactly what it was, but felt that danger was approaching him. Sure enough, a white bone hand claw bubbling with the aura of the green abyss suddenly burrowed out from under his feet and came straight at him. This attack came really fast, as if it was lightning. Go to hell. Ouyang Jing's face was hideous. As long as this move hit Lin Xuan, it would definitely kill him in seconds. Lin Xuan's brain didn't have time to react yet, but his body reacted first. He only saw that his body began to glow with a brilliant dark green light that was crystal clear. A strong abyssal aura emanated from it, more than 100 times stronger than the abyssal aura from Ouyang Jing's attack. As soon as the abyssal breath in Lin Chuan's body appeared, the abyssal claw immediately lost its previous ferocity and behaved like a puppy. The dark green abyssal breath slightly disturbed, and the white bones immediately dispersed, leaving only pure energy flying towards Lin Chuan. It was then absorbed and digested by Lin Chuan's body. Ouyang Jing rounded his horrified eyes as if he had seen a ghost. It's the abyssal demon seed? You actually killed Lord? With Lord's strength, no, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Ouyang Jing had already been stunned into incoherence. What Lin Chuan had shown was too great a blow to him. How did another lord appear? The attack just now seemed to be filled with an abyssal aura. Could it be that he's talking about an abyssal lord? Lin Chuan thought well. This Ouyang Jing was precisely a spy sent out by the abyssal clan, a kind of star realm demon named Demonizer Demon. They could perfectly mask their own aura and simulate themselves as humans. And the abyssal lords are their most powerful bosses. The fact that the abyssal demon seed appeared in Lin Chuan's body meant that the abyssal lord had died in his hands. The boss had been killed by this person in front of him. Where did Ouyang Jing have any desire to fight? The whole person was in a state of madness, only knowing to hold his head and keep repeating the words in his mouth. Time passed and the invincibility effect disappeared. Get on me and kill him. Black impermanence, assassinate. Lin Chuan directly had the 10 black impermanents activate their assassination skills, and they appeared behind Ouyang Jing in unison. 10 flashes of cold light appeared, and Ouyang Jing's body was instantly cut into dozens of segments. Dead beyond death. Kill Ouyang Jing Demonizer Demon, gain experience plus 13,500. Obtained material, 4th order crystal core. As Ouyang Jing fell, Lin Chuan harvested a 4th order crystal core, which was worth a lot. Then, another prompt appeared. Absorbing abyssal breath, abyssal demon seed fusion plus 0.01%, current progress, 0.01%. Abyssal magic seed fusion? What is this? Lin Chuan hurriedly checked the situation of the abyssal demon seed in his body. Abyssal demon seed fused. Power activation in progress, current effect, 0.01%. Effect, attach abyssal attribute to attacks, increase damage by an additional 80%. Additional skill, abyssal soul surge. For each attack, increases damage by 1% and spreads damage to nearby units. The power of the abyssal demon seed is activated. Lin Chuan realized that the state of the abyssal demon seed had changed from its original unactivated state to an activated state. Although it could only exert an effect of 0.01%, it finally allowed his attacks to have a hint of abyssal attributes attached to them. It seems that in order to enhance the effect of the abyssal magic seed, it needs to be warmed up with abyssal breath. It's just that I'm still in the middle of the school, and I don't have the means to kill so many abyssal demons. Wait for the end of this semester, and see if there's a chance to take a trip to the Starfield battlegrounds during the winter break. A bold idea arose in Lin Chuan's mind. While other professionals were avoiding the Starfield battlefield, he wanted to go there on his own initiative. Anyone else would probably have to call Lin Chuan a madman when they heard his idea. Wasn't this just properly seeking his own death? Let's leave it at that for today. Finish off the spies of the Star Realm demons and hurry up to clear the copies, so we can't keep our classmates waiting. Go! Lin Chuan led the summoned beasts towards the depths of the replica and pushed flat out. The demons in the replica would soon be greeted by a killing god. Outside the replica. 2 hours have passed. The freshmen and veterans who were waiting in the playground were still in the middle of the standoff, keeping their eyes on the entrance of the replica. The battle between the two and the replica would determine how the day's confrontation would end. Will it be a counterattack by the freshmen? Or is it an orgy for the older students? It's been 2 hours. What does Mr. Chen think of the battle in the replica? The teachers on the sidelines were resting their eyes. They too were waiting for the results, just not as nervous as the students. Level 29 versus level 40. What do you think I should think? Shen Shen didn't even bother to answer this question. He was very confident in the Ouyang Jing he had sent out. But I've heard that this freshman named Lin Chuan is a bit evil. Oh? What does that mean? Do you guys still remember that when the professionals college entrance examination was over, the school's senior management once held a special meeting because of a new student to discuss whether or not that student should enroll early? Of course I remember. The commotion was pretty big at the time. As I recall, this freshman's name, it seems to be called Lin Chuan, right? Surprisingly, it was able to startle the higher-ups. Shen Shen snorted, but it's just because of some talent and strength aren't equal. Maybe when he's level 40, Ouyang Jing will lose in his hands, but right now, he's not worthy. Mr. Chin is wrong, I haven't finished yet. This teacher looked like he was watching the fun. I heard that after Lin Chuan joined the school, he broke into a copy of the Scarecrow's tomb all by himself, still at the elite level, and the school sent dozens more teachers to rescue him. So what? At that time, Mr. Chen, you were away on a mission and weren't clear on the details, but it just so happened that my best friend took part in the rescue operation. It said that even Vice Principal Su Lan was there for that operation, but the rescue didn't take place. Lin Chuan passed his own copy and came out of it, and set a new top 100 record. Hearing this, the expression on Chen Shen's face finally turned serious. Seeing Chen Shen's reaction, this teacher was finally satisfied. But next, he threw out another heavy bomb. I checked the copy records afterward, and according to the system records, Lin Chuan was only level 20 at the time. Level 20? Level 20. To be able to solo a copy of Scarecrow's Tomb on elite difficulty at 20 and make it into the top 100 was unheard of. Chen Shen stared in the direction of the Scarecrow's Tomb with a worried face, whispering, "I hope nothing will go wrong." Just then, spatial fluctuations appeared at the entrance of the replica. It was a precursor to someone coming out of the replica. "Look, there's movement in the copy, someone's coming out." A sharp-eyed student saw the movement in front of the replica and shouted out. When he shouted so, everyone's gazes swiped in unison in the direction of the replica's entrance. Gulp! The scene was awfully quiet, and both freshmen and veterans couldn't help but gulp. The sound was clearly audible. Who exactly is the final winner? Goalie Ouyang Jing? Or freshman prick Lin Chuan? Chapter 94. Annoyed. Space continued to disturb, and finally, a figure walked out from the copy. It was Lin Chuan. His face was now expressionless, without the joy of victory or the frustration of defeat. The order of exiting the copy did not represent the outcome of the battle. Lei Hong stared at Lin Chuan's closely, waiting for a definitive answer. Hands? Or retreat? The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth lifted up in a slightly invisible arc as he nodded slightly towards Lei Hong. Receiving the exact answer, Lei Hong's heart felt as if it had been yanked. He won? He really won. Lei Hong was so excited at the moment that he shouted, "Brothers, go on, let these old students see how powerful we are." Off-court duel. Off-court duel. Under Lei Hong's leadership, the new students challenged the older students. For a while the voices resounded through the sky, venting the anger in their hearts. Countless spell formations lit up in the playground, restricting the two sides of the duel, and the scene became very chaotic for a time. Due to Lin Chuan's victory over Ouyang Jing, these older students were naturally weaker in terms of momentum. At this time, they were also caught off guard by the new students, and it didn't take long for some of the old students to start losing, and then have their points snatched away by the new students. It's a mess, it's all messed up. I didn't expect this year's freshmen to be so fierce, that they actually ate over the older students. The new students are fearful, the new students are fearful. Seeing the movement on the playground, some teachers felt very relieved. On the one hand, they were glad that the freshmen were bloodthirsty, but on the other hand, they were surprised that Lin Chuan had actually defeated level 40 Ouyang Jing. One must know that Chen Shen had always wanted to train Ouyang Jing as an heir. On the other hand, this group of teachers led by Chen Shen was turning blue, and the expression on their faces was as ugly as if they were constipated. Daring to provoke the rules set by the school, are you freshmen going against the grain? Chen Shen bellowed, leading a group of teachers to rush into the middle of the playground. These teachers were so aggressive that they directly knocked down the new students when they saw them. Their levels were all at least 50 and up, so the new students were no match for them, and one by one they fell. Some of the teachers had even secretly attacked the new students, directly injuring them severely. They were the ones in charge of this year's new hunt conference, and now they were being messed up by these new students. If this matter was publicized, they would lose face. At this time, their hearts were already irritated to the extreme, and they even began to disregard their identities to greatly suppress the new students. However, the number of new students is really too many, although these teachers killed into the battlefield, but could not reverse the situation in a short period of time. Finally, Chen Shen couldn't help but use his last resort. Stop it all, have you turned against the heavens? Only to see him jump to the highest part of the playground, his hand gestures changed repeatedly, activating the spell formation hidden above the playground. Absolute Spirit Formation, rise for me. A circle of blue runes appeared above the playground, and the spell formation activated, stripping everyone in the Jedi Spirit Grand Formation of their magic and skills in an instant. The skills and magic cast by everyone were all deactivated. With the help of the Absolute Spirit Formation, the older students instantly reacted and launched a counterattack against the new students, relying on the attribute advantage brought about by their high level. In just a few minutes, all the new students were knocked to the ground. Except for Lin Chuan. The moment the Absolute Spirit Formation went into effect, he had realized that something wasn't quite right. Directly summoning dozens of summoned beasts to protect his own, in the case of a hard fight for attributes, these summoned beasts were completely unbeatable to these 30-plus level veterans. Surprisingly, you can still use summoning skills? Chen Shen frowned, his face filled with an unbelievable expression. Even he himself, as the one presiding over the formation, would have to be affected by performing his skills in the middle of the Absolute Spirit Formation. However, Lin Chuan was clearly only level 20 or so, but he was able to ignore the effects of the Absolute Spirit Grand Formation. This was unscientific. But how could Chen Shen know that these summoned beasts of Lin Chuan were released directly from the necromancy space? They did not belong to the category of skills and would not be affected by any forbidden magic effects. Disrupting the school's teaching order, ganging up on the senior and assaulting him, why don't you kneel down and apologize? Chen Shen yelled at Lin Chuan, the majesty of being a teacher at a glance. Want to use your position to suppress me? Dream on. Lin Xuan didn't eat Chen Chen's words and rolled his eyes at him. Which one are you? Where's the cat or dog from that's just barking here? The head of the academic affairs office didn't even say anything? It's your turn to yell here. Lin Xuan's words caused the group of teachers next to him who hadn't made a move to proof a laugh. It wasn't a big sound, but it was extremely penetrating. When it reached Chen Chen's ears, the mockery intensified, and his face became more and more ugly. I'm a senior instructor of the Combat Studies Department. What kind of is Zhong Ziqing that he's worthy of being compared to me? Seeing Chen Chen's reaction, Lin Xuan was a bit surprised. This guy didn't even put Zhong Ziqing in his eyes? In his heart, he thought, this old thing's expression doesn't look like he's pretending. I didn't realize that in Qinglong Academy, the status of the director of the academic affairs office is so low. This is going to be hard to get. Without Zhong Ziqing to cover himself, Lin Xuan didn't think he could separate himself from the teachers of Qinglong Academy. But his aura didn't diminish. The school didn't stipulate that new students can't rob the old students of their points, and I was kind enough to take them to finish brushing their copies, so these points are their reward for thanking me. Sharp-tongued brat, you now kneel on the ground and kowtow to me and apologize, then hand over all the points. I cannot continue to pursue today's matter. Since the teacher has given the word to rob in the open, how dare I disobey? As long as Teacher Chen broadcasts throughout the school and makes a note that he used his position to help the older students rob the new students of their points, I will definitely give it back with both hands. The entire room was in an uproar at these words. Arrogant, too arrogant. Holy, whose kid is this? What background? So fierce. Lin Xuan, you'll be my big brother from now on. I'll follow you from now on. Right, school-wide notification, big deal, you'll fire us all. Many of us have forces behind us. When the time comes for all of us to come to the door, I'll see if you, Qinglong Academy, can withstand the pressure. Inform. Inform. The freshmen began to loudly show their solidarity with Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was their last hope. If he fell now, then all the freshmen would be victimized. If Qin Shen really dared to say that he had robbed the freshman points openly, then he wouldn't need to hang around in the Green Dragon Academy. Arrogant and bossy, let's see if I don't teach you a lesson today? Chen Chen was now at the point where he was being roasted on the fire. His anger washed over him and he actually wanted to make a move on Lin Xuan without any regard for his face. Teach me a lesson? I'm only afraid that you don't have the strength yet? Look at your decrepit face. I'm afraid you can't even beat my summoned beasts to death, and you still dare to talk big. Don't think I don't know that your kid is a summoner, and what's strong is these summoned beasts. But since you opened your mouth, I'll thwart your arrogance today. Watch me kill all your summoned beasts. Chen Chen's entire body erupted in a burst of earth-colored light, radiating power that shook the playground under his feet with fine cracks. Name, Chen Chen. Level, 57. Profession, Giant Rock Warrior Rare. Power, 165,000. Physique, 190,000. Agility, 103k. Mental strength, 14.0k. Attributes over 100,000. Boom. A large crater was stomped out on the ground as Chen Chen's figure violently disappeared, heading straight for Lin Xuan. Chapter 95, Breaking the Siege. Qinglong Academy, inside the office of the Academic Affairs Department. Su Lan was discussing many matters of teaching with Zhong Ziqing. Director Zhong, after the new hunting conference, do a good job of counseling the new students. It's also important to provide them with suitable tasks to ensure that they get enough points to support their cultivation. Su Lan reminded. Yes, Principal, we've already made plans, I'll report back to you. Bang. Suddenly, the office door was slammed open. Lu Dapeng rushed in, panting. From the time both the old and new students assembled on the playground this morning, he had felt that things were not good and had been secretly observing. Just now, when he saw Chen Chen making a move on Lin Xuan without caring about his face, he hurriedly ran over to ventilate the situation. Director, big deal, not good. Zhong Ziqing was very unhappy. Did no one teach you how to knock politely? LV Dapeng, how many points do you want to deduct this time? LV Dapeng ignored Zhong Ziqing's warning. Lin Xuan he. What happened to Lin Xuan? Su Lan asked nervously. At the mention of Lin Xuan, Su Lan immediately became nervous. Lin Xuan was the key to the trialist program. Nothing must go wrong. This morning, Lin Xuan led a group of freshmen to beat up the older students and took back the points that were robbed. The teacher from the Combat Studies Department saw that the situation wasn't right and stepped in to stop the group beating. Then Lin Xuan didn't accept it and got into an argument with the teacher from the Combat Studies Department, and now he's fighting with Mr. Chen. The muscles on Zhong Ziqing's face twitched uncontrollably. It's this Lin Xuan again, it's simply a heavenly fate. Ever since this guy came to Green Dragon Academy, Zhong Ziqing hadn't had a few days of peace. First, he mistakenly broke into a copy and scared a bunch of teachers, and then he almost died at the hands of the Abyssal Lords because of an intelligence error. It's only been a few days since school started, and not only did he beat up the older students, but he even fought with the school teacher. Lawlessness. It's not always his problem, but he's there every time. You mean, Lin Chuan, level 28, is now fighting level 57 old Dogchen? Lu Dapeng nodded numbly. Why doesn't he go to heaven? Is old Dogchen an opponent he can beat? Is his head kicked by a donkey? Zhang Ziqing cursed. Director Zhang, hurry over and take a look. If you don't go, it'll really be too late. As soon as Lu Dapeng's words fell, Zhang Ziqing had already turned into a puff of green smoke and rushed towards the playground. On top of the playground, Lin Chuan was fighting with Chen Chen. Heavy rock impact. Chen Chen's hand covered under a huge rock and slammed towards Lin Chuan's hooked ox head. Boom! Hooked bullhead gold level attacked by Chen Chen, blood 415,000. With just one move, a large portion of the colluding ox head's blood had already disappeared. The hooked soul ox head now had 78,000 physical attributes and an even higher blood quantity of 780,000. With the power of the gold level realm and white impermanence's damage reduction aura, he still couldn't carry the other party's 2 punches. A level 57 professional was truly terrifying. However, in Chen Chen's eyes, this situation was a different story. Surprisingly, I can't get rid of it in seconds? How is this kid's summoned beast so strong? Even though it was only a small skill, Chen Chen's level was 57 and had completed an awakening. Surprisingly, Lin Chuan had really gotten it right. Even Lin Chuan's summoned beast couldn't be beaten to death. That's certainly not the case. Lin Chuan had only summoned 30 summoned beasts to begin with, and now several of them had been defeated by Chen Chen's attacks. But he had a lot of summoned beasts. When Chen Chen killed one, Lin Chuan summoned one from the necrotic space. So from Chen Chen's perspective, no matter how much he attacked, not a single one of Lin Chuan's summoned beasts decreased. Screw you, little thing, I'm not in the mood to play with you today, why don't you tie your hands? Finally, Chen Chen got tired of it. He was no longer obsessed with killing all of Lin Chuan's summoned beasts, and suddenly reversed his direction to attack towards Lin Chuan. Although Lin Chuan was hiding behind the summoned beasts, Chen Chen's strength was not comparable to the level 40 Ouyang Jing. No matter where he hid, he was always exposed to Chen Chen's vision. Rock shock strike. Chen Chen quickly repelled the summoned beasts that had surrounded him to block him, and reached out his palm to grab Lin Chuan's head. Old dog Chen, at your age, how dare you make a move on a junior? If you're capable, you can fight me twice. At the critical moment, Zhang Ziqing arrived in time and forced Chen Chen back with a single move. Name, Zhang Ziqing. Level, 61. Occupation, Magic Spirit Boxer Rare. Power, 220,000. Physique, 137,000. Agility, 177,000. Mental strength, 258,000. Zhang Ziqing was even stronger than Chen Chen. Surprisingly, he was already level 61, truly terrifying. Zhang old dog? Shame on you, this is the new hunting assembly, I'm teaching a lesson to the new students who have violated the school rules, are you sure you want to intervene? Chen Chen calmed Zhang Ziqing with a single sentence. It didn't matter if Lin Chuan and the others were young and rowdy, but not Zhang Ziqing. He was the director of academic affairs, representing the theory department of Qinglong Academy, and doing something impulsive was bound to cost him serious consequences. The new hunt assembly was again the responsibility of the combat studies department, so he couldn't rashly clash with the other party. Unless, this matter was in their favor. Zhang Ziqing quickly gathered news about the new hunt conference in his mind, and soon, he had found relevant information. The new hunting assembly didn't stop new students from grabbing points from old students. Zhang Ziqing was about to argue when a voice suddenly came from the distance and interrupted him. As you said, the new hunt assembly also does not stipulate that teachers cannot intervene in battles between students. The one who spoke was not Chen Chen, but someone else. The clear and cold voice made people feel chilled at the bottom of their hearts. Zheng Hong, why has this old monster returned to school as well? If he's back as well, then I'm afraid today's matter cannot be settled. Only his voice was heard, not his person. Just a voice alone shattered Zhang Ziqing's confidence. What exactly is this Zheng Hong? Lin Chuan asked in a low voice. Zhang Ziqing explained, Qinglong Academy is a behemoth, it's not as simple as you think. Currently, the Green Dragon Academy is divided into 2 main factions, the Theory Department and the Combat Science Department. The Theory Department is mainly responsible for the students' teaching program and point system, while the Combat Science Department is responsible for developing combat teaching. Currently, all of Green Dragon Academy's teaching systems, PK arenas and mission systems are built on top of the systems developed by the Combat Studies Department. As you know, Green Dragon Academy is a school that honors actual combat, so the status of the Combat Studies Department is always higher than that of the Theory Department, and the status of the teachers is the same. This Zheng Hong is the head of the Combat Studies Department, his status is far higher than mine, even the school's Zhang Tianlei is here, he has to be 3 times more polite to this Zheng Hong. Moreover, after this retreat, I'm afraid that his level has risen to level 68. Level 68, a total crushing of strength and status, could almost be described as a descending blow against Zhang Ziqing. Lin Chuan realized in his heart, I see. No wonder that Chen Chen was obviously only a senior instructor in the combat studies department, but he didn't put Zhong Ziqing, the head of the theory department, in his eyes. At this time, a person slowly walked over from the distance. It should be Zhang Hong undoubtedly. Teacher Zhong, this is an activity that my combat studies department is responsible for. You're standing here now. I'm afraid you're not stretching your hand too far? Zhang Hong was only speaking to Zhong Ziqing, but Lin Chuan felt the same immense pressure. This pressure came not only from strength, but also from the power behind him. It turns out that the forces behind him also have such a big role. It seems that in the future I will have the opportunity to form my own forces before I can do so. Fighting alone is not a long-term solution. Lin Chuan thought in his heart. It seems that today, we are going to be planted here. Zhong Ziqing had a disheveled look. Even if he had 10,000 lines of reasoning, it was nothing more than a joke in front of absolute strength. Junior, you are too arrogant. If this development continues, I'm afraid it won't be beneficial to your future cultivation, so today, I'll let the old man teach you how to be humble in heart. Saying that, Zhang Hong grabbed a claw in the air. A hand claw condensed with energy came towards Lin Chuan's head. Zhang maniac? Is Lin Chuan crazy? No, not enough. Facing Zhang Hong's attack, Lin Chuan was expressionless. I was only going to use my status as a student to get along with you guys, but since you're pressing me every step of the way, let's take it. Lin Chuan took out an object from his storage space and threw it straight at Zhang Hong's attack. Chapter 96, No More Pretending, Showdown. It was a simple and ancient jade token with dragon patterns carved on it, and there seemed to be dragon breath flowing between the patterns. This is dragon pattern jade? At Zhang Hong's level, how could he not recognize the dragon-marked jade? With a single glance, he recognized this item. Seeing the dragon-marked jade was like seeing Emperor Long Hua. How could he dare to strike a dragon-marked jade? Even if he had to endure being backfired by the skill, he would still forcefully disperse the attack. Lin Chuan threw the dragon-marked jade with little force, and it flew in mid-air and began to fall. Zhang Hong strongly suppressed the chi blood that was churning in his body and flew over to save him, grabbing the dragon jade and then respectfully sending it to Lin Chuan. Seeing this scene, all the students' jaws dropped in shock. Even Chen Chen and Zhong Ziqing had never seen Zhang Hong make such a move. Was this still the unbeatable head of the combat studies department, Zhang Hong? Is this still the crazy old man who kicked the principal's office at the drop of a hat? The current him was actually respectful like an old butler in front of Lin Chuan. My lord, this is your token. Lin Chuan retrieved the dragon jade from Zhang Hong's hand and put it away in his storage space. It was just as Lu Zio had said, when you encountered something you couldn't handle, just pull out the token. That, my lord? I have eyes that don't recognize a Matai. Please don't take it to heart, my lord. How is this matter? Adult prepared to deal with today? Please have your excellency's instructions. Zhang Hong said carefully, afraid of offending this mysterious hidden dragon guard. Although he knew about this organization, the Hidden Dragon Guard, he didn't know that the Hidden Dragon Guard could even join a level 20 plus rookie like Lin Chuan. He almost botched it today. If he hadn't stopped his attack in time, I'm afraid that the entire Green Dragon Academy would have to receive the wrath of Emperor Long Hua. Lin Chuan organized his thoughts and spoke. The new Hunt Assembly is the responsibility of your combat studies department, so just leave all matters to Teacher Zhang. I'm sure that Teacher Zhang will act impartially and give us, the group of new students, a satisfactory answer. Lin Chuan purposely increased the volume of his voice when he said the words act impartially. Moreover, he had only said that he would give the new students a satisfactory answer, so the answer was clear. How could Zhang Hong not hear the meaning of Lin Chuan's words? In the blink of an eye, his mind had already thought of 10,000 ways to handle the situation. Then, I will go and deal with it right now? Please also wait a moment, my lord. Zhang Hong had just nearly made a move against Lin Chuan. At this moment, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He was here like a manacle. He just wanted to quickly find an opportunity to leave. Zhang Hong was about to retreat when Lin Chuan called out to him once again. I don't want too many people to know about my identity. Also, I still prefer the unruly look you had just now. How could I dare? No one else will know about this matter. Please don't worry, my lord. Zhang Hong then cleared his throat. I think what Mr. Zhong said makes sense. The new Hunt Assembly does not stipulate that new students cannot snatch points from old students. Their behavior is within the scope of the rules and we as the organizers should strongly support it. And through this battle, it has brought out the bloodlust of the new students, daring to fight so that they can fight on the front line of the battle with the demons without fear of hardship in the future. It deserves praise. As for you old students, surprisingly, you can't even beat the new students. This time, you have to learn a lesson. In the future, you have to work twice as hard to cultivate. Since the new students have defeated the old students, there's no need for this event to continue for the rest of the time. Now I announce that this session of the new Hunt Assembly ends here. After saying that, Zhang Hong didn't forget to look at Lin Chuan, seeking his thoughts. Lin Chuan nodded lightly in response. Only after receiving an affirmative answer did Zhang Hong feel relieved. Lin Chuan, you are actually a hidden dragon guard? Zhong Ziqing was shocked at this moment that was hard to describe in words. He never thought that this freshman who kept making a mess of things for himself was actually a member of the Hidden Dragon Guards. One must know that with the strength of today's Green Dragon Academy school, Zhang Tianlei, he had only been given a reserve member's spot. And he, Lin Xuan, was actually a full member of the Hidden Dragon Guard. Facing Zhong Ziqing's doubts, Lin Xuan just smiled mysteriously, secret. Zhong Ziqing immediately realized that she had slipped up and hurriedly explained, "It's me who shouldn't have asked more." Lin Xuan was secretly happy in his heart. This identity is really good. This bad old man is afraid that he won't dare to trap me again in the future. He was still harboring a grudge against Zhong Ziqing for not explicitly talking about the new hunting assembly, although he didn't resent it, but seeing Zhong Ziqing in this state, his heart was still secretly happy. The above sent me down here for the sake of training. I also hope that Director Zhong will not treat me differently from the other students in the future, and remember to always urge me to cultivate hard. Definitely, definitely. Zhong Ziqing nodded his head repeatedly. How would he dare offend this ancestor? Zhang Hong had already announced the results of the new hunt assembly, and all the dust had settled. Today's victory belonged to the freshmen, and the playground began to fall into a frenzy. And the older students could only leave the field in dismay. Great, we won. We won't have to look at the faces of the older students anymore. By keeping these points, we can focus on completing the teaching tasks arranged by the school and save a lot of time. Hooray! The hardest time for Qinglong Academy was freshman year, and the main reason for this was the new hunt assembly. Having been robbed of a large amount of points by the older students, in addition to cultivating and upgrading, they had to tire themselves out for daily expenses. After all, students had to hand in 1,000 points to the school every month, and if they didn't, they were expelled on the spot. Under heavy pressure, it was already very rare to be able to stay in the Green Dragon Academy, let alone cultivate seriously. It was also because of these various reasons that the older students were happy about the new hunt assembly. This was their chance to turn over a new leaf. But now it was good. Lin Xuan cut off the cycle. Freshmen with points would naturally cultivate well. When this year's batch of freshmen became old students, they would naturally not think twice about the freshmen's points. It was estimated that this new hunt assembly would not continue to be held in the future. Lin Xuan, I was the one who looked away before. I, Lei Hong, am willing to bow to you. I don't know why you're so strong, but I definitely won't lose to you next time. Lei Hong walked over. But you're really good. Not only did you defeat level 40 Ouyang Jing, you even carried the school teacher's attack. That's awesome. Yang Xian was also full of smiles. If it wasn't for Lin Xuan today, she would have had to work hard to earn points like previous students. With her status as a $1,000 lady, she couldn't eat this kind of suffering. Right, where is Ouyang Jing? It's been so long, why haven't we seen him come out? Yang Qian suddenly asked. These words reminded Lin Xuan. He hadn't expected that spies of such a high rank had already lurked amongst this Green Dragon Academy, and that they were also guarding the important nodes of the new hunting assembly. According to the means of the Star Realm demons, but if Lei Hong and the others had shown a little more talent yesterday, I'm afraid they would have been killed by Ouyang Jing. Then when he thought about all the events surrounding this new hunting assembly of Qinglong Academy, Lin Xuan felt a chill come over him. Chapter 97, The Ouyang Family of Xia City. To be able to easily place Ouyang Jing in this kind of position, Lin Xuan would never believe it if the top echelons of the Qinglong Academy had not been infiltrated by Starfield demons. I'm afraid that my future days here will be uneasy. Just thinking about this, Lin Xuan felt pressurized. He currently didn't know what spies were in the school, and he would need to act more cautiously in the future. I need to report to Director Zhong about Ouyang Jing. Where is Director Zhong? Zhong Ziqing, who was originally beside Lin Xuan, had long since disappeared. Director Zhong took advantage of the crowd and left, so I guess he'll be back in his office by now. Seeing that the matter was satisfactorily resolved, Zhong Ziqing handed the playground over to the new students and returned to the office by himself. Lin Xuan briefly shared his joy with the crowd and then found an excuse to leave. Lin Xuan wasn't familiar with Qinglong Academy and wasn't sure who the spies were, but he had great trust in Zhong Ziqing. After the professionals' high school entrance exam, Long Wanli corresponded to Qinglong Academy, which allowed the school to approve Lin Xuan's early enrollment. The one who went to pick up Lin Xuan at that time was Zhong Ziqing. Then Zhong Ziqing should have already learned Lin Xuan's true identity, and if he was a spy, he would have already made a move to solve Lin Xuan at that time. There was no need to wait until now. Lin Xuan knocked on the door of Zhong Ziqing's office. Who is it? Come in. Lin Xuan walked into the office and Vice Principal Su Lan was there. You're here for Ouyang Jing's matter, right? I also just heard from the Vice Principal. Before Zhong Ziqing finished speaking, Su Lan stood up excitedly. Student Lin Xuan, you're not hurt, are you? This time, it was our fault for letting you encounter the spies of the Star Realm demons. Luckily you're fine. Before Lin Xuan even opened his mouth, Su Lan already knew about the Starfield demons. Just now, Principal Jiang has already informed me that the aura of the Starfield demon was found in the Scarecrow's tomb copy. After probing, it was determined to be Ouyang Jing. It's fortunate that you've already killed him, or else I would have cut him into 1,000 pieces. Su Lan's face still had a benevolent look on it as he said this. Hearing Lin Chuan's heart sent a chill down his spine. This vice principal, it seems like he's not as nice as his classmates say he is. Teacher Zhong, you have to investigate this matter of spying thoroughly so as not to leave a scourge in the school. I remember this Ouyang family is a third-rate family in Xia City, right? Surprisingly, it was infiltrated by the Starfield demon. For something like this to happen under the King City, he, the head of the family, is afraid that he doesn't want to live. Su Lan was not angry, and no one doubted that she could easily wipe the Ouyang family from Summer City with just a single word. The Ouyang family? The Ouyang family. The Ouyang family of Summer City. Lin Chuan remembered that he had also clashed with the Ouyang family back when he was in the Goblin Lair copy. They had then invited 2 blue-robed assassins from the Assassin's Guild to assassinate themselves, which had caused him and the Assassin's Guild to form a heavenly bond. Even later, the Assassin's Guild had gone so far as to send out 3 purple-robed assassins to assassinate himself. If he hadn't relied on the spatial instant return talisman gifted by Liang Wen to escape, Lin Chuan might have died on the spot. This revenge, Lin Chuan must be avenged. Wait! The Ouyang family, the Assassin's Guild, Murphy? A bold idea suddenly popped up in Lin Chuan's mind. Headmaster, this Ouyang family you just mentioned, I wonder how their relationship is with the Assassin's Guild? Assassin's Guild? Su Lan looked at Lin Chuan in surprise. And you've dealt with this kind of power? There has been a bit of friction. Lin Chuan said truthfully. The Assassin's Guild is an organization that has suddenly risen to prominence in the last few hundred years. This organization is very generous and acts strangely, directly monopolizing the circulation of almost all of the Assassin's lineage equipment in the Dragon China Kingdom. And behind this Assassin's Guild, it has the support of many powerful forces with a disjointed background. This Ouyang family should be considered a not-so-small gold master in the Assassin's Guild. Sure enough, just as Lin Chuan thought, the relationship between the Ouyang family and the Assassin's Guild was not ordinary. He had always felt strange. This Assassin's Guild soul engraving was just too similar to the Star Realm Alien Lord's Vengeance seal. It was almost as if they were carved from the same mold. Perhaps this Assassin's Guild's secret method had evolved from the Seal of Vengeance. If that was the case, everything made sense. Principal Su, do you know what level the strongest person in Ouyang's family is? The Ouyang family is an inconspicuous family in Xia City that has only gained a foothold in Xia City in the last few decades, and I remember that the strength of their family head is rank 51. Level 51, just dare to let someone be so arrogant outside. However, Lin Chuan's strength was low nowadays, and even if it was just a small Ouyang family, it wasn't something he could afford to mess with right now. After all, there wasn't just one person in each family's fighting force. Just because the Ouyang family's strongest combatant had a level 51, it didn't mean that their family didn't have other level 50 or higher professionals. And even if it was a level 40 professional, the number of them reached a certain level, it was enough to threaten a level 50 or even a level 60 expert. Lin Chuan took a deep breath. It's better to hurry up and raise our strength. He had to avenge the Ouyang family and the Assassin's Guild. Principal Su, I have a favor to ask. Lin Chuan suddenly said. Regarding Ouyang Jing, I suggest treating it as an accidental death. If we raise an accusation to find the Ouyang family now, it's bound to alert the Starfield demon spies. I've always felt that there must be a larger spy organization behind this Ouyang family. We'd better uproot them all together. Su Lan nodded. Indeed, try not to scare the snakes now. The organization behind them is the big fish, so let's just stay put for now. Coming out of Zhong Ziqing's office, Lin Chuan returned to the dormitory. Originally, he thought that he would be safe after entering the Green Dragon Academy, but now that the Starfield demons had suddenly appeared, it made him feel pressurized again. Before he could get rid of the Assassin's Guild's assassination, the Starfield demon had already come to his door again. Just 2 months of ease. It's still better to speed up my power-up. At least get to level 30 first and unlock the Spectral Summoner level 30 summoning beast. After the battles of the past few days, Lin Chuan fully realized the true strength of his native profession. With more than 200 summoned beasts with 20 times their attributes out in full force, no matter how high your level was, you would still die under a group beating. Now that Lin Chuan's Spectral Summoner body was level 29, as long as it was leveled up one more level, it would be able to unlock brand new summoned beasts. With the new summoning beast, Lin Chuan's strength would further increase. Moreover, the Diamond Grade Death Servant would also see its final evolution, evolving from Diamond Grade to King Grade. I don't know if it's possible to further evolve after the King level. Lin Chuan was full of anticipation for this. Today, he had 2 battles with Ouyang Jing and Chen Shen respectively, both powerful opponents with levels far higher than his, and after the adversity battle was the perfect time to meditate. Lin Chuan immediately sat down and took this opportunity to consolidate his strength. An hour later, Lin Chuan let out a long breath and retreated from his meditative state. Sure enough, the perception of the insight attribute has gotten a few more points clearer. Ever since Lin Chuan had triggered a couple of double explosion damages in the previous battles, he felt more and more powerful about the power of this hidden attribute on his body. If he could apply it wisely, I'm afraid that in the future, the strength of his profession would have to be taken to the next level. Chapter 98, Forming a Guild. Dun 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 dun. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lin Xuan, we've been looking for you for most of the day, why did you run back alone? Xia Yuqing's voice came from outside the door with a slight grumble. Lin Xuan opened the door, and outside the door stood the entire Dark Moon Tidal Wave members. Why are you all here? How dare you? Big sister saw you being bullied by Chin Old Dog and called us over to help. By the time we arrived, you even secretly solved the trouble by yourself and ran to the dormitory to hide by yourself. Wang Yuan walked into the middle of Lin Xuan's dormitory with a big grin. Senior brother, you're really too, rounding up old students is such a big deal that you didn't even inform us, it's too outgoing, isn't it? Hong Xiaochun also had a grumbling face. Captain, I also think you should inform us, we will definitely come to help. Hu Jing seemed like an obedient girl, yet she also dared to defy the school's rules in order to help Lin Xuan. Although Yang Chong didn't say anything, since he had appeared here, his attitude was already obvious, so naturally he didn't need to say much. You guys? Lin Xuan looked towards Xie Yuqing, his heart filled with gratitude. Ever since he was a child, apart from the principal, Lin Xuan had never been cared for so much by anyone. Even if he had gotten into trouble, he could only bear it alone, but now, he had these teammates. Xie Yuqing reddened, Dark Moon Tidal Wave is a whole, sharing the same blessings and difficulties, no matter who among us encounters trouble, the others will be obliged to come to their aid. That's right, this is the purpose of our squad. Big sister, next time you should educate the captain properly. It's so uncharacteristic. When we were bullied by the seniors during the last New Hunt assembly, it was also Big Sister who stood up and pulled us along, which made us far stronger than our peers. Lin Xuan suddenly realized, no wonder they willingly recognized Xie Yuqing as their captain, so there was such a story in it. They had only entered the second year of the Green Dragon Academy now, yet their strength was already infinitely close to that of a third-year senior, and Xie Yuqing could not be faulted for that. After a summer vacation, the strength of several people had all increased to different degrees. Xie Yuqing had now risen to level 29, and like Lin Xuan, was only a foot short of level 30. Wang Yuan and Hong Xiaochen had each risen 3 levels, their levels coming to 36 and 34 respectively. Yang Chong had been delayed a bit because he had been injured by Lin Xuan in the PK arena some time ago, but he had still risen 2 levels and leveled up to level 38. The current highest level within the team was Yang Chang's cousin, Hu Jing, who had surprisingly reached level 40. Having started school and moved up to the 3rd year, she was now the strongest person in the team. This squad is not only strong, but also very cohesive. If it can be organized to become a party, it will be able to take care of itself later after graduation. Lin Xuan thought in his heart. Maybe in the future I can really create a powerful force of my own. You have something on your mind? Xie Yuqing couldn't help but ask as she could see that Lin Xuan was pondering. Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment and slowly said, Yuqing, I want to ask, is the number of squads in the Green Dragon Academy fixed? Can it still be increased? I want to form my own force in the school. The number of squads is fixed, it's a fixed organization for carrying out missions. If you want to form your own force, there is a way to do it, it's just not very difficult. What way? Lin Xuan asked eagerly. The school allows students to freely form power groups, anyone can apply. But if you're talking about that kind of guild, it needs to be officially certified. Official certification was a way of managing the major groups of forces in the Longhua Kingdom. Only forces that were officially recognized could receive mega hunting missions in the Longhua Kingdom. The rewards of a mission issued in the name of the Longhua Kingdom were naturally not comparable to the kind of missions offered in ordinary mercenary guilds. It could be said that getting official recognition was the first step to becoming a megaforce. In order to get official certification, you need to participate in the Supernova Scramble battle organized by the school. The top 3 in the Supernova battle will receive extraordinary rewards, as well as an official certification slot. However, the conditions for participating in the Supernova Scramble battle are also very strict, requiring the completion of at least 3 S-rank missions. S-rank quests were the highest level of difficulty among the Green Dragon Academy quests. Missions of this level often required over-the-top combat and had a very high mortality rate. The way to distinguish between them was also very simple. The rewards for S-rank missions were the highest of all missions, and the highest level reward from the Green Dragon Academy was 10,000 points. So as long as you see a reward of 10,000 points, then it must be an S-rank mission without a doubt. Although S-ranked missions were dangerous, they didn't happen every day, and the school would only release them when they were needed. Moreover, every S-ranked mission was released after the school had rated it so that the mission was both dangerous and safe for a very few students to complete. S-rank mission? Lin Xuan certainly wasn't afraid of the dangers of an S-rank mission. Since the school dared to release it, it must be a mission that could be accomplished. In order to get a spot in the Supernova battle, he had to go all out. Boss, since you want to form your own guild, count me in. I'm not asking for much, get me a guild patriarch. If I can be a patriarch, then I'll go too. Count me in. Yang Chong spoke after a long time. And me. Everyone in Dark Moon Tidal Wave expressed their willingness to join. Seeing this, Xie Yuqing continued, creating an officially certified guild requires 1 million points, and this matter requires us to come together to put it together, is that okay? The crowd nodded, and no one raised an objection. Lin Xuan hadn't expected that creating a guild would set a high amount of points as a threshold in addition to limiting the number of places. 1 million points was not a small amount, after all. In addition to ensuring their cultivation and upgrading, students also had daily living expenses. If you wanted to save up 1 million points, you could only mobilize the power of the collective. Lin Xuan had robbed the points of 2 junior seniors and now had 350,000 points left. The remaining points gap was still huge. On top of that, when creating the guild, we need at least 1 level 45 professional, 10 level 40 plus professionals, and 20 level 30 plus professionals. This is the initial strength of the guild, and we need to identify them among the students. Speaking here, Lin Xuan added, these people will be the core members of our guild in the future, even if their strength is a little bit worse, but their heart must be loyal, and they must never have second thoughts about doing things that betray the guild. Lin Xuan was currently most worried about the spies of the Starfield demons. If they were to penetrate the guild, it would be a devastating blow to their guild. The crowd agreed with this. You can only participate in the Supernova Scramble if you're a sophomore or older, and the most recent Supernova Scramble will be at the start of next semester, and you'll have to voluntarily apply for a promotion to sophomore before then. Sophomore year, the condition was to reach level 30, which Lin Xuan had no problem with at all. Since he was going to form a guild, a lot of things were going to be on track from now on. A place like the back kitchen of the Green Dragon Academy's cafeteria was obviously not up to snuff and had to be replaced. Several people rented a classroom with a defense spell formation on campus to serve as the guild's council hall. Simply decorated, it did look like that. Boss, have you thought of a guild name for our new guild? I'm going to make a sign and hang it up tomorrow. This way, our new guild will be considered officially established. Chapter 99 Formation Master Liang 1. Establishing a guild required official recognition, and now that this place served as the guild's predecessor, it didn't need anyone's affirmation. I'm not going to add new members to the guild until I get a spot in the Supernova contest. And after the guild is established, a few of you will be graduating soon. Wang Yuan and the few of them were now only one step away from level 40, and many forces with powerful backgrounds would choose to use the upgrade scroll at level 40 to helicopter to level 45. In that case, these few people would be able to graduate directly from the school. So I guess, the guild continues with the name Dark Moon Tide. After a student graduates from school, the original squad is disbanded. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, chose to keep the name of the squad. Boss, you're too classy, I like it. I'll follow you from now on. Wang Yuan gave Lin Xuan a bear hug. It wasn't just him, the hearts of several others were filled with joy. The name Dark Moon Tide Spring had witnessed their growth in the school, as well as those years of living and dying together. If it is really disbanded because of graduation, the heart really can't let go. Now it's good, the guild will be called by this name from now on. The new guild had just been established, and there were still many matters that needed to be dealt with, so several people were busy until late at night before leaving. Lying on the bed, Lin Xuan could not sleep for a long time. After today, the Dark Moon Tidal Wave Guild had taken shape, and if the guild wanted to develop next, it would need more resources injected into it. The first thing is talent. Now that we are backed by the Green Dragon Academy, it's naturally best if we can recruit talented students. Today Lin Xuan led the freshmen to counterattack the new Hunt Assembly. With his prestige among the freshmen nowadays, I'm afraid that as long as he opens his mouth, countless freshmen will join, and there's no need to worry about that. Then there is equipment, props, medicines, this kind of hard currency. There is strength and also equipment to support it. Currently, several people have the level 40 rare sets that were given away during the Hua Xin City mission, so it's not too urgent for the time being. So the only thing that was in short supply right now was consumable props. Consumable props are not only very precious, but also expensive and disposable. Even for high-level professionals, the demand for these types of props was very high. Lin Xuan was thinking about this when suddenly a long-lost name flashed through his mind. Professor Liang 1? Liang 1, the Formation Master. He had also presided over Lin Xuan's occupation awakening ceremony back then, and Liang 1 had revealed his desire to take himself as his disciple. It was just that at that time Lin Xuan had only just awakened to his profession, and due to the pressure of the professional entrance exams, he had no intention of learning formations. Now that he had come to Green Dragon Academy, other things could be started to be considered. Perhaps we can ask Professor Liang 1? Spell formations are also a type of consumable props, so if we can get his help, we can at least get the first batch of reserve resources for the guild. Moreover, now that the Green Dragon Academy is no longer safe, we also need to find Professor Liang 1 to get a few more spatial instant return talismans, just in case. In addition to guild resources, Lin Xuan also had to guard against sneak attacks from Starfield demon spies. No matter which way you looked at it, this trip was imperative. Early the next morning, Lin Xuan inquired about the location of Liang Wen's office. Liang Wen's position in Qinglong Academy was very special. He was clearly only in the 50th grade, but he had been given the title of professor. According to the promotion rules of the Green Dragon Academy, level 50 was an ordinary teacher and level 55 was a senior teacher. Titles like professor could only be obtained by teachers who had reached rank 60 or above. The location of Liang Wen's office wasn't quite the same as the others, it was a separate building. The building wasn't tall, which was better than being clean. The school granted him special permission to conduct formation-related research here. Lin Chuan found Liang Wen. Before he could explain his intentions, Liang Wen stood up first. Lin Chuan? What brings you here? I haven't seen you in 2 months. I thought you had forgotten about an old man like me. Come in. Lin Chuan smiled coyly. Master Liang Wen has done me a great favor by performing my career awakening. Even if I forget myself, I won't forget you. It's just that the pressure of practicing in this Green Dragon Academy is enormous, and I've only just gotten free, and then hurriedly came to pay my respects to Master Liang. Lin Chuan didn't mean to brag about Liang Wen, he was genuinely grateful to Liang Wen. Helping him complete his professional awakening was one aspect. On the other hand, if it wasn't for the spatial instant return talisman that Liang Wen had gifted him at the beginning, Lin Chuan would have already died a horrible death under the assassin guild Huang Yu's dying blow. Liang Wen laughed and scolded, "It's only been 3 days since the start of the school year and you've solved your stress, you still don't know what to do. Yesterday, you were a sight to behold, stirring up the new hunting assembly, truly the younger generation is fearful." Lin Chuan's deeds have long been spread in the school, and Liang Wen was still surprised for quite a while when he heard about it yesterday. Surprisingly, someone had broken the Green Dragon Academy's new hunt conference that had lasted for 100 years. "It's all the joint efforts of my classmates," Lin Chuan said modestly. "Well, don't take credit, don't be proud, no wonder the old principal thinks so highly of you." Liang Wen couldn't help but praise. "Say it, what is it that you came to find the old man? It can't be Danag, right?" So Lin Chuan explained his intentions. Master Liang is quite accomplished in the art of formations. The student would like to learn some of the art of formations from Master Liang. I hope that Master Liang will oblige. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Liang Wen couldn't help but be moved. He had indeed said something about wanting to take Lin Chuan as a disciple in the past, but this was a different time and a different place. At that time, Lin Chuan was merely a rookie who had just completed his professional awakening, and even if he had some talent, he had not yet reached the point of being noticed by the Green Dragon Academy. However, 2 months later, judging by Lin Chuan's current performance, he was definitely a key cultivation target of the Green Dragon Academy. "I'm sorry, no," Liang Wen said categorically. Cultivating formations is an exceptionally time and energy-consuming matter. If you focus on formations, other aspects of cultivation will inevitably be dragged down. With the talent you've shown so far, it's more important for you to raise your own rank rather than following me to study formations. Therefore, I cannot promise you. Is that so? Lin Chuan was slightly disappointed. However, what Liang Wen said made sense. Researching formations was indeed an exhausting thing, not the best choice for Lin Chuan at the moment. Immediately afterward, Liang Wen's words changed. "However, if you need to get any help, I can do my best to help." Liang Wen had said so naturally Lin Chuan was not polite. "Master Liang, I need 6 spatial instant return talismans." "Brat, do you think the space instant return talisman is a cabbage? 6 more? Why don't you go and grab them? I've only refined a total of 5 over the years. Last time I gave you 1, now I'll give you 2 at most, take it or leave it." Liang Wen was so angry that his mustache curled up. This guy doesn't have the slightest idea how important this thing is. Want. 2. Lin Chuan nodded his head repeatedly. The spatial instant return talisman was a life-saving prop. 2 of them were 2 chances to save his life. Liang Wen took out 2 spatial instant return talismans from his storage space and gave them to Lin Chuan, who once again placed them in the most convenient place. This was for life preservation and had to be ready to be activated at any time. I wonder if Master Liang has any other props here that can assist in enhancing combat power? The student is willing to bid for them. Lin Chuan continued. "I knew you brats didn't have good intentions." Chapter 100 Big Purchase. Liang Wen brought Lin Chuan to his storage warehouse, which was piled high with props from Liang Wen's early years of practicing and upgrading. All of them were his treasures. Some ordinary formations can be engraved on top of the magic scrolls, easy to carry, and you can activate the power in them at any time, which is perfect for you. Further up, starting from the 4th rank, most formations require specialized formation materials and sites. They also require someone to host them, and are more suitable for setting up in key fortresses. Here are all some of the hidden array formation scrolls that I collected and made in my early years, and in recent years, I've traveled less outside and can't use them. Since you need them, pick some. Sort of my support for you. Walking into the warehouse, Lin Chuan was dazzled by what he saw. Liang Wen was worthy of being at the professor level of Qinglong Academy. His insights were naturally not something Lin Chuan could compare to. In his storage warehouse is full of high-quality props, general trash goods simply cannot enter his eyes. The same as the low-level props, the quality of Liang Wen's collection is also much better than the effects sold in the trading house. After entering this hidden treasure warehouse, there was no reason to return empty-handed. Lin Chuan clicked and picked in the warehouse for a while, taking down all the things he needed. Attribute increase scroll first order. Strength, physique, agility, spirituality, all attributes increased by 5%, lasts for 2 hours. 200 sheets in total. Skill enhancement scroll second level. Increase skill damage factor by 10% for 30 minutes. 50 sheets in total. Defense scroll third order. Resist 3 attacks up to level 30, have the effect up to level 40, and increase the effect up to level 50 by 10%. 10 sheets in total. Take these for now, come back if you don't have enough. Not enough to come back? Liang Wen's corner of his eye couldn't help but twitch. You treat me like a supermarket, right? Cut the crap, check out. First order attribute increase scroll, 10,000 gold coins apiece. Second order skill enhancement scroll, 100,000 gold coins apiece. Third order defense scroll, 500,000 gold coins per scroll. A total of 12 million gold coins, pay up. 12 million gold coins, this price was not cheap. Luckily, Lin Chuan had killed 3 purple-robed assassins from the Assassin's Guild before and had gotten a lot of loot. During this period of time, he had been brushing copies every day without stopping, and the materials he had obtained had been sold for quite a bit of money. There were exactly 10 million gold coins lying in the storage space. Lin Chuan directly paid and exchanged the gold coins for array scrolls. Today's trip had emptied Lin Chuan's family fortune. From now on, he was back to being a poor boy. Wanting to form a full-fledged guild really isn't that simple. There's still work to be done in the future. Lin Chuan put away the formation scrolls. With these things, the safety of Dark Moon Tide in the future became a lot higher when carrying out missions. Master Liang, in the future, I'm counting on you to prepare some more of these 3 types of formation scrolls for me. I'll come back for them when I've saved up enough gold coins. Lin Chuan clasped his hands together. Levon was speechless. This kid didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. If not for Zhang Tianlei has explained, to take special care of this kid, Liang Wen is afraid to have a seizure on the spot to blow him out. Master Liang, I have one more thing, I don't know where in the school you can possess magic? Lin Chuan suddenly said. Demon possession? Enchanting, a peculiar technique to attach the effects of characteristic props to weapons and equipment. Lin Chuan had previously obtained an evil eyeball in his copy of Scarecrow's tomb, and he was preparing to inlay it onto his weapon. It was just that he had asked everyone around him, and no one knew where he could enchant a weapon in the Green Dragon Academy. Enchanting is a high-level skill that requires a professional enchanter, so it's natural that ordinary people don't know about it. But enchanted equipment is a very rare treasure. Could it be that you've already obtained an enchantment prop? Lin Chuan nodded his head and took out the evil eyeball from his storage space and put it in front of Liang Wen. This is the enchantment material I obtained from the Scarecrow's tomb, the evil eyeball, which causes 0.01 seconds of stun when attacking. Rare grade enchantment prop? Hiss. Liang Wen sucked in a breath of cool air. The common enchantment props on the market at the moment were the 3 types of ordinary grade, advanced grade, and refined grade, none of which were of a very high grade. Rare grade enchantment materials can only be encountered in the auction house. For Lin Chuan to obtain this material, his luck was truly powerful. But where to go to attach the magic? Liang Wen looked a little embarrassed. Green Dragon Academy does have a 5th order enchantment master, only that he retired a few years ago and has a very eccentric temper. There was no shortage of people looking for him to enchant before, but without exception, he scolded them all away. Even if the principal asked him for help, he didn't buy it. Looking for him to enchant, I'm afraid this matter doesn't have a high success rate. As for other enchanters, there are indeed some students in the Green Dragon Academy who can enchant, but their rank is not high. Once the enchanting effect is not good, I'm afraid this rare grade enchanting material of yours will go to waste. An eccentric enchanter? Lin Chuan wasn't worried, all people had weaknesses. The weaknesses of eccentric people were even more obvious. Please also ask Master Liang for some introductions. Lin Chuan said firmly. Now that there were spies from the Star Realm demons lurking in the Green Dragon Academy, Lin Chuan had to improve his strength on all fronts before he could do so. You'd better hire another person for this matter, I can't do it. Liang Wen rejected Lin Chuan. Can't do it? There's nothing in this world that can't be done. If there is, it's not enough money. Lin Chuan could see that this Liang Wen more than likely had some sort of beef with that master of enchantment, which was why he wasn't willing to be introduced. Since this was the case, then he could only use rare materials to buy them off. Lin Chuan tried to look for materials that Liang Wen could look at in his storage space and found a 4th order crystal core lying inside, as well as a bunch of miscellaneous things. This is the crystal core that exploded from killing Ouyang Jing? And the loot, I forgot to clean it up yesterday. Forget it, we'll see what's good when this side of things is over. Lin Chuan took out the 4th rank crystal core from his storage space. If Master Liang Wen is willing to introduce him, this 4th order crystal core, the student is willing to give it away. Liang saw the rank of this crystal core at a glance and stroked his beard in disbelief. A mere 4th ranked crystal core wants to buy off old me, you're looking down on people too much. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong and violently came to the crystal core, rubbing his eyes incredulously. After confirming it once more, he finally couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This is... There's no mistake, there's absolutely no mistake, this is a 4th order crystal core that was popped out by a Starfield demon, and there's still a trace of the Starfield battlefield's aura on it. If it can be used as a functional device for a spell formation, then... Such a precious thing, how did you get your hands on it? Although the 4th rank crystal core was precious, it was not a rare thing that could not be bought with money, so naturally Liang did not care. However, Lin Xuan's crystal core was the one that had been exploded by the Starfield demon, and because it was tainted with the atmosphere of the Starfield battlefield, the energy in it was even more violent. Applied to high-level spell formations, it can make the spell gain at least 10% of the effect bonus, and there is a certain chance of additional effects. How could Liang not be excited? Moreover, this kind of crystal core was only produced from the Starfield battlefield, and all the resources on the Starfield battlefield were not traded to the public, so it became more and more precious. Lin Xuan himself didn't expect Liang to be so excited. With his current rank, he naturally felt that the 4th rank crystal cores were precious. However, for Liang's rank, this 4th rank crystal core was not something he could look at. But now that the aura of the Starfield battlefield appeared in the crystal core, the situation was different. It's sort of a crooked situation. Of course Lin Xuan wouldn't tell Liang the origin of this crystal core, so as not to alarm the other Starfield demon spies within the Green Dragon Academy. This crystal core was obtained by me by chance and is the only one of its kind. If it doesn't even impress Master Liang, then I really have no other choice but to hang him up in the trading house and exchange it for gold coins. Put it in the trading house? With the preciousness of this crystal core, it would definitely be bought in an instant. At that time, where would there be anything left for Liang? Liang directly snatched the crystal core from Lin Xuan's hand. Isn't it just to take you to see that awful old man? Go, follow me. Chapter 101 Legendary Grade Weapon, Bladeless Heavy Sword. This master enchantment master that Liang had brought Lin Xuan to was named Luo Kun, level 59, and a professor at the Green Dragon Academy. Like Liang, he also had an independent office of his own in the Green Dragon Academy. No, with the two of them, it would be more appropriate to say research office. These two people's professions belonged to non-combat auxiliary professions, upgrading was already difficult, and the two of them were even more obsessed with formations and enchantments together, so their levels weren't really that high. If it wasn't for the fact that researching advanced formations and enchantments required leveling up, I'm afraid that they would have long been unwilling to level up. These two had a rather high status in the Green Dragon Academy, and half of the high-quality formations and enchantments in the Green Dragon Academy came from these two. Even the head of the Combat Studies Department, Zheng Hong, couldn't compare to them in a way. Before they even approached Luo Kun's institute, the two were stopped by an invisible energy. This old dang, he even got someone to reinforce the formation? Doesn't even look at who I am? Classy. Liang just casually affixed a few talismans, and the invisible energy immediately collapsed, giving birth to a door to accommodate the two to pass through. This 4th order defense formation was set up by me for old man Luo in the early years. Even if a level 50 professional comes, it can still be blocked for a few minutes. It's outrageous that this guy would privately find someone to reinforce the formation and tarnish the old man's design. Liang looked very angry and kicked open the door of the institute with curses. Surname Lu, what do you mean? The defense formation that Lao Zi kindly set up for you, you even found someone to reinforce it privately, drawing a snake. I was wondering who it was? It turns out to be you, old thing. I'm just looking for someone to reinforce the formation, what's wrong with that? The defense is you, what's wrong with that? An old voice mixed with fiery emotions came from the depths of the institute. A messy-haired old man walked out face to face, his body full of disordered magical power, as if he had just experienced a magical explosion. Breaking into the research institute, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Before I start cursing now, hurry up and get as far away as you can. Sure enough. Just as Liang had said, this Luo Kun had a rather bad temper. This is what you said. Old me brought you rare research materials today with great difficulty, and you don't want them yourself. Lin Xuan, let's go. Rare research materials? You have a fart. You don't even have enough for yourself and you're willing to let me have it, my ass. Obviously, Liang didn't bluff this old man. Of course I won't give you my rare materials, the one who brought the materials is this young man. Lin Xuan, this old man's name is Luo Kun, you can just call him by his name directly. Liang pointed to Lin Xuan who was standing on the side. Him? Milky boy, not even level 30, what good materials can he have on him? Luo Kun looked Lin Xuan up and down, surprisingly seeing through Lin Xuan's level at a glance. Luo Kun had been dealing with enchanted materials for a long time and was very sensitive to magic fluctuations, so even if he didn't use his probing skill to check Lin Xuan's level, he could still sense it. Good day, Master Lu. Student Lin Chuan greets Master Lu. Lin Chuan said respectfully. Afterwards, Lin Chuan took out the evil eyeball from his storage space. Master, I want to attach this enchantment material to my weapon. This is? Rare enchantment material evil eye bead? Lu Pingan majored in enchanting, and when he saw such a rare enchanting material, the fervor in his eyes was several times more than Liang Wen's. This was simply an excellent material that he could only dream of. Even with Lu Pingan's experience, he had enchanted rare great materials no more than 10 times. My little friend actually has such precious materials, please come in. Since the appearance of the evil eyeball, Lu Pingan's attitude had undergone a 180-degree shift. In his eyes, Lin Chuan turned into an honored guest. And you can leave if there's nothing else, no farewell. I still don't want to come to your Thai place? Liang Wen had successfully brought Lin Chuan and completed his mission. He cursed angrily and turned around. Rare great enchantment material, not bad, not bad. Master Lu, I would like you to help me enchant this weapon. Lin Chuan took out a heavy sword from his storage space. Sharp plus heavy sword legend. Level 30. Attributes, strength plus 500, agility 300. Effects, plus 50% damage when hitting a target with an attack with this weapon. Level 30 legendary weapon with a damage enhancing effect. Even a level 40 or even a level 50 weapon would not necessarily be stronger than this one of Lin Chuan's. The origin of this weapon was naturally the one that exploded out of Ouyang Jing's body. Lin Chuan had originally prepared a weapon of his own, but it was ultimately no match for the bladeless heavy sword. So Lin Chuan naturally chose to enchant the bladeless heavy sword. This weapon is indeed good, worthy of this rare grade enchanting material. I didn't expect you to have so many treasures on you at such a young age. It's just luck. In the end, apart from luck, Lin Chuan also had to thank the spies of the Star Realm demons. If it wasn't for Ouyang Jing, Lin Chuan really wouldn't have been able to find a suitable weapon enchantment. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Master Lu, look, how much payment is needed to enchant this weapon? Lin Chuan asked. When Lu Pingan heard this, he was not happy. Fart. Is Liang Wen that dog making rumors about me? Lousy. Lu Pingan's dirty words just spoke out, immediately realized that it was not right, and hurriedly changed his mouth. Old man, this life is passionate about the path of enchantment, as long as it is the enchantment material that the old man can see, even if it is to hitch, and some materials also have no complaints. But if you bring in garbage materials, then being scolded out of their minds by Lao Fu is also their own fault. It turned out that this Lu Pingan was actually a demented person. Little friend, don't worry, leave the matter of the enchantment to the old man. Rare grade enchanted materials are more difficult, so it will take about 10 days. After 10 days, I promise to give you a high quality enchanted legendary weapon. Then thank you, Master Lu. Coming out of Lu Pingan's institute, Lin Chuan returned to his dormitory. The matter of brushing experience and upgrading was handed over to the demonic shadow split, so Lin Chuan had more free time. His primary goal right now was to complete the 3S ranked quests, and he only needed to go and follow the quest releases at regular intervals. Let's see what goodies the Starfield Demon Spy has collected over the past few years. Lin Chuan began to count yesterday's loot. There were many things among them, but the one that was worth a lot of money was the bladeless heavy sword from earlier. Ouyang Jing's original body was after all a Starfield demon, only able to mimic humans in appearance and breath, but not a true human. Many of the props developed for humans he wasn't able to use, so he disposed of them long ago. This made Lin Chuan very dissatisfied. Flipping through them were all worthless copy materials, and even if they were all sold, it was estimated that they were only worth 500,000 gold coins. A level 40 professional with only 500,000 gold coins is a shame to say. Just as Lin Chuan was about to retrieve his thoughts, he found a black object in the corner of his storage space. A spare communicator? Lin Chuan came to his senses. This spare communicator was most likely a device for Ouyang Jing to contact the Starfield Demon Spy. It was highly likely that certain confidential information was stored in it. Chapter 102's Class Mission, Roaring Hills. Lin Chuan checked the message in his communicator. It was found that Ouyang Jing had been very careful and prudent, and the records inside had been deleted cleanly, with only one message that he hadn't had time to deal with. It was sent after Lin Chuan killed Ouyang Jing yesterday. The Grand Elder has ordered to kill a freshman named Lin Chuan from Green Dragon Academy. Priority level, highest. Ouyang Jing didn't note the other party's information, and Lin Chuan didn't know the true identity of the person who sent the message. But it wasn't hard to see that the other party was targeting himself. Completely targeted then. This so-called Grand Elder was either someone from the Ouyang clan or Assassin Guild Grand Elder Huang Shufeng. All in all, neither of them were any good. Ouyang family, Assassin's Guild, Lin Chuan, will pay a personal visit sooner or later. Lin Chuan didn't act rashly and carefully put away Ouyang Jing's spare communicator. The Ouyang family only had such a student in the Green Dragon Academy, so if the other party didn't receive news for a long time, they might contact them again. At that time, they would use the opportunity to find a breakthrough. Lin Chuan told Zhong Ziqing about the spare communicator, and in the meantime, asked him to help monitor the movements of his classmates who were close to Ouyang Jing. After receiving an affirmative answer, he was slightly relieved. The most important thing at the moment is to raise your strength to level 30. Unlocking the new summoned beast, Lin Chuan had long been impatient. 10 days at most. The bladeless heavy sword would be enchanted, and Lin Chuan would be able to successfully level up to level 30. Nowadays, the matter of upgrading Lin Chuan is fully entrusted to the Demon Shadow Split to do, and he can leisurely go to the quest plaza to look for quests. My ass. Lin Chuan had just stepped out of his dormitory when he saw Lu Shuhan aggressively walking towards him. It's over, I forgot. Lin Chuan had a bad premonition in his heart. Lu Shuhan's cheeks bulged with anger. Could you, Lin Chuan? I helped you watch over Zhu Yan in the copy, but you're good. You stirred up the new hunting conference all by yourself, but you didn't even say anything to me? Causing me to wait in the copy for 2 whole days. You tell me, how are you going to compensate me? After the new hunt conference ended yesterday, Lin Chuan was busy reporting on the spies and setting up a new guild. Early this morning, he went to Liang Wen and Lu Pingyan's place again. He always thought that Lu Shuhan had already come out of the copy, but he didn't expect her to wait hard until now. I'm sorry, I thought you retired the copy by yourself. There's magical interference in the copy, and it's not like I can send you a message. Seems like it's not right either. I don't care, you have to make it up to me. Lu Shuhan puffed up, completely unreasonable. A little bit of schoolgirl's reserve is not there. Then, what do you suggest? Lin Chuan asked carefully. Lu Shuhan was obviously really angry. You said you would take me to upgrade. It's only been a few days and you're denying it? It turned out to be just this matter. Luckily, Lin Chuan hadn't used up his number of copies today. How could I forget? I'm purposely waiting for you today. Take a break or just brush your copy? Of course, directly brush. I'll say it first, the old rules, I'm only responsible for getting experience, not doing anything. Lin Chuan would smile. I know, how can I let Miss Lu do it herself? Leave everything to me. Just like that, Lin Chuan brought Lu Shuhan down to the copy. For several days in a row, the two of them teamed up every day to brush the copies, and Lin Chuan successfully raised the level of his demonic shadow divergence to level 29. All the experience gained next went to the main body, and his spectral summoner would soon be leveled up to 30. And Lu Shuhan had also risen to level 28 with Lin Chuan's help. In his free time, Lin Chuan also recommended Lu Shuhan to go to the PK field to upgrade her segment. Because he didn't have to do anything to brush the copies himself, Lu Shuhan was able to play against each other in full condition every day, and his segment score was also growing in an organized manner. At this moment, Lu Shuhan was fighting soundly against his opponent in the ring, and under the influence of the extreme ice crystals began to appear on the ring, which was dyed white. Shuhan's occupation is only rare grade, but extreme ice is able to affect the environment and create a continuous negative impact on her opponent. I'm afraid that the strength of her occupation has already reached the legendary level. Lin Chuan thought in his heart. Extreme ice continuously affecting the surrounding environment, this kind of talent would be sought after even by a true legendary grade occupation. If she's willing to join the Dark Moon Tidal Wave Guild, I believe that the guild's strength will have to be raised by a large margin as well. Lin Chuan already had the idea of wanting to pull Lu Shuhan into the guild. With her strength nowadays, I'm afraid her opponents won't be able to hold out for long. Sure enough. Only to see that under the influence of Lu Shuhan's ice attribute, his opponent gradually revealed a crack. Lu Shuhan fought steadily and eventually resolved his opponent with ease. The fight is won, and Lu Shuhan runs up to the audience with a jump. Shuhan, congratulations. Winning this battle, you should have enough points to upgrade to the bronze segment, right? I didn't expect you to be so strong. The ice attribute has a strong control effect, it's more suitable for the PK field. I'm afraid it wouldn't be this easy if it was switched to the wilderness. Let's go, accompany me to upgrade the segment. Lu Shuhan pulled Lin Chuan to the staff and submitted an application for a segment promotion. Just then, Lin Chuan's communicator rang. It was from Xia Yuqing. S-rank mission, come quickly. S-rank mission. After waiting for so many days, it finally appeared. Shuhan, I have an urgent mission right now, so I might go out for a few days. A mission so soon? Lu Shuhan's expression was somewhat disappointed. Lin Chuan apologized slightly. This is a rare opportunity, wait for me to come back and talk to you in detail. After saying that, Lin Chuan rushed to the mission hall in a hurry. Yuqing, you found an S-ranked quest? Xia Yuqing pointed at the quest above. S-ranked quest, Secret Realm Roaring Hills. Number of people, 5. Requirements, pass the secret world and get the boss's head. Reward, 10,000 points. Secret Realm quest? The Secret Realm was an existence that was different from a copy. If the difficulty factor of a copy was 1, then the difficulty factor of a secret realm was 1.5. But the difficulty of the Secret Realm wasn't as simple as just a 50% increase. The increase in difficulty meant that the damage required increased exponentially, and some stages that could have been skipped now had to be challenged. This, in turn, greatly increased the danger of the secret realm. After all, every time a boss entered a stage, its strength would increase by more than 20%. Usually, if you wanted to successfully take down a secret stage, you needed to be at least 10 levels higher than the secret stage level, or else casualties would easily occur. This secret realm was discovered on a cliff in the Twilight Bell Mountain by the Professionals Expedition team a few days ago, and according to the official appraisal of the Longhua Kingdom, it was determined that the secret realm level was around level 30-35, with the access level floating up and down by 10 levels. The entire secret realm is currently in the exploration stage, which is why the Green Dragon Academy has released the quest. Level 30-35? In other words, a group of full level 40 professionals would barely be safe. This mission was very dangerous for Lin Chuan and the others. Even the last Abyssal Lord was only level 39 after being seriously injured. Although in the end, the quest level was only raised to S rank because of an intelligence error. But now, Lin Chuan and the others were facing a secret realm that was almost completely unknown. Captain, should I take this mission? Hong Xiaochen asked. Take it? This question is like asking, I have a treasure in front of you now, do you want it or not? There is of course only one answer. Chapter 103, New Summoned Beast, Demon Underworld Envoy. Lin Chuan smiled gently, if I say I won't take it, will you guys be willing? Of course I'm not willing. This is our Dark Moon Tidal Wave Guild's first collective mission. Wang Yuan was always the most active one. I was absent from the last mission due to injury, so I can't be left out this time. Yang Chong jumped into action. Captain, even though I'm a new team member, I'm already level 40. Hu Jing was the highest leveled person in Dark Moon Tidal Wave right now. Captain, you know, I'm strong. Hong Xiaochen threw a wink at Lin Chuan and was immediately glared back viciously by Xia Yuqing. Xiaochen, you shouldn't participate this time. Lin Chuan agreed with Xia Yuqing's suggestion that she wasn't being intentional. The mission this time is to explore the secret realm. Senior sister Xiaochen's profession is the control department, which is relatively disadvantageous, so it's best not to take part in this operation. I know. Although Hong Xiaochen was upset, Lin Chuan was right. She wasn't one to mess around and agreed readily. Lin Chuan led the mission. The mission is valid for 1 month, you guys go back and get ready, we'll leave in 2 days. Before every mission, everyone had to prepare properly and try to ensure their safety. And Lin Chuan had an even more important thing to do. Waiting for his own enchanted equipment to be completed. As well as, waiting for the Demon Shadow Split to continue brushing up its experience and leveling up to level 30. The wait wasn't very long. The next day, Lin Chuan received a message from Lu Pingon, telling him that the weapon enchantment was complete and that he could go get it now. When Lin Chuan rushed to Pingon Lu's institute, Pingon Lu was in high spirits and his entire body exuded an aura of joy. It's a success, the enchantment completion level is 81%, my highest completion level. And the additional traits activated. The enchantment completion degree was the standard for judging the effectiveness of an enchantment. The higher the degree of completion, the better the effect. Generally speaking, a completion level of more than 60% can be regarded as a successful enchantment, and the enchantment effect of the equipment can be utilized normally. Above 80% is considered excellent, and there is a probability of activating additional characteristics. Above 90% is considered perfect, and the extra trait is guaranteed to appear. Lu Pingon was already a very powerful enchanter when he was able to bring rare-grade enchantment materials to the level of excellent enchantment. After all, rare-grade enchantment materials were very precious and not everyone had the opportunity to use them. Lin Chuan got the bladeless heavy sword, only to see a large black-purple eyeball at the lattice of the sword dribbling around, uncontrollably surveying the surroundings, looking very oozy. Lin Chuan checked the attributes. Bladeless heavy sword legend. Level 30. Attributes, strength plus 500, agility 300. Effects, plus 50% damage when hitting a target with an attack with this weapon. Enchantment Evil Eye, when attacking or using a skill to hit a target, inflicts 0.01 seconds of stun. Excellent enchantment, 10% chance to trigger a stun effect when attacking or blocking a skill. Having a chance to trigger a stun effect even when blocked, Lin Chuan was very satisfied with this trait. Although the effect was the same 0.01 seconds, it increased his ability to interrupt his opponent's skills. Master Lu, thank you for your help. Good talk, you bring more rare enchanting materials over in the future, I'll still help you enchant for free. Ha, with this enchanting experience, I can even publish an enchanting strategy. I'll see how old man Liang can fight me. Lu Pingon was in a great mood, taking advantage of the fact that the feel of the enchantment hadn't disappeared yet, he immediately drafted his own strategy. Lin Chuan thanked Lu Pingon once more and then left the institute. At that moment, a golden light flashed on Lin Chuan's body, and his heart skipped a beat. Finally, level 30. At level 30, one could learn new skills. Lin Chuan didn't dare to stop for a moment and went straight to the trading house to dispose of all the materials he had acquired over the past few days. Pouring out his family's wealth, he finally spent 1 million gold coins and purchased an intermediate skill learning scroll. Starting from level 30, intermediate skill learning scrolls needed to be consumed when learning skills. One intermediate skill learning scroll cost 1 million gold coins. That's right. From now on, Lin Chuan doesn't have a penny left on him. But the rewards are also extremely lucrative. Returning to the dormitory, Lin Chuan directly used the scroll to learn new skills. Use intermediate skill learning scroll to obtain new skill, Demon Underworld Envoy. Demon Underworld Envoy? What an evil name. Come out and show me your true colors. Lin Chuan didn't hesitate to use his summoning skill, and the summoning spell formation lit up behind him. An arthropod arm emerged from behind the spell formation and crawled out with difficulty. The summon was more than 3 meters tall, green all over, with 4 wings on its back, and its appearance resembled that of an alien insectoid creature. The body seemed to have nothing else but armor, and a 5-meter-long stick-like weapon in its hand emitted a demonic light, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression. Demon Envoy. Level 30. Power, 84,000. Physique, 84,000. Agility, 84,000. Mental strength, 84,000. Demon Underworld Wormhole. Teleport the designated target to any location within 1 kilometer. Casting time, 10 seconds. Demon Underworld Stick. Attack speed increased by 40%. Attack penetration plus 40%. Another full attribute warrior, and with over 80,000 in all attributes, even a flat push could deal decent damage. It also has a 40% attack speed and penetration bonus, definitely a super warrior. And the bottom line is this. He also had a teleportation skill. Teleportation, a proper functional divine skill. Not only could it allow Lin Chuan to detach himself from the battlefield, but it could also teleport combat power to key locations, dramatically increasing the range that Lin Chuan's summoned beasts could cover, and could instantly turn the tide of battle. Even when facing a powerful opponent, it could still help his teammates get out of trouble. With this new summoned beast, the Demon Underworld Envoy, this S-rank mission will be much safer. Lin Chuan was doubly happy that his strength had increased. Weapons, summoned beasts were secured. Next was equipment. Since Lin Chuan didn't have a complete set of level 30 summoning system equipment in his hands right now, and didn't activate the set effect, he might as well continue to wear the meat outfit he had at level 20. The Barbarian Bear Heavy Armor set not only had a 20% body mass bonus, but also a 20% damage reduction effect. Combined with White Impermanence's 30% damage reduction aura, Lin Chuan's bodyplate was already quite tough amongst brittle summoners. Lin Chuan had accepted the quest to crusade against a level 39 Abyssal Lord at level 20, and now he had risen to level 30. Facing the level 35 Secret Realm was a natural imperative. Everything is ready. The next day, several people met in front of the teleportation array. This is our second S-rank mission. Complete this one and we only need to take on one more, and all of us will be able to get a spot in the supernova battle. Captain, all of us are ready. Lin Chuan looked at his teammates' confident looks and waved his hand. Let's go. Just as Lin Chuan and the others set off, a group of people dressed in the uniforms of the Longhua State's military broke into the Green Dragon Academy's mission hall. Everyone stand in place, the Longhua Kingdom military is on duty, violators will be taken down on the spot. The group walked over to the mission bar and scrutinized the status of the mission on it. Where is the person in charge of the quest hall? Don't come out yet? A teacher stumbled over, not because he was not strong enough, but because he was scared. Something big must have happened for the Longhua Kingdom to send its army here. Chapter 104 Dragon Soul Abyss. I don't know that Sir has come to welcome you. What is your reason for coming to the Green Dragon Academy this time? That teacher asked tentatively. The man didn't talk nonsense to him and directly flashed his formalities. This is the special approval formalities from above. The Roaring Hills mission is now withdrawn, and all students who accepted the mission are immediately recalled. Officially, the Roaring Hills has been upgraded to a tentative level of 40. Level 40 Secret Realm. A superb secret realm that can only be cleared by a level 49 party. This teacher naturally knew the magnitude of it and directly raised his level by 10, never a task that could be accomplished by the students of the Green Dragon Academy. So he hurriedly pulled the quest off the quest bar, and then notified all the students who hadn't started the quest to return immediately, and gave a certain amount of points as compensation. Only after doing this did the teacher continue to ask, Sir, why is the level of this secret realm still going up? According to the latest news sent back from the front, the exploration team conducted an all-round exploration of the secret realm and found that this secret realm is located on top of a tributary of the Dragon Soul Abyss, and the strength of the magical creatures in it is far from being comparable to an ordinary secret realm. The official speculation is that Roaring Hills is most likely not a secret realm, but a relic. Remains. If the secret world is 1.5 times harder than a normal copy, then it is at the same level. The difficulty of the relics was again twice as difficult as the secret realm. Moreover, this relic was not an ordinary relic, but was located on top of a tributary of the Dragon Soul Abyss. Dragon Soul Abyss, one of the 3 most ferocious places in the world. There are 3 great evil places in this world. The first one was the outside starfield located at the border of the Manhwa Kingdom, commonly known as the Starfield Battlefield. The second ferocious place was outside the borders of the Manhwa Kingdom and was called the Ancient River of the Underworld. The last one was the Dragon's Soul Abyss located in the hinterland of the Manhwa country. These three ferocious places are known as the two streams in one domain, and the demons bred in all of them are very powerful, enough to destroy any country in the world. If it weren't for the combined efforts of every country in the world to suppress them, I'm afraid there would be no place for humans to live. Moreover, this Dragon's Soul Abyss is also related to the ancient dragon race of Manhwa country, and it is said that this is the burial place of all the dragons. Due to the powerful aura of the ancient dragon clan overflowing from the Dragon's Soul Abyss, all the demonic creatures living on this tributary would become exceptionally powerful. Of course, this was only for the wilderness, copies, and secret realms. Ruins do not fall into this category. The so-called relics were almost a product of the same era as the Dragon's Soul Abyss, and no relics had appeared on the tributaries of the Dragon's Soul Abyss for a long time. This time, when the relics appeared, it was highly likely that the treasures of the ancient dragon clan would be unearthed. Like copies, the relics also had an access level cap, so it wasn't as if a high-level big shot could obtain the treasures within. Those who go to explore the treasure can't be more than level 45. Summoning all the students on the mission, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, just an hour after Green Dragon Academy cancelled the Roaring Hills mission, the status on the mission bar suddenly updated. Roaring Hills, S-Rank Quest, Character Team, Dark Moon Tidal Wave. Current status, in execution. Lin Xuan and the others had just been in the midst of the spell's teleportation, completely shielding them from outside news, causing them to not receive a prompt about the mission's cancellation. And this quest status was only updated to the quest bar after they set off. Almost at the same time. Summer City, Ouyang Family. Family Master, a secret letter was received. Ouyang Hai rushed into the council chamber with a secret letter in his hand. The Ouyang family's family head, Ouyang Hong, opened the letter, quickly read through its contents, angrily crumpled the letter into a ball, and pounded it heavily on the table. It's really heaven's help. Inform the old Qin family and ask their family to utilize the secret agents in the Green Dragon Academy and take the opportunity to get rid of this brat called Lin Xuan. A few days ago, the Green Dragon Academy informed the Ouyang family about Ouyang Jing's death and the duplicate, clearly informing them that Ouyang Jing had been killed by the duplicate demon, and giving them a pension. But Ouyang Hong didn't believe in such things at all and secretly sent people to investigate. It was found that this matter had a great relationship with a freshman named Lin Xuan, and it was almost certain that Lin Xuan was the murderer. One must know that Ouyang Jing was a student that the Ouyang family had managed to place into the Green Dragon Academy with great difficulty, and there was only such a clan member. Now that he had been killed by Lin Xuan, how could he let it go? So he spent a lot of money to alienate the Qin family and asked them to find an opportunity to help get rid of Lin Xuan. And now that Lin Xuan had left the Green Dragon Academy and was heading to Roaring Mountain to carry out a mission, it was the right time to do it. Ouyang Hai received the order and retreated from the council chamber, muttering under his breath. Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan? This name seems like I've heard it somewhere before? When Ouyang Hai saw this name, he always felt like he had seen it somewhere. Could it be that time? Finally, he remembered. More than 2 months ago, he was ordered to lead the Ouyang family's children out for training and happened to head to the Goblin Lair copy. At that time, he tried to monopolize the copies and was taught a lesson by a summoner kid who had just awakened out of his profession not long ago. And this person's name happened to be Lin Xuan. No, that's not right. After that, I've already asked the blue-robed assassins from the Assassin's Guild to intervene and kill this person, who must have died long ago. It's probably the same name. Ouyang Hai shook his own head. I'm really overly concerned. Bishi City was a small city located in the center of the Manhwa Kingdom. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the demons outside the city were rampant, and the prolonged struggle with the demons had caused the small city to be in a constant state of war. At the same time, the level of the demons here was not high, and there were no popular copies to add to the list, so the number of people who usually came here was not that many. But recently, because of the appearance of Roaring Hills, the small town suddenly became hot. At this moment, the teleportation array located in the southwest of this city suddenly lit up, and Lin Xuan's group of 5 people walked out from the teleportation array. The goal of the few people this time was the Roaring Villa located in the middle of the mountain range, and they didn't make much of a stop in Bishi City, going all the way towards their destination. Bishi City was the closest city to Roaring Villa and had a teleportation array. The streets were lined with professionals who had come to attempt to conquer the Roaring Mountains, and the vast majority of them were mercenaries. Judging from their state, most of them had been defeated in Roaring Hills. Damn it, the difficulty of this secret realm is simply sick. Our regiment actually lost a dozen good fighters. I heard that another opening regiment entered the mountain today, so I guess they're going to be wiped out. Isn't that so? It's been so many days, and even those large professional groups with abundant resources have been unable to do anything about this secret realm. As these few people were discussing, they suddenly saw a line of young students heading in the direction of Roaring Mountain Villa. Tisk, TSK, so young, I'm afraid they're going to fold here, a pity. I see that these students have an extraordinary demeanor, I guess they come from key colleges and universities. Hey, classmates. Are you guys going to Roaring Hills? Suddenly, a person called out to Lin Chuan and the others. I advise you guys to form more groups. Roaring Villa supports a maximum of 10 people to enter, and I'm afraid that for you guys, I'm afraid. Lin Chuan knew what the other party wanted to say and smiled faintly. Thanks for your concern, we have our own measure. After saying that, Lin Chuan's several people continued to rush without looking back. Young people, most of them are high-minded, I am afraid that they will harm themselves. The few mercenaries couldn't stop shaking their heads, their eyes full of regret. Captain, those few people seem to be of a similar level as us. Wang Yuan asked. Lin Chuan nodded, and I feel the aura of death, I'm afraid that they have suffered some serious injuries. After level 30, Lin Chuan's perception of the aura of death became clearer and clearer, and he could even foresee the arrival of death. I'm afraid this quest won't be easy, everyone cheer up. Chapter 105 Gathering Men. When we get to our destination, I have something to share. After rushing for most of the day, Lin Chuan and the others finally arrived at the entrance of Roaring Mountain Villa before dark. In just a few days, a temporary camp had been set up here, with all sorts of businesses available, even places to stay. At this time, it was already getting dark, and the camp was surrounded by people. These people don't seem to be in a hurry to enter the secret realm? Doubts rose in the hearts of several people. Just in case, let's ask around first, we might be able to obtain useful information. Several people agreed with Lin Chuan's proposal. The secret realm was full of crises, especially this kind of secret realm that had just appeared. It was like a meat grinder to the professionals who came to open up the land. Thousands of occupiers would be lost here. It's never bad to gather more useful information. Several people dispersed and poked around the camp. The camp had already established a commercial system, and naturally there was no shortage of intelligence peddlers, so there was no worry about sources of information. Lin Chuan chose a vendor owner and was about to go up and talk. Soundproof barrier low, good use is not expensive, 3 million gold coins a pair, package you through the Roaring Hills. The voice is very familiar. Lin Chuan followed the voice to look over. Sure enough, it was Lu Dupeng. Senior Rock, why are you here? Yo, it's Senior Lin Chuan, you've come to raid this secret realm too? Yeah, Senior Rock, you too? Lin Chuan replied. Lu Dupeng waved his hand, how could I have the vigor? I'm merely here to sell some utility props and earn some living expenses. Lu Dupeng hadn't picked up the Roaring Hills quest, he was now simply a peddler. Lin Chuan greatly admired LV Dupeng and was quite fond of him. LV Dupeng seems to be the kind of person who comes from a poor family, no cultivation resources, no power background, all rely on their own efforts to get. In this case, he can still ensure that his level rises to level 40, he really has two brushes. You came to challenge the secret realm, are you alone? Lu Dupeng asked. I joined the school's mission squad and am now splitting up to scout for information. Lu Dupeng breathed a long sigh of relief. That's good, it's fortunate that you guys were cautious and didn't directly enter the secret realm, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Senior Dupeng, do you know any news about the secret realm of Roaring Mountain Villa? Why do these people look as if they are not in a hurry at all? They have no intention of entering the secret realm at all. Lin Chuan asked. This secret realm was just discovered not long ago, and not much is known about it by everyone. Right now, we only know that this secret realm will randomly emit deadly roars. Deadly roar? When the fatal roar sounds, it reduces the professional's attributes by 40% and puts them into a slow-moving state. And at night, the frequency and duration of the fatal roar is twice as long as during the day, and almost half of the time it has to be under an abnormal state. Lu Dupeng slowly explained. Lin Chuan came to a realization, no wonder these professionals didn't rush into the secret realm at night and are now gathered outside. I'm afraid they're trying to find out the pattern of the fatal roar's appearance. Right, schoolmate, how many of you have come this time? Starting from the day before yesterday, this Roaring Hills has undergone a mutation, allowing up to 10 people to enter. The number of people admitted to the secret realm had become larger, meaning that the difficulty of the secret realm had also increased. We only have 5 people coming. You guys might have to form wild teams then. Today's business was not going well. Lu Dupeng simply closed the stall directly. I see that there are still a few students from Qinglong Academy in this campground. Do you want me to help you contact them? Lin Chuan was non-committal. I'll have to discuss this matter with my teammates. Alright then, I have territory in the camp, so inform them to come over. Saying turf, it was actually a tent that Lu Dupeng had temporarily set up. The tent was spacious enough for 6 people to sit apart in it. Lu Dupeng shared all the information he knew to the group. I don't recommend the 5 of you to break in alone. What do you think? Xia Yuqing sought Lin Chuan's opinion. Yes, Captain, we'll listen to you. Captain? Lu Dupeng looked at Wang Yuan suspiciously. Yeah, Lin Chuan is the captain of our Dark Moon tidal wave. Do you have a problem with that? No, I just don't understand. You mean, your squad is the Dark Moon tidal wave? That newly formed, super fierce squad from last year? And then, you said that Lin Chuan is your captain? Yeah, why? What do you mean what's wrong? He's a freshman who just enrolled this year and you guys made him captain? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Our captain is strong. Wang Yuan and Lu Dupeng were both speechless. LV Dupeng was speechless about the Dark Moon Tidal Wave Squad's attitude toward Lin Chuan, and Wang Yuan was speechless about why LV Dupeng was so speechless. Lin Chuan pondered for a moment. Forget about those mercenaries if they're there, people from unknown origins, there might even be a killing and taking of treasures, it's not necessary. If we can meet trusted teammates tomorrow, we can team up, if not, there is no need to force it. Senior Rock, thank you. After saying that, Lin Chuan launched a group request to Lu Dupeng. Lin Chuan was definitely going to pull LV Dupeng on board. For one thing, he was not bad, having reached level 40. The second was that Lin Chuan had his eye on the soundproof barrier in Lu Dupeng's hand, which was an absolute artifact for entering Roaring Hills. Unfortunately, at $3 million apiece, Lin Chuan didn't have the money. When you don't have money, you naturally choose to whore for nothing. Since schoolmate is in trouble, of course I can't stand idly by, count me in. Lu Dupeng entered the team without hesitation. Lin Chuan thought in his heart, this LV Dupeng has a good heart and is loyal, he must have accumulated a lot of contacts and resources in these 2 years at Qinglong Academy, when we set up the guild we must pull him in. The crowd rested for the night, and the deadly roar outside the tent rang through the night until it gradually stopped in the morning. It's about time, get ready, we're leaving right away. After the roaring stopped, the professionals in the camp began to enter the secret realm one after another. LV Dupeng? Several people were about to set off when someone suddenly called out LV Dupeng's name. Xin Shan, you've come to touch gold too. It was an acquaintance of LV Dupeng. Xin Shan, level 44 rare profession. The occupation rating was not high, but the upgrade speed was exceptionally fast. He was in the same class as Lu Dupeng, who was a legendary profession, and his level was surprisingly 4 levels lower than his. The later the period, the slower the upgrade. These 4 levels LV Dupeng might not be able to catch up after spending most of the year. The 2 juniors in the family have just risen to level 40, and have reached the note of updating their equipment, so I brought them here to touch some gold. The newly discovered secret realm, even if you hunted some small monsters in the periphery, the rewards that popped out were stronger than many ordinary copies. Lin Chuan, a few of these people have leveled up to level 40, they're good combatants. Should we pull them in? Xia Yuqing asked in a whisper in Lin Chuan's ear. Xin Shan and the others were students of the Green Dragon Academy, so at least they wouldn't be like those mercenary outlaws. Lin Chuan trusted them. He winked at Lu Dupeng, who immediately understood. Now that there were already 6 of them, plus the 3 Xin Shan, there were exactly 9 of them. There was a higher success rate in clearing Roaring Hills. Xin Shan, we are preparing to raid the secret realm, do you want to come along? These are all students from the Green Dragon Academy. Lin Chuan nodded towards Xin Shan, and the few people each introduced themselves to each other. That's just right. We've only been wandering around the periphery for the past few days, not daring to go deeper, and it just so happens that I also want to go deeper to have a look. Xin Shan agreed in one gulp. The few people formed a team and officially set off. A black vortex appeared and sucked Lin Chuan's few people into space. The 3 of them, Xin Shan, walked at the end, their eyes flickering with a ferocious light. These people were precisely the pawns that Ouyang Hong had contacted the Qin family to send over to assassinate Lin Chuan. Chapter 106 Howling Heavenly Beast. Entering the replica, his eyes were greeted by a beautiful mountainous landscape, and not far from there were mountain springs. The sound of the spring water falling from the high mountains was very pleasing to the ears. Concentrate your mind, don't deliberately listen to the ambient sounds around you, these sounds can also be hallucinogenic. Lu Dupeng opened his mouth to remind. I didn't realize that the sounds here have an effect on people, it's worthy of being an S-class mission. Lin Chuan thought in his heart. The crowd was alert in their hearts and immediately focused their attention on the mountain path in front of them. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers and summoned 6 soul hooking bullheads. After level 30, the hooked soul bullheads evolved to platinum level, possessing a 60% defense bonus and a thicker body. Let's set off. Try to explore as much distance as possible before the first wave of roars comes. Lin Chuan had the hooked soul bullhead open the way in front of him, while the others followed behind. The Roaring Mountain Villa had a large range, but there was only one road up the mountain. Now that all of the people had reached level 30 or above, their walking speed was much faster than ordinary people. In no time at all, they had already walked halfway up the mountain. A few people were traveling near a mountain stream when countless blackened heads suddenly emerged from the distant cliffs. The monsters have swiped. Roar! The hissing sound was deafening. Attacked by unknown target, blood 5000. It was a sonic attack and it was very powerful. Before they even met, they knocked out 5000 points of Lin Chuan's blood. Lin Chuan now counted the Savage Bear set's 20% physique bonus and only had less than 50,000 blood, so he simply couldn't carry it for long. But it doesn't matter, Lin Chuan hadn't planned to carry it for long. White impermanence. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers and summoned White Impermanence, the damage reduction aura plus blood restoration skill activated, and the thousands of blood restoration a second instantly brought the crowd's blood back to full. After the sonic attack, the demonic creature leapt up from the cliff and swooped down towards the crowd. Howling Sky Beast. Rank, 46. Power, 60,300. Physique, 68,500. Agility, 79,300. Mental strength, 46,700. Roaring Heavenly Wave launches a sonic attack that deals a maximum of spiritual power 400% damage. The closer the distance, the higher the damage. Dragon Power, all attacks deal damage 150%. A normal demonic creature in the Roaring Hills even comes with 2 skills? And the damage factor of this first skill alone was among the best among boss level demons. This is a normal demonic creature in the secret realm. They are very fast and have high damage, be careful not to get hit by it. The crowd was no longer the kind of rookies who had just awakened their professions, their reaction speeds were all very quick. Before the Howling Sky Beast rushed down, it had already scattered and fled. Counter-attack. Wind Spirit Power. Thunder Chop. Deadly Blade. Shooting Star Direct Strike. The Dark Moon Tidal Wave. Several people were very well coordinated, launching their skills at almost the same time. The light dazzle of the skills fell on the Howling Sky Beast like fireworks, suppressing the demonic creature for a time. Lin Chuan's movements weren't slow either, summoning a Black Impermanence and directly launching the assassination skill. Everyone, don't get attached to the battle. This Howling Heavenly Beast is very arrogant. Only one will launch an attack at a time. We just need to stall it. Before Lu Dupeng could finish, the rest of his words clogged in his throat. Only to see a mass of black shadows suddenly appear behind the Howling Sky Beast, and with a flash of cold light, it suddenly launched an attack. Black Impermanence Silver level launches an assassination skill on the Howling Sky Beast, dealing damage 370,400. 370,000. In one move, half of the Howling Sky Beast's blood level disappeared. It's outrageous that the damage is so exaggerated. After Lin Chuan was level 30, Black Impermanence had evolved to Silver level, and his agility attribute was already over 100,000. With the addition of the Silver Realm power, it even had a 40% damage bonus. One move dealt 370,000 super high damage. If it was replaced with a normal copy of a level 46 demon, it would only be killed in one move. These people are a bit strong, what should we do? Beside Qin Shan, a clan son asked in a low voice. These people are very strong, don't act rashly for now. Observe their attack patterns and skills first and make plans later. Just now, Qin Shan and the others were too far away from the Howling Heavenly Beast, and Lin Chuan and their attacks were launched at the same time. He did not see that Lin Chuan was the only one who caused the most major damage just now. As the battle unfolded, this Howling Heavenly Beast, despite its strong strength, was ultimately unable to carry the 9 people's siege and was transformed into the experience of the crowd. Congratulations on killing the Howling Heavenly Beast, experience plus 27,500. Acquired item, 3rd Order Crystal Core. The little monster came out with a crystal core? Among the normal copies, only elite and boss level demons would produce crystal cores. I didn't realize that small monsters in Roaring Hills could produce them. Even though the crystal core level was a notch lower than the demon level, a 3rd Order crystal core was still worth a lot. Lin Chuan smoothly put it into his storage space. The first Howling Heavenly Beast died, and the second Howling Heavenly Beast followed. It quickly swooped down after launching a round of Howling Heavenly Waves. Then a third, then a fourth. In total, there were thousands of Howling Heavenly Beasts throughout the entire journey to the top of the mountain. But just as Qin Shan had said, these Howling Heavenly Beasts had a very special behavioral pattern, with only one coming alone each time before being killed by the crowd gathering fire. As the battle progressed, Lin Chuan changed his summoned beast to a king-grade death servant. Although Black Impermanence's instantaneous burst was strong, the assassination skill had a cooldown. It was only just now starting to explore Roaring Hills, so Lin Chuan wanted to save it for later. After Lin Chuan and the others had killed dozens of roaring heavenly beasts, suddenly, from the top of the mountain in the distance, there was a mournful roaring sound. The voice was filled with the mighty pressure of a powerful person, and it sounded sorrowful. Lin Chuan only felt his eardrums rise and ache, and his whole body ached and went into an abnormal state. Attacked by unknown target, attribute 40%, entering retarded state. It's deadly roar. Everyone hold steady. It's my turn to shine. Lu Dupeng took out the soundproof barrier from his storage space and directly stimulated it. A light golden-colored barrier appeared out of thin air, shielding the crowd. This is a soundproof barrier. Within a radius of 100 meters you are immune to the effects of the deadly roar. Everyone don't stray too far from me. With Lu Dupeng's props, Lin Chuan and the others instantly lifted the abnormal status. Although the combat range had been reduced by quite a bit, immune to Fatal Roar's attack, several people quickly recovered their combat strength. The entire battle had lasted for more than 4 hours before the thousands of roaring sky beasts were killed off. The length of the battle was unprecedented. The crowd consumed a large number of medicines that restored their mental strength to ensure their skill output, and even the soundproof barrier in Lu Dapeng's hand had used 3 of them. 3 soundproof barriers, close to 10 million gold coins. Lu Dapeng had a meaty pain. Although the consumption was huge, the harvest was not bad. After this battle, Lin Chuan had harvested 5 third-order crystal cores, 17 second-order crystal cores, and 31 first-order crystal cores. The gold coins alone could be sold for tens of millions of dollars. High-level professionals really do make money. Everything is better. Recover before advancing. Lin Chuan proposed. No one objected, and one after another, the crowd took out various props and medicines from their storage space to recover themselves. Except Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was a summoner, his battles were all done by summoned beasts, he hardly had to put up a fight himself, he didn't lose any blood, he didn't consume any blue, and now he was still in full condition. After level 30, the blue amount of a professional had increased dramatically, and was already close to about 10,000. Using skills didn't have to be as cramped as before, but the recovery speed had slowed down a lot accordingly. Lin Chuan waited impatiently and summoned 9 hooked bullheads. You guys guard here, I'll go to the front and take a look. Lin Chuan, wait, I have something to tell you. Xia Yuqing called out to Lin Chuan. Without a trace, she glanced at Qin Shan's trio and whispered, when we were fighting just now, I sensed that these 3 people were radiating unusual killing intent, and it's possible that they're plotting to do something wrong. Chapter 107 Ironclad Dragon Soul. Lin Chuan nodded, I've also sensed it, I'll stay here to protect you with these summoned beasts, you guys be careful with everything. The two were discussing, when Qin Shan suddenly spoke. Fellow students, the 3 of us have only explored the outskirts of this roaring hills. We only came here to touch the goal to update our equipment, and we are not too willing to take too much risk, so to avoid accidents in the back, we chose to withdraw. Lin Chuan frowned and thought in his heart, strange. These few people obviously have some kind of conspiracy, why did they choose to quit at this time? Lu Dapeng was slightly flustered once he saw that the 3 of them were going to quit. The strength of these people was not bad, if they quit now, relying on Lin Chuan's few people to try to raid the secret realm would be exponentially more difficult. Hey, didn't we say? Goodbye. Lu Dapeng wanted to dissuade a few people. Lin Chuan, however, did not care, people have their own aspirations, we respect the wishes of the 3 seniors. Ever since he realized that these people wanted to plot against him, Lin Chuan couldn't wait for them to quit earlier. That way, he would be able to raid the secret realm with confidence and boldness without needing to watch out for these few people. Thanks for understanding, guys, I wish you all the best. The black vortex appeared, and Qin Shan's few people exited the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, several people from Qin Shan appeared at the entrance of Roaring Mountain Villa. Those few people's strengths are all mapped out, right? Qin Shan asked. It's basically clear, other than that summoned beast called Lin Chuan who is stronger, the others are not enough to be feared. When the time comes, the 3 of us will just take advantage of the chaos to strike at the target and disappear far away after the others have reacted, and even if Qinglong Academy tracks it down, they won't be able to find any evidence. It's naturally best if they die in the secret realm, and if they live a long life, then don't blame us for being impolite. The 3 of them looked at each other and immediately sat down cross-legged, continuing to recover their state. Only after seeing Qin Shan and the others leave did Lin Chuan finally put his heart down. Senior Rock, do you know the details of those 3 people just now? Lin Chuan did not explicitly say, Lu Dapeng is not stupid, do you mean that these 3 people have problems? I don't know about the others, but this Qin Shan has a very good reputation in the school and handles people appropriately. The only thing that makes people feel strange is that the upgrade speed is just too fast, it's not like an ordinary person. He's in the same class as me, but he's now 4 levels higher than me. Lin Chuan and Qin Shan had no grudges, yet he had murderous intentions towards himself. He had a premonition that this Qin Shan and the Starfield demon spy must have an ulterior motive. And it was completely directed at himself. However, now that they had exited the secret realm, Lin Chuan did not continue to dwell on this matter. You guys continue to recover your state here, I'll go up to the front and take a look. Going up the mountain path, no other demons were encountered along the way. It went all the way to the top of the mountain, which was a huge platform about 1,000 meters in diameter. In the center of the platform, there was a huge creature sitting on a plate. Iron Armored Dragon Soul Elite. Level 48. Power 82,100. Physique 37.6k. Agility 80,500. Mental Strength 36,000. Heavenly Thunder Slash triggers 4 Heavenly Thunder attacks, each dealing strength 230% damage. Rift Wave, block off a fan-shaped area, inflicting power 350% damage and a 3-second confinement effect. Dragon Song Break, launches a sonic attack, dealing up to power 650% damage and a 3-second stun. Roar Resonance, during Fatal Roar, attributes are increased by 40%. A level 48, for skill, elite level demonic creature. The skill damage factor is frighteningly high, but is a brittle skin. With less than 380,000 blood, Lin Chuan could even kill it directly in seconds. Black Impermanence, Assassinate. For insurance purposes, Lin Xuan directly summoned 2 black impermanents to unleash his assassination skill. 2 black shadows appeared behind the iron-armored dragon soul. However, iron-armored dragon soul's speed was 1 step faster than him. Black impermanence has been attacked by iron-armored dragon soul elite dragon's breathbreaker, blood 480,000, 2. Attacked by iron-armored dragon soul elite dragon's grim reaper, chi blood 18k. A violent keening sound rang out, and half of the 2 black impermanence's blood directly disappeared. Even Lin Xuan, who was standing hundreds of meters away, received nearly 20,000 blood damage. The amount of blood that disappeared in an instant scared him. Triggering combat, the iron-armored dragon soul's eyes lit up with a flash of red, turning into a black lightning bolt that charged towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was very upset right now, upset to the extreme. He hadn't even made a move yet, but he had been caught off guard by the other party first. "Didn't your mom teach you not to yell at people?" Lin Xuan didn't hold back and raised his hand to summon 3 more black impermanents, 1 white impermanence, and 2 soul-hooking ox heads. The summoned beasts each had their own duties. Shield, damage reduction, and blood restoration were directly messed up against Lin Xuan, quickly returning to full blood volume. Black impermanence once again used the assassination skill. Black impermanence's agility was already as high as 100,000, which was quite a bit higher than the iron-armored dragon soul, and this time it finally hit the target. Black impermanence silver level launches assassination skill on iron-armored dragon soul elite, damage dealt 361,600. An attack that directly staged the blood stripe vanishing technique. But unfortunately, Lin Xuan's damage was still a tiny bit short, and the iron-armored dragon soul did not die. Its body began to emit a green glow, entering a brief state of invincibility. It's entering the stage. And straight into stage 3. Iron-armored dragon soul elite stage 3. Level 48. Power 114,900. Physique 52,600. Agility 112,700. Mental strength 50,400. Soul-splitting chop nu, a chopping blow that goes straight to the soul, dealing strength 500% damage. Red copper armor nu, ignore damage penetration effect, damage reduction 30%. Stage 3, attributes increased by 40%, strength and agility over 110k. And gain 2 new skills. The iron-armored dragon soul directly attacked towards Lin Xuan, waving his saber through the air as a grey energy chop sped towards Lin Xuan. "Stop him for me." Lin Xuan didn't hesitate and directly ordered the soul-hooking ox head to block the path that the iron-armored dragon soul was bound to take. Soul-slinging ox head platinum level was attacked by iron-armored dragon soul elite rift wave, blood 201,000. Even with the soul-hooking bullhead's body, the iron-armored dragon soul's blow knocked out 20% of its blood. Moreover, due to the effect of the rift wave, the soul snatcher ox head was also imprisoned in place. The iron-armored dragon soul directly bypassed the meat shield in front of it and came straight at Lin Xuan. It was even more difficult. Coincidentally, at this time of year there was a sudden deadly roar from the distance. Lin Xuan entered a negative state. The iron-armored dragon soul, on the other hand, was affected by the gain, and its attributes increased by 40% once again. With the increase in attributes brought about by the 3rd stage, the iron-armored dragon soul's agility was already 112,700, and black impermanence would not have been able to catch up with it. Now that it had increased by another 40%, its speed became even more terrifying. Lin Xuan only saw a flash of residual shadows, and the iron-armored dragon soul had already rushed in front of him. Just because black impermanence couldn't catch up to it didn't mean he couldn't hit it. After the hooked soul ox heads blocked just now, the invincibility time for the iron-armored dragon soul to enter the 3rd stage had expired. A demonic creature without invincibility was no different from a target in front of Lin Xuan. Black impermanence, assassinate. 2 black shadows suddenly appeared behind the iron-armored dragon soul, claw blades in their hands poised to strike. So what if the attributes were increased by 40%? What about a 30% increase in damage reduction skills? So what if black impermanence reduces attributes by 40% in deadly roar? As long as Lin Xuan was still alive, he could launch a saturation attack at any time. As the cold light flashed by, the body of the iron-armored dragon soul immediately became torn apart, turning into a pile of ruptured armor scattered all over the ground. Chapter 108 Mysterious Props. Kill iron-armored dragon soul elite, experience plus 31,000. Obtained item iron-armored dragon guard sword. Exploding equipment. A piece of equipment appeared in Lin Xuan's storage space. It was said that the equipment that popped out in the secret realm was at least purple rare grade. Lin Xuan couldn't wait to check the attributes. Iron-armored dragon guard sword. Props. Effects: this item has been damaged and needs to be re-injected with the power of the dragon soul to activate it. Surprisingly, it's not an equipment? It was the first time Lin Xuan had seen a prop whose name looked like equipment. But unfortunately, this prop was currently in a damaged state and its effects could not be seen. Dragon soul power? What is this? Lin Xuan couldn't figure it out for the moment, but his intuition told him that this prop might be of great help to him in the future. So he put the saber away in his storage space. After doing this, Lin Xuan began to explore the top of the mountain. After walking all the way up from the bottom of the mountain, there was no way to continue on here. Finally, Lin Xuan spotted the situation on the other side of the mountaintop. 10 suspension bridges that led all the way into the distance, hidden in the clouds. Please choose a suspension bridge to advance. Warning, only one person can cross each suspension bridge. Suspension bridges that allow only one person to pass signify that all will be separated here. There is no telling what dangers lie ahead here, and the danger increases dramatically. It was because of this that many large mercenary groups only raided up to this point and stopped here, not continuing forward. Lin Xuan. We heard the sounds of battle coming from here just now. It was Xia Yuqing. They heard the commotion of Lin Xuan's battle just now and worried that Lin Xuan might be in danger, so they rushed up to check. I encountered an elite monster just now, but it's okay, it's already been killed by me. Lin Xuan pointed at the drawbridge behind him. This should be the path to the next level. Only one person is allowed to pass through each drawbridge. I don't know where it leads to. You guys continue to recover your status, you have a vicious battle to meet next. Taking advantage of the gap between the people's recovery, Lin Xuan took out a bunch of scrolls from his storage space and distributed them to the people, introducing them one by one. This is a first order attribute increase scroll, which can increase attributes by 5% for 2 hours. 3 per person. This is a second order skill enhancement scroll, skill damage coefficient increases by 10%, lasts for half an hour, 5 sheets per person. Third order defense scroll, can withstand 3 attacks below level 30, the level of the monsters here is over level 40, immune to up to 3 times 10% damage. As a life preservation prop, 1 per person. Since Roaring Hills was not an ordinary copy and was in a chaotic space itself, the spatial instant return talisman could not work. Lin Xuan did not distribute it to the crowd. The Dark Moon tidal wave, several people didn't say anything more, and each of them put the formation scrolls away. Only Lu Dapeng could not believe his eyes. Is this? A formation scroll? Lin Xuan, have you befriended some big shot? Lu Dapeng said excitedly. Lin Xuan asked curiously, how is that? Formation scrolls, they're auxiliary type scrolls, although in the early stages they don't have as immediate an effect as magic scrolls, but the later you get, even low-level formation scrolls have a huge bonus for the professional. The higher a professional's level, the more their attributes would increase. This percentage added array scroll might add a few hundred points of attributes right now. But at level 60 and 70, the attribute bonus would reach tens or even hundreds of thousands. And the most crucial thing is that formation scrolls are quite troublesome to create, even first-rank formation scrolls are quite precious. Just this one alone can fetch a high price of 500,000 in the trading house. If it wasn't a high-level formation master, it would definitely be impossible to take out formation scrolls in such large quantities. Lin Xuan didn't really know. He had also been thinking that he had been pitted by Liang Wan, but he hadn't realized that he had picked up a great bargain. Let's get him more precious crystal cores when we have the chance in the future. Lin Xuan thought secretly. An hour and a half later, the crowd's status was restored. The last wave of deadly roar had just passed a few minutes ago, making it the perfect time to set off. We can only act alone next, everything is done with safety in mind. Once we feel bad, immediately retreat back here and then look for a chance to exit the secret realm. The crowd nodded their heads. Although it was important to complete the S-rank mission, what was more important was their respective lives. Behind this drawbridge, I don't know where it leads to. If we can't rendezvous, everyone will wait at the camp for 3 days after exiting the secret realm. Depart. Each person individually chose a path and set off on their way. Moving forward along the suspension bridge, the surroundings were gradually replaced by white clouds, and when they reached the clouds, the surrounding scene gradually became blurred. Lin Xuan could no longer see beyond 5 meters. We've been walking along this path for more than 10 minutes and we haven't reached the end yet. Suddenly, Lin Xuan had a bad feeling. As his level increased, the breath of the dead soul's perception of nearby dangers became more and more obvious. He sensed at least hundreds of unseen creatures approaching in the nearby clouds. The sound of a strong, oppressive wind swept past his eyes, and a bloodstain appeared on Lin Xuan's cheek without warning. Attacked by unknown target, Chi Blood 1000. Attacked by a demonic creature. After one demon attacked, a second demon followed. Come out. Lin Xuan summoned a king-grade Death Servant and attacked head-on towards his opponent. Death Servant King level attacks the Swift Pterodactyl, dealing damage, 94,100. The attack accurately hits a magical creature and deals effective damage. Swift Pterodactyl. Rank, 46. Power, 57,600. Physique, 43.4k. Agility, 90,100. Mental strength, 32,800. Shadow Wing Chop unleashes a wind blade attack that deals spiritual power 480% damage. Cloud Shadow Storm causes a storm that lasts for 10 seconds and inflicts 60% damage per second to spiritual power 60%. The swift pterodactyl has very low mental power and deals limited damage. But the problem was the terrain. The space of the drawbridge was very narrow, and it would have been difficult for an ordinary professional to maneuver on it. Not to mention that there was also a super agile swift pterodactyl eyeing them from the side. Moreover, Lin Chuan was now facing an even more serious problem. Abnormal weight detected on drawbridge will collapse in 10 seconds. Unsurprisingly, if we fall from this height, I'll die for sure. Limiting the number of participants in the battle was a devastating blow to the summoning professions. But Lin Chuan was not an ordinary summoning profession. Phoenix Feather, Enlighten. The moment before the drawbridge fell, Lin Chuan collected the Death Servant into the necrotic space and opened the extra equipment Phoenix Feather. Within half an hour, he would gain the ability to fly. Seeing Lin Chuan fly, the swift pterodactyl attacked again. If it was yesterday, I might have died here, but not today. This is your first battle, show me what you're made of, come out, Demon Underworld Ambassadors. Chapter 109 Lone Challenge. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers and 40 Demon Underworld envoys appeared out of thin air, flapping their wings as they charged towards the swift-winged dragon. This was the only type of summoned beast that Lin Chuan had the ability to fly, and it came in handy today. The appearance of the Demon Underworld envoy instantly turned the tide of the battle, and with the Demon Underworld stick technique's 40% attack speed and 40% attack penetration bonus, it posed a great threat to the swift pterodactyl. In just one shot, there were already swift-winged dragons that were killed by the Demon Underworld envoy's fire. Kill swift pterodactyl, experience plus 28,500. Obtained white wings. How are the others doing? Stabilizing his position, Lin Chuan worried about the others. Flying straight upwards, he directly pierced through the clouds. Looking down, colorful battles erupted above the other drawbridges as well, with their teammates locked in bitter combat. Increase attack output, Demon Meddler, summon. Lin Chuan switched to his priest staff and summoned more Demon Underworld envoys to join the battle. With the Sacrificer staff, 2 summoned beasts could be summoned at a time. It was at this moment that a golden light flew past Lin Chuan's eyes. It was a birdman with golden wings growing from its back. Senior Rock? Lu Dapeng's occupation was a golden rock warrior and his talent was flight. Lin Chuan, it's you? You can fly? Ah, equipment effect, can only fly for a while. Lin Chuan said lightly. Can only fly for a while? That's pretty impressive too. Enough about that, senior, is the battle on your side over already? I'm going to rescue my other teammates. No, I was beaten away by them, the number of these demonic creatures was too much, luckily my talent was strong enough to run fast, otherwise I would have been torn apart by them. As soon as Lu Dapeng finished speaking, hundreds of white figures cut through the clouds and attacked towards the two. Lin Chuan's face sank, you guys forced me to do this. He took out the first order attribute strengthening scroll from his storage space and directly excited it. The 5% attribute boost was immediately visible. Draw them together. These words were spoken to the summoned beasts, as well as to Lu Dapeng. The two of them immediately took action as dozens of Demon Underworld ambassadors attracted the hatred of the swift pterodactyls, weaving back and forth through the clouds. Attract their hatred as well. Lin Chuan once again ordered the Demon Underworld envoy to charge into a few other battlefields to attract the swift-winged dragons from Xiayuqing's in their place as well. Since he was only pulling in the hatred, the Demon Underworld envoy did not counterattack, causing him to lose a considerable amount of numbers. But Lin Chuan's plan worked. Senior, what now? I can't hold on much longer. LV Dapeng shouted. After the operation of the two, 99% of the demons in the sky were gathered by them. Lin Chuan looked at the piling up of swift-winged dragons and a smile lifted up on his face. He only saw his 2 fingers extend forward and a pitch-black arrow appeared above his fingertips, the soul-snatching vector. Then, a green glow began to appear on the dark arrow. Spectral corpse explosion. Go! Lin Chuan shouted, the soul-snatching vector came out of his hand and sped towards a bloodied swift pterodactyl. That's right, this was Lin Chuan's killing move. The soul-snatching vector accurately hit the swift pterodactyl and took his life. Afterwards, under the effect of the spectral corpse explosion, its body rapidly expanded before emitting a violent explosion. The exploding flesh and blood splattered on the surrounding companions, directly taking away their lives. The explosions rang out in the sky like a chain reaction, and the percentage blood damage was perverse, killing nearly 1,000 swift pterodactyls in an instant. Lu Dapeng was already powerless to spit. Today's day, Lin Chuan had already given him too many shocks. Forget it, let it be, destruction. Kill Cloud Shadow Cthulhu Elite, experience plus 39,000. Obtained item, Cloud Shadow Dragon's Wings. Among the pile of hints, Lin Chuan also found a special one. In the flurry of explosions just now, an elite monster had also been blown up. An item exploded by an elite monster? Take a look. Lin Chuan checked the information. Wings of the Cloud Shadow Cthulhu. Props. Effect, fusion with flying equipment. A simple description of the effect, with no idea of what exactly it does. Just like the iron-armored dragon soul peyote obtained earlier, it gave off a cloudy feeling. Keep it for now, this material doesn't look too bad, it might be able to raise my phoenix feather by a level. The cloud shadow pale dragon was dead, and the clouds in the sky began to disperse. Lin Xuan saw that at the end of the drawbridge, the tops of each of the 10 peaks were connected. The layout was exactly the same as the tops of the mountains they came from, and not surprisingly, there was an elite monster stationed on each of them. A secret realm actually has 12 elite monsters? 10 platforms, plus the elite monsters Lin Xuan had killed earlier, totaled 12. This difficulty was unrivaled. In the middle of the 10 peaks, there was the largest peak with a mountain lodge towering above it. That was the Roaring Mountain Villa. It's just that the main peak doesn't have a path to the top, so it's assumed that you need to kill the other 10 elite monsters one by one to open it. Lin Xuan landed from the sky and flew in front of Xiaoyuqing. The swift pterodactyls have already been cleared by me, and there's an elite monster in front of each of you. How's your status? Can you still continue? Xiaoyuqing smiled faintly. No harm done, I'm also level 30 now, and it's no match for me if I use my secret techniques. Xiaoyuqing had a secret family method that could force a level up by 20 levels. Moreover, under the effect of the family talent, Xiaoyuqing's attributes have a 5-fold increase, so I'm afraid Lin Xuan will have a hard time defeating her. Challenging elite monsters was not a big problem. Afterwards, Lin Xuan notified the other team members one by one. Other than Xiaoyuqing and LV Dapeng who expressed their desire to continue, all the others returned to the platform. Trying to defeat a level 40 plus elite monster one-on-one was extremely difficult. If you guys feel in danger, quickly retreat back to the platform and see if you can hook the elite monster onto the platform and kill it in a combined effort. I know. The next wave of deadly roar is coming soon, so I'll hurry over there and watch out for each of you. Okage, sibling, here. Lu Dapeng threw over an object towards Lin Xuan and Xiaoyuqing, a soundproof barrier. I've already returned my capital when I killed the howling heavenly beast just now, this item is for you guys, don't worry and use it boldly. Lu Dapeng gave an explanation and flew towards an elite monster alone. Thanks, senior. Xiaoyuqing said, heading towards her own target. Lin Xuan didn't head to any of the elite monster platforms, but instead flew towards the main peak in the very center. His goal was the boss. Lin Xuan landed on top of the main peak, and fatal roar rang out in due time. Luckily, I landed in time, or else I was afraid I'd fall from the sky. The crisis in the sky had just been resolved, and the crisis on the ground appeared again. Lin Xuan had just stepped onto the main peak and immediately swiped the monsters. Dragon Blood Demon Jiao. Level 49. Power 76,500. Physique 75,200. Agility 61,700. Mental strength 49,900. Blackwater Blood Mist, surrounded by poisonous mist, dealing 1000 damage per second, exploding into a poisonous mist shock upon death, dealing body 550% damage. Augur Physique, restores 1000 blood points per second, physical damage reduction 40%. The body is great, and with its own 2 skills, it's a proper battlefield churner. Lin Xuan looked around, the entire mountain village was black with Dragon Blood Demon Jiao, there were at least 2,000 of them. The Dragon Blood Demon sculptures were linked together, forming a powerful line of defense constructed by demonic creatures. And at the very top of the mountain villa, a huge dragon with 10 heads was perched there. The deadly roar came from one of its heads. That's the secret boss. Due to the pressure of the battle there at the drawbridge, Lin Xuan had already used the Spectral Corpse explosion skill, and now he could only bring his summoned beasts to go in hard. Luckily, he had a large enough number of summoned beasts. Come out. Let me break into this dragon's den of yours. Chapter 110 Boss, 10-Headed Inferno Ice Dragon. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers and over 200 summoned beasts appeared in front of him. At the same time, he took out the soundproof barrier from his storage space and activated it directly. The barrier appeared, cancelling out the effects of the deadly roar, and the summoned beast's attributes returned to normal. Give it to me. Lin Xuan waved his hand and all the summoned beasts rushed towards the Dragon Blood Demon Jiao. The difference in numbers between the two sides was close to 10 times, but Lin Xuan wasn't afraid in the slightest. With the 20x attribute increase from the Death Domain, even the lowest level Death Servant already had an attribute as high as 70k. It was already comparable to the Dragon Blood Demon Jiao. Not to mention that each summoned beast had a percentage attack and defense bonus under the power of the realm. These summoned beasts also possessed their own different skills, and their true combat power had long since far exceeded that of these magical creatures. With just a simple contact, the strength of both sides had already been revealed. Lin Xuan, by virtue of his excellent summoned beast pairing, hardened himself against the Dragon Blood Demon Jiao's attack. There was a vague tendency to counterattack. The Hookdog's head was at the forefront, with other summoned beasts interspersed waiting for an opportunity to attack. White Impermanence, on the other hand, was at the back, continuously adding blood to the summoned beasts to ensure that they had healthy blood levels. The Dragon Blood Demon Jiao were killed one by one in the battle. Kill Dragon Blood Demon Jiao, experience plus 33,000. Kill Dragon Blood Demon Jiao, experience plus 33,000. However, even with such a luxurious lineup, Lin Chuan needed at least a minute or so to kill a Dragon Blood Demon Jiao. At this rate, it would take at least a day or so to kill the boss. This was clearly unrealistic. Because at night, the frequency and power of the deadly roar will increase dramatically. Lin Chuan must not be delayed until then. Take it back, let's kill the boss directly. Lin Chuan contracted his defense line and retracted the vast majority of his summoned beasts into the necrotic space. Demon Underworld Wormhole skill, activate. A milky white light wrapped around Lin Chuan, and 10 seconds later, the wormhole effect took effect and Lin Chuan appeared in front of the boss in the blink of an eye. Black Impermanence, assassinate. Lin Chuan had just come out of the wormhole and immediately summoned 3 Black Impermanents, directly launching his assassination skill. The 3 Black Impermanents appeared behind each of the 3 different heads of the boss and attacked separately. Black Impermanence silver level uses assassination skill, dealing damage, 282,203. 3 attacks that deal over 800,000 damage. However, a bad feeling rose in Lin Chuan's heart. There was no invincibility, no bloodlock. Meaning that the 800,000 plus damage was not enough to get the opponent to the second stage. 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon Boss. Level, 50. Power, 124,800. Physique, 146,600. Agility, 70,100. Mental power, 98,100. Talent Dragon Blood Aura, attribute boosted by 30%, restores 2,000 blood points per second. Deadly Roar, use sonic attack to reduce target's attributes by 40% and enter a stagnant state. Dragon Flame, use Flame Spit to inflict spirit 550% damage with 10% burn damage. Dragon Ice, use Ice Breath to deal 580% damage with a 4-second freeze effect. Dragon's Blessing, attributes increase by 50% for 3 minutes. 10-headed dragon, each dragon head has independent attributes and life. 6 skills. Simple attributes, simple skills, paired together with a qualitative change. Although the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon was perverse, it wasn't without good news. Lin Chuan realized that those Dragon Blood Demon Jiao seemed to be very afraid of this 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon and didn't dare to come closer, nor did they attack him anymore. This allowed Lin Chuan to focus on dealing with the boss, the summoned beasts, and directly summoning them. Over 200 summoned beasts were all summoned and charged towards one of the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon's dragon heads. Since the dragon heads are to be killed one by one, let's do it. Explode it for me. The 7 soul-hooking horsefaces led the way, the chains in their hands emitting a terrifying red glow. Clatter. With a violent popping sound, the red glow bloomed into a brilliant firework. Hooked Horseface Platinum level uses Hook Strike on 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon boss, dealing damage, 215,107. A super high damage of 1.5 million was dealt directly, and 1 dragon head was directly smashed. The 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon still hadn't entered the second stage. 9 heads remain. Lin Chuan did as he had done, 7 more flames lit up, and the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon's head was smashed by 1 more. At the same time, the boss's entire body emitted a white light, entering an invincible state. Entering the second stage. Attributes are upgraded and new skills are unlocked. Lin Chuan understood that the stage of this 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon was calculated by the number of heads. For every 2 heads missing, it would enter the next stage. 10 heads for a total of 5 stages. 50 levels, 5 stages, if fully played. This was almost an impossible task for the current Lin Chuan. Just as Lin Chuan hesitated to retreat, the summoned beasts that stayed in the distance earlier combined their efforts to kill a Dragon Blood Demon Jiao. Kill Dragon Blood Demon Jiao, experience plus 33,000. Thousands of kilometers away from the Green Dragon Academy, a golden light flashed on the demon shadow split. The doppelganger rose to level 30. Afterwards, an inheritance message flooded into Lin Chuan's mind. Level 30, do you unlock new skills? Of course. Congratulations on unlocking the new skill, Skybreaker. Skybreaker, ranged attack, inflicts agility 350% damage. The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth lifted into a smile. In fact, it wasn't impossible to kill a level 50 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon. Just need to skip all the next stages. Give it to me, jerk every head over, leave a sliver of blood. Lin Chuan gave the order, and all the summoned beasts rushed towards the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon, launching a frantic attack. Each summoned beast used all of its means to suppress the blood level of the remaining 8 heads of the 10-headed Ice Dragon as much as possible. Attacked by 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon boss Dragon Flame, Death's Servant King class blood 453,208. Attacked by 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon boss Dragon Ice Spirit, Black Impermanence silver level 535,708. Attacked by 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon boss Giant Dragon, Black Impermanence silver level 123,900,008. The 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon was not a stake in the ground and launched a counterattack against Lin Xuan's summoned beasts, which were also seeing damage under his enormous size. Each attack was staged with a large blood-stripe vanishing spell. The key thing is that each of this guy's 10 heads has a separate skill for each head. In other words, the ones standing in front of Lin Xuan right now were 8 level 50 bosses. The 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon's attacks were terrifying. With 8 heads shooting in unison, the damage had reached a ridiculous level. Even with White Impermanence's blood-boosting effect, many summoned beasts were killed in seconds by the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon. Nowadays, the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon had only just entered its second stage, and its attributes and skills weren't overly perverse. Lin Xuan could withstand it. Finally, after a lot of fighting, Lin Xuan's plan was nearing its end. The remaining 8 heads of the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon were all reduced to a state of silk blood. Seeing this, Lin Xuan took out the bladeless heavy sword from his storage space. This was the first time Lin Xuan had used this weapon in battle. Then, Lin Xuan pulled out several more props from his storage space and used them in a brainstorm. Strike Potion increases the chance of a strike by 20% after use. First Order Attribute Enhancement Scroll, Second Order Skill Enhancement Scroll. All the means of enhancement were used, just for one thing, to ensure a sure kill. At this point, Lin Xuan's basic agility attribute had reached 3,800 points. First Order Attribute Enhancement Scroll increases attributes by 5%. Second Order Skill Enhancement Scroll increases damage factor by 50%. Heaven Breaking Chop damage factor agility 350%. Sword Shadow Unrivaled 10x damage increase. Bladeless Heavy Sword 50% damage increase. If it could trigger the blast and breaking insight effects, the total damage would be multiplied several more times. This strike would be Lin Xuan's strongest strike to date. Chapter 111, Going and Returning. Roaring Mountain Villa, outside the secret realm. The 3 Qin Shan opened their eyes. Each of them has recovered almost all of their states, right? The crowd nodded. I didn't expect these few people to be so strong. It's been such a long time and they're still fighting in the secret realm. It seems that it's time for us to strike. Let's go and enter the secret realm once again. I'd like to see if you guys can really raid this secret realm. The 3 of them arrived at the entrance and directly activated their status to re-enter Roaring Mountain. The secondary connection was a self-contained feature of the relic. The news that Roaring Hills was a relic hadn't spread yet, and everyone didn't know about it. The method of entering the Roaring Mountain Villa for the second time was still something Qin Shan and the others had tried out by chance. It was because of this that they had chosen to exit the Roaring Mountain Villa. Now re-entering the copy, they were sniping at Lin Xuan. The 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon saw Lin Xuan's move and no longer cared about surrounding his summoned beasts. Having reached level 50, its spirit was already not low. It was already able to sense that Lin Xuan was preparing its own killing move, so it frantically counterattacked. Aim your offense at Lin Xuan. Unfortunately, it was too late. Heaven-breaking slash. A sword was swung out, and surging waves of air emanated from the blade, instantly covering all the heads of the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon. Use Heaven-breaking slash on 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon, triggering strike, triggering breaking insight, dealing damage, 459,600. 460,000 damage, directly knocking out a third of its blood. Simultaneously seconding off 8 heads, the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon didn't even have a chance to enter the stage. No matter how powerful the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon's next few stages were, as long as it died, everything was empty talk. Lin Xuan put the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon's head into his storage space. This was the key token to completing this mission. Kill 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon boss, experience plus 85,000. Obtained item Gravekeeper's Key. Acquired item Icy Dragon's Breath Staff. Obtained 10 corpses of Ice Dragon. The boss was dead, and Lin Xuan obtained 2 props. Check them out directly. Gravekeeper's Key. Props. Effect, some kind of status symbol that opens a certain legacy relic. Legacy? Familiar words. Xie Yuqing was the inheritance profession. Perhaps this was something that Xie Yuqing's family would know about. Lin Xuan put this key aside and proceeded to check the next item. It was a piece of equipment. A legendary weapon. Ice Inferno Dragon's Breath Staff Legendary. Level, 50. Attribute, Strength plus 10,000, Mental Power plus 40,000. Effects, when using a skill, it comes with Spiritual Strength 150% Scorch damage, and Spiritual Strength 150% Frozen damage. Ice Blaze, actively puts the target into a burning state, dealing 500% mental power damage and freezing for 4 seconds, cooldown, 6 hours. Dragon's Breath, when wearer has no Dragon's Breath, equipment wear level plus 10, when is Dragon's Breath, equipment wear level 10. A single weapon alone increased 40,000 mental energy. The resident effect is to add a total of 300% mental power damage to all skills. It also comes with a skill that deals high damage and control effects. It had to be said that this equipment was simply an excellent weapon that Lin Xuan had dreamed of. Just what is this Dragon Breath? If it has Dragon's Breath, this weapon can be worn at level 40, if not, you have to wait until level 60 to wear it. Though the additional damage of this weapon can do a decent amount of damage at level 60. But it's clearly past its strong period. This secret realm of the Roaring Hills was really weird, and most of the things that it produced Lin Xuan didn't recognize. And the item descriptions didn't have much useful information. It's like broken generation. Yes, it's a broken generation. Lin Xuan felt that this secret realm didn't look like a product of this era. While Lin Xuan was thinking about it, he suddenly realized that there was a dazzling light coming from not far away. Passing Roaring Hills, the passing treasure chest appeared. Lin Xuan walked up and opened the treasure chest. 9 purple 1 orange, 10 pieces of equipment flew into Lin Xuan's storage space. Guaranteed rare equipment and even a legendary level equipment appeared. Heart of the Demon Dragon Legendary. Extra equipment. Effects, plus 50% constitution, plus 50% chi spirit recovery effect, 50% physical magic damage received. Features, minimum wear level 35, can be fused with the wearer after level 40, giving the wearer a dragon's breath, having the original effect of the equipment. Lin Xuan's breathing became rapid. With this equipment, he would be able to wear the Ice Inferno Dragon's Breath Staff at level 40. At that time, in addition to the combat power of the summoned beasts, Lin Xuan's main body combat power would also skyrocket. And even if the effect of the magic dragon's heart was halved after the fusion, it would already be stronger than the effect of Lin Xuan's current barbarian bear set. If I were to say the only drawback, it would probably be that you need to be level 35 in order to wear it. Lin Xuan calmed down and put away the demonic dragon's heart before placing his sight on the ground in front of him. In front of him, there was another egg that emitted a terrifying aura. I'm afraid that this is the real secret treasure of the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon. Lin Xuan walked forward. Unknown egg dead. Level 0. A dead egg, but not gone. Lin Xuan didn't know what it was, only existence was reasonable, this thing must still be of great use. Just as he was about to put the egg into his storage space, black cracks suddenly appeared in the space in front of him, and a figure suddenly appeared and snatched the egg from Lin Xuan's hand in a swift manner. You guys are really something, with only 6 people you actually passed the Roaring Hills secret realm. This person who snatched the egg from Lin Xuan's hand was none other than Qin Shan, who had gone and returned. Lin Xuan's face sank. It's you? Of course it's us. As soon as Qin Shan's words fell, 2 more silhouettes suddenly killed out and launched a sneak attack towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan reacted quickly and immediately jumped away from the side. Black impermanence, assassinate. Only 2 black shadows appeared behind those 2, and after a short contact, both sides had already exchanged several moves. Lin Xuan ate a dark loss out of passive counterattacks, and black impermanence hardened one of his opponent's skills and was knocked out of a lot of blood. However, the other party did not take advantage of anything. Even if it was rubbed by black impermanence, it dropped tens of thousands of blood. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party's levels had both reached level 40, I'm afraid that it wasn't certain who would win or lose just now. Lin Xuan, aren't you curious as to why we're here? Qin Shan seemed to be smiling. Just now, Lin Xuan had displayed notable strength in the battle, but in Qin Shan's eyes, he had just gone through a few vicious battles, and I'm afraid that in his current state, he had long been at the end of his strength, and with the strength of the 3 of them, they would definitely be able to kill him. Lin Xuan spoke coldly, not interested. Give me back my things. Still thinking about treasures at the end of your life, I think you're not seeing the coffin. Saying that, Qin Shan put the egg into the storage space in front of Lin Xuan. Naked provocation. Alas. Lin Xuan sighed. How is it that there are always people looking for death? Let me ask you, who ordered you to do this? The Ouyang family? The Assassin's Guild? Or something else? The goal of these few people was clear. They were rushing towards Lin Xuan. Then the only murderers behind the scenes that could be targeted were obviously these few forces. You'll be dead soon, these things don't matter to you. Give it to me. Qin Shan gave an order and the 2 of them immediately rushed towards Lin Xuan. These 2 were melee-type warrior professions that didn't have the kind of deus ex machina that the assassin lineage professions had, except that they were slightly thicker in blood and weren't difficult to deal with. Even if Lin Xuan was in poor condition right now, it was not something that these 3 people in front of him could touch. Opponents of this level, you guys go play with them. Lin Xuan summoned 2 sets of summoned beasts, each of which took on the 2 that rushed over. Lin Xuan had ed over the Assassin Guild's level 40 purple robe assassin when he was level 20, let alone the fact that he was now level 30. Facing level 40 opponents again, he only needed 6 summoned beasts to easily shut them up. Shut up forever. The other summoned beasts force a break, and Hooked Horseface takes the opportunity to unleash Hooked Strike. The heavy chains clattered on the ground as a red light fell from above the opponent's head. Chapter 112 First Pass, Return. Hooked Horseface Platinum level uses Hooked Strike, damage dealt, 302,400. 2 fireworks were temporarily released on the ground, and 2 of Qin Shan's teammates were knocked down to nothing but dust. The loot that exploded from these 2 people was naturally collected by Lin Xuan in passing. How is it possible? You're only level 30, how can you be this strong? Qin Shan's surprise was hard to describe in words. His two teammates, although they were not as strong as himself, had both reached level 40 in strength. It had only been 2 minutes, and Lin Chuan had solved them so easily. Even if it was himself, it would take a lot of maneuvering to completely defeat them. And Lin Chuan almost killed them in seconds. Is Lin Chuan strong? No. He's not strong enough. If he was really strong, he would have rushed to the door and kicked the Ouyang family over, and would have killed the Assassin's Guild's headquarters long ago. Unfortunately, he was still a long way from the path of the strong. Qin Shan had seen Lin Chuan's thunderous tactics and could no longer bring up the desire to fight in his heart, so he directly chose to exit the secret realm. These old things, letting us fight without even knowing the strength of our opponents, giving away 2 lives for nothing. Magic Gatling. At the same time, a milky white halo wrapped around Qin Shan's body as he tried to exit the copy. Want to run, did you ask me? Shadow attack. Lin Chuan used the shadow attack skill and appeared directly behind Qin Shan. The bladeless heavy sword gently touched Qin Shan, who only felt a brief mental trance, and the magic he was chanting in his hand was suddenly interrupted. It was the enchantment effect of the bladeless heavy sword, causing 0.01 seconds of stun when attacking. The trance only lasted for a split second, and Qin Shan had already come to his senses before even the stun state appeared. When Qin Shan saw Lin Chuan, his entire body stood up in a cold sweat. Aren't you a summoning profession? How come you know assassin lineage skills? Qin Shan asked in shock. He was not idle in his hands and immediately rubbed out a black ball of light. Chaotic attribute? Not bad. Lin Chuan complimented. However, without waiting for Qin Shan to strike, Lin Chuan once again used his attack to gently touch Qin Shan. Another brief trance appeared, and the magic in his hand had disappeared. Qin Shan's emotions changed from disbelief to horror as cold sweat dampened his clothes. Lin Chuan had just turned into a hunter who was molesting his prey. If you tell me who ordered you to come, perhaps I can let you live. Lin Chuan proposed. Cut the crap. Before Qin Shan finished speaking, his eyes suddenly glared into the size of copper bells, and a splash of blood couldn't stop flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Since Qin Shan refused to speak, there was no need to live. Lin Chuan directly attacked Qin Shan. Uses shadow attack on Qin Shan, triggering a bludgeon. The attack hits the vitals and deals lethal damage. Qin Shan was a magician, a brittle skin in his own right, and in such a close-range attack, he was directly beheaded by Lin Chuan. Qin Shan's death did not jump out as a kill demon reminder. I didn't expect it to be a human, this is trouble. Best case scenario, the top brass of the Ouyang family or the Assassin's Guild had been infiltrated by spies from the Starfield demons. Worst case scenario, the low-level professionals had colluded with the demons. This was a situation that could neutralize the foundation of the Manhwa Kingdom's professionals. This must not be allowed to happen. The Ouyang family and the Assassin's Guild, as well as the relevant forces behind them, must be uprooted as early as possible. Roar! A beastly roar pulled Lin Chuan back to reality. Lin Chuan turned around to see that a bewildering number of dragon blood demon Jiao were charging towards him. The 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon had been killed by Lin Chuan, and without the suppression of the boss, these dragon blood demon Jiao finally dared to charge head-on. Rather, I forgot about you guys. Your bosses were all ate over by me, so what waves can you guys make? Give it to me. Lin Chuan collected the loot that Qin Shan had exploded, and the mysterious egg was back in Lin Chuan's hands. Lin Chuan put everything away in the storage space. Afterward, he controlled the summoned beasts to engage in a fierce fight with the dragon blood demon Jiao. After the battle with the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon, Lin Chuan's summoned beasts lost over 200 lives, and now there were only dozens left. The combat power had been greatly reduced. To rely on these summoned beasts to kill all the dragon blood demon Jiao, I don't know how long it would take. Lin Chuan would have to use extraordinary means. 10 demon underworld ambassadors are ready to take their positions. Use the demon underworld wormhole skill to teleport the hooked bullhead into all corners of the battlefield. These soul-snatching bullheads rampaged through the battlefield with their super high defense and blood count. Although they couldn't cause much damage, they made the dragon blood demon skulls become extremely annoyed and followed them in droves. The distribution of the dragon blood demon Jiao quickly became concentrated. Almost there. Lin Chuan stretched his fingers forward and a pitch-black arrow appeared at his fingertips, the soul-snatching vector. Subsequently, the demon storage glove was unleashed. The soul-snatching vector was immediately colored dark green, a skill stored in the demon storage glove. Lin Chuan had prepared it long before entering the Roaring Mountains. The reason why he hadn't used this move at the beginning was because he was afraid that the chaotic explosion would knock the boss into a state and cause unnecessary trouble. Now that the boss was dead, there was naturally no need for Lin Chuan to hold back. Swoosh! The soul-snatching vector pierced through the head of a dragon blood demon Jiao. Boom boom boom! Countless explosions rang out in the main peak villa as the dragon blood demon skulls exploded one after another, turning into Lin Chuan's experience. How refreshing! 3 minutes later, Roaring Hills returned to peace, and all of the dragon blood demon sculptors were all cleaned up. The demonic creatures that would have taken a day and a night to kill were all killed in the attack of the phantom corpse explosion. In only such a short period of time, Lin Chuan had harvested hundreds more demonic crystal cores. Just as Lin Chuan was fighting the dragon blood demon Zhao. In the storage space, the egg that had died suddenly reacted with the letter that Su Qiu had written to Lin Chuan. Only a grayish-white energy emanated from the letter and intermingled with the dead egg. Under the infection of this energy, a heartbeat suddenly emanated from the egg of death. Lin Chuan was naturally unaware of the changes that had occurred in the storage space. He only saw 5 golden lights descending from the sky as Xia Yuqing and the others were teleported over. "Captain, you killed the boss?" Wang Yuan rushed over with an arrow step. Lin Chuan nodded. It took some effort, not a big problem. Lin Chuan looked at the crowd. Everyone was panting and had suffered injuries of varying degrees. Fortunately, there was no fear for their lives. "Yu Qing, how do you feel? Did you use the secret method?" Lin Chuan asked with concern. Xia Yuqing shook her head. "Not yet, that elite monster is strong, but it can't hurt me yet." Xia Yuqing's strength was already very strong, and after rising to level 30 and learning new inheritance skills, her strength was even stronger than before. After some conversation, Lin Chuan learned. Xia Yuqing and Lu Dupeng both challenged the elite monsters separately. Xia Yuqing, needless to say, had a high burst and super high attributes and took the elite monster with some effort. Lu Dupeng, on the other hand, relied on his flying talent for long-range consumption. It was just that he didn't do much damage, completely overdrawing his spiritual power before barely killing his opponent. The most outrageous was still Wang Yuan. Alone, he challenged the elite monsters and then used his speed advantage. Keep hooking the elite monsters from the distant peaks to the initial platform above. Eventually the crowd swarmed and took it down easily. After this battle, all of them had gained to varying degrees. For everyone in Dark Moon Tide, they, on the other hand, had completed another S-rank mission. All that was needed was to complete one more S-ranked mission before they could obtain a spot in the Supernova contest. "Alright, we've cleared the secret realm, go back and claim your prize. Go home." The crowd exited the secret realm in high spirits. Just a second before they exited the roaring mountains, the space above the entrance began to surge. A subtitle appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Chapter 113, Seeking Justice. Congratulations to Lin Chuan, Xia Yuqing, Wang Yuan, Yang Chong, Hu Jing, and LV Dupeng's team for clearing the Ruins Roaring Villa, setting a new record for ruins clearing in 10 hours and 35 minutes. As the ruins have been cleared, the Deadly Roar status is cancelled. The relics will be completely closed in one day, please evacuate in an orderly manner. Ruins? It's a relic. Roaring Hills isn't a secret realm, it's a relic. Someone passed through the relics. Someone exclaimed. Ruins and secret realms were two completely different classes of things. What? This Roaring Hills is actually a relic? That's a super difficult relic that only teams of 20 or more people have a chance to clear? They only used 6 people. Wait, after the relic is cleared the Deadly Roar is cancelled, there's no more danger, brothers, charge. Someone reacted and took the lead in charging towards the relics. Unlike secret realms, relics did not limit the number of times they could enter, but each person could only permanently receive one reward for clearing the level. Now that the most troublesome Deadly Roar of Roaring Hills had disappeared, it was the perfect opportunity to go in and touch the gold. Even though the first pass reward was gone, the probability of popping out something good was still high for a relic that had just been cleared once. There were only 24 hours left until the relics were closed. Once this opportunity is missed, the treasures in this relic will never appear again. For a time, the entire camp of professionals became tumultuous. Most of these professionals were mercenaries and guilds that had come to touch the gold, and when they saw the treasures at their fingertips, there was no reason not to be jealous. So the major mercenary squads and guilds instantly joined forces, forming temporary teams and preparing to raid the relics. 10.5 hours had passed from the time they entered the Roaring Mountains in the morning, and the time was nearing dusk. Lin Chuan and the others exited from the relics just in time to see a large number of professionals heading towards Roaring Hills in great numbers. They were all mercenaries who were preparing to enter the ruins. Lin Chuan was baffled. After dark, the power of the deadly roars in the Roaring Hills would become even greater and more threatening to professionals, and now was not a good opportunity to enter them. But why would they want to enter the Roaring Hills at this point in time? Lin Chuan was puzzled. Uncle, it's going to be dark soon, why are you all heading into the Roaring Villa now? Aren't you afraid of Deadly Roar's attack? Lin Chuan stopped a 30-year-old mercenary uncle. The uncle explained, someone just cleared the relics, and the effect of Fatal Roar has been cancelled. Relic? Isn't Roaring Hills a secret realm? Lin Chuan asked. Nuwa, look. Uncle pointed to the entrance of Roaring Hills, and the alert subtitle above hadn't disappeared yet. The relics will be completely closed after one day, by then the treasures inside will be gone, so you guys also hurry up and form a team. You guys are still young, you might not be able to catch up with the treasures this time, but as long as you're willing to work hard, you'll definitely have your share next time, go for it. The uncle rushed off to brush the relics and patted Lin Chuan's shoulder on his way out, cheering him on. It took a long time before the crowd caught their breath. Ruins! It really was a relic. I'll go. These old freeloading things, they can't even tell the difference between a relic and a secret realm? I almost died in there. Lu Dupeng cursed. In the section of the drawbridge just now, if Lin Chuan's flying summoned beast hadn't held up against the swift-winged dragon's pressure, I'm afraid that everyone present would have died there. The reason behind this was the unreliable mission issued by the Green Dragon Academy. If Lu Dupeng had known that this was a relic, he wouldn't have dared to rush in even if he was given 10 guts. And of course, the one who was most furious was the Dark Moon Tidal Wave Squad. No, I must find the school to get a statement on this matter. Daring to release a mission without even distinguishing between a secret realm and a relic. It's too much to take the lives of the students seriously. Damn it, can he afford to pay for my death in there? There wasn't a single one of these people who wasn't angry in their hearts. Today they were lucky to pass the Roaring Hills ruins. What if they were unlucky? Almost putting your life on the line for a mission that was even rated wrong was something no one could accept. Several people also did not rest, taking advantage of the night to return to Bishi City, directly enabling the teleportation array to return to Qinglong Academy. 2 hours later, a group of people rushed into the quest hall with vigor. Directly finding the staff. What are you guys doing for food? How dare you put an unconfirmed quest like Roaring Hills into the quest bar? You almost got us killed, do you know that? Wang Yuan was now very agitated. S-rank mission? Goddamn S-rank mission? The staff had thought that they were here to cause trouble, but once they heard the words Roaring Hills, they immediately thought of something and hurriedly explained. But yesterday morning, we had already cancelled the mission and notified all the students on the mission of a full recall. Full recall? I'm asking you, what is that? Lin Chuan questioned, pointing at the mission bar. On the quest bar, a message with the Roaring Hills quest written on it was clearly in execution status. I can't believe you guys didn't check the quest bar status. Even the duplicates had the effects of spatial turbulence and the communicators were unable to receive messages, and you guys just sent a message saying recall? This is indeed our dereliction of duty. The staff whispered, aren't you guys fine? It's not like we've accomplished our mission, what's the big deal? What did you say? Dare to speak up? And you're blaming us? Is it a question of whether we're okay or not? Can you afford to take responsibility for anything that happens to us? Facing the crowd's questioning, the staff also got a little annoyed and said impatiently, Alright, who knows if you guys are on a mission or not? Don't you just want to blackmail some points? According to the regulations, you will be compensated with 2,000 points, take it and don't give it away. The staff's attitude instantly ignited the anger of the crowd. Not only did he not apologize, he even rumored that Lin Chuan and the others were here to blackmail the points. I'll you up. Wang Yuan kicked over the counter. Who did you say was blackmailing points? Say that again for us sake. So what if I said it? Still dare to make a move with me? Do you still want to receive missions in the mission hall in the future? The staff in the Green Dragon Academy were all seniors who had graduated after the 45th grade and stayed in the school to prepare for the teacher's qualification. There wasn't a single one of them that was easy to mess with either, and this person didn't even wimp out on the few people from Dark Moontide. The commotion in the mission hall attracted the teacher on duty. Who's causing trouble here in the middle of the night? Don't want to mix? Teacher, come and judge. Lin Chuan and the others immediately told the teacher what had happened. That teacher had been the one who had personally withdrawn from the mission that day, and hearing Lin Chuan's description, his mind had long since rated the whole thing. But he absolutely could not admit that it was because of his own work mistakes that caused Lin Chuan and the others to be in danger. I already know about this matter, and since the mission has been cancelled, you guys don't need to dwell on it. Xiao Zhao, apologize to them and then compensate each of them with 5,000 points. Lin Chuan could hear that this teacher also didn't take their accusations seriously at all. The two of them were all the way down. Since the teacher also questioned our motives, we will continue to complain about this matter to the school so that the school can do us justice. This teacher didn't expect the district school students to be unforgiving, and he was enraged in his heart. 5,000 points is already quite a lot, don't refuse to eat the penalty wine. You guys didn't complete the task, even if you complain to the school, I suspect that it's still reasonable for you to blackmail the points. At that time, you'll see who the school will help. I advise you guys to behave yourselves, and if you're sensible, hurry up and collect your points and get lost. Chapter 114 Divine Weapon, Dragon Abyss Sword. Well, you guys are really all the same. The students and teachers are already rotten to such an extent, and Qinglong Academy still dares to call itself the #1 ranked college in Longhua country. I see, in less than 2 years, this Qinglong College's #1 position will be given away. Alright, since you don't recognize it, it's fine if we don't want the mission reward, let's go. Lin Chuan wasn't talking about it for fun, nor was he being intentional. If he followed this teacher's current maneuvering, Xinglong Academy was afraid that it would have rotted to the roots long ago. The reason why the Green Dragon Academy was so powerful was because of its ability to provide abundant resources to professionals, as well as absolute safety and security when acquiring those resources. Currently, it seemed that Lin Xuan was very disappointed. The time of the Abyssal Lords was not to mention that it was the Star Realm Fey Lord who had used some sort of secret method. This situation was unavoidable. But now, the officials of the Longhua Kingdom had withdrawn their mission, and the Green Dragon Academy had surprisingly failed to fully fulfill its obligation to notify them, causing them to almost die in it. They were in danger anyway, so instead of listening to someone else's faulty information, why did they choose to explore it themselves? What use would the Green Dragon Academy be then? Oh, you said you completed the Roaring Mountain Villa's mission? Is what you said true? Suddenly, an old voice resounded in the quest hall, and an old man slowly walked out from the corner. This person, level 70? The aura on this old man was familiar to Lin Xuan, and was on the same level as Lu Zio. His strength must have reached level 70 or above. The Green Dragon Academy really does have crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I, Gu Jianxin, am a patriarch of the Green Dragon Academy. Can the several students testify to themselves what you just said? If what you guys said is true, I will naturally help you do justice without having to report it to the Green Dragon Academy. To rectify the bad customs in the school, I think I still have the right to do so. The Patriarch, the hidden fighting force of the Green Dragon Academy. The Green Dragon Academy was both a school for training professionals and a huge resource guild. Teachers who could be rated as patriarchs were none other than the superbly positioned existences in the Green Dragon Academy. And without exception, all patriarchs must be above level 70. I'd like to see if you've really completed the relic quest. Gu Jianxin thought in his heart. He was aware of the difficulty of the relic copies and had never believed what Lin Xuan and the others had said from the beginning. It's the Combat Studies Department again. Last time, Lin Xuan had almost been taught a lesson by Chen Chen, a senior instructor of the Combat Studies Department, and now another Combat Studies Department patriarch had run out. Let's see what he has to say. Lin Xuan saluted Gu Jianxin. Elder Gu, please look. Lin Xuan directly took out a 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon's head from his storage space. The huge head appeared in the middle of the quest hall. This is a magical beast that has been infected by the dragon race's aura and mutated. Gu Jianxin was shocked. Teacher Huang, what's going on? Explain truthfully. Gu Jianxin looked at the teacher with sharp eyes, his words filled with anger. Being infected by the dragon race's aura was never as simple as some S-ranked mission. Reporting back to the elder, yesterday morning the Dragon China country's military came. Said that the S-ranked mission Roaring Hills is on a branch of the Dragon Soul Abyss, and has changed the secret realm rating to a relic. Asshole, you didn't inform the school of such a big matter. Gu Jianxin shouted angrily, scaring teacher Huang back. You are directly expelled from Xinglong Academy and will never be hired. Being expelled from the Green Dragon Academy was not a small matter. Not only would the expelled person not be able to find a job in another school, even joining a guild would not be wanted. It was a stain for their entire life. After dealing with the two, Gu Jianxin added to Lin Xuan. This matter is the fault of Xinglong Academy. I apologize to you on behalf of the academy. Gu Jianxin pondered for a moment and continued, it is a great fortune for my Green Dragon Academy that you are safe and sound. In order to make up for our faults, the school will compensate each of you with 50,000 points and the team with 300,000 points. 50,000 per person? 300,000 for the team? Hu Jing couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Getting so many points at once was something she had never seen before. But didn't Director Zhong say last time that he could only make up a maximum of 10,000? Lin Xuan was puzzled. Director Zhong? Is it that kid Zhong Ziqing? Gu Jianxin's face was full of disdain. A crappy director of the Academic Affairs Office, what rights can he have? But Director Zhong also gave us a qualification to attend the Earth Realm Auction. The Earth Realm Auction. This is indeed good. The old man's rights go up to here at most. Lin Xuan thought that Gu Jianxin would be able to give them a qualification for that legendary Heaven Realm Auction once, but he didn't expect that it wouldn't work either. But it was never possible for a mere several 100,000 points to get rid of Lin Xuan. Elder Gu doesn't have to be difficult, the students are already satisfied that you were able to get us compensation for the excess points. What a move to retreat. Lin Xuan spoke easily, but Gu Jianxin's face immediately fell. A professional's entire life was spent in upgrading and cultivating for nothing more than two things. Being awesome and pretending. Gu Jianxin was already awesome for getting up to level 70, but today he couldn't hold a decent compensation in front of this group of level 30 little guys. Where does this leave his old face? You don't have to provoke me either. I definitely can't give you the qualifications for the Heavenly Realm Auction, but I can compensate you for a divine artifact. Divine artifact? Divine artifacts, also known as mythic grade equipment, were the highest grade of equipment in this world. divine artifacts generally possessed incomparably powerful might, and even if they were low-grade divine artifacts, there was no problem at all in using them for a super 20 or 30 levels. For example, the space artifact in Long Wanli's hand was only level 70. Yet it was still the number 1 space artifact in Longhua country, far more powerful than a level 80 legendary grade weapon. This is a level 60 divine weapon equipment, the Dragon Abyss Sword. It can be worn by any level, but it can only be utilized with power if it reaches level 60. Gu Jianxin took out a heavy sword from his storage space, and a ferocious pressure emanated from the Dragon Abyss Sword, and everyone's heart stopped for a few seconds. The Dragon Abyss Sword vibrated crazily in Gu Jianxin's hands, and if it wasn't for Gu Jianxin holding it, I'm afraid that he would have escaped from here by now. Surprisingly, it's a divine artifact that has given birth to a spirit. Everyone was shocked. This item was personally rewarded to me by Emperor Longhua after I made great contributions to the Longhua kingdom back then. Although this weapon is now broken and its true power cannot be utilized, it is still a solid divine artifact level equipment. If any of you can fit this weapon, I will gift it to him. Gu Jianxin said. Giving away a divine weapon, Gu Jianxin was certainly not that atmospheric. Before he spoke, he secretly used his probing skill to detect everyone's occupation information. There were no occupations found that could use weapons like the Dragon Abyss Sword. Occupations and equipment didn't match, so of course no one reached out. This old man, it seems like he doesn't really want us to try. The players couldn't help but whisper. Yet, they did not object. Because there was a freak in their squad. Since none of you can afford this artifact, I'll compensate you with gold coins or points of the same value. Although the value of this sword can no longer be measured in monetary terms. Gu Jianxin was about to take back the Dragon Abyss Sword. Suddenly, Lin Chuan reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Since Elder Gu is so generous, student Lin Chuan is willing to give it a try. Chapter 115 Eagle Demoneset. Since Gu Jianxin said that he would let a few people try it, he couldn't wipe off his face and not give it to them, and seeing Lin Chuan's so determined eyes, he finally loosened his hand with conviction. Lin Chuan held the Dragon Abyss Sword in his hand, and the Dragon Abyss Sword suddenly became quiet. It no longer emitted a disturbing buzzing sound, and the sword stopped trembling and stayed still in Lin Chuan's hand. Gu Jianxin's face was filled with astonishment. This kid was able to make the Dragon Abyss Sword quiet? One must know that this Long Yuan sword had been in Gu Jianxin's hands for over 30 years. As soon as he held the sword, the Long Yuan sword began to emit a berserk aura, and if Gu Jianxin hadn't forcefully suppressed it with his strength, I'm afraid that the Long Yuan sword would have broken free. Equip. Lin Chuan attempted to equip. A surge of vigor erupted from his hands, nearly lifting several people off the ground. After the forceful chi had passed, the Dragon Abyss Sword was still firmly grasped in Lin Chuan's hand. Dragon Abyss Sword equipped successfully, insufficient level detected, equipment effect locked. Equipped successfully? Gu Jianxin was completely speechless. This Dragon Abyss Sword was just barely able to be equipped even by himself. Because of the resistance of the Dragon Abyss Sword, Gu Jianxin had to expend energy to overcome it. And because of the poor fit, this Dragon Abyss Sword could only utilize less than 20% of its power. But now, it was completely in Lin Chuan's hands. The most crucial thing was that according to Gu Jianxin's probing, this one called Lin Chuan was clearly a summoning profession. Why was he able to wear the Dragon Abyss Sword? Captain? You did it! I knew you could do it! Great, this way our Dark Moon Tidal Wave squad will have another divine artifact level equipment, and we can become even stronger in the future. Many thanks to Elder Gu for the gift. Lin Chuan cupped his fists towards Gu Jianxin. The corners of Gu Jianxin's eyes couldn't help but jump as his heart dripped blood. Words spoken, water splashed out. This is especially true for high-ranking powerhouses. Even if one's front teeth were knocked out, one would have to swallow it in one's stomach. It's just. Since you have a destiny with this weapon, I'll gift it to you, and I hope it can be utilized in your hands. Many thanks to Elder Gu for the gift. The 5 Dark Moon Tidal Wave Sounders collectively bowed to Gu Jianxin, their voices deafening. Alright, you guys have also come back from the dead, so hurry back and rest after you finish your mission. Hire a healer if you should, don't always think about saving points. When the time comes, leaving yourselves with a status that can't be resolved will harm you for the rest of your lives. The battle at Roaring Hills was a close one, but it was good that Lin Chuan's skill traits restrained those thick-blooded and high-attacking dragon demons. Moreover, Roaring Hills didn't have any curse effects other than Fatal Roar. This allowed Lin Chuan and the others to save a lot of points. The S-Class mission originally rewarded 10,000 points, plus Gu Jianxin's compensation of 50,000 points each. Completing this mission, the 5 people of Dark Moon Tidal Wave had gained a total of 300,000 points. Another big step forward from 1 million points. After handing in their tasks and receiving their rewards and compensation, everyone went back to their dormitories to rest. After Lin Chuan and the others left, an old man with white eyebrows and whiskers suddenly appeared by Gu Jianxin's side. It looked older than Gu Jianxin. The Dragon Abyss Sword was sent out? The man asked. Sent it out. That's a destructive artifact. Can this young man keep it? Gu Jianxin's words were filled with reluctance. You can't use it yourself anyway, whatever. Putting the God of Destruction artifact into the hands of the judge is the best option at the moment, or else, you'll go and have a couple moves with Jiang Tianlei? Come on, it's not like you don't know that Old Thing's hands are not light or heavy. I'm afraid my head won't be kicked by a donkey if I go fight him. Judgment Man program Don't know if this sword can cut off this thousands of years of destiny. Gu Jianxin looked at Lin Xuan's disappearing back and couldn't help but feel emotion. Lin Xuan returned to the dormitory, immediately entering a meditative state, utilizing the sensations from the previous battle to enhance his sense of broken insight. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. A glint was revealed in his eyes, as if he could see through the cracks in his enemies. His hidden attributes had improved again. After meditating, Lin Xuan began to deal with the loot from the trip. It was needless to say that the crystal cores obtained from the Roaring Hills were the most direct thing that could be exchanged for gold coins. After killing the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon, Lin Xuan's sense of the dragon race's aura became even sharper. He could clearly sense that these crystal cores had different degrees of dragon race aura in them. The crystal core aura obtained from the swift pterodactyl was the strongest, the dragon blood demon Jia was the second strongest, and the howling sky beast was the weakest. Lin Xuan categorized the crystal cores according to the strength of the dragon's breath, and the ones with the strongest breath he was going to give to Liang Wen and Lu Pingon to see if he could exchange them for something useful. The rest were naturally prepared to be sold for gold coins. After disposing of the Roaring Hills loot, the next thing was the things that had exploded from Qin Shan's trio. Having seen too many good things, Lin Xuan didn't feel too excited when he looked at the items on these people again. Lin Xuan was considered to be more lucky. Qin Shan's teammates had indeed just upgraded to level 40 not long ago, and the level 30 equipment hadn't had time to deal with it yet. One of them was also a warrior who favored a meat suit playing style, and a level 30 rare set had exploded from him. Banshee's suit. Set effect, agility plus 10%, physique plus 10%, effect resistance plus 10%. Immunity to one skill. Cooldown, 2 days. Compared to the equipment Lin Xuan was currently wearing, the Eagle Banshee set had a lot less constitution bonus and damage reduction, but it could immunize one skill. This could drastically reduce the probability of being killed in seconds by a sneak attack. And the attribute bonus of level 30 equipment is quite a bit higher than level 20. After changing into the new equipment, Lin Xuan's attributes had exceeded 4,000 on all fronts. The damage of the sword sect assassin skill would be further increased. These things were also precious, but the next thing was the top priority. First, the corpse of the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon. Generally speaking, the corpses of all magical creatures would disappear after they were killed by a professional. However, some magical creatures were very special. Not only would their bodies not disappear after death, but they could also be used as some kind of special material. And this 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon obviously belonged to this special kind of demonic creature. It was because of this that Lin Xuan had just handed in only one head when handing in his mission. The other heads were all kept by him. It was a shame to break 2 heads then. To turn the corpse of a 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon into a usable prop, a special technique needed to be used. Lin Xuan did not possess such a means for the time being. Lastly, there was the secret treasure guarded by the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon, the Unknown Egg. Lin Xuan took out the Unknown Egg from his storage space. Along with the egg, there was a letter. This letter? This letter was handed to him by Su Qiu. It was said to be very important, only that he had to wait until his strength reached a certain level before this letter would guide him on how to open it. If you have time to put your abilities on sealing this letter, you might as well get me more good equipment. Seeing this letter, a feeling of speechlessness immediately hit his heart. There's no reaction now, so just stay put. Lin Xuan put the letter into his storage space, then held the Unknown Egg in his hands. A secret treasure guarded by a 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon. Let me see what magic you have. Chapter 116 Resurrection, Dragon Egg. Boom, boom. Suddenly, Lin Xuan felt the egg in his hand emit a faint heartbeat. The sound was very weak, with a long interval between each beat, but he was certain that he heard the heartbeat in it. Could this thing still be alive? Lin Xuan checked the information again. Unknown egg hatching. Level 0. Description: hatching can be accelerated by injecting dragon's breath. Really come alive? Lin Xuan didn't blink. This egg really came to life in a watery way just like that. If nothing else, this egg would most likely hatch out a pet with dragon blood. The dragon race, that was a creature that had disappeared from this world for 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, even a freshly hatched dragon race possessed a strength of over level 40. And the Dragon King, who stood at the top of the dragon race's powerhouses, had a terrifying level 96 strength. Even in the more ancient past, the dragon race had also given birth to a terrifying creature of level 100. However, 1,000 years ago, a war occurred, and all the dragons collectively lost their lives in the battle. The entire world was left with nothing but legends about the dragons, and not a single dragon creature has been seen in 1,000 years. Although the dragon race has disappeared from this world, its powerful strength still seriously affects this world. The place where the dragons buried their bones is called the Dragon Soul Abyss, one of the 3 most vicious places in the world today. In it, there are so many grievances that all creatures within a 100-mile radius are unable to survive. The Dragon Soul Abyss was connected to the water current, and its dragon aura spreading out along the tributaries was infecting the nearby demons as well. It caused the nearby demons to become exceptionally powerful. Dragon race aura, again, perhaps, these crystal cores can be of use. Lin Xuan took out a crystal core with a strong dragon race aura and placed it in front of the dragon egg. However, the dragon egg did not have any reaction. Is the concentration too low? Lin Xuan could feel the dragon's aura in the crystal core, but if he wanted to use it to warm this dragon egg, it was obviously not enough. How to refine the dragon breath in the crystal core? Lin Xuan's first thought was Liang Wan. Since he was interested in the crystal cores produced in the Starfield battlefield, he definitely wouldn't let go of the opportunity to study the Dragon Soul Abyss crystal cores. There were also other things that had been exploded from the Roaring Mountains, so perhaps Liang Wan might know about them. Early the next morning, Lin Xuan arrived at Liang Wan's institute. He met Liang Wan, who had hair like a chicken's nest. As soon as Liang Wan saw Lin Xuan, his eyes glowed. Lin Xuan, haven't seen you for a few days, you've risen to level 30? You came just in time. Do you still have the crystal cores you gave me last time? Quickly, take it out. I constructed a 5th rank formation. 1 4th rank crystal core doesn't have enough energy. Lin Xuan was speechless. Liang Wan was hitting on his own crystal core. Teacher Liang, you don't even look at how many levels I am? The crystal cores produced by the Starfield battlefield, do you think they're rotten goods? Liang Wan froze for a moment. Indeed, Lin Xuan was only level 30. How could he be qualified to enter the Starfield battlefield? Looks like my research on this formation will be put on hold again, alas. Liang Wan sighed heavily. I don't have any crystal cores from the Starfield battlefield, but I do have one of these crystal cores with the dragon race's aura attached to it. Lin Xuan took out a 4th rank crystal core from his storage space. This is a crystal core that was gotten out of the Dragon Soul Abyss? The breath is weak, but it's also a lot stronger than ordinary crystal cores. Honestly, where did you get it? Is there anything else? Liang Wan snatched the crystal core and couldn't stop measuring it, loving it. The dragon aura in it was weak, but it was more than enough for research. This is what I obtained from a relic. Crystal cores, well, there are still a few, but Lin Xuan wanted to say. Only what? What are the requirements? You just say, don't be a whiny. Can Mr. Liang extract the dragon's aura from the crystal core? Dragon's breath? What do you need this for? Liang Wan asked. Immediately after, he realized that he had said the wrong thing, blah blah blah. It's most taboo for professionals to ask about other people's secrets. It's me who spoke too much. To extract the dragon race's breath, you have to look for that boy Lu Pingan. With the concentration of dragon race breath in this crystal core of yours, to reach the kind of concentration in the Starfield battlefield, you need at least 5 of them. There were at least hundreds of crystal cores with dragon race breath that Lin Xuan had. Moreover, there were quite a few in the hands of the other people of Dark Moon Tidal Wave, so Lin Xuan could borrow them from them if necessary. If you still have extra crystal cores, transfer another 4 to Old Me. With this crystal core, my research can continue. Lin Xuan took out another 4 4th order crystal cores from his storage space and handed them to Liang Wan. The spatial instant return talisman that Liang Wan had gifted him at the beginning had allowed him to evade the purple-robed assassin's pursuit, and Lin Xuan had always kept that in mind. Liang Wan had been kind to himself, so naturally Lin Xuan would not reciprocate. Although he didn't get many 4th order crystal cores, but since Liang Wan had opened his mouth, Lin Xuan wasn't stingy. Count me as owing you a favor this time. If you need any help in the future, just ask. Liang Wan accepted the crystal core, his eyes filled with gratitude. Although formation masters could also be used in combat, in the final analysis, they were still a class of professions that favored logistical supplies, and Liang Wan preferred to study advanced formations. Let's go, I'll take you to that Lu Pingan kid. But it's the same old rule, you better have precious materials that can impress him. The two arrived at Lu Pingan's institute. Lu Pingan's eyes glowed as soon as he saw Lin Xuan. Little friend Lin Xuan, did you bring me any more precious materials today? He even became affectionate in the way he addressed Lin Xuan. Turning his eyes, he saw Liang Wan again. What a stench, what a stench, who did I say it was? So it's you, this bad old man, what are you doing running to my institute for nothing? Lu Pingan cocked his beard and looked at Liang Wan. Dead old man, did you wake up in the morning and eat? Mouth full of. These two old men were at each other's throats when they met, leaving Lin Xuan speechless. Enough, if you guys keep arguing, I'm leaving now. Seeing this, the two hurriedly shut up. Lu Pingan saw that Lin Xuan was really angry, so he had to rub his hands together and ask Liang Wan, Old man Liang, you're the one who brought the people here, reveal it to me? Liang Wan made a displeased sound and took out a crystal core from his storage space. This is a crystal core tainted by the dragon race's breath, to give you a boost. Dragon race breath? It hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. Lu Pingon held the crystal core in his hand and played with it. His level of love and care was no less than Liang Wen's. Teacher Lu, I have a batch of crystal cores here that contain dragon race breath. I would like to ask you to help me extract the dragon race breath from them. Lin Chuan cupped his fists to Lu Pingon. Extracting the power in the crystal cores? This is my specialty. Lin Chuan placed hundreds of crystal cores with the dragon race's aura from his storage space on the table. I only have this many in my hand for the time being. I hope that Mr. Lu can help. As a reward, 5 of these 4th order crystal cores will be gifted to Mr. Lu. Seeing hundreds of crystal cores on the table, Liang Wen and Lu Pingon sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 117 Extracting the Dragon's Breath. These crystal cores might not be worth much when put in the eyes of those outside who didn't know any better, but for them, this was definitely an exceptionally rare material. Even getting one of them was very rare. And in Lin Chuan's hands, there were actually hundreds of them. Old man Lu, you're blessed this time. Liang Wen's tone was filled with envy. Ha ha. Lu Pingon laughed out loud and put all the crystal cores into his storage space. Give old man a month's time, and I promise to extract all the dragon breath from them. Many thanks, Teacher Lu. Lin Chuan thanked again. Immediately afterward, he continued to ask, the 2 teachers know so much about the dragon race's aura, do they also have some research on the dragon soul abyss? The 2 of them shook their heads. The dragon soul abyss is a forbidden place in the dragon China kingdom, and can only be entered if one's strength reaches level 80 or above. With the strength of the 2 of us, I'm afraid that we won't have the chance to conduct research on it in this lifetime. The 2 of us also have an understanding of the dragon scent thanks to some of the materials with the dragon scent provided by our benefactor. Lin Chuan's little friend asked about the dragon soul abyss, but is there something important? There are some things that may need to be answered at the dragon soul abyss. Lu Pingon frowned. This is indeed troublesome. The Dragon Soul Abyss is the guarded place of the Assassin Clan, and professionals before level 80 who want to enter it need to be sheltered by the Assassin Clan's secret treasures in order to do so. Unfortunately, this clan is the most xenophobic of the ancient clans. Wanting to obtain their clan's approval is even more difficult than ascending to level 80. Assassin Clan? Lin Chuan was startled in his heart. Wasn't this Xie Yuqing's family? And Xie Yuqing is also the first lady of the Assassin family. This will more than likely work out. However, if you want to go to the Assassin Clan, you will have to wait until you have leveled up your Demon Shadow Split to level 50. Since he was going, by the way, he would get the Soul Elemental Inheritance Ring as well. Nowadays, although he could also use the skills of a Sword Sect assassin, the fact that he wasn't a full-fledged doppelganger always made Lin Chuan feel like he was missing something. It's still imperative that I raise my strength first. Lin Chuan took out the corpse of the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon and the remaining 7 dragon heads from his storage space again. The moment the corpses appeared in the institute, it seemed as if even the air had frozen. This is a real dragon corpse? And it's a special material? Liang Wan and Lu Pingon's astonishment was completely expressed on their faces as the 2 old men observed around the corpse of the 10-headed Inferno Ice Dragon without any regard for their faces, their eyes full of envy. Well, the material is preserved in a poor environment, but it is better than fresh. This dragon corpse, did you just hunt it? Lin Chuan nodded. From the time I killed this demonic creature yesterday evening until now, the time has not exceeded 12 hours. The quality of the materials is very good. It can build you a level 50 summoner system dragon breath equipment. It's a pity that there's nothing to store the materials now, so I can only rush to make it on site. Old man Liang, give me a hand. Good. With that, the 2 had rolled up their sleeves and started working. Decomposing corpse materials was a basic ability for both array masters and enchantment masters. In front of the rare materials, the 2 men temporarily discarded their former enmity. Level 50 summoning system equipment, perhaps one's strength will rise by a large margin again. Lin Chuan was already looking forward to it. Liang Wen and Lu Pingon were busy breaking down the corpses into materials, and Lin Chuan retreated from the institute alone. At that moment, Lin Chuan's communicator received a message. It was from the trading house. Ha! Received an assassin-type equipment? This. Lin Chuan remembered that previously, when he had just awakened to the Sword Shadow Assassin profession, he had once gone to the trading house to post a commission. He had put a bounty on a set of level 20 normal rare grade assassin system equipment, which had cost him several million gold coins at the time, causing him to feel a lot of pain for a while. But then Lin Chuan himself upgraded too quickly, reaching level 30 in just a few months, and nearly forgot about it. Forget it, at least it cost money. Let's go pick up the equipment first and find a chance to sell it for money later. The trading house had its own set of equipment teleportation functions, so no matter where the purchaser was, they could pick up their goods anytime, anywhere. Of course, this function is not available in all trading houses, and is generally only available in the major trading houses in each city. There were a total of 14 such trading houses in Summer City, and the closest trading house was outside the school. Lin Chuan went out of the school and made his way to the trading house. The trading house in Summer City was even more prosperous than East Ocean City, and it was so crowded that there was a surprisingly long line to conduct business. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, it was Lin Chuan's turn. Hello, I'm here to pick up my equipment. Lin Chuan handed his identity card to the staff and picked up his equipment after verifying his identity. Hey, what are you running here for? Suddenly someone tapped Lin Chuan on the shoulder. The voice was familiar, it was Lu Shuhan. Shuhan, what a coincidence. I've come to pick up the equipment I commissioned earlier, and you, a great lady of the family, also come to this kind of place to look for treasures? Lu Shuhan smiled gently. I'll be level 30 soon, I came to see if there's any good equipment. Right, what good equipment did you buy? Show me. Lin Chuan showed the equipment. Don't mention it, the level 20 equipment that I commissioned to buy earlier, I just bought it now, and I'm still trying to figure out how to sell it. Assassin lineage equipment, is it for your assassin lineage girlfriend? Lu Shuhan's eyes were filled with loss. It's all over the school, the captain of Dark Moon Tide, and his assassin department girlfriend. It's called Xia Yuqing, right? Lin Chuan waved his hand. The school year hasn't even started for a month yet, and the rumors are spreading like this. I'm a poor kid with no strength and no background, which family's missy can look at me? Lu Shuhan did not respond, but only whispered in his heart, who says there isn't? Lin Chuan digressed. Are you done with things? Going back to school now? Do you want me to take you to brush your copy? Of course I do. How can this young lady personally brush copies to upgrade? Hey, you still think of it as a free hitter? Just say yes or no. It's my honor. The two of them talked and laughed as they walked out of the trading house. The very moment the two walked out of the trading house, in a certain crowded corner, there were a dozen pairs of eyes staring at the two. There are two of them, and from what I heard from that woman, she seems to be almost level 30. This vote, do it or not. What are you afraid of level 30? They only have 2 people at most, we have more than a dozen, can they still beat us? Looking at them, they should be poor students of the Green Dragon Academy, with no background or strength. District freshman, what are you afraid of? Just now I saw clearly, that man took level 20 assassin equipment. Assassin department equipment is the most expensive, it's estimated to be worth several $1,000,000. After this vote, it's enough for us to spend our days drinking for a while. Let's go, let's follow, don't let these 2 fat sheep run away. Saying that, a group of a dozen people squeezed out of the crowd to follow the two Lin Chuan. Chapter 118 Xia Chang Vagabond Troop. The two of them, Lin Chuan and Lu Shuhan, had a chat. When they turned into a street corner, an ominous feeling suddenly surged through their hearts. Little friend, don't wander around the city with good things on your body, but you'll be targeted by people with bad intentions. Directly in front of them, a few middle-aged men holding weapons walked out. Behind them, the path of retreat was similarly blocked by professionals with weapons. Even the sides were surrounded by people, more than a dozen in total. These people? Lin Chuan's breath of the dead talent didn't sense any killing intent from these people, indicating that they weren't here to kill the two. If it wasn't to harm lives, then it could only be to seek wealth. Hey, these punks have started robbing the students of the Green Dragon Academy again, how shameless. That little couple only has 2 people, so I guess they're no match for these people, they're going to have to suffer some pain. But that girl looks so pretty, who is this guy, so lucky? It's a pity that these people don't know how to show mercy. Seeing the appearance of these people, onlookers began to gather around them. The battle hadn't even started yet, and they were already lamenting the two of them, Lin Chuan and Lu Shuhan. Seeing the other party's formation, Lin Chuan opened his mouth and inquired, "We have no grievances or enmity with you all, why are you blocking our way?" He, cut the crap, this area is our territory, as long as you hand over the treasures in your storage space, we will naturally let you leave safely. Alas, Lin Chuan sighed. I didn't realize there were still trading house hunters like you in a place like Summer City. A trading house hunter was a type of punk who specialized in staking out trading houses. Stalking rookies who have just bought valuable props from a trading house and then robbing them halfway. Although these people weren't strong, they were outnumbered and specialized in staring at rookies, and they were often able to snatch a lot of good stuff. Unfortunately, they met Lin Chuan and Lu Shuhan today. The two of them took a look at the weapons held in the hands of the opposing crowd and could tell at a glance that they weren't any high-grade goods. The strength must not be strong either. At this time, one person came out of the crowd. This person had an extraordinary demeanor, and the equipment on his body looked very advanced. Little friend, do you need my help? Although I'm just a passerby, I'm upset to see a group of people bullying you too. Where did that brat come from? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the grandfathers? Believe it or not, I'll slaughter you. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of my way. The punks muttered loudly. Thanks for the kind words, it's our own business and we'll take care of it ourselves. Lin Chuan directly rejected the man and turned to Lu Shuhan. Shuhan, have you ever fought to the death with a human professional? No, I've only fought people in the school PK arena. Lu Shuhan replied. Then I'll leave today's battle to you. Lu Shuhan nodded, good. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers, and the soul hooking ox head appeared behind him, directly putting a shield on Lu Shuhan. After level 30, the soul hooking ox head had evolved to the platinum level, and under the influence of the power of the platinum realm, it could apply a shield equivalent to 1,600 points of physique to Lu Shuhan, making her safer when fighting. Seeing Lin Chuan summon the summoned beast, the eyes of the person who was ready to help just now flickered with a strange light and silently retreated to the side. Lu Shuhan took a step forward, her tone cold, "Come on if you guys have the guts." With the extreme ice staff in her hand, Lu Shuhan's aura raised a large amount more. "Arrogant, a little dares to come out and challenge us. Today, I'll let you know how powerful our Summer City Rangers are. Who cares about your stray cats and dogs? Extreme cold field." Lu Shuhan shouted. The temperature around him began to drop extremely fast, and snowflakes even began to float around Lu Shuhan's body. Domain? This girl, she even hid her strength. Domain was an ability that was even more advanced than talent, and talent was possible to comprehend in any. But those who could comprehend the domains were also a phoenix-like existence when looking at the entire Longhua country. Domains possess very powerful effects. Not only can they enhance the combat strength of the professional, but they can even affect the surrounding environment. Even in a subpar domain, it could double a professional's combat strength. Of course, Lu Shuhan's current domain was only in its infancy, not a complete domain, or else the moment the domain appeared, the nearby 100 meters would have to be frozen. "How dare you underestimate us? Brothers, give it to me." These people were usually used to being bold and bossy in this area, but today they were actually underestimated by a little girl. If they didn't give Lu Shuhan a little lesson today, I'm afraid that in the future, they would become a joke to the hunters of other trading houses. These dozen or so people were all around level 20 and had all completed their transitions. Unfortunately, they were only the lowest quality professions, and even if they had completed the transmutation, they didn't have the strength to go against the grain. As soon as the crowd stepped into the field, their speed immediately plummeted. Extreme ice shards. An icy blue light release enveloped Lu Shuhan, who lightly chanted an incantation as an ice magic bullet flew towards the opponent. There were 10 in total, and each ice magic bullet accurately hit its target, then shattered into 2 pieces and continued to hit the other 2. After a wave of attacks, the other party had been knocked to the ground. With just a single shot, Lu Shuhan had already locked up the victory. "I didn't expect that this field is only traveling and the effect is already so strong." Lin Chuan couldn't help but envy it. Extreme ice burst shatter. Lu Shuhan did not intend to let these people go. The staff in her hand was raised high, and a blue magic halo pulsed across the chests of the people. That was precisely the remains of the extreme ice fragmentation skill that Lu Shuhan had just used to hit them. Lu Shuhan was now in a very angry mood. This morning she heard the rumors about Lin Chuan and Xie Yuqing, and it suddenly made her feel like she had lost her love. Now these few people had just crashed into her guns. She happened to take this opportunity to take out her anger, so she didn't hold back at all. "Shuhan, it's okay." Lin Chuan pressed down on Lu Shuhan's shoulders. "Just a few punks, no need to take it to heart. If we kill someone here, the Summer City law enforcement team won't let us off easily." The law enforcement team rarely cared about fights between professionals, but if you had to ride over someone's head and on them, then the situation would be different. Lu Shuhan knew the stakes and interrupted the magic release. "Count yourselves lucky today, don't let my mother see you again, or I'll beat you once I see you." Scram! After taking out her anger, Lu Shuhan's mood only got a little better. "You girl, why are you so grumpy today?" Lin Chuan couldn't help but ask. "Is there? It's your illusion, right? Hurry back to school, don't you still have to take me to brush copies?" A hint of redness colored Lu Shuhan's face and she hurriedly changed the subject. "Won't stand you up, my big miss." The two left side by side as if nothing had happened. Right behind them, a pair of eyes watched them as if they were hawks. It was the person who tried to step in to help just now. Seal of Blood. This is a secret art that can only be learned by a few heirs of the Assassin's Guild, and as long as the person who has been neutralized activates the ability to reveal it, I didn't expect it to appear on a student. I don't know which unlucky guy was taken out by this kid, it's really heaven's help. Saying that, the man summoned a gray crow from his sleeve and flew towards the Assassin Guild's headquarters. Chapter 119 Soul Hunter. Assassin's Guild, Headquarters, Council Chamber. There are 10 people sitting around the table. Perhaps not all of them could be called people. 8 of them showed their true colors, while the remaining 2 were covered under black robes, making it impossible to see their true faces. Black-robed assassins, the topmost existence of the Assassin Guild. No one has ever seen their true identities. The Assassin's Guild color ranks in order from lowest to highest. Level 10 white robe, level 20 green robe, level 30 blue robe, level 40 purple robe, level 50 orange robe, level 60 red robe, and level 70 gray robe. And at level 80, it's the highest level black robe. Each one of them is a 1 in a million expert. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive. Everyone's body showed a state of disdain, but their faces were very grave. It was filled with a wave of contradictory feelings. At that moment, a man walked in from outside holding a gray raven. This was the secret communication method of the Assassin's Guild, and only those who mastered it could parse its contents. Even if it was intercepted, there was no need to worry about the message leaking out. This person walked straight towards Assassin Guild President Yen Tianbao. At that moment, Grand Elder Huang Shufeng knocked on the table with his finger. Yen Tianbao let out an awkward laugh. Hee. The news of using the guild's secret method to send a message to the secret crow must be very important, and with such important news, please trouble Grand Elder Huang to share the Assassin's Guild's worries for them. Yen Tianbao made a wink towards the man. That person understood, and with a direct turn, presented the secret crow of transmission to Huang Shufeng. Please have a look at it, Grand Elder. Huang Shufeng cast a secret technique and extracted the message from it, a strand of gray energy drilling into his brain. After a long time, Huang Shufeng took a deep breath. Your enemy, Grandpa has finally found him. Elders, President, please take a look. Huang Shufeng handed Yen Tianbao the secret crow of transmission before continuing. This person must have a great connection with my grandson's death. Since I have discovered his whereabouts, I will not let him go. His eyes were filled with a hint of viciousness, itching to kill his grandson's enemy by 1,000 cuts right now. Yen Tianbao fell into deep thought. I'm only afraid that this Green Dragon Academy is powerful. I'm afraid that this matter is not easy to handle now. What's so bad about it? What we killed was his student. It's not like we're going against his Green Dragon Academy. Even if we're discovered, what can he do to me? This Yen Tianbao was very difficult. On the one hand, it was the highest academic institution in the Longhua Kingdom, and its appeal was by no means something that an Assassin's Guild could contend with. On one side was Grand Elder Huang Shufeng, whose power within the Assassin's Guild overpowered his own. It was very difficult to be the president of this guild. At that moment, a black-robed assassin spoke. In a low, hoarse voice, he slowly said, recently, the scout we planted into the Green Dragon Academy under the name of the Ouyang family was taken out. This matter has nothing to do with the Green Dragon Academy, so it's just right to kill a few talented students of the Green Dragon Academy to warn them. The black-robed assassin opened his mouth, and Yen Tianbao would never dare to disobey him. Even though he was the president, he had only reached the realm of a level 70 gray-robed assassin. He couldn't afford to offend these two big shots. Since Elder Yao has already given his word, Elder Huang, this matter will be left to you to arrange. The assassins in the guild are at your disposal. Make sure to keep your hands and feet clean, and kill them in one blow, so that they don't get caught in the act. Huang Shufeng's face showed disdain. The District Green Dragon Academy, even if its appeal is great, its own strength is nothing more than that. Those level 70 and above patriarchs within the school won't take it easy. The resident teachers are only level 50 or 60, so what do they have to fear? It's a matter of killing my grandson. I don't need President Yen to worry about it. My Huang family's soul hunters will do it themselves. Saying that, Huang Shufeng casually waved his hand, and the shadow in the darkness squirmed. Huang Shufeng casually coalesced a transmission secret crow to fly into the darkness. Pass on my order, 10 soul hunters, head to Green Dragon Academy to kill the target. Soul hunters, Huang Shufeng's carefully cultivated assassination organization, not part of the Assassin's Guild. Everyone in this organization was above level 50 and had completed an awakening, and their strength was still above the Assassin's Guild's orange-robed assassins. Green Dragon Academy, Scarecrow's tomb copy. Extreme ice burst shatter. Lu Shuhan let out a soft shout. A blue magical blow pulsed through the demonic creature's body. Ka! The sound of shattering came from afar, as the body of the final boss, the evil Scarecrow, suddenly cracked into countless pieces. The sound triggered a chain reaction, and white icy mist erupted from the bodies of the other small monsters in the replica, collapsing to the ground one after another. With a flash of golden light, Lu Shuhan upgraded. Shuhan, congratulations on reaching level 30. With your current strength, I'm afraid you can easily solo a copy. Lin Chuan couldn't help but praise. He hadn't expected that Lu Shuhan's control would even be able to ice the evil Scarecrow's split skill. Lin Chuan, thank you for these few days. During this period of time, Lin Chuan had been bringing Lu Shuhan upgrading, finally allowing her to rise from level 28 to level 30. The two of them finished collecting their rewards and exited the copy. Will you be participating in the freshman showcase at the end of this semester? If it's you, you can definitely shine. Lu Shuhan asked. Lin Chuan asked back, if I participate, then how else will the other students perform? During this period of time, Lin Chuan had been upgrading with Lu Shuhan, and both his main body and magic shadow doppelganger had risen to level 31. Previously, Lin Chuan had already finished off the level 50 Ruins boss, and his strength far exceeded that of his peers. If he went to compete, when the time came to summon an army of summoned beasts, who would still be his match? It was not challenging at all. After a while I'm going to submit my application for promotion and need to take a test. Lin Chuan's current goal was to qualify for the Supernova contest, and to qualify, he needed to fulfill two conditions. One was to reach the King segment of the PK Arena once, and the other was to rise to the sophomore academic year. In order to catch the most recent Supernova scramble, he had to advance to sophomore year. I believe in you. With your strength, it should be easy. Lu Shuhan encouraged. By the way, I have a gift for you. A gift? A gift from the schoolgirl, then I can't not accept it. Oily. Lu Shuhan scolded and took out a black scroll from her storage space. This is a magic scroll, 7th order forbidden spell spatial destruction. Forbidden spell. Even with Lin Chuan's stamina, he couldn't remain calm at this point. Forbidden spells could allow low-level professionals to gain incomparable power. A 7th rank forbidden spell that was comparable to the full force of a level 79 professional. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, then rejected Lu Shuhan. No, this gift is too precious, I can't accept it. Lu Shuhan smiled mischievously. Don't worry, this scroll was left behind by one of our family's predecessors in the ancient times. Due to the long time, the forbidden spell energy in it has already disappeared to the extent that nowadays it can only be counted as a 5th rank magic at most. However, it can still tear through space and exile nearby enemies into spatial turbulence, only, it can only take effect on level 60 or below professionals now. If it's a level 60 or above professional, I'm afraid that they can break free from the spatial turbulence. Even if it was a 5th rank magic, this scroll was still precious. Lin Chuan was about to reject it when Lu Shuhan continued. Why are you so girly? Take this gift as a thank you for taking me to upgrade during this period of time. I hope it will help you in your examination. Chapter 120 Departure, Poison Cloud Insect Valley. Since Lu Shuhan had such a strong attitude, Lin Chuan couldn't continue to push back. So he accepted the scroll. Shuhan, thank you. This prop is for you as a return gift. Lin Chuan took out a golden scroll from his storage space. This was the upgrade scroll that he had obtained when he killed Huang Yu earlier. Upgrade scroll level 40-50. This prop was not as good as Lu Shuhan's forbidden spell scroll, but it was quite precious to ordinary people. Lu Shuhan accepted the upgrade scroll. I'll be polite then. By the way, when is your test leaving? It should be a month away, a little before the freshman showcase. If it goes well, I'll still be able to make it back in time to see you compete. Well then, it's a deal. It's a deal. There was still a month to go before the promotion, but Lin Chuan didn't have a lot of time. He still had important things to do before then. The first thing was upgrading. Ever since Lin Chuan's level broke through level 31, he realized that the experience of the copy of Scarecrow's tomb had plummeted, which had seriously affected his upgrading speed. It should be the aftermath left behind by the magically altered copy. After leveling over 30, the experience gained is less than half of the original. So Lin Chuan was now going to find a normal leveling copy to ensure his upgrade speed. Because this time it was to find a resident leveling copy for the Demon Shadow Split, and things were more sensitive, Lin Chuan was going to go alone. Before he set off, Lin Chuan made a special trip to Lu Pingan's research institute. The entire institute was shrouded in a strange energy. It seems that the equipment building didn't go as smoothly as expected, and it will take a while longer to see the results. So Lin Chuan sent a message to Lu Pingan, telling him that he was going out for a while and that he would pick up the equipment later. Afterwards, Lin Chuan left the Green Dragon Academy. Lin Chuan's destination for this trip was located in the southwestern part of the Longhua country, a copy of a place called the Poison Cloud Insect Valley. This replica was also one of the top 10 popular replicas in Longhua country, and the access level was level 30-40, which was just right for Lin Chuan to upgrade. There were more demons in this copy of Poison Cloud Insect Valley than the Goblin Lair, and with more demons, the experience was naturally higher. However, this copy was many times more dangerous than the Goblin Lair, in which poisonous clouds were all over the place, and the attributes and blood quantities of the professionals were extremely suppressed. Moreover, all of the magical creatures here were poisonous, and it was very possible to be poisoned to death if one was not careful. The Poison Cloud Insect Valley was very far away from Xia City, and this trip was not a mission, so he could not use the Green Dragon Academy's teleportation array. He could only take the battle train express to the replica, and the total trip would take about 10 days. Lin Chuan took a cab to the transportation center at the edge of Summer City, where all the battlecruiser express trains would depart from. Xia City was worthy of being the capital of the Longhua Kingdom. Its prosperity was not comparable to a small place like Donghai City. There was only one stop in Donghai City, while here, there were 3 departure stations. The station was crowded with people, packed with professionals from all over the world. There were those who came to study, those who came to do business, and those professionals who went out to practice. A bustling scene was presented. Lin Chuan finished lining up to buy his ticket and then boarded the train. The battle train wasn't much different from a normal train in the real world, except that it was fitted with a few magic-guided cannons and defense spell formations on the top of the train. It was controlled by specialized magicians. Since there is a large amount of wilderness magical territory to cross between cities and towns, the safety of the passengers is ensured in this way. The battle train had existed in the Longhua Kingdom for 100 years, and the operational technology was already quite mature. Aside from the fact that the journey was a bit bumpy, no other faults could be picked out. Lin Chuan could talk to different people in the car and hear the latest news and gossip within Longhua from their chats. Occasionally, he could also hear some secret stories, which made Lin Chuan very popular. As time passed, Lin Chuan was getting closer and closer to his destination, and 9 days had passed in the blink of an eye. With only 1 day left, he would be able to arrive at the closest city to the Poison Cloud Insect Valley. That night, Lin Chuan was sleeping. Suddenly, he jerked his eyes open. What's coming over here? With the increase in level, Lin Chuan's perception distance of the breath of the dead had now increased to 1 kilometer away. At this moment, the train was traveling in the middle of a large mountain, and the outside view was blocked by the terrain. A good place to launch an attack indeed. Within a few moments, the glow of magic came from outside the window, and the resident wizards were already engaged in battle with the demons. Shortly afterward, there were professionals running through the corridors, panic on their faces. Commoner passengers hurry to the rear of the car. Are there any professionals here? Your help is needed in the engagement ahead. As expected, there was a problem with the engagement with the demons. I'm a professional. I am, what can I do to help? And me, count me in for killing demons. Unceasingly, people stepped forward, totaling about 10 professionals. Count me in. Lin Chuan followed suit and stood up. Alright, you guys come with me to the front of the car, I need your help to hold the swarm back. By swarm, the man was referring to a swarm of demonic insects. Not the size of a fingernail cap, but, rather, a giant crustacean demonic creature with a body length of over 2 meters. The thick armor gave off a metallic glow under the moonlight. Anti-Devil Beetle. Level, 28. Power, 2280. Physique, 2350. Agility, 1733. Mental strength, 951. Magic resistance, 20% from magic damage. Magic damage reduction. Magical creatures are a very tricky category among low-level professionals. Originally, our train's route of travel was not in the area of the anti-magic beetles activities, but I don't know what happened, but these anti-magic beetles suddenly appeared here. We don't have a magic piercing attack, we can't destroy these anti-demon beetles in a short period of time, so I'd like to ask a few of you to step in and help hold them back. Don't let the demons attack the train, and just leave the rest to the magic guide cannons. Why? Hayakawa knows. On the other side of the big mountain, there was a high-level demonic creature that had not shown itself. Unsurprisingly, it was this demonic creature that drove these anti-demon beetles. Holding the train is enough with this lord alone, you mercenaries only need to deal with some of the edges. At the very front of the train, an extremely flamboyantly dressed youth was preparing his magic. With my lord's strength of level 32, a mere anti-magic effect is not enough to fear. Saying that, the magic in the youth's hand was released, accurately hitting an anti-magic beetle. Although it couldn't kill it in seconds, it really slowed down a beetle's attack and kept the demons away from the train. However, there were simply too many beetles around to be taken care of by just one person's attack. Brothers, go! Let these dogs see how powerful we humans are. The mercenaries wailed and grabbed their weapons and rushed out, standing in various positions of the train and holding the line of defense. Lin Chuan found a position where he didn't summon his summoned beast. On a moving train like this, summoned beasts would instead still cause damage to the train. He chose his most basic skill, Soul Snatching Vector. Dark arrows appeared at his fingertips as Lin Chuan aimed at a demon-resistant beetle. Boom! A meteorite smashed down from the sky, and Lin Chuan's target was heavily smashed to the ground. Like I said, I'll be fine with just one person guarding this place. Little brat, hurry up and find your mommy in the carriage. Lin Chuan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This guy couldn't be looking at himself as young and purposely coming to cause trouble, right? Chapter 121 Cloud Border City Sure Family. At this time, the train had not broken out of the swarm, the danger had not been lifted, and everything was focused on the big picture. Lin Chuan was too lazy to take care of him. Directly changing targets, he aimed the soul-snatching vector at another demon-resistant beetle. The dark arrow pierced through the night sky and shot directly into the demon-resistant beetle, instantly taking its life. Kill demon-resistant beetle, experience plus 370. Kid, are you deaf? Can't you hear what I'm saying? Not only did Lin Chuan not stop, he even killed a demonic creature in front of this person. His actions instantly angered the youth, shouting loudly at Lin Chuan. I'm Shirley, the youngest master of the Sure family in Yunbian City. I'm afraid you don't want to hang around in Yunbian City, right? Lin Chuan glanced at Shirley and cursed in a low voice, nerve. With that, Lin Chuan swung the staff in his hand and attacked a demon-resistant beetle that was about to climb up the train. Suddenly a meteorite smashed down, accurately hitting the demon-resistant beetle and knocking the demon off the train. Lin Chuan's attack also fell short due to the sudden meteorite. It was Shirley. This guy was so idle that he robbed the Lin Chuan monster. This is a complete fight with Lin Chuan. Forget it, little brother, don't get angry with this person. This Sure family is the local snake of Yunbian City. We can't afford to mess with it. I'll change places with you. A local-looking mercenary came over to relieve Lin Chuan. A local snake? Interesting. Lin Chuan looked at Shirley with an interested face. In the end, he switched places with that mercenary and stood away from Shirley. There was no need to get into trouble at a time like this. However, even though Lin Chuan had moved away from Shirley, Shirley didn't give up on bothering Lin Chuan and robbed Lin Chuan's monsters every chance he got. In his eyes, the fact that Lin Chuan had hidden away was that he was intimidated by his own identity. So it became even more aggravated. However, this kind of young master's temper Lin Chuan was seeing a lot and directly ignored it. Everyone guarded the area they were responsible for and then waited for the magic-guided cannons on the battlecruiser Express to finish recharging, giving the anti-magic beetle a fatal blow. The battle lasted for 10 minutes and gradually drew to a close. The number of demon-resistant beetles had been drastically reduced and would no longer pose a threat to the train. Just when everyone thought they had survived the crisis, a buzzing sound came from the distant sky. A huge flying demonic creature flew towards the train. Deadly Venomous Wasp Elite. Level 33. Power 5160. Physical Fitness 3750. Agility 6080. Mental Strength 4455. Poison Stinger Attack shoots a poisonous stinger attack that deals strength 345% damage. Split Sky Giant Wings Sonic Attack, target attributes 10% for 10 seconds. Split creates 10 splits, inherits 30% of the body's attributes. Surprisingly, it's a deadly poisonous wasp. That's a demonic creature that can be called a professional killer. We're absolutely no match for the deadly venomous wasp. Where's the pilot? Why is there no means of coping with something as big as this happening? That's an elite monster that ran out of a public copy. The mercenaries of Cloud Border City became agitated, their faces filled with panic. This panic instantly spread to the others who were unaware of the situation. These professionals themselves were all in the 20s, relying on years and years of swiping duplicates to mix up to their current level, which was not very strong. The deadly venomous bees were also quite fierce in Yunbian City, and before they even launched their attack, they had already caused a considerable impact on the mercenaries' combat strength. Young Master Sure, you're the highest ranked one among us, so I'm sure you have a way to deal with this elite monster, right? Lin Chuan shouted towards Shirley. How could Shirley have a way? Although he was also at level 32, he was only an advanced profession and did not have the strength to single-handedly challenge a level 33 elite demonic creature. But the words had been put out just now, and now that Lin Chuan was so talkative, he could only stand out. Starting to chant his magic. The deadly venomous wasp seemed to have sensed Shirley's intentions and suddenly let out a violent buzzing sound. It shook Shirley's head. Affected by deadly venomous wasp elite rift giant wing, full attribute 10%. Afterwards, the deadly venomous wasp's huge tail flung out, and a huge poisonous needle shot towards Shirley. Shoo! The deadly venomous wasp looked naive in size and not weak at all. In just a blink of an eye, the poisonous needles had already flown close. Quickly dodge! People shouted at Shirley, but unfortunately, Shirley was too scared to move at this point and just stood frozen in place. Boom! At the critical moment, a huge blue figure appeared beside the train and helped Shirley block the attack of the deadly poisonous bees. It was Lin Chuan, summoning the soul-hooking bullhead. It's you? Shirley looked at Lin Chuan. Aren't you a magician? How could you be a summoner? Lin Chuan was speechless. Young master, I've only used one skill from start to finish, is it hard to guess my occupation? Shirley didn't see through Lin Chuan's occupation because of the effect of the Lying God Chain. Before setting off, Lin Chuan had changed the information in the Lying God Chain again in order to facilitate his actions. In the eyes of others, Lin Chuan's occupation was a level 20 magician, an ordinary occupation. It's coming over! Someone shouted. Only to see the deadly venomous wasp use its split skill to summon 10 identical splits. A total of 11 demons flew towards the train. A large part of the reason why the deadly venomous wasp was like a killing god in the eyes of these professionals was because of its flying speed. Low-level professionals had very limited air-to-air capabilities. 11 of them, insect magical creatures, just to your liking, go have fun with it. Lin Chuan snapped his fingers and 11 demon underworld envoys appeared in front of the crowd with their wings flapping. They then flew up into the sky and battled the deadly poisonous bees. In just one look, 10 poisonous wasp doppelgangers died under the demon underworld envoy's stick. The 11 demon underworld envoys then raised their sticks in unison, and the deadly poisonous bees were immediately broken apart. Demon underworld envoy attacks deadly venomous wasp elite, dealing 94,500,000 damage, 11 seconds. Seconds? Is this still the deadly poisonous wasp that everyone talks about? It's too exaggerated. What exactly is this teenager? Facing the crowd's astonishment, Lin Chuan turned a deaf ear and instead revealed his doubts and asked Shirley. Ha? Why didn't young Master Sure grab the monster just now? Was it intentionally left out for me? The expression on Shirley's face right now was wonderful, written with embarrassment and consternation. Looking at Shirley's expression, Lin Chuan was very satisfied in his heart. Fighting the young masters of such rich families was his favorite thing to do. These people had lived a smooth life since they were young, and once they were struck down, the expression on their face was not to mention how wonderful it was. Crisis averted, the crowd began to return to the train. At that moment, a soldier ran up and whispered a report beside one. Lin Chuan was close enough to hear them. Sir, the nearby public copy is out of control, and a group of demons are rushing towards us. Public copies? The man looked into the distance. This is troublesome. Lin Chuan walked over. His main goal right now was to arrive at the Poison Cloud Insect Valley copy. He didn't want to get involved in any other trouble. This officer, I wonder what's going on in the neighborhood. The man glanced at Lin Chuan and didn't say anything. Lin Chuan saw his concerns, lifted the effect of the Lying God chain, and directly lit up his information. Chapter 122 Poison Repellent Necklace. I'm a student of the Green Dragon Academy, and I'm currently out on a training trip, so if there's anything I can do to help, I won't push back. The man saw Lin Chuan's attribute information. Level 31 Summoner? No wonder it's so powerful. That reassures me. To say which profession had the most advantage when facing hordes of demons? That would inevitably be the summoner without a doubt. Moreover, Lin Chuan's level 31 level dispelled the soldier's concerns, and just now he had killed the elite monster Deadly Venomous Bee in one move, so this was undoubtedly the most reliable teammate. So the soldier slowly said. Near our route, there is a public replica called Hidden Mist Swamp. The level is 2045. Due to the ferocity of the demons in it, in order to prevent the demons from running out of the replica and wreaking havoc on the city, Manhwa Kingdom has set up a defense line at the main road around the replica. But unfortunately, the demons in the Hidden Mist Swamp replica rioted and broke through one of the defense lines, and the out-of-control demons are charging towards us. Demonic creatures rioting, this kind of thing isn't rare, there might be a powerful demonic creature behind it. Lin Chuan said. According to the news uploaded back from the defense line, it is said that there are dragonflies behind it manipulating the demons. Dragonflies? The dragonfly is the final boss of the Hidden Mist Swamp copy, with a level as high as level 46. According to unreliable sources, this dragonfly is able to drive the demons in the replica due to a hint of dragon scent infecting its body. Dragon race breath? Lin Chuan came into the spirit and mused in his mind, perhaps, we can get more dragon race aura from this dragonfly. As the two were talking, suddenly a huge flaming meteorite flew over from a distant ravine. Someone instantly recognized the skill. It's Giant Rock Thrower's meteorite attack. It has the flames of the poison flame worm attached to it. Both of these demons are level 37 elite monsters. We're finished. The scene was thrown into chaos, and all the mercenaries had already given up on how to escape. These two elite level demons had already exceeded their level by 10, and they had a wide range of attacks, so even if they escaped, they couldn't escape. Even the soldiers on the roof of the car were grimacing. Magic guide cannons, attack. The magic guide cannons on this train were not highly rated, and were a great threat against magical creatures below level 30. But for level 30 and above, and also elite level demons, the effect was not so obvious. The attack landed on top of the meteorite, only slightly cutting down the flames on it. Even the magic guide cannons are useless, what can we do? Brothers, let's fight him. With so many of us, I don't believe we can't block one attack. In the nick of time, someone still came forward. Just as the crowd was about to put up a last-ditch effort, the 11 demon underworld ambassadors in the sky suddenly appeared and blocked the meteorite attack. Who is it? People questioned. These people had just seen the shocking scene of the demon underworld envoy taking out the deadly poisonous bees in seconds and quickly remembered. It's that young summoner. It was his summoned beast that blocked the giant rock thrower's attack. Thanks to you, I can go home again. The crowd began to cheer, and all of them cast eager gazes at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan had no waves in his heart and said to the soldiers around him, everyone, I'm going to go explore this hidden mist swamp. I'll help you guys stop the demons along the way, so I'll see you again if it's meant to be. After saying that, Lin Chuan jumped off the train and ran in the direction of the hidden mist swamp. Upon hearing that the public copy boss had a dragon race aura on it, Lin Chuan temporarily changed his destination. After subtracting the time needed for the return trip, Lin Chuan still had 10 days to spend exploring the public copy. He wouldn't let go of this opportunity. I hope I can find the dragonfly boss. The hidden mist swamp wasn't far from the railroad line, and by the next morning, Lin Chuan had already seen the defense line that had been destroyed by the demons. Along the way, Lin Chuan had also encountered quite a few demons. However, in front of his 20x attribute summoning beasts, all of them were easily annihilated. After the ravages of the demons, the defense line was so badly damaged that it was almost reduced to ruins. The corpses of human professionals and the corpses of the demons that hadn't dissipated yet were lying on the ground, and there wasn't even a single living thing that could move in the huge defense line. Lin Chuan checked the entire defense line and finally found a survivor in a corner of the warehouse. It was an older man, crushed by rocks and already dying. Uncle, are you okay? Lin Chuan let the soul-hooking ox head move the stone. Uncle coughed twice, saw Lin Chuan, realized that it wasn't a healer, and shook his head weakly. I don't have long to live. Lin Chuan silently snapped his fingers, white impermanence was summoned and the dark spirit skill was launched. Thousands of blood points were restored every second, immediately pulling Uncle's blood level up. I've helped you get your blood level back up. You still have some injuries and poisoning effects on you. You'd better find a professional healer to help you purify. You. The older man was stunned speechless. A summoner actually knows how to heal. It's the first time I've seen it in all my years of living. Uncle, what happened here? Lin Chuan asked. Uncle thought about it. Demons broke through the defense line and ran out. Quickly go inform Yunbian City. The demons that escaped went towards Cloud Border City. The hidden Mist Swamp's boss has actually rushed out from the core. Uncle, I'll leave the notification to you. I'm going to the core of the hidden Mist Swamp now. Core? Little brother, don't joke around. The hidden Mist Swamp's boss is level 46, don't give up your life in vain. Lin Chuan smiled faintly and didn't explain. Uncle, you can already move around, it's not safe here, just go. The uncle saw that Lin Chuan's intention to go had been decided, so he couldn't say anything else and took a necklace off his neck. This is the poison repellent necklace. It can isolate the poisonous gas in the hidden Mist Swamp. This prop is not of high quality and will gradually lose its effectiveness as it is used. There are still 3 days left, so I'll give it to you. Poison repellent necklace. Level 20. Effects: avoid poisonous gas infestation. Remember, you must come out of the core of the hidden Mist Swamp within 3 days, or else you'll be in danger if you get poisonous gas. Lin Chuan did not excuse himself and accepted the necklace. Many thanks. After saying that, Lin Chuan continued to set off towards the core of the hidden Mist Swamp. After walking for about half an hour, Lin Chuan had entered the area of the hidden Mist Swamp. As soon as he stepped into the swamp, Lin Chuan smelled a pungent odor that made him feel a bit suffocated. Is this the so-called poisonous gas? It doesn't look like it's much stronger. Lin Chuan took a deep breath as the pungent flavor surged into his lungs, causing him to feel a fiery pain. Affected by swamp poisonous gas, blood 200. Bleeding out. Lin Chuan checked the status. Sure enough, he was in a mildly poisoned state. Dropping 200 points of blood at a time, it's not easy to deal with being colored by this poisonous gas. Lin Chuan admitted that he had underestimated this swamp poison gas. Just in case, he put on the poison repellent necklace gifted by Uncle. This piece of equipment took up the necklace's part, and although this would lower some of the attributes, Lin Chuan would be moving around in the hidden Mist Swamp for the next few days. The poison repelling effect was far better than the attributes provided by the necklace. Since this side had just broken out into a demonic riot, some of the demons had already rushed out of the public copies, and the demons hadn't had time to refresh yet, allowing Lin Chuan to save himself a lot of trouble. It wasn't until almost afternoon that Lin Chuan came across a demon nest.